My name is Lin Mo, a high school senior who just transmigrated to planet Blue and is now facing the fateful trial of the global awakening. Chapter 1 Transmigrating to Blue Star, Awakening Gambling Life. Lin Mo. Lin Mo. The piercing shout yanked me out of my massage table reverie. I opened my eyes to see chalk dust and dozens of childish faces, while the high ponytailed female teacher, Lu Qingyan, strode toward me with a frosty expression. I jolted upright, my body still lingering with the soreness from the massage, but my mind was instantly overwhelmed by a sudden wave of dizziness and hunger. This is not role-playing. The hand in sight was slender, pale, and tender, stained with blue ink, not the hands of my middle-aged self. Countless fragments of memory tore through consciousness: orphanage, student loans, demonic beasts, awakened ones, blue star. I've transmigrated. This is the era of universal career awakening, where at the age of 16, one must kneel before the awakening altar to knock on the heavenly gate, embark on their destined path, and awaken their abilities, a gamble with fate itself. What, did you call me? Lu Qingyan's voice was shrill. Sorry, Teacher Lu. Talking in your sleep. I immediately straightened up, fabricating a dream where a Yinjing University admissions officer praised me to cover the beauty slip of the tongue. At the back of the classroom, Lu Rennie, with his slick back hair, sneered, still dreaming of Peking University? Wake up and quickly figure out what you're really worth. Lu Qingyan suppressed her anger and rebuked coldly, sit back down. Her gaze swept over my faded school uniform with disdain. Someone like you, if you can awaken as a cook or brewer this afternoon, it'd be a miracle from your ancestors. Better than being completely useless. I sat down and looked out the window. The massive circular awakening device reflected cold light under the sun, resembling an altar of steel. The memories of the original body were sharp as a blade. Raised in an orphanage, tuition became debt, life barely sustained by odd jobs. Today, turning 16. Only 27 days left till the first debt collection day. The monthly payment of 5,384 silver coins in principal and interest is the sword of Damocles hanging over one's head. Silence. Lu Qingyan slammed the lectern heavily. 1 p.m. Assemble on the playground. Remember, this school doesn't accept trash. Once awakened as a life profession, immediately. Pack your bags, get out. Out. School. Gate. The atmosphere in the classroom was stifling. If you successfully awaken a combat profession, you only have 30 days to prepare for the martial arts exam. Her fingertips tapped on the lectern. Preparing for exams was all about seizing the time advantage. Heavy breaths rose from the audience below. The trillion-dollar empire of her past life had become a bygone tale. In this life, power was the only currency. My fingertips unconsciously traced the desk, where a set of deeply carved numbers stood, 5384. The end-of-month debt is enough to strangle any long-term planning. I need the shortest, most violent ladder to heaven. Chapter 2, Male Nurse, the Awakening Altar of the Divine Punishment Priest. Waves of heat carry a mix of sweat and tension. Standing at the front of the class, my heart pounds like a war drum, louder and heavier than even signing billion-dollar merger deals in my past life. The announcement cuts through the clamor like a sharp axe. Lu Jia, life occupation, tailor, talent level C. A tall young man collapsed weakly to the ground. Li Ziqian, life profession, minor, talent rank C. Another young dream shattered. Lu Qingyan watched coldly with folded arms, indifferent as if sifting through trash. Lu Rennie, combat profession, warrior, grade A talent. Howl. The greasy-haired chubby Lu Rennie let out a triumphant wolf cry. He was currently the only grade A talent in the entire school. He greedily drank in the gasps and envy, then looked at me with a provocative glare. Lin the prodigy, it's your turn now. Next awakening student, Lin Mo. I stepped onto the stage and reached out my hand toward the crystal monument. The moment his fingertips touched the ice, boom. Consciousness was dragged into the void. Successfully changed jobs. Occupation, priest. The anticipated fiery sword aura was completely extinguished, leaving only a soft milky white glow. I froze, then alarms blared. Core data anomaly. Recalibrating. Blood red warning box tearing through blinding white light. Consciousness was forcibly ejected. The teacher responsible for monitoring looked strangely and announced, Lin Mo. Battle profession, priest. Talent unexplored. The entire hall fell silent, then erupted into uproarious laughter. Priest? Male? Doesn't undetected mean his talent is too weak to be measured? Male healer. No wonder his talent is weak. What kind of healer isn't a woman with towering peaks? Lu Renyi pushed through the crowd, suppressing laughter. Oh dear. Nanny Lin. Team up? Percent my sword. Percent your heels. Percent let daddy carry you? I looked up, my gaze clear and bright, a playful arc curling at the corners of my lips. Alright, but first, I need to stop by the medicinal cuisine shop. I'll make sure you're thoroughly satisfied when shedding your first drop of blood. Lu Rennie's mockery felt like a fishbone lodged in his throat, instantly turning his face crimson as he ground his teeth and spat. A priest whose talent is so weak it's barely detectable. I'll see how long you can keep playing tough. I ignored the crowd and pondered, low-level priests could be replaced by potions. Without talent, without silver coins, you can't form a team level up. Poverty is the greatest critical hit right now. Since this path is blocked, then overturn the chessboard. Just as he was about to leave, his vision abruptly focused deep within his consciousness. The translucent panel unfolded with a resounding boom. Data correction successful. Name, Lin Mo. Occupation, Divine Punishment Priest. Talent, Divine Great Spirit Power, 200 Vitality, 1000. These stats could crush 10 warriors of the same level. The crimson text in the occupation field burned like a branding iron. Divine Punishment Priest. It's not an illusion. The crimson that tore through the blinding radiance atop the altar, it reshaped the professions. Drop-down panel, Divine Favor, crowned by the sacred river's blessings, bearing the breath of the gods. Twin form Shepherd's Crown, Angelic Descent / Demonic Whisper. Chapter 3, Angels and Demons. The dual form Shepherd's Crown. Angelic Descent healing buff skill. Descent heal. Divine effect, consumes 100 energy points to restore 5 times the target's spirit power as health or energy. Can be cast on multiple targets simultaneously. Divine punishment, if a unit receiving healing is attacked by an enemy within 100 meters, that enemy will be knocked back for 5 seconds. Note, self-healing or self-restoration requires 500 energy points. Holy cow, that's awesome. Lin Mo's pupils contracted. The curse slipped out before he could stop it. 5 times the healing amount? Knocks back enemies within 100 meters for 5 seconds? Lin Mo possessed 200 spirit power, granting him a single heal of 1000 points. Moreover, with his current energy reserves, he could simultaneously cast healing skills on 10 individuals. A level matched to tier tank, starts with a mere 200 HP. Even an SSS tier tank without gear only has 800 HP. This meant that as long as a single breath remained, Lin Mo could snatch his teammates back from the jaws of death. Divine Descent healing. Such terrifying power. Even more terrifying is the Divine Punishment effect, which virtually eliminates the possibility of finishing off low health targets. Anyone daring to touch his healed target gets sent flying to stand in the sky. Heh, healer? No. From now on, call me the Shepherd God. When his gaze swept down to the second form of the dual-form Shepherd's Crown, Lin Mo felt his blood surge and nearly forgot to breathe. Demon's Whisper, damage skill Demon Corrosion. Effect, consumes 20 energy. Instantly deals triple your current mental power as damage to a single enemy within 300 meters. Can target multiple units simultaneously. Curse, enemies hit within 300 meters suffer a 50% movement speed reduction. Deals 5% of their maximum base HP damage per second for 5 seconds. Ha ha. It's taking off. It's taking off. Even the usually composed Lin Mo was overcome with mania at this moment. Dual form. Switching forms meant turning life and death on its head. This isn't a healer? This is clearly a walking nuclear bomb clad in priest robes. 600 points of instant damage at level 0, plus an additional quarter of the opponent's health bar within 5 seconds. 50 SSS tier tank talents? Without gear, they'd be nothing more than a single skill's target before him. This isn't a damage skill, it's a 300-meter radius death zone. Ha, cough. He clamped his hand over his mouth, but his shoulders shook uncontrollably. Bloodshot eyes burned with frenzied excitement, scorching his sanity. Priests aren't damage dealers? Now, his left hand held the Bible, his right a Gatling gun spitting blue flames. Ready to switch at any moment into a devil priest, carving epitaphs on enemies' foreheads. Lin Mo, has he truly lost his mind? A classmate peering from afar stumbled back half a step at his twisted grin. One moment silent, the next grinning like an idiot. Honestly, being a priest isn't so bad, right? At least it's a combat class. True, though the martial arts exam is a bit tough, especially for a broke guy like Lin Mo. Lin Mo was naturally oblivious to their whispers now. After a long while, he calmed down. The storm in his eyes receded, replaced by a sudden flash of icy sharpness. With the heavens showing such favor, how could he not ascend to the summit and personally express his gratitude? The path to the summit was not without obstacles. Those city-born aristocrats, spoiled from birth with silver spoons in their mouths. Their families funded leveling squads that mowed through dungeons like lawnmowers, experience flowing like water into their veins, bolstered by all manner of luxurious gear. Even a dog fed like that could level up to 30. And here I am level 0, penniless, time running out. Without nourishing resources, how could this thorn struggling from a rock's crevice pierce the heavens? The awakening ceremony on the platform continued, bringing joy to some and sorrow to many. Students who awakened to life skill professions hunched their backs, as if their spines had been ripped out, dragging their feet as they joined the stream of departing students. A handful of combat class students from wealthy families were swiftly picked up by luxury cars adorned with family crests, leaving behind a trail of envious stares. More students who had awakened combat professions crowded around their homeroom teacher's desk. Waving their newly received combat sequence nameplates, they scrambled for the 200 silver coin leveling tickets. Amidst the clamor, only one figure, clad in clothes washed white with use, moved against the flow, silently passing through the school gates. Lin Mo tucked away his combat sequence badge. This badge served as the identity card for combat professions essential for entering dungeons or accepting bounty missions issued by the Awakened Alliance. The badge served as the key to verify one's identity. He couldn't afford the leveling tickets, nor did he see the need to fight for them. With his demon whisperer form, solo leveling wasn't his concern. His only headache was the severe shortage of dungeons. His consciousness sifted through the original host's memories of dungeons. Tongling Town was a newly established town less than a century old. Currently, there were only 3 free public dungeons suitable for his leveling. Or Forest 05 level War Slave Dungeon, safe, crowded, and experience points trickled in like a stream. You might not even get a queue slot for 3 days. Emerald Wave Coast 510 level War Slave Dungeon, hordes of monsters like a tidal wave, experience was tempting, but deadly whirlpools lurked. At this time of day, he could get 1 run in per day. Gale Valley level 1025 Elite Dungeon, Scarlet Skulls marked by the original owner in memory, with small blood red text reading Tomb of 10 Deaths, no survival. Rumors claim the Gale Valley dungeon has existed for ages, housing a hidden instance with exceptionally rich rewards. After Tongling Town was established, the entrance to this instance was relocated here. Every year during the graduation awakening season, it attracts a large number of awakened individuals to challenge it. Historical records indicate that to unlock the hidden instance, awakened must be below level 20. About half a month after each awakening day, the queue before this instance entrance stretched so long it could be described as a serpentine line. And these were all self-proclaimed prodigies from prominent families. Yet, in the days leading up to awakening day, the area before the instance was eerily deserted. After weighing his options, Lin Mo's consciousness swiftly latched onto the crimson skull mark. You're the one. Following the coordinates of the Whirlwind Valley from his memory, he trekked for over 2 hours before finally reaching the instance's entrance. The entrance stood in a desolate wasteland where yellow sand, whipped by fierce winds, mercilessly battered the sparse poplar trees. It gave off a bleak and desolate feeling. Beside the entrance, 3 figures stood motionless. Their opulent attire clashed starkly with this wild, untamed land. The woman in the center wore a sheer veil over her face, revealing only a pair of phoenix eyes as clear and cold as a winter lake. Her amber pupils seemed to hold shards of diamonds, and her moon-white robes, adorned with flowing cloud patterns, were spotless. To her left stood a youth as sturdy as an iron tower, bearing a broad sword as wide as a bench on his back, his gaze as sharp as a blade's edge. To the right stood a dandy in casual attire, his handsome features relaxed as he toyed with a dagger between his fingers, leaning back against the stone with an air of effortless ease. The trio exchanged no words, nor did they show any intention of entering the instance. Were they waiting for someone? Lin Mo's arrival shattered their silence. 3 pairs of eyes instantly focused on him. Scrutinizing gazes swept over his bleached school uniform, empty hands, and that face too young yet unflappably calm. Lin Mo held his gaze steady, striding directly toward the instance portal that swallowed and expelled cold winds. Young man, wait a moment. Chapter 4, 10 Deaths, No Life Gale Valley. The leisure-clad young master flickered like a ghost, blocking the entrance. A perfectly measured smile graced his face, his voice smooth yet carrying an invisible barrier. Judging by your age, you've just awakened? Stormwind Valley isn't exactly a newbie village. Lin Mo halted, lifting his gaze with an expression as still as a lake. What's your business? Ha! The burly man with the giant sword snorted, his voice booming like a muffled thunderclap. Kid, have you even grown a full set of hair yet? And you dare come here? Any demon beast inside could tear you to shreds. The young noble blocking his path raised a hand in a dismissive gesture, silencing his companion, yet his tone remained gentle. Take my advice. If you want to test the waters in the Gale Valley dungeon, a party of 5 level 15 awakened warriors is the bare minimum to guarantee you'll make it out alive. Solo? Even at level 40, you can't guarantee you'll walk away unscathed. High risk doesn't always mean high reward. You only get 1 life. He pointed toward distant Tongling Town. Isn't there a public instance over there? What was it called? Oh. Boar Forest. That place suits you better. Thanks, move along. Lin Mo's gaze remained fixed on the young master, his tone unwavering. The young master's smile stiffened slightly. The veiled girl's eyes flickered. Her voice, cool as a spring, rang out, young man, we're waiting for friends to challenge the Gale Valley dungeon together. It might take about 2 hours. Her phoenix-like eyes met Lin Mo's with crystalline clarity. This instance truly isn't suited for solo play. I hope you won't let pride lead to regret. She paused briefly before continuing. Would you consider finding another instance to level up? If you need to rent one, I can cover the cost for you. Her words were beautifully phrased and tactful, yet clearly conveyed that she didn't want Lin Mo disrupting their plans to challenge the Stormwind Valley. Lin Mo met her gaze. A faint, almost imperceptible curve touched the corners of his lips. I appreciate the concern, but if you're not entering the instance now, please don't hinder my leveling. 2 hours will be enough for me to finish the fight. Please make way. Arrogant. You don't know your place. The burly man wielding the greatsword flushed with fury. His blade hummed as it slid 3 inches from its scabbard. A biting sword she pressed down like a tangible force. Qianlong. The woman's sharp command rang out, crisp as ice pellets striking a jade plate. The burly man sensed the displeasure in her tone and loosened his grip on the sword. Clang. The heavy blade slid back into its scabbard, the metal clanging sharply against the sheath. The woman nodded toward the young noble blocking their path. The young nobleman gave Lin Mo a long, lingering look. After a moment, he stepped aside, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. Impressive courage, brother. Please. His gesture was elegant, yet carried a funeral-like chill. Lin Mo said nothing more, stepping into the warped portal of light. The instant his figure vanished, the dandy in casual attire, Qin Ming, sneered with amusement. Miss Lin, care to guess how many breaths he'll last? Shenlong, bearing his massive sword, sneered savagely, I'll bet 100 silver coins. He won't even have time to scream. Her veil fluttered as Lin Qingyu gazed at the light gate. A faint trace of doubt flickered deep within her eyes. The look in that youth's eyes as he stepped in. Too still. As still as the deep sea before a storm. Perhaps, he might bring us a little surprise. Her voice was faint, carried away by the howling wind at the valley entrance the moment it escaped her lips. Buzz. The moment they passed through the light gate, the world abruptly flipped upside down. The Gale Valley resembled a savage gash in the earth, cleaved open by a giant axe. Wailing winds surged backward from the entrance, lashing her neck with stinging sand and grit. A pungent, fishy wind carried the stench of decay and the raw, animalistic scent of some beast, nearly suffocating. Light within the valley was dim and gloomy. Jagged, monstrous rocks stood like the interlocking fangs of beasts, casting twisted shadows. Suddenly, Lin Mo's interface flashed crimson. Simultaneously, a loud alert blared in his mind. Beep. 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 Warning. Instance level severely exceeded. Evacuate immediately. Lin Mo jumped at the sudden noise. Whoa, damn it, that scared the hell out of me. He pulled up his interface and silenced the annoying alert. Then he suddenly recalled the knowledge about instances from the original host's memories. Awakened ones could inspect dungeon conditions through their interface panels once entering a stable, established instance. With that thought, Lin Mo hurriedly pulled up his interface and located the dungeon description for Gale Valley. Though he was highly confident in his awakened divine punishment priest class, he wasn't a reckless fool. He understood the principle that knowing both oneself and one's enemy ensured victory in every battle. Whirlwind Valley, dungeon with high monster concentration. You have entered the first zone of the Windstorm Valley instance, the Windstrider Demon Wolf territory. The territory is occupied by 200 elite Windstride Demon Wolves, levels 515, HP 1400, Agility 35, attack damage 5080. They excel at group combat. Within the Windstrider Demon Wolf territory resides one Windstrider Wolf King of General Grade Bloodline, level 15, HP 6400, Spirit 10, Agility 10, attack damage 200, attacks inflict poison. Warning, proceeding 20 meters further will bring you into the Windstrider's territory, where you will be attacked by a pack. 200 elite grade demon wolves? General grade? 200 attack damage with poison effect? Lin Mo's pupils contracted slightly. The young master's words echoed in his mind, high risk doesn't guarantee reward. You only get one life. The level gap was too great, the pack size substantial, and they excelled at group combat. Even a divine punishment priest wasn't invincible. On paper, Lin Mo's damage output seemed unmatched by these beasts. But facing 200 demon wolves alone, plus a general level bloodline wolf king? One slip up, and he could lose his life right here in the Gale Valley instance. Quit the instance now? Lin Mo felt reluctant. Other shared instances had long queues. Joining one now would mean waiting until the cows come home. If he couldn't level up quickly, how could he compete with those elite rich kids for resources? He weighed his options carefully, took a deep breath of air thick with rust and decaying leaves, and stepped over the warning line. The howling packs of wolves he'd imagined never materialized. The valley's waist-high grasses lay eerily still. Only the sound of fierce winds rustling through the sea of grass and shrubs filled the air. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. He ventured hundreds of meters into the valley, yet not a single wolf came into view. Too quiet. This oppressive silence made breathing difficult. Lin Mo felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He felt countless pairs of eyes glued to his back, cold, greedy, silently shifting through the shadows of the bushes with each step he took. But when he spun around abruptly, only the howling wind echoed through the empty valley. Cold sweat seeped through the collar of his school uniform. The panel display wasn't lying. 200 wolves were indeed here. Where were they? The answer lay hidden beneath the swaying grass. Countless blue-gray demon wolves lay flat against the ground, claws digging into rock crevices, muscles taut as drawn bowstrings. Their wolf eyes locked onto Lin Mo, who occasionally appeared through the grass. Drool dripped from between their teeth, corroding the grass with a hissing sound. Deeper within the shadows, a silver figure silently leapt upward. Lin Mo dared not proceed further. This lurking danger, waiting to strike from the shadows at any moment, was more mentally taxing than any open threat. He found a relatively tall boulder and leapt onto it, climbing high to survey the surroundings. A whoa! A piercing wolf howl suddenly echoed in Lin Mo's ears. Chapter 5, Demon Wolf Ambush: The Awakening of Evil. Woo woo! Woo woo! As the first howl exploded, piercing cries erupted from every direction. This sudden turn of events sent his already taut nerves plummeting, leaving his mind blank in an instant. This wasn't watching Animal Planet, it was a real, life-or-death struggle against a pack of wolves. And these were no ordinary wolves. The demon wolves' howls carried the thrill of the hunt and pure murderous intent, rising and falling in an unending chorus. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Grass within a 400-meter radius violently shook. Dozens of blue-gray figures tore through the landscape like a hurricane. Demon wolves the size of yaks, claws flailing, charged toward Lin Mo. Their icy blue eyes, cold as death itself, fixed on him. Behind them, a vast pack of demon wolves surged forward, jostling to be first, as if fearing that any delay would cost them even a single mouthful of warm blood. In just 3 or 4 breaths, the pack had surged 100 meters. A foul stench mingled with rot spread rapidly through the air. Too fast. Demon corrosion. Lin Mo locked onto the foremost circle of demon wolves, instinctively channeling his energy as he roared and raised his arm. Hum. A dark crimson mist spread outward like a tidal wave from Lin Mo's center, enveloping a 300-meter radius around him. As Lin Mo's consciousness locked onto the front row of demon wolves, the crimson mist surged toward them with frenzied intensity, coalescing into viscous red fluid that wrapped around them. The crimson fluid seeped through their nostrils and pores, voraciously devouring and corrupting their vital essence. The sudden, bizarre assault caused the dozen or so demon wolves charging at the forefront to let out agonized howls instantly. Their vitality visibly waned. They staggered as if struck by a sudden, severe illness. This deceleration proved disastrous. Many wolves charging behind failed to swerve in time, crashing directly into the stricken pack. The already staggering demon wolves were knocked flying to the ground, unable to rise again. After the first wave fell, the following wolves swiftly dodged their fallen comrades or charged forward, trampling over their bodies. The pack of wolves was simply too numerous. Trapped at the center of their encircling formation, Lin Mo had nowhere to flee. Moreover, these demon wolves moved with astonishing speed. Within mere breaths, the 400-meter distance had already been halved. Though Lin Mo had no time to check his interface, he could clearly feel that the energy within his body had been depleted by more than half. Once his energy was depleted, he would be forced into close combat with these demon wolves. But facing over 100 of them simultaneously, he had absolutely no chance of survival. In desperation, Lin Mo forced himself to calm down, gathering his remaining energy and locking onto the demon wolves that had previously taken damage from his skill. Demon assault. Dark crimson energy coalesced in Lin Mo's raised right hand. The instant he pressed down, the surrounding blood mist surged toward the dying demon wolves. Congratulations! You have reached level 1. As the demon wolves' lives were reaped by the surging crimson mist, Lin Mo felt a surge of power flood into his body. His nearly depleted energy reserves not only recovered but surged to levels exceeding his previous capacity. Ha! Everyone, my hunt has begun. Feeling the surging energy within him and the overwhelming strength coursing through his muscles, a playful curve lifted the corners of Lin Mo's mouth. Give me annihilation. The crimson tide spread outward once more, radiating from Lin Mo's position. The demon wolves lunging at him were engulfed by the condensed crimson wave, their movements instantly slowed. Yet, an unexpected twist unfolded at that very moment. Lin Mo had expected that after leveling up, this damage skill would instantly slay the demon wolves charging close. But to his surprise, the skill's effect was nearly identical to before. Several demon wolves, as massive as full-grown bulls, had their speed halved by the skill yet still lunged at him, baring fangs and glaring with savage intent. What the hell is going on? Lin Mo broke out in a cold sweat at his misjudgment, clenching his fists as his muscles instantly tensed. He stomped his feet hard against the ground, sidestepping just in time to dodge a demon wolf lunging at his original position. Thud. Dodging and countering, his movements fluid and seamless, Lin Mo's fist slammed into the head of the demon wolf that had lunged at him, its aura now weakened and shrouded in crimson mist. Arg! 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 The beast's head slammed into the ground under the force of the punch, emitting a distorted howl as the sound of its skull shattering rang out clearly. Wah! Before Lin Mo could gloat, 4 or 5 large demon wolves that had already darted behind him charged madly toward him, heedless of the corrosive red viscous fluid covering their bodies. Damn it! Lin Mo rolled forward, but before he could get up, another demon wolf knocked him back to the ground. Wah! The beast's gaping maw snapped toward Lin Mo's head. Its enormous jaws could easily swallow his entire skull whole, its razor-sharp fangs gleaming like daggers freshly drawn from a poison vat. Lin Mo clamped his hands tightly around the demon wolf's jaws, denying it any chance to strike. But the purplish-black venom dripped onto his arms and face. The skin it touched instantly began to rot, sizzling and emitting black smoke. Agony contorted his face, yet he dared not open his mouth to cry out, terrified the vile venom might drip inside. Awah! 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 The instant Lin Mo was knocked down, dozens of demon wolves pounced upon him, intent on devouring the 2-legged sheep on the ground. Ah! Just as Lin Mo's energy began to gather, excruciating pain shot through his calf, instantly halting the skill he was about to unleash. Ah! Next, he felt the flesh on his calf being torn apart, while his arms were pierced by the fangs of 2 demon wolves. Even more deadly, another demon wolf lunged forward, its gaping maw aimed directly at his head. If it bit down, the moment its fangs closed, he would be dead without a doubt. Divine Descent Heal. On the brink of life and death, Lin Mo grit his teeth against the agony and unleashed his self-healing skill in angelic form. Boom! As green life energy surged through his body, several blue beams of light erupted, sending all the demon wolves clinging to him flying, including the one whose fangs had already pierced his cheek. The pain vanished as the green light flowed over him, and the torn flesh began to heal at a miraculously rapid pace. The demon wolves beside him had just been flung away by the passive skill Divine Punishment of Holy Descent, Healing. Before he could catch his breath, a swarm of demon wolves surged toward Lin Mo once more, engulfing him in an instant. Demon Corrosion. In an instant, a viscous, blood-like torrent engulfed the demon wolves. At the center of the encirclement, demon wolves kept getting knocked back. 5 seconds later, the crimson torrent receded. Only then could they make out Lin Mo's form, surrounded by a pile of 10 or so demon wolf corpses, each as large as yaks. His hands were a bloody mess, his face, hands, and body distorted by the venom's scorching effects. His clothes were torn to shreds, not a single piece of fabric intact. His exposed flesh bore crisscrossing claw marks deep enough to reveal bone, vividly showcasing the brutal intensity of the battle. Real combat was 100 times more brutal than any statistical analysis could ever convey. In the depths of despair, one either rises from the ashes or descends into hell. Clearly, Lin Mo belonged to the former. Under the intense pressure of a life or death struggle, though his limbs trembled uncontrollably, his eyes already crimson and his demonic form grew even colder and more menacing. As the battle paused, his mind was consumed solely by primal killing instinct. Even the demon wolves lurking within 100 meters were cowed by the murderous aura radiating from his eyes. Arg. One by one, the demon wolves kept their distance from Lin Mo, lowering their heads and snarling with bared teeth, yet not daring to advance a single step. Chapter 6, The Demon Descends. A storm of blood and carnage. The panel prompt for leveling up had already sounded once. Lin Mo had now reached level 2. Though his battered body showed no sign of it. Only he knew that both his strength and the energy coursing through his meridians were now incredibly abundant. Expecting Lin Mo to unleash a skill and send the other demon wolves to meet their end, the others watched in shock as he walked over to the most robust-looking demon wolf beside him. Boom! Snap! He slammed his fist into the demon wolf's powerful foreleg, snapping its razor-sharp claws clean off. Not quite enough force. These'll have to do for now. He weighed the 2 wolf claws, each over 20 centimeters long, in his hands. The murderous intent in his eyes spread outward as he clenched the claws and sprinted toward a specific direction. Arg! The demon wolves, seeing Lin Mo charging toward them with their own claws in hand, seemed enraged by his arrogance and audacity. A dozen demon wolves charged at Lin Mo, determined to show this 2-legged sheep who truly ruled this domain. Others swiftly filled the gaps left by the charging wolves, preventing Lin Mo from escaping. A dozen more closed in, tightening the encirclement, ready for battle at any moment. These demon wolves were exceptionally intelligent. With limited space for combat, too many charging at once would only hinder each other. Thus far, their losses amounted to little more than 30 casualties, a negligible figure among a pack of 200 wolves. With their overwhelming numbers, they could simply wear down this frail 2-legged sheep on the battlefield through relentless, rotating attacks. A dozen demon wolves stood as massive as yaks, making Lin Mo appear exceptionally small before them. Yet the moment contact was made, a one-sided slaughter commenced. As the demon wolf charging at the forefront lunged toward Lin Mo with its claws about to strike. PSSSH. His form vanished from the wolf's sight in an instant. Immediately, the sharp wolf claw weapon pierced precisely into the wolf's neck. But as the claw weapon was pulled out, blood gushed like a fountain from the demon wolf's neck, warm fluid spraying everywhere. Lin Mo leaned back smoothly, executing a sliding tackle as the claw in his hand plunged viciously into the demon wolf's sternum. Using the momentum from their collision, he sliced a long gash across the demon wolf's abdomen. Instantly, blood, intestines, and internal organs spilled from the deep wound. Before the beast could collapse, Lin Mo violently thrust the claw into its groin. His free right hand seized the demon wolf's hind legs. He swung the severely wounded beast, weighing 200 or 300 pounds, like a weapon, sweeping it horizontally. Thud, thud, thud. Snap, snap, snap. Wah! 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 The clang of impact, the crack of shattered bones, and the demon wolf's agonized howls exploded across the battlefield. When the demon wolf charging from behind was tripped by Lin Mo's action and hadn't yet risen, Lin Mo had already pulled the wolf claw from its scrotum. His body surged forward as he planted his feet, drawing his claws like a bow. With lightning speed and pinpoint accuracy, he drove the wolf claws into the demon wolf's skull, eye sockets, and chest cavity, all vital points. At this moment, Lin Mo was no longer prey, but a beast fully awakened. A beast of agile form and boundless strength. Seeing its comrade defeated, the demon wolf, poised for attack, charged once more toward the center of the battlefield. Blood spurted forth amidst the bone-chilling crack of shattered bones. The stench of blood permeated the battlefield, acting like the finest stimulant, heightening the senses of both Lin Mo and the demon wolves. Demon wolves fell one after another, while Lin Mo had long since lost himself in the frenzy of battle. His agile form moved with a flexibility surpassing even a wildcat's. Each thrust and withdrawal of the wolf claws in his hands sent a fountain of blood skyward. He no longer felt the pain from the deep, bone-exposing wounds on his body. He felt no burning agony from the venom seeping into his wounds. He had even forgotten he was an awakened one, his mind consumed solely by the instinct to kill. When the demon wolf claws in his hands shattered, he instantly smashed the foreleg of a nearby demon wolf, improvising a new weapon. Each swing of his limbs whipped up fierce gusts of wind, instantly vaporizing the spurting blood around him. Within 3 feet of him, a shroud of blood mist enveloped him, like a god of slaughter descending upon the battlefield. Crash! As the final demon wolf's corpse slammed into a boulder 5 meters away, the battlefield resembled a hell on earth. The demon wolves' corpses lay scattered haphazardly, some impaled on sharp rocks protruding from the valley walls, others dangling from stone pillars. Arg! The faint howls mingled with streams of blood flowing down the valley, all whipped by the howling gale. Ha 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 ha! Lin Mo raised his limp right hand to cover his face, his maniacal, low laughter sounding like demonic whispers from the depths of hell. As he raised his hand, the hideous visage was finally revealed. Hideous was no exaggeration, it was a stark reality. His eyes, crimson with excitement and bloodlust, were set in a face torn to the bone by demon wolves, its features utterly disfigured by venomous decay. His gaping mouth hung with rotting flesh, revealing bone-chilling teeth, his mangled face contorted further by maniacal laughter. Any awakened being present beside Lin Mo at that moment would have been terrified out of their wits. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept in from behind Lin Mo. Thud! He was instantly sent flying by a claw strike, the crimson in his eyes fading abruptly in that instant. Deep within his consciousness, a gentle, life-filled milky white halo erupted from the center of the icy crimson vortex. The blood-red hue rapidly faded from his eyes. In their place emerged blue eyes, their pupils set like emeralds. Divine Descent heal. Boom! As green life energy surged through his body, a sudden, towering blue pillar of light erupted. It sent the Wolf King, whose claws had once again sunk into his shoulder, flying backward. The toxins within Lin Mo's body were rapidly expelled through his wounds and pores by the green energy. Rotten flesh regained vitality as wounds rapidly closed, and that utterly decayed face restored itself within mere seconds. Demon Assault. As the Wolf King plummeted from the sky, a thick crimson mist spread outward from Lin Mo like a concentric circle. Under Lin Mo's mental command, the crimson mist coalesced like a bloodthirsty beast into a dark red torrent, surging toward the Wolf King and the demon wolves clinging to life on the battlefield. Hold on. The wails of the demon wolves echoed like funeral bells tolling for one another. Congratulations! You have reached level 3. Gazing at the rapidly rising experience bar on his interface, Lin Mo's expression twisted into a bloodthirsty grin. His legs surged with power, and in an instant, he vanished from his original spot. Awah! Put! Arg! By the time the Wolf King could make out his form, the wolf teeth in both of Lin Mo's hands had already plunged deep into the Wolf King's eyes. The speed of the surprise attack was simply too swift. Though the Wolf King had detected Lin Mo's movements, his bodily reaction was hindered by the blood-red, viscous torrent coiled around his body. Unable to dodge in time, it was met by Lin Mo's powerful elbow strike to the face as he leapt forward. Using the momentum of the heavy blow, he spun midair, driving the steel-sharp wolf claws in his hands deep into the Wolf King's eyes. He flipped himself onto the Wolf King's neck. Rip! A crisp tearing sound echoed. Just as Lin Mo gripped the wolf claws in his hands, before he could execute his next move, the Wolf King's claws, sharp as steel, lashed out at his own throat. SSSSHHH. Ah! Despite his lightning-fast reflexes, a long strip of flesh was torn from his shoulder blade to his hip by the razor-sharp claws. Chapter 7, Second Zone Silverhorn Wyvern. This Wolf King was truly vicious. Purple demonic energy pulsed like electric arcs along its claws. As they sliced through Lin Mo's flesh, they also sank deep into the Wolf King's own right side of the neck. Its strategy was reckless, aiming for a single, lethal strike to finish Lin Mo. But it hadn't anticipated that after enduring such prolonged combat, the human's reflexes remained this sharp. Thud! Snap! Arg! Lin Mo swiftly pulled the wolf claw from his left hand, spun on his heel, and plunged it into the Wolf King's right foreleg. Unclenching his right fist, he planted his feet against the Wolf King's head, gathering momentum for a powerful punch aimed squarely at the Wolf King's foreleg knee joint. The Wolf King's agonized howl echoed simultaneously with the cracking sound of its foreleg bone snapping. This brief clash lasted less than 2 seconds, a life or death sprint, as swift as lightning. Boom! Lin Mo delivered another punch to the critical fracture point on the Wolf King's body. He intended to seize the opportunity to dislocate the Wolf King's right foreleg and use it as his own weapon. But the wave of heat and foul stench washing over him from the right made him abandon the idea instantly. Dodging downward and to the left, he simultaneously coiled his body and drove his elbow upward with explosive force. Thud! The purely instinctive counterattack struck the jaw of the Wolf King as it turned to attack. The blow sent the massive Wolf King, nearly 5 meters in length, reeling backward. Seeing the exposed vulnerability in its abdomen, Lin Mo struck decisively. Leaping upward, he thrust the curved wolf claws 20 to 30 centimeters long diagonally toward the Wolf King's heart. The razor-sharp claw tip, propelled by the sudden tension in Lin Mo's bulging muscles, drove straight into the Wolf King's chest along with his right forearm. Arg! The Wolf King let out a series of agonized howls, its front legs flailing wildly while its hind legs reflexively sprang upward. Suspended a meter or two above the ground, Lin Mo's body slammed forward and crashed into the earth. Upon landing, the Wolf King's body rolled sideways onto the ground, its hind legs kicking violently against its chest. As Lin Mo dodged, his right hand, embedded in the Wolf King's chest, controlled the sharp claws to stir violently within its ribcage. The warm, pulsing sensation washing over his hand and wrist confirmed his strike had precisely hit the heart. Once the Wolf King's heart was destroyed, close combat would be his domain. Thud. But a momentary lapse in focus allowed the Wolf King's powerful hind legs to drive a solid kick into Lin Mo's chest, sending him flying backward. With Lin Mo's arm no longer blocking it, a fist-thick jet of blood suddenly spurted from the Wolf King's chest. Cough, cough. Ha! Spit. Landing on the ground, Lin Mo sprang up like a carp leaping over iron, coughing up the congealed blood in his mouth. Glancing at the deep claw marks gouged into his chest, his ferocity flared. He discarded the wolf claw in his hand, now cracked and damaged. He charged at the Wolf King bare-handed. His high agility combined with immense strength allowed his punches to consistently target the Wolf King's blind spots. Each punch sent the Wolf King staggering. The fiercer the Wolf King counterattacked, the more violently the blood spurted from its chest. Witnessed by anyone who knew Lin Mo, this scene would have made their eyes pop out in shock. You're a freaking priest, fighting a Wolf King bare-handed? You think you're Wu Song? What the hell kind of world is this? A priest who doesn't heal or support properly, yet fights harder than a melee warrior? Are you even a priest? 2 or 3 minutes passed. Under Lin Mo's skill buffs, the massive Wolf King nearly 5 meters long was literally beaten to death by his fists. The moment the Wolf King died, a powerful surge of energy flooded his body. The experience bar, which had been nearly full, was now completely filled. Simultaneously, the interface notification sounded as he withdrew his fist. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 4. Notice, all demonic beasts within the wind-treading demon wolf's domain in this instance have been eliminated. His mind remained immersed in the intense focus of the battle just concluded. Such combat was undoubtedly the finest tempering for an awakened one's mindset and combat skills. Lin Mo's desire to fight was completely ignited. Especially upon seeing the scattered corpses of wind-treading demon wolves littering the ground, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Ha! Once we clear this Gale Valley instance, my student loan will be covered. These aren't corpses, they're silver coins scattered everywhere. Though we didn't know how many silver coins a single demon wolf was worth. Even the cheapest healing potion cost 20 silver coins. Keep in mind these low-grade healing potions were made using the essence blood of battle-slave great demon beasts. Lin Mo's excited expression suddenly froze. Damn it, I was so caught up in my excitement. With all these demon beast corpses, how am I supposed to carry them away? He stared at the massive demon beast carcasses littering the ground, perplexed. Awakened ones couldn't unlock their backpack space until reaching level 5. Transporting all these demon beast corpses would require at least 8 or 9 large trucks. He couldn't exactly string them together and drag them away. For now, I'll just have to clear the dungeon first, then come back to collect the spoils. A rank talent grants 10 inventory slots upon reaching level 5. Wonder how much space my god tier talent will unlock. If it's too small, the losses would be massive. He pulled up his basic attribute panel. Name, Lin Mo. Level, 4. Class, Divine Punishment Priest. Talent God tier. Strength 3-2. Mental Power 202. Agility 3-6. Health 4000. Energy Reserve 4000. Wang Defu, all attributes have quadrupled. Wait, why did mental power only increase by 2 points? Before the wave of excitement could soothe his battle-weary mind, the negligible increase in mental power plunged Lin Mo into deep thought. Is the interface messing up again? Seriously, bro, get your act together. My mental strength is my biggest asset, damn it. You give me a measly 2 points in spiritual power after a 4-tier boost? What the hell? Treating a god-tier talent like this is just not right, is it? Lin Mo calmed down and carefully recalled the events. He noticed some clues and had a hunch, but he wasn't sure if his thoughts were correct. Guess I'll have to test it in the next battle. First, let's see if the skill panel has changed. Lin Mo selected 2 suitable wolf claws. As he advanced, he summoned the panel to examine the skill descriptions for both forms. Angelic Descent, healing buff skill Descent Heal. Divine Effect, consumes 100 energy points to restore 5 times the target's spirit points as health or energy points. Can be cast on multiple targets simultaneously. Divine Punishment, if a unit receiving healing is attacked by an enemy within 100 meters, that enemy will be knocked back for 5 seconds. Note, self-healing requires 700 energy. Demon's Whisper, damage skill Demon Corrosion. Effect, consumes 20 energy to instantly deal damage equal to 3x your mental power to a single enemy within 300 meters. Can target multiple units simultaneously. Curse, enemies hit within 300 meters suffer a 50% movement speed reduction. Deals 5% of their maximum base HP as damage per second for 5 seconds. The energy cost for self-healing and recovery has increased, but nothing else changed? Lin Mo felt a slight disappointment upon reading the skill panel description. Still, he reasoned that as long as his mental power increased, his skill effects would naturally grow stronger. Moreover, it wasn't entirely unchanged, his energy pool had now reached 4,000. While ensuring he could heal himself, his attack skills could now target up to 165 units simultaneously. With precise control and seamless skill chaining, he could achieve infinite skill output by perfectly linking his dual form abilities. Lost in thought as he walked, the panel's voice suddenly rang out. Notice, you have entered Silverhorn Lizard territory. 500 elite Silverhorn Lizards, levels 510, HP 1200-1700, agility 1-2, defense 7, attack damage 80-90. Silverhorn charge inflicts heavy damage. A general grade Silverhorn Lizard will appear within the territory. Level 15, HP 8200, Spirit 10, Agility 8, Defense 20, Attack Damage 300. Silverhorn charge deals massive damage. The second area lies at the valley's center, where a clear river flows through. 2-meter-tall vegetation begins to appear along both banks. This significantly obstructed Lin Mo's line of sight. He began walking toward the river. Compared to facing the wind-treading demon wolves, even upon seeing the 500 elite leveling horned lizards, his heart stirred only with excitement and fierce battle intent. Just as he wondered if these silverhorn lizards might suddenly ambush him from hiding. Thud! 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 Heavy footsteps echoed from the ground. Looking in the direction of the sound, 3 or 4 strange beasts, each as large as a small car, charged toward him. Though their speed was considerably slower than that of the wind-treading Wolf King. This direct? Ha! I like it! Watching these clumsy giants charge straight at him, Lin Mo felt a surge of delight. These silverhorn lizards resembled ordinary lizards in appearance, but their bodies were covered in thick, leathery armor. A sharp silver horn nearly half a meter long protruded from their foreheads. Though not particularly swift, their size and build suggested formidable defense. If he accidentally took a hit while tangling with them, his bones might shatter on the spot. As the silverhorn lizard entered Lin Mo's skill attack range, his eyes suddenly turned blood red. Channeling energy, he raised his hand and unleashed a demonic skill corrosion. As crimson mist coalesced toward the horned lizard, Lin Mo charged toward the 3 colossal lizards. His form was swift as an arrow. The 200-meter distance was covered in 8 or 9 seconds. His blood-stained hands gripped the wolf claws. He began relentlessly stabbing at the silver-horned lizard's eyes, jaw, and other vulnerable spots in its leathery armor. The silver-horned lizard's already sluggish speed slowed further under the demonic skill's interference. To Lin Mo's eyes, both its movement and attacks appeared as if slowed down 16 times. He fought 3 silver-horned lizards, each the size of a compact car, single-handedly, his attacks flowing seamlessly. After several rounds, cracks began to appear in the wolf claws. Lin Mo discarded them without hesitation, continuing the fight bare-handed. Occasionally, when the silver-horned lizard struck with its claws during an opening, he always managed to dodge at the last moment. The battle scene looked bizarre. 3 silver-horned lizards were being pummeled like punching bags by an incredibly swift figure, swaying left and right. The silver-horned lizards could only roar in fury, yet their eyes couldn't even make out the figure of their opponent, let alone mount a counterattack. Thud! 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 Lin Mo's fists flew relentlessly, delivering blow after blow with satisfying force. Just as he was in the thick of the fight, a series of heavy footsteps began echoing from all directions. Dust swirled throughout the valley centered around him. Giant silver-horned lizards charged toward Lin Mo like raging bulls. Though the dust obscured their numbers, the thunderous roar echoing through the valley made it clear they were legion. If trampled by these creatures, Lin Mo wouldn't even need to be struck by their horns, the sheer force of their hooves alone would crush him into pulp. Lin Mo halted his punches, swiftly retreating several steps. He paid no heed to the 3 silver-horned lizards lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Facing this visually overwhelming spectacle, his handsome face bore not fear, but rather a twisted, battle-hungry grin. Standing still, Lin Mo silently watched the silver-horned lizards charging toward him, silently counting in his mind. Now! A sudden, intense crimson filled the air, mingled with icy coldness, as energy rippled from his body. A crimson tide, dark as blood, radiated outward from Lin Mo's position. Immediately, the valley echoed with violent collisions and waves of agonized screams from the giant lizards, their movement speed rapidly slowing. Even so, because he had aimed his skill to envelop all the lizards, the silver-horned lizard charging at the front was now less than 50 meters away. During the battle, Lin Mo had discovered these lizards possessed formidable defenses. To eliminate them with skills alone, at least 2 to 3 skill attacks are required. With numerous beasts present, Lin Mo dared to target only 165 at a time with his damage skills, reserving energy for self-recovery. He rapidly switched between his angelic and demonic forms, constantly cycling targets to unleash demonic assault attacks upon the silver-horned lizards. Within a mere 5 seconds, all beasts within his attack range were struck by Lin Mo's damage skills, roughly 400 in total. The battlefield resembled a massive pileup. Demonic punishment slowed the front beasts by 50%, causing those behind to crash into them like cars unable to brake. The collision of 400 to 500 demon beasts, each the size of a small car, created an extraordinarily spectacular scene. Whoa, holy crap! Ah! My head feels like it's gonna explode. Suddenly, after unleashing the demon assault skill, Lin Mo was drenched in sweat. Veins bulged on his face and neck, his complexion flushed crimson. Clutching his head in agony, he writhed in pain, appearing as if struck by a sudden illness. Chapter 8: The Great Battle with the Giant Lizard, unraveling the secret. It's stamina. How could I forget such a crucial basic fact? Damn it. In the world of awakened ones, there existed a vital parameter not displayed on the interface: stamina. Casting skills not only consumed energy points but also drained an awakened one's stamina at an extraordinary rate. Ah! Just as Lin Mo's attention wavered, a silver-horned lizard charged at him, slamming him violently to the ground. The excruciating pain of shattered ribs made him cry out in agony. He realized that attempting to eliminate every silver-horned lizard in the second zone with just 3 skill casts was nothing short of delusional. I've really messed up. Only upon close proximity did the sheer size of the silver-horned lizard reveal its true oppressive presence. Even slowed by his skills, these beasts moved with a clumsy heaviness, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Soon, Lin Mo was overwhelmed by the charging silver-horned beasts. If one were watching the battle from afar, they would only see a mass of giant lizards with horns on their foreheads colliding into each other, trampling wildly and growling frantically. Lin Mo's figure was nowhere to be seen amidst the chaos. Only in the center did one occasionally spot a demon beast collapse to the ground, its movements still sluggish even after the torrent of bodies had dispersed. After several breaths, the swirling dust was suddenly replaced by crimson torrents. Wave after wave surged outward like a blood-red tide. The silver-horned lizards, still trampling frantically, were engulfed by the torrent. Strangely, they collapsed in large numbers, limp and lifeless, showing no signs of vitality. A giant silver-horned lizard's corpse was overturned, and Lin Mo, covered in blood, leaped out from the pile of lizard carcasses. After being overwhelmed by the lizard horde moments ago, he had endured the pain, exploiting the agility gap between himself and the silver-horned lizards to dodge their attacks amidst the swarm. The sheer number of silver-horned lizards was overwhelming, and each attack, whether a headbutt, stomp, tail sweep, or bite, delivered immense impact. Faced with such relentless assaults, Lin Mo often had no choice but to endure non-fatal damage head-on. Fortunately, as the battle progressed, just as he was about to collapse, Lin Mo finally leveled up to level 5. His stamina rapidly replenished with the level increase. This allowed him to unleash his damage skill once more, Demon Assault. Otherwise, dancing on the edge of a knife while weaving through this horde of beasts had lasted much longer, accidents could have happened. Lin Mo stood atop the silver-horned giant lizard's corpse. His hands braced against his knees as he breathed heavily, easing the discomfort from the intense battle. His peripheral vision constantly scanned the silver-horned lizard's corpse. Soon, powerful surges of energy flooded his body, instantly washing away the lingering fatigue. Lin Mo knew this surge came from slaying the silver-horned lizard pack, which had once again elevated his level. Congratulations! You have reached level 6. Congratulations! You have reached level 7. Congratulations, you have reached level 8. The system notifications chimed. Before he could even glance at his stats panel, he suddenly held his breath as energy began to surge through his body. A silver-horned giant lizard, its body covered in crisscrossing black patterns, lunged forward like a corpse rising from the dead, thrusting its silver horns fiercely toward Lin Mo. A silver-horned giant lizard that had survived 3 of Lin Mo's attack skills. No need for guesswork, it was undoubtedly the lizard leader of the pack. Its positioning was masterfully calculated, precisely within 5 meters of Lin Mo's location. At this distance, free from any slowing effects, it had absolute confidence in landing a single, lethal strike on the human. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Lin Mo couldn't dodge in time. The massive, razor-sharp silver horn slammed directly into Lin Mo's body. If this silver-horned lizard could show expression, it would surely be smirking with triumph at its cunning success. After all, the attack it had charged up had already struck its target. The ensuing battle would be entirely on its home turf. The moment the sharp silver horn pierced Lin Mo's skin, a crimson halo in Lin Mo's consciousness was replaced by a sacred white light. Shifting forms, an angel descended, enveloped in a green glow of life. The wounds on his body rapidly vanished. He could distinctly feel the ribs broken in the earlier brawl now mending one by one. Simultaneously, the silver-horned lizard leader that had attacked him was blasted 10 meters into the air by a blue pillar of light. Lin Mo quickly retreated several steps backward. Soon, the silver-horned lizard leader, as large as a chariot, crashed heavily onto the ground, blood beginning to pour from its mouth. This time, Lin Mo didn't engage in close combat. He shifted forms and unleashed a demonic skill assault. sending both the commander-level silver horn lizard and the remaining silver horn giant lizards to the afterlife. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared all beasts in the second zone. As he prepared to collect the battle rewards, a cool energy surged into his mind. Though not overwhelming, it left his thoughts feeling clear and ethereal. Lin Mo was certain this wasn't an energy boost from leveling up, as the usual panel notification sound hadn't sounded. He sensed this energy boost felt like an increase in his mental power alone. He hurriedly opened his interface to investigate. His current level remained at 8. All attributes except spiritual power had multiplied eightfold since his awakening. Moreover, his inventory space had unlocked, revealing a staggering number of independent mystical compartments, 1,030 in total, far exceeding his expectations. But what excited Lin Mo most was that his spiritual power had risen from 202 to 204. He was now certain that his spiritual power's growth was not inherently tied to his level. Moreover, both increases in spiritual power had occurred after slaying general-level demon beasts. Ha! Just as I suspected, my mental power growth isn't tied to level at all. All I need to do is slay demon beasts possessing mental power. Ha! Is this god tier hidden talent truly this god tier? It was well known that leveling up became increasingly difficult as one progressed. If boosting mental power only required slaying beasts, it meant that even without leveling up, his combat strength would continuously rise as long as he kept defeating demonic beasts to enhance his mental power. At this realization, Lin Mo could no longer contain his inner joy. The thrill of leveling up and watching other stats multiply in growth had never felt as intense as it did now. He didn't even bother checking his combat gear anymore. His mind was consumed solely by one thought: slaying demonic beasts. Slaying demonic beasts of general rank and above. Leveling up was merely incidental. As long as his spiritual power kept rising, he would gain formidable combat strength. He swiftly stowed the silverhorn lizard's corpse into his backpack, too eager to check his loot. Without pausing, Lin Mo strode deep into the heart of the Whirlwind Valley. Only 18 minutes had passed since Lin Mo entered the instance. Such a duration was hardly long under normal circumstances. But for the three waiting outside the Windstorm Valley instance entrance, it felt like years had passed. What should we do? That kid still hasn't come out. Should we report this to the Awakened Management Department? If something happens to a student inside the instance and we know about it but don't report it, we could get into trouble. The young master who had been blocking the entrance asked anxiously. It's been this long. Do you really think he could still be alive? If we don't report it, no one will know we're aware. But if we do report it, the local Awakened Management Department might even blame us for not reporting promptly enough. That arrogant, self-destructive brat, if he somehow survived, who knows how many comrades he'd drag down in battle? His death is a blessing in disguise, at least he won't harm others later. Qianlong, bearing his massive sword, folded his arms and replied coldly. After speaking, his gaze drifted unconsciously toward the veiled woman before him. Clearly, Lin Qingyu was the leader among the three. Lin Qingyu stared at the screen above the instance, her brows furrowed. After a moment, she spoke up. Didn't you notice the instance status? Chapter 9, Final Battle in the Dungeon. The Shadow Emperor Lin Mo. What status? The two asked in confusion. Lin Qingyu tilted her chin toward the top of the instance. The status displayed above the instance says occupied, not refreshing. The young master in casual attire looked utterly confused, then suddenly seemed to grasp something. You mean that kid is still in there slaying monsters and hasn't died? How is that possible? Qianlong's eyes snapped open. Even for an awakened individual who had been active for some time, surviving this long in a dungeon like the Gale Valley, overrun with elite-level demon beasts, was simply impossible. Besides that possibility, what other circumstances could explain the instance's status prompt? Qianlong, bearing his massive sword, spoke up. Could it be that this kid found a place to hide? But he quickly dismissed his own conjecture mid-sentence. He was now a level 15 warrior. He had completed numerous instances. Strictly speaking, dungeons were alternate dimensions inhabited by demon beasts, where the entire space constituted their territory. The moment a human entered, they were regarded as an intruder. No matter how well you hide, it would take no more than 5 minutes for the dungeon's beasts to detect you. After all, dungeons were different from unexplored secret realms. Their area is relatively much smaller, and evading the keen senses of demonic beasts within such confined spaces is no simple feat. It's like hiding in a wolf den. A den is only so big, and the difficulty of staying hidden without being discovered is self-evident. Regardless, one thing is certain now: that person is still alive. Over 10 minutes have passed, and he must have already engaged the beasts face to face. Regardless of the outcome, for someone so young to endure this long in the Whirlwind Valley speaks volumes about his extraordinary talent. The woman's words brimmed with admiration, while a strange sense of anticipation stirred within her. The young nobleman stood frozen in shock, speechless. After a moment, he spoke up. Since we've confirmed he's still alive, shouldn't we report the situation? It's unnecessary. The woman replied coolly. Both men looked at the woman before them with surprise. Forcing a dungeon to open while it's occupied involves an extremely complicated process, especially in a small place like this where management is relatively lax. If we report this, it'll take hours at minimum for the management to go through all the layers of approval before taking action. Hearing this, both fell silent. The woman's reasoning was undeniably sound. Forcibly opening an occupied instance portal had always been a highly contentious topic within the Awaken Alliance. When the Alliance was first established, forcing dungeon entrances open was relatively easy to implement for rescue purposes. Later, some unscrupulous local administrators exploited this regulation. Upon learning that a dungeon had spawned valuable loot, they abused their authority, using the pretext of rescue operations to serve their own interests. As such incidents multiplied, they drew widespread protests from most awakened. To prevent resources from being manipulated by a few individuals, ultimately hindering the overall combat strength of Huagua, the Awakened Alliance was compelled to impose restrictions on the forced opening of occupied dungeons. Safety concerns were addressed through safety education, level restrictions for instance access, and other compensatory measures. "We'll just wait quietly," the woman said. "Since he's managed to endure this long inside the instance, it means leaving voluntarily shouldn't be too difficult for him," the woman added. During the brief minutes of discussion outside the instance, inside the instance, a blood-soaked Lin Mo was locked in a fierce battle with the last general-level demon beast of the Gale Valley. The third zone of Stormwind Valley was home to ghost demon leopards, their designated territory. Elite-grade ghost demon leopards, levels 515, HP 1200-1700, agility 46, attack damage 80-120. Attacks inflict poison, excel at stealth ambushes, and are extremely cunning. A general-grade ghost demon leopard reached a terrifying level 20, boasting 6700 HP, 12 agility, and 20 mental power. Each attack dealt up to 600 damage, inflicting both poison and bleeding effects. Over the past 4 to 5 minutes, Lin Mo had already slain no fewer than 140 ghost demon leopards. Though their health paled in comparison to the giant lizards, their agility far surpassed them. He also noted that the ghost demon panther leader possessed considerable mental strength, a full 20 points, meaning this creature was cunning and troublesome. Realizing this, Lin Mo decided to use himself as bait. Exploiting the agility gap between himself and the beasts, he lured them all within his attack range. He aimed to take them all out at once, denying the beasts any chance to hide and ambush him. To achieve this, he nearly sprinted across the entire map of the third zone in a short span of time, performing all sorts of reckless maneuvers to provoke the ghost demon leopards. In doing so, he accumulated numerous wounds. It could be said that every single demon panther had inflicted some degree of damage on Lin Mo within this brief period. Of course, this was part of his plan. Some wounds were practically self-inflicted. But as the number of provoked beasts grew, attacks began erupting from all directions. On 2 or 3 occasions, Lin Mo couldn't dodge in time, leaving inch-deep wounds on his body. Dark purple smoke billowed from the wounds. The pain made Lin Mo grimace in agony. Fortunately, though his plan had encountered some deviations, it was still progressing largely as intended. The ghost demon leopards were already cautious enough, but how could they have imagined that this agile human, dancing on the edge of death, possessed such monstrous skills? Lin Mo unleashed his demonic skill, instantly dealing a staggering 612 points of damage. Moreover, over the next 5 seconds, it inflicted 5% of the elite demon panther's maximum health per second. Most deadly was the viscous crimson tide fluid, which drastically slowed their speed. Their once swift and nimble movements became heavy and sluggish. Initially, the beasts paid it little mind. But after enduring 2 of Lin Mo's skills during the battle, those beasts still trembling on their feet finally grasped the gravity of the situation. They began scattering in all directions. Adhering to the principle of striking while the iron is hot, Lin Mo closed in for melee combat, delivering the final blow to the dying demon panthers. Simultaneously, he shifted into angel form and unleashed the angelic skill heal. While healing himself, he sent all the demonic panthers flying. This explained why he had deliberately exposed a weakness earlier, allowing the demonic beasts to wound him. If he couldn't lure these beasts into his attack range and eliminate them all at once, hunting them down one by one would be far too time-consuming and laborious. These demon leopards possessed exquisite concealment techniques, making them extremely difficult to spot in the jungle. This was especially true for that cunning general-grade phantom demon leopard, whose concealment skills had likely evolved into true invisibility. The most severe claw wounds on Lin Mo were inflicted by this creature's ghostly ambushes. Unless it revealed itself, even with Lin Mo's agility being several times superior, he'd remain powerless against it. Lin Mo had to go to great lengths to lure it into a trap. He could have used the angel demon skill to switch back and forth, eliminating all the elite-level ghost demon leopards within half a minute. To lure this general-grade demon panther into close combat, Lin Mo abandoned the most effortless skill-based instant kills. Instead, after the flung demon beasts landed, he chose to engage in melee combat. He created the illusion of being too drained to sustain skill attacks, deceiving the general-level demon panther. Simultaneously, during combat, he deliberately traded non-fatal wounds for lethal strikes. His goal was simple, to further feign weakness and lure the lead demon panther into attacking. But this demonic panther was cunning. It maintained a safe distance from Lin Mo, watching him intently, waiting for its chance to strike. With no other choice, Lin Mo deliberately slowed his killing pace. Nearly 4 minutes into the fight, as the last 3 demon leopards lay dying and prepared to flee. Covered in wounds, Lin Mo could only reluctantly unleash his demonic skill corrosion to finish off the demonic leopard. After the skill's release, his limbs went limp. He leaned against a large tree, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He looked utterly drained. If Blue Star had an Oscar award, he would undoubtedly be this year's best actor. The leader Demon Panther had witnessed the entire battle and was utterly convinced Lin Mo was now at the end of his rope. It crept silently toward Lin Mo, then suddenly launched its attack. Chapter 10, Hidden Instance Mirror Space. Finally fell for it. You're a tough one to trick. Lin Mo sneered, his demeanor shifting from previous exhaustion as energy rippled around him. The rank-level ghost Demon Panther sensed danger and began to retreat. A sudden green aura flared around Lin Mo. The ghost demon leopard leader attempted to retreat but was inexplicably knocked flying. Lin Mo stood poised at the spot where the demon panther landed, ready to strike. Within moments, the beast plummeted from the sky. Lin Mo denied it any chance to land, charging forward with a flurry of punches. His punches were delivered at devious angles, yet all followed an upward trajectory. His objective was clear: keep the demon panther airborne, denying it any chance to land and escape. When the demon panther's health was whittled down to the finishing line, he decisively unleashed a single strike of the demonic skill corrosion, sending the already dying, downgraded demonic panther to reunite with its fallen comrades. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 10. Congratulations on clearing the Gale Valley instance. Congratulations on setting a new Windstorm Valley dungeon clear record. This achievement will be recorded in the dungeon's history. Please leave your name. Lin Mo paused briefly before inscribing the character rank on the interface with his psychic energy. Notice, please double-check the accuracy of your name. If incorrect, you will forfeit the substantial rewards offered by the Awaken Alliance. Even faced with the system S of substantial rewards, Lin Mo remained unmoved, decisively selecting correct. Having navigated Earth's treacherous waters for years, he understood well that mighty tigers rise by their claws and fangs, yet fall by their own flesh and hide. When one's claws are not yet sharpened to a razor's edge, revealing one's extraordinary nature will naturally bring more opportunities, but it will also invite considerable danger. He now sought to ascend step by step to the pinnacle, aspiring to become the supreme war god, standing atop the apex of power. You've achieved a new record in clearing this dungeon, meeting the requirements to unlock the hidden dungeon. It will open in 1 minute. Prepare yourself. Holy, a hidden dungeon? Love it. I was just worried about finding a place to slaughter monsters. Lin Mo pulled up his attribute panel. After a series of intense battles, he hadn't had a chance to check his stats. He needed to understand his stats and damage output to strategize for the upcoming fight. Name, Lin Mo. Level 10. Class, Divine Punishment Priest. Talent Divine. Strength 80. Mental Power 210. Agility 90. Health 10000. Energy Reserve 10000. Backpack Capacity 1050. Slot Storage Space. Innate Skill. Angelic Descent Healing Buff Skill Descent Heal. Divine Effect, consumes 100 energy points to restore 5 times the target's spirit points worth of health or energy. Can be cast on multiple targets simultaneously. Divine Punishment, if a unit receiving healing is attacked by an enemy within 101 meters, that enemy will be knocked back for 5 seconds. Note, self-healing requires 1000 energy. Demon's Whisper, damage skill Demon Corrosion. Effect, consumes 20 energy to instantly deal damage equal to 3x your mental power to a single enemy within 301 meters. Can be cast on multiple targets simultaneously. Curse, enemies hit within 301 meters suffer a 50% movement speed reduction. Deals 5% of their maximum base HP as damage per second for 5 seconds. Lin Mo now finally understood how to enhance his own spiritual power. Any demonic beast possessing spiritual power would grant him a portion of its spiritual power attributes upon being slain. The exact amount absorbed remained unpredictable for now. Still, this was an excellent start. Crucially, when his mental power increased by 10 points, the skill's damage range unexpectedly changed as well. This pleasant surprise filled Lin Mo with exhilaration. During the battle in the 3rd Underground Zone, Lin Mo had tested his stamina. He could sustain 4 switches between angel and demon forms, meaning each form could unleash a total of 8 skills before energy depletion. Moreover, as his level increased, his stamina grew, allowing for more skill casts. Even now, Lin Mo's skills were already terrifying. By reserving 1000 energy points for self-recovery, he could now channel all remaining energy into his demonic skill. Its damage radius could simultaneously target a staggering 450 enemies. A panel notification abruptly interrupted Lin Mo's thoughts. Hidden Dungeon activated. The scene before Lin Mo's eyes spun violently. The lush green mountains and forests transformed into a hellish landscape. The earth was scarred by chasms filled with molten lava, stretching across miles of crimson soil. The air was thick with scorching heat and acrid smoke. With every breath, Lin Mo felt dizzy and nauseous. Damn it, where the hell is this? In an environment like this, forget about fighting even without the beasts, you'd die of exhaustion before long. Lin Mo cursed inwardly. He hurriedly summoned the interface to check. Hidden instance mirror image space. Mirror image space, forged by a legendary high-ranking war god. Through demon beast remnant souls, various mirror image demon beasts appear randomly. Mirror image demon beasts are capped at level 20, possessing only 1 or 2% of the original demon beast's power. Mirror demons, 3 waves of demons will appear within the mirror space. The next wave emerges either after the previous wave is completely eradicated or after 10 minutes have passed. Mirror challenge, the awakened one must either eliminate all mirror demons or survive within the mirror space for at least 40 minutes to succeed. Note, within the mirror space, awakened ones cannot die. However, if their health is depleted, their base attributes will be permanently reduced, and the challenge will reset. Only upon successful completion can the awakened one exit the mirror space. Holy, what the hell is this? So if I fail the challenge, my combat power drops? And if I don't succeed, I'll be trapped here forever? What about the rewards? This is hell on earth, there's gotta be something in it, right? Why isn't there any reward info on the panel? Lin Mo quickly scanned the mirror space description, but even after reaching the end, he found no mention of any dungeon rewards. Suddenly, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Just then, a notification popped up on the interface. Awakened 1, prepare, the first wave of demonic beasts will arrive in 10 seconds. First wave, Hellhound Mirror, level 20, quantity 50, HP 10,000, strength 30, agility 30, defense 10, spirit 30. Skill, Hellfire inflicts burning status, deals 1,200 damage per second, and has an attack damage of 700. Damn it, are these monsters really something level 10 awakened ones can handle? How much HP does a level 10 tank with SSS tier talent even have? Even with orange gear bonuses, it's barely 15,000 at most, right? Not every awakener can obtain a god tier hidden class like Lin Mo's. This hellhound is like a mirror demon beast. Even if 10 SSS tier tanks charged in, forget surviving 40 minutes to complete the challenge, they might not even last a minute. Unless it's a standard 10-man team with all SSS tier talents, high control, high burst, high tanking, high healing, every roll perfectly balanced, they might stand a chance. But are there even that many SSS tier players? Even without using skills, a single hellhound's basic attacks would wipe out any challenger's health bar in seconds. Not to mention the terrifying skill damage of 1,200 points per second. Crucially, these beasts all boast 10,000 HP and solid defense. Even an abnormally powerful awakened like Lin Mo would struggle to dispatch them swiftly. Going toe-to-toe and expecting to survive 40 minutes under their relentless mauling? Are you kidding me? As Lin Mo rapidly assessed the situation on both sides, a series of shrill, piercing howls neither dog nor beast echoed through the air. It felt like needles piercing the brain, causing nausea and a heavy pressure in the chest. Chapter 11, Mirror Demon Beast Hellhounds. He forced himself to ignore the discomfort, his gaze fixed intently on the distant swirling dust. When the dark gray smoke appeared, the air within the mirror space suddenly filled with a nauseating, fishy stench. It was like the stench of rotting corpses, only far more potent and pungent. Seconds later, pairs of blood-red beastly eyes began to emerge from the dark gray mist. Moments later, the demon beast's full form became clear. Its form was only as large as a full-grown male tiger, its entire body glowing with a reddish-brown aura. Drool dripped from its mouth like dark, blood-red liquid. Each paw was armed with razor-sharp claws. Though not large in stature, when those pairs of blood-red eyes locked onto Lin Mo felt as though he had plunged into a lake of blood. Those crimson beastly eyes seemed like crimson moons obscuring the sky. A panic of descending into hell seized him. Lin Mo closed his eyes, rapidly adjusting his consciousness. When he opened them again, the hellhound-like mirror beasts, treading on scorching lava, charged toward Lin Mo like a disciplined army. Lin Mo took a deep breath. His gaze swept over his attribute panel. Mental power, 210 points, his greatest asset at present. Oof. Let's see how much damage you can withstand. Lin Mo's gaze suddenly grew more bloodthirsty and savage than the hellhounds themselves. Energy surged within his body. Seizing the moment, he unleashed demon corrosion. A crimson torrent surged toward the beasts like a rushing stream. Upon impact, it instantly split into dozens of thin streams, coiling around the hellhounds. The hellhounds' forward momentum slowed instantly. Lin Mo's interface swiftly captured the critical stats of one of the demonic beasts. Hellhound mirror image, bloodline level, none, level 20. Health, 8,920 10,000. HP, 8,470 10,000. HP, 7,120 10,000. After 5 seconds, the total HP of these demonic beasts had decreased by 2880 points. Looks like I'll need to hit each beast with 4 damage skills to take them down. Lin Mo continuously retreated to ensure all hellhounds remained within his attack range while unleashing another demon assault skill. Simultaneously, he rapidly calculated in his mind. 50 hellhounds required 1000 energy points per skill cast. For skills equaled 4000 points, well within his manageable energy reserves. As long as he avoided their damage skills, he could eliminate them all within 20 seconds. Just as Lin Mo was calculating, a pale yellow glow suddenly surged along the eerie patterns on the lead hellhound's body, flowing up toward its head. Hum. Flames erupted from the hellhound's maw, surging toward Lin Mo. The molten lava on the ground seemed to respond to this infernal fire. It began to stir restlessly, relentlessly lashing against the surrounding reefs. Sparks flew everywhere, and the acrid smell of sulfur filled the air as the temperature around them shot up. What? You've got another trick up your sleeve? The interface never mentioned you could command magma. Though Lin Mo deftly dodged the fire columns, his health began plummeting at a rate of several points per second as the surrounding temperature soared. The numbers might seem small, but only Lin Mo knew how agonizing combat in this environment truly was, far from the mild health depletion the interface suggested. The best way to end this damn battle quickly was to swiftly slay these demonic beasts. He dashed and dodged frantically, avoiding the devastating hellfire strikes while calculating the timing. Only 4 skills could finish these beasts, provided the 5-second damage from Curse of the Damned landed fully. Demon Assault. Just as Lin Mo unleashed his 3rd damage skill, he suddenly realized there were only 16 hellhounds left within his attack range. Scanning his surroundings, he saw no trace of other hellhounds. There was no time to think. After unleashing his skill, he engaged in a fierce tug-of-war with these 16 beasts. Despite having their health severely depleted by his 3 skills, they still clung relentlessly to their positions. The instant his final skill's cooldown ended, countless flames erupted around Lin Mo, engulfing him in a torrential assault. Holy, they can actually move through lava? What the hell kind of skill is this? You guys are cheating. There's no description of this ability on the interface. Just as Lin Mo was celebrating finally dealing with some of the demon beasts, a pack of hellhounds suddenly leapt out from the surrounding magma. The hounds instantly formed a circular encirclement, trapping Lin Mo at the center while unleashing blisteringly hot, powerful fire columns at him. Before he could even unleash a damage skill, Lin Mo was forced to dodge backward at full speed. If hit by the hellfire from 50 demon beasts simultaneously, his 10,000 HP would have only one outcome: instant death. Even with frantic dodging, he was still scorched by numerous flames, and Lin Mo began to feel his physical condition rapidly deteriorating. He glanced at his attribute panel, where his health points were draining away like a floodgate had opened. This was unsustainable. Continuing to dodge within the circle meant he couldn't cast skills, he was simply waiting to die. With a sudden surge of determination, Lin Mo charged toward the 16 hellhounds pursuing him from behind. The other demon beasts, having absorbed 3 of Lin Mo's skills, were already severely weakened. But these mirror-like beasts seemed impervious to status changes unless killed outright. He couldn't afford to hesitate. Only by swiftly creating an opening could he gain the precious chance to unleash his skills. Lin Mo's decision proved correct. As he zigzagged forward, dodging the fire columns while charging at the hellhounds, only the faintest aftereffects of the flames managed to inflict damage on him. Boom! A single punch sent one mirror beast flying, disrupting their formation for a moment. Demon Assault. Holy Descent Heal. The damage skill had barely been unleashed when he instantly shifted into angelic form, casting a healing spell upon himself. His health had already dipped below 1000 points. Boom! 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 Just as his health instantly surged back to 1897 points. Blue beams of light sent the hellhounds flying one after another. He hadn't been merely fleeing and dodging all along. While the fire columns dealt immense damage, their residual shockwaves weren't nearly as potent. While dodging, Lin Mo relied on his 10,000 HP to absorb the aftereffects of the fire columns, allowing the hellhounds' scorching attacks to hit him. His goal was to use divine punishment to knock these hellhounds back, creating an opportunity to seize control of the battle. Facing the hellhounds' devastating damage, his healing proved negligible. If he used all 8 skill casts solely for recovery, Lin Mo would face exhaustion, unable to attack, ultimately forcing him to reduce his base attributes and restart the challenge. But once his base stats were reduced, defeating these hellhounds would become even more difficult. Chapter 12, The Hound's Demise. Lin Mo's nerves were shot. His only chance lay in creating distance from the hellhounds and engaging in a high-stakes tug-of-war. He seized the 5 seconds while the hellhound was knocked back, sprinting toward the outer edge of the lava while scouting for a more favorable battlefield. Suddenly, Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he dashed toward a section of the mirror-like space covered in rust-red rock formations. This elevated area remained untouched by the lava. The rocks, forged by prolonged exposure to extreme heat, were all hardened stones capable of withstanding the fiery furnace. This provided Lin Mo with natural cover. Ah hoo! Ha! Just as Lin Mo was about to reach the stone forest, a wave of coolness suddenly washed over his mind. This sensation was all too familiar. It was the enhancement of his psychic power. And it was exceptionally potent. Lin Mo couldn't help but turn around. That glance proved critical. The remaining hellhounds were now less than 300 meters away. Demon Assault. Lin Mo decisively shifted into his demonic form. Crimson mist surged forth, instantly enveloping all the demonic beasts. Within the crimson mist, Lin Mo's spiritual power functioned like radar, instantly detecting the hellhounds. 34 left. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his mental energy instantly locked onto the remaining 34 hellhounds. The crimson mist coalesced into a torrent, instantly engulfing the beasts. Seizing the moment when the hellhound's speed abruptly slowed, Lin Mo darted into the stone forest, evading the pillars of fire they spat toward him. Lin Mo was already extremely weakened. Unlike Jing, whose sudden drops in vitality manifested physically. His internal organs felt like they were being scorched by flames, and the gas escaping his mouth carried a noticeable heat. This state severely impaired his agility. Against these unnatural creatures, Lin Mo's once dominant agility advantage had vanished entirely. He darted swiftly between the stone pillars, silently calculating time in his mind. While others felt days drag on like years, for Lin Mo, seconds felt like years. His primary damage now came from the passive effect of Demon Punishment, dealing 5% of the target's maximum health as damage every 5 seconds. Even if he drained every ounce of his energy to unleash the triple damage burst from his mental power, he still couldn't kill these demons. Just as the cooldown on his last damnation passive skill had 3 seconds remaining, the boulder Lin Mo had taken cover behind was suddenly surrounded by hellhounds. Their blood-red eyes glowed with a faint yellow light, revealing no emotion beyond their innate bloodlust. Even if Lin Mo cast angelic healing now, it would be futile. In such a confined space, if these beasts unleashed hellfire, his 1800 plus HP would be wiped out instantly. Demon Assault. Gritting his teeth, he recalled the cool sensation that had washed over his mind earlier and decided to take a gamble. The moment crimson mist enveloped the surroundings, the hellhounds, their foul-smelling maws already gaping, hellfire flickering within, vanished like mirrors, dissolving into swirling clouds of light. Lin Mo collapsed to the ground. The level-up notification on his interface remained silent. He couldn't be bothered to check it anyway, for his condition was now utterly dire. His mind was a foggy mess, struggling even to stand steady. He didn't need to check his panel to know his health was critically low and steadily draining. He swiftly summoned the sacred white aura within his consciousness, about to heal himself. Suddenly, a wave of coolness, several times more potent than before, swept through his mind. In that instant, his soul felt as though it had plunged from a scorching furnace into a crystal clear, refreshing lake. He froze for a second, his expression suddenly turning ecstatic. He swiftly opened his attribute panel, and the sight before him nearly sent Lin Mo into a state of euphoric shock. While his other stats remained unchanged, his spiritual power had skyrocketed from 210 to a staggering 1710 points. His mind went blank. Only one phrase repeated in his mind: "Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness." Until the panel's notification sounded. Congratulations on successfully eliminating the first wave of mirror demons. The second wave will arrive in 30 seconds. Prepare for battle. Only then was Lin Mo pulled back from his state of excitement, dizziness, and shock. He cast a healing spell on himself, bathing his entire body in green light. It felt as if he were isolated from the harsh surroundings, his physical condition rapidly recovering until he was nearly back to peak form. He hurriedly opened his skill attributes panel. Talent God tier. Talent skills. Angelic Descent, healing buff skill Descent heal. Divine effect, consumes 100 energy points to restore 5 times the target's mental power as health or energy. Can be cast on multiple targets simultaneously. Divine punishment, if a unit receiving healing is attacked by an enemy within 251 meters, that enemy will be knocked back for 5 seconds. Note, self-healing requires 1000 energy points. Demon's Whisper, damage skill Demon Corrosion. Effect, consumes 20 energy to instantly deal damage equal to 3x your mental power to a single enemy within 451 meters. Can target multiple units simultaneously. Curse, enemies hit within 451 meters suffer a 50% movement speed reduction. Deals 5% of their maximum base health damage per second for 5 seconds. Whoa! 451 meter AoE damage and an instant 5130 damage hit? That skill alone can wipe out 8550 HP or energy in one go. This is real. Am I truly awake? Lin Mo rose and paced in circles on the hard, scorching rock. The distinct heat beneath his feet confirmed this wasn't an illusion, it was reality. As for pinching himself or slapping his own face to verify reality? Nah, only a fool would do that. Challengers, prepare yourselves, the second wave of demon beasts will arrive in 10 seconds. Second wave of demonic beasts, Inferno Fire Serpent Statue, level 20, quantity 50, health 12,000, strength 60, agility 20, defense 10, spirit 20, skilled bone-eating flame deals 1000 damage per use with poison effect, basic attack deals 650 damage. Lin Mo quickly scanned the demon beast's description, his gaze lingering on the mental power stat. A bit low, but still decent. I wish this mirror space could last forever. Setting up 3 rounds of demon beast assaults? The more, the better. As for the beast's other stats, he wasn't particularly concerned with them right now. The Inferno Fire Python's Mirror Beast 1 had 2000 HP. meant that a single demon corrosion skill could deal 8,130 damage within 5 seconds. Even accounting for their defense reduction, 2 skills would suffice. With a 451 meter attack range boosted by 90 agility. For these beasts, they weren't attacking from above, they were attacking from below. Warning! Second wave of beasts approaching. Warning! Second wave of beasts approaching. The same dark gray dust appeared in the distance, but unlike before, the air carried not the stench of rotting corpses, but an indescribable, corrosive, choking odor. Of course, Lin Mo's state of mind was also different from before. Before the beasts fully materialized, he charged toward them, unleashing his attack skill the moment he closed the distance. Face the demon god's judgment, you spicy noodles. Demon corrosion. He didn't really need to shout it out, but he felt it added some flair. He'd even deliberately altered the skill's name for this effect. Hundreds of meters away, the Inferno Fire Serpent's formidable aura was instantly blunted by more than half. Moments later, Lin Mo finally got a clear look at the Inferno Fire Serpent. From the dark gray smoke emerged the monstrous head of a demonic serpent. Its crown was densely covered in deep purple pus-filled boils, while scales patterned with purple-gold markings along its sides glowed with a cold, eerie light. Fan-shaped rows of sharp, dark purple bone spines protruded from its neck. Droplets of purplish-black liquid seemed to drip from these spines, like poison-coated blades. A mere touch seemed certain to slice through flesh, its venom promising to dissolve bone and flesh alike. Its triangular head swayed slightly, its pair of golden vertical pupils burning like ghostly flames, sinister and greedy. When it locked onto prey, it could instill a sense of utter despair. Most terrifying was its gaping maw, its sharp fangs like long curved blades gleaming with a cold, white light. Standing upright, its massive frame reached 6 or 7 meters tall. Every inch radiated a bone-chilling aura of savagery, its mere presence bringing a sense of oppressive gloom like dark clouds gathering overhead. Such a demonic serpent was not merely a challenge beyond one's level, even ordinary awakened beings lacked the courage to face it. The Inferno Fire Serpent was met with a barrage of attacks the moment it appeared. Far from deterring them, the sight of the tiny humans in the distance only fueled its savagery. With golden vertical pupils glaring, it charged toward Lin Mo. Though its speed was halved, its massive frame still moved with alarming swiftness. Lin Mo took a deep breath, shaking off his instinctive fear as he watched the Inferno Fire Serpent draw nearer. He carefully controlled the distance between himself and the demon snakes. At their speed, by the time they caught up, it would be time for his second skill. He spun around, arms crossed, and bellowed at the serpent horde, "Damn it, look at you slithering bastards showing off. Like I'd be scared of you. Not only did you not run when you saw me, you actually came running to die? You snakes have got your brains all mixed up with bravado." As he spoke, he dropped his arms from his chest and began pointing and cursing. Then he turned and took off running without a moment's delay. Chapter 13, Clearing the Dungeon Even Without Hands. It wasn't a miscalculation on his part. It was simply that these massive creatures were too intimidating in both presence and appearance. Though Lin Mo was confident in victory, his nerves weren't quite steeled enough. After all, even encountering a 2 or 3 meter snake on Earth sent shivers down his spine. Let alone a giant python whose half-body alone measured 6 or 7 meters. Still, while running, Lin Mo silently counted down the duration of the magic punishment. When there was no immediate threat to his life, 5 seconds actually passed rather quickly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye, big bugs. Counting down, Lin Mo suddenly leapt into the air, spun mid-flight, and landed gracefully with a flick of his left hand. His right arm bent at the elbow, braced against his knee, as he finished in a lunging stance. The skill was unleashed the instant he leapt. Awkwardly, though the giant snake's momentum and speed had significantly weakened again, they did not vanish immediately. They continued charging toward Lin Mo without fear. Lin Mo froze as if petrified, stubbornly maintaining his self-proclaimed cool landing pose. He forced himself to suppress his inner fear, waiting to see when these giant snakes would finally snap. After 3 seconds passed, he could barely contain himself. Maybe I should just run away first. There's no one here anyway, so backing out now probably won't matter. Just as Lin Mo was about to succumb to his fear and flee. Suddenly, the 50 giant snakes dissolved into swirling mists of light and vanished. Immediately following was that familiar, soul-cleansing sensation, accompanied by the system prompt. Congratulations on successfully clearing the second wave of mirror demons. The third wave will arrive in 30 seconds. Prepare for battle. Though Lin Mo had already anticipated this, he couldn't help but eagerly open his attribute panel to check. His spirit attribute had surged from 1710 to 2710 points. Let me say this, among combat classes, the priest is the strongest. Who disagrees? Who agrees? Though the mirror space was empty except for Lin Mo himself, he couldn't resist shouting like a teenager. As for the talent skill description panel, he didn't bother checking it, it was utterly unnecessary. One word summed it up, ridiculously powerful. It had only been 18 or 19 minutes since Lin Mo entered the Gale Valley instance. Whisper, that young man is likely locked in combat right now. To endure nearly 20 minutes in Stormwind Valley at such a tender age, his genius is undeniable. His growth potential is comparable to ours. It would be a shame for such a prodigious youth to perish in a level 10 dungeon. Perhaps we should reveal our identities to the local awakened management department and rescue this kid. He might even become an asset to us in the future. The young noble who had blocked their path earlier couldn't help but grow concerned for Lin Mo as he watched the instance remain occupied. The difficulty level of the Gale Valley dungeon for awakened below level 15 was crystal clear to them veterans who'd conquered countless dungeons. All three of them were considered prodigies. He knew that if he were to tackle the Gale Valley dungeon alone, he doubted he could last even 5 minutes, let alone 20. After all, having good class talents was just a gift from the heavens. Whether one could remain calm in the face of extreme danger was another matter entirely. Xianlong, you guys ran Whirlwind Valley as a group before. How long did you stay in there that time? Lin Xingyu, her face veiled, suddenly addressed the sword-bearing man. Xianlong flushed crimson at the abrupt question. 8 minutes, maybe. He stammered out his reply, mainly because they'd been so arrogant back then. After entering the dungeon, they charged straight into the Windstep Demon Wolves territory. They'd fantasized about sweeping through the beasts as a group and leveling up quickly. Little did they expect to nearly be carried off by the wolf pack, whose attack power and agility were no slouch. Fortunately, the party had crowd control and tanks. Through teamwork, they managed to escape the dungeon. You've run the Gale Valley dungeon before. You should know how troublesome the Windstep Wolf King in the first zone is. Not only are there many of them, but they're also incredibly fast and highly skilled at team combat. Surviving 5 minutes in the first zone is no small feat, but if he can last longer than that, it means he has a strategy to handle the pack. If he hasn't emerged after 5 minutes, enter the instance to rescue him. No need to notify local management. I'll use the Lin family token to unlock the instance directly. The mention of the Lin family token startled both of them. They had assumed Lin Xingyu's indifferent attitude stemmed from her lack of concern for those trapped inside the instance. Little did they expect she'd be willing to use the Lin family token to rescue this kid. The Lin family, having made significant contributions to the local county, had received 4 special tokens from the county's Awaken Alliance. These tokens could override instance restrictions, forcibly opening occupied instances up to level 40 a total of 10 times, valid throughout the entire county. Ever since the forced dungeon opening system imposed numerous restrictions, such items had become prized possessions among prominent families. Every family has its share of self-important hotheads. With these special tokens, they could save the reputation of a younger generation member in critical moments. A county is authorized to issue no more than 5 such tokens within a decade, making each one a tangible symbol of a family's contributions to the provincial capital. Thus, it has also become a symbol of prestige for major clans in every county. Upon hearing Lin Xingyu's words, Xianlong and the others said no more. They too felt a tinge of anticipation, wondering if the youth could endure 25 minutes within the dungeon. Outside, people waited anxiously. They worried the dungeon's ferocious beasts might endanger Lin Mo. But Lin Mo found the dungeon's monsters too sparse. If only they could respawn endlessly, that would be absolutely awesome. He had just finished clearing the final wave of beasts within the mirror space. The third wave of beasts in the mirror realm were fire rock giants. These fire rock behemoths resembled giant stone monsters engulfed in flames, standing 3 to 4 stories tall when upright. Its health pool reached 16,000, and its defense was exceptionally robust. Though its attack power was only 500, each strike carried a chance to stun opponents. From the start to the end of the battle, it took him a full 30 seconds to dispatch all the stone giants, requiring 4 casts of the demon corrosion skill. His current mental power had reached 3,890, a truly terrifying figure. Even a third transformation awakened might not achieve such power. Yet no third transformation awakened beings had ever appeared in the town. Even so, Lin Mo felt no satisfaction. What kind of hidden dungeon is this? It's not even as challenging as Stormwind Valley. Clearing a dungeon like this? You could do it with one hand tied behind your back. He muttered to himself. Congratulations on clearing the hidden dungeon and completing the mirror trial. You will now be transported to the demigod realm. Demigod realm? What the hell is that? Can I farm demonic beasts there? Lin Mo perked up at the interface notification. Chapter 14, Demigod Realm Apprenticeship and Discipleship. Lin Mo's vision abruptly dimmed. When light flooded his pupils once more, he found himself standing upon land piercing through a sea of clouds. The scorching air had been replaced by a crisp, invigorating energy. Each breath made his pores expand, as if even his blood was singing with joy. The land stretched boundlessly, mountains undulating like dragon spines, rivers winding like silver ribbons. Clouds churned beneath his feet, and the cries of seabirds pierced the heavens. This scene did not resemble the mortal world, but rather a mythical paradise. How many years? An ancient voice echoed from all directions, as if the heavens themselves were murmuring. At last, someone has passed my trial. Lin Mo snapped his head up. Above the heavens, a figure shrouded in golden light slowly materialized. Though its features remained indistinct, one could sense the piercing gaze that transcended time itself. Holy crap, what kind of demon beast is this? It can shapeshift and even speak human language. Lin Mo exclaimed in shock. Danger! His instincts screamed warning. The interface showed no reaction, yet every muscle in his body tensed to the breaking point. By his own rating system, this old man's threat level was at least 1,000 points out of a maximum of 10. Let this master see what talents you possess. Once, he passed the test of 3 waves of mirror image beasts in a single attempt? The old man's voice trembled. Ha 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 ha. The heavens have finally brought me a prodigy. Though Lin Mo couldn't see the old man's face, his words conveyed no ill will. The tension in his heart finally eased. He had expected more demonic beasts in the demigod realm. But just one peculiar old man. What kind of situation was this? Who are you? How did you end up in this demigod realm? Lin Mo watched the old man, shrouded in light, with wary eyes. A demigod? Indeed. Time has passed so long, yet it feels as if it were only yesterday. Young one, you need not know my identity for now. I ask you this, would you be willing to take me as your master and receive my legacy? Lin Mo wondered if this wasn't just a cliché straight out of a fantasy novel? Had this guy wandered into the wrong place? But adhering to the principle that it's best not to provoke an old man whose strength you can't gauge or a mysterious monk. My apologies, old gentleman. I have no such desire. If there are no demonic beasts to slay in this demigod realm, please tell me how to leave. The old man smiled faintly. Haha, don't rush to refuse. Why not examine my legacy before making up your mind? As he spoke, a jade slip materialized before him, drifting slowly toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo's pupils instantly dilated. A god-tier skill book? The original host's memories had mentioned this only legendary god-tier skill books were inscribed on jade tablets made of special materials. Lin Mo didn't catch the jade tablet with his hand. Instead, he cautiously scanned it with his interface. The description appeared. Sunset Sword Intent God Tier. Consumes 1,000 energy points to condense a single sword intent. Each sword intent deals 500 piercing damage. Sword intents can be condensed into a single strike. At level 10, stacking 10 sword intents would deal 5,000 damage. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. In the late game, wouldn't that mean? He dared not imagine who could withstand the damage from a single strike at that stage. Ahem. He suddenly straightened up. Whether or not to pass on the teachings isn't something I'm particularly interested in, but I felt an instant connection with you, old master. To address you as my master would be my honor. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. As he spoke, he immediately dropped to his knees, preparing to prostrate himself before the old man, his expression shifting faster than the turn of a page. Yet his knees hovered mid-air, unable to descend. Lin Mo looked at the old man in confusion. The old man swept his sleeve, and the 9-meter-tall monument crashed to the ground. A blue glow rippled across its surface, yet it was dim, like the faint light of fireflies. No need to rush into apprenticeship. Though your talent is exceptional, if your spiritual energy falls short of the requirements, you cannot learn my technique. Spiritual power level? Lin Mo was puzzled. Yes, youngster. Simply channel your spiritual energy into the monument to test it. Begin. This cryptic, eccentric master spoke in riddles, but Lin Mo quickly realized the only energy he could command was his own energy value. Perhaps the old man meant energy levels when he spoke of spiritual power. With that thought, he wasted no time. Stepping before the spiritual power monument, he began channeling the energy within him toward the stone slab. The old man remained motionless, facing the spirit energy monument, his raised hand still suspended in midair. He seemed even more tense than Lin Mo at that moment. The dormant blue light erupted violently. Like ignited liquid flame, a pillar of light surged upward with frenzied intensity. 1 meter. 3 meters. 8 meters. In the blink of an eye, the blue light engulfed the entire monument's peak, even tinting the surrounding sea of clouds with magnificent hues. 9,000? No, it's more than that. The old man's spectral form trembled violently, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Huff, huff. Lin Mo withdrew his hands, leaning on his knees as he gasped for breath. The energy drain had been too rapid, leaving his mind reeling with dizziness. Moments later, Lin Mo tilted his head back and addressed the ethereal figure in the sky. Old master, I wonder if I've met your requirements. The moment the light flared, his conjecture had been confirmed. Given the current situation, surely that was sufficient? Good disciple. Don't call me old gentleman, call me master. The enormous phantom in the sky vanished, replaced by a translucent spirit form appearing before Lin Mo. Its features remained indistinct as it circled around him, examining him as if he were a priceless treasure. Lin Mo was bewildered by this sudden shift. Master? That's it? He murmured softly. Ah, my good disciple, it's done. Of course it's done. Lin Mo felt a black line appear on his forehead. But he quickly rubbed his hands together and said, Master, now that I'm your disciple, you'll have to give me the initiation gift, right? Well, isn't my legacy the best gift of all? The old man felt awkward at Lin Mo's question. He'd never taken on a disciple before, despite countless beggars pleading for his guidance, and hadn't even considered the matter of initiation gifts. Master, imparting your skills, how was that merely a gift? You wouldn't be trying to get a gifted disciple for free with this jade slip, would you? Lin Mo held up the jade tablet in his hand. The old man's ethereal hand stroked his chin as if making a decision. Very well. I shall leave you this 1,000-layered demon sealing tower. It may serve as a place for you to train in the future. With that, the old man's already ethereal form flickered more intensely. He surveyed the surroundings of the demigod realm, a hint of lingering attachment in his gaze. This soul fragment of mine couldn't hold out much longer anyway. It seems everything was destined from the start. You'll have to grasp my legacy through your own understanding. Though a vague sadness washed over Lin Mo at these words, his excitement was even greater. Master, rest assured as you depart. Your disciple will not disappoint your expectations. If you have any final wishes, speak them freely. When I grow strong, I will fulfill them to honor your memory. You brat! The old man chuckled at Lin Mo's words. Ha 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 ha. My soul fragment is merely dissipating, I haven't perished. We shall meet again someday, and I look forward to it. In the depths of my palace. That laugh proved fatal. His ethereal form convulsed violently with the sound, and before his distant, aged voice could finish, he dissolved into a sky of stars. The entire cloud continent began to collapse. Cloud seas rolled backward, mountains and rivers shattered. Chapter 15, The Black Pendant Exclusive Instance. The old man's soul form dissipated, and the scene before Lin Mo suddenly warped. The demigod realm, shrouded in ethereal mist, shattered like a bubble, replaced by the third zone of the Gale Valley, the gloomy depths of the mountain forest. A dark, tower-shaped pendant floated silently before him, its surface flowing with obscure runes, as if sealing another world within. Is this the mirror-like space? Lin Mo scanned the black pendant with his interface. 1,000-layer tower god-tier equipment. Contains a peculiar inner space. Status, bound to owner, undergoing repair. Warning, unknown energy fluctuations detected within. Exercise caution when interacting. Ha! This is the perfect dungeon for the Gale Valley. A wild thrill flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as his hands trembled slightly. I finally have my own exclusive dungeon, and it's portable. In this world, the ownership and usage of dungeons were governed by numerous unspoken rules. Premium instances were often monopolized by major clans or guilds, a situation tacitly approved by the Administrator Alliance. Ordinary awakened ones, and less affiliated with powerful factions, would waste vast amounts of time merely waiting for dungeons to respawn. While public instances prohibiting long-term occupation existed in various regions, their numbers were pitifully scarce. Take Lin Mo's hometown, Tongling Town. Only 3 low-level instances were available: Wild Boar Forest, Emerald Wave Coast, and Gale Valley. As for the wild beasts beyond the safe zones? That was a death-defying adventure. With unpredictable monster levels, venturing to hunt them without sufficient strength could easily turn the hunter into the hunted. Lin Mo carefully hung the dark pendant around his neck, tucking it deep into his collar. Its icy touch sent a shiver down his spine, as if some unknown power was seeping through his skin into his body. Time to go. He took a deep breath and set off toward the first zone. Meanwhile, outside the instance. It's been nearly 25 minutes, whisper. Before the man could finish his sentence, the occupied status above the instance suddenly changed to refreshing. All three sucked in a sharp breath simultaneously. This still couldn't make it past 25 minutes? A wave of disappointment washed over Lin Qingyu, but it was overshadowed by regret. She should have acted sooner. Now she'd squandered the chance to recruit a prodigiously talented youth. It wasn't that she was cold-hearted, but the crisis facing her clan might truly require a genius with astonishing potential to turn the tide. When she saw Lin Mo endure nearly 20 minutes in the dungeon, a spark of hope had ignited within her. If someone could endure 25 minutes in the Gale Valley at his current age, he would be a one-in-a-million prodigy, capable of altering the clan's destiny. The three stood silently before the instance, sharing an unspoken understanding until 5 or 6 minutes passed. My apologies for keeping you waiting. A clear voice suddenly rang out. You might have to wait for the cooldown period. I'll be taking my leave now. Lin Mo strolled out from the instance entrance, casually waving at the trio as if to leave. Wait. Shenlong lunged forward, his face frozen in shock. How did you get out? Lin Mo paused, furrowing his brow slightly. What do you mean? Of course I walked out. Did you think I could take a ride? His tone suddenly turned cold. Or did you not want me to come out alive? Shenlong's question instantly dampened Lin Mo's good mood. When he'd entered the instance earlier, this guy had already drawn his sword in anger. Now that he'd emerged safely, this guy was asking such a question. He was naturally displeased. Goodness is taken for weakness. Did this guy mistake his reluctance to stir trouble for cowardice? Back at level 0, he hadn't feared these three. But now? Shenlong, never one for words, was now rendered speechless, his dark face flushing crimson. Seeing this, Lin Qingyu hurried forward, her voice trembling slightly with emotion. Young man, please don't misunderstand. Shenlong is just straightforward. He's surprised you can freely enter and exit such a high-difficulty dungeon as the Gale Valley. She paused, her voice suddenly softening. Could you change clothes first? Let's find a place to talk properly. Lin Mo looked down at his body in confusion. Holy! He exclaimed. He instantly executed a triple combo, clamping his legs together, covering his crotch, and crouching down looking every bit like a startled quail. Only then did he notice his own embarrassing state. His clothes were torn and tattered, scorched yellow in many places, barely covering his body. It wasn't that he was slow to react, the battles within the instance had been simply too intense. After the intense battle, a series of surprises followed, creating a roller coaster-like dungeon experience that made him forget to check if his clothes were intact. Lin Qingyu turned her back but refused to step away, fearing Lin Mo might slip away. Can we talk after you change? Lin Mo understood her thoughts and inwardly sighed. He might have wanted to run, but he didn't even have a change of clothes. Returning to school looking like this would guarantee him a spot on tomorrow's campus headlines. Excuse me, gentlemen. Lin Mo awkwardly turned to the two men. Could you lend me a set of clothes? I'll buy them back once we reach the town. The expressions on all three faces turned peculiar. In the awakened community, carrying spare clothing was basic common sense, especially for female awakened individuals. Even when wearing gear, backpack space would still be reserved for several sets of clothes. Equipment. The young master's expression grew even more astonished at this thought. Could it be that this guy ventured into a dungeon like the Gale Valley without even bringing any gear? Stunned by the realization, he stood frozen in place, completely forgetting to answer Lin Mo's question. Qianlong, the giant sword bearer, didn't dwell on it. Scratching his head, he pulled a finely crafted black outfit from his spatial backpack and tossed it to Lin Mo. Here. I spoke out of turn earlier. Consider this outfit my apology. Lin Mo caught the clothes and swiftly wrapped the top around his lower body. Pulling himself up, he gave an awkward chuckle. Heh, thanks. You three wait here a moment. With that, he ducked behind a nearby tree. Moments later, a transformed Lin Mo emerged from behind the tree. Clothes make the man, and it was certainly true. Though Qianlong's black outfit was slightly loose, it made Lin Mo look dashing and heroic. Brother, thank you so much. Lin Mo bowed solemnly with clasped fists. My name is Lin Mo. I admit I spoke out of turn earlier. You don't seem like locals from the town. Why don't you come with me? I'll treat you to a meal, and I can sell some items to pay you back for the clothes. Just as Qianlong was about to speak, Lin Qingyu interjected. Brother Lin, you must have just awakened and are looking for a place to level up, right? Wasn't that obvious? Why else would he be wandering here if not to level up? Lin Mo was a bit speechless at the masked girl's question, but he still nodded and murmured, How about this? Brother Lin, wait a moment. After we finish the Windstorm Valley quest, we'll take you to level up. It'll be way faster than doing it alone. What do you say? Lin Mo gave a mysterious smile and pointed at the screen above the instance. No need for leveling. As for the quest, you might be waiting a long time. The trio followed his pointing finger in confusion, only to be struck dumb as if by lightning. Chapter 16, Record Refresh Shock Trio. The instant status bar, which had read refreshing, had somehow changed to instance reset time undetermined. Staring at this sudden change, the trio froze in place, their eyes wide with shock as if witnessing some earth-shattering catastrophe. Gulp. Qianlong swallowed involuntarily. You cleared the Stormwind Valley dungeon? A dungeon reset notification could only mean two things: either the system was fixing a bug, or the dungeon structure had undergone a fundamental change. Their very purpose for this journey was to challenge the legendary hidden quest of Windstorm Valley before reaching level 15. The existence of hidden quests in Stormwind Valley was no secret. Nearly every player who considered themselves gifted would come here to test their mettle before reaching level 15. But no one had ever succeeded, leading many to believe the hidden dungeon in Stormwind Valley might be a historical inaccuracy. Lin Qingyu, too, had gathered a team with exceptional talents and skills, determined to give it a shot. Yet unexpectedly, this young boy before her had soloed it. Well, it was still quite challenging. It took me 20 or 30 minutes to clear it. Hearing this, the three looked at Lin Mo as if he were some kind of monster. Lin Mo realized his words might have come off as a bit of a show-off. He hadn't meant to show off. Even now, the whole reincarnation thing still felt unreal to him, and he kept comparing his current situation to the game. After all, clearing a dungeon in 30 minutes in a game wasn't exactly fast. Do you know what the previous record for clearing Stormwind Valley was? The young master took a deep breath and asked. How long? A 5-person team cleared it in 1 hour and 33 minutes. And that record has stood for decades, unbroken. That long? Lin Mo was stunned by his words. When he looked up and saw the three men's eyes growing increasingly intense, he sensed trouble brewing. What are you guys doing? According to historical records, fulfilling specific conditions in clearing Gale Valley will unlock a hidden instance within it. Lin Qingyu rushed forward excitedly, grabbing Lin Mo's hand. Did you? Heh, do you really think I could clear 2 instances back to back in just over 10 minutes? Lin Mo quickly deflected with a laugh. Of course, he wouldn't admit that he'd not only cleared the hidden instance but also obtained divine skills and god-tier gear. His counter-question snapped the trio back to their senses. Indeed, soloing the main dungeon in 30 minutes was already a miracle. Clearing a hidden dungeon on top of that was pure fantasy. Looks like the hidden space in Stormwind Valley is just a speculative legend after all. The group felt a pang of disappointment. So, what do you say? Are you three up for my suggestion, heading into town for a feast? Seeing the fervor fade from their eyes, Lin Mo quickly changed the subject. Sure, Brother Lin, hold on a moment. I'll just let the other teammates know first. Lin Xingyu agreed readily, pulling out her phone and walking aside. The young gentleman in casual attire approached Lin Mo. Brother Lin Mo, you're a prodigious talent. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Qin Ming, and this is Qianlong. We were both invited by Miss Lin Xingyu to challenge the hidden dungeon quest in Stormwind Valley. Please forgive any past offenses, Brother Lin. Qin Ming's tone was naturally gentle, carrying a certain gentlemanly grace. Speaking to Lin Mo now, his voice softened even further. Brother Qin, you flatter me. Your earlier warning was well-intentioned, hardly an offense. As Lin Mo and Qin Ming chatted casually, he happened to notice Lin Xingyu, who was making a phone call nearby, seemed to be arguing with the person on the other end. But by the time she returned, she had composed herself. Nothing unusual could be discerned beneath the half-veiled face. Brother Lin, let me formally introduce myself. I'm Lin Xingyu. She extended her hand with grace and poise. Lin Mo returned the gesture politely. After exchanging pleasantries, he led them toward the town. During their casual conversation, Lin Xingyu learned that Lin Mo's family circumstances weren't particularly prosperous, and venturing into Stormwind Valley alone had been a necessity born of necessity. This news delighted her, and she repeatedly extended overtures to him, both openly and subtly. Lin Mo certainly picked up on the subtext of her words, but he had no desire to become entangled with any family faction. Once tied to a family's influence, many things would become beyond his control. So he deflected her advances time and again. Noticing the awkward silence, Qin Ming recalled his lingering question and spoke up to change the subject. Brother Lin Mo, you didn't go into that dungeon completely unarmed, did you? Ha, Brother Qin, are you interrogating me? Planning to set me up with a girlfriend? Lin Mo didn't stop walking as he turned his head and asked with a smile. Not that it's impossible. What do you think of Qingyu? Ahem, Brother Qin, don't joke like that. Lin Mo cleared his throat and glanced at Lin Xingyu. Seeing she didn't mind, he joined in the banter. A beautiful and refined lady like Miss Lin? One wouldn't be too few, and two wouldn't be too many. Ha. Qin Ming and Qianlong burst into laughter at Lin Mo's words. Brother Lin, if you don't mind my age, being my boyfriend isn't out of the question either. Lin Xingyu didn't beat around the bush, joining the conversation with grace and ease. Amidst the laughter and banter, the group quickly grew familiar with one another. Before long, they arrived at the center of Tongling Town. Lin Mo led them to a demon beast purchasing shop. The three exchanged puzzled glances. Lin Mo chuckled, hold on a moment. I'll trade the demon beasts I hunted for some food money first. He then bellowed toward the shop, hey, boss. You buy beasts here? A scruffy man wearing an oil-stained apron soon emerged. Cigarette dangling from his mouth, he peeled off his gloves while squinting and growled, what's all the yelling? Does a monster carcass collection shop collect monsters? Collect you? What monsters? Don't waste my time with any level 1 or level 2 common beasts. Ignoring the owner's attitude, Lin Mo pulled out the corpse of a level 7 elite wind-treading demon wolf from his backpack storage. What's the buyout price for this Windstrider demon wolf carcass? The scruffy shopkeeper's eyes lit up at the sight of the Windstrider demon wolf's glossy fur. Are you selling a demon beast from the Gale Valley? Lin Xingyu asked upon seeing the intact, level 7 elite Windstrider demon wolf corpse Lin Mo had produced. Is there a problem? Lin Mo was puzzled. Why was this Miss Lin asking such obvious questions? Could we step aside to talk? Hey, hold on, young man. I'll give you 150 silver coins for this beast. That price is definitely competitive on the market. I don't mind taking a small loss. Think of it as making a friend. Seeing Lin Mo about to pack up the corpse, the vendor hurriedly grabbed it. Deal. Hand over the coins. Lin Mo found the scene rather amusing. After all, he had plenty of wind-treading demon wolf carcasses. The vendor promptly counted out a bag of silver coins and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo took the money and said to the three, let's go. Young man, if you ever have beasts like this again, come to this old brother. I'll give you a fair price. The shopkeeper stroked the demon wolf's fur as he called after Lin Mo, who had already turned to leave. All right. Lin Mo didn't turn back, simply extending his hand in an okay gesture. Chapter 17, Selling Monsters Long-Term Partnership. Turning a corner down the street, streetlights gradually lit up in the twilight, casting an orange-yellow glow over the cobblestone pavement. Lin Xingyu glanced around. Seeing few pedestrians, she lowered her voice. Brother Lin Mo, how many demon beast carcasses did you harvest in the Gale Valley? Do you plan to sell them all? Quite a few, actually. Lin Mo nodded, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Including 3 general-grade beasts. Though some carcasses aren't entirely intact. What's this? Sister Qingyu interested in this batch? Before Lin Qingyu could answer, Qin Ming interjected eagerly, Brother Lin couldn't have asked the right person. Though Qingyu is still in school, she's already the de facto head of several family shops. Oh? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to Lin Qingyu. Does that include purchasing demon beast carcasses? Lin Qingyu smiled faintly, moonlight casting soft shadows across her delicate profile. To be honest, among the shops the family entrusted to me in the county seat, one specializes in purchasing and processing demon beast carcasses. The beasts from Stormwind Valley are all elite grade or higher. She paused, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the jade bracelet on her wrist. Take that level 7 elite wind-treading demon wolf you just sold. In this town, 100 silver coins is already a high price. But in the county seat, you could at least double that. Her voice suddenly lowered. As for general-grade demon beasts? A complete carcass is worth at least that much. Lin Qingyu extended 2 slender, white fingers, starkly visible in the moonlight. 2,000? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Mo's eyes. He knew the town's market while a level 15 general-grade demon beast was worth no more than 1,600 silver coins. This was clearly. Sis Qingyu, you're trying to do me a favor here. Lin Mo smiled knowingly. In that case, I'll leave this entire shipment in your capable hands. With that, he summoned the system interface and initiated a trade request with Lin Qingyu. The moment the transaction interface opened, Lin Qingyu's pupils suddenly contracted. Under the moonlight, her fingertips trembled slightly. 200 elite-grade wind-shredding demon wolves. 1 level 15 elite wind-striding wolf king. 500 elite silverhorn lizards. 1 level 15 general-grade silverhorn giant lizard. 200 elite-grade ghost demon leopards. 1 level 20 general-class ghost demon leopard. A total of 903 demon beast carcasses, most with intact hides, though their vital energy was somewhat depleted. This. Lin Qingyu sucked in a sharp breath. Originally, the price she had offered for each bloodline-grade demon beast exceeded market rates. Her goal was to befriend Lin Mo, this promising prospect, to see if there might be an opportunity to win him over in the future. But with these demon beast corpses so remarkably intact, their value truly matched the price she'd offered, perhaps even commanded a premium. The real significance lay elsewhere. As an expert, she knew all too well what it meant to kill so many demon beasts in such a short time without damaging their hides. To hunt beasts with such flawless precision, it must be either masterful skill control, or it required a skill that was both powerful and unique. In her estimation, Lin Mo's talent was undoubtedly SSS tier, and his skill must rank among the most formidable within that tier. However, an awakener's skills were their own secret. She wouldn't ask Lin Mo about it, only swallowing her curiosity with a gulp. What's wrong? Qin Ming keenly sensed Lin Qingyu's unease and glanced at Qianlong. Both pairs of eyes betrayed unmistakable curiosity. Lin Qingyu snapped back to reality, not responding to Qin Ming. She forced down the storm raging within her heart. Brother Lin Mo, I think we need to renegotiate the price. Ha, no need. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, his hearty laugh echoing as the light played across his resolute features. We'll stick to your price. But if I ever need some hard-to-find resources in the future, I might have to rely on Sister Qingyu. If you ever truly need it, just ask. Lin Qingyu's tone was unwavering as she scanned the demon beast on the transaction table once more. Then she added, Lin Mo, if you ever need help leveling in dungeons, you can come to me. I'll see what I can do. She had gained a rough understanding of Lin Mo's situation from their previous conversations. With the martial arts exam approaching, providing him with dungeons would be like offering aid in times of need, a gesture that could strengthen their bond. As one of the 3 major families in the county, the Lin family controlled numerous dungeons. Sure enough, Lin Mo's eyes lit up at her words. He smiled and said, no problem. When the time comes, I won't hesitate to ask Sister Qingyu for help. Hearing this, Lin Qingyu felt a surge of joy. Wasn't this a promising start? The transaction completion notification chimed. Lin Mo's interface displayed a clear addition of 27.6 Federation coins. Converted to silver coins, that amounted to 276,000 silver coins. His gaze lingered on the federal coin column of his interface for a moment, filled with a sense of awe. Just this morning, he was still a penniless kid who couldn't even afford a communicator, losing sleep over his 5,384 debt due at month's end. Now he was firmly in the 10,000 coin bracket. This demon-slaying business really did bring in the cash fast. What Lin Mo didn't know was that his ability to effortlessly slay so many demon beasts was unique. For most others, dungeon runs resulted in costs and profits roughly balancing out, sometimes even ending up in the red. Good work today. Lin Mo extended his hand, clasping Lin Qingyu's lightly. Then, with a sweeping gesture, he declared generously, come on, it's on me. Let me treat you to the real delicacies this town has to offer. He led the trio into a dimly lit alleyway. At the alley's end, red lanterns swayed in the night breeze, carrying waves of enticing aromas. This was a place unmarked even on maps, yet it was the locals' favorite culinary paradise. Normally, Lin Mo wouldn't dare set foot here. For someone who often went hungry, the sight of unattainable delicacies was the most agonizing thing. The four gathered around a greasy wooden table, dining by the dim, yellow light. Lin Mo ate with grease dripping from his mouth, feet propped on the bench, utterly unconcerned with his appearance. These delicacies, once only savored from afar, were finally his to devour freely. Infected by his enthusiasm, the other three also began to eat heartily. The surroundings might not look like much, but the food tasted absolutely fantastic, not a bit worse than what the chef back home cooked. The main appeal was the freedom from all the formalities of a proper dining table. They ate with such unrestrained ease. If only we had some wine. Lin Mo swallowed the meat in his mouth, swirling the thick broth in his bowl. One foot propped up on the bench, he squinted his eyes, thinking wistfully. On Blue Star, alcohol was classified as a poison due to its anesthetic effects. Thus, no one ever mixed it into beverages. For someone like him, who had frequently socialized over drinks before his transmigration, it always felt like something was missing. After finishing his meal, Lin Qingyu took advantage of the moonlight to probe again. Brother Lin Mo, do you have any long-term plans? Level up and prepare for the martial arts exam first. After finishing martial arts college, I'll think about the long term. Lin Mo finished the last sip of soup in his bowl, replying with apparent nonchalance. Then, turning to Qianlong and Qin Ming with a smile, he added, we haven't added each other as friends yet. You guys plan to treat me to a meal but don't want to return the favor, right? Amidst laughter, they exchanged contact details and went their separate ways. Moonlight stretched Lin Mo's shadow long and thin. When he returned to campus, he found his homeroom teacher, Lu Qingyan, standing at the dorm entrance. Her figure looked particularly frail under the corridor lamp. Teacher? Lin Mo halted in his tracks. Lu Qingyan turned, reproach in her eyes. Lin Mo, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 18, School Assessment Martial Arts High School League. You've awakened as a priest. What's your innate skill? A fleeting, barely perceptible look of confusion crossed Lin Mo's eyes. Teacher Lu, why are you asking this? This homeroom teacher barely spoke to him normally. Why was she suddenly concerned about his innate skill? Lu Qingyan's brow furrowed, her tone growing impatient. Just answer the question. Why all the nonsense? She had never been fond of Lin Mo. While his theoretical grades were solid, he constantly dozed off in class even during hers. Had it not been for the school administration's strict order to compile combat class skill data for team selection in the upcoming National College League, she would never have wasted her breath on him. Seeing Lin Mo merely staring at her in silence, showing no intention of speaking, Lu Qingyan's temper flared. She turned to leave. But remembering the task at hand, she forced her anger down and coldly snapped, What, do you think I'd harm you? The school needs teams for the National College League. It's held every 5 years with incredibly generous rewards. If your innate skills meet the standards, you can participate in the school selection process. If chosen as a team member, you'll not only bypass the martial arts exam but also gain direct admission to a prestigious university. If you excel in the tournament, you could even choose from the 4 top-tier universities. Plus, just making the tournament team comes with a huge silver coin reward enough to solve your little financial issues. Yet neither the promise of elite university admission nor the massive silver coin reward seemed to stir any emotion on Lin Mo's face. Lu Qingyan grew increasingly impatient. Fine. If you don't want to talk, then don't. I'll just report any random talent level and skill for you. Whether you get selected is up to the leadership. With that, she turned and walked away. She was genuinely exasperated with this guy, a total wallflower. She'd hoped awakening a combat class might change things. Just as she was about to take a step, Lin Mo's calm voice came from behind her. Teacher Lu, my priest skills are healing and control. Lu Qingyan's feet froze abruptly. She whirled around, her face etched with disbelief. Restoration and control? You awakened an S-rank priest talent? A single skill possessing compound effects that was an unmistakable sign of S-rank talent or higher. Lin Mo neither corrected nor confirmed Lu Qingyan's conjecture. But his next words sent Lu Qingyan's expression spiraling into chaos. Each use of this skill can restore 1000 HP or 1000 MP to an ally. Additionally, if the ally being healed is attacked during the restoration period, the attacking enemy will be knocked back for 5 seconds. What? Lu Qingyan's voice shot up, nearly cracking. You just said each healing. 1000 points? Are you sure you didn't misstate that? You heard correctly. It's 1000 points, Lin Mo confirmed. He was puzzled by Lu Qingyan's intense reaction. Little did he know how terrifying that number was to an ordinary priest-class awakened individual. Without thinking, Lu Qingyan blurted out, "Let me see your attribute panel?" The moment the words left her mouth, she realized her mistake. On Blue Star, personal attribute panels were an absolute taboo. Viewing them without the owner's consent was strictly forbidden. It was one thing to be stripped naked for inspection at an Earth station security check. But this skill effect was simply too god-tier. Otherwise, how could she have lost her composure like this? Seeing Lu Qingyan's reaction, Lin Mo felt somewhat relieved that the number he'd reported wasn't too high. 1,000? That was nothing. His current mental power stood at 3,890 points. A single skill could restore health equal to 5 times his mental power, a staggering 19,450 points. And it could heal multiple targets simultaneously. But would Lin Mo foolishly spill such earth-shattering secrets? Holding back wasn't just his signature dish, it was his life philosophy. Lin Mo met Lu Qingyan's gaze directly, neither humble nor arrogant. Teacher Lu's request is a bit difficult. If you want to know whether I'm telling the truth, why not test it out on the training ground? A jolt shot through Lu Qingyan's heart. The once quiet and even timid Lin Mo before her now spoke with an unfamiliar calmness and certainty. She swallowed hard. Wait here. I'll contact the principal immediately. She didn't hide from Lin Mo as she excitedly dialed the principal's number, her speech rapid and urgent. Soon after the call ended, Lu Qingyan looked at Lin Mo as if he were her own son. With this genius among her students emerging for the senior teacher selection, victory was assured. Come on, the principal wants to see you. I'll take you for the assessment. They arrived at the vast training plaza. The open space was divided into distinct functional zones, a combat arena encircling glowing energy pillars, a testing area filled with precision instruments, individual training zones, and more, covering an area equivalent to over 10 basketball courts. The air hummed with the low drone of machinery and the shouts of combat training. Is this Lin Mo? An elderly man in his 50s approached, his face gentle yet his eyes sharp and piercing. This man was none other than the principal of Tongling Martial Arts High School, once a prodigy who had astonished the martial arts world, but who had since been forced into seclusion in this small town after a tragic turn of events. Though he appeared aged, he was actually only in his early 40s. I've heard about your situation from Teacher Lu. Would you be willing to demonstrate your skills for us? The principal inquired gently. Certainly. Lin Mo nodded. I also hope to have the chance to compete in the league elections. Competing alongside geniuses is the best motivation for my growth. Roar. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from an adjacent arena trial ground, snatching everyone's attention. Within the arena, a massive level 7 Earthshaker black bear, standing nearly 3 meters tall at the shoulder, roared furiously. Each thud of its massive paw sent tremors rippling through the ground. Engaged in a fierce battle with it was a much smaller creature, a blue demon bird shrouded in faint icy mist. Despite its smaller size, the blue bird darted with astonishing agility through the black bear's storm of attacks. Its claws, flashing with icy glints, always managed to evade the thick fur, instead striking the bear's vulnerable joints and ribs, leaving bloody gashes. Frost swiftly crystallized over these wounds. Since they were located at joints, this severely hampered the black bear's movements. What was astonishing was the demon bird's methodical assault. It even employed tactics like deliberately feigning weakness to lure the bear deeper into its trap, trading wounds for wounds. Its intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary ferocious beasts. The principal watched the battle unfold with a look of approval in his eyes. Yi Xian in the arena is also a graduate of this year's class, just like you. She awakened as a relatively rare beastmaster. The principal's gentle voice prompted Lin Mo to notice a girl with a high ponytail at the edge of the arena. She was intently watching the battle between the two demonic beasts. She occasionally issued commands to the blue demon bird. But from this distance, he couldn't make out her words. Let's go take a look. Yi Xian possesses exceptional talent and has already been selected as an official representative for our school in the upcoming league competition. The principal said, turning toward the direction of the arena training grounds. Chapter 19, Testing Lin Mo the Beast Battle. The principal's gaze fell upon the figures clashing fiercely in the center of the arena. His voice carried a hint of admiration. That is Yi Xian's contract beast, the Ice Phoenix. An extremely rare growth-type demon beast. If she can obtain sufficient resources for cultivation, her future potential is limitless. He paused, his tone tinged with regret. However, the resources required for the Ice Phoenix are simply too vast for an ordinary family like Yi Xian's to provide. Lin Mo gave a slight nod, a peculiar sensation flitting through his mind. Were it not for the god-tier talent granted by his interface, were it not for today's bountiful harvest in the Gale Valley, he might still be struggling to afford 3 meals a day. His situation no better than Yi Xian's. As the principal spoke, the three had quietly arrived at the viewing platform of the Coliseum training area. Watching the battle up close, the extraordinary rapport between Yi Xian and her Ice Phoenix left Lin Mo inwardly amazed. By all logic, a level 7 battle slave grade Earthshaker black bear should have held an overwhelming advantage against a recently awakened beastmaster and a mere level 3 Ice Phoenix. Yet Yi Xian, with her composure and wisdom, repeatedly created openings for the Ice Phoenix to strike. The battle had clearly raged for some time. The Earthshaker black bear's hind knees were covered in deep, bone-exposing wounds. Deadly cold had crystallized into frost, layering upon itself and severely hampering its mobility. Its ice blue feathers were now speckled with bloodstains, several plumes hanging raggedly. Little Blue. Aim for its eyes. Yi Xian's clear, urgent voice rang out the instant she spotted the opening. The black bear had just leaped for a failed attack, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground from momentum. Yi Xian, relying on her excellent foresight and agile roll, narrowly avoided disaster. This was the critical moment when the black bear's old strength had exhausted itself and new strength had yet to build. For this strike, EXIN had summoned her courage to act as beta move born not only of confidence but also of trust in Bingluan. Chirp! A clear, piercing cry of the phoenix suddenly split the air above the arena, Ice Phoenix's battle-ready response. Almost the instant EXIN gave the command, it folded its wings and plunged downward like a blue meteor. Its claws, gleaming with icy light, lashed out viciously toward the black bear's enraged, bloodshot eyes. Roar! The Earthshaker black bear sensed the deadly peril in that instant. It snapped its gaping maw open, unleashing a thunderous roar, a primal, frenzied blast of fury. This roar was not merely a cry of rage, it carried the innate pressure of a demon beast in piercing high-frequency sound waves. GUH. Even standing at the edge of the arena, Lin Mo felt as though his chest had been punched hard, his blood surging violently. As the primary target of the sonic assault, EXIN bore the brunt of it most wretchedly. The black bear's earlier pounce had already come dangerously close to her, and now this roar, packed with savage power, exploded right beside her ear. Ah! EXIN, who had been pushing herself up from the ground, was struck as if by a heavy blow. Her hands flew to her ears in agony, a short, painful scream escaping her lips as her slender body curled up uncontrollably. Yet the Ice Phoenix seemed largely unaffected by the sonic blast. Its diving attack continued unabated, its deadly talons poised to sink deep into the black bear's eye socket. Unexpectedly, the black bear's roar seemed to unleash a frenzied secret technique, tapping into its latent potential. Just as the Ice Phoenix's claws were about to touch the eyeball, a sudden change occurred. The plummeting black bear's massive body suddenly dropped downward. Its descent accelerated sharply. The bear's innate ferocity and savagery were fully unleashed. It violently swiveled its massive head, snapping its fang-filled maw with precision and ferocity toward the Ice Phoenix's front claw that had lunged for its eye. Snap! A clear, bone-chilling crack echoed through the air. Roar! Squeak! Squeak! The black bear's low wail and the Ice Phoenix's mournful cry rang out simultaneously. One of the Ice Phoenix's talons was sunk deep into the black bear's eye socket, while the other was clamped in the bear's jaws. The excruciating pain drove the bird to frantically flap its wings, desperately trying to break free. Yet the Earthshaker bear adopted a stance of mutual destruction. Despite its own wails, it showed no sign of releasing its grip. Not only that, its massive bear paw rose high, poised to strike down EXIN, who was curled up on the ground. From EXIN's bait to the bear's counterattack, the entire sequence seemed slow but unfolded in mere moments. Oh no! Lu Qingyan cried out in alarm, her face instantly turning pale as her body instinctively lunged forward to rescue her. But all she felt was a gentle breeze brush past her. Lin Mo's figure was faster than hers. Almost the instant the black bear's massive paw descended, the calmness in Lin Mo's eyes, once as still as an ancient well, shattered into a flash of sharp focus. His hand shot up so swiftly it left only a blurred afterimage on the retina. No complex incantations, no gathering of dazzling light as a precursor. Two pure, vibrant, and resilient green beams of light seemed to leap across space, striking with pinpoint accuracy one upon the pain-curled EXIN, the other upon the Ice Phoenix bird struggling desperately in midair. The instant the healing green light took effect, an astonishing sight unfolded. Blue beams of light suddenly erupted from the paws and legs of the ferocious Earthshaker black bear, which had just seized its prey. Arg! The Earthshaker black bear roared in disbelief, its body hurled skyward. As the green light flowed over her body, the excruciating pain tearing through EXIN's ears melted away like ice and snow, vanishing instantly. The chaotic energy surging within her body calmed, and she felt as though she had surfaced from a deep, suffocating abyss, instantly returning to peak condition. The shattered bones on the Ice Phoenix bird's right claw fused together the instant the green light touched them. Not only that, even the minute whereon its claw tips visibly restored to their original state. Its ice blue feathers regained their crystalline luster. The icy aura once again filled the air around it. One man, one bird. Moments before, both were on the brink of ruin, gravely wounded. The next second, both had recovered to perfect combat readiness. After a split second of stunned silence, EXIN shouted at the Ice Phoenix. Little Blue. Now's our chance. Full force attack. EXIN's voice cracked with excitement as a fiercer battle intent blazed in her eyes. The Ice Phoenix's response was even more shrill, filled with hatred and fury. A blue shadow soared into the air, its wings flapping and stirring up a bitter cold. It launched a fierce, relentless assault against the black bear ascending into the sky. Its claws struck like a sudden storm, tearing precisely into the bear's relatively soft underbelly. Blood and entrails spilled down from the sky. Roar! Gore! The agonized cries grew fainter and fainter. Thud! A thunderous crash echoed as the black bear slammed into the ground. It struggled to rise, but its heavy body only twitched futilely a few times. With a final, agonized whimper, its eyes rapidly dimmed. The massive body collapsed like a fallen mountain, crashing onto the icy ground with a thud, utterly still. The principal's eyes, which had been fixed on the rapidly shifting situation on the field, were now filled with shock. So stunned was he that he didn't even lower the hand he'd raised mid-air, brimming with energy, ready to intervene. This shock was far beyond what Lu Qingyan could comprehend. To Lu Qingyan, Lin Mo was merely an exceptional priest whose powerful and timely healing abilities came with the added bonus of knockback control. But to someone like the principal, steeped in the ways of power for decades with a keen eye, the true essence of Lin Mo's move lay in the effortless speed of his casting. A wave of the hand, and it was done. As if plucking a healing beam from the air with casual ease. The entire process was executed with the utmost precision and efficiency. This meant that this compound support skill, whose effects were nothing short of godlike, consumed extremely little energy from Lin Mo. And low consumption meant low cooldown. Tongling High School. The principal murmured inwardly, his withered hand trembling slightly from the uncontrollable excitement surging within. They've produced a prodigy capable of capturing the nation's attention. This is far more than just an S-rank priest's talent. Excellent. Just as Lu Qingyan's heart began to settle, she suddenly heard the principal's voice ring out, full of vigor and excitement. Huff. Startled, she clapped her right hand over her full chest and exhaled sharply. You ghost. She instinctively wanted to curse, what the hell are you shouting about, but caught herself in time. It seems Tongling Martial Arts High School is about to make a name for itself nationwide. Ha ha ha. Let those old fools see how wrong they were when they claimed no genius could ever emerge from a small place like this. Lin Mo, who had once frequented the business world, suddenly felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Good news. This meant the school intended to focus its resources on cultivating him. Chapter 20, Official Team Members School Perks. Lin Mo, EXIN, you two may join the school's competition team as official members directly, without needing to participate in the selection process. The principal pushed his glasses up, his warm, earnest gaze lingering on the two. Additionally, the school will arrange for teachers to coach your team for free. If you have any other needs, we'll do our best to accommodate them as long as it's within the school's capabilities. He paused, his tone turning slightly stern. After the martial arts exams conclude in a month, the National Martial Arts High School League will commence. I have only one requirement by the time the league starts, your levels must reach at least 20. Lin Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. This outcome was exactly as he had anticipated. Leveling services? He didn't need them at all. Principal. Lin Mo met the principal's gaze directly. I don't need teachers to level up for me. I only ask that the school provide access to elite level dungeons above level 10. EXIN glanced at Lin Mo in surprise, not expecting their thoughts to align so closely. Principal, I don't need a leveling service either. EXIN said softly, as long as there are leveling dungeons available. Also, she hesitated, if the school has resources for cultivating ice attribute demon beasts, I hope you could set some aside for me. I can exchange dungeon loot for them. Her voice was faint and uncertain as she spoke, fully aware of how scarce elemental resources were. The cost was naturally steep. Relying on the meager income from dungeons to accumulate ice attribute resources was a rather naive notion. Beside her, Lu Qingyan frowned. EXIN wasn't a student in her class, so her situation was unclear, but Lin Mo? How could a priest possibly level up alone? What level are you now? The principal didn't respond immediately, instead scrutinizing Lin Mo. Level 10. Level 10? Lu Qingyan gasped. Lin, you can't just blurt things out in front of the principal. You only awakened this afternoon, how could you possibly? Her words trailed off abruptly. As Lin Mo voluntarily revealed part of his interface information, a translucent light screen appeared above his head. Name, Lin Mo. Level, 10. This can't be possible. Lu Qingyan stared in disbelief. Lin Mo smiled calmly. Teacher Lin, an SSS tier priest looking to form a party shouldn't be too difficult, right? SSS rank? Lu Qingyan stared at the principal in shock, who also wore a thoughtful expression. The principal calculated silently, newly awakened individuals could only enter level 10 dungeons at most, and Lin Mo had only been awakened for a little over 3 hours. Even if the entire team's experience was shared with him, he'd need to clear the dungeon at least 3 times, unless it was an elite level dungeon. No wonder this kid specifically requested an elite level dungeon, he'd clearly been through the ringer. The school does have the authority to request high level dungeons, the principal finally nodded. I'll submit your request tomorrow. We should have a response by this afternoon at the earliest. Until then, queue up with other teams for the shared instance. Level up quickly, don't waste a single second. As if suddenly remembering something, he added. You are the hope of Tongling Martial Arts High. Prioritize safety above all in the dungeon. Both you and EXIN are the most gifted students since the school's founding, the pride of this institution. There can be no missteps. It's good for young people to have passion, but remember, without safety awareness, you'll ultimately shatter your own dreams. As he spoke, the fiery gleam in his eyes dimmed slightly. Here are 2 orange equipment exchange cards. Consider them an advance reward from the school. It's best to redeem them before entering the dungeon. With the equipment's support, you'll have an extra layer of safety when slaying demons. As he spoke, both players' system panels flashed notifications. Principal has sent orange equipment exchange vouchers. Lin Mo accepted them gladly. He hadn't studied gear knowledge, but recalling the embarrassment of torn clothing during previous battles, a decent set of equipment seemed essential. On Blue Star, gear was graded by quality into tiers: white, green, blue, orange, purple, black, silver, and gold. Orange gear was worth at least 30,000 to 50,000 silver coins in the school mall, with weapons starting at 100,000 silver coins. A full set of orange gear had a minimum price tag of 300,000 silver coins. Lu Qingyan watched with envy. After 3 years of teaching, she had scrimped and saved to acquire just 2 pieces of orange gear. Yet these 2 students could obtain a full set before graduation. Talent truly determined one's fate. Thank you, Principal. The 2 replied in unison. A flicker of nostalgia crossed the principal's eyes. You may team up to level up before the dungeon opens. It's not easy for rural schools to apply for high-level dungeons. You'd best quickly develop the ability to solo dungeons as a duo. Don't squander this precious opportunity. Rest assured, Principal. We won't let you down. After leaving the training grounds, the 2 walked side by side, both silent. Lin Mo was already plotting his advancement strategy. After obtaining the 1,000-layer tower, he'd initially believed he could take off from where he stood. If he could enter it continuously like the mirror space, he wouldn't need long to achieve that. But unexpectedly, the 1,000-layer tower remained in constant repair mode. With time pressing, he couldn't stake everything on it. Yi Xian, lacking experience dealing with strangers, was racking her brain for how to broach the subject. Lin Mo's healing had saved her life just now. With such support, her leveling efficiency would skyrocket. But she hadn't even thanked him for saving her life yet, and now he was taking her leveling. She truly didn't know how to broach the subject. Ah! Yi Xian suddenly collided with Lin Mo, who had stopped walking. She frantically waved her hands in apology. I'm sorry. Lin Mo waved it off, meeting her clear eyes directly. Yi Xian, the principal just mentioned teaming up. What are your plans now? Ha! Sure. Yi Xian froze for a moment, then beamed with delight. But her spirits quickly deflated like a punctured balloon. I'd love to go level up right now. Yi Xian kicked a small pebble by the roadside, her voice muffled. But all the dungeons are packed with newly awakened students. Tomorrow will probably be the same. Leveling up is just too hard. Lin Mo chuckled softly at her words. Why bother with dungeons? Just hunt some demon beasts. You wouldn't. Yi Xian snapped her head up, her pupils narrowing slightly as she took a few steps back, eyeing Lin Mo warily. Lin Mo almost said sharp as attack, but seeing her reaction, he asked in confusion, what's wrong? Yi Xian puffed out her cheeks indignantly. If you dare kill Xiaolan, I'll fight you to the death. Little Blue? Lin Mo suddenly recalled that the little blue Yi Xian mentioned was her own contract beast, the Ice Phoenix. He felt both amused and exasperated. This girl's thought process was truly unconventional. What are you thinking? How much meat could that bird possibly have to fill my bottomless experience bar? I meant going outside the safe zone to level up. Yi Xian relaxed upon hearing this. Better not even think about messing with my Xiaolan. Safe zone. She gasped in belated realization. Lin Mo caught the stares from all around and slapped his forehead. Damn it, he shouldn't have tried chatting up the young girl. He was a business tycoon before his time travel. It wasn't just a generation gap with this girl, it was a chasm. Lin Mo abandoned the idea of leveling up with Yi Xian and turned toward the school mall. He thought her high talent might help mask his own abilities while leveling her up. Looks like he'd have to figure this out on his own. Chapter 21, Leveling Up in the Wilderness. Leaving the safe zone. Only when Lin Mo turned to leave did Yi Xian suddenly realize he wasn't joking. Biting her lower lip, she wrestled with her thoughts before finally breaking into a jog to catch up with Lin Mo. I'll go with you. Her youthful face bore a hint of resolve, though it didn't look like she was heading out to hunt monsters. Instead, she seemed more like someone being forced into something against her will. A lecherous uncle passing by shot them a suggestive glance, his eyes lingering on Yi Xian's budding curves before shifting to Lin Mo with an envious stare. Truthfully, in the dead of night, Yi Xian's hesitant expression paired with her vague words made it hard not to let one's imagination run wild. Lin Mo shot the man a cold glare before beckoning Yi Xian. The pair headed straight for the school mall. The gear section of the mall shimmered with vibrant lights, yet the orange tier equipment zone was sparse. Lin Mo's gaze locked onto the description of a tactical combat set. Holy Spirit Battle Gear Mental Power Boost, 15%. Without hesitation, he selected the exchange option, not even glancing at the other stats. The instant energy surged into the set, his mind cleared abruptly. The mental power stat on his interface shot up from 3890 to 4473. Holy, I was being shallow. Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, he gained a new understanding of Blue Star equipment. Where talent falls short, gear makes up the difference. No wonder people fought tooth and nail over resources. With the Holy Spirit set's enhancement, his skill damage range had surpassed 700 meters. Even flying would take several seconds to cover that distance. Lin Mo was admiring the orange tier weapon that came with the set, the Iron Claw Fangs. The name was imposing, yet its appearance was unremarkable, merely a pair of knuckle dusters inlaid with 5 sharp fangs from demonic beasts. But its effect was formidable. When equipped, it could deal damage equal to 10 times the wearer's strength stat. With 80 strength points, the knuckles deliver 800 damage, exceeding the standard attack of a general tier demon beast of the same level, though lacking the additional bonuses of such a beast's basic strike. Brother Lin, isn't this warrior gear? Why didn't you pick a staff set as a priest? Xin asked, feeling slightly awkward. It was the first time she'd addressed Lin Mo as Brother Lin. After all, classmate Lin Mo sounded too formal. For self-defense. Lin Mo smiled. Have you made your choice? Yeah. Then let's go. I'll get you past level 10 by tomorrow afternoon. As night deepened, a car drove out of the small town, heading toward the moonlit mountains. The bushy bearded driver eyed the two youths through the rearview mirror and gruffly said, "We're about to leave the safe zone." "Hey, kid, wanna turn back?" "We're going out of the safe zone on purpose." Xian's crisp voice, tinged with a hint of youthfulness, made the driver slam on the brakes. "Are you kidding me?" The driver pointed at the faintly glowing protective barrier hundreds of meters away. "Beyond that light screen, it's swarming with vicious beasts. If kids like you could just wander in and out, what's the point of the barrier?" His scolding was cut short by a distant beast's roar. He fell silent instantly, his lips trembling despite the roar originating at least dozens of miles away. Lin Mo handed over the fare, his tone steady. "Thanks for the warning. Drop us off here." By the time the driver snapped out of his shock and tried to stop him, the two were already far away. He could only clasp his hands together toward the night sky. "Heaven above, this isn't my fault." With that, he spun the car around and sped off. The moment he crossed the protective light barrier, a stench of decay and blood assaulted his senses. The closer he got to the mountains and forests, the more intense the nauseating odor became. Moonlight shattered into fragments beneath the tree shadows, while the crisp crackling of crushed bones echoed beneath their feet. The occasional beastly roars echoing from the distance made Lin Mo tense up. This wasn't a dungeon. The unknown was the greatest danger here. "Brother Lin, maybe we should." Xian's voice trembled, her fingers digging into Lin Mo's arm. Lin Mo's muscles suddenly tensed, halting Xian as she looked around in panic. "Don't move." He slowly pointed upward. Xian looked up to see a spherical creature the size of a manhole cover plummeting from the treetops, its body covered in barbed legs, its belly sprouting saw-like fangs. "Ah!" She screamed and stumbled backward. Thud! Before the beast hit the ground, Lin Mo's fist exploded it, sending foul-smelling liquid splattering everywhere. Lin Mo dove forward, scooping Xian into his arms as they rolled to evade the attack. No sooner had they regained their footing than dozens more identical monsters dropped from the surrounding trees. Hanging like purple lanterns, their dense swarms sent a chill down the spine. Xian instinctively tried to flee, but Lin Mo grabbed her arm. "Don't move!" Miraculously, the suspended beasts froze in midair. What is this?" Xian dared not turn her head, only shifting her eyes to whisper the question. Lin Mo, however, surveyed the area with ease. Earthnet poison spiders. Battle slave level beasts, none exceeding level 20. Their health bars are under 1,000. Perfect for you to practice on. Any demon beast recorded in the annals could be scanned through the interface to retrieve its image and corresponding data through comparative analysis. Xian was so nervous she'd forgotten even this basic knowledge. Hearing Lin Mo's explanation, her tightly clenched fists relaxed slightly. "Be careful." Lin Mo continued. "They lack sight and hearing, but the ground in their area is covered in a web-like network of silk. Moving will expose their position. The trouble is, they spatter corrosive venom when they explode. Avoid it during combat. But Xiaolan will come into contact with them when she attacks." Xian murmured in distress. Lin Mo felt a bit speechless, but remembering Xian was just a girl barely 16 years old, he realized she was doing remarkably well to stand her ground in this situation. So he patiently explained. "I never said to have little blue attack. Isn't there a long whip weapon in your gear set? Control your distance, whip the hell out of them, one lash per black and purple watermelon-sized target. I'll show you how it's done." Before he finished speaking, Lin Mo's figure shot forward like an arrow released from its string. The moment he moved, dozens of groundweb venom spiders erupted simultaneously, their purple spheres tracing eerie arcs through the air. Lin Mo's toes lightly tapped the tree trunk, using the momentum to shift his position. The poisonous spiders could weave temporary pathways through the air using their silk, swarming toward the vibrations. Their long legs, covered in backward-facing barbs, displayed astonishing elasticity. Using the silk and tree trunks to leap, their speed was no slower than flight. He refused to detonate these venomous spiders mid-air without a foothold. The exploding venom would inevitably drench him. Instead, he struck out with his fist at the nearest venomous spider each time his toes touched the trunk. At this moment, the truth that a weapon's strength lies in its length held even greater weight. Though his attacks were constrained, within a mere minute, Lin Mo had dispatched numerous venomous spiders with his fists. The trouble was, as Lin Mo's evasive maneuvers multiplied, the aerial spider webs grew denser. These hair-thin webs were not only exceptionally tough but also coated in corrosive venom, nearly invisible in the night. Lin Mo's shoulder was accidentally grazed, and wisps of black smoke now rose from the wound. Chapter 22, Wilderness Training Tracking the Gray-Skinned Rats. Thud. He flipped over and landed steadily, his body suddenly still. The venomous spiders in midair, their fangs bared, instantly lost their target and hovered blankly in the air. See clearly now? Lin Mo shook his numb arms and gave Xin a nod. Not many left. You can practice on these. Truthfully, only a handful of venomous spiders remained in the air. Had it not been to help Xin overcome her fear and adapt to wilderness combat, Lin Mo could have easily dispatched them all with a casual gesture. Xin watched in awe as the priest fought with such fierce ferocity. Seeing most of the beasts already slain, she summoned her courage and drew the dark red whip from her backpack. Crack! The first lash flew out, the tip of the whip spinning through the air and nearly wrapping around her own neck. As Xin moved, the poisonous spiders regained their target and began attacking her. In her panic, she retreated while wildly swinging the whip. Her movements were clumsy and laughable where others wielded whips with fluid grace, hers resembled swatting at flies. Use your wrist, not your arm. Lin Mo stood watching nearby, showing no intention of helping, only offering occasional guidance. Duck left. Imagine you're casting a fishing rod. He sounded like a bystander watching the action. Fortunately, he wasn't just barking orders. Xin was a quick learner and gradually got the hang of it even under Lin Mo's half-baked guidance. Though her movements remained clumsy, she finally managed to whip the last few poisonous spiders to death. As purple venom splattered, she instinctively closed her eyes and turned her head, yet a few droplets still landed on her cuff. The searing, corrosive sting made her gasp, but after grimacing, a smile spread across her face. Mimicking Lin Mo's demonstration, she flickered her wrist, sending the whip arcing through the air to shake off the remaining venom. She retracted the whip and ran toward Lin Mo. Brother Lin, how did I do? Before she could finish, Lin Mo cut her off. Shoo! Something's moving. Be careful. Xin instantly grew alert, but this time she didn't panic and cling to Lin Mo's arm. Instead, she swiftly scanned her surroundings and whispered, "Where?" Lin Mo pointed to the boulder beside them, 9 o'clock direction. Observe first. If it's a low-level demon beast, I'll let you handle it for practice. Got it. Xin nodded and deftly ducked behind the boulder. Her heartbeat felt much steadier than before. Though her palms still clamored with sweat, at least her legs no longer buckled like they had initially. Lin Mo concealed himself behind a tall tree on higher ground. A faint rustling sound came from nearby. 3 gray-furred rats covered in flesh tumors burst out of the bushes, their bloodshot eyes gleaming menacingly in the dim light. Level 10 war slave-grade beasts? Lin Mo scanned the emerging beasts on his interface, his thoughts racing. He nodded toward Xin. Xin took a deep breath and tightened her grip on the whip in her hand. This time, she didn't rush out recklessly. Instead, she carefully observed the gray-furred rat's movements. When one of them turned toward the boulder where she was hiding, she struck suddenly. Crack! The whip whipped out, but the gray-furred rat easily dodged it. The other 2 were immediately alerted and lunged toward the sound. At the same moment, the gray-furred rat that had dodged aside let out a sharp hiss and turned to attack Xin. Back up! Create distance! Anticipate their moves before striking. Hearing Lin Mo's command, Xin swiftly retreated while jerking her wrist to reel in the whip. She adjusted her stance, observing the 3 half-meter-tall gray-furred rats charging at her. The whip lashed out again, this time its tip snapping around the foreleg of one rat. Xin tightened her grip and violently yanked it to the left. Thud! It collided head-on with another charging gray-furred rat. Lin Mo watched Xin's quick-thinking maneuvers and nodded approvingly. Bolstered by this success, Xin visibly calmed. With a fierce swing of her right arm, the whip traced an arc through the air, landing a heavy blow on the snout of the gray-furred rat to her left. Squeak! The gray rat recoiled in pain, but the one that had just been knocked down was already pouncing close. Xin couldn't retract her whip in time and was about to be struck. Thud! Lin Mo appeared just in time, delivering a heavy punch that sent the rat flying. Its head slammed hard against a nearby rock, instantly splattering it with a spray of red and white spatter. Mind your rhythm. He reminded her. The whip is a mid-range weapon. Maintain proper combat distance. Xin nodded, adjusted her breathing, and reset her stance. This time she learned her lesson, moving while whipping to deny the rats any chance to close in. After several exchanges, she finally found her groove. Her whip swung with greater fluidity, forcing the 2 gray-furred rats to retreat repeatedly. Seeing Xin gradually grasp the combat rhythm, Lin Mo no longer offered verbal reminders. With 2 successive cries of agony, the battle ended. Beads of sweat glistened on Xin's forehead, yet her eyes shone with newfound confidence. Brother Lin, I actually defeated 2 demon beasts on my own, she exclaimed excitedly, her voice tinged with disbelief. Lin Mo smiled. You're progressing quickly. Keep it up. MHM. Xin nodded firmly. She reeled in her whip and declared, I feel confident I could handle 3 or 4 now. Hearing her words, Lin Mo, who had been gazing into the distance, smiled silently. The little tiger girl from the academy who dared to challenge beasts far above her level with her own contract beast had finally come into her own. His goal wasn't to train Xin into a whipmaster, but to help her conquer her own fears. Outside the safety zone, even he felt uncertain. If Xin continued to be jumpy and flustered like before, that would introduce too many variables to this mission. Not only would Xin become his league teammate, but Lin Mo also intended to cultivate her into a member of his faction. Having once dominated the business world, he knew that relying solely on individual strength wouldn't hold up on Blue Star. It was always wise to prepare for the future. Brother Lin, the interface says these gray skin rats are pack-hunting beasts. Why are there only 3 here? Xin asked curiously. Lin Mo pointed ahead. What, haven't you had your fill yet? There are still 10 or so more up ahead. Xin strained to see in the direction Lin Mo indicated, making out only faint, darting shadows. The two crept silently toward the shadows. Before long, they spotted the pack of gray-furred rats. These ugly beasts were scattered across the ground, sniffing around and occasionally letting out shrill cries. Then they suddenly charged off in the same direction. Lin Mo frowned in confusion. He'd assumed his battle had attracted the rats. But it seemed that wasn't the case. Brother Lin, should we intervene? Xin, crouched beside Lin Mo on a nearby rock, was itching to act. Gray-furred rats have a keen sense for blood. Since they're ignoring our battlefield, something else must be drawing them. Hold off on acting. Let's follow them and see. Chapter 23, the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. All right. The two silently followed the gray-furred rat pack under the moonlight. As time passed, the scent of blood grew thicker in the air, and the number of rats steadily increased. Watching from a distance, the two grew increasingly alarmed. The long whip gripped tightly in Xin's hand glowed a dark crimson in the moonlight. The confidence ignited during the earlier battle was now being gradually extinguished by this swarm of rats. Until a dense forest appeared ahead, Lin Mo reached out to stop Xin. Something's off. Xin followed his gaze. The rats began to scatter, with a dozen gray-furred rats forming an eerie formation, moving swiftly toward a single direction. Their crimson eyes flickered in the darkness, as if drawn by some stronger scent. Following the path of one column, they spotted numerous demon beast carcasses the size of yaks at the edge of the dense forest. Climbing to a vantage point, the sight before them made Xin gasp. Demon beast carcasses lay strewn everywhere, covered by a tidal wave of gray-furred rats. Even more unsettling, endless waves of gray-furred rats continued to join this gluttonous feast. Xin's stomach churned violently. Lin Mo's gaze locked onto the neatly spaced demon beast carcasses covered by the rat swarm, and he began scanning that area. He cautioned, this might be a trap. Xin forced back her nausea and examined the area closely. Sure enough, she discovered several strange drag marks around the corpses, as if they had been deliberately arranged. Moreover, as the outer demon beast carcasses were gnawed down to bare bones, the rat swarm began surging en masse toward the dense forest's center. Before long, the forest echoed with the rats' restless, chaotic shrieks. Only then did the pair notice the faint, cold glint of scales reflecting from the outer treetops. It's a trap, she whispered, finally understanding what Lin Mo meant by hunting. Suddenly, the rat swarm erupted like boiling water, scattering in all directions with piercing screeches. They actually know to use corpses as bait. Smarter than those gray-furred rats you dealt with earlier, and far more troublesome. This is a meticulously planned ambush, Lin Mo explained to Xin with a smile. Patterned demon snake, elite grade. Xin's pupils contracted slightly as she scanned them with her interface. Countless multicolored brocade demon snakes glided down from the trees, their triangular heads held high, venomous fangs gleaming coldly in the moonlight. A level 25 elite demon snake suddenly sprang into action, snapping precisely onto a fleeing gray-furred rat. Venom injected instantly, and the prey ceased struggling in the blink of an eye. Rather than devouring its kill, it turned to hunt other gray-furred rats. On the ground, these adult-armed thick brocade-patterned beasts moved with lightning speed. The gray-furred rats, no larger than hunting dogs, were utterly defenseless against these demon snakes. Lin. Big brother Lin, should we run? Xin's hand tightened around the whip, trembling slightly. Escape? Lin Mo's lips curved into a smile, his eyes gleaming. This much experience will let us level up significantly. You want to hunt these brocade-patterned demon snakes, so many. Xin was taken aback by Lin Mo's words. Seeing these brocade-patterned demon snakes, she felt no desire to fight. Not only were they numerous, but their levels were also quite high. Lin Mo chuckled. Isn't coming outside the safe zone all about slaying demons? Wait a bit. Let the snakes chase the gray-furred rats out of the woods, then have Xiaolan come out to hunt them. He should be interested in these snakes. Seeing Xin's worried frown, Lin Mo smiled and patted her shoulder. Relax. Let Xiaolan fight freely, I'll be right here healing her. Nothing will go wrong. Hearing Lin Mo's reminder, Xin suddenly remembered his class was a healer. His performance in the previous battle had been so fierce that it had momentarily clouded her judgment, causing her to forget his role. Recalling how Lin Mo had healed her during the battle against the Earthshaker Black Bear, Xian's mindset shifted dramatically. She even found herself anticipating the upcoming battle. As the gray-furred rats scattered in flight, the brocade-patterned demon snakes emerged in single file from the woods. No more demon beasts emerged from the forest. Lin Mo nodded toward Xian. Xian understood. A silver glow emanated from her body. High in the sky, icy blue lines tore through the air, revealing a giant bird with blue feathers emerging from the pitch-black void. The Ice Phoenix surveyed the swarming snakes below, sensing its master's battle intent. Far from fear, it let out a clear, excited cry. Target the lower-level demon snakes first, Lin Mo urged as soon as the Ice Phoenix appeared. Right. The battle erupted in an instant. The Ice Phoenix dove down, its claws like blades, precisely seizing the vital spot of a 4-meter-long demon snake with brown patterns. The demon snake thrashed wildly, attempting to coil its thick tail around Bingwan. Instead, the bird's sharp beak instantly pecked several bloody holes into its body. Its struggles gradually weakened. This brocade-patterned demon snake was only a level 6 creature. With its vital points seized and lifted into the air by the Ice Phoenix, it had no chance to resist. Nice! Feeling her energy surge, Xian hurriedly checked her interface. Her experience had skyrocketed, and she couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Whether due to their sheer numbers or sensing the aerial bluebird's low level, the demon snakes ignored their fallen comrade and continued their hunt. This allowed Bingwan to hunt with even greater ease. Under Xian's guidance, it consistently targeted the lower-level beasts within the swarm with pinpoint accuracy. Each wounded serpent still writhing in agony was swiftly seized by the Ice Phoenix, its head tilting back to swallow the prey whole. Despite its 3-meter wingspan, its maw seemed like a bottomless pit. Xian's level rose to level 4 through the Ice Phoenix's swift hunting, and she finally tasted the thrill of slaying demons. Her earlier fear vanished, and she even yearned to join the fray herself. After over a dozen brocade-patterned demon snakes were slain, the remaining snakes on the ground finally recognized the threat. Some seemed to heed an unspoken call, abandoning their pursuit of the gray-furred rats. 3 level 9 snakes simultaneously reared their heads, spitting venom like arrows toward the Ice Phoenix, which had just seized a 6-meter-long brocade-patterned snake and was soaring upward. The Ice Phoenix deftly sidestepped, its wings stirring frigid air that instantly froze the venom into ice crystals as they whizzed past. Watch out for that silver-striped demon snake. Lin Mo suddenly warned. A serpent identical in build to the others, its entire body silver, was silently circling into the Ice Phoenix's blind spot, its scales blending perfectly with the moonlight. It suddenly sprang from the ground, launching a surprise attack at the Ice Phoenix hovering just above the surface. Xian's heart clenched, and she urgently sent a warning through their mental link. The Ice Phoenix, alerted, halted mid-air as it attempted to swerve. The silver serpent's preemptive strike missed its mark. The Ice Phoenix instinctively tried to flap its wings to create distance, but its movements froze as if restrained by something. This hesitation gave the silver snake, thick as a bowl and writhing in the air, its chance to strike. It opened its gaping maw, and a poison dart shot out instantly. It struck Ice Phoenix's belly, embedding itself in her blue-white underfeathers. The poison dart instantly exploded, corroding the beautiful feathers until they were charred black. In mere moments, the feathers were consumed by the venom's burning effect. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Ice Phoenix screeched in agony mid-air, its exposed belly skin billowing heart-stopping black smoke. Chapter 24, Melee Priest Battle Against the Serpent Horde. Xian grew increasingly anxious, continuously sending commands to the Ice Phoenix through the mental link. Lin Mo, observing Xian's actions, finally understood why the Ice Phoenix had made its earlier combat error. He urgently interjected, Xian, don't interfere with Little Blue. Clear your mind and let it fight on its own. Ha! But Xiaolan wants to attack that level 25 general grade demon beast. Their levels are too disparate. Xian protested anxiously. Trust me. Bingwan isn't stupid, it won't throw itself into certain death. Hearing Lin Mo's suddenly firm tone, Xian reluctantly abandoned further commands. Chirp! Unfettered, Bingwan let out an angry cry. Its long wings flapped at high frequency, stirring up a frosty cold current as it dove toward the ground. Less than 10 meters above the ground, it abruptly adjusted its trajectory, skimming the surface at breakneck speed as its icy aura assaulted the earth. The demon beasts that had just raised their heads froze in place. The Ice Phoenix circled the ground at breakneck speed. The brocade-patterned demon snakes chasing behind weren't slow either. Yet these snakes seemed inherently averse to cold. After being eroded by the icy chill, their speed slowed, leaving them utterly unable to keep pace with the Ice Phoenix's lightning flight. Soaring into the air, the Ice Phoenix circled once, then turned and dove toward the ground, its gaze filled with fury. Clang! A sharp metallic clang echoed through the air, sparks flying from beneath the Ice Phoenix's talons. The vengeful Ice Phoenix exploited its aerial advantage to attack the silver serpent that had ambushed it earlier. Yet its claws could only leave shallow scratches on the serpent's iron-hard scales. Such an attack was purely venting frustration. Xian watched the Ice Phoenix's fluid combat sequence in astonishment. Is my Little Blue really this formidable? Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. Ha, you don't fully understand your contract, beast, yet. Ice phoenixes naturally possess numerous advantages against serpentine creatures. In this kind of fight, the more detailed your commands become, the more you restrict it. You only need to provide combat intelligence at critical moments. He added, especially in a battle like this, where we're outnumbered. Yi Xin nodded vigorously in agreement. Tell your Shaolin don't rush to eat. Kill first. With that, Lin Mo charged down the mountain. Brother Lin, it's dangerous. Yi Xin instinctively tried to chase after Lin Mo, wanting to stop his reckless action. Stay up there. Without another word, Lin Mo hurled the command over his shoulder and accelerated sharply. Before long, Lin Mo plunged into the swarm of snakes below. One-head knuckle dusters appeared on his hands. Only by comparing Lin Mo's size did Yi Xin truly grasp the immense scale of the brocade-patterned demon snake. Sensing Lin Mo's provocation, numerous brocade-patterned beasts reared up. Their bodies, thick as tree trunks and as wide as bowls, rose 3 meters off the ground, their necks flaring open like palm fans. Compared to them, Lin Mo looked like a mere child. Relying on his extraordinary agility, he weaved through the chaotic battlefield of writhing snakes, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. Those beasts struck by Lin Mo's iron fists had their hard scales shatter like watermelon rinds under heavy blows. Dark red blood spattered everywhere, and their vitality quickly faded. Yi Xin scanned the damaged brocade-patterned demon snake with her interface, her gaze lingering on its health bar. Brocade-patterned demon snake, elite tier, level 12, health 370-1100. Over 700 HP with one punch? Is Brother Lin really a priest and not a warrior? She gasped, covering her mouth. But as more brocade demon snakes closed in, poison darts swarmed through the air, and whip-like tails lashed the ground, sending gravel flying. Soon, Lin Mo's body was drenched in venom. His clothes burned, billowing thick black smoke, revealing the soft scale armor he wore beneath. The exposed skin on his body was scorched by the venom. Seeing Lin Mo swallowed by the serpent horde, Yi Xin cried out in panic, Shaolin, hold off on finishing them off. Help Brother Lin draw the other snakes. Hearing Yi Xin's distant voice, a wave of warmth washed over Lin Mo. This little girl, she's got a decent conscience after all. Lin Mo murmured to himself, already formulating a plan. On this blue star where martial prowess reigns supreme, who wouldn't crave leveling up? Especially for a genius beast master like Yi Xin, whose talent was rated SSS tier. Each level up meant more power to secure resources for advancement. To resist the temptation of leveling up and show concern for him, instead this girl wouldn't be left at a disadvantage. Thus, Lin Mo adjusted his combat strategy. For those lower-leveled beasts, he would strike once before shifting his target. With Bingluan joining the fray, Lin Mo swiftly broke through the demon snake's encirclement. With Yi Xin present, he chose not to unleash his damage-dealing skills. Though the girl was kind-hearted, it was always wise to hold something back. Besides, the opponents weren't strong enough to warrant revealing all his trump cards. While Bingluan engaged the remaining demon snakes, Lin Mo scanned the battlefield. His gaze quickly locked onto the silver snake mingling among the serpent horde. Silver Vein Demon Snake, General Grade, Level 25, HP 17400-18000, Agility 17, Damage 400 hit, Attacks inflict poison damage increases with accumulated poison. Skill, Venomous Strike, 710 damage per hit. Enhanced Venom can induce paralysis. Lin Mo glanced at the key stats of this demon snake on his interface. The creature had been lurking among the snakes, ambushing him. Several of the venom burns on his body were its doing. Thud! A single punch sent the elite-level brocade demon snake blocking his path flying. Lin Mo's figure darted forward, charging toward the silver-striped demon snake. Seeing this human dare to charge at him, Jinwen refused to be outdone, twisting his bowl-sized body to meet the attack head-on. Lin Mo's agility reached a staggering 90 points, his combat reflexes utterly overwhelming the demon snake. His form flickered constantly throughout the battle. Seizing every opening, he delivered lightning-fast punches aimed at the serpent's vital spot, his eyes sharp as a hawk's as he darted and dodged, constantly seeking the perfect moment to strike. He focused on landing each punch precisely on the same spot. Thud! 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 As the knuckle-duster-clad fists relentlessly struck, the scales covering the silver serpent's vital point shattered. Lin Mo's fists even pierced through its serpentine body. With its defenses shattered and struck at its vital point, Lin Mo's heavy blows dealt nearly 1,000 points of damage per punch. The silver serpent's health plummeted like a punctured balloon, its vertical pupils widening in terror. It urgently summoned other brocade-patterned demon snakes to surround and attack Lin Mo, hoping to dart away the moment Lin Mo's attention wavered. Trying to escape now? Too late. Divine Descent heal. Boom, boom, boom. As a glow of life blossomed around Lin Mo and Bingluan, blue beams of light blasted the remaining dozens of demon snakes into the air. In that instant, both man and bird recovered to peak condition. The icy energy Ice Phoenix had expended in fury seemed to surge even stronger. Yi Xin, come sweep the floor. Chapter 25, Wiping out the Demon Snakes Level 5 Bingluan. Lin Mo tossed Yi Xin an orange-hued long sword. Use the sword. You're still not proficient with the whip. This was a discounted orange tier item Lin Mo had spotted while browsing gear, a subpar piece even among orange tier equipment. Considering the need for extra gear when hunting demons in the wild, Lin Mo exchanged the money he earned in Stormwind Valley for this item. The blade glowed with a faint blue light, adorned with 2 silver dragon patterns inlaid along its length, paired with a simple wooden scabbard. Yi Xin took the equipment and glanced at its attributes, delighted. Azure Edge Blade, orange, attack damage plus 500. Attacks inflict armor penetration, reducing the target's defense by 3%. Attacks have a 2% chance to trigger critical hits, dealing 1000 damage per hit. Thanks, Brother Lin. I'm off to slay that demon snake. Lin Mo nodded to her. As the demon snake took flight, Bingwan seized the prime offensive opportunity. She instinctively targeted the weakest demon snakes to eliminate them. Now, Bingwan unleashed her frost aura to slow these already dying beasts. Yi Xion's finishing blows were as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Her level began climbing with each serpent slain, reaching level 5 after the final serpent fell to her blade. The experience bar on her panel showed she was just a hair's breadth away from level 6. Brother Lin, I've reached level 5. My interface now shows I have backpack space, currently 500 slots. Each level up will increase my backpack space by 1 slot. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. When he had awakened, his backpack had started with 1000 slots, and each level up increased his space by 10 slots. He had assumed Xion's SSS tier talent wouldn't differ much from his own, but it turned out the gap was far from negligible. Store these brocade snakes in your backpack space for now. They'll serve as fodder for your contract beast. As for that general grade brocade demon snake, I suggest selling it for Federation currency. Your Ice Phoenix has a solid foundation, but to rapidly awaken your innate talent, there are 2 main paths: leveling up or purchasing large quantities of ice-attributed food for feeding. Elemental attributed feed isn't cheap. You'll need to prepare in advance. Lin Mo instructed Yi Xian as he surveyed the scattered corpses of demon snakes. For awakened beings with weak innate skills, sustaining their growth through combat alone is an extremely difficult endeavor. Take these demon snakes, for instance. Even with her SSS tier talent, Yi Xian couldn't possibly slay them all on her own, not even now at level 5. It was only thanks to his exceptionally generous and powerful teammate that Yi Xian could even consider leveling up to level 4, let alone securing any loot. Who wouldn't want experience to level up? Who wouldn't want resources to develop? Brother Lin, killing so many demon snakes is mostly thanks to you. I've already gained valuable experience. If possible, I'd like to keep some elite level demon snakes as food for Little Blue. The rest is all yours. Do you mind? Her expression was slightly awkward as she spoke. In her eyes, such a request was already pushing it. Though Yi Xian was just a young girl, she understood the situation clearly. She was grateful. She couldn't bring herself to claim all the spoils when she'd contributed so little. Lin Mo smiled with relief. He wasn't a saint, nor was he a sycophant. Having built his business empire from scratch before his transmigration, he firmly believed in one truth: fighting alone could never match the power of teamwork. Leveling Yi Xian up served 2 purposes: preparing for the upcoming martial arts high school team competition and assessing whether she would make a suitable long-term teammate for his future growth. Her performance throughout their journey had been carefully observed. This young girl was indeed someone worth investing in. Moreover, an SSS tier beast master possessed terrifying growth potential. While her early development might be slower, as her contract beast matured, resources and such would become a non-issue. He wouldn't even need to worry about them. Investing in Yi Xian now was like giving aid in times of need. Why not seize the opportunity to gain a capable ally? These resources aren't much use to me now beyond exchanging them for cash, but they make excellent sustenance for Bingwan. Besides, the real battle begins out in the wild. When I encounter something I need, I won't hesitate to take it. Put them away for now. Let's adjust our stance and push deeper. Yi Xian didn't mince words. Alright, these demon snakes are mine. If we encounter any elite level demon beasts from here on out, they'll be considered Brother Lin's spoils. Yi Xian quickly stowed all the demon snakes into her backpack. Brother Lin, wait for me. I'll level up Xiaolan first. Alright. A silvery glow flared around Yi Xian. Soon, a silver rune materialized beside her. The same rune glowed beneath the feet of the Ice Phoenix beside her. Soon, the silver light from the rune enveloped the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix, previously only level 3, began to steadily level up. Only when it reached the same level as Yi Xian did the silver light cease. Simultaneously, the aura emanating from the Ice Phoenix grew many times more powerful than before. The Ice Phoenix's level can rise along with yours? Lin Mo, unfamiliar with Beastmaster lore, asked curiously. Brother Lin, it's a bit complicated to explain, but I'll give you the short version. Xiaolan grew very quickly in the early stages, but after signing a contract with me, its level became bound to my own. So whenever I level up, it's like unlocking Xiaolan's restrictions. Of course, my level increase also allows me to share my own experience with Xiaolan. However, by the mid to late stages, my experience alone won't be sufficient to support Xiaolan's growth. then Xiaolan needs to find other ways to meet its growth needs, like consuming demon beasts or other substances that nourish it. There's also much I don't fully understand yet about how beast masters and contract beasts grow and fight together. No rush. We've only just awakened. We've got a long road ahead. Lin Mo scanned Bingwan's attributes via the interface, only to receive a red alert, contract beast belonging to another user. Information cannot be accessed. Can I see Xiaolan's current stats? Of course. Xin shared the Ice Phoenix's information panel with Lin Mo. Ice Phoenix, Elite Tier. Level, 5. HP, 3000. Agility, 12. Defense, 8. Mental Power, 10. Attack 120 per hit, with Frost Penetration effect. Companion talent restores 3% of maximum HP per second when damaged. Activates when HP falls below 20% of maximum HP. Rampage form. When Ice Phoenix's health falls below 20% of maximum health, it enters Rampage form. Health instantly recovers to 50% of maximum health, defense increases to 5 times its original value, and attack damage increases to 5 times its original value. Bloodline unawakened. Elite Tier, Level 5, 3000 HP, 120 attack per hit, 12 agility. These stats are almost on par with downgraded demon beasts. This is terrifying. Your contract beast has enormous growth potential. Lin Mo was stunned by the Ice Phoenix's stats after reviewing its profile. Is Xiaolan really that strong, Brother Lin? Powerful. Stronger than any demon beast I've ever encountered. Chapter 26, Careful Planning. Sharpening the blade at the last moment. Though a level 5 Ice Phoenix's normal attack only deals 120 damage per hit under regular circumstances, its damage can reach 600 per hit when enraged. How did I miss that? Xin muttered under her breath, casually running her fingers through the Ice Phoenix's blue-white feathers. The creature responded by closing its eyes in contentment, clearly relishing the touch. You'll see soon enough. Let's go. Okay. Hearing Lin Mo's high praise for her contract beast filled Xin with delight. She signaled the Ice Phoenix to take flight and follow the pair. If Brother Lin said Little Blue was powerful, it must be true. Her joy was tinged with anticipation. Xin now trusted Lin Mo implicitly, even bordering on admiration. She couldn't shake the feeling that this senior classmate wasn't just a fellow student, he seemed more like a mature, steady elder. As they ventured deeper into the uninhabited zone, Lin Mo continuously marked their path along the way. Even when encountering low-level demon beasts, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he carefully observed the surroundings. To Xin, these were beasts that Xiaolan could handle alone. Lin Mo would instead lead her to cautiously circle the beast, thoroughly checking for danger before allowing Xin to act. Xin found Lin Mo's excessive caution puzzling. Lin Mo simply explained that the wilderness differed from the safety zone, and caution was always wise. In truth, Lin Mo sought to investigate the habitats of various demon beasts, aiming to gather as much information as possible about Blue Star's demon beasts. Though Blue Star's beasts were far fiercer than Earth's and exhibited many differences. But he believed creatures must follow certain patterns when choosing habitats, and distinct connections must exist between different beasts. These insights were the invaluable experience he gained from hunting beasts in the wild. While such knowledge might be covered in textbooks later at university, book learning alone felt superficial. Only through continuous exploration and practice could one truly approach the truth. After traveling for about half an hour, the two encountered a group of bat-like creatures. However, the size of these creatures differed vastly from bats. With a wingspan of about 1 meter, their membranes were dark purple, coated with a purple slime. Their heads bore twisted, horn-like beaks, their teeth curved like hooks, and slender bone spines protruded from their joints. Only after scanning the panel did they obtain information about this strange demon beast. Rottenwing bat, war slave tier. Bone spike attack. When biting, releases corrosive saliva that causes gradual flesh decay on the struck area. Attack damage, 21 points per hit. Bone spike attack. Bone spikes can pierce enemies in close combat, carrying a paralyzing toxin. Attack damage, 18 points per hit. As Xin surveyed these pack-dwelling beasts, all above level 10, he was about to command Bingwan to attack and convert them into experience points. Lin Mo stopped Xin's impulsive action. Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed something peculiar. Where each rod-wing bat clung, a dark purple, 2-meter diameter sac hung. These hemispherical sacs were riddled with fist-sized holes. Purple liquid slowly oozed from the holes, forming a steady stream. The rod-wing bats fed on this very liquid. At first glance, these large swellings resembled strange stalactites protruding from the rock layers, covered entirely in purple vines bearing backward-facing thorns. Beneath each swelling lay fragments of dissolving white bones. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Lin Mo scanned the strange formation with his panel. Indeed, these swellings were a type of demon beast. Corpse fungus, elite-grade demon beast, skilled in camouflage and ambush. Attack method: when prey approaches, the corpse fungus shoots spores from its orifices. The spores explode near the enemy, releasing a toxic mist that deals 20 damage per second. Impressive camouflage skills. One careless moment and you'd fall for the enemy's trick. Lin Mo stared at the 20 damage per second stat. Though the number seemed low, it was sustained damage, and who knew how many spores these corpse-rotten mushrooms possessed. Brother Lin, what are you muttering about? Any new developments? Yi Xin followed Lin Mo's gaze but saw nothing unusual. Scan those swollen drum-like formations where the rot-winged bats are nesting with your interface. As Yi Xin scanned the information panel, she broke out in a cold sweat. After reviewing the rot-winged bat stats, Yi Xin decided she could join the fight alongside Bingluan, as these bats posed no lethal threat to her. After all, she'd tried this approach before during their journey when encountering war slave-level beasts, and it had worked quite well. But if she acted recklessly now, she'd be in big trouble. One misstep, and she'd become nourishment for these disgusting creatures. Yi Xin glanced up to roughly count the number of elite-level demon beasts, the corpse mushrooms. There were at least 100 of them. With so many rot fungi, if they all simultaneously spewed spores from their countless holes, who could possibly withstand that? Lin, let's retreat. There are too many. Without ranged attacks, we can't handle this. Yi Xin stared at the decaying corpse mushrooms, whispering to Lin Mo with a trembling voice. But he didn't notice Lin Mo's eyes gleaming with excitement, a thrilled smile spreading across his face. Lin Mo had discovered that although the corpse rot mushrooms were only elite-level demon beasts, these creatures possessed psychic energy. Just moments ago, when he scanned that level 16 corpse flesh mushroom, it had a whopping 5 points of psychic power. With so many corpse fungi present, their combined psychic power exceeded 500 points. Based on past experience, eliminating these creatures would likely boost his own psychic power by several dozen points. Ha! With so many elite-level beasts, how could we pass this up? You and Xiaolan handle the rot wing bats. I'll take care of these corpse mushrooms. Only then did Yi Xin notice the greed filling Lin Mo's eyes, a crimson glow beginning to spread between them. He looked like a god of death poised to strike. Lin Mo's state sent a chill down her spine. The murderous intent and danger radiating from him far surpassed that of any demon beast before them. Alright. Facing Lin Mo at that moment, she couldn't muster any will to resist. The corpse rot mushroom had around 1000 HP, while Lin Mo's mental power had reached a terrifying 3890 points. Not only would his attack skills deal triple that amount of damage. Even a single fold damage would instantly obliterate the decaying corpse fungus, despite its defenses. He held back for 2 reasons. First, to avoid revealing himself. Second, to see if any of them were general-grade rotten corpse mushrooms. If any were general-grade, their psychic power would undoubtedly be formidable. If he overlooked a general-level demon beast and failed to kill it with a single skill, forcing it to release spores would be a troublesome affair. After all, general-level beasts possessed attack skills. They were nothing like these elite-level creatures. Better safe than sorry. Put. Chapter 27, Siege weakens, Little Blue runs wild. Brother Lin, something's moving. Yi Xin jumped at the sudden flapping sound and hurried closer to Lin Mo. Lin Mo scanned the direction of the sound. He spotted a rot-winged bat clutching a 2-meter-long demon beast in its claws, flying toward the bat swarm. It landed steadily on the vine extended by the rotten corpse fungus. The vine delivered the corpse to the hole in the corpse mushroom, and soon, numerous spores began spewing from the opening. These spores were tiny, somewhat resembling dandelion seeds. At first, no change was apparent, but soon the beast's corpse began to collapse inward. As its hide split open, the creature's interior was found devoid of flesh and blood, with only bones that hadn't yet dissolved falling from the torn skin. The entire process took no more than 10 minutes. This is terrifying. These rot-winged bats are actually hunters sent out by the corpse-eating mushrooms. Yi Xin watched, goosebumps rising on her skin, accompanied by an eerie sensation of itching all over, as if spores had attached themselves to her body. Brother Lin, maybe we should retreat. You retreat 2 kilometers along the safe route we came in on first. Then have Xiaolan lure these rot-winged bats out. Though there are many of them, they're no match for Xiaolan. You handle the rot-winged bats. I'll stay behind to deal with these rot corpse mushrooms. After scanning the area, Lin Mo detected no sign of any general-grade corpse mushrooms, though he felt a slight disappointment. He then finalized the battle plan with Yi Xin. You alone? Brother Lin, this isn't a joke. These spores are so tiny, they'd enter the body undetected. You saw just now how fast they corrode flesh. Please listen to me just this once. These beasts are far beyond what we can handle. Yi Xin's eyes welled up with tears as her voice bordered on pleading. Lin Mo placed both hands on Yi Xin's shoulders and smiled. Listen to me. Fight according to my plan. You've been with me this long, don't you know how cautious I am? I never fight unprepared. These creatures won't get the better of me. Yi Xin met Lin Mo's confident, unwavering gaze and, as if compelled by some unseen force, nodded in agreement. That's the spirit. Go now, and stay safe. I'll come help you once I've taken care of this. Lin Mo released her shoulders. Be careful, Brother Lin. Xin knew she couldn't persuade Lin Mo, and this man's confidence seemed contagious even though tears still glistened at the corners of her eyes. Nevertheless, she swiftly retreated toward the rear as Lin Mo had instructed. Cheap. Soon after, a piercing cry of a phoenix shattered the night's silence. Provoked, the rot-winged bats began swarming overhead in a dense, dark cloud. Wherever they passed, moonlight was obscured, and the air thickened with the foul stench of decaying flesh. He waited patiently for the entire swarm to pass. Kill these rot-winged bats? It would take just one skill, but Lin Mo chose not to do so. These beasts not only provided Xin with experience points but also honed her combat skills. Once all the rot-winged bats had flown away, Lin Mo emerged from his hiding place. The vines of the rotten corpse mushrooms remained in their natural state, appearing like lifeless plants. Still not planning to drop the act? Are you waiting for your chance to strike? Lin Mo sneered, energy rippling around his body. Demon corrosion. A torrent of dark crimson engulfed every decaying corpse fungus. These beasts, which had been lying in wait to ambush Lin Mo the moment he approached, didn't even have time to utter a scream before they began falling to the ground. Simultaneously, the numbers on Lin Mo's experience panel surged rapidly. He was now just 1/5 of a point away from reaching level 11. What thrilled Lin Mo most was that his mental power had surged by 58 points in this brief moment, reaching 4,038 points. Ha! Taking the unconventional path truly yields the fastest progress. Killing dungeon beasts? Could the gains really be this fast? Xin's battlefield was nowhere near as smooth sailing as Lin Mo's. The Ice Phoenix was locked in combat with the rot-winged bats. Outnumbered by the swarm, it could only exploit its agility and high damage defense stats to weave through the bats, striking from the shadows. Xin couldn't assist in the aerial combat, so she hid in the shadows to direct the battle. She initially followed Lin Mo's earlier advice and refrained from interfering with Ice Phoenix's fight. But the thought of potential danger facing Lin Mo spurred her to want to resolve the fight quickly and assist him. She instructed Ice Phoenix to seize an opportunity to target the rot-winged bat's wings. Once these bats lost their aerial advantage, Xin could intervene. Her Azure Edge sword provided a 500-point damage bonus, and with the support of her orange tier equipment, she could instantly kill any rot-winged bat that was wounded and forced to land. Receiving the combat directive, Binglewan adjusted her tactics, weaving through the swarm of rot-winged bats with her icy blue form. One by one, the rot-winged bats began falling like broken kites. After 2 or 3 minutes of fighting, more rot-winged bats began tumbling from the sky. Xin seized the moment, charging forward with her sword. Soon, the ground began piling up with the corpses of rot-winged bats. However, as the battle continued, a purple liquid began coating Binglewan's body. Gradually, Binglewan's flight speed began to slow. At times, attacks that should have been easily dodged were not evaded. This was, of course, the effect of the rot-winged bat's venom. The bat's venom was potent indeed. As the Ice Phoenix endured relentless attacks, its condition grew increasingly frail. Xin watched the sky as the feathers of the small blue creature darkened in patches, its condition dire. Her heart ached, and tears welled up in her eyes. Yet retreat was impossible. If she withdrew with Binglewan, the remaining corrupted wingbats returning to their roost would increase Lin Mo's pressure. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and fight on. Moreover, her own situation was far from easy. Some of the corrupted winged bats had split off to attack her. Taking advantage of their aerial superiority, they had already inflicted numerous wounds upon Xin. Black smoke billowed from her wounds, and dizziness began to cloud her mind, clear signs of poisoning. Just as Xin and Binglewan's condition deteriorated critically, and the battle seemed poised to end. Suddenly, a furious red light flared in Binglewan's weakened eyes. Her wings beat violently, repelling all the decaying bats that had lunged to attack. Her listless state was instantly revitalized. An icy blue glow enveloped her body. One reckless rot-winged bat, still attempting a sneak attack. Binglewan's claw sliced it clean in half, sending 2 chunks of ice crashing to the ground. Xiao Lan's berserk form. Xin was utterly thrilled. Simultaneously, her own condition improved dramatically. The long sword in her hand felt significantly lighter as she swung it, each strike now trailing a trail of icy cold air. When Ice Phoenix's health dropped to 20% of its maximum, it entered its berserk form. This form boosted its defense by 50% and increased its attack power to 5 times its original value. This meant its basic attacks now dealt a terrifying 600 damage per strike. In Xin's interface, the description of the Ice Phoenix's bond included a clause: when the Ice Phoenix enters berserk mode, the contract holder can share the contract beast's normal attack damage and effects. This effectively meant both parties entered berserk simultaneously. This sudden turn of events instantly reversed the battlefield's momentum. As long as Ice Phoenix remained unkilled, the battle was decided. Back to Lin Mo's situation. The carcass of an elite-grade rotten corpse mushroom held considerable value. Blue Star's potions weren't limited to healing and recovery, they also included combat-enhancing poisons. The entire corpse fungus is brimming with toxins, making it an ideal source for potent concoctions. Lin Qingyu would surely be eager to pay a premium for these specimens. As he began collecting his spoils at a leisurely pace, Suddenly, he noticed tiny purple particles clinging to his hands. At first, there seemed to be nothing unusual. But moments later, these purple specks began voraciously devouring Lin Mo's vital energy. A noticeable pool of blood could be seen pooling on the back of his hand, flowing toward the tiny purple specks. This is bad. Chapter 28, Giant Demonic Beast Commander Class. Above his head, cavities about a meter in diameter continuously spewed forth this purple fluff. Lin Mo scrambled backward in a flash. Suddenly, an intense stinging and burning sensation erupted on his hand and neck. Looking down, Lin Mo saw the purple fluff on his hand devouring his blood at a visible pace. In an instant, it had grown into a red bean-sized, hemispherical flesh tumor, its surface covered in wrinkles and tiny holes, clearly the ugly embryonic form of a corpse fungus. Without time to think, Lin Mo endured the pain and tore the corpse fungi from his body. But they had already taken root in his flesh. The tearing process ripped away skin and flesh from his hands and neck. The excruciating pain of torn flesh made Lin Mo cry out in agony. Worse still, he realized his body was rapidly weakening. Glancing at his health bar, he saw his vitality plummeting at a staggering rate of 2,000 points per second. Angel Heal. Demon Corrosion. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted as a massive blue beam of light struck the mountain above, sending it flying. Only then could Lin Mo clearly see the demon beast's full form. Its diameter reached a terrifying 20 meters. The hemispherical cavities emitted constant howling sounds while spewing purple, fluffy spores toward Lin Mo. These spores possessed significantly greater lethality than the white spores Lin Mo had encountered earlier. Its body was covered in vine-like tentacles, each densely studded with needle-sharp spines like steel pins. As Lin Mo directed the crimson mist toward the colossal beast, he scanned its mountain-like form with his interface. Rotten Corpse Mushroom Commander Class, Level 45, Health 100,000, Defense 80, Mental Power 500, Agility 10. Specializes in stealth ambushes. Attack method: when prey approaches, the corpse rot mushroom ejects toxic spores from its orifices. These spores cause skin necrosis and respiratory distress in enemies. Spores adhering to the body will rapidly absorb the victim's vitality if not completely removed promptly, fueling their growth. Attack damage: 800 points second, increasing rapidly as spores mature. Vine entanglement: vines can wrap around enemies while releasing purple venom, inducing paralysis and hallucinations in the affected unit. Skill: poison darts. The corpse fungus coats darts on its vine tentacles with purple venom and fires them at targets. Each dart deals 1,000 damage and inflicts stun. Skill: spore regeneration. When the corpse fungus recalls spores attached to a target, it absorbs vitality from the matured spores, rapidly restoring its own health. Holy crap, such high damage and terrifying healing skills too? How do you even kill this thing? He noticed that after unleashing a skill, the creature's health bar had only dropped by nearly 10,000 points, and that loss was swiftly replenished. Lin Mo's current mental power stood at 4,100, bolstered by the Holy Spirit Battle Gear's 15% mental power bonus, effectively raising his mental power to 4715. His demon corrosion skill alone could deal over 14,000 instant damage, plus the cumulative passive damage over 5 seconds. In theory, Lin Mo's single skill should deal nearly 40,000 damage. Yet unexpectedly, the creature's health only dropped by 10,000. Damn it! Lin Mo decisively retreated in the direction away from Xin. What was the point of fighting? If his hunch was correct, this creature could regenerate by feeding on the spores it had stored, sponging up absorbed flesh and blood. Who knew how many spores it had stored? Unless he could instantly kill this rotten corpse fungus with one strike, they'd be fighting until the sun went down. And this thing's damage was terrifying. His skills were already in a 10-second cooldown period. Stay and wait to be fed to the spores? Now that the corpse fungus had revealed itself, there was no way it would let its prey escape. Still suspended in midair, the corpse fungus whipped its tentacles, firing barrages of poisonous spikes toward Lin Mo's retreating path. Faced with this sudden barrage of poisonous spikes, Lin Mo remained composed. Having already identified the corpse fungus's abilities, he was well prepared. Empowered by the Holy Spirit battle armor, Lin Mo's agility and speed were extraordinary. He swiftly shifted positions between trees and rocks while dodging relentlessly. Despite the barrage, only a single poison spike managed to strike him. Yet even that single poisonous barb sent dizziness coursing through him, making his movements stiff and sluggish. Damn it! How could such a troublesome demon beast exist? Peering out, he saw the decaying corpse fungus, having landed, now using its dense tentacles to inch closer. Though its tentacles moved with low frequency, the creature's massive size meant its overall speed was far from slow. The distance of several hundred meters closed in an instant. However, Lin Mo's skill still had several seconds left on its cooldown. He could only hide behind the rock and wait for the skill to recharge. In his current state, stepping out would be tantamount to suicide. If the corpse flesh mushroom launched another wave of poisonous needle attacks, his 10,000 HP would likely be wiped out in an instant. Thud! 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 The tentacles of the rotten corpse mushroom seemed not to strike the ground, but to pound drums upon Lin Mo's heart. Suddenly, the sound ceased. Lin Mo hurriedly looked up as spores drifted down like purple willow catkins. He darted for the dense canopy of a large tree, hoping its thick foliage would block the inescapable barrage of spores. But unexpectedly, the spores seemed to possess consciousness, constantly adjusting their positions as they surged toward Lin Mo's hiding spot. Fortunately, the spores moved much slower than the flying needles. This allowed Lin Mo to constantly shift his cover and evade. Even so, numerous spores clung to his body. The exposed parts of his body soon burned with that familiar, searing heat as the spores rapidly grew larger on his skin. Before long, his head, neck, and hands were covered in ugly, disgusting swellings. The stinging, burning sensation was so intense that Lin Mo could barely even scream. His vital energy was being rapidly drained, dark spots beginning to form before his eyes. He could already feel death's call approaching. Health, 710,000. Lin Mo could no longer see his own features, as his face too was now overrun by decaying corpse mushrooms. All that could be seen was his mouth twitching, as if counting. Angel heal. In an instant, the decay fungi and spores were blasted away. Lin Mo's condition shifted from extreme weakness back to peak strength. Bang! 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 Lin Mo swiftly punched at the decaying corpse mushroom spores flying off his body, exploding several swollen spores in the blink of an eye. To his astonishment, Lin Mo discovered that the explosions of these spores actually boosted his experience points, though the increase was barely perceptible. Damn it, are these spores also demonic beasts? Originally, he had only intended to prevent these spores from supplying energy to the corpse mushrooms, hence his decision to burst the spores carrying his vital energy. He never expected to stumble upon this unexpected piece of information. Lin Mo swiftly opened his interface panel and scanned the swirling purple spores. The results left him utterly stunned. No wonder he couldn't find any general-grade corpse mushrooms earlier. Chapter 29, Critical Discovery Money Delivering Boy. Decaying Corpse Fungus, a decaying corpse fungus undergoing downgrade evolution. Level 0, HP 800, MP 20. Attacks solely by consuming blood essence, dealing 800-1000 damage. Note, when a lower bloodline corpse mushroom meets evolution requirements, it sacrifices its flesh to a higher bloodline corrosion mushroom, becoming its vassal. By assisting the higher bloodline mushroom in hunting prey, it earns the chance for a bloodline baptism. Evolving corpse mushrooms lose their flesh during transformation, entering an extremely weakened state with drastically reduced HP and defense, yet dealing exceptionally high damage. Lin Mo was intensely excited by this discovery. Though his retreat continued unabated, his interface kept scanning the commander-level corpse mushroom. Simultaneously, his mind raced to devise a battle plan. He realized that while most of these spores were war slave level beasts evolving toward elite level, a significant number were elite level beasts evolving toward general level. Retreating to a position about 100 meters away, Lin Mo's eyes suddenly turned blood red as crimson mist began billowing into the air. In an instant, the spores filling the sky lost all signs of life before being recalled. This single attack saw Lin Mo eliminate 465 spores. His experience points surged instantly, and his mental power also received a boost. Ha! Brother, why do I suddenly find your features so delicate? You're no commander-level beast, you're a money-bringing fairy. Lin Mo swiftly switched to angel form, casting a recovery skill on himself to replenish his energy to full capacity. He then rapidly shifted back to demon form and unleashed another demonic ability. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 11. Ha ha ha! Who needs dungeons? Leveling up in the wild is the way to go. Hey, big mushroom, bring out all your descendants. I'll help you clean up your yard. Lin Mo excitedly switched forms repeatedly. As long as his energy was maxed out, he unleashed Demon Assault at full power while ensuring enough energy remained for recovery. This wasn't Mirror Dungeon, he had no stamina concerns. With each level up, his stamina not only recovered but surged to new heights. What thrilled Lin Mo wasn't the level gain, but the fact that during the release of those two damage skills, his mental power had surged by over 100 points. The decaying corpse fungus landed in a fury, its tentacles whipping back and forth like a whip. Each tentacle was covered in barbed poison needles, and Lin Mo had no desire to experience their sting. He barely dodged behind a large boulder just as the tentacles struck, shattering the rock completely. Not bad, big mushroom, powerful, but slow. Keep it up. Maybe next time you'll hit your old man here. Lin Mo slithered like an eel between cover, seizing every chance to unleash skill attacks while taunting the corpse mushroom relentlessly. Each skill attack yielded a significant boost to both experience points and mental energy. His current worry was that the creature might decide to retreat, which would mean wasting this golden opportunity to boost his combat strength. But Lin Mo's worries proved unnecessary. The rotten corpse mushroom seemed determined to kill this little bugger that had slaughtered countless of its minions. After a series of tentacle assaults proved ineffective, it began lashing its tentacles to unleash poisonous spikes. During the brief struggle, the distance between Lin Mo and the corpse fungus narrowed to just 100 meters. Even though Lin Mo dodged at lightning speed, 3 or 4 poisonous needles still pierced his body. The familiar dizziness and nausea instantly washed over him, suddenly slowing his movements. The corpse fungus swiftly closed the gap, its tentacles slamming down viciously toward Lin Mo. Angel heal. At Lin Mo's loud shout, the massive corpse fungus was once again knocked back by an equally substantial blue beam of light. But the corpse fungus didn't relent. As it was knocked back, its wide orifice spewed forth countless spores. Countless spores drifted and swirled toward Lin Mo. Ha 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 ha. I was afraid you wouldn't use your spore attack. Lin Mo's heart swelled with delight. His demonic skill locked onto the overlord-level corpse fungus while simultaneously targeting the nearest spores. His form shifted constantly, attacks never ceasing. As long as he avoided being hit, Lin Mo channeled all his healing into restoring energy. With leveling up and attributes multiplying, Lin Mo could now fully control the battlefield using his agility. Congratulations! You have reached level 12. Congratulations, you have reached level 15. As the battle dragged on, Lin Mo had lost count of how many spores he'd slain, only certain that the number had reached the tens of thousands. Ha! Feels good. Keep those big mushrooms coming, let's battle it out for 300 rounds, you old mushroom. Seeing the opponent's spore output dwindle to less than half its initial rate, Lin Mo quickly taunted him. Such a prime opportunity to fleece the enemy, how could he let it slip away? He probably hadn't even realized it himself, but now, with a single skill, the health of this commander-level corpse mushroom plummeted by over 20,000 points. Moreover, the corpse mushroom's recovery speed had significantly slowed compared to before. Not only was its healing rate reduced, but its defenses also gradually weakened as its spore reserves dwindled. Only now did the corpse fungus realize that this creature, seemingly perpetually at a disadvantage and constantly being chased by it, was actually terrifyingly powerful. Each time its attack seemed poised to finish him off, this little bugger proved as resilient as an indestructible cockroach. In an instant, it regained its fierce vitality, and its damage output began to skyrocket. It began to panic. After launching one final vicious poison spike assault at Lin Mo, it turned and fled. Think you can just run off after a fight? You think your old man here has no temper? Lin Mo, his face swollen from the poisonous needles, shouted at the rotten corpse mushroom with slurred speech. Angel heal. His health instantly restored to full. This time, Lin Mo didn't retreat but advanced. As he unleashed his demonic skill, knuckle dusters had somehow appeared on his hands. He charged toward the rotten corpse mushroom's landing spot. Before it could flee, Lin Mo unleashed a flurry of punches on one of its tentacles thick as a water barrel which had just fired its poisonous stingers. With the corpse mushroom now within close range, it lost sight of Lin Mo and could no longer fire its poison needles with precision. It could only judge his direction through the pain in its tentacles. It lashed out with its tentacles like whips. Lin Mo, however, was different. After enveloping both himself and the corpse mushroom in the crimson mist, all life forms within its range fell under his mental perception. While delivering relentless punches, he directed the crimson mist into the mushroom's countless pores, targeting the spores clinging to the walls of those cavities. Within minutes, Lin Mo's level shot straight up to 20, and he snapped 3 of the corpse fungus's bucket-like tentacles. Its health was now reduced to half. Only then did he realize that the insects crawling on the ground seemed to be the true demonic beasts, covered head to toe in poisonous spines. Chapter 30, Level 20 Lin Mo Melee Priest. Its tentacles relentlessly launched barbed attacks through the air. The tables had turned. Having lost his ground advantage, Lin Mo could only dodge its sharp attacks, constantly seeking blind spots in its defense to evade. Lin Mo believed that given his current state and that of the rotten corpse mushroom, he only needed to stall for time until he could unleash 2 rounds of skill attacks. He was confident he could slay this commander-level demon beast. After all, his mental power had now reached a staggering 7,000 points, boosted by a 15% equipment bonus. A single skill could deal nearly 50,000 damage points within 5 seconds. Even with its formidable defenses, 2 skill strikes would be sufficient to eliminate it. A commander-level demon beast over level 40 should easily grant him a level up to 30. Without unlocking more skills, he discovered his close-range boxing was also a terrifying offensive method. If he could rapidly level up, his strength attribute would increase, making each punch deal even more devastating damage. Thus, this commander-level demon beast would never let him escape. With its spores nearly depleted, its recovery and defense were now far weaker than before. It was only natural to strike while the iron was hot. This time, Lin Mo didn't retreat too far while the corpse-eating fungus was knocked back. Instead, he kept his distance just within striking range as it fell. The corpse-rotting mushroom sensed the human's intent, but its body was already in freefall. Targeted by a mere insect? A commander-level demon beast that ruled this land of rampant beasts, striding through it with utter arrogance? It had always been the hunter, never the hunted. Now, to be targeted by a mere insect? Rage surged within it. The corpse mushroom roared with fury, its massive body radiating an overwhelming aura as its tentacles lashed wildly through the air. If this human dared to provoke it so brazenly, then it would fight to the bitter end. Fueled by battle fervor, the corpse-eating fungus launched a furious tentacle assault at Lin Mo before it even touched the ground. Most of the attacking tentacles bore sharp, poisonous barbs. Caught off guard by the demon beast's sudden, ferocious assault, Lin Mo could only muster defensive maneuvers for the moment. Damn it, I got too cocky. I was so eager to kill this thing I let my guard down. This is bad. Though weakened, the corpse mushroom's damage output remained formidable. If paralyzed by its venomous spines, Lin Mo's 20,000 HP wouldn't last more than a few seconds. And right now, the angelic healing skill was on cooldown. His resolve hardened. You want to go all in and gamble with your life? Well, I'll play along. Demon corruption. As Lin Mo dodged, energy surged through his body as he unleashed his attack skill. The corpse fungus's health plummeted from over 70,000 to 60,000 instantly, its movement slowing noticeably. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo closed the distance rapidly, unleashing a barrage of punches against the corpse fungus's mountainous form. While its massive size offered advantages, its disadvantages were equally stark. Close quarters combat proved the most limiting battle style for most colossal creatures. Especially against someone like Lin Mo, reckless and utterly unafraid of its minuscule form. Once he closed the distance, the corpse flesh mushroom could only take the beating passively. Lin Mo watched the corpse fungus's health bar on the interface, noting that while he held the offensive advantage, each attack dealt over 1,000 points of damage, yet against the corpse flesh mushroom's tens of thousands of health points, it seemed to make little dent. Even when the corpse fungus's skills were on cooldown, the damage dealt posed little threat to its overall health pool. He kept switching attack angles, trying to find the rotten corpse mushroom's weak spot. But this thing not only looked like rock. Every part of its body was as hard as stone. A punch couldn't pierce it through, it could only crack its tough outer shell. Suddenly, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Big mushroom, your tentacles don't have such hard defenses. Noticing the tentacle's soft bases and lack of poisonous spines, Lin Mo decisively abandoned striking the mushroom's hard shell. His fist drove straight for the base of the tentacle. His choice proved correct. Soon, one of the corpse mushroom's tentacles snapped clean off. Whoosh! 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 The sound resembled fierce winds, intertwined with an irritating high-frequency sonic wave, likely the corpse mushroom's agonized screams. Though expressionless, the creature's frantic flailing and swaying revealed it was enduring unimaginable agony. Lin Mo kept attacking relentlessly. After severing one tentacle, he swiftly moved to another target, like a tireless lumberjack. After 6 or 7 tentacles fell, the corpse-eating fungus was utterly terrified. Its body slumped suddenly, crashing heavily onto the ground. Its tentacles began coiling around itself like snakes. It wasn't to attack Lin Mo, but simply to expel this insect from its body and defend itself. But its fear came too late. With only a little over 20 tentacles in total, Lin Mo had already severed 10 of them. This meager number couldn't fully cover its body. Lin Mo deftly dodged the coiling tentacles and continued his fierce assault. The corpse fungus realized its tentacles couldn't provide full defense either. It began sweeping them frantically across its body, attempting to knock Lin Mo off. Angel heal. After being pierced several times by the tentacle's poisonous spines, Lin Mo charged toward the base of a tentacle covered in venomous spikes, enduring the damage. He decisively unleashed his healing skill to restore his condition. His body rose alongside the beast, yet his fist slammed relentlessly into the tentacle's base. After 3 or 4 punches, the poison-spiked appendage snapped clean off. After writhing and struggling on the corpse fungus's body for a moment, it began to fall. With its most threatening appendage gone, Lin Mo faced fewer restrictions in his attacks, and the remaining tentacles were gradually being cleared away. Suddenly, spores began erupting from every pore of the corpse fungus. Once expelled, the spores spread rapidly, covering the area around Lin Mo. The corpse fungus realized its once invincible spores seemed powerless against this human, yet it had no other options. This was its final resort. If Lin Mo managed to sever all its tentacles, death awaited it. How many spores do you have left? Why not just spew them all out now? You won't get another chance. Lin Mo's demonic skill had finished cooling down the moment the corpse-eating mushroom began descending. He had held back from unleashing it precisely to guard against its spore attack. He weaved in and out of the corpse-eater's attacks, constantly dodging the spore barrage. Even when some spores stuck to him, he didn't rush to unleash his skills, waiting instead for the corpse fungus to expel all its remaining spores. Good heavens, what kind of monster is this? Brother Lin. Brother Lin. Xin had long heard the commotion coming from this direction. Unfortunately, the number of rotwing bats was considerable. She and Xiaolan had been fighting desperately to slay the demons, but they were still entangled for quite some time. After finishing their fight, they rushed over without even gathering their spoils. What she witnessed was a horrifying sight. Lin Mo was dodging frantically atop a massive, hideous, hemispherical demon beast. Not only was he being pursued by enormous tentacles, but he was also surrounded by a swarm of purple, fluffy things that she couldn't identify. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the beast, Xin's scalp prickled with dread. Could such a colossal demon beast truly be something the two of them could handle? It seemed likely that today would be the day she lost her life. Lin Mo heard Xin's cry, but he couldn't afford to be distracted now. Xin hesitated briefly, then suddenly released the white teeth she'd been biting. Brother Lin, I'll assist you. Xiao Lan, help Brother Lin distract it by releasing those purple things. She commanded the Ice Phoenix. No. Yi Xin, retreat with Xiao Lan immediately. Stay back, this is a commander-level demon beast. Don't complicate things. I can handle this myself. Chapter 31, Precision Control slaying the commander. Lin Mo didn't care if his words might hurt the young girl's kind intentions. This damn thing is a commander-level demon beast. Just because you can handle it doesn't mean others can. He hadn't seen Yi Xin's stats panel. But Lin Mo knew Bingluan's stats. Bingluan only had a little over 3,000 health points. If those poisonous needles from the rotten corpse mushroom hit her, she'd be instantly killed. Lin Mo wouldn't even have a chance to rescue her. If even Bingluan was in such danger, Yi Xin was even more vulnerable. If Yi Xin dared to approach, the spores alone would be enough to take her down instantly, no poisonous spines needed. Yi Xin froze upon hearing this. Commander. Commander level. Chirp. While he was momentarily stunned, Bingluan had already charged toward the purple spores. The corpse fungus noticed another small fly joining the fray under its mental control. A small portion of the spores began to fly toward Bingluan. To it, an ice phoenix of this rank was nothing more than a supply delivery service. Damn it! Demon assault! Energy surged around Lin Mo. Without waiting to see if the corpse fungus had any spores left to spew, he unleashed his attack skill. The ice phoenix was already covered in spores. The slightest hesitation from Lin Mo could mean its death. Yi Xin, recall Xiao Lan and get her out of here. Don't distract me. He bellowed at Yi Xin, his voice nearly a shout. Startled awake by Lin Mo's voice, Yi Xin realized Xiao Lan's health had plummeted below 500 in an instant. It was already below 20% of its total health. However, Xiao Lan's berserk form had been activated earlier and was currently in its recovery phase, preventing it from entering berserk mode again. Xiao Lan, come back. Bingluan received the command and swiftly retreated. Brother Lin, what can I do to save you? Yi Xin cried out to Lin Mo, her voice filled with despair and helplessness. Seeing Xiao Lan barely clinging to life, she felt utterly lost. In her mind, Lin Mo was merely a healer. She was the team's combat power. But Xiao Lan had barely exchanged blows with this commander-level demon beast before her health was shattered. If not for Lin Mo's timely warning, Xiao Lan would already be a corpse. No. Not even a corpse would remain. Retreat! Lin Mo shouted. Although his offensive rhythm had been disrupted, the impact wasn't too severe. Moreover, Lin Mo discovered some good news. His damage skill had just sent the corpse mushroom's health plummeting from over 60,000 to 30,000. The rotten corpse mushroom only had 80 defense points. Lin Mo had always wondered how such low defense could blot most of his damage. As he continued to slash away at the spores, he realized the corpse fungus's damage resistance had significantly weakened. This indicated that the creature's primary defense mechanism was actually its spores. Though Lin Mo didn't know the exact mechanism, he was pretty sure that was the case. The angel's healing skill still had 3 seconds left on its cooldown. As long as he avoided being hit by the poisonous thorns and falling into a state of anesthesia. For this corpse fungus to instantly kill him would still be quite difficult. Lin Mo slowed his offensive pace, focusing instead on dodging the flailing tentacles and the sporadic bursts of spores still being emitted. After all, without the healing and corrosion skills, if too many of these spores stuck to him, Lin Mo's 20,000 HP might genuinely not last the full 3 seconds. After struggling for a moment, Yi Xin glanced at the dying ice phoenix and realized staying would only distract Lin Mo. She understood all too well that against a commander-level demon beast, one careless mistake could cost her life. After only a moment's hesitation, she withdrew from the battlefield with Bingluan, watching from afar as the small figure darted and dodged across the decaying mushroom. She couldn't fathom how to help Lin Mo escape. Though Lin Mo wasn't in immediate danger yet, she knew that without a miracle, a single misstep would spell his doom. Suddenly, a massive blue pillar of light engulfed Lin Mo and the corpse-rotting mushroom. The corpse mushrooms were instantly blasted away by the beam. Though she couldn't see Lin Mo's expression, she noticed he had abandoned his previous evasive tactics. Instead, he launched a fierce assault on the roots of those tentacles. Before long, tentacles began dropping one after another. The corpse fungus now looked somewhat comical. Like a giant bald head with only a few thick strands of hair left, swaying in the air. Seconds later, as the tentacles dwindled, Lin Mo's combat on the corpse fungus grew increasingly effortless. Yi Xin suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. If all the tentacles are severed, Brother Lin might just have a chance to escape from this overlord-level corpse fungus. Her moist eyes began to glisten. With this thought, Yi Xin activated her interface to scan the corpse fungus's data. At the same time, energy fluctuations appeared around Lin Mo's body. Just as Yi Xin's gaze fell upon the corpse fungus's health bar. Health 18652-100000 suddenly changed to Health 010000. Yi Xin shook her head, glancing back at the panel. She couldn't believe Lin Mo could deal over 10,000 damage in an instant. She dismissed it as a hallucination born from her own nervousness. But when her gaze returned to the corpse flesh mushroom's health panel, Yi Xian's rosy lips parted wide, remaining open for a long moment. Yet no sound escaped her lips. The revelation had utterly shattered her understanding of combat mechanics. Even among combat classes, the mage known for its explosive burst damage had never been heard of dealing over 10,000 damage before reaching first job advancement. Congratulations! You have reached level 22. Congratulations! You have reached level 23. Congratulations, you have reached level 31. Upon hearing the level up notification, Lin Mo didn't rush to check his attribute gains. Instead, he scanned the corpse mushroom with his interface. Although he could see the corpse mushroom's health had dropped to 0, he was certain there were still spores inside it that hadn't been released. There might even be something else he hadn't accounted for. After all, which commander-level demon beast wouldn't keep a last resort? But this commander-level corpse rot mushroom had met its match in a freak like him. Before it could unleash all its tricks, it was instantly obliterated by devastating damage. After thorough inspection, aside from the confirmed dead corpse rot fungus, no other surviving demon beast signals were detected on its body. Lin Mo leaped down from the corpse fungus, surveying the massive body of the commander-level creature. Now emerging from the intense combat state. A surge of joy and pride welled up within him, while his confidence expanded and solidified. True warriors awaken their indomitable fighting spirit only when confronting danger head-on. Only through bloody combat can they forge their supreme combat skills. Commander level is merely a small beginning. He stowed the giant creature's corpse into his backpack's storage space. Only then did he call out to Yi Xian, who stood frozen in the distance. Bring little blue over. I'll heal it. Hearing the call, Yi Xian mechanically walked toward the man radiating light. Chapter 32, Clearing the Battlefield Valuable Items. Lin. Big brother Lin, is that commander-level demon beast really dead? MHM. Lin Mo activated his healing skill, instantly restoring little blue to peak condition. Yi Xian, however, paid no attention to Xiao Lan's condition. Her mind was still in a fog. Ignoring the dazed Yi Xian, Lin Mo checked his own interface. Name, Lin Mo. Level, 31. Class, Divine Punishment Priest. Extremely rare hidden class, Divine Punishment Priest. Strength 248. Mental Power 7800. Agility 279. Vitality 31000. Energy Points 31000. Backpack Capacity 1260. Talent God Tier. Angelic Skill Heal. Each cast consumes 10 energy points with a 10-second cooldown. Can optionally heal multiple units simultaneously. At current level, can heal up to 3,950 units at once. Single-use healing skill restores 5 times the target's mental power as HP or 5 times their energy points. Divine Favor, if the healed unit is attacked by an enemy within 4,150 meters while receiving healing, that enemy is knocked back for 5 seconds. Demon Skill, Corruption. Each cast consumes 10 energy with a 10-second cooldown. Deals damage equal to 3 times the caster's mental power to enemies within a 4,150 meter radius. Simultaneously reduces enemy movement speed by 50%. Demon Curse, enemies hit by erosion suffer 5% of their maximum HP and damage every second for 5 seconds. Forget about a single damage skill dealing 23,400 points instantly. Even a single punch from me, amplified by Knuckle Dusters, can dish out 2,480 points of damage. How many level 20 beasts could withstand such a blow? Even if one could endure a single strike, what about 10 or 20 punches? With a 279 agility boost, landing 20 punches within the 10-second cooldown of the damage skill isn't particularly difficult. Lin Mo's basic attack had finally taken shape. Let's go. Come with me to collect those elite-level rotten corpse mushroom corpses. These things are pure gold, we can't afford to waste them. Lin Mo called out to Yi Xian before turning toward the spot where they'd first discovered the rotten corpse mushrooms. All right. The distance wasn't exactly close. This was because Lin Mo had deliberately kept Yi Xian away from the battle with the commander-level demon beast, constantly moving the fight further away. Are you wondering how I managed to kill a commander-level demon beast? After walking for 2 or 3 minutes without speaking, the silence grew a bit too heavy. Lin Mo broke the silence first. Everyone has their secrets. If you don't want to talk about it, brother Lin, you don't have to. After regaining her composure, Yi Xian had been mentally replaying Lin Mo's battle with the commander-level demon beast. That was a beast with 100,000 HP, and its devastating damage was evident from the moment the Ice Phoenix approached. It was reduced to barely a sliver of health. Lin Mo had managed to slay such a terrifying creature in such a short time. Especially that final strike, it had dealt over 10,000 points of damage. Though utterly unbelievable, the facts left her no choice but to speculate. Either Lin Mo possessed powerful connections, the forces backing him had provided him with life-saving methods, or Lin Mo himself harbored a colossal secret. Compared to the latter, she felt the former was far more likely. In truth, Lin Mo had been pondering how to explain this incident all alone. Yi Xian's conduct throughout their journey had proven her to be an excellent teammate. Her potential and character were beyond reproach. A teammate who refused to abandon her comrades even when facing certain death was not easy to come by. This is indeed one of my own secrets. As you know, SSS-ranked awakened ones all possess certain extraordinary qualities. As for me, besides possessing exceptionally potent healing abilities as a priest, my strength attribute also far surpasses that of ordinary people. Combined with the amplification effect of the orange tier gauntlet, I can deal considerable damage. If a critical hit triggers, the damage is even higher. That commander-level demon beast had already sustained fatal wounds before engaging me. That's why it was restricted during combat, allowing me to locate its wound and execute the counter-kill. I'm telling you this partly because I already consider you a trusted member of my team, and partly to make something clear. I never engage in battles I cannot win. Should we encounter danger again during our future collaborations, you must strictly follow my combat directives. This is crucial, it concerns both our lives. Please remember it well. Lin Mo's tone was grave, his words a mix of truth and pretense. I'm sorry, Brother Lin. Just now. Yi Xian's voice trailed off. She knew she'd nearly sabotaged Lin Mo's efforts earlier. She took Lin Mo's ambiguous words at face value, for as an SSS-rated Awakened one, she too possessed extraordinary abilities beyond the ordinary. And quite powerful ones at that. But in that moment, how could a young girl like her possibly stay calm enough to think things through? I'm not blaming you. I just want you to know that if we encounter a similar situation on the road ahead, when I tell you to retreat, don't hesitate. Retreat decisively. Lin Mo's tone softened considerably. Got it, Brother Lin. I understand. What level are you now? Level 6, just a little more experience points to go. Not bad. You'll continue leading the charge in upcoming battles. Level up as quickly as possible. I'm already at level 31 now. Lower level demon beasts don't help me level up much anymore. 30. Level 31? Brother Lin, you leveled up 21 times in just a short while? Yi Xian froze in her tracks, utterly astonished by Lin Mo's level declaration. Once you can take down a commander-level demon beast within level 30, you'll understand just how much experience one can grant. Lin Mo continued walking without elaborating further. Who else could be as insane as you? You're clearly a priest, yet you fight harder than any warrior. Yi Xian muttered under her breath before quickly catching up. Though astonished, she felt more joy for Lin Mo than anything else. Upon reaching the rotten corpse mushroom lair, Lin Mo swiftly gathered the corpses of these elite rotten corpse mushrooms. Brother Lin, how much silver would these corpses fetch? I have a friend whose family deals in this trade. An elite level corpse fungus should fetch around 2,000 silver coins. As for the war slave and commander levels, I'm not sure. That much? Then we've hit the jackpot on this trip. Yi Xian's eyes lit up at the mention. Not bad. As awakened ones, the fastest legal way for us to make money is through combat. It's also the best way to level up. Of course, it can't compare to robbing people. Lin Mo surveyed the surroundings of the rotten corpse mushroom's lair and replied indifferently. Then let's hurry and collect the corpses of those rot-winged bats I killed. They should fetch a decent amount of silver coins too. Yi Xian couldn't help but urge impatiently. No rush. Besides the beast corpses, there's something even more valuable here. Yi Xian looked puzzled at his words. Lin Mo offered no explanation. Instead, he charged his fist and struck the mountain where the commander-level rotten corpse mushroom had once dwelled. Chapter 33, Purple or Soul-Gathering Jade. Cracks instantly appeared across the rock face. Lin Mo didn't stop there, continuing to strike relentlessly. The sloping mountainside began shedding fragments of rock as the fissures in the stone widened. Fall back to a safe distance. Okay. Yi Xian obeyed Lin Mo's command, though she didn't understand why. Boom! 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 After a few more punches, the mountainside collapsed with a thunderous roar. Brother Lin. Yi Xian's attention was drawn to the rumbling sound by the rock that had been leaning precariously over the edge. By the time she snapped back to look for Lin Mo, he was nowhere to be seen. Right here. Lin Mo suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian, though she hadn't noticed when he'd arrived. Ah! Startled, Yi Xian clapped her hands over her newly developing chest. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Haha, I knew it. This place really does hide something good. Amidst the collapsing mountain, brown rocks were interspersed with blue jade stones of varying sizes. It wasn't just Lin Mo. Even Bingluan beside him began to grow excited. Brother Lin, what is this? If I'm not mistaken, this should be the soul-gathering jade. The soul-gathering jade? Yeah, we'll know once we go down and check. Soon the rumbling ceased and the two headed toward the area where the debris had fallen. After a thorough search, they found over a dozen pieces of blue jade, ranging in size from thumb-sized to fist-sized. Yi Xian scanned them with her panel. Soul-gathering jade rare mineral, purple grade. An excellent ore for crafting orange, purple, and silver equipment. Also a crucial ingredient for crafting mental energy restoration and nourishing potions. Beyond what the panel says, this soul-gathering jade can be directly consumed by high-level demon beasts. It significantly aids in awakening their demonic bloodlines and enhancing their attributes. So this stuff should be pretty valuable on the market, and it's definitely in high demand. After all, the conditions for its formation are extremely harsh, and it takes an incredibly long time to develop. Before Xin could speak, Lin Mo began explaining. Brother Lin, how do you know everything? Xin held a piece of jade glowing with a blue light, looking at Lin Mo with admiration. Lin Mo shot her a look. Weren't you paying attention during theory class? This should be basic knowledge. Theory classes are so boring. I basically just dozed off the whole time. Xin stuck out her tongue and muttered under her breath. Then you better catch up fast. Otherwise, you'll miss out on more than 100 million when hunting monsters in the wild. I can just tag along with you. Not a bad idea. Looks like I need to find a big leg to cling to too. Being the big leg is exhausting. The two burst into laughter as they chatted, the tension from the battle completely dissipating. Xiaolan, catch. Lin Mo tossed a medium-sized stone to Bing Luan, who eagerly opened her mouth and swallowed it whole. Brother Lin, these are all spoils you risked your life to obtain. How could you give them to Xiaolan? You've already shown me the greatest kindness by risking everything to help me level up. Besides, these soul-gathering jades must be incredibly valuable. We can't let Xiaolan waste them. Xin hurriedly stepped in front of Bing Luan, stopping Lin Mo from feeding her more. All resources only hold value when converted into combat strength. Since we're teammates, trials like this will be inevitable. Xiaolan's combat strength will not only reduce our risks but also accelerate our leveling speed. Besides, once Little Blue grows stronger, you won't lack opportunities to repay me, will you? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow as he looked at Xin. But? No buts. Share Xiaolan's stats so I can assess the soul-gathering jade's effectiveness. If it's not significantly beneficial, we can trade it for ice attribute supplies instead. Alright. Upon hearing this, Xin shared the Ice Phoenix's information with Lin Mo. Ice Phoenix, Elite Tier. Level, 6. HP 3400. Agility, 14. Defense 3-5. Mental Power 1-2. Attack 270 per hit, with Frost Penetration effect. Companion talent restores 3% of maximum HP per second when damaged. Activates when HP falls below 20% of maximum HP. Rampage form. When Ice Phoenix's HP falls below 20% of maximum HP, it enters Rampage form. HP instantly recovers to 50% of maximum HP, defense increases to 5x original value, and attack damage increases to 5x original value. Skill Awakening level 2%. When Xiaolan reaches level 6, will its awakening level also be 2%? Lin Mo asked, glancing at the awakening level description at the bottom of the attribute panel. Xin pondered for a moment. I don't think so. Earlier, I heard the battle on your end and rushed over to assist, so I didn't notice that detail. No worries, we'll find out by feeding it more soul-gathering jades. Saying this, Lin Mo tossed another soul-gathering jade of similar size to Bing Luan. After a while, Lin Mo noticed Xiaolan's skill awakening level change from 3% to 4%. It does accelerate Xiaolan's awakening, but even feeding her all these soul-gathering jades won't guarantee her successful awakening. Put the jade away for now. When we get back, check the price of these stones. After all, soul-gathering jade is far rarer than ice-attributed jade. If ice-attribute materials prove more beneficial for Xiaolan's awakening, we'll replace the jade with ice-attribute resources. Xin felt deeply grateful upon hearing this. He knew Lin Mo's decisions were rarely swayed, so he could only bow his head apologetically and say, "Thank you, Brother Lin." The two searched the rotten corpse mushroom's nest again, finding some decent medicinal herbs. After confirming nothing was left behind, he and Xin cleaned up the battlefield from earlier before setting off once more into the wilderness to slay demons and level up. Whether it was due to the previous encounter with that commander-level corpse mushroom or not, over the next few hours, they encountered quite a few demon beasts. However, most were mere war slave level or elite level creatures, with few commander-level beasts appearing. Though Bingwan's level was low and her skills hadn't awakened yet, she and Xin worked together seamlessly. Except for commander-level beasts and some higher-level elite ones, most monsters were easily dealt with by the human-bird duo without Lin Mo needing to intervene. It wasn't until noon the following day that Xin finally reached level 13. Xin was a cheerful and optimistic girl. Honestly, this level fell far short of Lin Mo's expectations, but the girl was already overjoyed. "Brother Lin, I think we're done. Let's head back to school and see how things are with the principal." Lin Mo felt a bit helpless upon hearing Xin's suggestion. Who said these wild beasts roamed in packs? There weren't that many after all. Alright, we'll call it a day here. We still have time to process our loot on the way back. The return journey was swift since Lin Mo led Xin back along the marked path. By the time they reached the school, it was only a little past 4 in the afternoon. There was still no word from the principal, but Lin Mo wasn't in a hurry. After all, having battled a commander-level beast, his expectations for the school's dungeon had significantly lowered. Lin Mo pulled up his friend list on the interface and sent a message to Lin Qingyu. Chapter 34, Repaying the Loan, an Unexpected Encounter. What a pleasant surprise, brother Lin Mo. I thought you'd be too busy with the martial arts exams to get in touch. Oh, you must be preparing for the National Martial Arts High School League. A genius like you should be a starter on your school's team, right? I'm also on our school's competition team. Brother Lin Mo, if we meet on the arena, go easy on me, okay? A string of messages from Lin Qingyu popped up on the panel. Lin Mo felt a bit helpless. Previously, Lin Qingyu had given him the impression of being aloof and unapproachable, yet now she was unexpectedly so enthusiastic. Yeah, barring any surprises, I'll be competing too. Qingyu, I reached out mainly because I recently acquired some supplies and need your help selling them. Ha, no need to be so polite. Remember our last deal? You really saved me in a pinch. Honestly, I ended up benefiting more than you did. Next time we meet, I'll make it up to you. Speaking of which, it's only been a day since we last met, and you've already gotten your hands on some good stuff? Share it with me first, and I won't shortchange you on the price, okay? Lin Mo didn't beat around the bush. He immediately displayed everything in his backpack on the trading interface. Rotten Corpse Mushroom Commander Grade 1, Rotten Corpse Mushroom Elite Grade 210, Purple Scale Demon Snake Elite Grade 30, Flower Shadow Demon Leopard Elite Grade 10. The interface displayed an impressive array of demon beast carcasses alone, totaling over 1,000 in number. Beyond the beast corpses, there were also substantial quantities of medicinal herbs, minerals, and other resources. Lin Qingyu was stunned by the sheer volume of items. Especially when she spotted the commander-level Rotten Corpse Mushrooms and soul-gathering jade, even someone as seasoned in business as her was at a loss for words. It wasn't that she hadn't seen these items before, but the implication of a high school student possessing them was deeply intriguing. She had her people investigate Lin Mo's background and found he wasn't some privileged heir from a powerful family. That meant he had acquired all this in less than a day. Sis Qingyu, give me your estimate. But I should warn you that commander-grade corpse mushroom might still contain spores. Among those spores could be general-grade corpse mushrooms. Be careful when handling the corpse. Don't get infected. Seeing Lin Qingyu hadn't replied for a long time, Lin Mo sent a reminder message. Brother Lin Mo, you've stunned me once again. Valuing these items will take some time, especially the commander-level Rotten Corpse Mushroom Carcass and the soul-gathering jade. The value of these two items might require me to consult our family's appraiser for an accurate price. If you trust me, transfer the items to me first. Once the valuation is complete, I'll transfer the funds to you. Lin Mo immediately accepted the trade and sent a message to Lin Qingyu. There's one more thing I need to ask Sister Qingyu for help with. Go ahead. If it's something I can help with, I'll never refuse. Upon receiving Lin Qingyu's reply, Lin Mo voiced his request. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Sister Qingyu. I need some ice attribute supplies. Could you keep an eye out for them? Additionally, please appraise the soul-gathering jade for now. I won't be selling it yet, so could Sister Qingyu store it for me temporarily? It's not that I'm holding out for a better price, I need to conduct an experiment first. Once the results are in, I'll decide whether to sell the soul-gathering jade. This shouldn't put Sister Qingyu in a difficult position, right? Not at all. Not the slightest bit. This is entirely within your area of expertise, sister. Alright, I'll leave it to you then, Sister Qingyu. We'll be in touch if anything comes up. Oh my, brother Lin Mo, is our relationship really just business? Was he being flirted with by a young girl? Lin Mo's actual mental age was that of a man in his 40s, and for business reasons, he frequently navigated the social scene. Sis Qingyu, if it were just a business relationship, wouldn't I be able to handle these matters elsewhere? Sis Qingyu, you're such a young and accomplished powerhouse. You must have plenty on your plate every day. If I take up too much of your time, wouldn't that just add to your burden? Oh, you little rascal, showing concern for your sister now? I'm flattered. Alright then, I'll notify you immediately once I have any updates. After ending the call with Lin Qingyu, Lin Mo checked the time. Still time to handle repayments. Better start with the student loans. With that thought, Lin Mo headed toward the town's administrative service center. Student loans were available to everyone on Blue Star, including most ordinary citizens. Therefore, applications could only be processed in person. From elementary school through high school, Lin Mo had accumulated a total of 300,000 silver coins in student loans. For an ordinary person, this was an astronomical sum, potentially requiring a lifetime to repay. After all, even a martial arts high school homeroom teacher only earned 5,000 silver coins a month. Had it not been for his outstanding academic performance, Lin Mo, an orphan, would never have qualified for such a large loan. This represented a rare instance of humane investment on Blue Star. Students ranked within the top 100 academically could apply for renewed student loans at the administrative center. It functioned as a form of talent investment. Should the investment fail, the funds could be recovered after all. Blue Star maintained stringent credit management, and no one would likely risk damaging their credit rating. Of course, if the investment succeeded, recovering the loan would also mean the nation gained another awakened one. It was a win-win situation either way. This loan was insignificant to Lin Mo now, but carrying the debt weighed on his mind. Moreover, if he went on a field training mission for too long and missed the repayment deadline, damaging his credit would be a loss far greater than any gain. When Lin Mo arrived at the service center, the early repayment window meant few people were present. The repayment process was simple and swift. After verifying his identity and confirming the amount due, 30 Federation coins were transferred to settle the debt. Stepping out of the service center, Lin Mo felt a weight lift off his shoulders. The burden that had weighed him down since his arrival had finally been lifted. Just as he was about to head back to school, he spotted a frail peer being cornered by a group of street thugs in an alley nearby. Bullying the weak was a sight he'd seen far too often before his transmigration. Believing that everyone had their own fate, he didn't want to get involved. But then he recognized the frail boy. Lin Mo racked his brain until he recognized him as a friend who had left the orphanage with the original host. One of the few people the original owner could truly confide in. Had they not crossed paths today, their lives might never have intersected again. After all, Lin Mo was no longer the same person. But since they had met, things were different now. Huang He, still too scared to even swat a fly? Lin Mo strode toward the alley entrance. Another sucker coming to hand over cash. This fish looks a lot fatter than that loser. Ha, you're right, boss. Looks like we'll be having fish soup tonight. Chapter 35, The Original Owner's Friend, the Perfect Partner. The thugs chattered among themselves, not giving Lin Mo a second glance. Huang He kept shooting Lin Mo meaningful glances, signaling him to hurry away. Kid, we're a bit short on cash these days. Lend us a few silver coins to tide us over. Thud, thud, thud. Before the thugs could finish their sentence, Lin Mo had already knocked them all to the ground. Though he tried his best to control his strength, he honestly didn't know if any of them were dead or alive. You've awakened a combat class? Life professions don't have combat power this strong. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Mo regretted them. He'd intended to speak to Huang He in a friendly tone. But then he remembered how they'd both taken out loans to attend high school together, both excelling academically. Though not in the same class, they'd often encouraged each other, dreaming of a bright future. But from the earlier situation and Huang He's sudden look of disappointment, Lin Mo knew this brother had probably awakened a life class. What are you doing here? And why are those punks targeting you? Lin Mo quickly changed the subject. Congrats, you got the combat class you wanted. But unexpectedly, Huang He still hadn't shaken off his disappointment and continued on the previous topic. Just as Lin Mo was at a loss for how to console his old friend, Huang He suddenly brightened. Well, at least one of us has awakened a combat class. I came here to pay off this month's loan early. After all, living with debt always keeps you on edge. I never thought those guys would target me. If you hadn't shown up in time, all the silver coins I worked so hard for would have gone down the drain. Don't worry. From now on, your brother Lin's got your back. Lin Mo was pleased to see him come to terms with it so quickly. But moments later, he discovered something even more shocking. A month's worth of loans, including interest, amounted to at least 5,000 silver coins. In his memories, this guy was just like him, scraping by on 3 meals a day by working odd jobs. Where did he get all this silver? What class did you awaken? Lin Mo, as if discovering something, hurriedly asked. Although I awakened a life-related profession, it's a bit special. If developed well, it could be a very promising path in the future. An SSS tier forging profession. I can craft equipment and weapons for awakened individuals. I earned these silver coins by taking on a private job from the forging guild. An SSS rank forging profession? Ah, Huang He, this is the real money-making profession. Seems our dream of reaching the pinnacle of this world isn't so far-fetched after all. I awakened a combat profession, and you awakened a forging profession. Isn't this the perfect combo? Lin Mo was both shocked and delighted to hear Huang He had awakened an SSS tier forging profession. The bonuses from custom gear were legendary, anyone who'd used it knew. But custom-made gear was prohibitively expensive and quality was hard to guarantee. Who'd have thought his old buddy would awaken an SSS tier blacksmithing profession? This was practically a personal blacksmith. How many people know about your class? Lin Mo immediately thought of a crucial point. Even a rank blacksmiths were highly sought after, let alone SSS rank ones. If Huang He's SSS tier rating were discovered, he'd either be secretly confined by powerful clans and noble families, or he'd be requisitioned by the Awakened Alliance. I haven't decided on my career path yet, so I haven't revealed my SSS grade status to anyone besides you. But don't get too excited just yet. Forging masters need to constantly practice forging to level up. Without forging materials, we can't advance our ranks. We'd be stuck crafting low-tier equipment. No matter how talented one is, they'd never achieve much in life. Seeing Lin Mo's excitement, Huang He poured a bucket of cold water on him at the most inopportune moment. But he wasn't wrong. Forging masters needed just as much to grow as combat classes. First, vast quantities of forging materials. Second, high-level forging blueprints. Third, forging equipment. Forging equipment was manageable. Huang He believed that once he leveled up sufficiently with materials, he could craft equipment suited to his needs. As for blueprints, while he'd need to purchase them early on, his SSS tier forging talent should allow him to design his own later. The main hurdle was the early game forging materials. Without sufficient supplies to sustain his efforts, leveling up would be extremely difficult. But if he bought massive quantities of forging materials and sold finished products, his identity would inevitably be exposed. Forging materials aren't your concern. I'll ask you this: do you want to join a faction or remain an independent blacksmith? For money-making machines like Lin Mo and Huang He, forging materials were hardly an issue. As for keeping things completely under the radar, that posed some difficulty, though it wasn't too challenging in the early stages. If sufficient resources are provided to support my growth, who wouldn't yearn for the freedom of self-employment? Huang He said with some confusion. That's settled then. Hide your information for now. I'll figure out the materials. Give me your Awakener ID. Where are you staying currently? The two added each other as friends on the Awakener interface, and Lin Mo had already begun rethinking his next course of action. I'm currently apprenticing at the Blacksmith's Guild and staying in the apprentice dormitory they provided. What level of equipment can you forge now? I'm only level 1. I have a 100% success rate for crafting white gear, but only 50% for green gear. I haven't tried higher tier equipment yet. That's already quite impressive. Alright, for now, focus on learning the theoretical knowledge of forging at the guild. Also, see what materials you'll need to level up. Include materials for crafting your own blacksmithing tools. Make a list for me, and I'll gather the supplies. We'll set up our own secret equipment forging workshop. But remember this: for every material needed, choose the one you think is best. Don't worry about me not being able to get the resources. Lin Mo initiated a trade request to Huang He's interface. Where did you get so many Federation coins? Huang He stared in astonishment at the 30 Federation coins transferred by Lin Mo. For Huang He, who was also an academic prodigy, he could roughly calculate the immense strength, time, and effort required to amass such a sum. You think only you have a high talent rating? Your brother Lin's talent rating isn't any lower than yours. I'm already level 31 now. Do you really think it's difficult for a level 31 combat class to get some Federation coins? Level 31? It's only been a day since your awakening. You're a freak. Use this money to pay off all your loans first. Wasting time making trips here every month is such a hassle. We won't be short on this stuff from now on. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony. Once I've grown stronger, I'll craft the perfect gear for you. May you reach the summit. Deal. After helping Huang He settle his loans, the two found a place to treat themselves to a nice meal before going their separate ways. Watching his friend's retreating figure, Huang He felt a complex mix of emotions. Lin Mo felt both familiar and distant to him. Chapter 36, Principal's Message 4 Instances. Familiar because they remained close friends who could talk about anything. The unfamiliarity lay in how Lin Mo seemed more talkative, confident, and cheerful than before. But he quickly composed himself, his gaze suddenly hardening with resolve. This is a blessing in disguise. Since I can't reach the heights we once promised each other, I'll find another way to accompany you step by step to the summit. Brother Lin, you're finally back. The principal is waiting for us in his office. Yi Xin rushed over upon seeing Lin Mo return, leading him toward the principal's office. There's good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Once they sat down in the principal's office, the principal spoke hesitantly. Yi Xin glanced at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with confusion. Lin Mo spoke up, you can tell us both at once. The good news is the dungeon applications were approved, 4 of them, in fact. The bad news is only one is a level 10 dungeon, one is level 15, and the other 2 are both level 30 plus dungeons. Furthermore, the level 10 instance allows only 1 entry per day, the level 15 instance permits 2 entries daily, while the level 30 plus instances have no restrictions. Let me share my thoughts first. The level 10 instance has an entry requirement of levels 0-20, making it the most suitable for your leveling needs. You can choose to enter this one on your own. The level 15 dungeon has a 0-40 entry requirement. Venturing in alone carries significant risk, so I recommend starting with a teacher-led group. Once Xin reaches level 10, she can join independently. As for level 30 plus dungeons, let's put those on hold for now. It's unavoidable our Tongling martial arts high ranks near the bottom province-wide, and dungeons are in short supply right now. Securing these 2 suitable dungeons for you was already a huge favor I pulled strings to arrange. Now, share your thoughts. Hearing the principal's words, the two exchanged glances, excitement flashing in their eyes. Principal, I'm already level 10. As for Brother Lin. Yi Xin looked at Lin Mo, seemingly seeking his approval. Seeing Lin Mo nod, she continued, Brother Lin is already level 31. What? In just one night? How did you level up so fast? Where did you find dungeons to grind? As far as I know, public dungeons barely grant 1 entry slot per day these days. Hearing Yi Xin's words, the principal's old eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, Ahem, after leaving school, I took EXIN to join a friend who'd helped me level up before. We piggybacked on their group. Lin Mo quickly cut off the outspoken EXIN. It wasn't that hunting monsters in the wild was shameful, but if the principal found out they'd gone out there, they might never get another chance to level up in the wild. Your friends? Yeah, I met them after my awakening. They're trying to recruit me into their faction, so they've been looking out for me. Facing the principal's questioning, Lin Mo answered smoothly, his face flushed but his heart steady. The principal nodded. Your future potential is undoubtedly high. Making friends is certainly beneficial, but I advise against rushing to join a faction. Each faction is entangled in complex web of causes and effects. Getting involved in these before you've truly grown strong could be dangerous. Thank you for your advice, Principal. We'll exercise caution. Lin Mo could genuinely feel the sincerity and concern behind the principal's words. Here's how I see it, the current level 10 dungeons won't benefit us much, and I can't enter them anyway. We'll tackle the 4 dungeons you secured for us step by step. Ideally, we'll tackle them ourselves. That way, we can hone our independent combat skills while maximizing experience gains. Rest assured, awakening such promising talents is a blessing. We won't let it go to our heads. On the contrary, we'll cherish it and proceed with even greater caution. Lin Mo articulated his thoughts with measured humility. The headmaster paused before replying, this approach is acceptable. But remember this, never take unnecessary risks. Your journey is long, there's no need to rush for short-term gains. Future opportunities abound, but one misstep could ruin your entire future. Lin Mo rose and bowed to the principal. Thank you for your guidance, Principal. We shall remember your words. Seeing this, EXIN also hurriedly stood up. Thank you, Principal. Very well. Here is the Ministry of Education's official instance access permit. It contains the coordinates. Once you register and activate it at the Awaken Management Center in the small town, you may proceed. Thank you, Principal. Thank you, Principal. Alright, go now. Watching their receding figures, the principal nodded with satisfaction, his eyes brimming with approval as he gazed particularly at Lin Mo's back. The Awakened Management Center was a lavishly decorated building. At the newcomer's service counter on the first floor. Excuse me, but it seems you've overlooked something. We need to activate 4 copies, yet this token only activates 2. Could you please add the remaining 2? Thank you. Lin Mo handed the token back to a staff member wearing an Awakened 1 management badge. Instead of taking it back, the staff member eyed Lin Mo sideways and said impatiently, "You're newly awakened high school students, aren't you? Let me give you some friendly advice. Every year, hundreds if not thousands of new awakened perish in dungeons because of overconfidence. Right now, you're barely scraping by in the level 10 and level 15 dungeons. Forget about level 35 and level 40. Even after completing the martial arts exam, you might not qualify for those 2 dungeons. So why occupy them? The dungeons allocated by the Education Department for teaching and research are already insufficient. If you won't be using them, there's no need to activate access to these 2 dungeons." The staff member paused before adding, "This is for your own safety. Don't be ungrateful." Lin Mo chuckled and said, "I have a question for you, Senior. Since this access permit has been issued to us, does that mean the Awakened Alliance approves of us using the dungeons listed on it? Or do you have the authority to override the Awakened Alliance's decision?" "I never said that, kid. I'm warning you, you can mess around with your food, but you can't mess around with your words." The staff member visibly tensed at this, hastily issuing a threat to Lin Mo. "In that case, please follow the proper procedures, sir. As for your kind reminder, save it for those who need it." Lin Mo's tone showed no sign of backing down, yet it was perfectly reasonable. The staff member narrowed his eyes and glared at Lin Mo. Moments later, he snatched the access permit from Lin Mo's hand, activated the remaining 2 copies, and handed them over. As he handed them back, he muttered under his breath, "Oof, looks like we'll have to spend time searching corpses for tokens again. Wonder if they'll even leave the bodies behind." The voice was low, but clearly meant for Lin Mo and EXIN to hear. "You?" EXIN's cheeks puffed up with indignation as she prepared to confront this spiteful creature. "If a dog bites me, I'll smash its jaws with a stick. But if I get hit by a pile of, I just take a detour. You want to go kick it? Don't you find that disgusting?" Lin Mo didn't turn around, stopping EXIN's impulse without lowering his voice. Chapter 37, Ice Phoenix Ascension Ice Crystal Pill. The staff member's face flushed crimson with anger upon hearing this, but he knew he was in the wrong. If a scene were to erupt, she'd surely face punishment and have no choice but to swallow her anger. Hearing this, EXIN's anger melted into delight. She stuck out her tongue at the already furious staff member, shook her head, and made a funny face. She didn't bother to argue further, turning to quickly catch up with Lin Mo. One arm wrapped around Lin Mo's shoulder, the other hand gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Lin, that felt so satisfying. This society may seem bound by rules that promise fair treatment for all, but in reality, it's a game where might makes right. If we don't have enough strength to back us up, today's satisfaction could easily become tomorrow's disaster." The best way to avoid being troubled by inequality is to strengthen ourselves. Lin Mo paused, realizing this topic might be too heavy for Exin's age. Youth should be about daring to love and hate, seeking swift justice. He quickly changed the subject. Speaking of strengthening ourselves, we've got news about the combat gear we looted from the jungle. With these resources, Little Blue should see a significant upgrade. Really, Brother Lin? Would I lie to you? Let's head to the school training ground first. The equipment there will help us better understand Xiaolan's changes. Alright. Lin Xingyu worked with remarkable efficiency. While Lin Mo and the others were en route to the Awaken One's management center, he received a message from her. An embryo of a commander-level rotten corpse fungus was discovered inside the corpse of a commander-level demon beast. This discovery further inflated the already substantial value of the carcass. This was now beyond Lin Xingyu's scope to handle. She had transferred it to the Lin family for reappraisal. The valuation process would take longer, but Lin Xingyu assured him she would notify Lin Mo immediately upon completion. Regarding the soul-gathering jade, since Lin Mo had made prior arrangements, Lin Xingyu arranged for someone to privately appraise it for him free of charge. 13 soul-gathering jades of varying sizes were estimated to be worth around 10,000 Federation coins. How to proceed with them was entirely up to Lin Mo's decision. The total value of the other demon beast carcasses was around 96 Federation coins. Lin Xingyu rounded it up for Lin Mo, setting the price at 100 Federation coins or 5 bottles of ice-condensing pills. Lin Mo naturally chose the ice crystal pills. As for the soul-gathering jade, considering Huang He's current need for forging materials, he opted not to sell it. The two arrived at the school training ground, where Lin Mo led Exin to a damage testing area. Bring out Xiaolan. Attack the test target first to check the damage data. Later, pay attention to the changes in the other stats on Xiaolan's panel. Got it. At her words, a silver glow emanated from Exin's body. A silver array pattern materialized directly in front of her, and Xiaolan emerged from within it. Xiaolan's current panel data was Ice Phoenix Elite Grade. Level 10. HP 5000. Agility 22. Defense 55. Mental Power 20. Attack 310 per hit, with Frost Penetration effect. Innate talent restores 3% of maximum HP per second when damaged. Rampage form. When Ice Phoenix's HP falls below 20% of maximum HP, it enters Rampage state, instantly restoring HP to 50% of maximum HP, increasing defense to 5x original value, and boosting attack damage to 5x original value. Bloodline Awakening level 2%. Exin looked at Lin Mo, who nodded. Xiaolan, attack the front target with full force. Lin Mo watched the screen connected to the target. The test target had an excellent setup. All attacks could be quantified, making it easy to observe changes in the awakened. Boom! Bingwan unleashed a full power strike at the practice target. After over 10 seconds, the screen displayed an analysis: attack damage 410 310 plus 100, instant damage 310, 100 sustained damage over 10 seconds, control effect 8 100, frost penetration inflicted moderate slow and stun effects lasting 10 seconds. Quite impressive. Many general-level demon beasts wouldn't necessarily achieve this effect. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction as he studied the screen's description. He then retrieved a bottle of ice crystal pills, taking out a smooth, ice-blue pill emitting wisps of white vapor. Cheap. Little Blue, eat it. The moment Bingwan saw the ice crystal pill, it became extremely excited, opening its mouth wide to swallow the pill Lin Mo flicked toward it. After a moment, Lin Mo asked, "What changes are there in Xiaolan stats?" Exin examined it carefully and replied, "Nothing has changed." Keep having Xiaolan attack the test target. After Bingwan attacked the test target for 10 seconds, another data explanation appeared on the screen: attack damage 412 310 plus 102, instant damage 310, sustained damage 102 over 10 seconds, control effect 8 100, frost penetration inflicted moderate slow and stun effects, lasting 10 seconds. One bottle contained 10 ice crystal pills. Lin Mo repeated the experiment until he had administered the entire bottle. The Ice Phoenix's stats finally shifted. Defense rose from 55 to 56, while attack damage increased from 410 over 10 seconds to 417 over 10 seconds. Seeing no discernible pattern in these numbers, Lin Mo skipped the attack test phase and gradually fed more ice crystals to the Ice Phoenix. After administering 38 ice crystal pills, Xiaolan's stats finally showed significant changes. Agility increased from 22 to 23. Defense increased from 55 to 60. Mental power increased from 20 to 22. Attack increased from 310 to 320. Bloodline Awakening increased from 2% to 2.5%. Very good. Now have Xiaolan attack the test target again. Got it. Exin, thrilled by the panel changes, hurriedly had Xiaolan attack the test target. The damage analysis quickly appeared on the screen: attack damage 453 20 plus 130, instant damage 320, 12 seconds, sustained damage 130, control effect 9 100, frost penetration inflicted moderate slow and stun effects, lasting 12 seconds. The ice crystal pill's awakening effect on Xiaolan is quite decent, but based on previous data, the awakening effect gradually weakens over time. Among currently available ice attribute resources, the ice crystal pill ranks as mid-tier compared to other ice items and is relatively easy to obtain. We'll start by feeding Xiaolan ice crystals in the early stages. Once their effectiveness diminishes, we'll seek alternative substitutes. As for the soul-gathering jade, it's quite effective for accelerating Xiaolan's awakening speed. However, it's relatively difficult to obtain, and its value would be greater if used elsewhere. So let's hold on to the soul-gathering jade for now and reassess later. What do you think? The soul-gathering jade can be used to forge orange, purple, and silver equipment, making it a rare and valuable crafting material. Since Bingwan's awakening could now be nurtured with ice crystal pills, Lin Mo didn't plan to use the soul-gathering jade to aid her awakening so soon. Although Huang He still had a long way to go before he could forge orange gear, it was wise to prepare for the future. Thanks, Brother Lin. I'll follow your lead. I'm already thrilled with the progress Little Blue has made. Yi Xian said cheerfully. Alright, it's settled then. Do you need to rest first? Yi Xian snapped back to reality at Lin Mo's sudden question. They hadn't rested for an entire day. I don't need to rest, Brother Lin. I want to level up as quickly as possible. Alright, then get ready. We're heading into the dungeon. Chapter 38 Double Team Dungeon Run Awkward Difficulty. Awakened ones possessed immense psychic energy. Unless drained by prolonged exertion without replenishment, they typically didn't require rest. The pair found a relatively safe spot and retrieved their activated dungeon access tokens, infusing them with just a hint of energy. A green circular teleportation portal materialized beside them, its overhead display reading Level 35 Dungeon. Let's go. We'll take down 2 high-level dungeons first. These have no entry restrictions, so the sooner we clear them, the sooner they respawn. Clearing Level 35 dungeons posed little difficulty for Lin Mo. However, once inside the instance, they encountered a problem. The health bars of these demonic beasts were laughably low except for the elite bosses. Most monsters had HP below 2000. Not only could Lin Mo's single skill now deal over 20,000 damage in an instant, but even a single punch with his knuckle dusters could inflict 2,480 damage. If he didn't control his strength, a single punch would instantly kill these beasts. The experience points these beasts provided were too meager, mainly useful for leveling up EXIN. After several trials, Lin Mo finally mastered controlling his punching damage, leaving the beasts barely alive. He let EXIN follow behind to finish them off. EXIN's initial astonishment turned to delight. Leveling up was surprisingly straightforward. Including travel time, clearing this dungeon took the pair roughly 50 minutes. EXIN successfully reached level 11. Without pausing, Lin Mo summoned another instance entrance. The level 45 dungeon shared the same awkwardness as the level 35 one, with the only difference being that most of the demon beasts inside now had health pools around 3000. With such high health pools, Lin Mo didn't need to deliberately control the force of his punches. He could unleash each strike with full power. EXIN and Bingwan handled the remaining health of the beasts, which also served as excellent practice for honing their combat skills. Gone were the days of level 35, where a single glance and a casual swing of their swords could instantly kill a demon beast. After dispatching a dozen or so scattered beasts, the pair encountered a wave of demonic creatures. These beasts were elephant-sized with rhinoceros-like heads, their long tails trailing spherical bone hammers studded with spikes. All ranked above level 45, their stampede shook the very ground beneath them. 300 to 400 of these massive, war-slave-level beasts charging forward created a truly overwhelming, mountain-moving momentum. EXIN was shaken by the thunderous roar of the approaching horde, almost instinctively wanting to retreat. But when she turned to see Lin Mo's calm and composed expression, she forced back her inner fear, opened her interface, and scanned one of the beasts. Heavy Hammer Unicorn War Slave Grade, Level 47, HP 3300, Strength 30, Defense 16, Agility 10. Primary attacks, Unicorn Charge 280 damage per hit, Heavy Hammer Assault 230 damage per hit. I'll disrupt their charge formation. You look for openings to finish off the beasts I've attacked. These Heavy Hammer Unicorns rely on size and brute strength. Their weakness is equally obvious: poor agility. Avoid getting surrounded by beasts during combat. Their attacks pack a serious punch. With that, Lin Mo's body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, plunging into the beast hide. EXIN nodded at his words, the fear in her eyes gradually replaced by focus. Lin Mo charged to the edge of the herd and delivered a powerful punch to one of the larger Heavy Hammer Unicorns. The beast, larger than a full-grown elephant, was instantly sent flying, landing squarely in the path of the oncoming wave. After landing the blow, Lin Mo swiftly picked another target, using his agility to repeat the tactic. The full-speed charging horde, chasing one another, couldn't break in time when faced with the sudden obstacles. They stumbled and fell in waves. Some Heavy Hammer Unicorns were even trampled and crippled by their own kind. The charging formation shattered. Lin Mo plunged into the herd like a tiger among sheep, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. One by one, the struck beasts were sent flying from the herd. For the war slave level beasts, Lin Mo struck once and then moved on, focusing only on constantly maneuvering to keep them at bay and prevent them from closing in. Xin also seized the moment to command the Ice Phoenix to attack. As for the two elite grade beasts, which proved more resilient, Lin Mo periodically delivered punches to these cumbersome giants, drawing their aggro. He kept them from closing in on Xin and Bingwan's combat zone. Honestly, Lin Mo felt that being Xin's protector was even tougher than when he'd faced the rotten corpse mushroom alone. To distract the beasts and prevent Xin from being overwhelmed by a group attack, while also giving her the chance for the final strike. Lin Mo even removed his knuckle dusters, moving bare-handed among the large demon beasts. He had to constantly monitor Xin and Bingwan's status, preventing those two from getting ambushed by the beast's heavy hammers. Bingwan possessed considerable agility and leveraged her aerial combat advantage, rarely giving the heavy-hammered unicorns a chance to counterattack. Xin was another story, though she appeared significantly more agile than these beasts. However, when facing the imposing, massive beasts at close range, she kept making mistakes early in the fight. This gave the heavy hammer unicorns openings to strike back. In one severe instance, she was knocked down by a level 48 heavy hammer unicorn, after which three beasts swarmed her. Stomping, biting, ramming, and hammer strikes. Before long, Xin's body was drenched in blood. Had she not been wearing an orange tier armor set, Xin might have been trampled to death by these beasts before Bingwan could come to her rescue. Lin Mo had been watching Xin's battle unfold. Seeing her in danger, he did not rush to her aid immediately. The best combat training was life or death battles. As an awakened who would face countless unpredictable conflicts in the future, only by continually confronting life or death battles could one fully unleash their combat potential. In this world, while skills are the primary source of maximum damage for everyone, however, the true art of combat lies in how one evades and defends to minimize damage taken, how one identifies demonic beasts' weaknesses, and how one deals significant damage through attacks beyond skills. How to maneuver and wait for skills to recharge. These are the true mastery of combat. Many skills demand increasingly terrifying amounts of energy as their damage scales up, and their cooldowns grow accordingly. Without mastering combat techniques and relying solely on mindless skill spam, survival is unlikely unless one possesses god-tier talent like Lin Mo, whose abilities border on game-breaking. Of course, Lin Mo knew his limits. Upon entering the dungeon, he had Xin share his health points. Xin, now at level 11, possessed 5,400 HP with her gear enhancements. Lin Mo would only activate his healing skill when her HP dropped to around 500. Would he cast healing spells? The level 45 dungeon took them over an hour and 40 minutes to fully clear. After clearing this dungeon, Xin's level skyrocketed to 14. Her 514-slot backpack was nearly full, though this was largely because many identical level demon beasts only occupied a single storage slot. Let's rest for a bit. After exiting the level 45 dungeon, Lin Mo looked at Xin, whose face bore an excited smile yet clearly showed signs of exhaustion. No need, brother Lin. This dungeon's combat feels like the real deal, the kind of fighting I imagined. Before, hunting monsters with you made them seem weak. With you protecting me, I can grow rapidly in these intense battles. I want to keep fighting. Covered in blood, Xin replied eagerly. Fine. The level 35 dungeon only respawns every hour or so, and the level 45 one won't be ready for another 5 hours. Right now, the only dungeon I can run with you is the level 15 one. Starting now, I'll train you to swiftly slay demons on your own. Alright. What's your current agility stat? Chapter 39, Xin soloing. Are the monsters too weak? Without the orange set bonus, my current agility is 32. With the set bonus included, it's 42. After hearing Xin's reply, Lin Mo pondered for a moment before saying, with your current agility and the orange tier longsword dealing 800 damage per strike, you should be capable of handling a level 15 war slave rated dungeon. I won't intervene in this dungeon, nor will I give you any hints. I'll only heal you when you're on the brink of death. So in the upcoming battles, you must be fully aware of your surroundings and develop a strategy to quickly eliminate monsters based on the enemy situation. These 4 dungeons offer negligible leveling benefits for me now, so I suggest we don't waste too much time on them. Once your combat awareness is sufficiently honed, we should return to hunting wild beasts. Got it, brother Lin. I'll handle things from here. Keep an eye out for my combat flaws and offer suggestions. Alright, let's begin when you're ready. Xin closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Let's begin, brother Lin. As the entrance to the level 15 dungeon materialized, the two stepped inside. Before long, they encountered a swarm of giant clawed poison scorpions, each as large as a dustpan. Lin Mo opened the scan panel. Giant claw poison scorpion, war slave tier, level 17 demon beast. Health, 800. Defense, 2, strength, 5, primary attacks, giant claw pincer strike 20 damage per hit, poison stinger assault 23 damage per hit. Attacks inflict poison status, dealing 2 damage per second. Damage increases with duration of poisoning. Go. Stay alert. Avoid the venomous sting from its tail. Accumulated toxins can deal significant damage over time. Xin retrieved the orange longsword from her backpack. Got it, Brother Lin. Little Blue, circle around me during combat. With that, the man and bird charged toward the giant claw-poison scorpion. Though Lin Mo had warned Xin to be cautious, he was genuinely astonished inside. He had never faced a level 15 war slave grade demon beast before. Upon seeing the giant clawed poison scorpion stats, he was stunned. Could there really be such a weak demon beast? If he were to enter such a beast's territory, he'd genuinely worry that a single punch could wipe out the entire group. And indeed, Xin wielded her long sword, leading Xiaolan through the horde with ease. Her advance met no resistance whatsoever. Even two level 20 elite-rated giant claw poison scorpions fell within half a minute of Xin and Bing Luan's attacks. It wasn't that these beasts were weak, it was mainly that Xin and Bing Luan's attacks were truly formidable. It was only by constantly following Lin Mo, that god-tier talent freak, that Xin's combat prowess as an SSS-tier awakened one remained severely overshadowed. Lin Mo paid no attention to the ensuing battle, it simply wasn't worth his focus. He began wandering around the dungeon. The instance was transported here through a well-constructed spatial passage, so the instance coordinates only indicate the entrance location, not the dungeon's actual location. The interior environment of each instance was perfectly suited to the survival conditions of its demonic beasts. After wandering for a while, Lin Mo discovered a structure resembling a small earth deity temple in a corner. Inside, intricate formations were arranged, flanked by two imposing stone statues of war generals. The statues radiated an overwhelming aura of power, a setup Lin Mo had encountered in other dungeons as well. He scanned the statues with his interface panel but received no information. Lin Mo had harbored numerous doubts about Blue Star's dungeons from the very beginning. The beasts within the dungeon were identical to those in the wild, completely real. But if they were real, how could they reappear after being killed? The secret likely lay within the small structures found in every instance. Just as Lin Mo was deep in thought. Brother Lin, I've received the clear prompt. Let's head out. A friend notification popped up on his interface, a message from Xin. Lin Mo replied briefly before activating the token in his hand. A purple glow emanated from the token, enveloping Lin Mo instantly. Both of them materialized outside the dungeon. I won't be joining you in the level 10 dungeon. Trade me all the demon beast corpses, I'll exchange them for resources. After clearing the level 10 dungeon, take a break. Wait for the level 15 dungeon to respawn and clear it solo. By then, the level 35 dungeon should be ready too. After witnessing Xin's performance in the level 15 instance, Lin Mo realized his caution had been excessive. Alright, thanks, Brother Lin. Don't be so formal from now on. It feels distant and makes things awkward. Alright, I won't be so formal with Brother Lin from now on. He. Xin said playfully with her hands behind her back. Seeing this innocent and lively young girl, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile genuinely. He frowned slightly as he looked at the nearly 1,800 demon beasts Xin had traded over. These beasts shouldn't fetch high prices, only the dozen or so elite grade ones might command a bit more. Even if Lin Qingyu were to buy them, she'd offer no more than 3,000 silver coins. And 1 million silver coins would only be enough to exchange for a grade 5 ice condensing pill. The resources this instance could provide were still too scarce. The two had entered the instance to level up in a special training room arranged by the school. By the time Lin Mo emerged from the training room, dusk had fallen. Nearly 2 days had passed since the awakening, and students who had just returned from the dungeon were gradually appearing on the training grounds. Thanks to the rapid early game leveling, students who had secured a spot in a dungeon party had now reached levels 2 to 4. Inside the Demon Beast dungeon, it was mostly the high-level seniors leading the groups or the instructors hired by the school who took action. They had no opportunity to fight, or rather, many lacked the courage to even engage the beasts. Now they were rushing to the training grounds to test the damage of their skills. Lin Mo didn't bother these students. He hadn't yet figured out how to maximize the value of these war slave level beasts, so he decided to seek out Huang He first. Perhaps Huang He could turn this junk into treasure. Hey, isn't this our class's great healer genius? What's up? Testing your skill effects too? Want me to give you an energy potion? Don't want you to run out of mana after testing. No team's gonna want a mage without energy potions. A loud, shrill voice snapped Lin Mo out of his thoughts. He turned to see a stocky, rather tall young man standing with his hands on his hips, glaring at him with disdain. Lin Mo recognized him. He was one of the first in their class to awaken a combat class, Lu Rinjia, who seemed to have awakened as a warrior back then. Lu Rinjia was surrounded by a few sycophantic followers, some of whom were Lin Mo's classmates, while others he didn't recognize. What genius! A useless priest? How could he compare to Brother Lu? Exactly. Brother Lu is an A-rank warrior class. He'll definitely be among the elite with the highest combat power. Who does this guy think he is, calling himself a genius in front of Brother Lu? Lin Mo didn't want to waste time arguing with this crowd. He pretended not to hear them and walked toward the exit of the training ground. Unexpectedly, one of the youths eager to curry favor with Lu Rinjia stepped forward and blocked Lin Mo's path. Are you deaf or dumb? Brother Lu's talking to you, that's him showing you respect. You don't even say a word? Is that polite? Chapter 40, Are you being polite? Forced to act cool. I'm asking you, is that polite? Seeing Lin Mo staring back without responding, the guy jabbed his finger into Lin Mo's chest and pressed on. Step aside. I genuinely want to test how much I've improved these past couple days. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. What did he just say? He said he wants to test his strength. Tongli, make way for our genius Lu. And you lot, back off. Don't get caught in the fallout from our genius Lin's aura. Ha ha, move aside, make way. Let's see just how amazing our genius priest really is. Lu Rinjia and his henchmen burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Mo wanted to test his skills effects. The reason was simple: before the martial arts exam began, hardly any team would recruit a priest. Why waste precious experience points on someone who could be replaced by a few healing potions? During the martial arts exam, a single level could crush a sea of competitors. The crowd around them perked up upon hearing Lin Mo's class was priest and that he intended to test his skill effects. Among combat classes, those who had awakened as priests were relatively few across the entire school. They had yet to witness a priest's skills in action. If Lin Mo's healing skills proved powerful, it might be wise to build connections early. After the martial exam ended, during the break, they could save the silver coins they'd spend on hiring a guide and instead challenge a dungeon with a priest in tow. After all, leveling up wouldn't be as urgent after the martial arts exam. Splitting some experience points now could save a significant amount of silver coins that would otherwise be spent on a guide, a worthwhile investment in the long run. If the priest's skills proved weak, well, it would just be entertainment. Lin Mo walked straight to the damage testing target. Hey! Genius Lin, did you take a wrong turn? That's the damage testing area. The target for testing a priest's healing skills is over there. Not even knowing that basic fact makes me, your die-hard fan, feel a bit embarrassed. Lu Rinjia chuckled, gesturing toward the kindly figure of Lin Mo across the way. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter at Lu Rinjia's words. Thud! Lin Mo delivered a bare-knuckle punch to the damage testing target. Turning to Lu Rinjia, he retorted, who says I can't test my own fist damage just because I'm testing priest skill effects? Ha! A priest testing fist damage? You think you're a warrior? Lu Rinjia chuckled at Lin Mo's remark, but suddenly noticed the once noisy training room had fallen silent. After a moment of murmurs, it had fallen completely silent. Even students who hadn't been paying attention to the commotion now shot puzzled glances their way. Just as he was puzzling over this, a subordinate beside him pointed at the test target screen. Lu Rinjia followed the direction of the finger and stared blankly at the single line of text displayed on the screen. Damage value, 500. Lin Mo had approached Lu Rinjia unnoticed and now patted his shoulder. An awakened one who deals no damage isn't a good healer, got it? With that, he strode out of the training ground amid the stunned stares of onlookers. It wasn't that Lin Mo wanted to show off. Mainly, when dealing with these annoying guys, if you just keep letting them walk all over you, they'll mistake your restraint for weakness and pick on you whenever they get the chance. The damage wasn't significant, but it was infuriating. This can't be right. I'm a level 5 rank warrior, and my skill damage never hit 300. How could his single punch deal such high damage? The equipment must be malfunctioning. Yeah, definitely. Someone report the equipment malfunction to the school. The moment Lu Rinjia spoke, the training ground erupted in chaos. Some were stunned, others agreed with Lu Rinjia's theory. The reactions were varied. But it didn't stop there. Some busybodies snapped screenshots of the display and posted them on the school forum, adding their own embellishments. Within a minute, these posts dominated the forum's top headlines. Lin Mo paid no attention to the commotion that followed the initial shock within the training ground. Even without the orange knuckle duster's enhancement, Lin Mo's single punch could deliver damage roughly 3 times his own strength. He had actually held back on that previous punch. He didn't know how much damage an ordinary awakened skills could deal. He believed that a priest capable of dealing 500 points of damage with a single punch should be enough to intimidate these arrogant fools. He had simply overestimated the damage potential of other awakened individuals. Where are you? He pulled up Huang Yi's chat window on the interface and sent the message. The Forging Guild Dormitory, studying theoretical forging courses. What's up? Got a batch of demon beast carcasses, mostly war slave grade. Wanted to see if you could find any usable forging materials from them. Send them over for me to take a look. Lin Mo dragged all the demon beast corpses into the trading interface. A few minutes later, Huang Yi's message arrived. There's quite a bit usable, but extracting only the forging materials would be wasteful. Plus, many auxiliary materials are missing, making it impossible to craft quality gear. You're in the Blacksmith's Guild. Do you know where the guild sources its materials? Let me see if I can connect with them and get a handle on the demon beast carcass processing procedures. Huang Yi received Lin Mo's message with some confusion. Why do you need to know this? Since you want to pursue independent forging, the best way to avoid drawing attention is for us to establish our own material supplier. The message window on his interface remains silent for a long time. Just as Lin Mo was thinking Huang He might be busy, the chat window stirred. I never asked about your awakened class or talents, but acquiring so many demon beast corpses in such a short time. The only explanation is that you're soloing dungeons. At level 31, you're taking down monsters over level 40. That shows your awakened talent is truly remarkable. Lin Mo, one hand can grasp only so much. Even dedicating your entire life to mastering a single skill doesn't guarantee you'll reach the pinnacle of that field. When I learned you'd awakened a combat class and leveled up 30 times in a single day, I resolved to support you in reaching the pinnacle of strength. So with every decision you make, I hope you'll be cautious, don't let our dreams go to waste. Lin Mo stared at Huang He's heartfelt words and loyal advice. He felt profoundly grateful for having saved this friend of the original host back then. Yet only he knew the full extent of his own situation. Business was his original expertise, after all. Besides, Huang He might misunderstand commerce. He thought business would only distract him, unaware that mastering it could open up countless opportunities for his growth. After a moment's thought, he replied to Huang He. Your advice is sound, but my decision wasn't made on a whim. Trust me, if we can build a commercial empire where we hold absolute control, it would only benefit our development, not harm it. Lin Mo could picture Huang He's exasperated expression upon receiving the message and prepared himself for a debate with his friend. Yet Huang He's reply caught him off guard. At the same time, something else brought Lin Mo a pleasant surprise. The black pendant he had obtained from the Gale Valley instance had just emitted an energy fluctuation. Chapter 41, The Pendants Awakening the Thousand-Layer Tower. Since you've made your decision, I'll support you wholeheartedly. I only hope that whenever you make a choice in the future, you'll remember what I've told you. I'll assist in the procurement department to quickly get a handle on the material suppliers. We'll figure out the specifics later. Reading Huang He's message, Lin Mo's initial mindset of, since I've crossed over, I might as well play the game of life, was suddenly replaced by a profound sense of belonging. All right. He replied with a single word on the interface, then looked up at the sky. This decision hadn't come easily. The marketplace was never as peaceful as the battlefield. Especially for those who built their businesses from scratch, the marketplace was always a brutal arena. Fortunately, in this world that revered combat prowess, he possessed both potential and confidence. He could carve out his own domain through formidable martial strength. He sought out a secluded spot. He pulled a black pendant from his robe. This pendant resembled a dungeon access permit, though its quality and the intricate array patterns etched upon it were incomparable. The pendant was a miniature black tower that had been in a constant state of reconstruction since he acquired it. Lin Mo could sense the connection between himself and the tower. He had previously attempted to channel energy into it. Yet it had never responded. Lin Mo noticed that the small orb at the top of the tower was now emitting a faint aura of energy. He was puzzled. If it's reconstructing, shouldn't it start from the bottom? Why is the topmost bead completing its formation first? He channeled energy into the tower and soon felt the bond between them gradually strengthen. Suddenly, Lin Mo vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he found himself in another space with clear blue skies stretching endlessly above. Within this space, Lin Mo felt the energy drained from him over the past 2 days rapidly replenish. The scenery was familiar to Lin Mo. This was the demigod space where he had encountered that peculiar old man. Yet, the sensation was vastly different. Is this truly the same demigod realm I visited before? To actually restore one's state within this space, this is undoubtedly a cultivation artifact. It was well known that while awakened ones possessed formidable stamina, they still required replenishment. This could be achieved through sleep or expensive energy potions. Yet within this space, Lin Mo felt his energy replenishing with every breath. Moreover, the space seemed considerably larger than before. A vast mountain base floated mid-air within the space, its lush greenery faintly visible above. He walked toward the base, wondering how he could ascend. After walking for a minute or two, 2 steps glowed with a golden light beneath his feet. As Lin Mo stepped onto them, the 2 steps alternated between disappearing and reappearing with each of his strides. Lin Mo's pace was steady, yet the steps seemed endless. No matter how far he walked, the distance ahead showed no sign of shortening. Lin Mo sat down on the steps. Just how high is this mountain? How long will it take to reach the top? If only these steps could rise and fall automatically. Lin Mo muttered to himself. Unexpectedly, the steps began to rise rapidly, accelerating until Lin Mo could no longer make out the scenery before him. When his vision finally cleared, the steps had vanished. Lin Mo now found himself halfway up a vast mountain range, where peaks stood densely packed like a forest. Here, ponds of varying sizes were embedded into the mountainside, and an ancient-looking structure appeared in the distance. The path was paved entirely with ancient, smooth boulders. He walked along the broad, level path toward the structure resembling a traditional Chinese courtyard. The ancient fortress contained every conceivable amenity, resembling a mobile palace. Within a 3-story ancient building along the central axis, Lin Mo encountered his pendant-shaped black projection. Golden characters hovered in the air beside it. 1,000-layer tower, divine artifact under reconstruction. Description: the tower possesses countless layers, each layer a microcosm. Within these microcosms, the demonic beasts are manifestations of demonic beast souls, lacking true physical forms. Their power is but a fraction of what it once was, serving as training grounds for future generations. This thing has countless copies? Ha ha ha, I've struck gold. This is like a divine tier instance pass for me. Lin Mo read the description, first stunned, then overcome with elation. Since this 1,000-layer tower could possess infinite layers, it meant that even if he couldn't find suitable dungeons in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about lacking a place to hone his combat skills. What thrilled him even more was that the beasts within the tower were all manifestations of souls, possessing formidable psychic power. This meant he now had a source for honing his own psychic attacks. This possibility had likely never crossed the mind of the creator of this artifact. The only drawback was that he couldn't strip materials from these demonic beasts. Lin Mo circled the ancient village and its surroundings once more. Aside from his stamina recovering significantly faster here than on the surface, he hadn't discovered any other anomalies. The main reason was the sheer vastness of the space. By the time he finished surveying the ancient residence's perimeter, the time he had agreed upon with Xin was nearly up. He retrieved the pendant, channeled energy into it, and with a thought, materialized outside the demigod space. Night had deepened. After materializing, Lin Mo scanned his surroundings and confirmed no one was nearby. Only then did he feel at ease. A man is not guilty for possessing a jade, but he is guilty for guarding it. When one lacks the power to protect the 1,000-layer tower, one must exercise extreme caution in using it. Otherwise, it could easily bring down a deadly calamity upon oneself. Brother Lin, you're back. I have other plans for the demon beast's corpse and haven't dealt with it yet. Drink a bottle of energy potion to recover some stamina first. We'll continue grinding the level 35 dungeon. Lin Mo handed Xin the stamina potion he'd picked up at the school mall on his way back. Thanks, Brother Lin. I'll follow your lead. I feel like the level 10 dungeon barely levels me up anymore. After clearing the whole thing, my EXP only went up about 10%. Xin voiced her disappointment to Lin Mo. The higher your class talent rating, the more experience you naturally need to level up. With your SSS tier talent rating, you already require significantly more experience than other awakened ones. Plus, you're tackling lower level dungeons at a higher level. After clearing the level 35 and level 45 dungeons tonight, take a break. We'll continue first thing tomorrow morning. Xin downed an energy potion, instantly feeling her fatigue dissipate considerably. Hearing Lin Mo's plan, she hesitated to speak up, but after a moment's thought, she obediently agreed, alright. But Lin Mo, can I handle the monsters in the level 35 dungeon on my own? I want to see where my limits lie. Lin Mo considered it for a moment before nodding. Alright. A level 15 dungeon poses almost no challenge for you. The level 35 dungeon will be perfect for identifying your combat weaknesses. With that, he gestured for Xin to activate the instance access permit. Chapter 42, Xin volunteers for battle both go berserk. Dual Blade Mantis, War Slave Tier, level 37, HP 2100, Strength 11, Agility 6, Attack Pattern, Alternating Dual Blades, Damage 48 points hit, specializes in area attacks. Xin stared at the dark swarm of demonic beasts flapping toward them. Though called mantises, they were the size of newborn calves. Two 30-centimeter bone blades swung before each shoulder, forming a veritable aerial army armed with blades. While a single dual-blade mantis posed little threat, being swarmed by this entire circle of them would quickly drain her health. Her instinct was to look toward Lin Mo. But she quickly realized that with Brother Lin, the top-tier healing priest, present, dying would be nearly impossible. No matter how chaotic things got, she wouldn't face a life or death crisis. With that thought, Xin closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and suddenly opened them again. Her gaze now held a murderous intent. When the twin-bladed mantis beasts were still over 200 meters away, she decisively launched her attack. Her stride was firm and swift, the long sword in her hand gleaming with a cold light, Ice Phoenix following closely behind. She truly possessed the bearing of a warrior on the battlefield. The moment she clashed with the frontline beasts, Bingluan plunged into the horde. The high-frequency flapping of its wings visibly slowed the movement of the demon beast horde. What kind of technique is this? Lin Mo was taken aback. The Ice Phoenix certainly hadn't awakened any skills yet. Yet why did its high-frequency flapping cause the twin-bladed mantises to slow down? Upon closer inspection, he noticed that with each flap, white frost spread outward from the Ice Phoenix's wings. Before long, a white mist enveloped the Ice Phoenix, and the double-blade mantis's pace grew even slower than before. Xin seized this opportunity to launch a fierce assault on the demon beasts charging ahead. Her hands gripped the long sword tightly as she swung and slashed, her movements carrying a hint of a martial heroine's flair. Lin Mo noticed something intriguing about her tactics. Each strike deliberately targeted the shoulder joints of the demon beasts. This position was precisely where the pair of bone blades were rooted. Within mere seconds, she severed the bone blades of 5 double-bladed mantis demons. Without their blades, the mantis beasts posed no further threat to her. Not bad. Having combat awareness is a good start. In the level 35 instance, the entire swarm of dual-bladed mantis beasts numbered around 500, including 8 elite level ones. This data was gathered from previous clearings of the dungeon. While the refreshed data wouldn't be identical, it wouldn't differ significantly either. The current wave of demon beasts numbered around 200. Yi Xian's strategy was sound, but the double-bladed mantises were positioned quite close together. She had only managed to slash down a dozen or so demon beasts with her bone blade before being surrounded by the ones rushing in from behind. Despite leveraging her agility to dodge and counterattack, she was swiftly surrounded by the demon beasts. Ice Phoenix fought fiercely in the air but lacking area of effect skills. It couldn't prevent Yi Xian from being overwhelmed by the swarm of demon beasts like locusts closing in. Before long, Yi Xian found herself trapped on all sides. The attacks from the twin-bladed mantises weren't particularly powerful, but the sheer density of the assault proved overwhelming. Though Yi Xian was completely engulfed by the beasts, obscuring her condition. Lin Mo could clearly see through their shared health bar that Yi Xian's health was plummeting at a rate of 120-230 points per second. Half a minute later, Yi Xian's health, which had been 6,300 points including her orange equipment, had plummeted to 1,800 points. Lin Mo calculated the average damage and decided to hold back for now. Unexpectedly, Bingluan suddenly abandoned the aerial assault advantage and charged directly into the double-bladed mantises' encirclement. She was quickly overwhelmed by the twin-bladed mantises. What kind of strategy is this? Lin Mo wondered. Putting Bingluan in close combat? What the hell is going on? Has that girl Yi Xian run out of tricks? Although Lin Mo noticed that Yi Xian's health depletion slowed significantly after Bingluan charged into the fray. But what difference could that possibly make to the outcome of the entire battle? Nearly 40 seconds later, Yi Xian's health had dropped to 500. He guessed the Ice Phoenix's health was similarly depleted. Lin Mo grew restless, energy surging through his body. He was ready to unleash his healing skill at any moment. Just then, a surprising scene unfolded. Chirp! A piercing cry of the phoenix erupted from the center of the encirclement, instantly repelling all the twin-bladed mantises. Yi Xian's health suddenly surged to 2,150 points. Lin Mo caught sight of Yi Xian, drenched in blood. Her eyes were bloodshot, radiating murderous intent like a hellish messenger. The Ice Phoenix was in a similar state. With each flap of its wings, a chill spread out, and soon the heads of the twin-bladed mantises were covered in a thin layer of frost. Ice Phoenix soared back into the sky, launching even fiercer assaults. Any double-blade mantis struck by the Ice Phoenix's assault struggled to maintain flight, crashing to the ground. Some perished even before hitting the ground. Yi Xian's attacks grew increasingly swift and fierce. Wherever her long sword passed, bone blades fell to the ground. Wardfa, what's going on? Double berserk mode? When Bingluan's health drops below 20%, it enters a berserk state. Her health instantly recovers to 50% of her maximum, while her defense and attack surge to 5 times their original values. Lin Mo knew this long ago, so he wasn't surprised. But when did Yi Xian acquire such a skill? Moreover, without equipment bonuses, Yi Xian's maximum HP should be around 4,800 points. If she could recover half her HP like Bingluan during berserk, shouldn't her health be around 2,400 right now? How could it be over 200 points lower? Moreover, each of Yi Xian's sword strikes now dealt over 1,000 points of damage, and her attacks carried a freezing effect. Lin Mo grew increasingly baffled. The attacks of the man and the bird seemed chaotic, yet they carried an unstoppable momentum. Nearly 30 minutes later, all 200 demon beasts had been slain. Remarkably, Yi Xian's health had only dropped by a little over 100 points, remaining above 2,000. Both Yi Xian and Bingluan seemed to have entered a battle-crazed state. Before the second wave of twin-bladed mantises could close in, they charged toward the enemy proactively. This wave of beasts was significantly larger than the previous one. Bingluan swiftly broke through the horde, repeating her tactic, flapping her wings rapidly to slow the double-bladed mantises. Then they began to hunt by launching surprise attacks from the air. This time, however, their attacks were no longer chaotic but perfectly coordinated. Any mantis beasts that Yi Xian had already felled with her twin blades were completely ignored by both creatures. Those beasts that had only been struck once by Yi Xian were then finished off by Bingluan's surprise attacks. If Bingluan struck first, Yi Xian would similarly time her follow-up strike perfectly. This seamless coordination amplified the potency of both offense and defense. Moreover, in their current state, even when taking damage, the decrease in their health bars was minimal. Impressive. Who knew you had this trick up your sleeve? Looks like I won't even need to lift a finger to clear this dungeon. Clearing a level 35 demon beast dungeon at level 14? That must be extremely rare among awakened ones, right? Lin Mo watched the human and bird's performance and couldn't help but nod in admiration. Chapter 43, Practical Training: The Brilliance of the Top Student. The reality unfolded exactly as Lin Mo had anticipated. Though the battle lasted quite a while. Fortunately, when Exan's health dropped to around 1200, they successfully cleared the level 35 dungeon. Her level also successfully reached 15. Lin Mo noticed that as Exan approached him, the crimson glow in her eyes had faded. She looked somewhat weak, yet her face bore a proud smile. "Brother Lin, how did I do?" Lin Mo gave her a thumbs up. "Strong. You really blew me away. I never expected you to have that kind of skill hidden up your sleeve. I'd been thinking of you as a delicate little girl before this." "Ha, Brother Lin, I wasn't hiding anything on purpose. Otherwise, I wouldn't have shown it to you. Everyone has their little secrets, you know. And only with you here did I dare try something like that. Otherwise, what I just did would have been pretty risky. You watched our entire fight. Could you give me some pointers?" Hearing Lin Mo's praise, Exan felt genuinely pleased. For a newly awakened practitioner, your performance was quite commendable. However, before both sides lost control, there were better strategic choices you could have made. Lin Mo paused before continuing his analysis. Regardless of the demon beast you face, once you know both yourself and your enemy, always leverage your strengths to attack their weaknesses. Take our earlier fight, for instance. Since Xiaolan could slow down the rear demon beasts, you didn't need to rush your attack. Instead, you could have strategically retreated. That would have stretched the distance between the front and rear formations of the twin-bladed mantises, giving yourself more time to break through the front line. Throughout the process, you could leverage your agility advantage to divide the battlefield while continuously wearing down the front line. That's the first area for improvement. After listening, Exan carefully recalled her earlier battle. Indeed, her approach had been overly hasty. Her agility far surpassed these slave-grade demon beasts. If she fought as Lin Mo suggested, the frontline twin-bladed mantises wouldn't have left many marks on her before she either slew them or crippled them. After all, wielding an orange-tier weapon, his damage could easily exceed 800 per strike. Once the front line was dealt with, she could have the blue ones distracting the rear split off another group of beasts to continue isolating and eliminating them. Though the battle would take longer, it would prevent him from being quickly overwhelmed and forced into a passive position. Seeing Exan deep in thought, Lin Mo refrained from interrupting. "Brother Lin, I've reviewed the battle. Switching to your strategy would indeed make the fight much more stable. I could even use the terrain to hinder these beasts' area attacks." "Do you think my idea is feasible?" Exan asked with a hint of pride. "Absolutely. Not only can we use the terrain to hinder them, but we can also use it to inflict massive damage. You're able to extrapolate and think of these things. That's excellent. In terms of results, the approach you took earlier might have been the most direct and fastest. But personally, I believe one should never reveal their ultimate trump card unless absolutely forced to. I don't know how long your berserk state can last, but one thing is certain, once you and Xiaolan go berserk, you'll have no backup. If you encounter another powerful enemy at that point, you won't even have a chance to retreat." Exan felt a chill run down her spine at the thought. This time, they had Lin Mo as their backup, allowing them to employ this untested tactic. Yet in her own battles, retreat had never been part of her strategy. Her and Bingwan's most devastating weapon now was their rampage forms. If they faced a demon beast with higher intelligence that employed the hit-and-run tactic Lin Mo had just taught her against them, by dragging the fight out until their berserk forms faded, they'd be forced into a desperate, all-or-nothing battle. I was reckless. Thank you, Brother Lin. I'll think more carefully in future battles. Exan mimicked the deep bow Lin Mo had given the principal earlier, curtsying respectfully to him. "Ha! You're getting addicted to being polite, aren't you? Take your time. The more battles you experience, the richer your combat experience will naturally become." Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh at the guy's antics. Especially that bow, it felt less like gratitude and more like a funeral rite. Angel heal. Lin Mo raised his hand and cast the skill, instantly restoring Exan and Xiaolan's health bars to full. "Let's go. We'll head out first. After clearing the level 45 dungeon, we'll call it a night." "Sure, Brother Lin. Are you really graduating with us this year?" Lin Mo froze for a moment at the question. "Why would you ask that?" Exan pouted. "Why else would you know so much?" That was a tough question to answer. Should he tell this young girl to study Sun Tzu's Art of War more? Did Blue Star even have that classic? If you were a top student, you'd be one too. Exan shot Lin Mo a disapproving glare at his words. She muttered under her breath, "So you're a top student. Big deal." For the level 45 dungeon, Exan didn't try to show off. After all, neither she nor Xiaolan had their berserk forms yet. They stuck to the strategy from their first run of this dungeon, letting Lin Mo land the first punch on those heavy hammer unicorns. Then she and Xiaolan would finish them off. The only difference was that Exan told Lin Mo he didn't need to distract the demon beasts closing in during combat. Her sole request was that he contain the elite heavy hammer unicorn, preventing these high damage, high defense beasts from interfering before she finished off the slave-grade monsters. Yi Xian applied her newly learned tactics immediately, leveraging her agility and the terrain to constantly maneuver. She coordinated with Xiaolan to execute well-synchronized surprise attacks. The combat effectiveness was evident. Even without Lin Mo disrupting the beast's rhythm, these clumsy heavy hammer unicorns were still being led by the nose by Yi Xian and Xiaolan. They were relentlessly drawn out and slaughtered. In contrast, Yi Xian and Xiaolan sustained minimal damage. Throughout the entire dungeon run, Lin Mo didn't need to use any healing skills. The only downside was the completion time. It took over 2 hours, leaving Yi Xian thoroughly exhausted. Fortunately, the level 45 dungeon provided substantial experience, allowing Yi Xian to level up from 15 to 17. Let's go. We'll rest after leaving the dungeon and continue tomorrow. Lin Mo casually cast a healing spell on Yi Xian and Xiaolan before activating the instance access permission teleportation. By the time they exited the dungeon, it was nearly 1 a.m. Truthfully, he didn't need rest at all. Not only did he have the recovery capabilities of the demigod space, even without the semi-deity space's stamina regeneration. Farming these slave-grade beasts meant that if Lin Mo handled the grinding, most of the day would be spent waiting for the dungeon to respawn. It offered no challenge whatsoever. After bidding farewell, the two headed toward their respective dormitories. Lin Mo noticed an unread message notification on his interface. He tapped the panel to open it. A message from Lin Qingyu. Chapter 44, From What Business I'll Support You. Brother Lin Mo, the price for the commander-level rotten corpse mushroom family has been set at 5 million silver coins. Normally, 500,000 silver coins for a commander-level demon beast carcass is already substantial. But the embryo inside the corpse-rotting mushroom can serve as an awakener's contract beast. That's what makes its value extraordinary. See if this price is acceptable. If you have any further requests, just let me know. I'll do my best to negotiate for you. The message arrived an hour ago. Let's settle it this way. Just swap all my supplies for ice attribute ones. Due to his earth habits, Lin Mo felt a bit sleepy despite his abundant energy. There were no suitable dungeons to farm right now, and it was unclear when the 1,000-layer tower would be reconstructed. As for the business plan, it was still just a rough outline. Just as he was considering taking a nap, a message from Lin Qingyu popped up. So decisive? Aren't you going to haggle over the price? I'd already planned out how you'd negotiate with the old men of the family. Just then, Huang Yi also sent a message. The Forging Guild has 3 main material suppliers, all family-run businesses. The Sun family is the most powerful, followed by the Huang family. The Wu family has been losing ground these past years due to poor suppliers, and much of their market share has been taken over by these two. You could try partnering with the Wu family. After all, if you approach the Sun and Huang families right at the start, they might not even give you the time of day. As for more detailed information, I'm gathering it now. I'll notify you when I have updates. Lin Mo glanced at the time. It was nearly 1 a.m. Don't these people ever sleep? Lin Mo wondered aloud. He sent a quick reply to Huang He. Lin Mo then sent a message to Lin Qingyu. In business, it's all about steady, long-term growth. No need to nitpick over every single deal. Besides, working with Sister Qingyu, would I ever worry about you shortchanging your little brother? Oh my, you've got some perspective there, and you're quite the smooth talker. Sis is starting to like you more and more. Lin Mo didn't take Lin Qingyu's teasing to heart. Lin Qingyu wasn't actually much older than him. When they first met, she'd been a cold, aloof goddess who kept everyone at arm's length. But after he cleared the Stormwind Valley dungeon, her attitude toward him changed completely. Fortunately, their partnership was purely transactional. Otherwise, dealing with this woman would have required far more effort. Otherwise, he'd never know when she'd turn on him. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo sent Lin Qingyu a message. Sis Qingyu, does your family have any shops in Tongling Town? Brother Lin Mo, why the sudden interest? Nothing major. You know how much resources matter for an awaken's growth. I was born an orphan with no one to rely on. I'm just wondering if I could act as a middleman to trade supplies, saving up resources for my own development. After a moment, Lin Qingyu replied. Brother Lin Mo, you're joking. With your talent, major factions are lining up to invest in you. If you don't mind, I could even sponsor you myself. Lin Mo read the message, torn between laughter and tears. That girl Lin Qingyu really had no filter when it came to bold statements. Great idea. I'd be delighted. My demands aren't excessive, 100 ice crystal pills per month, and a set of purple gear when I hit level 40. After each job advancement, swap out my gear for a new purple set. Silver gear after 5th advancement, gold gear after 7th. If you think these terms are fair, Sister Qingyu, you'll be my sugar daddy. Whatever you need, I'll be there in a heartbeat. Lin Qingyu genuinely wanted to recruit Lin Mo. If such a prodigy joined the Lin family, their future development would undoubtedly reach new heights. But the price Lin Mo demanded was terrifying: 100 bottles of ice crystal pills. At market rates, that amounted to 20 to 30 million silver coins. 2 to 3,000 silver coins monthly? Not just her Lin family, but even the Awaken Alliance's treasury might struggle to cover that. And then there was Lin Mo's demand for purple grade and silver grade equipment. She could only send a message with an awkward laugh. Brother Lin Mo, you're joking, right? Hey, didn't Sister Qingyu crack the joke first? As if Lin Mo would let someone barely older than himself keep him? He was destined to stand at the pinnacle of Blue Star's combat power. We used to have quite a few ventures in the townships, but as the Lin family faced increasing pressure in the business world over the years, many of those township operations had to be put on hold. That includes your Tongling town. But if Brother Lin Mo truly wants to pursue this resale business, I can certainly lend a hand. Just list your requirements directly to me. I guarantee the lowest market prices for your supplies. Seeing Lin Mo's stance, Lin Qingyu knew when to hold her ground, her tone becoming much more formal. Agreed. We'll be counting on you, Sister Qingyu. Please handle the rotten corpse fungus matter for us. Transfer me 100 Federation credits and convert the rest into ice crystal pills. Shortly after Lin Mo sent the message, a transaction notification from Lin Qingyu appeared on his interface. 100 Federation coins, 10 bottles of ice crystal pills. Ice crystal pills are still priced at 5 bottles for 100 Federation credits, but I only have these 10 bottles available right now. Any supplies with special attributes are quite scarce. I'll do my best to find the rest and send them over as soon as I can. Lin Mo accepted the supplies and replied, no problem. Thanks for your trouble. Brother Lin Mo, let me give you a friendly heads up. If you truly intend to run a resale business in this town, you'd be wise to first investigate the local business network and see if the Wen family has any presence there. The Wen family in the county seat has expanded their business significantly over the years. Normally, such a large enterprise wouldn't bother much with township-level operations. But the Wens are ruthless. Anyone who damages their interests will face vicious retaliation. Brother Lin Mo, you've just awakened your abilities. It's best not to create unnecessary trouble for yourself. What I said earlier was sincere. If Brother Lin Mo simply needs resources for development, I'm willing to offer assistance. You might consider it. Lin Mo didn't dismiss Lin Qingyu's warning as alarmist. After all, encroaching on others' turf was no trivial matter. This wasn't necessarily about the scale of encroachment. Sometimes, to assert dominance in the market, they would nitpick over every detail. Even resorting to unscrupulous means wouldn't be surprising. Thanks for the heads up, Sister Qingyu. I'll act within my means. If I truly lack the capability, I'll consider what you suggested. Lin Mo was no naive youth. He understood Lin Qingyu's words perfectly well. Chapter 45, Night Visit to the Small Town. Too many monks, not enough porridge. He certainly didn't believe in the notion of maintaining someone. But Lin Qingyu's overtures to win him over, he felt them keenly. After ending the call with Lin Qingyu, sleep eluded him. He decided to wander around the town instead. Though called a small town, its size was surprisingly substantial. Even its town center rivaled the bustling county towns he remembered from before his journey. He realized this Blue Star truly was a world of night owls. Though it still had distinct day and night cycles, most people seemed to have no need for rest, carrying on with their usual activities regardless. This differed from what he'd seen in the original host's memories. The original host's memories depicted a schedule quite similar to Earth's. But Lin Mo quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Awakened individuals and ordinary people now inhabited two separate worlds. Even those who had awakened life-related professions. As long as their energy could be replenished, they didn't need sleep to allow their bodies to recover by slowing down their functions. Moreover, this practice did not harm the body. As their level increased, their physical constitution would actually improve. Let's not get into other things. If Earth had stamina recovery potions that let people go 24 hours without sleep without harming their bodies, they'd probably be super popular, right? Lin Mo muttered to himself as he wandered around. There was a reason these people spent fortunes on stamina potions to work day and night. Theoretically, once one reaches level 40 and gains the opportunity to change professions, awakened ones could potentially unlock new paths by learning combat class skills. But this path was fraught with countless obstacles, its hardships beyond description to outsiders. Lin Mo stepped onto a bustling street. Street vendors hawking wares filled every corner. Hey, handsome. Top-notch gear here guaranteed to help you slay demons unscathed. Want to take a look? Check out mine premium healing potions, cheap and effective, essential for dungeons. Over here, young man. Rare minerals. For empty-handed night wanderers like Lin Mo, stepping onto the streets was like Tang Sang falling into a demon's lair. They wouldn't get away without losing a few pounds. It took Lin Mo quite a bit of persuasion to extricate himself from this swarm of soliciting vendors. He noticed a bustling building nearby, its neon sign reading Sun's Wholesale in bright letters. The place was packed with customers. This must be the Sun family, the economic leader of the town Huang he had mentioned. Lin Mo stepped through the 8-meter-wide entrance into the building. The interior was bright as day. Multiple storefronts occupied the first floor, each selling distinct goods. Even among the shops selling potions, the specific potions offered differed from one to another. Some specialize in restorative potions, others in healing potions, and still others in combat-enhancing potions. Anything commonly used by awakened ones can be found here. However, there is one commonality: items sold on the first floor, whether equipment or potions, are exclusively for awakened beings below the first transformation. The second floor primarily deals in rare minerals, elemental-infused supplies, and scarce materials, and also houses a reservation and order service center. The service center displays numerous samples of materials required for second-class advancement, including extremely rare items like skill books and purple-grade equipment. The third floor housed a rest and recovery center. Only a brief description was provided, and unauthorized entry was prohibited. Access required membership with the Sun family. Lin Mo could only reach the second floor before being barred from ascending further. He could only gain a rough understanding of the services offered on each floor of the Sun family building through the verbal descriptions provided by the sales counter staff. It could be said that this Sun family building encompassed virtually every service imaginable for awakened individuals below the second transformation. Whatever you desire, even if not readily available in the building, will be provided to your satisfaction within your scheduled appointment time. Small but fully equipped, it's no wonder the Sun family dominates Tongling Town's commercial scene. In a fiercely competitive metropolis, such a comprehensive business model might be seen as a scattered mess, inviting ridicule. But in a small town where goods are scarce, this model creates synergistic effects, driving traffic and yielding solid results. Lin Mo had tried using the sale of demon beast carcasses as a pretext to connect with the Sun family's decision-makers, but the manager simply gave him the contact information for a purchasing outlet and dismissed him. Lin Mo wasn't upset, he'd only been testing the waters during his free time anyway. Understanding the Sun family's business structure from its grassroots level proved far easier than extracting the truth directly from its upper echelons. Who was Lin Mo? A man who could piece together a company's situation from seemingly worthless scraps of information. For someone like him, only core business secrets with limited circulation required deliberate effort to crack. The rest could be deduced through information chains to predict the next stage's possibilities. Then, using the next stage's information to reverse engineer and filter the inference paths. Ultimately, this yields a truth that most closely aligns with the enterprise's developmental model. After a night of wandering and probing, Lin Mo had gained a rough grasp of the business models and current situations of the Sun, Huang, and Wu families. Simply put, only the Huang and Wu families were local enterprises, each possessing their own pillar industries. The leading Sun family, however, operated as a middleman. Initially, only the Huang and Wu families competed in equipment and potions within Tongling Town. However, after the Sun family entered the town, they brought superior goods and rapidly captured the local market. The critical issue was that the raw materials required for both families' industries couldn't be entirely sourced from the town itself, they also needed to be procured from the county seat. Yet after the Sun family entered the town, they not only seized the limited market share in a short time but also acquired raw materials at prices slightly above market rates. This forced both families to source materials from outside the town to keep production running, inevitably increasing their costs. The Huang family proved more adaptable, recognizing that continuing this way would inevitably lead to their demise under the Sun family's pressure. They pivoted to a hybrid model, part self-production and sales, part intermediary, which gradually revived their business. Only the Wu family stubbornly clung to their original business model. Now, they've been forced to shut down one of their two production lines, either equipment or potions. The Wu family's pharmaceuticals, however, remained viable. The stamina recovery potions Lin Mo had previously purchased were supplied by them. Though slightly pricier, their quality was decent, offering relatively good value overall. With the situation now clear, Lin Mo felt the town was becoming too crowded. He had no desire to compete for a slice of the already small pie with so many others vying for it. If he wanted to eliminate a competitor, the Wu family was the easiest target. Simply severing their supply chain within the town would leave them unable to continue struggling. Strangely enough, the Wu family didn't purchase the most basic raw materials, they bought semi-finished goods instead. This undoubtedly increased production costs, yet somehow the Wu family managed to keep their enterprise afloat through their pharmaceutical business. Chapter 46, Igniting the Conflict, the Town Explodes. Take the demon beast carcasses, for instance. Before the Wu family's equipment manufacturing division collapsed, they could purchase entire beasts. A single beast carcass could generate income in multiple ways. Now, for ingredients like demon beast blood, toxins, and hormones used in refining and formulating potions, the Wu family could only procure them from merchants. Lin Mo believed Sun's family had long employed every means to cut off their suppliers. He was certain the Sun family had already exhausted every possible tactic, yet even now, several reliable suppliers remained willing to continue supplying goods. Two main reasons explain this. First, one of the Wu family's two industries had already collapsed, leaving only the pharmaceutical division hanging on. This posed little threat to the Sun family. Second, the Wu family granted these suppliers VIP privileges for purchasing pharmaceuticals from them, offering numerous conveniences and discounts. For the Sun family to persuade these suppliers to withdraw without alienating them would be no easy task. For Lin Mo, however, this task proved surprisingly straightforward. He didn't even need to waste time engaging in psychological warfare with these merchants. After all, this was Blue Star, a world where might ruled supreme. He directly sought out the suppliers providing goods to the Wu family, disguised himself. He systematically ransacked each of these businesses, leaving behind a warning. Someone asked me to deliver a message to you all: cease all cooperation with the Wu family. Don't sacrifice long-term development for petty gains, lest you invite disaster upon yourselves. After collecting the merchant's goods and leaving his warning, Lin Mo strode confidently toward the next target. As for the awakened ones these merchants had hired to intimidate the scene, though their ranks weren't low, Lin Mo was a demon, he devoured them. The stronger ones barely survived without being instantly killed, relying on equipment bonuses and recovery items. But the vast majority were instantly killed by a single damage skill from Lin Mo. His instant damage alone now approached 27,000 points. Add to that the cumulative damage over the next 5 seconds, which would reach 25% of the target's maximum health. Such devastating damage wasn't something just anyone could withstand. It was only because Lin Mo refrained from indiscriminate slaughter, selectively targeting those who attacked him, that any survivors remained in his wake. After Lin Mo looted the last merchant's supplies and killed 2 or 3 awakened guards protecting the area, the shopkeeper, eyes bloodshot and fear in his voice, asked the cloaked figure, "Did the Sun family order you to do this? Don't you fear the town's awakened alliance retaliating for such cruelty?" Lin Mo paused briefly before replying in a hushed voice, "Why ask such obvious questions? Leaving you alive is already an act of mercy from your employer. Since I dared take this job, why would I fear the awakened alliance?" Without lingering, he vanished into the night. Moments later, Lin Mo appeared in a garden not far from the school, having changed back into his own clothes. He leaned back against a garden bench, a cigarette clamped between his fingers, already half burned. A faint tremor was visible in Lin Mo's hands. Though he had employed unscrupulous methods in his business dealings in his previous life, sometimes even indirectly endangering competitors' lives, but he had never personally taken a life on Blue Star, as he had done today. His heart trembled involuntarily, and even lifting his heels slightly caused his entire body to shake violently. It took an hour or 2 of rest before his state began to ease. He exhaled a long breath and murmured to himself, "Let the bullets fly for a while." With that, he rose slowly, flicked his cigarette butt into a trash can, and headed toward the school. What Lin Mo didn't know was that the bullets flew faster than he imagined. The small town was already in an uproar. News of the mysterious black-clad assailants' nighttime raid on local merchants, killing and looting, spread like wildfire. The Awakened Alliance swiftly dispatched enforcers to investigate the incident. The town's 3 commercial giants, the Wu family, the Sun family, and the Huang family, were also holding emergency meetings. The Sun family bore the brunt of the frustration, as rumors now pointed directly at them. Both overt and covert discussions revolved around the Sun family allegedly hiring thugs to destroy the Wu family. It felt like mud had splattered on their pants. Even if it wasn't, it still stank like. Lin Mo's seemingly reckless tactics shouldn't have provoked confrontation between the Suns and Wus. But it was done far too blatantly and went way too far. The Wu family patriarch wasn't a fool. Such actions by the Suns would indeed deal a heavy blow to the Wu family's holdings. But it would also inevitably make the Sun family a prime target for investigation by the Awakened Alliance. Considering the Wen family's modus operandi backing the Sun clan, it became easier to understand why the Sun family would resort to such extreme measures. The situation was still unfolding, but Lin Mo had already distanced himself from it. No one would suspect a newly awakened individual had the capability or motive to stir up such a massive storm. He walked to the school's training grounds, where numerous students were already practicing combat techniques. The students training there, upon seeing Lin Mo's figure, all stopped their drills. They pointed in his direction, whispering and murmuring among themselves. The distance made their words inaudible. Yet their gestures clearly conveyed both fear and reverence toward Lin Mo. What's going on? Did my actions just now give me away? Is Blue Star's case-solving efficiency this high? I scouted the location multiple times. There's no surveillance or anything like that. Lin Mo, feeling guilty as a thief, suddenly felt his heart racing. If they really discovered he was the one who committed the crime, he'd be in big trouble. Challenging the entire Awakened Alliance alone at level 31? As Lin Mo was deep in thought. Master Mu, could you spare a friend slot? I'd love to piggyback on your party for dungeon runs. A voice, seductive yet slightly awkward, startled Lin Mo. When he looked up, he saw a stunningly beautiful, tall and imposing girl staring at him in confusion. Sorry, did I startle you? Never thought the Muyi dominating all the trending topics would be startled by me. Am I scarier than a demon beast? The girl swayed her hips as she spoke coquettishly to Lin Mo, though such gestures were clearly transparent to someone as experienced as him. Her movements, expressions, and words still bore traces of deliberate affectation. After all, she was still a student, untouched by the world's rough edges, her youthful innocence not yet fully shed. What did you just say? Trending across the entire internet? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, an unnatural glint of menace flickering in his gaze as he fixed it on the girl. Startled by his sudden intensity, the girl straightened abruptly and stammered, Yes. You're famous all over campus now. Right now, the entire school forum is buzzing about how you dealt 500 damage with a single punch. Many are comparing their skill damage to your punch damage, debating whether your boxing incorporates some kind of attack skill. After someone revealed your priest class, the forums are completely flooded with discussions about you. Now everyone calls you Priest Lord. Chapter 47, Campus Headlines. Master Priest Lin Mo. Lin Mo's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. Damn it, why didn't they say so sooner? I thought I'd messed up somewhere, exposing how I cut off the Wu family's supply chain. Looking at the terrified girl whose legs seemed longer than her life, the relaxed Lin Mo suddenly felt like toying with her. Far from reining in his murderous intent, his thoughts and words now radiated an unquestionable air of dominance. I don't appreciate people tilting their heads back when talking to me. When addressing me, crouch down. Don't you have even that much sense? His voice was low, tinged with menace, and his eyes held an unapologetic glint of murderous intent. The woman couldn't withstand it. An urge to kneel and beg for mercy surged within her. Her knees began to buckle involuntarily. Lin Mo realized he'd gone too far the moment he saw this. He hurried forward, grasping the tall woman's shoulders to help her up. His expression softened, his tone becoming gentle. Haha, just messing with you. Don't take it seriously. What were you saying earlier? Saving a friend slot, right? Should you add me, or should I add you? Lin Mo's sudden movement startled the girl, leaving her momentarily speechless. Only after Lin Mo steadied her did she ask, Mu. Master Mu, what did you just ask me? Ha, the friend slot. You add me, or I add you? The girl could hardly believe her ears. After a moment of stunned silence, she hurriedly replied, I'll add you, Master Mu. Lin Mo showed her his ID panel, and moments later, she received a friend request. And Ning has sent a friend request. Accept? Lin Mo clicked accept and asked, and Ning? Nice name. What's your class? What level are you now? The situation unfolded too quickly for Ning to process it fully. She instinctively replied, I'm an A rank mage, currently level 5. A rank? Not bad. You were planning to run a dungeon, right? Come with me. Lin Mo headed toward the special training room assigned by the school while messaging EXIN to ask if she was awake yet. To his surprise, the girl replied instantly, Brother Lin, I'm in the training room. Just came out of a dungeon. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly and strode toward the training room. Upon entering, he saw EXIN covered in blood, gasping for breath on the training room sofa. And Ning, trailing behind him, stared in stunned silence. Could it be that this Mu Yi had some peculiar preferences? The girl lying on the sofa, though shorter than herself, was otherwise quite attractive. EXIN's state suddenly made her tense up. What the hell is going on here? Lin Mo raised his hand and cast a skill, instantly restoring much of EXIN's health. After catching her breath, EXIN explained, I thought you'd rest a bit longer, so I soloed the dungeon. What kind of nonsense is that? Even if you can solo a level 35 dungeon, it's still pretty risky. Give me your entry pass. Lin Mo's first thought upon hearing this was that the girl had gone soloing a level 35 dungeon. Moi, I'll give it to you. Why so mean? EXIN stuck out her tongue, made a funny face, and tossed the instance permission token to Lin Mo. Lin Mo scanned the access token, his brows furrowing as astonishment surged within him. The pass showed one remaining entry for a level 10 dungeon and one for a level 15 dungeon. The level 35 dungeon had a 5-minute cooldown remaining, while the level 45 dungeon had a 3-hour cooldown left. This meant the girl had just emerged from a level 45 dungeon, not the level 35 dungeon he'd assumed. What level are you now? Level 20. EXIN lowered her head like a child who'd done something wrong, answering in a soft voice. So you didn't sleep at all last night? You were grinding dungeons the whole time? Lin Mo's tone carried a hint of reproach upon hearing EXIN's level. Even if she had cleared all 4 dungeons, it wouldn't have been enough to reach level 20. As levels increased, the experience points required to level up grew exponentially. At her previous level of 17, clearing 4 dungeons wouldn't have been enough to reach level 20. I did go back to rest, but I just couldn't sleep, so I came back to run dungeons again. Seeing Lin Mo didn't respond, she hurriedly added, I just didn't want to hold you back and slow down your leveling, so The high martial arts tournament is still a long way off. There's absolutely no need to rush leveling up. You're not allowed to take such risks again. Before doing anything, it's best to discuss it with me first, understand? Lin Mo's tone was stern. Spending time with EXIN, he'd grown fond of her pure and kind-hearted nature. Their time together had stirred genuine nostalgia for his high school days, so seeing EXIN take such risks naturally earned her a stern look. Okay, I understand. Seeing EXIN's pitiful expression, he couldn't bring himself to scold her further. He handed her 4 bottles of high-quality stamina potions. Drink these energy potions. Once you're fully recovered, we'll keep grinding through the dungeon. The 4 bottles would essentially restore EXIN's stamina to peak levels. Such potions weren't cheap on the market. Each bottle cost at least 1,000 silver coins. And Ning, who had been completely ignored by the two from start to finish, stood there with her mouth agape, unable to close it. The information they were discussing was simply too shocking. This girl before her, who looked even younger than herself, could solo a level 35 dungeon? And she was already level 20? Level 20 soloing a level 35 dungeon? And wasn't it said on campus forums that Mu Yi was a broke loser? A 4,000 silver potion for stamina recovery, and he just gives it away? What's going on here? Are these two even classmates at the same level? Among students of the same grade, my current level is already pretty high compared to most, right? How come both of these guys are so much higher level than me? Brother Lin, who's this pretty lady? Did you secretly find her to be my sister-in-law? Aren't you going to introduce us? Hello, sister-in-law. I'm EXIN, Brother Lin's teammate. What should I call you? Before Lin Mo could answer, EXIN chattered away, addressing Ning. Hi, hello. You misunderstood. I'm not Master Mu's girlfriend. I'm also a newly awakened student at Tongling Martial Arts High. I asked Master Mu to take me on a dungeon run. My name isn't Ning. And Ning blushed at EXIN's address and hurriedly explained. Oh, not yet? It'll happen sooner or later anyway. I didn't call you wrong, haha. Right, Brother Lin? EXIN finished with a smile directed at Ning, then turned her head to look at Lin Mo. Cut the banter. Since you're so full of energy, let's head into the dungeon. And Ning awakened as a mage with an A-tier talent. Let's take her through a level 15 dungeon first. You two split the XP. I'll watch from the sidelines. And Ning, go ahead and explain your skills first. Once we're in the dungeon, you can coordinate with each other based on your abilities. Lin Mo looked at Ning. Sure. Chapter 48, Leveling Up with a Girlfriend EXIN's Resignation. Master Mu, my skill is Vine Entanglement, an area of effect crowd control ability. When activated, it immobilizes enemies within a 20-meter radius of the center point. The control lasts 8 seconds. During entanglement, it releases toxins into the target's body. Enemies poisoned by the toxins take 12 damage per second. After Ning finished explaining her skill, EXIN asked curiously, Master Mu? Why do you call Brother Lin Master Mu? And Ning replied awkwardly, everyone on campus calls him that now. Since she and Lin Mo had only just met, calling him by name felt inappropriate, while addressing him as Brother Lin seemed a bit too forward. So she'd consistently referred to Lin Mo as Master Mu. Just as EXIN was about to ask more questions. EXIN, now that you know Ning's abilities, work closely with her once we enter the instance. Lin Mo activated the instance access permission, summoning the entrance to the level 15 dungeon. Let's go. The trio stepped into the instance. Before long, vast swarms of giant clawed-poison scorpions appeared in the distance. Brother Lin, how should I fight? EXIN turned to ask Lin Mo. She was now level 20, and her Ice Phoenix was also level 20. Each of the Ice Phoenix's attacks could now deal up to 410 damage. This didn't include the frost damage inflicted over the 10 seconds following each attack. Factoring in that sustained damage. Each attack from Ice Phoenix could deal at least 600 damage within 10 seconds. If it hit a vital spot, it could instantly kill a giant claw-poison scorpion with only 800 HP. EXIN was another story entirely. Setting aside her stats, the orange-tier weapon in her hands alone could deal 800 damage per hit. Her current situation somewhat mirrors when Lin Mo first took her through dungeons. It's not that the beasts are unkillable, but when leveling others, one must exercise restraint in combat. Go ahead and attack. Coordinate your approach, just make sure you work together instead of fighting separately. Master Mu, aren't you going to join in? And Ning asked anxiously upon hearing this, as the demon beast horde was now only about 200 meters away from their position. If I attack, you won't get any experience. The distance is about right, you can engage now. Just watch your timing for skill casts. Lin Mo finished speaking just as EXIN summoned her Ice Phoenix and charged forward, tossing back a parting remark without looking back. And Ning, I'll draw the beasts toward me. Use your skills as needed. She just charged into the demon beast horde like that? Is she okay? And Ning witnessed such combat for the first time. In their previous teamfights, mages and ranged attackers would always initiate with long-range attacks first. Warriors would look for opportunities to finish off targets or wait until mages exhausted their spells before stepping in. They'd engage while maneuvering, buying time for mages to recharge their cooldowns. After all, the mage class was the team's core damage dealer. It's fine. EXIN can handle it. Follow her and provide support as needed according to her plan. Seeing Lin Mo's composed expression, and Ning swallowed hard, unsure what to say. Why did Lin Mo, this supposed reliable ally, feel so unreliable? But now wasn't the time for overthinking. She started running toward EXIN's position. Her pace, however, wasn't particularly swift. EXIN had already engaged the demon beasts. She drew her long sword and, in coordination with Bing Luan, launched her attack. As their attacks landed, many of the giant clawed poison scorpions struck down perished instantly. The swarm of scorpions began to rage. Ice Phoenix, descend and approach my position. Once the beasts gather, apply frost slowdown. Chirp. The Ice Phoenix let out a long cry and immediately followed Yi Xin's battle command. Soon, the scattered beasts were drawn together by Yi Xin. Now. And Ning, unleash your control. Just as Yi Xin was about to be swallowed by the swarm, she shouted to An Ning nearby. Oh, okay. And Ning was still shaken, having witnessed Yi Xin weaving through the beasts, narrowly avoiding attacks multiple times. Suddenly hearing the command, she hurriedly activated her control skill Poison Vine Entangle. But because she'd been distracted for a moment, Yi Xin still got hit a few times by the swarm of beasts closing in around her. And Ning, Xiaolan and I will take over the control now. You focus on killing the beasts. Yi Xin shouted to An Ning after slashing down several beasts near her. Me, kill monsters? I'm a mage. I've already used up all my skills, how am I supposed to kill them? Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. This little girl Yi Xin was trying to teach An Ning the same way she taught her. Kill them with weapons, just like I'm doing. Swish. Swish. With that, he swung his sword at the two controlled beasts beside him, dispatching them one by one. Hurry up. Your control will wear off soon, and mine isn't nearly as reliable. Seeing An Ning still standing frozen in place, Yi Xin's temper began to flare. If you don't dare kill these beasts, I'll take matters into my own hands. I can't guarantee how many will be left then. You, go ahead and kill them. I'll wait for my skill to recharge. Truthfully, An Ning had been wrestling with Yi Xin's words. But her recent dungeon runs had ingrained a preconceived notion. She believed mages should maintain distance from monsters, relying on spells to eliminate threats or support allies. She simply couldn't muster the courage to engage monsters up close like Yi Xin did. Her approach was actually the correct one. It was Yi Xin who had learned the wrong way from Lin Mo. She felt a bit helpless now, thinking that a mage who couldn't master melee combat wasn't cut out to be a good beast master. Seeing An Ning frozen in place, too afraid to approach, Yi Xin felt a surge of frustration, like watching someone fail to live up to their potential. But since this was someone Lin Mo had brought along, reprimanding her harshly felt inappropriate. Instead, the beasts beside her bore the brunt as she swung her sword left and right. Simultaneously, she ordered Xiaolan to launch an attack, with both human and beast fighting independently. After each strike, she decisively switched targets. How many barely alive beasts would be left for An Ning depended entirely on the creature's resilience. Soon, numerous beasts lay dead. Most fell to Yi Xin and Xiaolan, while the rest were picked off by An Ning's sustained damage. After An Ning's control effect ended, Yi Xin didn't continue the slaughter. Instead, she continued to draw them out, having Xiaolan unleash frost to slow the beast's movements. The frost Xiaolan, now released by flapping her wings, was significantly stronger than before. These giant clawed poison scorpions, already lacking in agility. Now, their attack and movement speeds couldn't even match those of an ordinary person. This effect surprised even Lin Mo. He finally understood why Yi Xin dared to mimic his approach in leading An Ning. How long is your skill's cooldown? Yi Xin asked An Ning while effortlessly restraining the demon beast. 3 minutes. Currently, 2 minutes and 47 seconds remaining. Hearing this, she was utterly speechless. With only one skill available every 3 minutes, if she were facing this kind of battle alone, she'd probably die 100 times over. And Ning called out to Yi Xin, why don't you retreat for now? Wait for my skill to recharge before launching another assault. Yi Xin glanced toward Lin Mo, who was lying sideways on a rock watching the fight from afar. Seeing Lin Mo show no sign of concern, adopting an attitude of you fight your fight, I'll watch mine. After a moment's thought, she said, forget it. I'll keep distracting them and wearing them down. Hopefully, by the time your next skill cools down, we can clear out all the beasts. Chapter 49, Team Control Grade A Mage. A level 15 dungeon with 3 waves totaling around 700 giant clawed poison scorpions. If Yi Xin had fought alone, she was confident she could clear it within 10 minutes. But with An Ning in tow, it took over 40 minutes to finish. And that was only because An Ning mustered the courage to close in and slay the beasts during the final 2 waves, significantly speeding up the process. Otherwise, it might take over an hour. Yi Xin finally understood the challenges of leveling others up. Fortunately, An Ning's A-tier talent didn't consume much experience. After clearing a level 15 dungeon, even though she absorbed half the experience herself, An Ning only received half the experience, yet she still leveled up to 8. Thanks, Mu Yi. Thanks, Yi Xin. Now that I'm level 8, my chances of making the school team for the upcoming Martial Arts High School League tryouts have improved significantly. You're joining the Martial Arts High League school team? Yi Xin asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Yes. Every school selects 2 teams from newly awakened freshmen to compete, 1 official team and 1 reserve team. Our school's tryouts are in 2 days. Master Mu, little sister Yi Xin, if you join, you'll definitely make the main team. We. Yi Xin, always blunt and outspoken, was about to say, we're already official members. Ahem. Since that's the case, let's not waste time. Keep grinding the level 35 dungeon, you two handle it while I provide backup. With that, he led the two out of the level 15 dungeon. Yi Xin realized she'd been a bit scatterbrained and remained silent after exiting the dungeon. Lin Mo exited the dungeon and noticed an unread message from Huang Yi. The Sun family has started targeting the Wu family. This time, they seem serious. They've killed over 10 awakened ones. Although the Awakened Alliance has intervened, they haven't released any official statement yet. The Sun family remains silent amid everyone's speculation. Forget my suggestion from last night. Don't even think about partnering with the Wu family right now, it'd be like inviting trouble. We seek development resources, not security risks. Reply when you see this. Lin Mo smiled after reading it and replied, don't worry, I'll know my limits. Get me that forging list you need as soon as possible. I've secured some more goods to sell off, perfect timing to source materials for you. Huang Yi's reply popped up on the screen almost immediately. That puts my mind at ease. I'll compile the list now and send it over once it's ready. Closing the interface, Lin Mo summoned the level 35 instance from his access permit and continued leveling with the two. Though he was technically guiding them, Lin Mo was primarily observing Yi Xin and Ning's combat weaknesses, offering timely reminders. This approach aimed to enhance their combat experience and teamwork synergy. It wasn't that Lin Mo had a saintly heart, generously imparting knowledge to everyone. It was simply that Tongling Martial Arts High's awakened students had never been particularly strong. This year, producing a talent like Yi Xin, an SSS tier prodigy, had already depleted the school's accumulated luck from years past. For over a century, Tongling Martial Arts High's highest awakened talent had been S rank, while A rank students had always formed the backbone of the school team. That's why hearing Ning was an A rank mage sparked the idea to observe her. Fortunately, Ning's skills were quite decent. Yi Xin's damage output was flawless. All they needed to do was steadily level her up and assist Bingluan in awakening and evolving. However, the team's greatest deficiency was control. Although both she and Bingluan possessed some control abilities, compared to mages, their control effects were significantly weaker. Take Ning's skill, for example. It was merely an A rank talent, yet the skill could control targets for 8 seconds. As her level increased, the control duration would grow even longer. That's the advantage of her class. Lin Mo couldn't directly influence the school team's roster, but he could enhance Ning's competitiveness, thereby indirectly swaying the selection outcome. The level 35 dungeon contained only 2 waves of dual-bladed mantises, with a high density of demonic beasts. With Yi Xin providing high damage output and Ning offering area of effect control, the two fought relatively easily. With Ning joining the fight, Lin Mo only needed to give a slight nod before Yi Xin adjusted her tactics. Unable to instantly kill the beasts, Yi Xin seized the opportunity during Ning's control to sever more mantis beasts' bone blades. Under Yi Xin's guidance, Xiaolan launched fierce attacks on the elite demon beasts, aiming to deplete their health as much as possible. Once Ning's control effect ended, Xiaolan switched from offense to defense, unleashing frost to slow the foe. Yi Xin took over as the primary damage dealer, seeking opportunities to finish off the low-health dual-bladed mantis beasts while maneuvering. This tactical shift significantly improved the battle's outcome compared to before. Not only did they transition between offense and defense with ease, but the time required to eliminate the demon beasts also decreased significantly. By the time they cleared the entire dungeon, Lin Mo hadn't cast a single healing spell, saving over 20 minutes in the process. Yi Xin's level remained unchanged, but Ning's level jumped straight to 13. Sis Yi Xin, are you really only level 20? That's insane. If it were my old party. Forget those 40-level elite dual-blade mantises, even 15-level or higher slave-grade monsters were off limits. Looks like I made the right call sucking up to Master Mu. If we'd kept queuing for dungeons, hitting level 10 would have taken at least another week. Thank you so much. After the battle ended, Ning pressed her slender, fair hands together before her chest, gazing at Yi Xin with admiration as she kept thanking him. Well, you're thanking the wrong person. My level was boosted by Master Mu. Since you're Master Mu's person, of course I had to help you. Go thank him instead. Yi Xin continued gathering the demon beast's remains with one hand while teasing her with the other. When mentioning Lin Mo, she deliberately used Ning's term of address and stretched out the syllables of Master Mu with deliberate emphasis. She suddenly leaned close to Ning, nudging her shoulder and whispering, "How do you plan to show your gratitude?" "My 2 cents? Just pledge yourself to him. You've got nothing to lose, and if you really become his sister-in-law, your level will skyrocket." And Ning's face flushed instantly at the remark, and she lowered her head, glancing cautiously at Lin Mo. Lin Mo was speechless. Why was Yi Xin so obsessed with matchmaking? Yi Xin worked fast. After cleaning up the battlefield and heading out, there's still a level 10 dungeon. The level cap of the level 10 dungeon is 20, so you might only get one run in. Take Ning with you to clear it later. After we finish the level 10 dungeon, I'll need to talk to you about something. Oh, hold on a sec. I'll be done soon. Yi Xin agreed, speeding up her work. She shared the experience points with Ning, but she wasn't about to be polite when it came to the demon beast carcasses. All of this could be sold for money. What GXIN needed most right now was cash. After all, the Ice Phoenix was still a hungry little thing. Moreover, having tasted the sweetness of close combat, she now craved a proper weapon. The green-edged sword she wielded now felt comfortable in her hands, but it was ultimately something Lin Mo had lent her. Keeping it indefinitely felt a bit awkward. Relying on the meager earnings from these demon beast carcasses, who knew how long it would take to scrape together enough for an orange-grade weapon? After all, a battle slave-tier demon beast wouldn't fetch more than 500 silver coins on the market. An orange-tier weapon, however, cost at least 100,000 silver coins. Chapter 50, Selling Stolen Goods. A fortune worth over 100 million. Lin Mo could no longer enter level 10 dungeons. Only EXIN could take in Ning to farm it. In truth, this dungeon offered no benefit to EXIN now. It barely offered any leveling benefits for Ning either. They might as well treat it as practice for building their teamwork. Lin Mo had just looted the town suppliers, so he had plenty of resources on hand. But these items definitely couldn't be sold in the town. Taking advantage of the downtime while the two were leveling, he sent a message to Lin Qingyu. Oh? Missing your big sister already? Lin Mo couldn't resist teasing her as he typed. So fast? Looks like Sister Qingyu doesn't miss her little brother. It's been months, and you haven't even sent me a message. This left Lin Qingyu baffled, and she sent back a string of question marks. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Sister Qingyu, counted up, haven't many months passed? Oh my, I didn't realize I held such importance in your heart. So, have you thought it through and decided to accept my support? Let's put the sponsorship talk on hold for now. I've got some goods on hand and want to help out Sister Qingyu's business. After sending the message, Lin Mo opened his backpack and listed all the medicinal ingredients extracted from demon beasts onto the trading interface, sending them to Lin Qingyu. It took her a few minutes to reply. You wouldn't happen to be the killer from Tongling Town, would you? Lin Mo was taken aback. Had the news spread that quickly? From the time he'd acted until now, only 5 or 6 hours had passed. Blue Star's territory was vast. The jurisdiction of a single county was already comparable to an entire province on Earth, and this was merely the safe zone developed by the Awakened. Killer? What do you mean? A murder and robbery occurred in your town. It's causing quite a stir. The stolen goods are said to be extracts from demon beasts. Sis Qingyu, are you implying I'd provoke the Awakened Alliance over these supplies? No, sister didn't mean that at all. It's just that I've been seeing so much news about this incident that when I saw these supplies, I couldn't help but make that assumption. It's my fault, brother Lin Mo. Please don't take it to heart. Haha, not at all. Besides these items, I also have some demon beast carcasses I'd like Sister Qingyu to handle, though most are just war slave tier beasts. After sending the message, Lin Mo selected every demon beast in his backpack with the trade interface, thousands of them. Most were slave grade, with relatively few varieties. They were the spoils from the dungeons he and EXIN had run over the past couple of days. Originally, he'd planned to keep them for extracting materials to train Huang He. But now that he had looted and processed materials, these demon beast corpses naturally had to be sold off. Otherwise, his backpack would soon be bursting at the seams. Holy crap, are you running a demon beast breeding farm? You've got enough here to rival a supplier of demon beast carcasses. Though the beasts weren't top tier, sheer volume was key. No matter the stage, you had to queue up to enter a dungeon. For most ordinary awakened ones tackling same level dungeons, even slave tier ones, the difficulty remains substantial. The resources a team could obtain from a single dungeon run were extremely limited. Awakened ones like Lin Mo, who can handle thousands of demon beasts at once, are truly rare. As for the demon beast corpses, dungeons will suffice. This time, all the supplies will be converted into Federation currency. Sister Qingyu, just tally them up and transfer the amount to me. Also, regarding those extracted medicinal herbs, since this incident has caused such a stir in our town, Sister Qingyu, please handle them discreetly. If you're already suspecting your own brother like this, who's to say others won't think the same? I don't want this mess interfering with our demon beast hunting schedule. Shortly after sending the message, Lin Mo received a transaction notification from Lin Qingyu. 840 Federation coins and 10 bottles of ice crystal pills. 840 Federation coins equaled 8.4 million silver coins, a truly substantial sum. Oh? Are you blaming me for this? Not at all. Just stating the facts. Rest assured, I know how to handle things. These supplies aren't excessive, and moving them through my channels won't cause any issues. The 840 Federation coins cover this shipment, while the 10 bottles of ice crystal pills settle our previous debt. Lin Mo accepted the transaction and replied, alright, thank you, Sister Qingyu. Please help me gather more ice crystal pills, my demand for them might be substantial. I should be the one saying that. The business I'm running now is most in need of raw materials. The deals we've done recently have been quite substantial. This has really boosted my standing within the family. Even the Lin family can only purchase ice crystal pills in limited quantities, they're quite rare. I'll request more for you. Since you need ice attribute supplies so badly, there's an auction happening in the county town in 7 days. You might find something even better than ice crystal pills. Interested in checking it out? After reading Lin Xingyu's message, Lin Mo pondered for a moment. We'll see then. I'm heading into a dungeon now. Once I've gathered enough demon beast corpses, I'll contact you. Demon slaying maniac. After ending the chat with Lin Xingyu, Lin Mo checked his backpack. Around 900 Federation coins, nearly 200 bottles of various potions, and materials for equipment forging, some familiar, some not. Even accounting for duplicate items occupying only 1 slot each, the total still consumed 176 slots in his backpack. All looted during this raid, though the downside was their generally low quality. Lin Mo wouldn't hand these over to Huang He just yet. He wanted to spare Huang He any unnecessary worry until the latter provided him with a specific list of supplies. There were also 13 soul-gathering stones of varying sizes. These stones were worth 10,000 Federation coins, making them Lin Mo's most valuable asset at present. Calculating his total assets, Lin Mo now possessed over 100 million credits. However, without touching the soul-gathering jade, the funds were still far from sufficient to quickly dominate the town's market. This sum was still far from sufficient. Before long, a dungeon teleportation portal appeared beside Lin Mo. Yi Xin and An Ning appeared in the training room. Master Mu. Brother Lin, we're done over here. I think we should skip the level 10 dungeon. The experience it offers is too low. Listening to Yi Xin's complaints, An Ning didn't know what to say. For the level 10 dungeon, Yi Xin changed tactics. After gathering the beasts, she had An Ning cast control spells. He then handed his orange weapon to An Ning, having Bingluan assist with crowd control while An Ning finished off enemies in close combat. She observed the fight from the sidelines, mimicking how Lin Mo had once guided her. She only intervened to distract the beasts when they clustered together, so most of the experience points went to An Ning. The experience from a level 10 dungeon was truly negligible for Yi Xin, so she genuinely couldn't muster any enthusiasm. But when Yi Xin said that, An Ning heard it differently. Most of the experience from this dungeon run went to her. Already close to level 14, she successfully reached it. Hearing Yi Xin's words, she sensed an unspoken implication. Perhaps Yi Xin resented her hogging all the experience, or even hinted at not wanting to bring her on future dungeons. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Level 10 dungeons can definitely be skipped. And Ning doesn't have the ability to solo a level 10 dungeon yet, and your level should be close to 21 soon. Once you hit level 21, you won't be able to enter level 10 dungeons anyway. Besides, level 10 dungeons don't offer much benefit to you guys at this point. The other 2 dungeons won't respawn for another 3 hours. Anning, you're free to do as you please during this time. I'll message you when they respawn. Yi Xin, you stay behind. Chapter 51, Liking Lawless. I'm underage. Oh, okay. I'll head out then. And Ning gave a somewhat downcast farewell and exited the training room. Lin Mo had no idea what was on An Ning's mind. Even if he did, he wouldn't go out of his way to accommodate her. More people meant more drama. Bringing An Ning along to level up was simply to give the team a chance to add a control-focused member, hoping to make the league matches a bit easier. What's up with An Ning? She seems off. Yi Xin asked, puzzled. Don't mind her. Summon Xiaolan. Got it. Lin Mo pulled out 20 bottles of ice crystal pills from his backpack. Wow, Brother Lin, where did you get so many ice crystal pills? Are monster corpses that valuable? Maybe we should keep grinding in the level 10 dungeon. Yi Xin asked excitedly, staring at the ice crystal pills. What are you thinking? One ice crystal pill sells for 250,000 silver coins on the market. How many level 10 war slave grade demon beasts would you have to kill to afford that? Never mind where I got them. The dungeon resources are too scarce. We need to boost your and Xiaolan's strength as quickly as possible. Let's head out into the wilds and explore some more. Yi Xin's eyes lit up the moment she heard about hunting beasts in the wild. Yay! Actually, I've been wanting to suggest exploring the wilds with you for ages. Don't get too excited just yet. The dangers out there far exceed anything we've seen before. Share Xiaolan's information with me. Let me observe the effects of the ice crystal pill. Lin Mo opened a bottle of ice crystal pills. Bingluan hurriedly swayed her body closer to him. Delhi. Ice Phoenix Elite Tier. Level 20. HP 9100. Agility 43. Defense 110. Mental Power 44. Attack 420 per hit. Attacks inflict frost penetration, dealing 10 seconds of ongoing damage. Companion talent restores 3% of maximum health per second when damaged. Rampage form. When Ice Phoenix's health falls below 20% of maximum health, it enters rampage form. Health instantly recovers to 50% of maximum health, defense increases to 5 times its original value, and attack damage increases to 5 times its original value. Bloodline Awakening level 2.5%. Lin Mo continuously fed Bingluan ice solidifying pills while monitoring its data changes. After consuming 20 bottles of ice crystal pills, the Ice Phoenix's bloodline awakening level increased to 3.5%. Its panel attributes also changed. HP 91009400. Agility 4346. Defense 110125. Mental power 4450. Attack 420450 per hit. Attacks now inflict frost penetration, dealing 10 seconds of ongoing damage. With the awakening of his bloodline, Bingwon's overall attributes had improved, but Lin Mo discovered a problem. The awakening effect of the ice crystal pills began to diminish. Previously, 5 pills could awaken 0.5%. Now, 20 bottles of ice crystal pills only awaken the Ice Phoenix by 1.5%. There were only 2 possible explanations for this phenomenon. First, the higher the Ice Phoenix's awakening level, the greater the quantity of ice crystals required. The second possibility was that the Ice Phoenix had developed resistance to the ice crystal pills. If it was the former, the problem wasn't too serious, he could just spend more time earning money. But if it's the latter, that's a bit troublesome. Better ice attribute resources than ice crystal elixirs are genuinely hard to come by. The investment in the Ice Phoenix is enormous. Even with Lin Qingyu's discount, these 20 bottles of ice crystal pills still cost 4 million silver coins. For ordinary awakened beings, this was already a substantial sum. Fortunately, the results were undeniably evident. Ice Phoenix's current attributes placed it among the elite ranks of elite-level demon beasts. A single attack could deal 450 points of damage, compounded by 10 seconds of frost corrosion's persistent damage, totaling nearly 600 points per strike. This surpassed the skill damage of many elite-tier demon beasts. If it were to fully awaken, who knew how terrifying it would become? Brother Lin, can we go hunt beasts in the wild now? Yi Xian asked excitedly, observing Bingwon's transformation. No rush. At dusk, Yuan and Ning should clear the other 2 dungeons. For now, let's go shopping. Shopping? Yi Xian jumped up, her voice brimming with excitement. Lin Mo sent Yi Xian a trade notification. Upon seeing the contents of the transaction, Yi Xian felt both delighted and conflicted. 100 Federation coins, 15 bottles of stamina recovery potions, 10 bottles of Awakener physique enhancement potions, 20 bottles of beast physique strengthening potions, 10 bottles of antidote potions. These were all potions Yi Xian frequently used at her current stage. Even without considering the 100 Federation coins, the combined value of these potions alone was nearly 100,000 silver coins. What are you waiting for? Accept it. Since I handle vitality and energy recovery potions, you'll need fewer of those. Take 5 of each as backup. For the physique enhancement ones, take them daily. I'll replenish them when you run out. Same goes for feeding little blue more isn't always better. Keep a close eye on the dosage. Seeing the transaction hadn't processed yet, Lin Mo urged, hey, take them already. Brother Lin, do you like Lolas? But I'm not even an adult yet. Yi Xian held back for a moment before suddenly fixing her wide, round eyes on Lin Mo. Lin Mo froze at her words. What did you just say? I feel like all this stuff could buy me. But I don't have anything to trade you right now. Feeding Xiaolan those ice crystal pills has already put me in massive debt to you? Stop worrying about trivial things. Just consider it an investment in me. Only when you grow stronger can we secure a better ranking. Do you think the rewards for the National Martial Arts High School League will be small? Truthfully, Lin Mo found it hard to justify this kind of investment without expecting anything in return. It wasn't that he harbored any improper feelings toward Yi Xian. Mainly, she genuinely reminded him of a lively, adorable younger sister. Having awakened a god-tier talent, his goal was naturally to reach the pinnacle of combat power. To establish himself on Blue Star, he absolutely needed his own team and influence. Yi Xian met every criterion to be that pillar of support. Besides, acquiring wealth wasn't difficult for him. Investing in Yi Xian now would be like offering aid in times of need. But even if he told Yi Xian his true intentions, she might not believe him. Better to just make up some excuse. As for whether the National League's rewards were sufficiently enticing, that remained uncertain. Still, past years had never disappointed participants. Alright then. Consider these things borrowed. I'll repay you when I'm able. Upon hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Yi Xian hurriedly nodded in agreement. Brother Lin, where should we go now? Let's head to the town mall and see if we can find something we like. Alright, let's go. Boss, you're treating. Yi Xian hurried to the training room door and flung it open, looking every bit the eager errand runner. But as soon as the 2 stepped out of the training room, they spotted a group of students not far away, gathered in a circle, pointing and gossiping. Yi Xian peered over curiously. She nudged Lin Mo and whispered, Brother Lin, it looks like a Ning. She's arguing with some guy. Oh no, that guy's heading this way. Lin Mo followed the direction of Yi Xian's finger and saw a tall, well-dressed man striding toward them, his face flushed with anger. Chapter 52, The Copper Ridge Lord A Coward. You're Lin Mo? The man approached with an arrogant air, glaring at Lin Mo. Su Chang, I warn you not to get out of hand. Keep your issues with me out of Muye's business. And Ning, who had followed them, scolded the man named Su Chang while glancing apologetically at Lin Mo. Su Chang witnessed Yi Xian's behavior and his anger flared even more. This woman. He, the prodigy of Qianing Academy, had lowered himself to pursue her despite her poor background. Yet she didn't appreciate his kindness. She'd never given him a friendly look, yet now she was all smiles for some penniless kid. Ha! Mastodon? What a joke. A pastor from the sticks actually has the nerve to call himself Mastodon? That's like a knife scraping my ass. What a sight for sore eyes. Yi Xian, standing nearby, was already annoyed by this guy's attitude. Hearing this, she couldn't hold back any longer. Crossing her arms, she retorted sharply, "What kind of lapdog is this? Snapping at people like that, doesn't its master ever rein it in?" Su Chang was about to flare up at the remark, but when he turned to look, his gaze fell upon a face framed by a high ponytail, delicate and adorable. Her already ample assets were accentuated even more by her crossed arms. A fleeting, lecherous smile flickered in Su Chang's eyes before he quickly suppressed it. "Little missy, this has nothing to do with you. Best stay out of it, or you'll get burned. You're an awaken too, right? Once I handle this, we can add each other as friends. Right after awakening is when you need resources the most. Don't follow the wrong person and waste your potential." Su Chang's tone softened slightly compared to before, but when he uttered the last sentence, his gaze shifted to Lin Mo beside Yi Xian. His gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade. "Who wants to be friends with you? Get out of the way, you're blocking our path. We're in a hurry to go shopping. If you've got nothing to do, just move." Yi Xian already disliked this arrogant guy, and his words only made her more impatient. She didn't mince words. Su Chang's temper flared at her words, but he directed his anger at Lin Mo instead. "You coward! Is hiding behind a little girl all you know how to do? You don't know how to answer when Master Chang asks you a question? With your pathetic cowardice, you have the nerve to call yourself Master Mu? Put! You're a disgrace to men. What kind of trash dares to call himself master? This Cheng has money when he wants it, talent when he needs it. What does a cowardly bumpkin like you have to compare with this Cheng? Can't afford a mirror? Still haven't peed yourself? Why don't you look in the damn thing? Don't you have any idea what class you're in? How dare you hit on my girl?" After the self-important display of macho ranting, his peripheral vision still kept drifting toward Yi Xian. The message was clear, this was what a real man looked like. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly, a cold snort escaping his nose. His mindset was that of a steady, mature man in his 40s. He never imagined encountering such a ridiculous scene in a high school campus. Admittedly, it was somewhat entertaining, so he felt no rush to intervene. But this silence drew scornful glances from the surrounding onlookers. Who would have thought that Mu Yi, the campus legend revered online, was actually such a coward? Even with someone shoving a punch right in his face, he didn't dare retaliate. "Su Chang, is that enough? I told you, Master Mu is just helping me level up. There's nothing between us. And watch your language. Who the hell is your girlfriend? There's absolutely nothing between us. Who I choose to be friends with is none of your business. Do you realize how repulsive your thuggish behavior makes you?" Su Chang heard this and laughed bitterly in anger. "Ha ha ha ha. Fellow students, is this the genius of Tongling Martial Arts High, Master Mu? He's nothing but a coward hiding behind a woman's back. You guys hype this guy up online like he's some kind of god. Tongling Martial Arts High School never ceases to amuse." He spread his arms wide, surveying the crowd with utter arrogance, his eyes brimming with contempt. The onlookers heard his words, yet they felt little anger toward Su Chang, who had just unleashed a torrent of insults. Instead, the looks they shot at Lin Mo were filled with rage and disgust. "Damn it, what's with all this shepherd god and shepherd lord nonsense? It's embarrassing. Yeah, that. I even promoted him on the website. I'm deleting it right now. This is disgusting. What a coward. Don't you dare say you're from Tongling Martial Arts High. We can't afford that kind of embarrassment." Yi Xian heard the unrestrained curses from the surrounding classmates, and her anger flared up like a raging fire. Her arms crossed tightly, fists clenched, jaw muscles taut. She was itching to teach this disgusting guy in the whiny, nagging crowd a lesson. Suddenly, a pair of hands landed on her shoulders. Yi Xian, still seething, spun around ready to explode only to meet Lin Mo's calm, gentle smile. Her rage instantly cooled considerably. Lin Mo turned his head, his gaze calm as he looked at Su Chang. "Finished losing your temper? Then move out of the way. Oh? You can talk? Thought you were a dumb turtle. Want to pass? Easy. Kneel down and call me Master Chang. Master Chang will take pity on you and let you through." Su Chang felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Humiliating Lin Mo like this felt even more satisfying than beating him up. After delivering his taunt, he turned his gaze to Yi Xian. "See that, little girl? Following a turtle will only earn you contempt. Why not follow your brother Su instead?" Thud. Ah. Suddenly, Lin Mo struck. The sheer force of the blow sent Su Chang flying over 10 meters, smashing violently into the tempered glass wall in the distance. When he hit the ground, Su Chang was unresponsive, his mouth and nose covered in blood, his condition unknown. The scene was so sudden it startled not only the onlookers but even Xin, who had been about to lose her temper. Let's go. Oh, alright. Xin felt an immediate sense of relief, as if a long-held frustration had finally been released. She hurried to catch up with Lin Mo, her arms instinctively wrapping around his. Truthfully, Lin Mo had no desire to get involved in this bizarre farce. If Su Chang hadn't reached out to grab Xin's shoulder while speaking earlier. If the guy had just stuck to shooting his mouth off, he would have let it slide. A general's sword doesn't slay mosquitoes. He couldn't care less about some so-called Master Mu or God of Mu, let alone give them a second thought. What Lin Mo cared about was always strength. Just like now, go ahead and bark all you want. When I choose not to act, you can crawl on the floor barking to your heart's content, or jump onto the table and keep yapping. But if I grow weary, my actions speak louder than words. Until the two walked far away. The gathered students dared to speak. He just went for it? Thought he was a coward, but he's got some guts. Su Chang is the young master of the Su family in this town and he just got punched? Holy crap, that's still my Mushin. Don't get too excited. Wait until he survives the Su family's retaliation before calling him God of the Pastures again. Chapter 53, That's Gutsy One Punch, Serious Injury. Su Chang was carried by some classmates and rushed to the school infirmary. What happened? How did the Su family's young master end up like this? A woman in her 20s at the infirmary examined Su Chang while questioning the students nearby. Teacher Lei, Su Chang got into a fight with Lin Mo and was knocked unconscious by him. The woman addressed as Teacher Lei frowned upon hearing this, but her expression quickly relaxed, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. She then took out her communication device and dialed a number. Who is it? What's the matter? Oh. Hello, Mr. Su. This is Lei Yin, a teacher at Tongling Martial Arts High School. Lei Yin's voice trembled slightly at the imposing tone on the other end. What is it? Su. Young Master Su Chang got into a fight with someone and was injured. I'm treating him now, but I'm concerned he might suffer lasting effects, so I wanted to let you know. What? How serious is it? Where is he now? Hearing Su Chang was injured, the previously impatient tone on the other end suddenly grew urgent. He's in the infirmary at Tongling Martial Arts High School. His classmates brought him in unconscious. Tests show 4 broken ribs. I'm treating him now. Keep an eye on him for now. I'll send someone over immediately. Beep beep beep. The call ended abruptly after that. After putting down the communication device, Lane didn't rush to treat Su Chang. Instead, she questioned the student who had brought him in to understand the full story. Lin Mo was no stranger to him recently, rumors about him had been swirling wildly on the school's internal network. But what kind of background did this Lin Mo have, daring to provoke the young master of the Su family? An orphan, and one who had awakened to the same profession as herself, a priest. Lei herself was a B-tier talent as a priest, a rating that wasn't bad, but only she knew how arduous her journey had been. Take her own experience, when she first awakened, a single healing skill could only restore 400 HP, equivalent to just 2 decent HP potions. A single skill drained 2/3 of her energy, yet the cooldown lasted a full 10 minutes. Therefore, she had to rapidly replenish her energy after each skill use. If the team had the strength to clear a dungeon, it would take at least an hour and a half. Longer runs stretched to 2 or 3 hours. If she was lucky enough to join such a capable group. At 50 silver coins per bottle, you'd need at least 10 energy potions, costing 500 silver coins per dungeon run. And that's not all. Since your contribution is limited, you often receive very little experience at the end of the dungeon. To earn more experience points, you can compensate other teammates with silver coins if they agree. This requires even more silver coins. It was only after finally earning a specialization, gaining an extra skill, that he secured a teaching position in the town. The Su family dominated the town's commerce. Normally, there was no chance to connect with them, but now the opportunity was right before him. Seize this chance. Climbing onto the Su family's high branch would open up a broad avenue for my future development. Lin Mo led Xin out of the school, located on the outskirts of Tongling town. They hailed a taxi to the town center. Xin grew visibly excited, her earlier frustration replaced by the dazzling array of goods in the town. Xin came from an average family. Her life was usually confined to the routine of school and home, rarely offering chances to wander around the town. Carrying 1,000,000 silver coins while exploring the town like this was something she had never even dared to imagine before. She darted from one stall to another, browsing every shop, whether selling everyday necessities or specialized goods for awakened individuals. Xin didn't miss a single one. This was Lin Mo's second time wandering the town's commercial district, though his primary purpose this time wasn't shopping. His goal was to take Xin out to farm monsters in the wild and swap out any decent gear they found. After all the commotion they'd caused in town last night, his real mission now was to observe the results. Lin Mo had already scouted out the shops run by the Wu family last night. After accompanying Xin for a while, he led her toward a large storefront bearing the sign Wu's Fine Medicines. This was the Wu family's flagship store in the town. The foot traffic inside was significantly lighter than last night. Welcome. Are you here to purchase some potions? Yes, we'd like to buy some restorative potions. Could you show us where they are? Lin Mo addressed the smiling salesperson who had approached them. Xin was a bit puzzled. Did Brother Lin really need recovery potions? How many would you like? Lin Mo frowned. What do you mean? Do we need to declare our purchase quantity before buying anything in your store? My apologies for the misunderstanding. We're currently implementing purchase limits. Each customer may buy no more than 2 bottles of any type of potion. If you require more than that, we recommend visiting other stores. The salesperson maintained a polite smile throughout the explanation. Oh ho, turning down business? That's a novelty. What's the story here? Lin Mo feigned surprise as he pressed further. The salesperson's eyes clearly showed some hesitation, indicating they knew something. Lin Mo pulled out 10 silver coins from his bag, extending his hand in a seemingly casual handshake, a gesture that revealed little concealment. The salesperson immediately reached out to shake his hand. Could we step aside for a moment? The salesperson looked somewhat startled. This young man knew how to handle things. He gestured with his hand, inviting Lin Mo forward. This way, please. Xin, wait here for me. Lin Mo gave a quick reminder before following the salesman to a corner. Young man, if you can wait, it might be worth holding off. In a day or two at most, the potions in the shop will go on a big clearance sale. Not only will there be no purchase limits then, but buying in bulk will actually get you discounts. The salesman glanced around before whispering the information to Lin Mo. Lin Mo was taken aback and asked doubtfully, is this information reliable? What? Would I lie to you? My uncle is a senior manager at the Wu family pharmacy. He told me this himself. How could it be false? Besides, you'll find out for yourself in a couple of days. Lin Mo chuckled, slipping the salesman another 5 silver coins. Thanks for the heads up, bro. Oh, no need to thank me, young man. It was nothing. When you come to buy the potions, remember to look for me. I'll explain the event details to you. You won't regret it. No problem. I'll come back when the event starts. The salesman pocketed the coins and treated Lin Mo with great courtesy. Earning 15 silver coins in just a few sentences, that was nearly half a day's wages. This young man may be young, but he sure knows how to get things done. Even after their figures disappeared beyond the door, the salesman's face still wore a smile. Brother Lin, you have plenty of potions, right? Why do we need to buy more? Just as Lin Mo was about to explain, Xin's phone rang. Hello. Yes, Brother Lin is right here with me. Alright, hold on a moment. Brother Lin, it's for you. It's your homeroom teacher, Ms. Liu. Chapter 54, The Su family arrives. The overbearing Su Shang. Lin Mo took the phone with a puzzled look. Teacher Liu, what's this about? What do you mean? Don't you know the trouble you've caused? You actually dared to injure the Su family's son. Where are you now? Get back to school immediately. The voice on the other end was loud, and Xin beside him clearly heard the conversation. Her face filled with concern, she asked, Brother Lin, is Su Cheng causing trouble? Have we gotten ourselves into trouble? Lin Mo smiled as he handed the phone to Xin. Looks like the Su family has come to the school. It's a bit of a mess, but nothing too serious. You guys go ahead and explore. I'll handle this. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Xin feared he intended to return to school alone to face the Su family. She hurriedly protested, No, I'm coming with you. I was involved in this too. You can't handle this alone. Seeing Xin's anxious expression, Lin Mo felt touched. He gave a slight smile. Haha, silly girl. Who said I'm going back to school now? Listen to me, just keep doing what you were doing. Later, after you and Ning finish the dungeon run, I'll take you out to hunt monsters in the wild. If Teacher Lu keeps calling, just tell her I've already returned. No way. Didn't you just say you wouldn't go back alone? I'm going with you. We're both official contestants now. I don't believe the Su family can do anything to us. Xin declared firmly. What? My word doesn't hold weight anymore? Or do you have zero faith in me? You think I can't handle a little skirmish? After all this time together, don't you know my nature? I never say I can't do something I can't do. I don't fight unprepared battles. Or have you forgotten what I told you during that battle against the commander-level demon beast last time? Lin Mo's tone carried a hint of sharpness, his eyes flashing with an unyielding resolve. Xin hesitated for a moment before replying with a hint of hurt. Fine, but you have to promise me you won't confront the Su family head-on. I've heard they play dirty. Lin Mo nodded. Don't worry. I know my limits. Xin had lost all interest in continuing their stroll. Thankfully, seeing Lin Mo's receding figure heading away from the school path brought her some relief. Over an hour later, Xin received another call. It was Lu Qingyan again, this time sounding visibly angry and anxious. Xin relayed Lin Mo's message to her. After hanging up, she sent Lin Mo a message, only to receive 3 terse words in return: "Don't bother with her." Yi Xin was actually already on her way back to school. Shortly after Lin Mo left, she grew increasingly uneasy and hailed a taxi back. The journey from the small town to campus took over an hour, and she spent the entire trip feeling anxious and on edge. Lu Qingyan's call had eased her worries somewhat as long as Lin Mo hadn't returned to campus. Inside the principal's office at the school. "Principal Gong, is this how you teach your students? To hide from problems instead of facing them? I, Su Shang, have no objection to young people sparring. But you heard it yourself, that kid ambushed Su Chang and injured him. Su Chang is a top-tier genius at Shening Martial Arts High School. His future potential is limitless. If this incident affects him, don't blame me for showing no mercy to you, Principal Gong. Besides, my demands aren't excessive. Since Su Chang has requested a fair duel with that boy, I've agreed. All I ask is that after he loses, he publicly apologizes to Su Chang. That's already showing considerable respect to you, Principal Gong. I'm busy and can't waste time here. You'd better contact that kid immediately. Wherever he is, I'll give you another half hour. If that kid still doesn't show up, don't blame me for bullying him with my position." His tone was decidedly unfriendly. After speaking, he leaned back in the sofa and waved his hand dismissively at the old principal, acting as if he were showing someone the door in someone else's office. Though furious, Principal Gong considered Lin Mo's future prospects and resolved to endure the humiliation for now. "Then I'll trouble Mr. Su to wait a moment. This old man will go find Lin Mo immediately." Su Shang, seemingly resting his eyes, didn't even lift a lid, as if he hadn't heard the old principal's words at all. Only after Principal Gong exited the office did he slowly open his eyes, turning to look at Su Chang seated beside him. "Changer, how are you feeling now?" "Nothing much now. That bastard Lin Mo dared to humiliate me like that. I'll make sure he remembers this lesson for the rest of his life." Su Chang's voice brimmed with fury, utterly unconstrained, heedless of whether he was still in the principal's office of Tongling Martial Arts High School. Su Shang offered no objection whatsoever. It was Su Chang who insisted on a duel with this audacious brat. If it were up to him, a sincere apology would earn a clean break of both hands. A poor apology? He had plenty of ways to make Lin Mo wish he were dead. "Are you certain this boy is a priest?" "Changer, perhaps I should handle this matter myself. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the outcome. I sense something off about this fellow. How could a priest deliver such devastating power with a single punch? You are the Su family's hope, you cannot afford even the slightest setback." He had already dispatched men to investigate Lin Mo's background, which explained why Su Shang had been willing to haggle with the principal in his office. If Lin Mo truly was suspicious, he would never let Su Chang take such a risk. "Father, if I need you to handle even a lowly worm in a stinking ditch, what great things could I ever accomplish in the future? Besides, this incident is already causing a huge stir at Tongling Martial Arts High. If I can't redeem myself on my own, once word gets out, I'll never be able to hold my head up again. No matter what it takes, I'll make that bastard pay dearly for today's actions." Su Chang gritted his teeth. If Lin Mo were here now, he'd devour him alive. "Since you insist, I'll set the time. At least prepare a little, just in case." Seeing his son's resolve, Su Shang could only concede. Principal Gong stepped out of his office. Lu Qingyan paced anxiously up and down the hallway. "How's it going? Have you reached Lin Mo yet?" "Principal, Lin Mo comes from a poor family and doesn't have a cell phone. I contacted Yi Xin instead. She said Lin Mo is already on his way back and isn't with her right now. We don't know where Lin Mo is right now." Principal Gong didn't seem particularly alarmed by this news. "No rush. It's better if Lin Mo comes back later. I'll try to negotiate with the Lin family again and see if we can handle this amicably. Lin, since you treated Su Chang, go inside and greet them first. Try to stall for time while I figure out a solution." The young woman beside Lu Qingyan, with her hair cascading over her shoulders and a voluptuous figure, brightened at the words. "Rest assured, Principal. I'll do my utmost." Just as they were talking, Lu Qingyan's phone rang. "Lu Renjia, whatever it is can wait. I'm busy right now." "What? You say Lin Mo is back? Where is he?" "Have him come to the principal's office immediately." Chapter 55, a face as small as a toilet seat. Lu Qingyan hung up and turned to report to the principal. The old principal waved his hand. "I'll go find him myself." What kind of student demands such pomp and circumstance? Making Principal Gong come personally to greet him? He's so full of himself. If you go alone, he might get upset. I'll accompany you instead. Su Sheng suddenly opened the office door. He wasn't about to give this old codger a chance to maneuver. He dared to offend the Su family's young upstart? He'd like to see if this brat had grown 3 heads and 6 arms. Since Mr. Su doesn't mind the trouble, then accompany this old man on the journey. Principal Gong lost his temper too. He'd vouched for Lin Mo if all else failed, he'd swallow his pride and talk to that old codger at Shening Martial Arts High. He'd ask him to mediate. If Su Sheng wouldn't give him face, did that mean he wouldn't even give the old man face? As they descended the stairs, they spotted Lin Mo strolling leisurely toward them. My father is that bastard. Su Cheng pointed at a tall, slender boy dressed plainly on the playground. Su Sheng's gaze turned icy as he followed Su Cheng's direction, his footsteps never slowing. They reached the bottom floor. Boom! A powerful surge of energy enveloped Lin Mo as he walked slowly toward them. Were sent flying by the force of this overbearing energy. Even Lin Mo himself was forced into a hunched posture under the immense pressure, struggling to take each step. He does have some real skill. No wonder he's so arrogant. Su Sheng was inwardly stunned. Despite his own power at level 204 after the second transformation, he hadn't managed to crush this little brat flat on the ground. There was definitely something off about this kid. Su Sheng, don't overstep your bounds. This is my school. Boom! An energy surge even more powerful than Su Sheng's erupted from the old principal's body. It shielded Lin Mo, allowing him to finally straighten his back. I'm acting recklessly? Absurd! You can't even control your own student, who attacks others by ambush. Since Principal Gong couldn't manage him, I stepped in to discipline him. If you're not grateful, that's one thing, but don't you dare try to flex your authority in front of me. Su Sheng's words now held not a shred of respect. After reaching the second transformation, awakened ones no longer spontaneously awaken new skills. However, they gain one additional opportunity to freely choose a skill to learn. Simultaneously, they gain an additional skill for projecting energy outward. This skill allows them to project their energy outward, creating a powerful domain of pressure. Against opponents with lower energy reserves, it can inflict intimidation, slowing effects, and damage. However, the specific effects depend entirely on the disparity in energy levels between the combatants. Su Sheng, with his level 204 strength, couldn't even crush Lin Mo. This Lin Mo must have something to rely on. How could he possibly agree to Su Cheng's proposal now? No matter what, he must take his son's place in battle today. Let Lin Mo know that the dignity of a great clan like the Sus is not something a penniless, rootless youngster can trample upon. You were young once too. Disputes among the young are perfectly normal. The minor skirmish between Lin Mo and Su Cheng is hardly a significant matter. For you, as an elder, to bully the young if word gets out, it would only invite ridicule. Principal Gong had originally opposed the duel between Lin Mo and Su Cheng. The Su family was known for their ruthless tactics, and Lin Mo's profession as a pastor added another layer of concern. If he agreed to let Lin Mo and Su Cheng fight, wouldn't that be pushing Lin Mo into the fire? However, witnessing Lin Mo's performance against the second transition awakened Su Sheng, he concluded that agreeing to Su Cheng's proposal wouldn't cause Lin Mo significant harm. So he deliberately steered the conversation. Sure enough, Su Cheng couldn't hold back any longer. Father, this is between Lin Mo and me. If he agrees to a one-on-one duel with me, no matter the outcome. If he survives, I'll forget about his ambush. Su Cheng shouted at the top of his lungs. He feared Lin Mo might refuse, so he made sure everyone could hear his proposed solution. Unless Lin Mo wanted to play the coward, with so many students watching, if Lin Mo agreed, he could show Lin Mo today what an S-tier talent warrior was capable of. He might even carve his name into Tongling Academy's history books. Then, when he returned home, picking up girls at Tongling Academy would be as easy as snatching candy from a baby. Nonsense! Who do you think you are? I'm the young master of the Su family, a full-fledged member of Qianing Martial Arts High's lead team, a genius destined to shine in the national championships. Why come to a backward school like Tongling Martial Arts High to duel flies in the bathroom? Wouldn't that ruin your reputation? Since this blind fool dares to offend the Su family, today we'll make him sever his own arm and kneel to apologize to you. I'll be magnanimous and let this matter drop. Su Sheng genuinely feared that old fool Gong or Lin Mo might accept Su Cheng's challenge. A life or death duel was no joke. Though Su Cheng possessed great talent, he hadn't fully matured yet. His vitality wouldn't be high even after a first or second transformation. If Su Cheng were to face danger due to carelessness, the Su family's future would be ruined. That's why Su Sheng hurriedly cut off Su Cheng's words. I believe old Master Su makes a valid point. One should pay the price for offending others. Since old Master Su is a reasonable man. For a reasonable person, I, Lin Mo, will naturally engage in reasonable discussion. Earlier, the old master implied that one must pay the price for wronging another. Having been at the academy for so long, I trust you've already uncovered the full circumstances of this matter. This is my first meeting with your esteemed son today, yet he has hurled countless insults at me. Following your reasoning, since he has offended me, paying a price is only fair. This exchange settles our accounts. Of course, should Su Cheng refuse to accept this and demand a life or death duel, I, Lin Mo, will accept it. Should I be gravely injured or killed in the duel, it would be solely due to my own lack of skill. I won't hold your son responsible. The same applies to him. Does this arrangement satisfy you, Mr. Su? Lin Mo spoke calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Having dominated the business world for so many years, what was this small scene? The old principal, who had been about to rebuke Su Sheng for his unreasonable demands, nodded repeatedly upon hearing Lin Mo's words. The more he observed Lin Mo, the more he admired him. A prodigy who remained calm and composed under pressure. Such martial arts prodigies were rare indeed. Oomph. What are you? What is my son? Do you think you have the right to lecture me on reason? Today, you will either do as I say and handle this yourself. Or else, this old man will take matters into his own hands. If you little brat who hasn't even grown any hair yet, dare to on the Su family's head, I won't tolerate it. Where would the Su family's honor be then? At this moment, Su Shang had already resolved to kill Lin Mo. This brat had just awakened yet could resist his imposing aura, and possessed such a steady temperament. Since he had already offended him, Su Shang could not allow him to grow stronger. Otherwise, he might become an unstoppable foe. Ha ha ha. Where indeed? Your Su family's ass is big enough to fit anywhere. If all else fails, toss it down the toilet. That'd be a fitting destination. As one of the top families in this town, you resort to bullying without a second thought. Borrowing a line from your cowardly son. Can't afford a mirror? Does your Su family even have the guts to take a piss? Why don't you look at yourself? Where do you get the nerve? Lin Mo burst into laughter at Su Shang's laughable logic, speaking without restraint. Chapter 56, Youth without arrogance is youth without ambition. Lin Mo's sudden outburst stunned everyone present. Even the old principal, Gong Jian, froze in disbelief. The young man had been speaking perfectly normally just moments ago. How could he? You little brat. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Youngsters shouldn't be so hot-headed. As Su Shang spoke, surging energy erupted from him. He suddenly lunged forward with lightning speed, striking toward Lin Mo. Old trash, what kind of young man isn't hot-headed? Bring it on. Energy surged around Lin Mo's body as well. He knew he couldn't win a straight fight, but if the old man thought he could take him down instantly, that wouldn't be so easy either. He just needed to block this immediate killing blow. Boom! Su Shang's tentacles moved with blinding speed. Before the sound of the 30-meter distance had even faded, his fist was already bearing down on Lin Mo's face. Gong Jian had momentarily lost focus and failed to notice Su Shang's movement. By the time he snapped back to attention, it was already too late. The playground, filled with over 1,000 teachers and students, fell into an eerie silence. Fear crept onto the faces of timid students, though they hadn't yet reached up to cover their eyes. Su Shang's punch held no mercy. Before it even landed, its immense energy already swept out in all directions. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the scene they had anticipated, Lin Mo being reduced to pulp by that punch, did not materialize. Instead, just as Su Shang's fist was about to make contact with Lin Mo, he was violently blasted backward by a powerful surge of energy. Oh! Whoa! Damn! A wave of gasps erupted across the school's spacious plaza. Lin Mo seized the moment to quickly retreat, creating distance from Su Shang as he soared upward, his eyes fixed intently on the old bastard in the air. That punch hadn't even reached him yet. But the health bar on the panel was rapidly depleting. If my angel's healing skill were even a fraction of a second slower, he wouldn't even have a chance to cast a skill. Attack skills definitely couldn't instantly kill this old bastard, and the healing skill had already entered cooldown. If he waited for the old man to land, he'd be in a hopeless situation. But Lin Mo's heart soon settled. Principal Gong had already flashed in front of him, his powerful energy surging outward, shielding Lin Mo within its embrace. Gong Jian, already startled, watched Su Shang plummet from the sky for several seconds before crashing into the ground, leaving a spiderweb pattern of damage. His shock deepened. Reaching level 40 required the first transformation, while the second transformation demanded an additional 80 levels, a total of level 120. The third transformation required an awaken to reach level 240. Moreover, each transformation brought a qualitative leap in combat power. Just how terrifying was Lin Mo's talent? How could he, not even at the first transformation level, escape the ambush of a second transformation expert and then execute a counter-control? He forced his mind to resist dwelling on this scene that defied all logic. As a veteran instructor with years of experience, he had resolved to protect such an unparalleled prodigy. Even if the Su family had powerful backers, he would not retreat an inch. You little bastard. No matter what tricks you've pulled, I'll see how many times you can pull off such dirty tricks. Su Shang, consumed by shame and fury, unleashed a torrent of powerful energy that swept through the area, devastating the surrounding students. Many were knocked flying by the force, crashing into trees and walls around the plaza, immediately spitting blood. Su Shang, I advise you to stop this nonsense. Do you truly believe the principle of Tongling Martial Arts High is made of clay? Principal Gong roared, his own energy surging forth. It clashed with Su Shang's force in the square, gradually pushing back the younger man's aura. Gong Jian, are you truly willing to antagonize me, Su Shang, for the sake of a penniless student? Su Shang knew his strength was no match for Gong Jian's. If Gong Jian insisted on fighting, he wouldn't fare well today, so he resorted to threats. Forget about you, Su Shang. If it weren't for the illness you contracted on the battlefield years ago, even though in family backing you wouldn't dare speak to me like this. Regarding today's incident, if you back down now, I won't pursue charges for disregarding the law and causing trouble at Tongling Martial Arts High. But if you remain stubborn, then I shall have no choice but to subdue you first and let the awakened alliance judge the matter. Gong Jian's imposing aura remained unyielding as his energy field gradually pressed down upon Su Shang. Ha! You think I'd fear an old man past his prime? As Su Shang spoke, a cold, gleaming broadsword materialized in his hand. Simultaneously, he swallowed a perfectly round pill. The suppressed energy field suddenly surged back with overwhelming force. Very well, old man. I'll meet you head on. Lu Qingyan, have all students retreat to the school's safety zone and activate the protective shield. Yes, sir. The old principal now held a jet-black spear in his hands, its tip visibly chipped. He stomped his feet hard against the ground, swinging his spear forward in a thrusting motion. The energy around him seemed to respond to his command, coalescing into an arrow-like formation as he charged forward with the spear. Su Shang's thick energy field was instantly sliced apart by the spear. The distance between them closed instantly. The square erupted with flashing blades and whirling spears. Clashes of steel sent sparks flying, punctuated by the thunderous roar of colliding energies. Their offense and defense shifted rapidly across the square. Scenery trees as thick as bowls were severed one by the battle's aftershocks. The ancient, century-old tree, requiring 4 men to embrace its trunk, swayed violently under the energy shockwaves, showering the air with falling leaves. The scene resembled the ultimate showdown between martial arts masters. Lin Mo witnessed such combat for the first time. In his understanding, battles on Blue Star primarily relied on skills. If you could win, a few skills would finish the opponent off. If you couldn't, you'd make a quick escape. Yet here, in a clash of masters, basic attacks reigned supreme. When an instant kill wasn't possible, holding back skills proved more threatening than unleashing them. Lin Mo, why are you still standing here? Didn't you hear the principal's orders? Hurry up and evacuate to the safety zone with the other students. Lu Qingyan's furious voice rang out. This troublemaker had started everything. She wondered if, as Lin Mo's homeroom teacher, she might get dragged into this mess. Ms. Lu, please focus on the others. I started this mess. I can't let anything happen to the old principal. I need to keep an eye on things here. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Lu Qingyan felt both amused and exasperated. You're just a rookie who hasn't even reached the first stage. What good can you possibly do here? Staying behind won't help at all, it'll only distract the principal. Get yourself to the safe zone immediately. Don't you think you've caused enough trouble already? Originally, Principal Lu had shown some favor toward Lin Mo because of his promising talent awakening, and his attitude toward the boy had softened somewhat. But now, no matter how he looked at this troublemaker, he could muster nothing but anger and disgust. This is my own decision. Whatever happens, I won't blame you, Teacher Lu. You should focus on the other students instead. Fine. If you want to court death, then go ahead. Lu Qingyan gritted her teeth, her anger forcing her to repeat fine 3 times before storming off in fury. Soon, the once bustling square was left with only Su Shang and Gong Jian still locked in fierce combat, and Lin Mo watching from a distance. Even Su Chang had been escorted into Tonling Martial Arts High Safety Zone by several Su family experts. Brother Lin, why did you come back to school alone? Yi Xian's voice called out from nearby. Lin Mo looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yi Xian struggling forward toward him, battling against 2 powerful energy storms. Bang! The metallic snap of breaking metal drew Lin Mo's attention just as he was about to signal Yi Xian to retreat. Chapter 57, Su Shang stops a shared smile. On the battlefield, Gong Jian's spear was cleaved in 2 by Su Shang's great sword. The intense energy shockwave slammed into Gong Jian's shoulder. Though no wound appeared, the force of the impact sent blood spurting from his mouth. Old fool, a higher rank doesn't guarantee victory over me. In this world, deep pockets are a form of strength too, understand? Since you refuse to take the courtesy offered, then go lie down and reflect on your mistakes. As Su Shang spoke, energy surged around his body. No! Lin Mo, Yi Xian, retreat immediately. Gong Jian recognized Su Shang's movements as the clear preparation to unleash a skill. His own energy surged, and he sprinted toward Lin Mo and Yi Xian. But he knew it was already too late. He'd been a split second slower, allowing Su Shang to exploit the opening and unleash his skill first. It was too late to make amends now. Principal, hold your energy blast. The moment Su Shang gained the upper hand, Lin Mo had already begun brewing his own skill. Gong Jian hesitated only briefly before trusting Lin Mo's judgment and withdrawing his energy blast. Su Shang's face twisted into a ferocious grimace. His body crouched in a fighting stance, his right fist raised high, palm facing the ground. Fist. Strike. A massive copper-colored fist suddenly materialized in the air above the school plaza, enveloping the area where the 3 stood. As Su Shang's fist descended at breakneck speed, the celestial fist slammed down toward the ground with equal ferocity. The fierce gusts of wind made it nearly impossible for Lin Mo to stand, while Yi Xian was already pressed to her knees by the pressure, unable even to utter a sound. Angel heel. Boom! A green glow instantly enveloped Gong Jian, Yi Xian, and Lin Mo, while Su Shang was sent flying by a powerful blue beam of light. As Su Shang was sent flying, the massive fist shadow rapidly ascended into the sky before dissipating. Gong Jian had witnessed this move of Lin Mo's before, but only about 10 minutes had passed since the battle began. That such a powerful skill could cool down in just 10 minutes was truly astonishing. What surprised him even more was that while most priest skills only restored health points, Lin Mo's ability not only healed the wounds he had just sustained. Even the latent injuries inflicted by Su Shang and the chronic ailment that had plagued him for years began to show signs of improvement after receiving a single healing. Gong Jian now looked at Lin Mo with eyes brimming with excitement. Lin Mo's skill reignited the passion that had lain dormant within him for years. If he could truly cure his chronic ailment. With Gong Jian's SS-tier talent, he was certain he could make waves once more in this lifetime. After only a moment's hesitation, Gong Jian began channeling the energy within his body. Today, even if it meant fighting to the death, he would not allow Lin Mo to suffer the slightest harm. After landing, Su Shang fixed his gaze on Lin Mo. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. A high-ranking awaken like himself had suffered 2 defeats at the hands of this greenhorn. This was no longer a matter of pride. If such a formidable foe was spared today, he would surely become a future menace. Even the repeated ringing of his phone went unnoticed as scattered energy began to converge in the great blade in his hand. Split. Mountain. Slash. As his voice fell, the great sword in his hand swung toward Lin Mo. A blade shadow erupted from before Su Shang, streaking rapidly toward Lin Mo. Wherever it passed, it left a 3-meter deep gash in the plaza. Needless to say, if that blade struck Lin Mo, it would instantly cleave him in two. Dragon Spear. Gong Jian had positioned himself between Su Shang and Lin Mo at some point. Clasping his hands together, energy rapidly gathered around him, coalescing into a silver spear. A silver-white dragon coiled around the spear shaft as it charged toward the blade's edge. Diamond Shield. Gong Jian knew Su Shang wielded a silver weapon. His own martial arts had lain dormant for years, and he currently possessed no suitable weapon. An attack barely formed from energy alone would never withstand Su Shang's assault. He urgently unleashed his second skill. The outcome unfolded much as he had anticipated. Within 3 seconds of clashing with the blade, the silver spear began to disintegrate. Though significantly weakened, the formidable blade still surged toward Gong Jian. Boom! The powerful energies collided, exploding like a cannonball beside Gong Jian. His golden shield shattered completely, and the shield in his hand was covered in cracks. Gong Jian skidded 7 or 8 meters before grinding to a halt. After halting, he clenched his fists tightly, and the broken spear suddenly materialized in both hands. Both were second-tier cultivators, each holding back their final, most devastating skill, their ultimate trump cards. Without absolute certainty of victory or facing utter desperation, neither would unleash them lightly. Thus, the battle descended into hand-to-hand combat. Su Shang hadn't anticipated Old Gon's unwavering resolve to protect Lin Mo. After unleashing their skills in succession, he began to calm down. Killing that little bastard Lin Mo today might prove difficult, and doubt began to creep into his mind. Just then, his phone buzzed again. Only then did Su Shang notice over a dozen unread messages piled up on his interface. Opening them, Su Shang nearly blacked out. The Wu family, which had been on its last legs, was now suddenly launching a fierce assault on the town's market. Not only were they flooding the market with potions, but the Wu family's equipment industry dormant for years had also restarted operations. Not only was the quality superior, but the prices were lower than those of the Su family's products on the market. The Su family's current merchandise was practically stagnant, urgently requiring Su Shang to return and make decisions. After several moments of hesitation, Su Shang finally shot Gong Jian a fierce glare. He then turned to Lin Mo and said, "You little bastard, you're lucky this time, but this won't end here." With that, he turned and strode toward the safety zone. Seeing the situation finally resolved, Gong Jian's fluctuating energy dissipated. "Lin Mo, EXIN, are you two okay?" He turned and walked toward Lin Mo, addressing the 2 figures nearby. "Ha, nothing serious. We've caused the old principal some trouble. I'll remember your kindness, principal. If you ever need anything from me in the future, just ask." Lin Mo said with a smile, only realizing afterward that in Gong Jian's eyes, he was just a newly awakened youngster. Not the formidable business tycoon he once was. Gong Jian walked over to Lin Mo, checked him over, and confirmed that both Lin Mo and Yi Xian were indeed fine. His worries finally subsided. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of helicopter rotors echoed across the safe zone plaza. The 3 looked up in the direction of the noise. It was a private armed helicopter bearing the Su family emblem. The old principal and Lin Mo both turned their gaze in unison. Their eyes met, and they exchanged knowing smiles. The old principal's smile conveyed that this matter finally provided time to maneuver. Su Shang would no longer have the opportunity to act with such reckless abandon as before. Lin Mo's smile, however, conveyed that this minor Su family was now in dire straits. To continue causing trouble for him? They'd have to hope he had the time. Chapter 58, A Desperate Gamble. Why not raise the stakes? Seeing Lin Mo's effortless smile, Gong Jian found himself unconsciously experiencing that shared understanding one feels when a comrade in arms triumphs. The age gap between them was at least 40 years, even he found it utterly absurd. As the helicopter's roar faded into the distance, Gong Jian spoke, his tone slightly awkward. Mr. Lin Mo, I do have a personal matter I'd like to ask your assistance with. Go ahead, Principal. No rush. I'll handle some school matters first and message you when I'm done. Is there anything specific you need me to do? Since this matter had essentially been triggered by Lin Mo, he proactively asked the principal if he needed to be involved in handling the follow-up. No need. Just comfort the injured student and have the infirmary staff treat them when the time comes. After awakening, those who remain at the school are mostly combat-oriented professions. They're essentially halfway into the battlefield, already not as fragile as you might think. As for the Su family, I'll find a way to talk things out with them properly. They shouldn't bother you again. Focus on what you need to do, strengthen yourself as quickly as possible. Tongling is just a small town after all, and there's little I can do to help you. That's all I can do. I hope you remember today's lesson well. While the Awakened Alliance exists to maintain order, this world ultimately reveres strength. True standing comes from personal strength. Lin Mo looked at the old principal, whose words were full of earnestness, and felt an inexplicable sense of warmth welling up inside him. Truthfully, since arriving on Blue Star with talents surpassing ordinary awakened ones, he often found the people and events he encountered utterly unreal. He often viewed them as NPCs. Yet, with Yi Xin and the old principal, Lin Mo sensed genuine concern and warmth. He took a deep breath, exhaled, and composed himself. Principal, you needn't worry about the Su family. On my way here, I observed the town's situation. I doubt they'll have time to cause trouble for me anytime soon. Then please attend to your duties first. Once you're done, send me a message. I'll take Yi Xin to the dungeon first. The principal nodded in agreement. Go ahead. Regarding Lin Mo's mention of the Su family, regardless of his reasoning whether he planned to proceed cautiously or not, the principal knew he'd have to mediate the situation himself. Lin Mo sent a message to Ning, instructing her to meet him at the training room. Before long, all three entered the training room together. And Ning closed the door and spoke apologetically, Mr. Mu, I'm truly sorry. I never imagined things would escalate this badly. It's all my fault. This isn't really your fault. Don't dwell on it. The remaining 2 dungeons have respawned. For the level 35 instance, Yi Xin can take you through it. Focus on coordinating well. Once you exit, I'll guide you through the level 45 instance. That'll wrap up today's leveling. And Ning looked utterly confused. You called me here just for leveling? You're not blaming me? Yi Xin also looked at Lin Mo with a strange expression. Such a major incident had just occurred, yet Lin Mo seemed completely unfazed. Some things happen, some by chance, some by necessity. Today's incident was merely a trigger. Don't overthink it. Lin Mo's words left both of them thoroughly puzzled. Was this incident really caused by a Ning? Let's go inside. No time to waste. Strengthening our abilities is what we should be focusing on right now. Lin Mo summoned the entrance to the level 35 dungeon. From Lin Mo's perspective, once someone stood at the center of the storm, they inevitably faced the tempest. Unless one chooses to stagnate forever, hiding away in a corner. Otherwise, as long as one strives upward, events like today's would inevitably keep happening. Because when someone rises to a higher tier, it not only requires gradual recognition from those within that tier, but also often disrupts the existing power structures. Before one's strength gains widespread acceptance, countless obstacles will inevitably arise. But explaining such matters to Yi Xin and Ning now, they might not grasp it. After the 2 entered the instance, Lin Mo sent a message to Lin Qingyu. Sis Qingyu, thank you for your trust. That sounds so formal. Brother Lin Mo, is this the little side business you mentioned to your sister? When Lin Qingyu addressed him as Brother Lin Mo knew this girl was in a rather serious state of mind. With a market as small as Tongling Town, what kind of big business could you possibly pull off? Your ambition is truly something else. You've taken goods worth hundreds of millions of silver coins from me. The shops I manage now have been practically stripped bare by you. And you still call this a small operation? I'm starting to regret this deal. I can't tell if you're confident or just acting on impulse. Lin Mo read the message Lin Qingyu sent. Truth be told, this girl really had guts. Before returning to school, he'd shared his plan to dominate the town's market with Lin Qingyu. But now he was short on both cash and inventory. He needed Lin Qingyu to extend credit and support him first. He'd only approached her tentatively, but to his surprise, she'd agreed to his request after just a moment's consideration. With a reliable supply source secured, Lin Mo immediately approached the Wu family, who were already prepared to fight tooth and nail. After a fierce round of negotiations, he struck a deal with them. Lin Mo essentially acquired the Wu family with substantial capital and distribution channels, becoming their largest corporate investor. He would provide the Wu family with equipment, temporary sales items like potions, and raw materials for long-term development. In return, the Wu family pledged to launch aggressive promotional campaigns without incurring losses. The campaign would run for 7 days, with profit margins slashed to a mere 10% from the outset. They were determined to make this market battle a resounding success. Frankly, such profit margins barely covered a company's daily operational expenses. It was essentially a money-losing venture just to make a splash. The Wu family, already prepared to go down fighting against the overbearing Su family, initially dismissed Lin Mo's suggestion as some rich kid mocking them. But when Lin Mo pulled out a dazzling array of merchandise from his backpack, the Wu family finally took his proposal seriously. Just as the Wu family wavered, Lin Mo sealed the deal with a single sentence that made the Wu patriarch sign the cooperation contract. Mr. Wu, since we've chosen to fight with our backs against the wall, a half-hearted effort will only invite ridicule for all talk and no action. Wouldn't it be a shame for the Wu family's long-established enterprise to end this way? Lin Mo's words struck a nerve with Wu Daozhong, the head of the Wu family. If a young man like Lin Mo was willing to take such a bold gamble, what was there left for him to hold back? Moreover, Lin Mo's contract only demanded 51% of Wu Enterprises' shares. This stake was part of the overall shares after integrating the equipment production line Lin Mo brought in, meaning the Wu family would only retain 1% of their own assets. He knew that this 1% meant the Wu family's influence over the company would effectively pass into Lin Mo's hands. But Wu Daozhong, already at the end of his rope, was willing to make one final attempt. Regardless of the power behind Lin Mo, he refused to believe the young man's emergence was merely about making the Wu family's final fall more spectacular. Chapter 59, the deal fell through, but I'll make it up to you. Ha, Sister Qingyu, it's not too late to regret this. Cut your losses now while you're not too deep in. Lin Mo sent the message to Lin Qingyu with a smile. Heh, I'm not afraid. If brother Lin Mo's deal falls through, just hand him over to sister as compensation. Fine then. Sister Qingyu, keep preparing green, blue, and orange gear for me during this period. The more, the better, the faster, the better. Lin Mo cut straight to the chase. Can you give me a value estimate? 10 billion silver coins is the baseline. Anything above that depends on how much Sister Qingyu trusts me, or rather, how much I'm worth to her. After sending the message, it took a long while before Lin Qingyu's reply finally came through. The family conducts monthly accounting. The maximum credit limit for external debts at the branch I manage is 1.5 billion silver coins. Including previous transactions, the maximum value of goods I can prepare for you now won't exceed 600 million. I hope brother Lin Mo understands this limitation. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before replying. In that case, I'll research the product categories first and get back to you. Sis Qingyu, what's the market price for a purple weapon? Purple weapons average around 6 million silver coins. If there are special requirements for the equipment, the price could be higher. Frankly, this price exceeded Lin Mo's expectations after all. An orange weapon only cost over 10,000 silver coins. He hadn't expected purple weapons to be nearly 60 times more expensive. Nevertheless, he promptly transferred 400 silver coins and a smaller soul-gathering jade to Lin Qingyu without hesitation. Then please help me select a purple weapon, Sister Qingyu. Prioritize increased attack power, and the weapon type doesn't matter. If it comes with a basic weapon cultivation technique manual, that would be ideal. Sure thing. With the price you're offering, we can definitely find a very decent purple weapon. I'll check the inventory for you right now. Shortly after, 3 orange-tier weapons appeared on Lin Mo's interface, a spear, a pair of short daggers, and a long whip. These are 3 fairly decent pieces of gear. Take a look and see which one you like. A message notification from Lin Qingyu followed. Lin Mo's gaze immediately settled on the whip. The whip's handle featured a unique wooden structure. The shaft itself was 3 meters long, with a diameter of about 2 centimeters. It glowed a dark golden hue covered in minute crescent-shaped bone spines. At its tip sat a sharp, diamond-shaped blade forged from a rare metal. Dragon Sturgeon Whip Purple Quality, attack plus 4,800. When infused with energy, it activates the whip's bone spines. These hollow spines inflict sustained bleeding damage, dealing 100-200 damage per second. The whip shaft can be poison-coated. Venom stored within the bone spines can be propelled into wounds upon striking an opponent, dealing damage based on the venom's toxicity. Though the other 2 purple weapons boast higher attack values than the Jiao Shark Whip, what captivated Lin Mo most was its unique ability to be poison-coated. This feature offered vast room for creative application. I'll take the Jiaoshi Whip. Lin Qingyu received the message and withdrew the other 2 purple weapons. She couldn't resist teasing him. Oh? Looks like your stinky little brother has someone special now? This weapon doesn't seem like something you'd buy for yourself. Giving away a purple weapon worth over 10 million like it's nothing, that's some serious commitment. Ha, is Sister Qingyu jealous? Over 10 million? If that were a dowry for you, it wouldn't even cover the change. My little brother's in such a rush? For anyone else, it wouldn't be enough. But if it's you, sis could even turn it around and give it back. Well, it's getting late. Sister Qingyu, wash up and go to bed. You'll see it in your dreams. After ending the chat with Lin Qingyu, Lin Mo opened the basic whip tutorial he'd received along with the Jiaoshi whip. A detailed tutorial on whip techniques appeared before him via an air projection screen. Each move and technique featured live demonstrations alongside detailed explanations of power generation. Lin Mo drew his whip and assumed the bow stance as instructed for the vertical slash technique, upper arm raised, forearm pressed back, wrist power generated. The whip instantly whipped upward and crashed down, sending sparks flying as its diamond-shaped cold blade sank into the ground. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. The training room floor was made of special stone specifically designed to prevent awakened individuals from causing damage during practice. Yet even this hard surface was pierced through with just a light test strike following the tutorial. I'd always assumed the whip couldn't match bladed weapons in damage. Seems that was just my own bias. Lin Mo retracted the whip and ended the lesson. He sent a message to Huang He. Huang He, have you visited the Wu family yet? What do you think still needs preparation to get the equipment production line up and running? A few minutes later, Huang He's reply arrived. I'm currently at the production workshop. The production line is fully operational. As long as personnel and materials are in place, it can start up anytime. The equipment is a bit outdated, but it's not a major issue. I can upgrade it once my level increases. Though he was only looking at the interface, Lin Mo found himself nodding involuntarily. Good. For now, don't worry about starting the production line. You won't need to handle the goods supply during this period. I'll figure out a solution for that. Your primary task during this period is to level up as quickly as possible. Don't concern yourself with anything else for now. I'll contact Wu Daozhong to assign you some assistance. Report any material needs directly to him, as he'll be responsible for decomposing many raw materials going forward. Any materials Wu Daozhong can't handle, report them to me. I'll figure it out. Huang Yi truly hadn't expected that Lin Mo, who had grown up alongside him, had only undergone an awakening ritual. It seemed not just his professional talents had awakened, it felt like his entire being had undergone a transformation. Lin Mo now felt like a rock of stability. With him around, things that once seemed impossibly high now felt within reach, as if just a tiptoe away. Alright, I'll follow your lead. I'll show you the first batch of equipment I have ready when the time comes. That's fine. This is your first gear set, it'll be quite memorable. Lin Mo teased. With the arrangements mostly settled, Lin Mo closed his eyes to rest. He still had much to accomplish. But the most crucial task was strengthening his abilities. The National Martial Arts High School League was merely the beginning. After witnessing the battle between Gong Jian and Su Shang, Lin Mo realized he still harbored many misconceptions about combat on Blue Star. Originally not particularly invested in the National Martial Arts High School tournament, his perspective had now shifted. Since the tournament served as a shortcut to martial arts universities, he had to prepare thoroughly. He aimed to use it as a springboard to gain admission to a top-tier martial arts institution. He resolved to comprehensively study all combat knowledge concerning Blue Star's Awakened. Chapter 60, Purple Whip also wants to be called brother. After about 20 minutes, Lin Mo, who had been resting with his eyes closed, sensed Xin and the others emerging from the dungeon. They were significantly faster than he had anticipated. Not bad speed. How did the battle go? Xin grinned as she stood beside Lin Mo. Hee, brother Lin, I treated those beasts like the Su family scum. Killing them felt so satisfying. I feel much better now. Lin Mo was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond to Xin's remark. He glanced at Ning, who stood nearby looking slightly uncomfortable. And Ning, how much did your level increase after this dungeon run? At the mention of levels, and Ning replied excitedly, Master Mu, I'm already level 14 now, all thanks to Sister Xin. Hearing this, Lin Mo blared at the smug Xin beside him. With Ning's A-tier talent, entering a level 35 dungeon at level 13 and clearing the entire instance meant she should have easily reached level 15, even splitting the experience evenly. No doubt that girl had way too much killing intent. She'd probably scooped up most of the demon beast's experience points. The problem was, while these level 35 war slave tier beasts were fine for practice, they weren't particularly helpful for boosting Xin's level. Xin met Lin Mo's gaze and understood his meaning. She pouted slightly and said, sorry, I got too carried away killing them. I couldn't hold back. Seeing this, Ning grew uneasy and hurriedly waved her hands. Master Mu, it's really not Xin's fault. Getting to level up at all is already amazing. If we were queuing up for dungeons outside, we might not even gain half a bar of experience in a whole day. I'm already quite satisfied. Lin Mo didn't let the topic drop there. And Ning, Xin and I are already official members of Tongling Martial Arts High's League team. I didn't tell you earlier mainly to avoid affecting your mindset, and also because I had my own considerations. Your area of effect crowd control skills fill the biggest gap in our current team composition. We have no authority to interfere with the school's selection process for league participants. But by boosting your level, we can increase your chances of winning in the selection process. So when you're fighting alongside Xin during regular training, you need to hone your coordination even more. You must now adopt the mindset of an official member. Stop thinking you're merely leveling up with us. Honestly, and Ning wasn't surprised by the news that Lin Mo and Xin were already official members. It was Lin Mo's expectations that suddenly made her, who had only been aiming to give it a shot, feel a significant increase in pressure and urgency. Alright, Mu Yi, I'll catch up to your pace as soon as possible. No. I'll adjust my mindset quickly. And Ning's words came out a bit stilted. Lin Mo didn't dwell on it. He'd conveyed his thoughts to Ning, now it was up to her to process and adjust. Lin Mo turned his gaze to Xin. The mischievous girl didn't give him a chance to speak. Brother Lin, I understand. When we run dungeons later, I'll try my best to coordinate with Ning. I'll prioritize giving her the main experience points so she can level up faster. She batted her big eyes at Lin Mo as she spoke, implying, see? I'm smart, right? Good to know. You saw the showdown between Principal Gong and Su Shang. The path we've chosen isn't wrong. As awakened ones, combat skills aren't the only way to fight. In fact, close combat is actually a more common approach. While prioritizing safety, you should deliberately practice your close combat techniques. Xin, give that orange weapon in your hands to Ning for now. Xin reluctantly retrieved the orange tear green edge sword from her backpack upon hearing Lin Mo's instructions. Xin had already tasted the thrill of close combat, but outside of berserk mode, her melee damage primarily came from this orange weapon. If Lin Mo wanted to reclaim the orange weapon, she felt it was only natural. But now, handing it over to Ning while she wouldn't refuse left her feeling a bit uneasy. And Ning was flattered, but more than that, she was astonished. An orange weapon worth over 100,000 points. She'd already suspected Xin might harbor some grievance toward her. Taking the orange weapon from her now would only deepen the rift, wouldn't it? She hastily waved her hands to decline. But when she saw the new weapon Lin Mo pulled from his spatial backpack, the words on her lips vanished. A purple weapon? You'll use this Jiao Xian whip for now. Here are the basic whip techniques that go with it. Perfect timing. The level 45 dungeon will respawn in just 1 hour. You can use this time to get familiar with the long whips techniques and aim to master them before the level 45 dungeon. As Lin Mo spoke, he pulled out the long whip fundamentals tutorial from his backpack. Wow, Brother Lin, is this for me? Xin shoved her longsword into Ning's hands and hurriedly snatched the Jiao Sturgeon whip from Lin Mo. Upon seeing the Jiao Shark whip clearly, she couldn't put it down. With such a whip, she felt she could sweep through the entire level 45 dungeon without relying on the Ice Phoenix. Yep. You probably won't be switching weapons for a while, so put some effort into mastering the whip techniques. Lin Mo nodded. Thanks, Brother Lin. You're the best. Overwhelmed with excitement, Xin lost all restraint, tiptoeing up to plant an enthusiastic kiss on Lin Mo's cheek. And Ning, staring at the orange tear weapon in her hands, felt a pang of envy. But she quickly composed herself. Thanks, Mu Yi. Thanks, Xin. Ha, no need to thank us. With gear this good, we'll breeze through the level 45 dungeon, won't we? Xin held the whip, unable to put it down. At that moment, a notification popped up on Lin Mo's interface. Lin Mo replied to the message, then looked up at his two beautiful classmates and said, looks like you two might actually have to tackle that level 45 dungeon on your own. I've got something I need to take care of right now. Stay safe, okay? Saying this, Lin Mo tossed the instance access token to Xin. Xin caught it and waved it in the air toward Lin Mo. Brother Lin, go ahead and handle your business. Don't worry, the level 45 dungeon won't be too tough for us to handle. Alright. Once you clear the dungeon, we'll call it a day for leveling. I'll message you after I finish my business. Once you get back, and Ning, try to find some basic sword technique guides to study. Without understanding weapon handling skills during close combat, it's hard to unleash a weapon's true potential. Got it, thanks, Mu Yi. I'll hit the books as soon as I get back. And Ning nodded obediently at Lin Mo, a stark contrast to the deliberately flirtatious demeanor she'd displayed when they first met. She actually wanted to call Lin Mo Brother Lin. While Master Mu wasn't wrong, it felt too formal. But since Lin Mo hadn't spoken up, she felt awkward changing it herself. Such was the inherent innocence of youth. Chapter 61, Heroic Encounter Restoring Might. After giving his instructions, Lin Mo exited the training room. Knock knock knock. Come in. Lin Mo pushed open the door to the principal's office. Gong Jin smiled at his arrival and gestured for Lin Mo to come inside. When I was young, I served for a time in the military organized by the Awaken Alliance. Back then, Tonling Town wasn't yet under human control. It was during the battle to capture Tonling that I was severely wounded fighting beasts, leaving me with an incurable ailment. The military chaplain treated me then, but while external wounds heal, hidden ailments are hard to eradicate. My cultivation stopped at the second transformation. Later, the Awakened Alliance recognized my combat merits. After Tonling was designated a safe zone, they tasked me with establishing Tonling Martial Arts High School here and appointed me as its principal. I once traveled far and wide seeking cures for this hidden ailment. Yet even priests of the third transformation and beyond were unable to purge it from my body. Gradually, I accepted reality and dedicated myself wholeheartedly to the cause of education. Lin listened silently. The old principal suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. Sorry for rambling. Old age makes one prone to digressions. The reason I asked you here today is because of the treatment you gave me before. It made me realize that the stubborn ailment within my body has actually been somewhat eradicated. I don't know if it's my own illusion or if heaven truly has given me a chance at rebirth. So, I wanted to ask you to come and try again. As the old principal spoke, his eyes brimmed with tears of emotion, his gaze filled with longing, his voice choked with feeling. Lin Mo couldn't bear to see this. In this world, deceit and treachery are commonplace, but sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Principal, you've done me a great favor. If it's truly possible, I'll certainly help you with this. This is how it will work. I'll administer treatment, and you can gauge for yourself whether my skills truly address your hidden ailment. As Lin Mo spoke, the energy within his body began to surge. Alright. As Lin Mo unleashed his skill, a green glow began to emanate from Gong Jian's body. Gong Jian felt a pulsing, vibrant life energy coursing through his body, circulating between every cell. In the blink of an eye, areas that had been withered and lifeless were rejuvenated, like parched land receiving long-awaited rain, or a cliff finding a foothold. Gong Jian kept his eyes closed, savoring this miraculous transformation. The green glow faded, yet his eyes remained tightly shut. Tears streamed down his cheeks, forming a thin line. His lips trembled, yet not a single word escaped them for a long time. Once upon a time, he too had been a fiery young prodigy, one of the few SS-ranked warriors among the awakened. He had fought demons on the battlefield with fearless valor. Yet this hidden affliction had cut short his heroic career. After years of obscurity, he never imagined he would finally find a solution today. Lin Mo refrained from disturbing the old headmaster. He didn't need to ask, the old man's expression told him his skill had taken effect. 10 seconds later, Lin Mo continued casting his healing skill. His skill wasn't yet precise enough for exact control, but since it was working, he simply kept channeling healing into the old headmaster. 10 skills weren't enough? Then he'd cast 100. With a 10-second cooldown per skill, no matter how stubborn the old principal's affliction was, how long could it withstand his relentless barrage? The old principal felt that exhilarating sensation returned so quickly. He looked at Lin Mo in astonishment. How long is your skill cooldown? 10 seconds. 10 seconds? Gong Jian's mind buzzed with disbelief. The more powerful the skill, the longer the cooldown and the greater the energy required. This was an immutable truth among awakened ones. Lin Mo's exceptional skill recovery had already been felt during his battle with Su Shang. A skill like this, only available once every 10 seconds? Is Lin Mo really an awakened one? Before Gong Jian could fully recover from his shock, a healing skill had already landed on him. Lin Mo simply unleashed his skills whenever they cooled down. He showed no signs of stopping. After over 10 minutes, Gong Jian was utterly dumbfounded. He'd intended to let Lin Mo rest and replenish his energy. But seeing Lin Mo's relaxed and carefree expression, he realized his concern might have been unnecessary. His initial excitement had subsided. Since Lin Mo could keep casting skills non-stop, he genuinely wanted to see how long Lin Mo could sustain this relentless skill casting pace. Yet Gong Jian was destined never to witness Lin Mo's energy depletion. Each skill only consumed 10 energy points, not to mention his seemingly bottomless energy bar. The Holy Spirit battle armor he now wore restored 40 energy points to the wearer within 10 seconds after skill activation. His energy simply couldn't be depleted. Over an hour later, Lin Mo had unleashed more than 400 healing skills in succession, leaving Gong Jian numb. For someone like Lin Mo, only 2 words could describe him: divine and mysterious. Suddenly, however, he felt a surge of vibrant energy begin to stir within his body. In an instant, the energy began to surge through his limbs and bones. Lin Mo also noticed the old principal's unusual state. Uncertain of the cause, he immediately halted his actions. He stood opposite Gong Jian, carefully observing his condition. Boom! A massive surge of energy erupted from Gong Jian, colliding violently in all directions. Every piece of furniture in the principal's office was instantly hurled by the force, crashing violently into the surrounding walls and shattering into pieces. Lin Mo struggled to steady himself. After the energy shock subsided, he looked back at the old principal. The once stooped, gray-haired old man now stood perfectly straight. Save for his still gray hair and beard, there was not a trace of frailty about him. Ha 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 ha. The shackles that have bound me for so many years today, one layer is finally cast off. Ah ha 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 ha. Lin Mo stared at the nearly frenzied principal, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Mo, I owe you an immense debt of gratitude. I can feel that much of the hidden ailment weighing me down has been lifted. Once I'm fully recovered, whatever troubles you face, if you need me, I'll walk through fire and water for you. Lin Mo was overjoyed to hear of the old headmaster's recovery. As for the favor? He'd remember it, but he wasn't sure he'd ever need to call it in. Principal, what was that just now? How is your injury progressing? Though these years I've been plagued by hidden ailments, my level stuck at 211, I never neglected my martial cultivation. Unable to advance, the accumulated energy tormented my meridians, limiting my power to only 30 or 40% of its potential. Earlier, you purged part of that hidden ailment. The energy accumulated over years now flows freely, and my level has risen to 218. Continue purging the latent ailment, and I believe breaking through to level 240 and entering the third transformation won't be difficult. Now that a solution for the latent ailment has been found, though my level lags far behind my peers from the same awakening cohort. But this pent-up energy has increased my body's capacity to hold energy by dozens of times, significantly boosting the power of my skills. Even facing those SSS tier peers of equal rank, I might just stand a chance. Such an opportunity is likely unprecedented in history. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 62, Friendship Across Generations. I drink, you return. Gongjian spoke with boundless vigor, not a trace of dejection in his voice. Every cloud has a silver lining. Congratulations, Principal. This will allow you to advance even further in the martial arts. Lin Mo clasped his fists before his chest and bowed. Young Lin Mo, this is all thanks to you. Now I finally have the courage to pursue my dreams once more. Since that's how you feel, Principal, shall we continue? Gongjian waved his hand at Lin Mo. Haste makes waste. My veins have been blocked for years. Now that they've just endured a powerful energy surge, they need time to adjust. Let's call it a day for now. When I feel ready, I'll trouble you again. Lin Mo nodded to the principal. Please don't be so formal. For me, it's just a small favor. Seeing someone I respect recover is my greatest joy. Gong Jianchao approached Lin Mo and patted his shoulder. I've never met a young man like you before. Your future achievements will surely rival anyone's. To keep being polite now would make me seem pretentious. Great favors need no thanks. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother. Lin Mo was taken aback. Brother in his heart? Still, he quickly composed himself and replied, Big Brother, this is truly a friendship across generations. Ha ha ha, good. A true friendship across generations indeed. Brother Lin Mo, please sit. I haven't collected much of value these years, but I've stockpiled quite a bit of fine liquor. Today we're celebrating, we won't leave until we're drunk. Gong Jian was genuinely delighted. Considering Lin Mo was only 16, he urged him to drink in small sips. He himself, however, downed his cup in one go. As the wine flowed freely, he began recounting tales of his past exploits to Lin Mo. His spirit lifted, and he felt years younger inside and out. They talked freely for 3 or 4 hours. In the end, it was Gong Jian who got drunk, and only then did Lin Mo leave the principal's office. By then, the sun had sunk below the western horizon. Only then did Lin Mo recall his promise to Yi Xin. Opening his interface, he was flooded with messages from Yi Xin. Her prolonged lack of response had her frantic. She feared the Su family had struck again, that something terrible had befallen Lin Mo. I'm fine. Where are you now? You finally replied. Did something happen? Why didn't you answer my messages? Sorry, I was delayed handling some matters. Where are you? I'll come find you now. I'm near the Su family mansion. As long as you're okay, I'll rush back. Wait for me at school. You silly girl. What were you doing at the Su family mansion? Do you think you could take on the entire Su family? Don't move, I'll come pick you up. No need. I'm too far away. I'm heading back now. Don't leave again. Alright, I'll wait for you at the school gate. Half an hour later, the cry of a phoenix echoed through the air. As the ice phoenix landed, Yi Xin, hair disheveled and eyes swollen red, let down from its back. Lin Mo watched her, his heart aching at the sight. He reached out to wipe away the tear rolling down Yi Xin's cheek. But the little girl was stubborn. She slapped Lin Mo's hand away forcefully. Her emotions suddenly collapsed, and she clung to Lin Mo, bursting into tears. Lin Mo froze for a moment, then gently patted Yi Xin's back with his raised hand. It's okay. After a long while, seeing Yi Xin's emotions finally begin to settle, Lin Mo finally spoke up. There, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Stop crying. If any passing classmates saw this, who knows what tomorrow's school website headlines might say. Don't think this will make me forgive you. Yi Xin gave Lin Mo's chest a hard smack, then stepped aside, crossed her arms, and turned her head away. Fine, then I guess I'll just have to go slay monsters in the wilderness by myself. Lin Mo made a move to head toward the school gate. Stupid Lin Mo, couldn't you just comfort me? I couldn't reach you all afternoon. I thought you. Lin Mo cut in, thought the Su family had ambushed me? I stood up to Su Sheng himself, and he couldn't even handle me. What could the rest of the Su family possibly do to me? Yeah. I'm just being nosy. From now on, disappear for as long as you want. I won't bother you anymore. Lin Mo had been about to launch into a long lecture. But this sincere concern stopped him in his tracks. My bad. Next time something comes up, I'll let you know ahead of time. I just didn't expect this to take so long. Don't think I don't know what you were doing. Drinking with others and not even replying to my messages? I'm not that easy to fool. Only then did Lin Mo notice the lingering stench of alcohol still clinging to him. But the principal's situation was tricky. After all, if the principal himself didn't make it public, Lin Mo's recovery would remain the principal's secret. Lin Mo could only offer a forced smile and laugh it off. Fortunately, Xin was just concerned about him and wasn't genuinely angry. It didn't take much effort to placate her. Already leveled up to 21. Not bad. Let's aim to reach level 40 before the National Martial Arts High School League. The two sat in the vehicle heading toward the edge of the safe zone. Lin Mo listened as Xin mentioned his dungeon runs with Ning. Hearing that Ning had reached level 18 and Xin had also successfully gained a level, he nodded approvingly. And Ning's rapid leveling was perfectly normal. Just like Gong Jian's situation, the higher one's innate talent, the more energy their body could accommodate. Lin Mo gradually realized that experience points might actually be a data manifestation of one's own energy reserves. As they chatted, the vehicle drew within 4 or 5 kilometers of the safe zone. This time, they spared the driver any trouble and got off ahead of schedule. Lin Mo chose the same exit from the safe zone they had used last time. After all, dangers lurked beyond the zone's borders, and retracing their previous route offered relative safety. After roughly 3 hours, Lin Mo suddenly signaled Xin to stop and take cover. What's wrong, brother Lin? Something feels off. Lin Mo scanned the surroundings warily, replying in a hushed voice. Xin hurriedly scanned the area too, but beyond the moonlight filtering through swaying trees, not a single demon beast was in sight. Along the way, they'd only encountered a dozen or so scattered combat slave-level striped tigers and a few elite-level striped tigers, nothing unusual. It should be fine, right? We haven't even reached the area with the corpse-rotting mushrooms yet. Don't scare me like this. Logically speaking, the corpse-rotting mushroom is a commander-level beast. Even though we killed it, its residual power still lingers. Only low-intelligence slave-grade beasts would mistakenly wander into its territory, yet we encountered elite-grade striped tigers. And after walking this long, we haven't seen any other beasts besides striped tigers. This situation is too abnormal. Hearing this, Xin also began to feel a chill run down her spine. After Lin Mo explained it, this area really did seem to be just that kind of place. Chapter 63, Out of the Tiger's Den into the Worm's Nest. Lin Mo continued, this situation likely means the rotten corpse mushroom's territory has been taken over by a striped tiger. To dare seize the territory of a commander-level demon beast in such a short time, the striped tiger occupying this area must be at least a general level on the verge of advancement, or possibly already commander level. As Lin Mo spoke, he concentrated his spiritual energy to scan the surroundings. Leader level? Brother Lin, maybe we should change our direction? A commander-level striped tiger is far more terrifying than a corpse-eating fungus. Xin's voice trembled slightly at the mention. He had witnessed the combat prowess of striped tigers firsthand during their journey. Even a single elite-level striped tiger at level 38 had nearly killed him despite his Ice Phoenix mount and purple weapon. The main issue was that these beasts possessed immense strength and blinding speed. The slightest lapse in focus meant getting smacked by a paw. What awaited the opponent was a relentless barrage of attacks, leaving no breathing room or chance to retaliate. If Lin Mo hadn't intervened just now, he would have been steadily worn down by the striped tiger's relentless attacks. Facing a pack of striped tigers simultaneously, or encountering a general-level beast, Xin would truly struggle to handle it. Hold your position. We've entered the striped tiger's territory. Acting rashly without knowing the leader's location only invites greater danger. Though he wasn't afraid of this tiger, Lin Mo genuinely preferred not to engage it head-on, especially with Xin by his side. Judging from the earlier fight, if he got pinned down by the tiger's leader, Xin would be in serious trouble. Then what should we do now? Xin was at a loss. Have Xiaolan increase altitude and broaden the patrol range. See if we can pinpoint where the striped tigers are congregating. Once we pinpoint their location, we'll decide which direction to retreat. Xin nodded at the suggestion. Understood. She immediately relayed the instructions to Binghuan. Originally circling at low altitude, Binghuan received Xin's command and began ascending. But just minutes later, Binghuan emitted a series of urgent cries. Bad news, Brother Lin. Our retreat route is blocked by a horde of striped tigers. A large number of striped tigers have appeared at the location where we previously killed them, and these beasts are moving toward us. What should we do? We've been exposed. Lin Mo raised his hand, signaling Xin to stay calm. He then retrieved 2 vials of potion from his backpack storage space and handed one to Xin. Don't panic. These striped tigers might not know our exact location, otherwise, they wouldn't be tracking us by scent. This is scent masking powder. It effectively conceals our aura. Apply it to your body, and we'll continue moving deeper into the forest. Have Xiaolan keep scouting ahead. Check if there's any danger to the left front. As he spoke, he poured the purple liquid from the vial and began applying it all over himself. Xin nodded and followed suit. Soon, the ice phoenix in the sky relayed the news. No clusters of beasts were detected within a 5-kilometer radius to the left front. Lin Mo and Xin exchanged a glance and began moving swiftly. They darted through the jungle, avoiding any beasts they encountered whenever possible. When avoidance proved impossible, Lin Mo swiftly dealt with the threat, clearing the battlefield before moving on. However, this inevitably left behind some stubborn bloodstains on the battlefield. Lin Mo decided to inflict additional wounds on servant-level beasts, instructing Xiaolan to scatter their corpses in different directions to confuse the spotted tiger's tracking. After over an hour, the spotted tiger's position grew increasingly distant. Its pursuit slowed considerably, and Lin Mo and his companion had effectively left the tiger's territory. Phew. Finally, we can catch our breath. I'm exhausted. Xin propped herself up with one hand on her knee and the other on a tree trunk, gasping for breath. Lin Mo wasn't much better off. Sustaining such intense mental focus for so long had left him visibly drained. Brother Lin, I feel so itchy all over, like something's crawling on me. Ouch, it's so itchy. Brother Lin, scratch me. Lin Mo felt the same sensation. In just a moment, it felt like thousands of ants were crawling all over him. Lin Mo hastily tore open his shirt. Ah! Xin's shriek suddenly pierced the air. She was startled by the sight of Lin Mo's chest. When Lin Mo tore open his shirt, he didn't see himself, only the faintly visible yellowish-white skin beneath. Her chest was covered in a dense cluster of tiny black specks. Xin suddenly snapped to attention, turning her back to Lin Mo as she pulled open her own collar to glance downward. Her skin, already unbearably itchy and painful, now began to twitch and tremble involuntarily. Her once snow-white, deep cleavage was almost entirely overrun by tiny black insects. No need to guess, the same scene was surely playing out on her back and other itchy, painful areas of her body. Ah! Xin jumped up and down on the spot. Forgetting all modesty, she tore open her collar and frantically slapped at the dense swarm of black insects covering her chest. But these black insects possessed an astonishingly strong clinging ability. Just as she managed to knock them off her chest, her hands became completely covered in them. Moreover, the dark red skin exposed where they had been knocked off was quickly reclaimed by the insects crawling upward. Worst of all, the insects had now crossed her snow-white neck and were crawling toward her face. The thought of these disgusting black insects crawling onto her face, into her nostrils, eyes, and ears. Xin's scalp prickled with horror. Ugh. Xin pressed her rosy lips tightly together, her eyes darting toward Lin Mo, who was observing the source of the insects. In mere moments, the insects had spread across her face. She dared not open her mouth, her physical pain now overshadowed by sheer terror. Angel heal. A blue-black pillar of light enveloped both of them. The black insects were simply too numerous and too dense. Even as Lin Mo's passive healing skill flung them away, a dark streak appeared within the blue light column. Retreat! Lin Mo grabbed Xin's hand and retreated toward the striped tiger behind them. But then, two dark currents surged from the ground, relentlessly pursuing them. Brother Lin, what are those things? Xin, still shaken, asked as Lin Mo dragged her back. Bloodthirsty boneworms. Most are merely slave grade, but they're incredibly stubborn once they latch on. If it were only the boneworms, it wouldn't be too difficult to handle. The real threat is that massive creature breeding the bloodthirsty boneworms. What kind of creature would breed such terrifying insects? Xin's tension, which had eased slightly after hearing Lin Mo's explanation, instantly surged again. I don't know. The interface only states that bloodthirsty boneworms can't survive independently, they must parasitize other beasts. Roar! A piercing tiger roar, carrying immense pressure, echoed from ahead of them. The sound wave seemed capable of disrupting the rhythm of a human heartbeat. Under the assault of the sound wave, Lin Mo and Xin simultaneously felt a dull, wrenching pain in their chests. Lin! Xin watched Lin Mo, who was still dragging her forward with his head down, and tried to warn him. But the moment she opened her mouth, the wrenching pain in her chest intensified. It felt as though an invisible giant hand was twisting every nerve in her body. Even speaking became difficult. Only after the sound wave passed did Xin begin to recover slightly. Brother Lin, we can't go any further. If we continue, we'll collide with the striped tiger. Chapter 64, Redirecting the Disaster Eastward Using Tigers to Fight Bulls. I know. And that roar just now came from a leader-level striped tiger. Lin Mo didn't stop walking as he explained to Xin. What? Then let's escape from another direction? Xin exclaimed in surprise. No, we're looking for the striped tiger. Look behind us. Following Lin Mo's prompt, Xin turned to look in frozen shock. Fortunately, Lin Mo was holding her hand, otherwise, she might have struggled even to move her feet. Several kilometers behind them, a demon beast the size of a small mountain was charging toward them at incredible speed. Its outline resembled a bull, but the overwhelming pressure it emitted was immense. What is that? I don't know. It must be the host of the bloodthirsty boneworm. As Lin Mo spoke, the forest ahead began to shake violently, sending flying beasts scattering in panic. It's a pack of striped tigers. We're being flanked. Yi Xin warned. Before she could finish, her tone abruptly shifted. Behind the mountain, there's another ferocious tiger the size of a truck closing in on us. Obstructed by the mountain peak, Lin Mo couldn't make out the situation. Yi Xin only knew this through feedback from Xiaolan. With formidable enemies closing in from both front and rear, and two black torrents chasing after them, Yi Xin was overcome with anxiety. But when she looked at Lin Mo, she noticed his expression wasn't particularly grave. Instead, a faint smile lingered on his face. Just as she was about to ask how to break the stalemate, Lin Mo retrieved 2 or 3 demon beast carcasses from his spatial backpack and tossed them toward the nearby striped tiger pack. Simultaneously, he pulled Yi Xin closer and began to accelerate. He called out, "Recall Xiaolan." Yi Xin obeyed without hesitation. As they charged within mere tens of meters of the striped tiger pack, Lin Mo's feet slammed against the ground. He propelled himself upward, dragging Yi Xin with him as they soared over 10 meters. His right fist slammed into one of the falling beast corpses with a thunderous thud. The immense force sent flesh and blood flying everywhere. His body twisted mid-air as his legs whipped forward and backward, striking the corpses of 2 other beasts. All 3 beasts were sent flying with pinpoint accuracy into the midst of the spotted tiger pack. Seeing their landing spot right in the middle of the spotted tiger pack, Yi Xin's eyes suddenly hardened with resolve. A dark gold-colored dragon sturgeon whip had appeared in her hand at some point. Yet in the next instant, the scene before her eyes abruptly shifted. The surroundings were no longer a dim forest, but a vast, open continent bathed in clear skies, a scene as ethereal as a fairyland, as poetic as a painting. Moreover, the exhaustion in her body gradually eased with each breath. Now it's time to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Lin Mo's voice suddenly rang out, snapping Yi Xin out of her astonishment. "Brother Lin, where are we? How did we suddenly end up here? It's a space built into my equipment. This space can isolate us from the outside world. That huge beast chasing us looks like it won't be easy to deal with. With just you and me, our chances against the demon beast were slim. But now, who knows? Let's let it clash with the striped tiger first. When the timing is right, we'll make our move." Yi Xin gazed at the sun suspended in the void, empty yet radiating gentle warmth, and breathed in the faint floral scent carried by the breeze. It all felt utterly surreal. She tentatively lifted her toes, testing the ground before her. She wasn't sure how much of Lin Mo's earlier words she'd actually taken in. "What are you doing?" Lin Mo watched Yi Xin's peculiar movements with curiosity. "I want to test if this space is an illusion. Maybe if I take a step, the illusion will vanish." "Ha! This continent is no different from any other land. It's just exceptionally pleasant for cultivation and recovery." As Lin Mo spoke, he strode confidently forward. "Goodness gracious, this entire little world is real? Then your spatial backpack is completely useless here. What level of equipment is this?" Lin Mo smiled without responding. His own spatial bag possessed immense capacity, and he'd never considered storing anything here. But Yi Xin's words did spark an idea: this demigod space could be put to good use. Since this space could sustain living creatures, he could raise some highly nourishing demon beasts here. For instance, rare blood-restoring loaches and bone-scale beasts prized in the market. Whether the original owner preferred solitude or for some other reason, Lin Mo had yet to encounter a single living creature within this space besides plants. "Ha, come on, I'll show you a place." Yi Xin followed Lin Mo curiously toward the floating landmass suspended mid-air. Soon they reached the edge of the floating land. Lin Mo lifted his foot, and 2 golden steps instantly materialized beneath him. "Come up." Lin Mo reached out, gesturing for Yi Xin to grab hold of him. Then, with a thought, the steps began moving at high speed. The speed was too fast. Yi Xin could no longer make out any scenery. When her vision finally cleared, they had already reached the mid-slope of a great mountain surrounded by peaks. Here, a waterfall hundreds of feet high cascaded down, with rainbows arching over both ends. Not far away, a small bridge spanned flowing water, and emerald blue pools dotted the landscape like jewels. The scenery was magical and breathtaking, leaving Yi Xin utterly spellbound. "Keep up. She followed Lin Mo into a grand mansion, where a human-sized, intricately carved bronze incense burner stood at its center. Lin Mo approached the incense burner and channeled energy into it. A circular screen, 6 or 7 meters in diameter, slowly materialized in the air above the mansion. On the screen, over a dozen black tigers, each as tall as a person, were frantically rolling on the ground, ramming into trees, or clawing at themselves in self-mutilation. Upon closer inspection, however, one could discern that the tigers weren't covered in black fur, but rather swarmed with bloodthirsty boneworms. Is this a projection from beyond this space? Yes. The projection incense burner can project images from thousands of kilometers beyond this space. But my current energy reserves are insufficient. I can only barely maintain a range of a few hundred meters. Brother Lin, your gear is truly incredible. If we ever face danger, we can retreat inside. I'd gladly live out my days in an environment like this. Lin Mo smiled wryly. We should avoid using it whenever possible. My current strength isn't sufficient to protect this marvelous device. If those with ulterior motives discover I possess such a treasure, it could very well invite deadly peril. Yi Xin nodded solemnly upon hearing this, raising her hand with gravity. Brother Lin, rest assured. I swear on my life I won't reveal this deer to anyone. Ha, if I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have brought you into the space. Now, focus on watching this fierce battle. Yi Xin hummed in acknowledgement, her gaze returning to the screen. The striped tigers in midair had their eyes completely covered by bloodthirsty boneworms. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't shake off these blood-craving parasites. One tiger, noticeably larger than the others, suddenly twitched its body. Like shedding a padded coat, layer upon layer of dense insects peeled away from its body. The moment the entire layer separated from the tiger, its intestines spilled out onto the ground. Its once robust frame was now a mangled mess, bloody flesh hanging limply from its bones. The bloodthirsty boneworms that had been shaken loose onto the ground appeared dead. Yet new bloodthirsty bone insects swiftly covered the spotted tiger once more. Chapter 65, The Battle of Commanders, each displaying their powers. Yi Xin couldn't help but shudder at the sight. Lin Mo, after a brief observation, adjusted the camera angle. As the view shifted, two colossal beasts roared at each other from 100 meters apart. Through the footage, Lin Mo finally got a clear look at the demon beast that had been pursuing them earlier. The creature bore the head and body of a yak, its pair of sharp curved horns flashing with electric light. Blood-red vertical pupils burned with savage, malevolent fire. Its spine rose 6 or 7 meters above the ground, and its body stretched over 10 meters in length. Its powerful limbs bore not hooves, but silver-gray claws resembling those of an eagle. Its slightly forward-leaning body radiated a suffocating sense of pressure, while a thunderous roar rolled from its throat. Its thick black cow-like fur dragged along the ground. Centered around this bovine demon beast, dozens of dark streams composed of bloodthirsty boneworms radiated outward. Through the screen, Lin Mo couldn't scan the beast's data profile. But this colossal beast was clearly a formidable foe. Facing it was a spotted tiger, its frame slightly smaller in stature. Dark golden swirling tiger stripes, like molten gold cast upon its glossy fur, each pattern resembling a battle totem branded with charcoal fire. The thick mane on its neck stood on end like blazing crimson flames, trembling slightly with each deep, guttural roar from its chest. Its amber pupils narrowed into dangerous slits, like poison-tipped daggers, fixed intently on the prey before it. Its jaws were slightly parted, revealing fangs that glinted with a cold, icy light. Drool dripped from its tusks, staining the dry leaves beneath with dark pools. Its massive frame lay low in a crouching posture, muscles beneath the fur like a coiled giant serpent, poised to strike at any moment. Its tail lashed like a steel whip, each strike sending up showers of wood chips and dust. Suddenly, the striped tiger's form shot upward, vanishing from its spot in the next instant. Lin Mo was stunned by the spectacle. He had assumed such a massive form would move with sluggishness. Instead, it moved with the agility of a wildcat, darting left and right. Within mere breaths, it charged beside the mutated yak, its massive claws slashing viciously down toward the beast's body. The strike tore a half-meter-wide gash through the demonic yak's black, bloodthirsty boneworm exoskeleton. Yet no flesh was exposed. Instead, the dark currents swirling around the yak beast surged rapidly toward the striped tiger. The moment the tiger's claw struck, the yak beast kicked off with its hind legs, its head tilting upward as its razor-sharp horns lunged toward the tiger's belly. The electric arc between the horns swelled to the thickness of an arm during the attack. The striped tiger, agile and swift, leapt to evade the strike. Simultaneously, its powerful hind legs slammed into the yak demon beast's hindquarters. The massive beast staggered sideways, its falling weight snapping several trees as thick as water barrels. Seizing the opportunity, the striped tiger closed in, its massive paws relentlessly clawing and pounding the yak-like beast's body. Its body shifted position constantly, striking and retreating with decisive, crisp movements that left the yak demon no chance to counterattack. The yak demon's movements lagged several beats behind. Its attacks scarcely grazed the striped tiger, yet the bloodthirsty boneworm exoskeleton covering its body was already riddled with claw marks. It resembled a tattered black cotton coat. It seemed only a few more strikes were needed to wound the yak demon beast. At that very moment, the yak demon beast's body suddenly sank, its mouth emitting a thunderous roar. The surrounding dark currents swiftly converged upon it, forming a black lake with a radius of 60 to 70 meters around the yak demon beast. For any other demon beast, facing such a black lake formed by bloodthirsty boneworms, attempting a close-range attack on the yak demon beast would be no easy feat. After all, there was nowhere to land around it. The moment one landed, these bloodthirsty boneworms would crawl all over its body, and the slightest carelessness would result in becoming their blood meal. Yet this striped tiger seemed utterly unafraid of the bloodthirsty boneworms. Wherever its forepaws touched the ground, a hissing sound would erupt. When it lifted its paws, deep footprints appeared on the ground. The bloodthirsty bone insects would swarm onto the tiger's body at every opportunity. Yet the striped tiger ignored them entirely, relentlessly charging at the yak demon beast. Fortunately, the yak demon beast's tactics weren't entirely useless. The striped tiger's speed within the black lake of insects was significantly slower than before. This finally gave it an opening to counterattack. Just as the striped tiger leapt into the air, claws extended toward its back. The yak demon beast violently raised its hind legs, delivering a powerful kick to the striped tiger's midsection. Its sharp silver-gray claws embedded themselves into the tiger's side. The striped tiger was sent flying backward instantly. At that moment, the bloodthirsty bone insect armor covering the yak demon beast's body began to peel off in large, ragged patches. Lin Mo and Exin finally got a clear look at the strange beast's true form. What had appeared to be a plump yak-like beast now revealed a body resembling a lean, tall hound, save for its head, which retained the form of a yak. Stripped of its heavy armor, the yak demon beast now raced forward with speed matching that of the striped tiger moments before. Before the striped tiger could land, its abdomen was pierced by the sharp thunder horns of the charging yak demon beast. In an instant, powerful electric currents visibly surged through the striped tiger's body. This was not yet fatal. Now, the yak demon beast's body began to flicker with electric sparks. Electricity flowed down its limbs. Within moments, the black swarm of insects at its claws transformed into a surging pool of lightning. The bloodthirsty bone insects, now coated in electricity, grew savagely violent. When the striped tiger was flung into the swarm, the bloodthirsty bone insects swarmed over it. They instantly engulfed the striped tiger. On the screen within the demigod's space, only a giant tiger-shaped thunder insect could be seen flailing its claws aimlessly within the swarm. What kind of monster is this? Such a powerful striped tiger, and yet it was defeated. Brother Lin, do you think after killing the striped tiger, it might spot us and lie in wait, waiting for us to show ourselves? Or could it break through the space we're in from the outside? Lin Mo found Exin's words somewhat amusing. What are you thinking? A beast capable of shattering space outright? If we encountered one, we wouldn't even have a chance to retreat into this space. Besides, if the striped tiger could be killed so easily by this monster, it wouldn't have earned its fearsome reputation. Before Lin Mo could finish speaking, the once purple-black insectoid tiger suddenly began radiating an orange-red glow from within. Its jaws snapped open, spewing forth a massive swarm of purple-black bloodthirsty boneworms and a torrent of crimson blood laced with shredded flesh. On the screen, the purple-black bloodthirsty boneworms covering the striped tiger's body also began to gradually dissipate, separated by a single space. Had Lin Mo and his companions been present at the battle site, their sensory experience would have been vastly different. Chapter 66, the mantis stalking the cicada Lin Mo in the rear. For at that moment, the battlefield echoed with a series of crackling sounds. The swirling tiger stripes on the striped tiger's body were now engulfed in raging flames. The bloodthirsty bone insects clinging to its body were scorched by the flames, emitting loud crackling sounds. Roar! Hum! The striped tiger let out a thunderous roar toward the purple-black thunder pool. The surging thunder pool instantly grew far calmer, countless bloodthirsty bone insects perishing in that single roar. The striped tiger had clearly sustained significant injuries in that brief moment. As the roar echoed, blood spurted from its jaws. After the roar, the striped tiger, its eyes blazing with golden flames, charged toward the yak demon beast. Both beasts moved with blinding speed, exchanging over 100 blows within mere minutes. Judging by the battle, the lanky yak demon beast held the upper hand in strength. Each time it locked claws with the tiger was sent reeling back. Each time, the claw marks on the tiger's body grew deeper and more pronounced, though the striped tiger's body was covered in scratches. Dozens of claw marks resembling wide blade cuts appeared on the yak demon beast's body. Worse still, the flesh at these claw marks was charred, forming terrifying gashes as wide as fists. Blood gushed from the wound surfaces through vessels thicker than a thumb. Strangely, the blood flowing from this tall, blood-red-eyed yak demon beast was blue. As the blue blood flowed into the purplish-black insect pool, the previously still pool began churning once more. Streams of insects as thick as water buckets formed long chains, swiftly coiled around the striped tiger. The striped tiger had barely slashed through one chain when another bound it. Despite the striped tiger using its steel whip-like tail, it remained entangled. Soon, the striped tiger's limbs, tail, and neck were firmly bound by 6 insect chains. It appeared as though 6 dark iron chains had erupted from the ground, pinning it firmly in place. The tiger now struggled even to lift a paw. Countless tiny bloodthirsty boneworms resumed their work, but this time, unlike before, they did not immediately envelop the tiger. Instead, countless dark, slender streams surged toward the wounds where the tiger's flesh had been torn apart. Nah, hum. Arg. Hum. Soon, unbearable agony erupted from the tiger's body. Its limbs thrashed violently as its torso twisted left and right. The tiger's agonized cries echoed through the dim mountain forest. The yak demon beast did not rush to attack. Instead, it paced back and forth around the immobilized tiger, biding its time until the bloodthirsty boneworms had weakened the beast sufficiently for a fatal strike. Minutes later, the flames emanating from the swirling tiger stripes on its body began to dim. The massive tiger's head hung low. Though its limbs still struggled, the movements were significantly weaker than before. It appeared to be a critically ill tiger clinging to life. The yak demon beast halted abruptly, its eyes now gleaming with murderous intent and greed. Electric arcs danced along its horns. It charged violently toward the striped tiger's head, delivering its final, decisive blow. Boom! Yet, just as the lightning horns closed to within 10 meters of the striped tiger, All the swirling tiger stripes on the striped tiger, which had been on the verge of fading, suddenly erupted with intense flames simultaneously. The 6 chains binding it snapped instantly under the overwhelming force of the flames. Roar! Hum! A deep, furious tiger roar echoed through the air. The striped tiger sank its limbs, leaping high to pounce on the yak demon beast, which had staggered sideways and retreated under the force of the flame energy. Its massive jaws snapped at the yak demon's neck, sinking 4 fangs nearly 2 meters long deep into the flesh. The striped tiger clamped down on the yak demon's throat, its head violently shaking from side to side. Blue blood gushed in thick streams from the fangs into the tiger's mouth. The yak demon's struggles visibly weakened. Just as Lin Mo marveled at how this commander-level demon beast seemed to have 180 wits about it. With a low growl from the yak demon beast, the insect pool began to stir. From the tranquil, purplish-black pool, several streams of pale blue insects began surging toward the yak. These pale blue streams did not cling to the yak demon beast's surface but poured directly into its wounds. As the streams poured in, the yak demon beast's condition began to improve. No! Xin, stay inside the spatial pocket. We can't let this monster recover. Otherwise, we won't stand a chance of killing it. What? Brother Lin, you're going to kill this monster yak? Don't go out there. It's too dangerous. Xin's legs were already trembling just from watching the 2 colossal beasts fight. She never imagined Lin Mo would actually attempt to kill them both. I know my limits. Stay put. If things go south, I'll return to the space immediately. As Lin Mo spoke, he channeled energy into the 1,000-layer tower, his form vanishing instantly from the spot. The striped tiger still clung fiercely to the yak demon beast's neck, but its fading tiger stripes and gradually weakening tremors indicated it was nearing its end. The gradually diminishing intensity of its shaking revealed that the striped tiger was now fighting on borrowed time. Once the yak demon beast recovered its strength, the striped tiger would surely be unable to continue fighting. Killing this monstrous beast would become difficult then, as both commander-level demon beasts were now severely weakened. Such a heaven-sent opportunity, how could Lin Mo let it slip away? As Lin Mo exited the demigod realm, the projection screen in the mansion vanished along with him. Xin mimicked Lin Mo, channeling energy into the projection incense burner, but the vast screen showed no signs of reappearing. She paced anxiously within the mansion. After reappearing in the mountain forest, Lin Mo sprinted toward the direction where the 2 demon beasts were battling. He was still about 2 kilometers from the battlefield where the 2 beasts fought. Demon assault. Lin Mo decisively unleashed his damage skill, covering the entire battlefield with indiscriminate attacks. Lin Mo's experience points surged instantly, leaving him just 1/10 of a level away from reaching level 32. His current mental power stood at 7,800, enhanced by a 15% mental power bonus from his equipment. This brought his effective mental power to 8,970 points. The Demon Assault skill instantly dealt damage equal to 3 times his mental power, a staggering 26,010 points. It slowed enemies within a 4,635-meter radius by 50% for 5 seconds. During this duration, targets struck would sustain ongoing damage equal to 5% of their maximum health. Thus, Lin Mo's current damage output remains terrifyingly lethal against demonic beasts below the commander tier. Lin Mo concentrated his mental energy and swiftly closed in on the battlefield. Though his attack range was vast, his vision was limited, especially in this dimly lit environment. Without accurately assessing the battlefield situation, he couldn't determine the optimal moment to strike. He had no intention of letting the commander-level striped tiger fall to the yak demon beast. He intended to claim both commander-level beasts. Chapter 67, Commander Showdown: The Old Cunning Tiger. Congratulations! You have reached level 32. Within the 5 seconds it took Lin Mo to approach the battlefield. His level successfully reached 32, and Lin Mo's experience bar rose by 1/10. Ordering drinks and getting appetizers delivered? That group of bloodthirsty boneworms must have a pretty high rating. Lin Mo murmured to himself with a hint of excitement as he walked. He had already roughly estimated the amount of experience required for his god-tier talent. If an SSS-tier talent like Xin needed dozens of times more experience to level up than an A-tier talent awakener like a Ning, then the experience Lin Mo needed to level up was hundreds of times that of Xin's, possibly even more. The fact that he could level up in such a short time, it could only mean that the remaining bloodbone worms in the insect pool were at least elite-grade demon beasts. Within half a minute, Lin Mo had charged to a mountain over a kilometer away from the battlefield in a straight line. Throughout this pursuit, he unleashed every damage skill the moment its cooldown ended, continuing his indiscriminate, blanket assault on all demon beasts within 4,635 meters. Though he couldn't see the battlefield, the steadily rising experience points told him his attacks were undoubtedly causing major shifts in the conflict. The most recent surge had even boosted his experience by a full third. This surge couldn't have come from 2 commander-level beasts alone. It must have been caused by his skills eliminating a high-ranking general-level beast among the bloodthirsty boneworms. He found a spot with relatively open visibility to observe the battlefield. The yak demon beast had now broken free from the striped tiger's grasp. The two commander-level demon beasts had pulled apart, facing each other in a standoff. Both emitted warning growls from their throats. The difference was that the striped tiger now appeared significantly weaker. The purple-black insect pool surrounding the yak demon beast, originally spanning 60 to 70 meters in radius, had shrunk dramatically. Now, the pool's radius was only 2 or 3 meters, and it displayed a gradient of blue-purple hues, darkening from the outer edges inward. Blue was the pool's original color, while purple was the hue revealed after being electrified. Lin Mo scanned the yak demon beast with his interface. Symbiosis Thunder Ox, Commander Class, Level 68, Health 180,000 300,000, Defense 92, Mental Power 500, Agility 50. Primary Attack, Thunder Horn Charge. Each hit deals 1,000-6,000 damage and inflicts a 3-10-second strong electric attack. Electrical attack reduces target speed and reaction by 30%, dealing 600-1800 damage per second. Normal attack, 900 damage per hit. Thunder Body State, 1,600 damage per hit. Attacks carry a lightning effect, reducing target movement speed and reaction by 2%. Host Symbiosis. Symbiotic thunder bulls are typically infested with large numbers of bloodthirsty boneworms. The blood and secretions of the bloodthirsty thunder bull accelerate the evolution of these parasites. Its potent bioelectric waves greatly stimulate the bloodthirsty nature of the boneworms, significantly boosting their attack, defense, and speed. During combat, bloodthirsty boneworms can fight alongside the symbiotic thunder ox or aid in its recovery by secreting a peculiar saliva that repairs wounds. This demon beast must rank among the upper mid-tier of overlord-level beasts. With its high attack and recovery, I wouldn't have stood a chance against it if not for the battle with the striped tiger. Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel after reading the symbiotic thunder ox's description. He switched to the panel to examine the striped tiger's attributes. War Tiger Commander Level, Level 57, Health 80,000 260,000, Defense 140, Mental Power 700, Agility 60. Primary Attack, Battle Blazing Arrow. When battle is active, the Battle Tiger can unleash battle blazing arrows, formed from condensed battle fluid. Delivers extremely high burst damage, instantly inflicting 60,000 120,000 damage to the target. This attack consumes a significant amount of war fluid. After use, the Battle Tiger enters a 3-year weakened state, unable to activate battle until battle fluid is replenished. The War Blazing Arrow inflicts a potent burning effect. Affected targets sustain ongoing, diminishing damage averaging 800 points per second until the arrow's effect expires. When the Battle Tiger's health drops to 20%, it enters a battle-crazed state. In this state, its spirit decreases by 10%, other attributes increase by 50%, and all damage dealt doubles. Basic attack, 800 damage per hit. With War Enhancement, 1,200 damage per hit. In Bloodlust state, 1,600 damage per hit. Battle Rune Power. When not engaged in combat, the Battle Rune Tiger restores 0.1% of its maximum health per second. In Battle Crazed state, it restores 1% per second. Damn it, what the hell are you, a tiger or a fox? Still holding back your ultimate move? Aren't fierce tigers supposed to crush their enemies outright? You think you can pull off some sneak attack? Lin Mo cursed after reading the War Tiger's description, breaking out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, he hadn't acted rashly. This tiger, seemingly on the brink of death, was the greatest threat. Who would have guessed its most powerful attack skill remained unused? It kept trading blows with the symbiotic Thunder Ox, deliberately feigning weakness all to wait until the opponent entered a bloodthirsty frenzy before delivering a fatal blow? This Battle Tiger was damn cunning. He'd suspected its combat tactics were methodical all along. Yet Lin Mo still couldn't help but mutter about the tiger's intelligence. Though the War Blazing Arrow had a cooldown lasting 3 years, its damage output was utterly insane. Its attack damage could instantly wipe out Lin Mo's entire health pool of over 30,000 points. Though his skill cooldown had finished, Lin Mo dared not use it again. He scrambled to find cover, hiding his position. He had this nagging feeling the War Tiger, that sneaky bastard, had already sensed his presence. It might even be scheming to exploit him. The symbiotic Thunder Ox was formidable, but without the bloodthirsty boneworms to provide healing, this treacherous War Tiger could easily kill it without even needing to use the War Blazing Arrow. As Lin Mo pondered his options. Moo. Hum. Moo. Ooh. 2 deafening roars of demonic beasts echoed simultaneously through the mountains and forests. This was followed by a series of thuds and crashes, along with the snapping of trees and the shattering of rocks. 2 formidable beasts had commenced their battle once more. The beasts' roars, the thunderous clashes of their battle, and the constant crackling of surrounding trees being shattered by the fight echoed in waves. The clash between these 2 massive beasts, each measuring around 10 meters in length, was so intense that only those present could truly grasp its ferocity. The shockwaves from the battle sent surrounding trees swaying violently. Even Lin Mo, standing a kilometer away, could feel it clearly. Lin Mo found a new vantage point to observe the spectacle. The 2 beasts traded blows relentlessly, locked in a life or death struggle that raged on for 4 or 5 minutes. Looks like this battle tiger is about to enter its bloodthirsty state. That beast sure can hold its ground. Lin Mo monitored both combatants' health bars while analyzing the battle's trajectory. But the next second, he gasped in shock. The battle tiger, which had only seemed slightly weakened, now appeared utterly defeated and desperate to flee. It began retreating while fighting alongside the symbiotic thunder rocks. The critical issue was that the direction the old tiger was retreating toward was precisely where he was hiding. Damn it, does this sneaky old tiger already know my position? Lin Mo felt this possibility was extremely likely. Earlier, when pursued by the striped tiger, he and EXIN had already witnessed its keen sense of smell. Lin Mo instinctively wanted to change positions. But he paused, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Chapter 68, a masterstroke killing two birds with one stone. Lin Mo assessed the situation between friend and foe. With his current 8,000 points of mental energy, plus the boost from his equipment, his instant damage could reach 27,600 points. Against a level 68 symbiotic Thunder Bull, his total damage within 5 seconds would be 102,600 points. Against a level 57 Battle Tiger, the total damage within 5 seconds would be 92,600 points. The symbiotic Thunder Bull currently had 150,000 HP, while the Battle Tiger's HP had already dropped to 60,000. Even accounting for their defenses and self-healing abilities, he could absolutely take down both of these beasts with just 2 skills. The calculation flashed through his mind, and a murderous intent instantly appeared in Lin Mo's eyes. Demon Assault. Boom! The moment Lin Mo unleashed the demonic skill. The intense battle between the two distant Overlord-level beasts, moving so fast they left afterimages, suddenly slowed as if someone had pressed rewind. In that instant, every tiger stripe on the battle tiger's body began to blaze fiercely. From head to tail, every single hair on the colossal tiger seemed to be ablaze, illuminating the dim surroundings. The already formidable war tiger now resembled a divine beast descended from the heavens. Lin Mo struck swiftly and retreated immediately. Now, he only needed to stall for 10 seconds until his next skill was ready. Even if the war tiger's war-blazing arrow were aimed directly at him from a kilometer away. With his 279 agility, evading it wasn't impossible. If he could dodge this lethal attack, then even if he had to engage these two demonic beasts in melee combat, what was there to fear? Roar. Hum. Moo. Oh. Ooh, hum. Moo. Ooh. The roars of the two beasts echoed through the mountains and forests. Lin Mo had no intention of looking back. His sole focus now was to distance himself from these dangerous creatures. Let them fight each other. Hopefully the battle tiger would use his battle-blazing arrow. Thud, thud, thud. Holy, is this even possible? Where's the dignity of a commander-level beast? He heard heavy footsteps rapidly approaching from afar. Lin Mo glanced back to see two demon beasts, each as massive as large trucks, charging toward him simultaneously. Though not particularly swift, these two beasts could cover over 100 meters with just 2 leaps. Moreover, the war tiger lagged half a body length behind the symbiotic Thunder Bull. Running through the mountainous terrain severely limited Lin Mo's mobility. There was no way he could outpace these two behemoths. Moreover, once the 5-second deceleration period ended, the beasts would regain their full speed. He wouldn't even last 10 seconds before they caught up. What sent chills down his spine wasn't just that. The war tiger's speed shouldn't be slower than the symbiotic Thunder Ox's. Moreover, the attributes of this flame battle tiger had been enhanced by 50% from its original base stats. The only explanation was that this beast intended to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, eliminating both him and the symbiotic Thunder Ox. Damn bastard, playing it pretty smart. Lin Mo abandoned his plan to bury his head and flee from the two beasts, instead shifting direction to run sideways. He tried his best to avoid being on the same straight line as both the symbiotic Thunder Ox and the battle-patterned tiger. But this Thunder Ox was no pushover. As Lin Mo changed direction, it changed direction too, never letting him out of its sights. The striped tiger was already closing in behind the Thunder Ox. If this beast succeeded in its scheme, not only would he be in grave danger, but all his plans would be ruined. Stealing his resolve, Lin Mo continued weaving while closing in on the two colossal beasts. Fighting such colossal demon beasts was Lin Mo's specialty. By closing the distance, he could exploit their massive size and the significant blind spots inherent in their large frames to maneuver against them. Moreover, in close combat, Lin Mo truly held no fear for these two beasts. As Lin Mo advanced toward the two beasts, the distances between the three parties rapidly closed. His focus remained firmly on the treacherous war tiger. The moment he sensed this creature might attack both him and the Thunder Bull simultaneously, Lin Mo swiftly adjusted his direction. Suddenly, both beasts accelerated their movements. As they leapt simultaneously, their trajectories converged with Lin Mo's position. Lin Mo knew the 5-second skill slow had ended. His knuckle dusters were already on his hands. Ignoring the Thunder Bull lunging at him after landing, he clenched his fist and unleashed an attack on the battle tiger. Only in close combat did he realize that this beast's fur not only glowed with flames, but each strand felt like a red-hot steel needle. Lin Mo's punch now dealt a staggering 2,560 points of damage, comparable to the base attacks of both demon beasts. His fist slammed into the tiger's thigh, thick enough to require two men to embrace. Snap, crack. Over a dozen steel needle hairs, each as thick as a little finger, snapped within the fist's reach. The fist sank deep into the tiger's thigh, thick enough for two men to embrace. Arg. Hum. The battle tiger let out a pained howl. Its struck foreleg kicked forward reflexively before being raised high. It had assumed the intruder disrupting its battle with the thunderbull was at least its equal. But when it saw a human appear, one whose aura was noticeably weaker than either of them. Having failed to find an opening during the chase, it now watched this reckless creature approach. This little thing standing up barely reached its knee height. If it wasn't careful, a single kick could crush it flat. It paid little heed, redirecting its focus back to the thunderbull. But unexpectedly, this seemingly small bipedal creature dealt terrifying damage. That single punch had torn the skin from its forelimbs. Lin Mo swiftly dodged and repositioned after his punch, narrowly evading the war tiger's front kick. Moving dozens of steps in a single second, this time he aimed for the war tiger's rear knee. He knew his punches dealt higher damage than the standard attacks of the two demon beasts, but they lacked penetration and additional effects. If he struck aimlessly, he wouldn't pose much threat to this commander-level beast. Only by striking at the weak points, the joints, could he maximize the damage. The war tiger had just raised its foreleg when a sudden, stabbing pain erupted in its right hind leg. Gritting its teeth against the pain, it forced itself to exert strength, swiftly adjusting its position to locate the rat that dared to act with impunity in its blind spot beneath it. But how could Lin Mo give it such an opportunity? Though the war tiger possessed considerable agility, Lin Mo's was several times greater. Moreover, the tiger's thick hind legs made its movements highly visible to Lin Mo when it exerted force. By analyzing the force applied through its hind legs, Lin Mo determined the war tiger's movement direction. Clenching his fist, he continued to pursue the wounded right knee. The thunderbull had lunged at Lin Mo but missed. Just as it adjusted its direction, it witnessed the war tiger's disheveled retreat. Yet it never once spotted the rodent lurking in the shadows, preparing to ambush them. Yet, upon hearing the agonized cries of its formidable old adversary, and seeing the blood streaming from the war tiger's foreleg, the thunderbull's blood-red eyes began to glint with greed. Its poised stance shifted imperceptibly. Chapter 69, the melee concludes. Battle records reset. Both were commander-level demon beasts. Moreover, the war tiger's imposing presence matched his own, merely slaying this equal-ranked opponent. For ferocious beasts like them, it amplified that intangible ferocity. While such ferocity might not significantly boost combat prowess, but it could exert immense psychological pressure on other opponents during combat. Moreover, if they could consume the battle tiger as nourishment, not only would it gain considerable enhancement, but the troops lost in this battle could also be replenished through a special method. The opportunity was right before him, and he had no intention of letting it slip away. So, as the war tiger leapt to evade, its hind legs repeatedly struck. The thunderbull seized the moment and launched a fierce charge. Its sharp horns instantly pierced the war-patterned tiger's neck, and powerful electric currents surged through the thunder horns into its body. The war-patterned tiger wasn't unprepared for the thunderbull. But in the blink of an eye, it never expected this temporary ally to betray it so decisively. Lin Mo felt equally surprised. His attack had been proceeding smoothly. But during the assault, he suddenly encountered a powerful electric current. His movements froze for a split second. The massive tiger body that had been looming over him suddenly leapt into the air. Lin Mo scrambled backward, pulling back over 10 meters before he could barely make out the situation. The battle tiger he had been fighting now hung from the horns of a thunderbull, being violently tossed back and forth as the beast charged forward. Moreover, the blue bloodthirsty boneworms of varying depths that had been attached to its body had all turned pale. Carrying lightning, they formed two blue arcs, swarming rapidly along the thunder horns toward the battle-patterned tiger's neck wound. He opened the interface to check the thunderbull's health bar. Originally reduced to less than 90,000 HP by his own skill, it had somehow recovered to 120,000 in this brief moment. This was not what he wanted to see. He instantly switched targets, charging into the thunder ox's abdomen. Leaping high, he launched a fierce attack at the largest wound on its chest. The war tiger was already at the threshold for his next skill's finishing blow. He had no intention of wasting another 10 seconds fighting this thunderbull alone. This demon beast's regenerative abilities were too formidable. As long as it still harbored a sufficient number of bloodthirsty boneworms, he would struggle to take down this colossal creature alone. Lin Mo's feet wedged themselves into the gash in the thunderbull's chest, as deep as a ravine. He unleashed a relentless barrage of punches toward the exposed white bone, striking as fast as his fists could possibly move. A dozen punches per second, each landing on the chest, a particularly lethal area. The thunderbull's health bar on the interface was decreasing at a rate of over 20,000 per second. Without the bloodthirsty boneworms on its body, the thunderbull's defenses were significantly weaker than before. 2 seconds later, Lin Mo's demonic damage skill had finished recharging. However, the Thunder Bull still had over 70,000 health points remaining. Based on the actual damage dealt earlier, this health pool hadn't yet reached the kill threshold. So Lin Mo held back from unleashing his skills, continuing to attack the Thunder Dragon skeleton. He could see cracks beginning to form in the ribcage area. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo then noticed a massive swarm of bloodthirsty bone worms surging into the wide wound. The Thunder Bull endured Lin Mo's damage for 2 seconds before realizing the gravity of the situation. It immediately abandoned its assault on the war tiger, recalling the bloodthirsty bone worms that had invaded the tiger's wounds. It commanded these bloodthirsty bone worms, now darkened in color, to swarm toward the stabbing pain in its chest. This would drive out the vermin that had ambushed it while simultaneously aiding its own recovery. Lin Mo had initially intended to ignore these bloodthirsty bone worms and continue draining the Thunder Dragon's health. But suddenly, violent tremors erupted from the Thunder Bull's body, accompanied by the sensation of scorching claws violently kicking against its flesh. Though Lin Mo lacked external vision, he knew these were the war tiger's claws. He plunged his fists deep into the Thunder Dragon's flesh, struggling to anchor himself against the violent shaking. Oh no! Suddenly, Lin Mo realized something. Angel heal. Boom! A green glow emanated from Lin Mo's body, and a thick pillar of light blasted the Thunder Bull and the bloodthirsty bone worms that had already crawled onto his body away. Boom! Thud! Almost the second after the beam ignited, Lin Mo felt the surrounding temperature surge as a broad arrow of flame streaked past his feet. The battle-inscribed flame arrow severed the Thunder Bull's limbs, sending them hurtling toward the nearby mountainside. It exploded with a deafening roar, like a fighter jet crashing into the ground. Though Lin Mo wasn't directly struck by the war-blazing arrow, his health plummeted from 32,000 to 17,000 in that instant. A searing pain radiated from his thighs, while his calves went completely numb. Demon Assault. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain that made cold sweat break out, Lin Mo unleashed his damage skill. Countless bloodthirsty bone worms, already scorched yellow by the heat, instantly fell from his surroundings. Congratulations! You have reached level 33. The bloodthirsty bone insects that had survived this long and endured a war-blazing arrow were all general grade. The demise of so many general tier beasts allowed Lin Mo's level to jump from 32 to 33. 2 seconds later, notifications flashed across Lin Mo's interface. Congratulations! You have reached level 34. Congratulations! You have reached level 35. Congratulations! You have reached level 36. The moment the level up sounds rang out, Lin Mo noticed the trembling wound on the Thunder Bull had finally stilled. Moreover, the Thunder Bull's taut muscles instantly relaxed. Only the biological currents continued to surge erratically, though their intensity was steadily diminishing. Lin Mo hurriedly opened his interface to check his mental energy. His mental power had surged from 8,000 to over 9,800, a staggering increase of more than 1,800 points. Although the bloodthirsty bone worms were general grade beasts, and many had perished, Lin Mo had previously researched their spiritual power pitifully low at only 2-3 points, inferior to many elite grade beasts. The substantial boost to his psychic power was undoubtedly contributed by these 2 commander-level beasts. Confirming the 2 commander-level beasts were dead, Lin Mo's taut nerves finally relaxed. In his current state, even facing a single general-level striped tiger would be difficult. Fighting a commander-level demon beast was out of the question. Both skills were in a vacuum period of cooldown. His legs were scorched by the battle-blazing arrow. No matter how agile he was, he couldn't use his hands as feet or his mouth as fists. Without his agility advantage, he was nothing but a sitting duck. Lin Mo felt the sensation of weightlessness wash over his brain, knowing the symbiotic Thunder Dragon demon beast's control period had ended. He was falling. At least 10 stories above the ground, a fall from this height could easily wipe out most of his current 21,000 health points. He gathered his strength and slammed a fist into the thick muscles of the Thunder Ox. Without the tension of the muscles, Lin Mo directly blasted a hole 30 to 40 centimeters deep. Thud, thud, thud. With another dozen punches, Lin Mo forcibly carved a massive crater into the thick Thunder Ox muscle. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his legs, he scrambled into the gap with both hands. The pit was filled with blue blood, an eerie and nauseating sight, crackling with electricity. But to minimize damage, Lin Mo had no choice but to endure and lie down inside it. Before the thunderous impact of the Thunder Bull hitting the ground could even register, a thrilled smile spread across Lin Mo's face, now smeared with blue blood. Chapter 70, The Roar of Chaos. The beast tide approaches. To his astonishment, he discovered his health had actually increased by 1 point within these mere 3 seconds. Though this figure seemed insignificant compared to his 36,000 HP pool. But the fact that it permanently increased his health pool proved its value was absolutely immense. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. Lin Mo suddenly felt suffocating pressure, followed by a sense of release. This cycle repeated several times before finally subsiding. Once the tremors subsided, Lin Mo crawled out of the blue pool of blood. He lay on his back beside the Thunder Bull. Moving his mangled body, even slightly, proved an extraordinary struggle. Angel heal. Boom! As Lin Mo's body was enveloped in green light, the Thunderbolt was once again struck by a blue beam and sent flying. What's going on? Lin Mo looked puzzled. Though electric currents still surged through the Thunderbolt's body, the distance between them had widened. He hadn't been struck by the electric current. How did this beast suddenly get knocked back by my passive ability? Seems this Thunderox's blood not only boosts health points but also has other side effects. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before arriving at this conclusion. But he didn't bother to dwell on it. Honestly, he wasn't particularly interested in the health boost. As the green light flowed through his body, the charred, mangled calf on his leg began to miraculously heal. Previously, Lin Mo hadn't paid much attention to the potency of his healing abilities. He had assumed all priests possessed healing abilities akin to his own, capable of regenerating flesh and bone. He had always assumed his skills simply recovered faster and restored more health than others. It wasn't until he healed the principal's hidden injuries that Lin Mo realized just how terrifying his healing abilities truly were. This god-defying ability where he could restore anyone with even a faint breath to full vitality in moments. It reminded him of the hospitals back in his previous life. If he could bring this skill back to Earth, it would truly be the talk of the town. It probably wouldn't be the center of attention. More likely, I'd end up as a lab rat. Lin Mo chuckled wryly at his own thoughts. As his mind wandered, sensation slowly returned to his calf. After a few seconds, Lin Mo was able to stand. He stowed the corpses of both beasts into his backpack storage space, not wasting a drop of the blood spilled by the Thunderbolt and Battle Tiger. Energy surged through his body, and moments later, Xin appeared from within the 1,000-layer tower. Brother Lin, are you okay? Where are those two beasts? Xin anxiously circled Lin Mo, inspecting him. When she saw his legs, still not fully healed and badly burned, tears welled up in her eyes. I'm fine. How come you're out here, little golden bean? Let me tell you, we've made a little fortune. Those two beasts fought each other bloody, and I ended up with the spoils. They're both commander-level beasts, so they should fetch a good price. Little Blue's formula money is sorted now. As Lin Mo spoke, he gently lifted his hand to wipe the tears from Xin's face. Roar! Woo! As the two spoke, a cacophony of demon beast howls echoed from the distance. I already disposed of the corpses of two commander-level beasts. Why are more beasts charging this way? And in the area where commander-level beasts fought, monsters usually don't approach for a while, right? Lin Mo looked toward the distance in surprise. But the distance was too great, he couldn't make out the situation clearly. Yet the sheer volume of the chaotic beast roars alone made it clear that the approaching horde was anything but small. I'll have Xiaolan fly over to investigate. Xin, startled by the deafening roar of the beasts, summoned Xiaolan as she spoke. Receiving Xin's command, the Ice Phoenix began soaring toward the distant horizon. Something's wrong. Ordinary demon beasts don't have such piercing roars. These sounds are coming from commander-level demon beasts. Quick, recall Xiaolan. We're pulling out. Report this to the town guardian. Lin Mo suddenly realized something and urgently shouted to Xin. Got it. Moments later, Bingluan returned, looking somewhat flustered. Xin, have Little Blue carry us back directly. Under Lin Mo's direction, Bingluan grabbed one of each of them by the arm and began flying toward the town. During the flight, Lin Mo hurriedly sent a message about their discovery to Gong Jian via the panel. But it took half an hour of flight before the message finally sent. Lin Mo, this is no trivial matter. You can't joke about this. Gong, do you really think I'd joke about something like this? How many beasts do you estimate? The number is unclear, but judging by the sounds, it's definitely not small. How far is it to the town? We've been traveling for about 5 hours since leaving the town. If the beasts are targeting the town, they'll reach the safety line in under 2 hours. Be careful on your way back. I'll report this immediately. Gong Jian had no time to question or reprimand Lin Mo and the others for venturing outside the safety zone. A demon beast tide attacking the town was an emergency of the highest order. If defenses weren't reinforced in time, Tongling Town conquered at the cost of countless awakened lives. It would likely revert to a wasteland overrun by beasts, with tens of millions of humans becoming their prey. Brother Lin, will these beasts breach the town? Xin turned to ask Lin Mo. Though he couldn't see their panel communication, Lin Mo's grave expression made his purpose clear. I don't know. Then what should we do? It was rare to hear the word I don't know, a phrase that conveyed such uncertainty from Lin Mo's mouth. Xin's already tense nerves tightened further. The best course is for you to take your family and flee the town immediately. This battle no longer belongs to us. Let's hope the defenders hold out. Lin Mo didn't have much attachment to Tongling Town, only a handful of people mattered to him. Xin, Wang He, and Gong Jian. If things truly became untenable, he would simply evacuate them from the town. The appearance of numerous commander-level demon beasts meant higher-ranked beasts were undoubtedly commanding them from behind the scenes. Even a commander-level demon beast could cost him his life if he wasn't careful. Let alone higher-tier beasts. Moreover, if a small town relied on newly awakened individuals for its defense, how long could it truly stand firm even if it survived this crisis? Having long navigated the business world, Lin Mo's rationality outweighed his emotions. Yi Xin hesitated, words on the tip of her tongue. Lin Mo was right, this battle truly wasn't theirs to fight. His suggestion was the correct choice. But this was the place she was born. How could she be as detached as Lin Mo, doing nothing and simply leaving? But with her level 21 abilities, she couldn't even handle elite-level demon beasts of higher ranks. What could she possibly do? Don't lose heart. If there's a chance to fight for it, we should try our best. Chapter 71, Self-Deception Infuriating Xin. Lin Mo's hands moved swiftly as he typed, sending messages to Huang He and Wu Daozhong. Sell equipment at cost to recoup funds quickly. And be ready to withdraw at any moment. He then traded the 2 commander-level demon beasts to Lin Qingyu. He requested she extend him another 500 million credit line for energy recovery potions. Regardless of their value, both beasts were to be exchanged entirely for ice crystal pills or ice attribute supplies. And he needed it immediately. Though Lin Qingyu was surprised by the 2 demon beasts Lin Mo traded over, she sensed the urgency permeating his message. She stopped joking around with him. She simply replied, "I'll prepare them right away." After arranging everything, Lin Mo turned to Xin and said, "What I mentioned earlier was the worst-case scenario. We're both natives of this small town. Now that we become awakened ones, we can't just retreat without firing a single shot. If we can fight, we'll fight. But if it's truly like a mantis trying to stop a cart, why sacrifice ourselves for nothing?" Hearing this, Xin's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. As they spoke, 20 or 30 minutes slipped by unnoticed. The town's protective shield came into view. What astonished them both, however, was that such a severe beast-tide assault on the town. And having been reported for so long, the town's perimeter should have been heavily guarded by now. Yet the perimeter of the safety zone remained unchanged from before. Not a single soldier dispatched by the Awakened Alliance was in sight. Instead, numerous people in assorted attire stood pointing and gesturing toward the area outside the safety zone. When a strange ice-blue giant bird seized 2 people and flew toward the safety zone, some ordinary citizens and timid Awakened retreated in panic. Others, more daring, crossed their arms, wearing unconcerned expressions. The Ice Phoenix's speed was swift, and it soon approached the protective light barrier. Those socially conscious Awakened who crossed their arms assumed the strange blue bird was a demon beast. They waited to witness the gruesome sight of the bird crashing into the shield, only to see it pass right through the barrier and descend slowly above the crowd. This scene startled the crowd considerably, but they quickly regained their composure. A demon beast that could pass through the shield unhindered must have formed a special pact with a human. Lin Mo and Xin landed. Xin did not recall Xiaolan, instead keeping it standing by her side, ready for action. Before Lin Mo could speak, several burly men approached them. They shouted loudly, "Hey, you 2 kids! You've got some nerve venturing outside the safety zone at such a young age." Word spreading like wildfire about the beast tied outside the zone. "If even kids like you can make it back, did you spot anything unusual?" Just as Xin was about to speak, someone nearby shouted, "If 2 kids can come back safely, what big deal could be happening out there? If you ask me, it's all those merchants deliberately stirring up panic to rip people off." Exactly. Lin Mo considered asking if these people had received any warnings about an approaching beast tide, but seeing the situation, he lost all desire to speak up. Sometimes, once a certain view takes root in people's minds, fueled by collective hysteria, their imagined conclusions become accepted as facts. When you're insignificant and your voice carries little weight, don't even think about trying to change their minds. Xin, however, refused to be deterred. She cried out urgently, "It's true. We're the ones who sent the alert. A massive horde of powerful beasts is charging straight toward the town. They'll reach the town soon. Everyone, hurry and notify the Awakened Alliance to prepare." Xin shouted frantically, but the crowd remained unmoved. Some even laughed mockingly. "Ha! Which company hired these shills? If you're putting on a show, at least get some adults to do it. Using 2 kids to fool everyone? That's laughable, ha 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 ha." "Ha, exactly. Little kids, you just awakened, right? Are these powerful demon beasts you're talking about like level 10-something battle slave grade monsters? Ha 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 ha." The crowd grew increasingly boisterous. Even those who had initially felt uneasy were now roaring with laughter at the mockery. Xin watched the crowd's reactions, feeling so frustrated she wanted to curse them out. "Let's go. You've said all you can. Looks like Principal Gong's situation is much the same as here. We should let the families pack their things and evacuate first. If we delay any longer, it'll be too late." Lin Mo reached out to pull Xin back, his tone calm. "But, Brother Lin, what about them?" Half anxious, half furious, Xin could barely get her words out. "Instead of wasting time here, go persuade those you can reach. Every minute you linger puts them in greater danger." Xin nodded urgently upon hearing this, then turned to the others and declared angrily, "Humph! We warned you. You're on your own. With that, she instructed Xiao Lan to lift her and Lin Mo into the air and depart. Ah! The young lady put on quite the performance. You should take notes, kid. Even being a plant requires acting skills. With your performance, the boss won't pay you a dime. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The crowd erupted in laughter once more. Yi Xin was so furious her lips trembled. She glanced at Lin Mo, only to find him unusually calm. Brother Lin, these people are despicable. Why aren't you angry? Lin Mo chuckled. Haha, to be precise, their reactions right now are actually normal. Especially for us, who are just newly awakened kids. Even if an experienced hunter made such shocking claims, most people wouldn't believe it without official confirmation. Yi Xin calmed down upon hearing Lin Mo's words. Upon reflection, he realized it was true. If she hadn't witnessed it herself, she'd be just as skeptical hearing such news. But considering the gravity of the situation and hearing the mockery from the ground, she couldn't help but think, what a bunch of idiots. Lost in thought, Lin Mo suddenly heard a message ping on his interface. Lin Mo, how are you guys doing? Are you safe? It was a message from Gong Jian. We've reached the town. Good. Come to the school now. You'll accompany me to the Awakened Alliance's security department. No, go directly to the security department and wait for me there. Lin Mo considered his options. He still had some time to maneuver. After replying to Gong Jian, he said to Yi Xin, take me to the Awakened Alliance security department first, then go back and have your family prepared to evacuate. Alright. Minutes later, Bingluan landed at the security department entrance. The moment it touched down, a group of individuals clad in purple military uniforms surrounded the two. Startled by the commotion, Yi Xin retreated behind Lin Mo. Bingluan also revealed a fierce expression, half raising its wings and emitting a threatening growl. Where did these two youngsters come from? Didn't your teacher tell you that beasts cannot be summoned freely within the safety zone? A man with an imposing bearing, his chest adorned with a blue 9-star circular emblem with 2 stars illuminated, raised his hand in a gesture to the surrounding soldiers. The soldiers instantly lowered their weapons and stepped aside. Chapter 72, Energy Crisis. I summoned an expert. Hello, we're students from Tonling Martial Arts High School. We're here to meet our principal, who has urgent matters concerning the town's safety to report. The Awakened Alliance's regulations have been repeatedly emphasized by our teacher, but the situation is so serious that we had no choice but to violate the rules. My companion still needs to deliver the message. Could you please let him leave first? Lin Mo spoke calmly. Seeing Lin Mo's composed demeanor, the man couldn't help but feel a hint of approval. The man inquired, what could be so urgent? Might you share a preview? You might not believe me, but a massive horde of demon beasts is heading toward the town and there are numerous commander-level beasts among them. And there might be even higher-level beasts among them. If we don't prepare in advance, the town's protective barrier might not hold. The man's expression grew grave upon hearing this. Where did you get this information? My companion and I just returned from outside the safety zone. We discovered this ourselves. Sir, we wouldn't joke about something like this. The town's safety is at stake. You should report this and take action. I estimate the beasts could reach the town's safety zone within an hour at most. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the man's solemn expression instantly relaxed, replaced by a hint of anger. Ha! Nonsense! Kid, you have no idea what kind of crime you're committing by spreading such lies. The man's abrupt shift in attitude puzzled Lin Mo, who asked in confusion, what do you mean? The uniformed man retorted impatiently, there are alarm communication stations set up outside the safety zone. If the beast herd is truly this close, why haven't we received any alerts yet? Lin Mo gave a cold laugh. Then why don't you check if your security alarms are even still connected? Lin Mo had been unable to send messages for a long stretch on his way back. He even suspected that the 2 commander-level beasts he had slain were likely the vanguard of this massive horde. Their purpose was likely to scout the terrain and clear obstacles. It was only because he and Yi Xin had accidentally provoked the 2 commander-level beasts that the battle had erupted. Li Yu, go check immediately if the perimeter alarm system is intact. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the man in military uniform also grew visibly flustered. Lin Mo's demeanor caught him off guard. His instincts told him the youth might be telling the truth. I'm Qin Hu, platoon leader of the Tonling Defense Corps. What's your name, young man? What else do you know? Seeing Qin Hu didn't judge him by appearance, Lin Mo relaxed a bit. My name is Lin Mo. My companion is Yi Xin. We've already shared everything we know, and I reported it to Gong Jian, the principal of Tonling Martial Arts High School, an hour ago. Principal Gong should have reported this as well, but since the safety zone hasn't gone on alert, it seems higher-ups don't believe our report either. Platoon Leader Qin, I suggest you report immediately if you verify that the alarm system is malfunctioning. Otherwise, the town's forces might not hold out until reinforcements arrive. Also, can my companion go deliver the message now? Lin Mo spoke at a steady pace, laying out the entire situation. Qin Hu nodded. Let her go report first. If the situation is truly as you describe, it's critical. Lin Mo turned and nodded to Yi Xin. Brother Lin, I'll head back now. Alright. Do as I said. Got it. Yi Xin leapt onto the back of the ice phoenix and soon vanished into the sky. Lin Mo then received a transaction notification on his interface along with a message from Lin Qingyu. He glanced at the transaction items and tapped accept. Before he could check the message, a car pulled up hurriedly at the security bureau entrance. The door swung open, and none other than Gong Jian hurriedly stepped out. He strode over to Lin Mo and Qin Hu, introduced himself and explained his purpose. Gentlemen, please come with me to security headquarters. I'll report the situation to the battalion commander. Just as the three entered the security department's gate, Qin Hu received a reply from the soldier sent to investigate the perimeter alarm system. Qin Hu's expression darkened. Gentlemen, please accompany me to the commander's office. Inside the security battalion office, a middle-aged man with stubble and a purple ring with 3 stars on his chest was leaning on his desk, deep in thought. Commander Long, any further hesitation will be too late. By the time higher-ups approve our request, we might not even have enough time to prepare. Gong Jian urged anxiously. The commander of the Tongling Defense Regiment was a triple awakened individual named Long Kuan. Long Kuan glanced at Gong Jian and replied with a hint of irritation, "Do you think I don't want to act now? Without superior approval, the defensive walls at the town's border cannot be activated. And even if authorized, activating the defenses requires immense energy. All troops stationed in Tongling might need to stand by immediately. Even with all our forces committed, the walls might not fully open. How could I act rashly?" Truthfully, he was also incredibly anxious. If the intelligence reported by Gong Jian and Lin Mo was accurate that the town had no defensive walls, and he was tasked with leading a regiment to defend Tongling town, they might not hold out until reinforcements arrived. Gong Jian paced anxiously back and forth, accidentally bumping into Lin Mo, who stood quietly nearby. His eyes lit up momentarily, but he quickly composed himself, seemingly recalling something. "Regimental Commander Long, I might have a solution for the energy shortage. There's a master who, if he intervenes, could make energy a non-issue. I'll go contact him right away." Gong Jian bowed to Long Kuan, then led Lin Mo out of the commander's office before Long Kuan could respond. Long Kuan and the officers looked puzzled. Gong Jian led Lin Mo to a secluded spot. "Brother Lin Mo, I heard you mention in the training room that your angelic healing skill can restore energy. How many people can you heal at once? And how does the healing output compare to regular healing?" He observed Lin Mo for a moment before asking in a low voice. Lin Mo didn't answer directly but countered, "How many people are in the Tongling Defense Corps? Tongling is a newly established township, so the regiment's authorized strength is higher than usual. It should be close to 3,000 men. If we add the socially awakened individuals mobilized from the town, the total should reach around 4,000. Upon hearing Gong Jianba's estimate, Lin Mo declared with unwavering certainty, "In that case, the energy restoration will be sufficient." "You mean there's enough to restore energy for all these people at once?" Gong Jian had only intended for Lin Mo to restore energy to a few key members, but Lin Mo's question and response left him utterly stunned. Thinking he might have misheard, he hurriedly asked for confirmation. "If your count is correct, restoring energy for everyone is entirely feasible. If that's the case, holding Tongling becomes possible." Though Gong Jian found it hard to believe, he knew Lin Mo's character. He wouldn't joke about something like this. A heavy weight lifted from his heart. He likely cared more about Tongling's safety than even Long Kuan did. After all, Tongling was a city he had personally helped capture. "If Tongling survives this crisis, you'll undoubtedly be the foremost contributor. But I advise you not to reveal your abilities just yet." Lin Mo hadn't planned to reveal his extraordinary talents so soon anyway. Before Lin Mo could speak, Gong Jian continued, "Rest assured, however, that the glory rightfully yours will not be diminished in the slightest." Lin Mo asked no further questions, merely nodding his agreement. Chapter 73, Intelligence Sand Table Fortification Charging. Gong Jian was quite pleased to see Lin Mo nod in agreement without further questions. At Lin Mo's age, he was at the peak of wanting to show off. Gong Jian had genuinely worried Lin Mo might refuse to agree to having his brilliance concealed. Having served in the military headquarters, he knew some secrets and didn't want Lin Mo to attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals before he had the strength to protect himself. "This is a cloak of invisibility. It was one of the top 3 prizes I won back when I competed in the National Martial Arts High School Tournament. From now on, it's yours to use. When you wear it and remain still, it grants invisibility. When you activate skills, it also masks your aura, preventing prying eyes from detecting you." Lin Mo opened the interface to inspect it. This invisibility cloak was a purple-tier equipment piece. Beyond the functions Gong Jian described, it also granted the wearer a +20 agility and +200 mental power boost. For an awaken like him, with short skill cooldowns and devastating damage output, this gear was absolutely perfect. Without hesitation, he accepted the cloak from Gong Jian. "Ah, Brother Gong, you're generous. With this cloak's blessings, my limitations in combat will be greatly reduced." Gong Jian chuckled, "This cloak is honored to accompany you. If it truly helps save Tongling from peril, this gear will undoubtedly share in your glory and be recorded in Tongling's history books. Rest assured, Lin Mo. Once I've made a promise, I'll spare no effort for you both. But I'll give you a heads up, Brother Gong. If the situation proves more dire than anticipated, I urge you not to stubbornly defend the city. Retreat when necessary. A lost Tongling can be reclaimed. Without life, nothing else matters. Gong Jian's expression grew somber at these words, then eased into a resigned smile. Very well. Should that moment truly arrive, you must evacuate ahead of time. Remember, an awakened one as powerful as you may one day become the hope of a nation or even all of humanity. You absolutely cannot let anything happen to you in this small place like Tongling. You must promise me this. Lin Mo nodded. Do I look like the type of hot-blooded youth who'd shout about sacrificing himself for a noble cause when he knows he's going to die? No, you don't. After their conversation, Gong Jian felt considerably more at ease. He first escorted Lin Mo out of the security department, instructing him to find a place to lie low. When Lin Mo was needed, Gong Jian would send word. Gong Jian then returned to the security department. While replying to Long Kuan's letter, he discussed the next steps in their deployment. Alright, proceed with the plan we just discussed. Xinhu, you take your men and start organizing the evacuation of the civilians immediately. Zhao Yao, proceed immediately to the Awakened Alliance Service Center in Tongling Town to request assistance. Your primary task is to coordinate with Xinhu to evacuate the crowd first. Zhao Xian, gather the remaining personnel and report to the defense center to stand by. Upon receiving superior approval, immediately activate the defensive walls. After completing his deployments, Long Kuan turned to look at Gong Jian. Principal Gong, I've reviewed your records. From every perspective, addressing you as a senior figure is something I, Long Kuan, wholeheartedly respect. However, all our preparations are contingent upon your ability to secure the assistance of this mysterious elder you mentioned. May I confirm once more that there will be no complications in this matter? While Gong Jian was away discussing matters with Long Kuan, a steady stream of information kept arriving on Long Kuan's interface. Among them were Gong Jian's personal details and the first report from the scout he'd dispatched. The Beast Tide's arrival was now undeniable. He had already submitted the intelligence gathered by the scouts, cross-referencing it with previous reports. But now, with the demon beasts less than an hour from the city gates and Blue Star's vast territory, the possibility of receiving reinforcements from the main army in such a short time was virtually zero. Therefore, they could only rely on their existing forces to defend. The fortification of the city walls at this moment became particularly crucial. After reviewing Gong Jian's records and learning he had participated in the Tongling Town reclamation operation, he naturally trusted Gong Jian, but the mysterious expert Gong Jian mentioned held no foundation of trust with him whatsoever. Long Kuan was now staking the safety of the entire expedition on this gamble. He had no choice but to be cautious. Rest assured, he's already in position. He just refuses to show himself. As soon as we initiate our operation, he'll provide immediate support. But this old friend of mine has a peculiar temperament. Remember what I told you earlier, Commander Long. No matter how curious you are, don't test him lightly. If you anger him, he won't spare my reputation. Long Kuan replied with unwavering certainty, of course. As long as he helps us defend Tongling, I, Long Kuan, would be honored to show him respect. I would never dare to offend such a senior figure. Waiting was always agonizing. Long Kuan received constant updates from scouts. The demon beasts were less than 40 minutes march from the town. Moreover, the current count revealed nearly 200 commander-level beasts alone, with general-level and elite-level beasts as numerous as cow hair. What the hell are those good-for-nothing bastards doing? Why haven't they authorized us yet? If we wait any longer, it'll be too late. Inside the Defense Command Center, Long Kuan paced back and forth, clenching his fists as curses began to spill from his lips. 5 urgent military reports had been submitted consecutively, yet the city's access permissions remained locked. If they delayed another 5 minutes, even if the access was granted, it would be too late. 2 more minutes passed, and Long Kuan gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to issue a direct retreat order, an email from his superiors finally arrived. He opened the file, ignoring the bull formalities that made him want to curse like a sailor. He swiftly located the access unlock code. He entered the code into the defense center's large intelligence sand table. Everyone, channel all available energy into the sand table and activate Tongling Town's defensive systems. He then turned to look at Gong Jian, who nodded back at him. Hold nothing back. Every ounce of reinforcement added to the defenses means 1 more ounce of safety for our comrades fighting the demons on the front lines. Long Kuan shouted, his own immense energy continuously surging into the sand table. The dense energy grid on the sand table's edge began rapidly increasing at a rate of 2 units per second. The grid held a total capacity of 15,000 units, but normally only maintained 3,000 units, just enough to sustain the town's protective shield. Only during wartime would energy be preloaded to activate the defensive structures. If the energy gauge could be raised to 5,000 within a short time, the defensive Great Wall would essentially be activated. With the advantage of the terrain, they could hold out longer against the beast tide. After 5 minutes, the rate of energy accumulation began to slow. Long Kuan remained unhurried. This was a protracted battle requiring substantial energy reserves. At least 2,000 soldiers were channeling energy here. Even with the mysterious figure's support, simultaneously restoring energy for so many would inevitably take a heavy toll. Though the pace slowed, they could still hold out for a while longer. Gong Jian, however, was losing his patience faster than Long Kuan. He began messaging Lin Mo, urging him to send reinforcements as soon as possible. Suddenly, the soldier who had been feeling increasingly strained found the effort vanish instantly. His energy recovery rate, which had been climbing at 2 bars per second, now surged to 3 bars per second. This outcome could only mean one thing. The mysterious figure had not only fully restored all the energy the soldiers had expended over the past 5 minutes, but also replenished all the energy they had previously depleted but hadn't had time to replenish. Long Kuan was utterly stunned, his own experience proving it most vividly. Chapter 74, Astonishing the Crowd. The demon approaches the city. As a level 302 third transformation awakener, his energy pool reached a staggering 70,000 points with equipment enhancements. Since he personally maintained the energy for the defensive sand table, his energy levels were rarely at full capacity during normal operations. Yet just now, in that instant, his energy had plummeted to 30,000 points only to be instantly replenished. If even he, a triple transformation awakened warrior, experienced this, what about the other awakened warriors? Senior Gong, perhaps we should delay that elder's replenishment. Let us expend more energy first, that way we can hold out longer. After his initial surprise, Long Kuan grew concerned. Such a powerful recovery skill surely had a long cooldown. With such high-intensity energy infusion, they could sustain it for at least 6 minutes per session, though the total energy output would decrease progressively. The infusion efficiency would decline. Still, it was better than sitting idle, waiting for that mysterious elder's skill to recharge. Alright, I'll inform my old friend. Gong Jian played along with the charade. He had witnessed Lin Mo's skill before one cast every 10 seconds. Provided the sand table's energy grid growth rate remained unchanged. As long as Lin Mo could control it to one skill every 5 minutes. While still astonishing, it was better than 10 seconds. Thus, the soldiers, including Long Kuan, were astonished again and again. The energy grid's recharge rate remained steady at 3 bars without faltering. Whenever they felt their energy reserves waning, it would instantly replenish to full capacity. Initially astonished, the group reasoned that a master capable of simultaneously restoring so many people's energy must be a third transformation expert. But the world holds no shortage of surprises. A third transformation master could wield 3 skills, so rotating them to recharge everyone made sense. But 20 minutes later, the soldiers could no longer contain their curiosity and began whispering among themselves. After all, even with 3 skills rotating, each of these powerful abilities had a 5-minute cooldown. 15 minutes should have been enough to exhaust all abilities, right? Yet this mysterious expert had been casting a restoration skill every 5 minutes for 20 straight minutes. Whose recovery skill is so powerful it can be used endlessly? If this were a health restoration skill, wouldn't it be game-breaking on the battlefield? If you could just survive 5 minutes without dying, everyone could instantly return to full health and fight again. Just imagining such a battle is exhilarating. Even this energy recovery skill would be equally devastating on the battlefield. Consider that some devastating skills drain 2/3 of your energy bar in a single cast. Even if more skills could be cast, they'd require energy potions to replenish or rely on slow natural regeneration. With this mysterious ginseng in the fight, the chances of dragging the battle out until reinforcements arrive would increase significantly. If they knew the true nature of Lin Mo's skill, they might be even more excited than they already were. Some soldiers even began discussing it among themselves. That mysterious elder must be a 4th-tier expert. Absolutely. I'd even say he might be a 5th-tier expert. 5th tier? Impossible. If he were that powerful, what kind of crisis would Tongling Town even be? What 5th-tier expert doesn't have some powerful offensive skills? Exactly. Even if they started out as a healer, by the second transformation when they can freely choose skills, they'd learn some powerful survival abilities. Exactly. And why would a 5th-tier powerhouse bother with a tiny town like this? We only have Dragonhead, that astonishingly talented 3rd-tier expert, because we're a new settlement. Which other township boasts an S-rank 3rd-tier expert as its guardian? And which town's military strength can compare to Tongling Town's? True. I think it's more likely an S-rank 4th transition expert. But a 4th transformation expert wouldn't choose healing skills for all 4 abilities, right? That's pretty extreme. Who cares? There are plenty of awakened who specialize in specific roles. What's so strange about a full-time healer? Do you think we could just ask him to step in? Even if he doesn't help us slay the demon beast, could he at least assist us in charging the defensive structures? Exactly. If an S-rank 4th transformation expert steps in, one person could match most of us combined. The chatter grew lively, breaking the tense atmosphere that had hung over the defense center. Quiet. Focus on the charging. Long Kuan's authoritative voice cut through the noise. Yes, Dragon Head. The reply came in perfect unison, and the defense center fell silent once more. In truth, Long Kuan understood the soldiers' thoughts. Even if they couldn't persuade this elder to slay the demon, it would be a blessing to have him assist with the energy charge. He glanced at Gong Jian, who had clearly overheard the soldiers' discussion. Now, meeting Long Kuan's questioning gaze, he shook his head gently. What level was Lin Mo? Though Gong Jian didn't understand how he possessed such an unorthodox skill, having Lin Mo handle the charging himself might not be as efficient as some squad leaders. Seeing Gong Jian shake his head, Long Kuan felt a twinge of regret but no disappointment. Achieving this much had already far exceeded his expectations. 25 minutes later, urgent military reports poured in. The demon beasts were only 5 minutes away from the town. Long Kuan and the soldiers no longer panicked as before. The energy grid on the sand table had reached 7,500 units. Not only were the town's defensive walls fully activated, but some of the energy cannons mounted on the walls had also successfully launched. They now possessed a significant advantage. Proceed as previously deployed. Leave 500 soldiers here to maintain energy supply. The rest will immediately regroup and follow me to the town's outskirts. Yes, sir. Long Kuan turned to look at Gong Jian, who was still continuously feeding energy into the sand table. Senior Gong, this location no longer requires the massive energy supply it did before. Please organize the school's teachers. If possible, we'd appreciate your assistance as well. Gong Jian paused his work and responded loudly, it's our honor. Long Kuan clasped his fists in gratitude toward Gong Jian before turning and leading his troops toward the protective barrier. Gong Jian exited the defense center and sought out Lin Mo. The city walls are now fully operational, and some defensive cannons on the ramparts are ready for use. I plan to call upon the school's teachers to join the defense. What are your thoughts? Truthfully, Gong Jian desperately wanted Lin Mo to join this battle to defend the city. Not to fight enemies, but to assist with recovery efforts. I'll go to the ramparts first to assess the situation and find an opportunity to resupply everyone. Alright, we'll split up then. Remember, if things go south, retreat immediately. Don't take any risks. Don't worry, Brother Gong. I value my life. Good. After parting ways, Lin Mo transferred over 500 million silver coins worth of restorative potions from his backpack to Huang He and Wu Daozhong. At this point, the price of restorative potions in the town had already skyrocketed to 3 or 4 times their original value. Lin Mo instructed Wu Daozhong to sell them at normal prices and offered him some wartime business strategy advice. With his affairs settled, Lin Mo sprinted toward the town's outskirts. Few vehicles in the town center were willing to take passengers to the outskirts now. He ran at a decent pace, yet it still took him a full half-hour to reach the town walls. The imposing walls before him left Lin Mo stunned. These were no walls for a small town, they were more spectacular than the Great Wall itself. Constructed from an unknown material, the walls gleamed a deep golden hue, radiating immense solidity. Rising over 10 zhan high, one could only ascend the walls via an energy elevator. To avoid trouble, Lin Mo donned his invisibility cloak and blended into a convoy transporting supplies. I've never seen so many beasts in my life. Can we really hold out until reinforcements arrive? I don't know. It looks doubtful. With our current forces, holding out for even an hour is difficult. Don't laugh at me, but every time I climb the ramparts, my legs shake. Who isn't? Chapter 75. Demonic beasts besiege the city, darkening the sky. What are you muttering about? Our comrades are still holding the line on the city walls, fighting the beasts. We're just back up. How can we show cowardice and hold them back? A man who seemed to be the leader heard the team's murmurs and shouted sternly. Captain, we were just chatting to ease the tension. We'd never think of slacking off. The others quickly offered apologetic smiles. Let it be so. Even if it comes down to using our lives to hold back these beasts, push forward for me. Remember this, behind us are defenseless villagers. As soldiers, if we hesitate to fight, they lose their defense. Today it's the villagers of Tongling, tomorrow it could be our own families. Hearing this, the men dropped their playful demeanor. Straightening their stances, they replied in unison, yes, we will remember our mission. Lin Mo knew from their conversation that this battle to defend the city would be no easy task. Upon reaching the ramparts, what met their eyes sent a chill down their spines. From the hundreds of meters high walls, the city was surrounded by a dense, dark mass of demon beasts stretching as far as the eye could see. Monsters also circled overhead. Even through the walls and protective barrier, the deafening roars of the beasts could be heard. To the beasts, the awakened defenders atop the walls appeared as the most succulent feast imaginable. Every crimson maw dripped with long strands of saliva, eyes gleaming with greed and ferocity. Those with keen eyes could discern massive beasts, each as large as trucks, mingling within the distant horde. Yet the midday sky held no sunlight, obscured by a thick, dark cloud of flying beasts. Outside the city walls, demonic energy swirled thickly, further obscuring the already poor visibility. The battlefield resembled a living hell. Were it not for the protective light shields, even a third-tier powerhouse would be unable to escape unscathed from such a siege by demonic beasts. At that moment, the defending soldiers were engaged in repelling the demon beasts circling overhead, attempting to breach the protective barrier. Unable to leave the city for close combat, the soldiers could only release ranged skills in waves, rotating shifts. The sky flashed with multicolored skill lights, and demon beast corpses fell constantly. Some higher-level, agile beasts broke through the skill defenses, slamming violently into the protective barrier. Though the shield appeared intact, everyone knew its energy depleted with each impact. If this swarm of demon beasts, like locusts, continued to assault the energy shield, the aerial defense would soon be breached. Lin Mo scanned the data of these beasts via his interface panel. The creatures assaulting the city were primarily high-level war slave grade or elite grade beasts. Even general grade beasts were appearing in very small numbers. Yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming. If this continued, even these war slave and elite grade beasts alone could exhaust the city's defenders. After all, replenishing stamina proved far more difficult than restoring health or energy. Even recovery potions could only accelerate stamina regeneration. They couldn't be instantly replenished like health or energy. Dragonhead, what should we do? This isn't sustainable. Those big beasts are too cunning. They see the protective city walls open and send these low-tier beasts to wear us down. If this continues, our energy reserves and stamina won't last much longer. The energy drain is too severe. Our potion supplies can't keep up. At the command post atop the city walls, an officer reported to Long Kuan. After deep contemplation, Long Kuan spoke. Zhao Yao, request assistance from the Awaken Service Center. Mobilize all Awaken individuals above level 20 in the town to reinforce the city walls. A female officer with a beautiful face and upright posture received the order with some confusion but immediately responded to carry it out. Xin Hu, adjust the defensive formation. Organize the defenders into squads of 50, spaced 10 kilometers apart, surrounding the city's energy cannons. All soldiers, recharge the energy cannons during skill cooldowns and utilize them for defense. Yes, sir. Xin Hu turned and departed immediately upon receiving the order. The city walls were exceptionally thick and wide, with the top alone spanning 6 meters. As long as the aerial defenses held, breaching the walls would prove exceedingly difficult for the beast horde. Dragonhead, deploying the energy cannons now will deplete the soldiers' energy reserves much faster. This is a protracted battle. Exhausting them too quickly will leave us depleted. Please reconsider. A slender-looking purple ring 2-star officer, hearing Long Kuan's order, offered advice from the sidelines. Deputy Commander Qin, we've fought countless battles together. I understand that well. But if we allow these beasts to breach the protective shield, we may not even get the chance to fight a protracted war. But further discussion is pointless. I have my own considerations. Long Kuan cut off Qin, who was about to speak further. Commander Long, I've gathered 30 martial arts instructors and 4 allies to reinforce our position. Please give your orders. Just as the two were speaking, Gong Jian arrived at the city wall with his men to report. Senior Gong, your arrival couldn't be more timely. Our forces are severely outnumbered. Your reinforcements come just when we need them most. Hearing Gong Jian's voice, Long Kuan felt as if he'd found a lifeline. He hurried forward to greet him. This puzzled Adjutant Qin standing nearby. Most of these teachers were only level 1. Their rank was roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary platoon leader, and their numbers were small. Such a force was truly a drop in the bucket for a 100-kilometer front line. How could such a small group command such high-level attention? After saluting and greeting Gong Jian's group, Long Kuan turned to him with a look of mystery. Senior meritorious officer, might we speak privately? Gong Jian nodded. Please wait here for a moment. Deputy Regiment Commander Qin, would you kindly brief our instructors on the current situation and our deployment? Yes, Dragonhead. Though the teachers were startled by the scene atop the city walls, they were all warmly received by the town's defense department commander and deputy commander. A flicker of excitement stirred within each of them. These were figures rarely encountered in ordinary times. Long Kuan and Gong Jian stepped aside. Senior Gong, could we request that previous senior to assist us in defending the city? With him here, we could hold out much longer. Gong Jian explained, Commander Long, my friend possesses only healing abilities. He has no combat skills. If it's just to heal the defenders, that should be possible. He should already be on the ramparts. Long Kuan looked around eagerly upon hearing this. No need to look. If he doesn't wish to reveal himself, he won't let you find him easily. Very well, very well. As long as the senior is willing to lend a hand, that's all that matters. Whatever you need, just ask. If it's within my power, I won't refuse. Adjutant Qin watched the two return with broad smiles, his confusion deepening. He had already tested these teachers earlier. Nothing particularly remarkable about them. Why did Dragonhead seem like he'd just resolved some major matter? Upon their return, Long Kuan saluted Gong Jian and stated, Senior Gong, you will be responsible for defending this energy cannon emplacement near my command post. Use your skills for attacks whenever they're available. When skills enter cooldown, redirect your energy to the energy cannon. I'll assign a dedicated gunner to handle firing. Gong Jian returned an equally standard military salute. Mission accomplished. After they left, Deputy Qin asked curiously, Dragonhead, aside from Principal Gong being a second tier, the rest are all first tier. They don't seem to have any special abilities either. Why are you so excited? Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Just show more respect to Senior Gong from now on. Long Cohen's smile faded as he spoke sternly. Understood. With the addition of the energy cannon, defenses were significantly bolstered. Though numerous demon beasts still breached the lines and crashed into the protective barrier, it was markedly better than before. Yet every defender stationed on the city walls felt a heavy cloud of despair weighing on their hearts. The demon beasts were simply endless. Even if they worked themselves to death, they still couldn't kill them all. Their only hope lay in the arrival of reinforcements. Gong Jian sent a message to Lin Mo explaining Long Cohen's request and received Lin Mo's affirmative response. His heart felt slightly more at ease. Chapter 76, Despair sets in the might of a single skill. Brother Lin, where are you? My family and I are fully prepared and ready to evacuate at any moment. Lin Mo was observing the battle when Yi Xian's message suddenly popped up on his interface. He paused for a moment before replying to Yi Xian. Have your family evacuate to the county seat first? Come to the city walls immediately, but before you come, give Xiaolan these items. After sending the message, Lin Mo transferred 20 bottles of ice crystal pills and 1 ice soul stone to Yi Xian. Got it, Brother Lin. I'll be right over. These ice attribute supplies were all procured with Lin Qingyu's help. The goods at the Wu family's place, which would normally take at least a month to clear out, were instantly looted clean due to the demon beast invasion. Even the recovery potions Lin Mo had just provided them were now in critically short supply due to the scramble. Although Lin Mo's pricing didn't yield much profit per unit, the sheer volume added up to a decent sum. Lin Mo transferred the payment to Lin Qingyu and placed an additional order for 3 billion restorative potions for the Lin family. In wartime, equipment below orange tier was nowhere near as sought after as healing potions. Coincidentally, Lin Qingyu had just prepared the ice attribute supplies Lin Mo requested. Both commander-level demon beasts held immense value. The battle tiger was estimated at 300 Federation coins, already several times more valuable than ordinary commander-level beasts. If its battle fluid could be preserved intact, its price could double. The symbiotic Thunder Ox was ultimately priced at 420 Federation coins. The ice crystal pill sold for 4 million silver coins, equivalent to 400 Federation coins. However, Lin Qingyu did not transfer the remaining funds to Lin Mo. She only sent him a message. Brother Lin Mo, I've heard about the situation in Tongling Town. Don't let the chance to make some war money distract you from your chance to escape. With your talent, you'll never lack for money in the future. Don't lose sight of the bigger picture over small gains. Besides, with 20 bottles of ice crystal pills and 1 ice soul stone, you still owe your sister 19 war tiger carcasses. Lin Mo knew the ice soul stone was incredibly valuable. He wondered how Lin Qingyu had obtained it and whether she was trying to rip him off. But with the situation growing urgent, he had no time to dwell on it. The soldiers on the city walls were beginning to lose their composure. Even with the addition of energy cannons, they still couldn't break through the sky-obscuring horde of demon beasts. It was rather peculiar. The soldiers who had been hopeful when facing the overwhelming hordes of beasts now felt despair after the powerful energy cannons were deployed. Others might not understand, but Lin Mo knew the reason well. Energy cannons required immense energy to activate. This meant their destructive power far surpassed most awakened one's abilities. Yet, as soon as the energy cannon opened a breach, the beast swiftly closed it again. This relentless cycle gradually eroded their confidence. Before the energy cannons were deployed, everyone clung to the belief that there were even more powerful defensive weapons yet to be used. This self-reassurance naturally bolstered their psychological defenses. But when they believed the formidable energy cannon had been activated, yet it still failed to bring a shred of hope, doubts began to creep in about whether the enemy could ever be defeated. They began to question whether their current efforts were futile, whether the outcome had been predetermined from the start. Even Long Cohen began to waver mentally at this point, regretting the military orders he had issued. After concluding his exchange with Yi Xian, Lin Mo immediately decided he could no longer stand idly by and let these demonic beasts keep battering the protective barrier. The shield held firm, but the psychological defenses of the garrison soldiers crumbled first. It wasn't that the energy cannons lacked power. The main issue was the sheer number of beasts. The energy cannon's range was limited, making it impossible to see results quickly. If the energy cannon's lethal range was insufficient, what about 6,035 meters? Demon assault. Energy surged around Lin Mo. As he unleashed his skill, the demonic beasts in the sky resembled a black cloud too heavy for the air to bear. They plummeted to the ground in an instant. Congratulations! You have reached level 37. With a single skill, Lin Mo instantly gained 1 level. Don't underestimate these 4 levels he gained. He didn't know about others' experience bars, but his own followed a different pattern. After every 10 levels, the experience required for the next level up increased exponentially. Lin Mo had initially thought reaching level 40 might be difficult, but now it seemed effortless no matter how terrifying the required experience might be. Bang! Bang! Thud! Seconds later, the ground rumbled with the thunderous impact of heavy objects crashing down. The thick city walls trembled with each impact. Within 5 seconds, layer upon layer of dark clouds fell. The sky, previously obscured, now revealed slivers of sunlight filtering through. Everyone at the defensive positions near the command post on the ramparts froze in place, stunned by this sudden change. Beyond the walls, the eerie howls of demonic beasts continued unabated. Not a single voice was heard atop the walls, even casting spells had been forgotten. Moments later, Long Kuan was the first to recover. Lieutenant Qin, investigate immediately. Determine if the beasts are employing some new tactic. Focus on checking if any flying beasts are attempting to drag ground beasts into the sky to join the battle. Even as he spoke, he felt like a fool. Beasts might coordinate siege attacks, but that certainly didn't mean they could cooperate closely among themselves. They might even turn on each other in a life or death struggle over prey, even creatures that normally wouldn't interfere with one another. His wild imagination was even more far-fetched. He simply couldn't fathom a rational explanation for this bizarre spectacle. Could it be that a fifth transformation powerhouse had truly intervened? But what kind of skill could cause such a massive disturbance? And if a fifth-rank great sage had truly intervened, why were some demon beasts still alive amidst the swirling black clouds? After all, before a fifth transformation powerhouse, all demon beasts below the commander rank were mere ants, and even commander rank beasts were merely larger ants. To even engage a fifth transformation powerhouse, one would need to be at least a king-level demon beast. But would a fifth transformation powerhouse really have that much free time? Would they have time to concern themselves with the safety of a newly established town? A figure suddenly came to mind. Deputy Qin soon returned with his report. Reporting to the dragon head, it was not a demon beast's trickery. All the demon beasts that crashed to the ground have been confirmed dead or critically injured. As Qin spoke these words, his face was etched with shock and disbelief. Leader, did you prepare for this in advance? The observant Qin recalled Long Kuan's demeanor when Gong Jian and the others had arrived earlier. His gaze drifted involuntarily toward the direction where Gong Jian and his group were stationed. Hearing this, Long Kuan recalled Gong Jian's warning and replied, refrain from wild speculation and avoid prying into matters. If we offend that venerable elder, neither you nor I will be able to bear the consequences. Long Kuan now firmly believed that the mysterious powerhouse Gong Jian had invited had intervened. Earlier, Gong Jian had told him that person lacked offensive abilities, perhaps to prevent him from overstepping his bounds. He had been reluctant to make requests that would put Gong Jian in a difficult position. Yes. Your subordinate will absolutely not act rashly. Deputy Officer Qin hastily agreed. How could he dare offend a being capable of instantly and silently slaying so many demonic beasts? We must not slacken our vigilance. The truly powerful demon beasts have yet to act. Continue organizing our defenses. Yes. Deputy Officer Qin's reply now rang out with much greater conviction. Chapter 77, The Mysterious Expert Morale Soars. After Deputy Officer Qin departed, Long Kuan immediately mounted his flying steed and headed toward Gongjian. Senior Gong, please convey my sincere gratitude to that esteemed predecessor. For the assistance rendered today, I, Long Kuan, shall remember it forever. Such profound kindness is beyond words. Should there ever be a need for Long Kuan's service in the future, even if it means scrubbing shoes or washing clothes, I shall not hesitate. Hearing Long Kuan's words, Gong Jian hastily waved his hands. It truly wasn't my friend who intervened. Commander Long, please don't misunderstand. Long Kuan smiled. Rest assured, Senior Gong. I understand. Though coming here to express gratitude now might invite speculation, such profound kindness demands that I make my feelings known. I shall also remember the kindness shown by the teachers at Wugao. I must return to command now. Please continue with your work. With that, he turned and left, giving Gong Jian no chance to explain. Truthfully, Gong Jian himself was utterly bewildered. If Long Kuan had already enlisted such a formidable ally beforehand, why had he feigned such anxiety earlier? But now Long Kuan's words left him even more baffled. If it wasn't someone Long Kuan had invited, then who could it be? He found himself inexplicably thinking of Lin Mo's figure. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Before the battle, he had inquired about Lin Mo's level progression. Lin Mo was only level 36, now a level 36 priest who hadn't even awakened his second skill yet. How could he possibly possess damage skills? He could never have imagined that beyond the healing capabilities of his angelic form, Lin Mo also possessed the demonic form of limitless destructive power. Though Lin Mo was only level 36, his mental power had already reached a staggering 9,800 points. Combined with the Holy Spirit set's 15% mental power bonus, plus the 200 spirit points from the Cloak of Invisibility, his current attack range had reached 6,035 meters, and his skill's instant damage was a staggering 34,410 points. Such damage would instantly eliminate most slave-grade demon beasts unless they were level 90 or above. Even without factoring in the subsequent 5 seconds of sustained damage, 5% of the beast's maximum health per second. The skill's instant damage alone could eliminate most war slave tier beasts. The same holds true for elite tier beasts below level 40. News of the instant slaughter of tens of thousands of beasts, aided by a powerful ally atop the city walls, swiftly spread across the 100-kilometer defense line. Morale surged instantly. With Lin Mo's covert intervention, the soldiers on the ramparts regained their confidence. Even facing another overwhelming wave of demon beasts, despair no longer gripped their hearts. Every soldier knew a high-ranking powerhouse lurked within the city walls. Their earlier timidity vanished, and they fought with unrestrained ferocity. With the imagined presence of a mighty protector watching over them, even the officers who had been conserving their strength, waiting to confront commander-level demon beasts, joined the defensive battle under Long Kuan's leadership. Long Kuan, in particular, was an S-rank triple transformation prodigy. While his skill's attack range fell short of Lin Mo's, his damage output was hardly inferior to Lin Mo's. Energy surged around his body, his aura instantly intensifying. His long sword gleamed with a cold, piercing light, and the murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. He stood atop the city walls like a god of slaughter. Suddenly, he drew his right leg back, bent his left knee, and lowered his center of gravity. Both hands gripped the blade as he assumed a bow stance with the sword drawn. As his body lowered, colossal energy radiated outward in all directions. Shatter the peak! With a deep, resonant shout, the long blade in his hands instantly swung upward at an angle. Vast energy gathered along the blade's edge, ultimately forming an arc of blade energy. The blade energy surged toward the demonic beasts in the sky with thunderous force, slicing any creature it touched clean in half. The sky, once again filled with beasts, was torn open by this strike, leaving a long, gaping wound. At least 5,000, if not 8,000, beasts fell to the ground, and that was only because the blade's range fell short. After the strike, beads of sweat clearly formed on Long Kuan's forehead, revealing the immense toll this single blow had taken on him. The sheer power of the strike left everyone stunned. The defenses near the command post instantly became far more solid than before. Long Kuan's actions seemed reckless. As the primary damage dealer, such heavy expenditure of energy was not ideal for this protracted battle. Yet he remained convinced that once that elder had intervened, he would never stand idly by again. Possessing formidable regenerative abilities and devastating offensive skills, this elder was undoubtedly an awakened S-rank 3rd transition or higher. His immediate task was to boost morale. His judgment proved correct. Just as Long Kuan finished casting his second skill, his energy gauge nearly depleted. Lin Mo's healing skill instantly replenished his energy and that of the soldiers around him. Simultaneously, another wave of demon beast corpses plummeted from the sky. No need for guesswork, Lin Mo had struck again. Only his skills possessed such overwhelming power, devastating damage, massive area of effect, and incredibly short cooldowns. Long Kuan had been stunned multiple times today, and even now, he remained in a daze. The mysterious elder had intervened again, barely 10 seconds after the last time. His mind was a complete blur. What kind of terrifying existence was this mysterious elder? The information revealed by the skills unleashed so far defied all conventional methods of estimating the elder's true level and innate talent. Such a person could only be either a wandering powerhouse or a high-ranking decision-maker. How could such a figure appear in a small town? And how could they be acquainted with Gong Jian, a second-tier veteran? Just then, Long Kuan received a message from Gong Jian. "Commander Long, my friend asked me to relay this. He's heading to reinforce another defense point. Headquarters instructs you to hold the line for now." Long Kuan naturally responded with polite and heartfelt agreement. Lin Mo wasn't idle during the transfer either. He unleashed his damage skills the moment they cooled down, regardless of how many beasts a single ability could slay. As the number of slain beasts grew, the damage from his skills intensified. Their area of effect expanded with each use. If one possessed an omniscient view, a peculiar sight would unfold. Wherever Lin Mo passed, waves upon waves of demonic beasts plummeted from the sky. He resembled a supreme deity traversing the battlefield. Merely walking through the fray caused hordes of beasts to die inexplicably. Truthfully, Lin Mo had been somewhat apprehensive at first. After all, his skills were utterly devastating against the lower-tier beasts in this swarm. But if commander-level beasts swarmed the town's defenses, even if he could help hold one section of the battlefield, the moment another section was breached, this defensive battle would still be doomed to fail within a short time. What he hadn't anticipated was that these beasts' cleverness would backfire. They intended to wage a war of attrition using these low-level beasts, only to become the very nourishment that strengthened him. For Lin Mo's greatest strength had never been his rank, but his mental power. Among the slain beasts, while battle slave-level creatures were the majority, elite-level ones were also numerous. A small number of elite-level beasts possessed spiritual power. Killing enough of them would yield a significant boost to his own spiritual power. His greatest hope now was that the commander-level beasts would remain patient, delaying their attack as long as possible. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo arrived at the second defensive position, the very spot where Gong Jian and his men were stationed. "Gong, how's the situation over there?" Lin Mo didn't reveal himself, only sending a message to Gong Jian. "Younger brother Lin Mo, compared to the beginning, the pressure feels a bit lighter now. A mysterious powerful figure has intervened on the battlefield. That elder is incredibly strong. Long Kuan thought it was you who stepped in." Chapter 78, roaming the city walls, rushing to aid all around. Lin Mo didn't respond to Gong Jian's words. Since it was indeed his doing, let Long Kuan speculate as he pleased. "Brother Gong, I'll restore your energy first. Long Kuan has already mobilized all awakened above level 20. I suspect his goal is to have them recharge the energy cannons, which should ease the pressure somewhat." Gong Jian felt a mix of emotions upon receiving the message. Having more awakened join the fight would indeed ease the pressure. But on a battlefield like this, it was merely a drop in the bucket. "Energy-wise, we're holding up for now. The military-issued recovery potions are keeping us going. But the mental strain on everyone is immense, draining their energy reserves. I don't know how much longer we can hold out." Lin Mo read Gong Jian's message with a sense of helplessness. His skills could restore health points and energy, but they couldn't replenish mental strength. Every moment we hold out increases our chances of rescue." As Lin Mo spoke, he activated his healing skill, instantly replenishing the energy of over a dozen awakened individuals present. To be honest, even Lin Mo couldn't guarantee victory in this defensive battle. Among the demon beasts assaulting the city, even general-level foes were rarely seen. Even so, the defending forces still faced an extremely difficult challenge. "Brother Lin Mo, you're right. I shouldn't have let such demoralizing thoughts creep in." Just as Gong Jian sent his message, vast swarms of demon beasts plummeted from the sky. "It's that mysterious powerhouse. He's come to support us." Where? Did any of you see where the senior is? The senior. Teachers like Lu Qingyan and Lei Yin were overcome with joy, especially Lei Yin. She hadn't realized it was Lin Mo who had restored them earlier. They had assumed it was the venerable figure they imagined who restored their energy and slew demons. The reason for such excitement was that this formidable predecessor, who wielded such devastating power, was a priest just like himself. Typically, unless one awakened as a priest during their initial awakening, other combat classes wouldn't bother learning healing skills. They'd rather master a defensive ability instead. The thought that a priest could wield such formidable killing power made her fear vanish completely. All she could think about now was leveling up quickly to reach the second job advancement. Upon reaching the second job advancement and undergoing the second awakening, she would gain the right to actively choose her skills. Then she would follow this veteran's example and learn a skill with devastating offensive power. She'd finally bid farewell to her current helpless situation, where she could only heal on the battlefield. Normally, she could still scrape by in dungeons, snagging last hits and scraping together experience points. But on this kind of battlefield, her only source of experience points depended on teammates she'd healed voluntarily sharing some with her. Fortunately, everyone was a colleague, and with the principal leading the team, even those with selfish motives dared not be too obvious. Experience points were almost always split evenly with her, and she could also gain experience by using energy cannons to slay demons. Her level, stagnant for over half a year, surged by 1 rank to 69 within just over 10 minutes. For a healer like Lei Yin, who lacked any powerful connections, such an opportunity was truly rare. "Did you see that mysterious elder?" Lin Mo felt a bit helpless upon seeing Gong Jian's message. What mysterious expert? Wasn't he the very person they referred to as the mysterious big shot? But explaining that to Gong Jian would be a hassle. So he simply replied, "He flashed by and is already far away." He didn't care whether Gong Jian believed him or not. "I need to shift my focus to helping other guards recover. Take care, Gong." "Alright, go ahead. It's a shame this is a life or death battle, otherwise, I'd have dragged every newly awakened freshman in the school to defend the city. Peril and opportunity coexist. This is a prime chance for advancement. If leveraged well, every student could start on equal footing." Gong Jian's message carried a hint of regret. Life rarely goes as planned. Sacrifice is necessary for gain. "I'm off." Lin Mo sent the message, closed the interface, and continued moving along the defensive line. Within just over 10 minutes, his mental power had surged by 50 points, a rare opportunity for him. The longer the defensive battle lasted, the greater the benefits for Lin Mo. He had to kill as many beasts as possible before the commander-level beasts attacked the city, boosting his mental power. Every artillery defense point Lin Mo passed through stirred with renewed energy, morale soaring. The defenders could only sense their own energy instantly replenishing to full capacity and witness vast numbers of beasts plummeting from the sky. Looking around, they could not spot Lin Mo anywhere. After reinforcing the 5th defensive outpost and continuing forward, EXIN arrived with a Ning in tow. Seeing the two of them carried by the Ice Phoenix landing on the city walls, Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. First, he hadn't expected Ning to come to the city walls. Second, the Ice Phoenix had undergone a significant transformation. Its body was considerably larger than before, with a wingspan now stretching over 10 meters, a veritable colossus. A tuft of white, stiff feathers had sprouted atop its bird-like head. The once tender yellow, straight beak had shed much of its youthful hue, replaced by a curved, hook-like beak of a light black color. Its plumage was smoother than before, the ice blue feathers shimmering with a subtle, almost imperceptible glow. A pair of silver talons glowed with a faint, eerie light, giving the creature an imposing and formidable presence. It showed no fear whatsoever in the face of the swarm of flying demon beasts filling the sky. This made Lin Mo's heart itch. He'd had enough of the hardships of traveling on foot these past days. If he could tame such a magnificent flying beast as a mount, it would not only be cool and stylish but also significantly cut down on travel time. Lin Mo glanced at the two trembling girls beside Xiaolan. He smiled gently and said, embarking on the path of a combat profession means battling beasts will become routine. Such battles might be unfamiliar to you now, but just like this moment, demon beasts won't give anyone time to grow. We must seize every opportunity to strengthen ourselves to face the calamity that could strike at any moment. After hearing Lin Mo's words, the two girls closed their eyes, trying to steel themselves. Yet the heart-wrenching roar of the demon beast sent shivers through their trembling bodies, refusing to let them find calm. Lin Mo shook his head with a smile. Energy surged through his body as his damage skill unleashed instantly. The haunting beast roars immediately weakened, followed by wave after wave of black-clad beasts plummeting from the sky. And for the next 5 seconds, small clusters of beasts continued to plummet straight down. Master Mu, how did these beasts suddenly start falling? No, they're not falling. I saw their tens of thousands of health points vanish instantly. These beasts died outright in that single moment. Yi Xin corrected in Ning's words from the side. There's a mysterious expert on the battlefield, lurking on the city walls. That must have been his doing just now. Hearing this, both felt astonished yet calmed considerably. With such a powerful awakened being present, these demonic beasts wouldn't stand a chance of breaching the defenses. Yi Xin was unaware of Lin Mo's demonic form. Whenever they ventured out together for training, she had never witnessed him slaying beasts firsthand. The only time she'd witnessed him kill a commander-level rotten corpse mushroom, she'd suspected he possessed damage skills, but Lin Mo had brushed it off with excuses. Chapter 79, Ice Phoenix Evolution General Grade Contract Beast. Brother Lin, these hidden masters are so powerful. When will we ever be like them? Hearing Yi Xian's question, and Ning also looked at Lin Mo with hopeful anticipation. Lin Mo remained unflappable in crisis. His calm composure had long solidified his role as their pillar of strength. Who can say for sure? Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. Yi Xian, share Xiaolan's data with me first. I'll formulate the next battle plan based on your situation. Got it. Bing Luan, General Grade. Level, 21. HP 20,500. Agility, 62. Defense 155. Mental Power 62. Attack 410 per hit. Attacks inflict frost penetration, dealing 20 damage per second over the next 10 seconds and slowing the target by 5%. Companion talent restores 5% of maximum health per second when taking damage. Rampage form. When Ice Phoenix's health falls below 20% of maximum health, it enters Rampage form. Health instantly recovers to 50% of maximum health, defense increases to 5 times its original value, and attack damage increases to 5 times its original value. Bloodline Awakening level 10%. Skill, Ice Feathers. Ice Phoenix flaps its wings, causing frigid energy to crystallize into ice feathers around it. These feathers can be fired individually or in volleys. The maximum number of feathers formed at once equals the area of its body. Each arrow deals 1000 damage upon impact and applies the frost penetration effect identical to a normal attack. Once the stored frost power within the feathers is depleted, the Ice Phoenix requires 12 hours to replenish. Lin Mo was stunned by the Ice Phoenix's stats. If Lin Qingyu hadn't been bluffing earlier, a single Ice Soulstone was worth the carcasses of 20 commander-level demon beasts. Then it wouldn't surprise Lin Mo that an Ice Soulstone could evolve the Ice Phoenix to the general level. But the Ice Phoenix was only level 21, yet its overall stats were already so high they nearly matched those of a commander-level demon beast. Not only was its combat prowess formidable, but it also possessed innate talents like self-healing and a powerful low-health berserk mode. It was no exaggeration to say it had few rivals at its tier. Lin Mo truly couldn't fathom how terrifying the Ice Phoenix would become once it fully awakened. And Ning, what's your current skill damage? After a moment of surprise, Lin Mo turned his attention to Ning. Regarding Ning, Lin Mo's stance had always been clear, without knowing her personality. He treated her solely as a potential teammate, never proactively inquiring about her stats. And Ning couldn't see Bingluan's stats, but upon hearing Lin Mo's question, she answered with a hint of pride. Master Lin, my vine entanglement now lasts 8 seconds, with a control radius increased to 200 meters. It deals 102 damage per second, and the skill cooldown is 23 minutes. Lin Mo nodded. He'd crammed a lot of Blue Star knowledge about awakened beings recently. For an A-tier talent, skill cooldowns typically ranged from 20 to 50 minutes. And Ning is an A-tier talent control mage, and this skill ranks among the most powerful even among A-tier talent awakened individuals. Alright, next we'll initiate Operation Bargain Hunting. Hearing Lin Mo's words, both of them looked puzzled. And Ning might not be aware of my skill. I possess powerful life and energy restoration abilities. My assigned task for this city defense is to patrol the ramparts, restoring energy to the defenders. Due to the nature of my abilities, to avoid complications, my superiors equip me with stealth gear. I'll activate it when approaching enemy strongholds. Stay close to me and keep quiet. When you see demon beasts falling from the sky, ignore the first wave. The beasts that fall afterward are your targets. I've noticed the first wave is already dead, but most of the later ones are only severely injured. These are the prime targets for finishing blows. Your skills complement each other perfectly. And Ning, initiate your crowd control first. Exin, have Xiaolan unleash her feathered arrows. If a Ning skill is on cooldown, Exin, have Xiaolan break out of the protective shield and hunt down the falling beasts at low altitude. The moment aerial beasts pursue, recall Xiaolan immediately. Xiaolan's ice feathers require frost power to unleash, so aim for headshots whenever possible. Once the arrow strikes, disregard the demon beast's remaining health. If a Ning skill can secure the kill, that's ideal. If not, wait until the control effect ends before sending Xiaolan out to finish them off. Target only low health beasts. Don't waste time on those with substantial health remaining. Got it? Ask if anything's unclear. The two processed the instructions for a moment, exchanged glances, and nodded simultaneously. Got it. Alright, go ahead and unleash your skills. I'll handle the healing. Got it, Brother Lin. Yes, Master Mu. Let's go. Remember what I said, if we seize this opportunity, defending the city will level us up much faster than running dungeons. Lin Mo spoke quickly as he strode ahead, simultaneously briefing Dongjian on the situation. He instructed him to first greet Long Kuan to avoid the defenders at the stronghold noticing Exin and the others and delaying them with questioning. The two hurried to catch up. After running just a few steps, Lin Mo abruptly halted. It's starting. Prepare to attack. Before they could ask questions, waves of demonic beasts began falling from the sky in droves. Lin Mo's cloak of invisibility masked energy fluctuations, allowing him to unleash skills undetected. Moreover, the two would never suspect Lin Mo was responsible for the demon beasts' deaths, as the casualties were simply too numerous. Moreover, these beasts were no slouches, all ranked above level 50. Before the first wave had fully landed, more beasts began tumbling from the sky. Now's the time. Target the relatively nearby, densely clustered groups of beasts. Lin Mo seized the moment to alert the two. Vines entangle. In her panic, Exin channeled her energy and unleashed it directly at a nearby group of beasts. A circular area of vines, spanning over 30 meters in radius, suddenly materialized in the air. These vines seemed to sprout from thin air. They instantly bound the beasts within the area to the spot. Xiaolan Ice Feather Attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, meter-long ice blue feathered arrows pierced the air. To call them arrows based solely on their shape was somewhat inaccurate. These projectiles were exact replicas of the Ice Phoenix's feathers, only with straighter shafts that tapered from thicker centers to thinner edges. Their edges were razor-sharp like blades. Lin Mo's attention remained fixed on the controlled demon beasts. 15 beasts in total, ranging from levels 63 to 74, all elite grade creatures, not a single slave grade among them. Their health bars ranged from 12 to 4,000. Some perished before the arrows even touched them, while others fell precisely to the arrow strikes. Not all were killed by Exin and Ning's skills. Others succumbed to Lin Mo's sustained damage within the 5-second window. Nevertheless, all 15 beasts were eliminated within 8 seconds. We can let Xiaolan go out for free hunting now. The hunting window is only 5 seconds, no delays. Otherwise, if those beasts in the sky spot us, pulling back will be troublesome. Got it, Xiaolan, go. Chapter 80, Stronghold perks wealth beyond measure. Little Blue's approach was even more ingenious. Leveraging its agility, it combined feathered arrows and sharp claws, targeting only those beasts whose health bars were low enough for a one-hit kill. Aerial hunting seemed to be its true specialty. In just 5 seconds of attack, Xiaolan claimed 17 demon beasts, more than the two hunters combined. When the Xin recalled Xiaolan, both were overjoyed. Brother Lin, my experience points are rising so fast. In such a short time, my experience bar, which was only at 1/10, has now reached 1/5. That's several times faster than when we're grinding through dungeons killing thousands of beasts. I'm about the same. My level is almost at 19 now. And Ning chimed in happily after hearing Xin's words, sharing her own progress. As the three walked and chatted, Lin Mo began reviewing the battle with them. And Ning, pay attention to your timing and target selection. With your 200-meter control radius, controlling over 100 beasts in such dense crowds shouldn't be too difficult. And Ning's smile vanished instantly as she responded with sudden seriousness. You don't need to micromanage Xiao Lan's attacks. Just outline the key battle plan for her. After Xiao Lan's advancement, her hunting instincts have become even more pronounced. If she were facing human opponents, things might get complicated, requiring you to micromanage every step of the field control. But in this kind of battlefield demon hunt, you can give her more room to operate. Xin stuck out her tongue in slight displeasure. Brother Lin, are you saying I'm not as good as Xiao Lan? Once I reach my second transformation and learn an area of effect skill, I'll show you who's better, Xiao Lan or me. Humph, get through your first advancement first. Though Xin grumbled, she took Lin Mo's advice to heart. With Xin and Ning in tow, Lin Mo's pace slowed considerably. What should have been a 4-kilometer journey took the trio 15 minutes to complete. Fortunately, Xin and Ning's skill coordination grew more seamless during this time. By the end of the trek, Xin had reached level 22. And Ning, despite only initiating 5 attacks, had also climbed to level 20. Upon reaching the defensive outpost, the pressure on the defending soldiers eased considerably. Of course, this wasn't due to Xin and Ning's efforts, but rather Lin Mo's wide area damage skill, which he unleashed every 10 seconds. The soldiers at the outpost greeted Xin and Ning with warm smiles upon seeing the two young girls. Superiors had already issued instructions: avoid prying into matters that weren't their concern, treat the two girls with courtesy, and whoever dared to offend these two young ladies. Once the battle ended, they'd be packing their bags and heading out. Soldiers whose skills were on cooldown even volunteered to explain the energy cannon's operation to them. This delighted Xin and Ning immensely. Experience gained from slaying demons with the energy cannon was automatically distributed based on the percentage of charge contributed. The higher the contribution, the more experience points earned from each demon slain. For them, this was an absolute powerhouse for leveling up. Xin, lacking ranged skills, could only watch as Xiaolan and Ning slaughtered demons along the way. And Ning, on the other hand, had skills with long cooldowns, leaving her unable to fight to her heart's content. As for energy points, even though their levels weren't high, would they ever run out? After all, they had a god-tier healer constantly by their side. It wasn't just them who were excited. The garrison guards were just as thrilled as Xin and Ning. The arrival of these two young girls signaled that the mysterious figure behind them had also arrived. Sure enough, the beasts in the sky suddenly plummeted toward the ground as if under a spell. Get ready. Those with skills at the ready once the first wave hits the ground, unleash everything you've got on the beasts falling behind. Whether you seize this windfall of fortune and capitalize on this prime opportunity for experience growth depends entirely on your skill. Aim the energy cannons at the densest clusters of beasts. Reload immediately after firing. Boom! A blue beam nearly 2 meters in diameter shot out a kilometer, instantly piercing any demon beast it touched, killing them dead. Don't just stand there, start charging immediately. Seize the opportunity. Don't hold back on energy. Use it freely. Our seniors will replenish your energy supplies. These were invaluable lessons distilled from the experiences of the outposts ahead. The soldiers at the outposts ranged from level 40 to 80. Most came from families without connections or the financial means to cover the enormous costs of advancing their strength. That's why they enlisted. For them, this rare opportunity to level up was more thrilling than receiving their monthly paychecks. At first, Lin Mo was unaware of the situation. He unleashed a couple of damage skills to thin the layer of demonic beasts in the sky, then replenished his energy and hurried onward. But as he visited more outposts and heard the battle cries of soldiers, he began intentionally lingering longer at each one. He typically lingered at each outpost for 2 to 3 minutes. He only withdrew when a single skill cast revealed significantly fewer beasts left to kill. This was actually a good thing for him. Beyond the relentless waves of demons of varying strength surging forward. Among the demon beasts already near the defensive light wall, those that could withstand his skill for over 5 seconds were undoubtedly elite-level creatures. The longer they lasted, the higher their level or rank. Therefore, the more spiritual energy Lin Mo gained from slaying these beasts, the greater his rewards. If not for the need to maintain the overall defense line, Lin Mo would have considered settling down at a single stronghold to focus on development. Haha, fantastic. My level just went up, I'm now level 52. Me too. Damn it, stop yelling. Keep charging up. Seize the chance, kill as many as you can. Leveling up means you can hold out longer. Right, hurry up, hurry up. I'm just a hair's breadth away from level 86. Second job advancement is within reach. Xin and Ning were even more delighted. They stayed at this stronghold for nearly 3 minutes. Xin's level climbed to 23. Considering her SSS tier talent, the experience required for leveling up was no small feat. And Ning caught up to Xin's level, also reaching 23. The experience gained at the stronghold allowed her to level up twice. This was far faster than grinding monsters with her skills alone. After clearing this wave of beasts, we should pull out. We can't linger too long at one outpost, the others are waiting for reinforcements. Seeing the two growing more enthusiastic by the minute, Lin Mo sent a message to Xin and Ning. Got it, boss. Got it. Yi Xian reluctantly replied only after the battle ended. A sudden green glow emanated from the garrison's defenders, instantly replenishing all their depleted energy. Only then did they notice the two girls were already preparing to leave. Farewell, sir. Unable to see Lin Mo, they saluted in the direction of the two girls. Yi Xian and Ning were momentarily flustered by this unexpected display and hurried away. Only after they were far from the outpost did Lin Mo reveal himself. Brother Lin, why did they salute us? Chapter 81, Flying Chariot Adjusting Strategy. Ha, what gives you the right? They salute me. Before leaving each outpost, I fully replenish their energy. That's their way of thanking me. And Ning covered her mouth and giggled softly beside them. Yi Xian didn't seem embarrassed either. She smiled and said, but they saluted both of us in a double salute. Are they thanking you or us? Enough banter. The front lines stretch far ahead. There are over 100 outposts like this. We might not even cover them all in a day. Lin Mo surveyed the endless defensive walls, his expression turning serious. Defense points should be established every 100 meters to effectively hold back the demon beast hordes. But manpower was severely limited. With such a layout, each defensive point would be too thinly spread to provide effective protection. With no other choice, Long Quan ordered defensive positions to be established roughly every 10 kilometers. The goal was merely to weaken the demon beast army while allowing them to intercept attacks targeting specific areas. If they detected beasts targeting a specific section, they could rush to reinforce it. That many? Brother Lin, why don't we just move directly to the next outpost and linger a few extra minutes at each one? That way, we can cover more ground in a single day. Plus, the soldiers at each outpost would benefit the most, making them fight even more fiercely. Plus, as their levels rise, they'll be deadlier against the beasts. Yi Xian suggested while directing Xiaolan to ambush the demon beasts crippled by Lin Mo's skill. I wish we could just keep moving. Lin Mo trailed off, his eyes suddenly lighting up. He'd always relied on his own 2 feet to travel. At best, it took him about 13 minutes to travel from one outpost to another. With 2 people, the time would more than double. But they weren't just 3 people. What about that giant bird? Great idea. Tell Xiaolan to hold off on killing and bring us to the next outpost. And Ning, if your skills recharge during the journey, just toss them at any fallen beasts you spot. Focus on the energy cannons at the outposts. Yi Xian, once we reach an outpost, let Little Blue hunt freely. Lin Mo hurriedly reorganized their battle plan. Got it. The Ice Phoenix, mid-battle frenzy, reluctantly flew back into the light barrier at Yi Xian's summons. The trio scrambled aboard and soared toward the next stronghold. With Xiaolan as their mount, the 10-kilometer distance took only about a minute. Lin Mo unleashed his skills whenever possible during the journey. The outpost guards spotted a massive ice blue bird carrying riders hurtling toward them. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Instead of fear, they shouted excitedly, as if celebrating a victory. The previous outpost had already relayed the situation to them. The mysterious big shot was traveling with 2 young girls who had a blue giant bird with them. This meant reinforcements were finally arriving for them. They had expected the usual wait of over 10 minutes per outpost. But now, almost the moment they received the panel notification, reinforcements had arrived. Attention, all personnel. Salute. All soldiers immediately halted their attacks and saluted the bird and 2 figures that had just landed. This prompted Yi Xian and Ning to hastily return a stiff military salute to the soldiers. At that moment, Lin Mo sent Yi Xian a message. Ahem, Yi Xian cleared her throat, feeling slightly awkward. We don't need all this formalities during combat. You should all know the procedures. Prepare yourselves. We're engaging immediately. An older-looking soldier snapped to attention and saluted, replying, Yes, Commander. All units, prepare for combat. I've already explained the combat procedures. Hold nothing back, use every ounce of energy you have. Yes, sir. As the captain issued his battle orders, a green glow erupted from every soldier's body, instantly replenishing their depleted energy reserves. Before the soldiers could cheer, vast swarms of demon beasts began plummeting from the sky. As the first wave crashed down, the garrison troops immediately launched attacks against the waves of beasts falling in succession. Yi Xian instructed Xiaolan to avoid the soldiers' attack zones and hunt freely. Xian and Ning also withdrew to join the defense work of recharging the energy cannons. They remained at the outpost for about 4 minutes, until the demonic energy surrounding it was largely dispelled by the long-awaited beams of light from the sky. Only then did they depart aboard the Ice Phoenix. Yi Xian's level remained unchanged, but Ning's had risen to level 25. The vast majority of the 50-plus garrison soldiers had also gained 1 level. Even those who hadn't leveled up wore smiles on their faces. Needless to say, their experience gains were substantial. As they departed, the crowd saw them off with equal enthusiasm. In truth, it wasn't just them who were happy. Lin Mo was equally thrilled. Previous outpost support had provided him with at most 50 points of spirit power, but this outpost had boosted his spirit power by nearly 200 points. It wasn't that he had slain fewer beasts, rather, it was because the 2 or 3 skills he possessed were insufficient to instantly kill the high-level commander-grade beasts mixed among the demon beast hordes. Elite-level demon beasts rarely possessed spiritual energy, and even if they did, the amount they could provide was negligible. Lin Mo and his 2 companions pressed on relentlessly. After clearing one stronghold, they immediately rushed toward the next, spending less and less time at each subsequent outpost. In less than half a day, they had breached the entire defensive line. It wasn't that Lin Mo didn't want to linger at a stronghold, rather, his killing power grew exponentially as they advanced. The demon beast hordes couldn't withstand even a few of his skills and were decimated almost instantly. Even at densely populated strongholds, a single skill from Lin Mo would leave him waiting 2 or 3 minutes before reinforcements arrived. The beasts died too quickly, leaving the rear guards feeling somewhat disappointed. With so few beasts left for them to pick off, their own experience gains were naturally meager. After one battle line, Lin Mo's mental power surged by over 3,000 points. His mental power surged from over 9,800 points to over 13,200 points. The instant damage range of his demon corrosion skill reached a terrifying 6,800 meters, while its instant damage skyrocketed to 39,600 points. Brother Lin, this is the last stronghold. What should we do? Keep waiting here for the demon beasts to attack? Xin sent a message to Lin Mo while waiting for the demon beasts to arrive. Wait a bit longer. After clearing the next wave, we'll return to command first to check on the other strongholds. Prioritize reinforcing the outpost under the most pressure. With Xiaolan assisting us now, our support mobility is significantly enhanced. Xin received Lin Mo's reply and pouted in complaint. I really have no idea how those hidden experts train. The further back the outpost, the more insane their damage output gets. It's holding us back from leveling up. If it were like the beginning, I might already be level 40 by now. I'm missing out on a full 11 levels of experience. And Ning is already level 35 now, 6 levels higher than me. It's infuriating. Lin Mo was momentarily confused by Xin's rant. Sis, you think this is a dungeon where you fight over mobs? This is the battlefield. Those you're killing are just low-tier demon beasts used as cannon fodder. The real powerful beasts are lurking out there, waiting to pounce. Xin immediately replied, hee, I'm just venting a little. I really want to reach the first transformation stage. Otherwise, I'll keep holding Xiaolan back. As the group idled away time chatting while waiting for the demon beasts to arrive, Lin Mo sensed something was off. It had been 5 or 6 minutes since the last wave of beasts died. Based on the previous pattern, the beast tide should have arrived by now. Lin Mo hurriedly sent a message to Gong Jian to inquire about the situation. Chapter 82, The Retreat of the Monsters. The black-robed figure in the monster nest. For some unknown reason, the demon beasts have begun retreating. The defensive line we're holding now feels significantly less crowded with them. And they're steadily decreasing. Long Cohen's report from his sector matches what I'm seeing here. Lin Mo stared at Gong Jian's message, lost in thought. Retreating? That doesn't make sense. While many beasts have been killed, they were all low-tier creatures. Could it be that the beasts actually care about the lives of their cannon fodder? Lin Mo's understanding of demon beasts was that they were savage, cold-blooded, and brutal. For such creatures, the possibility of them feeling pity was slim. What does Dragon Commander say? Gong Jian quickly replied. Dragon's orders are clear. No matter what tricks the beasts pull, hold our positions and conserve energy. Report any unusual activity at each outpost immediately. Another 10 minutes passed. Could it be our defense has succeeded? No demon beasts have attacked for so long. These beasts must have been scared off by that mysterious elder. Definitely. Honestly, I've never fought such an easy battle. Same here. Too bad I didn't level up. Yeah, true. We've heard from brothers at many outposts, most of them leveled up once, and some with lower talent ratings even gained 2 levels. If you ask me, you're just ungrateful. A beast tide assaulting a city isn't trivial. Winning this battle and all of us surviving unscathed is the greatest reward. What defensive battle in history hasn't been a river of blood, a field strewn with corpses? After over 10 minutes, the members at Lin Mo's outpost began chattering away in a flurry of discussion. Brother Lin, did we win? Did all the beasts retreat? Xin also sent Lin Mo a message asking. Not sure. Commander Long should have sent out a reconnaissance unit to scout outside the city. We'll have to wait for news from his side. But I don't think the beasts will just give up. If they keep attacking the city, we're in for a tough fight. Upon receiving Lin Mo's message, Xin felt not fear, but a tinge of excitement. What's there to fear? With so many hidden experts on the city walls, if those beasts dare attack again, they'll just be handing us experience points. Too bad the first transformation requires going to the Awaken One's job change center in the county seat. Otherwise, at our current leveling speed, if we could fight for a few more days, we might even reach the second transformation. Lin Mo didn't reply to Xin's message. He was now considering whether to order Xin and the others to withdraw from the city walls first. If the beasts truly withdrew, there was no need for them to remain on the ramparts. But if they hadn't retreated, the danger level for EXIN and the others to stay for the upcoming battle would be far too high. What Lin Mo and the others didn't know was that 70 or 80 kilometers away, deep within the rear of the Demon Beast army, the Demon Beast commanding the siege was also discussing how to attack the city. Human, didn't you say Tongling Town had no powerful defenders? And that the garrison was small? Wasn't this attack on Tongling a sure thing? Why, in just half a day, have they slaughtered 100,000 of my subjects? Do you know the consequences of deceiving this king? Flame surged around its form as a silver-haired mutated giant ape stood proudly atop the rocky peak. Its muscles bulged, the lines exaggeratedly pronounced, each mass of raised flesh containing boundless power. Its gaping maw revealed sharp fangs glinting coldly, while its orange-red eyes burned with savagery and bloodlust. Golden copper claws adorned its limbs, massive and razor-sharp, curved like deadly blades. Its face twisted in fury, its rage so intense it shattered the rocks beneath its feet. Before it stood a figure cloaked in black, enveloped in swirling flames. The immense silver ape unleashed such overwhelming energy that the black-robed figure was forced to its knees, blood spilling from its mouth. The overwhelming pressure left the cloaked figure unable even to rise. Your Majesty, even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I would never dare deceive you. Tongling Town truly only has about 3,000 defenders. Even if we include the awakened in the town, the total wouldn't exceed 8,000. And the highest ranked awakened, Long Kuan, is only a level 132s rank. I truly have not deceived you. The black-robed man braced himself with both hands on the ground, sweat pouring down as he struggled to speak. The silver-haired giant ape leaned forward slightly. Unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure, the black-robed man's body pressed flat against the ground. Blood flowed from his mouth, yet he dared not release any energy to counteract this pressure. Such an act would undoubtedly be seen as provocation before a king-grade demon beast. So you're implying my army is made of paper? That 100,000 troops crumbled before a few thousand humans? After the silver ape spoke, receiving no reply, he was about to erupt in fury when he noticed small pools of water had formed beside the ants at his feet. Considering their alliance, he restrained the natural aura of power emanating from him. Simultaneously, his contempt for the humans deepened. This cloaked figure was, after all, a third-stage awakened being. Yet he couldn't even withstand my aura? What right did such an aberration have to dwell peacefully in this corner of the world? The only advantage these human awakened beings possessed was their deliciousness. The silver ape restrained its aura. The black-robed man stiffly and slowly downed a bottle of potion. After several minutes of recovery, he finally managed to speak with difficulty. Your Majesty, I mean no disrespect to your forces. What I presented earlier was indeed the actual defensive strength of Tongling Town. To minimize your losses in the siege, we began preparations long ago, tying down Tongling Town's reinforcements. According to our plan, reinforcements absolutely cannot arrive this quickly. I can stake my life on that guarantee. I have already received intelligence from above. Reinforcements for Tongling Town have not yet been approved. Such an unexpected turn on the battlefield can only mean one thing: a high-ranking awakened being happened to pass through Tongling Town. Upon hearing the black-robed figure's explanation, the silver giant ape inquired, "Are you suggesting that my entire 100,000-strong army was slaughtered by a single awakened?" Your Majesty, based on intelligence from the battlefield, it is highly probable this was the work of a powerful awakened. I have placed spies within the city, but communication between here and Tongling Town has been severed, preventing the exchange of information. Your Majesty, grant me permission to proceed to the front lines and verify the situation with our spies within the city. The silver giant ape eyed the human before him with fierce scrutiny. After a moment, he spoke, "You humans are cunning indeed. You'd better not let this king discover that the information you're reporting is merely a conspiracy against me. If you anger me, you will regret ever being born. Your Majesty overthinks. We would never dare deceive you. The intelligence we provided is absolutely true, without a shred of falsehood. As for the incident in Tongling Town, if you approve, I will investigate and report back to you as soon as possible." Hearing the silver ape's suspicion, the cloaked figure hastened to explain. "It had better be so. Roar!" The giant ape roared toward the front after speaking. Chapter 83, Storm clouds gather reinforcements yet to arrive. With the silver ape's roar. Soon, a majestic red-headed giant eagle appeared in the sky. With a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, its sheer size was less apparent from a distance. But as it descended, the sheer force of its 20-meter wingspan created a violent gale with each flap, whipping up sand and stones from the ground. Its body was covered in dark purple-edged scales and feathers, which emitted a cold, eerie glow during flight. Mysterious purple patterns shimmered faintly. Its immense wings spread, shading the forest, their feathered edges sharp and gleaming. Its beak curved like a hook, its serrated edges interlocking. As its dark, gleaming claws struck the ground, they sank deep into the stone, sparks flying in a fine mist. Yet despite its imposing stature, the colossal eagle kneels low before the silver ape, smaller than itself, daring not to release a shred of its might. Only after the silver ape let out a full, resonant cry did it dare to rise. Human, you will accompany the Thunder Eagle to the front lines. Bring back favorable news and don't even think about running. If you do, I won't mind treating myself to a little appetizer before we take Tongling. The black-robed man hastily bowed in response. Your Majesty, rest assured. Our cooperation with you is sincere. We would never abandon our post before the battle concludes. Before the robed figure could finish speaking, Thunderclap had already spread its wings and soared skyward. Seeing the silver A pay him no mind. He scrambled to his feet and followed Lei Yin, racing toward the battlefield. Demon beasts and awakened beings were natural adversaries in the struggle for survival space. No matter how wildly imaginative Rinlongkuan's thoughts might be, he could never have conceived that such a large-scale demon beast siege was actually being fueled by the awakened from behind the scenes. His brow furrowed as he studied the intelligence report delivered by the scout. Dragonhead, what's wrong? The demon beasts retreating should be good news for us. Why do you look so troubled? Facing Deputy Qin's inquiry, Longkuan remained deep in thought, silent. After a moment, he finally spoke. It's merely the calm before the storm. The beasts haven't truly retreated. Their earlier assault was merely a probe. A more ferocious offensive may follow. Qin exclaimed in surprise, what? Scouts report the demon beast army is entrenched in the mountains and forests over 10 kilometers from Tongling's city walls. It appears they are awaiting orders from their demon beast commander. Though many have been slain, the hordes outside the city walls remain as numerous as cow hair. The most troubling part is that not a single commander-level demon beast has appeared yet. Deputy Officer Qin felt unease welling up inside him upon hearing this. Any word on the reinforcements you're coordinating? I've pressed them repeatedly. The response from headquarters is always that reinforcements are being mobilized. I have no idea what the problem is. Upon hearing Qin's report, Longkuan erupted in fury. What on earth are they thinking? This is a massive beast tide assaulting the city, yet they've been dragging their feet from the initial defense to assigning reinforcements. Do they seriously expect our meager forces to hold Tongling alone? Or have they already abandoned the city? Keep pressing them. Report back every 5 minutes. Yes, sir. I'll handle it immediately. Seeing Longkuan's fury, Deputy Officer Qin dared not delay. He steeled himself and continued sending urgent dispatches to the support center. Zhao Yao, take the level 40 or below awakened you gathered on the city walls to the defense center. Replace the garrison there, leave only 100 soldiers behind. Zhao Yao asked in surprise, Boss, we previously gathered over 1,000 awakened below level 40. Sending that many awakened to the defense center? What if some harbor ill intent? 100 soldiers won't be enough to manage them. Longkuan replied with a helpless expression, I'm well aware of the risks involved, but at this moment, we must mobilize every available defensive force. Though the garrison at the defense center is small, it is more than sufficient to handle awakened below level 40. Issue orders to the garrison. Any awakened attempting to sabotage the defenses may be executed first and reported later. Zhao Yao looked slightly surprised, but she quickly composed herself, saluted, and replied, Yes, sir. I'll see to it immediately. How is the recruitment progressing with the other factions in the town? Just as Zhao Yao turned to leave, she heard Longkuan's question and snapped to attention again. Most factions in the town have dispatched their main combat forces to join the battle. Only a few have sent token forces. Particularly the Su family, they possess dozens of first-stage awakened, yet sent only 30 combatants below level 40 with C-grade talent or lower. A cold gleam flashed in Longkuan's eyes. Alright, you may go now. Zhao Xian, what's the status of combat supplies? Dragonhead, supplies are currently ample, especially recovery potions. Those are our largest stockpile right now. Huh? How come? Shouldn't healing potions be the most in demand during combat? Longkuan was puzzled by Zhao Xian's report. Later on, restorative potions did become the scarcest. Substandard energy recovery potions, originally priced at 5 silver coins each, were now being snapped up for 100 silver coins a bottle. Su Family Pharmacy even posted a price of 180 silver coins, yet they're still unavailable despite the high cost. Longkuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The Su family again? They sure know how to do business. Then why did you say recovery potions are the most plentiful in stock? Zhao Xian spoke with evident gratitude. The Wu family has supplied 400 million silver coins worth of recovery potions to the military at the original market price. That's why we currently have an ample supply of recovery potions. The Wu family? The one nearly bankrupted by the Sun and Huang families? Exactly. The Wu family is quite interesting. Zhao Xian's words caught Longkuan slightly off guard. He continued, since we have sufficient potions, ensure every defense line, especially the energy bottle supply at the defense hub, is maintained. As long as our fortifications hold, we can keep fighting. Don't worry, boss. Every defense line has dedicated personnel handling supply distribution based on demand. There won't be any mistakes. Longkuan nodded, pondered for a moment, then sent a message to Gong Jianfa. Senior Gong, though the demon beast army has temporarily retreated, intelligence suggests they may be preparing an even more ferocious assault. Our forces are stretched thin. Do you have any suggestions? In truth, Long Koan wasn't seeking Gong Jian's advice. He hoped to gauge whether the mysterious elder held a solution to break the deadlock. After all, the primary reason for the demon beast's temporary retreat was the intervention of that very elder. Commander Long, please wait a moment. I'll consult my friend's opinion. Seeing Gong Jian's message, Long Koan felt a surge of joy. This venerable elder Gong truly lived up to his reputation as a seasoned veteran, a man of tenfold wisdom. If that senior is willing to offer advice, it would be most welcome. Thank you for your trouble, Senior Gong. Lin Mo quickly received a message from Gong Jian. Regarding the intelligence report Long Koan had received, Lin Mo had already formed his own suspicions. Though he hadn't experienced battles on Blue Star, he had been a military enthusiast before his transmigration. He refused to believe these ferocious demon beasts, who had launched a massive assault on Tongling Town with overwhelming force, would retreat at the first sign of temporary battlefield setbacks. Chapter 84, Unusual Events, Bizarre Speculation. In truth, Lin Mo had been pondering the deeper implications ever since confirming the demon beast's retreat. In the original host's memories, the coexistence of demonic beasts and awakened ones had been a rule unbroken for millennia. Once demon beasts attacked human settlements, it usually triggered an all-out war between humans and beasts. An attack targeting only a single small town was relatively uncommon. He kept wondering what could possibly motivate the beasts to attack a small town. If he could figure it out, perhaps a solution to this crisis could be found before reinforcements even arrived. However, he was not the original host of Blue Star, and the latter's life experience was too limited to have uncovered many secrets. Trying to deduce the truth from his own speculations was more far-fetched than winning the lottery. Old Gong, you participated in the siege of Tongling Town and lived there for decades. Did you ever notice anything unusual about the town? Gong Jian was momentarily flustered by Lin Mo's question. What does that have to do with the demon beasts attacking the town? Maybe. Maybe not. Just tell me what you think. You might uncover the key to the demon beast siege. Seeing Lin Mo's message, Gong Jian began to ponder seriously. But no matter how hard he searched his memories, Tongling Town seemed no different from any other small town. New towns like Tongling were far from rare, and their circumstances were largely similar. If one had to point out any distinct feature, it was that this town lay on the edge of human survival territory, where mineral and medicinal resources were relatively abundant in many areas. Yet every town bordering demon beast territories faced similar circumstances. Even in terms of regional resources alone, Tongling Town's resources ranked only moderately on a national scale. There was indeed one aspect that set it apart from other towns. The resources and development trajectory within Tongling Town's region are no different from those of newly established towns nationwide. The only exception is that every graduation season, Tongling Town's level 10 dungeon, Gale Valley, draws numerous awakened individuals below level 20 to attempt its challenges. Legends about the Stormwind Valley instance vary widely, but the most widely accepted theory is that a hidden instance exists within it. Everyone believes the rewards for this hidden dungeon are incredibly high, yet in the decades since its creation, no one has ever successfully unlocked it. Who knows if the rumors are true or not? Lin Mo heard this and felt puzzled. He was the one who had unlocked the hidden instance in Gale Valley, yet aside from the mysterious elder's inheritance, there was nothing particularly special about it. Could demonic beasts covet human legacies? Moreover, the timeline didn't add up. His chief master felt like he came from ancient history, not just a few decades ago. Could this be the key? Who established the Gale Valley? Gong Jian was caught off guard by the question. If it's just about setting up entrances, every newly established town has a powerful individual assigned by the Awaken Alliance. They carry spatial jade tablets engraved with dungeon coordinates to establish entrances for different dungeons. But establishing the dungeons themselves is extremely difficult. No one could create one alone. They're rationally designed by countless powerhouses above the 7th transformation. It's said that each instance requires at least one peak 9th transformation expert to participate for it to be considered complete. Gong Jian's information stripped away the factual basis for Lin Mo's hypothesis that the demon beast siege might be linked to the Stormwind Valley instance. The only unique aspect of Gale Valley was the legacy of his master, whom he had met only once. However, demon beasts possessed innate abilities. There had never been any recorded instances of them learning human skills. Yet Tongling Town's sole distinction lay in this Whirlwind Valley instance. Without any other secrets, it was difficult to connect it to the demon beast siege. Lin Mo could only set aside these tangled thoughts and send a message to Gong Jian. Under these circumstances, the only option is to delay and await reinforcements. If defenses collapse before help arrives, we can attempt to seal the entrance to the Gale Valley. Or, if feasible, removing the Whirlwind Valley from Tongling Town altogether would be best, though that's really grasping at straws. After careful consideration, Lin Mo offered his suggestions. Though current intelligence offered no proof linking Whirlwind Valley to the demon beast siege, he believed these beasts wouldn't attack a small town without reason. Since they had chosen to attack, there must be something about the town that drew them in. Eliminating the town's most distinctive feature might just strip the beasts of their reason for venturing here. Gong Jian looked perplexed. Could a mere dungeon really draw demon beasts to attack a town? It sounded like pure fantasy. Such an occurrence had never been recorded in history. Nevertheless, he relayed Lin Mo's suggestion to Long Kuan. Upon receiving the message, Long Kuan shared similar thoughts to Gong Jian, though with one key difference. Though he couldn't grasp the connection, he believed this mysterious powerhouse must have access to higher-level intelligence, which was why they offered such advice. Consequently, he took Lin Mo's suggestion very seriously. He immediately sent a message to the head of the small town's Awakened Alliance Management Center. A reply came swiftly. Clearing an entrance is easier than establishing one. With higher-level approval, the Windstorm Valley Instance Management Center can be removed, though it will take some time. But Captain Long, establishing a dungeon is no simple feat. Moreover, having an additional dungeon in this area could foster the growth of more talented individuals. Are you certain removing the Windstorm Valley portal can avert this catastrophe? After receiving the message, Long Kuan inquired again about Zhao Yao's reinforcements, but the response remained unchanged. He promptly sent a message to the Awakened Management Center. Nothing on the battlefield is certain. As long as there's a sliver of chance to avert this crisis, I must seize it. With reinforcements delayed indefinitely, relying solely on our forces to defend Tongling Town is sheer folly. If even Tongling Town falls, what purpose would these dungeons serve? Proceed with the operation. This is my decision, Long Kuan. Should any repercussions arise afterward, I, Long Kuan, will shoulder full responsibility. You will not be implicated in any way. Long Kuan received the message shortly thereafter. Commander Long, you jest. Defending this town isn't solely your responsibility. Under these circumstances, I'll immediately report this to higher command. But closing a dungeon entrance for such a reason may not gain approval from higher-ups. I'll do my best to advocate for it. Upon hearing this, Long Kuan instantly understood the implication. Just report that the Windstorm Valley Instance entrance developed a breach. During the Demon Beast Siege, hordes of beasts surged forth from the coordinates of that entrance. Tongling Town is under dual siege from both internal and external demonic beasts, forcing us to urgently remove the instance entrance. Sure enough, after Long Kuan sent the message, the other party replied immediately. That explanation greatly increases the chances of approval. Then, Captain Long, please await further notice. Long Kuan closed the chat window. He usually held such people in utter contempt. As the administrator of a town, facing such a catastrophe, they were still scheming to evade responsibility. It was utterly laughable. Just as Long Kuan and his team debated how to resolve the crisis. 20 kilometers away on the battlefield, the black-robed figure also successfully received intelligence relayed by their mole within the town. Chapter 85. Two women retreat ambushed along the way. Mysterious expert? You don't even know their rank? How did you gather this intelligence? Receiving the informant's report, the black-robed man felt his head spin. This information was practically useless. He knew full well there was a master on the city walls, but the spy's report contained no details whatsoever about this figure. Reporting to you, my lord, this mysterious expert has never revealed himself. The military has disclosed no information whatsoever. Your subordinate truly has no way of ascertaining anything. Useless. He struck right before your eyes on the city walls, and not a single one of you detected his presence? The black-robed figure seethed with anger. If he couldn't bring back useful intelligence, the silver giant ape might truly treat him as a snack. It is my incompetence. Though I cannot gauge this mysterious figure's exact rank, judging by his combat display, he is likely a 5th transformation expert with S-grade talent or higher. 5th tier? Ridiculous. Do you even grasp what that means? A 5th tier powerhouse commands at least 600 points. How could such a peak expert appear in this godforsaken backwater? The black-robed man was stunned by the suggestion, then dismissed it as highly improbable. This subordinate dares not deceive you, your excellency. When that mysterious expert struck, demonic beasts within 5 or 6 kilometers beyond the city walls were instantly slaughtered in droves. For an awakened being below 4th transformation to achieve that, their innate talent must reach SSS grade. Such exceptionally talented 4th transformation awakened beings are typically designated as key backbone candidates by Huagua and given top-tier protection. The likelihood of such an individual appearing in this small town is even slimmer than that of a 5th tier powerhouse. That is precisely why I believe this mysterious figure must be 5th tier. The cloaked figure stared at the report in utter shock. Are you certain the damage radius reached 5 to 6 kilometers? Yes, sir. It's absolutely true. Not only is the damage range vast, but this individual's skill cooldown is astonishingly short. I observed carefully he uses a skill roughly every 10 seconds. The cloaked figure flew into a rage upon reading this report. Absurd! Damage on that scale with such a short cooldown? Do you take me for a fool? The spy, receiving the dark-robed figure's message, found himself at a loss for words. Not only did the master doubt him, but even he himself found the master's skills utterly implausible. He suspected such devastating damage wasn't skill-based at all, but rather the result of some special combat-enhancing device. To placate the other's fury, he hurriedly sent another message. Though I know nothing of this expert's background, I do know this mysterious expert is very close to the two young girls. However, with these two young girls under the mysterious expert's protection, I dare not approach them lightly. Hearing this, the cloaked figure visibly relaxed. I don't care what methods you use, but you must uncover the mysterious figure's information as soon as possible. You have half an hour. If I still haven't received useful information in half an hour, you should know the consequences. After sending the message, the cloaked figure closed the chat panel, leaving no room for negotiation. Deep unease gripped him. If the other party's claims were true, capturing Tongling Town would prove exceedingly difficult. Awakened beings only needed level 40 for the first transformation, level 120 for the second, level 240 for the third, level 400 for the fourth, and the fifth transformation required a level between 600 and 840. If a fifth transformation expert truly guarded the town, he'd have no choice but to summon the silver giant ape. But would a king-tiered demon beast obey his commands? The organization had spent years planning to uncover Tongling Town's secrets. If he botched it now, he might wish he were dead. From the city walls, he observed the demon beasts showing no signs of movement. Lin Mo grew increasingly puzzled. These beasts neither attacked nor retreated. What exactly were they waiting for? This stalemate felt more unsettling than the initial assault. Lin Mo sent a message to EXIN. EXIN, take a Ning and withdraw from the city walls immediately. Leave Tongling Town with your family now. Why? Brother Lin, haven't the beasts already retreated? EXIN was puzzled. Even if the beasts attacked again, with those mysterious experts present, what did they have to fear? Was Brother Lin being overly cautious? She was actually hoping the beasts would keep attacking to gain more experience. Those beasts haven't retreated. Who knows what they're plotting? Whatever it is, their next assault will be far more brutal. With the limited forces on the city walls, who knows how long they can hold out? By then, retreating will be difficult. Take this chance now and leave first. Seeing Lin Mo's assessment, EXIN also grew uneasy. Brother Lin, what about you? Aren't you retreating with us? I promised Principal Gong I'd help defend the city, so I have to stay on the ramparts for now. But don't worry, if it really can't be held, I'll retreat immediately. Lin Mo saw EXIN's worried expression after receiving the message, hesitating to send him a reply. It was clear this little girl was worried about his safety. You know my temperament, I never take risks without certainty. Besides, your big brother Lin here is already a level 40 pre-transition expert. Escaping to save my life shouldn't be too much of a problem. Besides, if you guys evacuate early, it'll be easier for me to focus. EXIN hesitated for a moment after reading Lin Mo's message before replying. Alright, Lin Mo, be careful. Watching EXIN and the others leave the city walls eased Lin Mo's tension considerably. Even if a major battle erupted now, he could always make a run for it if things got too dire. What Lin Mo didn't know was that as EXIN and Ning boarded the Ice Phoenix to leave the city walls, several pairs of eyes had already locked onto them. Long Kuen's assessment of the battle situation mirrored Lin Mo's. Reinforcements were slow to arrive, and with their current numbers, it was uncertain how long they could hold out. He had no choice but to prepare for the worst. He ordered the evacuation of the town's populace to be accelerated. EXIN and Ning did not join the town's retreating masses. Instead, they directed the Ice Phoenix to fly straight toward Qianing County. Their families had already evacuated ahead of time. As they passed through a mountain valley, Bingwan suddenly flipped, sending both of them plummeting hundreds of meters. An arrow forged from cold iron, enveloped in energy, tore through the air, grazing the Ice Phoenix's chest. The two fell in free fall, accelerating rapidly toward the ground. At this height, even with the physique of an awakened one, landing would be certain death. Just as they screamed in terror, flailing their limbs frantically, the Ice Phoenix had somehow spun around and caught them. But the arrows kept firing relentlessly at Bingwan, forcing it to constantly adjust its position to evade. The two clung tightly to the Ice Phoenix's feathers as it spun and twisted through the air. The sensation was far more thrilling than any roller coaster. Little Blue, head toward the mountain peak and find cover. EXIN urgently commanded the Ice Phoenix. Receiving the command, the Ice Phoenix swiftly lowered its profile, flying at low altitude. On the ground, several figures followed closely, weaving through the jungle in hot pursuit. Chapter 86, Leaving the City Walls, Lin Mo's Rescue. These pursuers rode demon beasts resembling elk, charging through the jungle at considerable speed. Whenever Bingwan surfaced, they unleashed arrows without hesitation. Little Blue, descend into the jungle and set us down. EXIN was being tossed about violently by the Ice Phoenix. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they fell off. Obeying the command, the Ice Phoenix plunged deep into the forest, quickly vanishing from the pursuer's sight. Lingfeng, find a spot with clear visibility and keep an eye on that giant bird. The moment it shows itself, shoot it down. The rest of you follow me. Judging by the situation, that expert isn't with these two girls. This is a rare opportunity. The masked leader, riding atop the towering elk-like demon beast, issued orders to the group. Yes. Receiving their orders, the group split up and began searching the jungle in the direction of Xin and the others. Sis Xin, who are these people? Why are they hunting us down? Xin recalled the ice phoenix into her spatial ring as the two darted swiftly through the jungle. I don't know either. Maybe we've run into bandits. What? What should we do now? They're moving fast and we'll catch up soon. If we keep this up, they'll eventually catch us. Maybe we should fight them, the two of us might stand a chance. Hearing Ning's suggestion, Xin didn't pause and kept running forward. She had no idea what to do either. This was her first time being hunted down, she had no experience with this. She wondered what Lin Mo would do if faced with this situation. You're right. Continuing like this isn't good for us. They're long-range attackers. Let's find cover first, hide, and test their strength. If the power difference isn't too great, then we'll fight. And Ning nodded in agreement. Alright, let's do it your way. The two sought out a dense grove of trees and hid, silently waiting for the pursuers to arrive. After 4 or 5 minutes, a group of masked figures riding elk-like demon beasts came into view. Without that giant bird, they can't cover much distance on foot. The dense forest ahead provides easy cover. Spread out and pursue them. These girls aren't high level. If you find them, capture them alive. Keep your eyes peeled. If you screw up the task the boss gave us, you know what the consequences will be. Yes, sir. At the command, the group dispersed and swiftly closed in on the dense forest ahead. They're coming. Hidden in the treetops, and Ning clenched her fists nervously. Hold your fire for now. If we're spotted, activate your control ability immediately to subdue them. Then we'll strike together. Xin appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was racing with tension. Got it. The two truly lacked combat experience. Their chosen hiding spot seemed safe, but it was actually far too obvious. The enemy was conducting a thorough sweep toward their position. Though moving at a steady pace, they meticulously searched every corner. When they saw one of the masked figures closing in on the tree where they were hiding, they were so terrified they dared not even breathe. Personal stats couldn't be viewed unless voluntarily displayed, one could only infer them from the effects of released skills. These men were ruthless, every arrow fired earlier had been aimed to kill. Without gauging their opponent's strength, they dared not engage so many foes lightly. Xin sensed the person beneath the tree might catch sight of her and shifted her position slightly to adjust her hiding spot. But she was too tense, her gaze fixed entirely on them. She failed to notice the slender twig behind her foot. Snap! The sudden sound startled both of them. Oh no! They both let out a low cry of alarm simultaneously. And Ning, move! As he spoke, Ding Luan had already been summoned. Frost freeze! Before the two could act, the masked figures below struck first. Instantly, the two were frozen solid in place, the tree they stood against encased in frost. The ice phoenix flapped its wings, shattering the encroaching frost, and prepared to attack the masked assailants below. But the terrain was terribly disadvantageous for it, its flapping wings kept getting obstructed by the surrounding branches. Xin and the ice phoenix shared a telepathic bond. Seeing this, she urgently halted the ice phoenix's actions, urging it to find Lin Mo instead. Receiving the message, the ice phoenix glanced in Xin's direction before flapping its wings with casual force, snapping the surrounding branches with its immense power. Bing Luan soared skyward. The moment it broke through the canopy, an arrow whistled toward it. The projectile carried immense energy, spinning through the air and stirring up a whirlwind. Though the ice phoenix's speed was considerable, it still took a hit to its leg. Chirp! The ice phoenix let out a mournful cry, gritting its teeth against the searing pain in its leg as it rapidly gained altitude. Simultaneously, it unleashed several ice feathers toward the arrow's trajectory. Regardless of whether they struck their target, it sped toward the city walls. Boss, that big bird got away. Idiot! You worthless piece of trash can't even handle a low-grade demon beast. The masked leader, upon receiving the message from the masked archer named Ling Mo, felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Hurry up! Take these two girls and get out of here. Yes, sir. Over 10 minutes later, Lin Mo on the city wall noticed Xiaolan flying toward him at breakneck speed. He felt puzzled. Could it be that little brat Xin had turned back because she didn't trust him? He felt a bit helpless. Suddenly, Lin Mo's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He had noticed that the rapidly approaching Xiaolan, an arrow nearly 2 meters long, was lodged in its leg. As soon as Bing Luan touched down, Lin Mo leapt onto the bird. Xiaolan, take me to find Xin. Even without Lin Mo's command, Xiaolan had already taken flight. The people on the city walls couldn't see Lin Mo, but they could clearly see the ice-blue giant bird that had been following the little girl earlier, and the long arrow hanging from its body was equally unmistakable. Witnessing this scene, they quickly grasped what had transpired. Clearly, something had happened to the little girl, and the bird had come to retrieve the mysterious expert. A sudden chill gripped their hearts, and they hurriedly sent a message to Long Kuan. The city walls had repelled the demon beast army largely thanks to that mysterious expert. Now that the master had departed, they instantly lost their spiritual anchor. Upon receiving the message, Long Kuan urgently inquired about Gong Jian's situation. But Gong Jian's reply stated he knew nothing of the situation, and the messages sent to his friends had gone unanswered. Long Kuan was suddenly overcome with anxiety. With no word from the reinforcements, he could wait, but if the mysterious expert had left at this critical moment, their resolve to wait would be severely weakened. He quickly regained his composure, however. If he, the commander-in-chief, lost his bearings now, how could his men possibly hold their ground? Long Kuan sent a message to the military officer reporting the situation. Hold your positions. We've made contact with that senior figure. He'll be back soon. Keep the details of your reports confidential to avoid causing unnecessary concern among brothers unaware of the situation. On Lin Mo's side, despite its injuries, Bingwan's flight speed was exceptionally swift, unlike the slower pace when carrying Exin and the others earlier. Chapter 87, wanting to take prisoners the trouble with high damage. 20+ minutes later. Cheep cheep cheep. The ice phoenix circled above a valley, emitting urgent cries from its beak. Are they below? Dive down. Though he couldn't understand what the ice phoenix was saying, its reaction made it clear it had spotted Exin and the others. Lin Mo immediately flapped his wings, signaling the ice phoenix to dive downward. Upon landing, he saw only two figures lying motionless on the ground, foaming at the mouth, no sign of the masked black-clad figures. Lin Mo rushed forward to check on them. Seeing that they still had a pulse, his heart finally settled. He helped them onto Bingwan's back. Little Blue, fly as high as you can. Lin Mo pointed toward the sky and patted the ice phoenix's back. The ice phoenix understood and soared rapidly upward. Lin Mo felt the vantage point was just right. Angel heal. He hadn't healed the ice phoenix yet. For one thing, after evolving into a general-grade demon beast, its vitality and defenses had significantly increased. Such superficial injuries posed no threat to it. Second, his healing skill had a passive knockback effect. Using it before locating Exin and the others risked alerting the enemy. The moment the skill was unleashed, two beams of light suddenly illuminated the sky over 10 kilometers away. Two figures materialized within the beams. Xiaolan, pursue them. Capture it alive. Lin Mo patted Bingwan's back. Lin, are we still alive? Exin and Ning had regained consciousness, yet their heads still throbbed excruciatingly. They had just narrowly escaped death. Whatever bizarre method the enemy had used caused Exin to relive many scenes she had experienced before. Most were memories of her and Lin Mo's past experiences. How are you feeling? Any physical discomfort? Lin Mo watched their pained expressions with some surprise. After all, his skill had even healed Gong Jian's long-standing ailment. Though Exin and Ning had regained consciousness. But judging by their condition, full recovery would take time. Master Mu, I feel like my brain isn't my own. It's like my head and body are disconnected. After speaking, and Ning, like Exin, had sweat-soaked bangs plastered to her pale forehead. It seemed their words had drained them of their last reserves of energy. Psychic damage? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes to slits. The perpetrator had been ruthless indeed, resorting to psychic attacks against two recent graduates. Mental attacks could cause anything from insanity and disability to a slow, agonizing death far more vicious than outright murder. This doesn't seem like a simple matter. In that moment, Lin Mo considered countless possibilities, including retaliation from the Su family. If it truly was someone from the Su family, once this demon beast disaster passed, not a single member of the Su family would escape his vengeance. Don't speak, focus on recovering first. Seeing Exin about to speak, Lin Mo hurriedly stopped her. If you can still give commands, tell Xiaolan to use his ice feathers to severely wound those two in the air. Capturing them will reveal why you were attacked. Exin nodded upon hearing this and immediately relayed Lin Mo's instructions to Xiaolan. Xiaolan, whose eyes had been so fierce they could devour a person, had already gathered dozens of ice feather arrows beside him. After receiving Exin's message, his expression softened slightly. A distance of over 10 kilometers was mere seconds for the ice phoenix traveling at full speed. With about 2 kilometers left to the two figures plummeting through the air, the ice phoenix's feathers began to rain down upon them. Boss, what do we do? They're catching up. Oomph, they're right on time. Judging by their skill, this newcomer is precisely the youth from that girl's memories. After all that effort, we didn't get a single scrap of information about that mysterious expert. I was just fretting about how to explain this to the boss. This youth holds a unique position on the battlefield. He should know more than most. Exin herself didn't know that the mysterious expert was Lin Mo. So these people searching her memories for this so-called mysterious expert were bound to come up empty-handed. But boss, what if that mysterious guy follows us? Damn it, are you brain dead? If he's following us, do you think we could escape even if we wanted to? Cut the ing nonsense. Prepare for battle. If that kid gets away, I'll kill you all before the boss even gets angry. Yes. Before the hooded leader could issue orders, a flurry of icy feathers struck toward them. The group scrambled to block with their weapons. Those who reacted too slowly were struck by the icy projectiles, their bodies instantly surging with freezing cold. Arrows that could have been parried were now impossible to block as their hands froze stiff. They could only watch helplessly as the arrows pierced their bodies. Ice Phoenix was now level 29. A single Ice Feather skill could deal up to 1090 points of damage, plus the additional damage from the frostbite effect. A single arrow could deal roughly 1200 points of damage. Boss, save me. The black-clad, masked figures struck by multiple ice arrows felt their vitality rapidly draining away, frantically calling for help. The leader of the black-clad group saw that over half of their 30-plus members had been struck by arrows, and some had already fallen. He was astonished. According to the young girl's memories, her level was only 29, so logically, her contract beast should also be level 29. A level 29 contract beast was actually capable of killing these subordinates, all of whom were at least first class. Though these subordinates possessed average talent, even the lowest HP mage class reached 5000 HP after first class advancement, not to mention the bonuses from their equipment. What kind of demon beast was this contract beast? It was terrifying. Quick, find cover. This beast's attacks aren't simple. He took cover behind a large tree first, ignoring the subordinates struck by feathers. Look for an opening to counterattack. Don't let them escape. Once most of his men had found cover, he urgently gave the order. But his worry was unnecessary. Lin Mo had no intention of fleeing. Hold on tight yourselves. Have Shaolin keep track of my position, catch me when I jump. Lin Mo gave Yi Xin his instructions at the perfect moment before leaping off the Ice Phoenix. Yi Xin and Ning were in terrible shape, and Bing Luan's ability to attack was severely limited as she focused on protecting them. Lin Mo wasn't sure if he could take on this group unarmed. If forced, he'd have to resort to using skills. However, his current mental power stands at 13,200 points. With the enhancement of the Holy Spirit set in the Cloak of Invisibility, his mental power surges to a terrifying 15,380 points. His skill's instant damage could reach 46,140, not to mention the additional 5 seconds of sustained damage. Though he didn't know the level of the people below, he suspected they couldn't withstand even a single skill hit from him. Unless, of course, there was an awakened individual among them with an S rank or higher talent and at least a second-class transformation. If he accidentally wiped them all out with a single skill, who would he interrogate afterward? Therefore, I must first subdue the two in the air. It would be disastrous if not a single survivor remained. Damn it, high damage output is such a pain. When leveling up with others or facing situations like this where you have to hold back, close combat is the only option. Chapter 88, You madman, are you really a priest? Brother Lin, ah. Yi Xin watched Lin Mo leap off Shaolan's back, her panic rising as she cried out. But the moment the words left her lips, it felt like her head had been twisted into a knot. The pain instantly twisted her face into a mask of agony. Shaolan, watch Brother Lin's position. Get ready to catch him. Yi Xin endured the pain and hurriedly issued instructions to Shaolan. Soul Control Illusionary Realm. A masked figure, mid-fall and struck by 3 ice-feathered arrows from the giant bird, spotted someone leaping off the creature, seemingly aiming to attack him. He instantly unleashed his soul control skill. His mental state instantly entered a divine perspective within a bizarre space, but what he saw shocked him. He had awakened to the relatively rare profession of mental control. Those who awaken to this class possess far greater psychic power than ordinary people, even if their innate talent is the lowest E rank. The soul control skill allowed him to enter the target's mental world, where he could leverage his formidable psychic power. Manipulate the target's mental landscape. But when he entered the mental realm of the person before him, what he saw was an endless ocean. He felt like a lone boat adrift within it. Good heavens! What kind of monster is this? Just as he attempted to withdraw from Lin Mo's mind, the oceanic expanse erupted into turbulent waves, initiating a self-defense mechanism. Faced with such a mental assault, even using every ounce of his strength, he found himself unable to resist. Lin Mo Shuangquan had somehow already donned brass knuckles. But as he drew near, it felt as though something had stung his brain. Instantly, the man before him rolled his eyes back. Unconscious. Lin Mo was puzzled. What was this guy playing at? Without a second thought, he punched straight into the opponent's chest. Screw whatever scheme he had to punch first, then worry about the rest. If he died, he'd just move on to the next target. If they didn't die, it was their lucky day. Lin Mo's punch wasn't a joke. His current strength stat stood at 320 points. The sole purpose of the knuckle dusters was to allow the wearer to deal damage 10 times their own strength. That meant a single punch from Lin Mo could now inflict 3,200 points of damage. Such damage was more than most awakened with lower talent could withstand for even a few punches. Not everyone possessed Lin Mo's monstrous talent. With each level increase, all base attributes except mental power doubled from their initial awakening value. Lin Mo's initial health upon awakening was 1,000. Now at level 40, his health had reached a terrifying 40,000, a figure that rivaled many general-grade demon beasts. However, for ordinary awakened below S rank, the base attribute increase varies based on their talent level. Take someone with an A-tier talent, for instance a rating most people dream of possessing. Yet before the first class change, each level increase only yields a fixed 100-point boost to HP. This means that at level 40, without any equipment enhancements, their HP will absolutely not exceed 5,000. As a frontline tank, an A-tier talent awakened individual starts with a mere 1,000 HP. Of course, after the first class change, all attributes undergo a qualitative leap, and the HP gain per level increase also scales accordingly. Nevertheless, Lin Mo's single punch dealing 3,200 damage is enough to become the nightmare of many awakened beings who oppose him. After all, punching doesn't require any cooldown time. Lin Mo twisted the half-dead masked man in his grasp, his gaze already fixed on another awakened being plummeting toward the ground. This awakened held a longbow in his hands and carried a quiver on his back. He was undoubtedly the one who had wounded the ice phoenix. Now, 4 ice arrows pierced his body. Even his bow-gripping hand was encased in frost likely courtesy of Shaolan's special attention. Seeing Lin Mo's ferociousness, after dispatching his comrade, Lin Mo now fixed his gaze squarely on him, utterly oblivious to his own plummeting descent toward the ground. This masked archer felt an eerie illusion as if locked in the demonic gaze of a powerful demon beast during battle. "You lunatic!" the man shouted at Lin Mo, as if the words could somehow lessen his own fear. Seeing Lin Mo succeed, the ice phoenix, circling midair and releasing icy feathers toward the ground, shifted its trajectory under Yi Xian's command. It dove down, gliding smoothly and steadily toward Lin Mo. Have Shaolan approach the other one. This guy should be incapacitated. You two keep an eye on him. Yi Xian knew pleading was futile, and with only 10 meters left to the ground, she urgently ordered Shaolan to comply. Ling Feng the masked archer watched the giant bird approach, gritting his teeth against the bone-chilling cold seeping into his body. Shivering, he drew his bow and nocked an arrow, his condition clearly dire. But the moment his trembling arrow left the bowstring, Lin Mo descended like a meteor. Lin Mo knocked the arrow away with a punch, spun around, and landed a blow to Ling Feng's back, knocking him unconscious with a single strike. Here. Have Shaolan patrol the skies and look for chances to assist me. With less than 10 meters to the ground, Lin Mo simply tossed Ling Feng toward the ice phoenix. Yi Xian understood the signal, directing Bing Wan to seize Ling Feng and soar skyward. Kid, you've got some nerve. You dare land after injuring my men right in front of me. The masked leader swung his arm, signaling his men to surround Lin Mo. I won't comment on my own courage, but yours is truly immense, daring to lay a hand on my comrades. Spill it. Who sent you? Lin Mo scanned the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over every person surrounding him. It was his habit before battle, he always tried to assess the situation of both sides as much as possible. Even if he couldn't gauge their strength, their equipment and positioning allowed him to roughly determine their respective roles. Among the 32 on the ground, 5 stood farther back, likely mages. The rest appeared to be warriors. Ha! A level 40 who hasn't even undergone his first class awakening yet, and he's spouting off at us like this. You'd think we're surrounded or something. Move out. Take him alive. Leave him breathing, no matter how crippled he is. But before his men could move, Lin Mo struck first. With 360 points in agility, his movements blurred into afterimages. You're absolutely right, you are surrounded. Recognize your situation. Cooperate and you'll be treated leniently. Resist and you'll face harsher consequences. Lin Mo seized the back of the neck of the nearest man with one hand. His 320 points of strength were now fully displayed. The man's face flushed crimson in an instant, veins bulging on his neck as shock spread across his features. Before he could struggle, Lin Mo hurled him like a human cannonball toward a masked figure outside the crowd, whose body pulsed with surging energy. While the first man was still airborne, Lin Mo had already seized another by the shoulder and hurled him toward yet another target. The scene suddenly took a bizarre turn. Lin Mo weaved through the crowd, flinging people like bullets. These people couldn't even chain target Lin Mo to cast ranged spells. You're serious, you're a level 40 priest? Not some warrior who specializes in ambushes? The masked leader shouted. Within a mere second or two, several more were hurled away. Lin Mo's movements were so swift they blurred the masked leader's vision, leaving him no opening to strike. In truth, it wasn't just him, everyone present couldn't help but share the same bewilderment. Chapter 89, Skill Trap. Lin Mo severely wounded. What should have been a group of high-level awakened ones above level 40 ganging up on a level 40 priest who hadn't yet undergone class conversion. Instead, it turned into a bizarre scene of human bombs flying everywhere. The key was Lin Mo's sly fighting style, leveraging his far superior agility over his opponents. He constantly shifted his position, appearing in opponents' blind spots. After landing a couple of punches at close range, he'd toss them aside. His teammates couldn't keep up with Lin Mo's speed and were unable to engage in close combat. Using ranged skills meant risking hitting their own allies too. But that wasn't the biggest problem. Lin Mo was simply too fast. While others were still channeling their skills, they'd get slammed by a flying human bomb. The impact was so powerful they didn't even have time to cast their spells. Amidst the stunned silence, Lin Mo had already charged to the outskirts, closing in on a masked figure he identified as a mage. The figure saw Lin Mo vanish before his eyes and knew immediately that something was terribly wrong. He spun around in panic. But he walked straight into Lin Mo's heavy punch. Lin Mo drove his fist viciously into the man's throat. The punch pierced the man's neck clean through, killing him instantly. Only then did Lin Mo realize the skill the man had been holding was a healing spell. The skill had clearly been cast, yet it failed to inflict any damage on Lin Mo. Instead, a faint green glow had appeared on the user's body. For Lin Mo, who was a priest himself, this scene was all too familiar. The man had cast a healing spell on himself. Yet while healing skills could save the living, they couldn't resurrect those instantly killed. A priest who doesn't know a warrior's close combat techniques isn't a good priest. Lin Mo abruptly withdrew his hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes flashing with a chilling glint. It was at this very moment that Lin Mo discovered his mental energy had surged by 420 points, reaching 13,620 points. Killing someone could grant access to their mental energy? When Lin Mo looked at the others, his gaze shifted. It was no longer pure killing intent, there was also a hint of greed. But Lin Mo quickly snapped back to his senses. The mental energy gained from killing a person was both faster and easier than that obtained from slaying demonic beasts. The intoxicating sensation of rapidly increasing combat power was irresistible, easily drowning rationality in the thrill of the moment. If he allowed himself to be constantly swayed by this thrill of power growth, he would ultimately become a true killing machine. Are you human or beast? Lin Mo's gaze had swept over the crowd moments ago. Though he'd quickly restrained it, the masked leader had seen it clearly. That primal bloodlust and greed mirrored the powerful demonic beasts he had encountered in battle. Combined with Lin Mo's unorthodox combat style for a priest, it planted an absurd thought in his mind: was he facing a demonic beast or a human awakened being? Take a guess. As Lin Mo spoke, he charged toward the man. Lava shield. Spike charge. The masked leader was genuinely terrified. He'd never encountered a priest this formidable before. The priest who had just fallen to him was the most outstanding priest in their team, possessing an A-grade talent. He had specifically chosen this awakened one to protect the group if they encountered a mysterious expert. Yet he had been killed with a single punch by Lin Mo. Now, he dared not harbor even a shred of contempt for the youth before him. Even when casting skills, he prioritized defensive abilities first. As his skill activated, a thick shield, 6 or 7 meters tall and filled with high-temperature molten lava, rose from the ground before him. Immediately after, sharp, thick rock spikes erupted from the ground around him like a meticulously laid underground trap. Lin Mo charged forward at full speed, dodging relentlessly. It felt like navigating a minefield, where every step risked being pierced by a sudden spike. He noticed the spikes emerged in a pattern, from the outer perimeter inward. Because the spikes formed a cone shape spanning 10 meters or so. Although densely packed when emerging from the ground, the space between them grew larger the higher they rose. Noticing this pattern, Lin Mo slowed his pace, weaving carefully between the spikes. He waited for the next wave of spikes to appear before advancing again. The lava shield was thick, yet the masked leader who cast it could see through it. Seeing Lin Mo exploit a flaw in his skill to rapidly close the distance sent a chill through him. As the final wave of spikes prepared to erupt, everyone, unleash your skills simultaneously and eliminate this bastard. There was no time left for gathering intelligence. If the enemy closed in as a second transformation awakened being, he had only one skill left. If he couldn't slay this monster, he might well be the next to be punched to death. The thought made his throat tighten. At his command, energy surged through everyone's bodies as their gazes locked onto Lin Mo. The masked leader saw the final wave of stone spikes emerge and stepped forward to close the distance once more. His expression showed not fear but delight as energy surged around him. Rock spikes. As he unleashed his skill, countless sharp rock spikes as thick as arms erupted from the smooth conical rock spears. SSSSHHH. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Lin Mo hadn't anticipated that a skill could be triggered again atop another skill. Despite his extreme reflexes, numerous sharp rock spikes pierced his hands, abdomen, and legs. The intense pain made his eyebrows furrow tightly. Worse still, these spikes were exceptionally hard. Now pinned midair, Lin Mo had lost his agility advantage. Seeing this, the masked leader finally let out a sigh of relief. No matter how many arms or heads you have, you should be dead now. A smug smile spread across his face. This skill had cost him an immense effort to acquire. The joy he felt upon obtaining it was beyond words. It perfectly compensated for the flaws in his offensive skills. Moreover, it possessed excellent surprise attack effects. Typically, a skill's passive effect activates the instant the skill is cast. Yet after unleashing his attack skill, no passive effect triggered. Once an opponent discovered this flaw, an opponent like Lin Mo could exploit that weakness to close in. Before his second job advancement, he suffered numerous setbacks due to this skill flaw. He never imagined that during the second job advancement, when he could selectively learn skills, he would encounter this very ability. With this skill, he could achieve a surprise attack effect if he timed it right. For no one would ever imagine that skills could stack upon skills, that two abilities could combine so perfectly. Just like now, if an opponent dared to advance recklessly, an unpredictable ambush awaited them. This tactic had been used countless times, never failing to deliver. Chirp. Seeing Lin Mo injured, Yi Xian and Ning instantly felt a chill run through them. Yi Xian urgently commanded Bingwan to unleash ice feathers at the enemy. Ignoring her throbbing headache, and Ning also unleashed vine entanglements toward the densest crowd. But it was too late, their skills had already been unleashed. Dozens of skills rained down upon Lin Mo, who was suspended in midair. These were all awakened individuals above level 40. Their skill damage was no joke. Upon reaching the first transformation, skill damage underwent a qualitative change. Even those with lower talent could easily deal over 1,000 points of damage. If all these skills struck the already injured Lin Mo, even without hitting vital areas, and didn't trigger critical hits, Lin Mo's 40,000 HP wouldn't be enough to withstand them. Chapter 90. Want to die quickly? Forgot my profession? As the sky filled with skills, Lin Mo's eyes held no fear or despair. Instead, they suddenly gleamed with cunning. Angel Heal. The instant these skills struck Lin Mo immediately unleashed his healing skill. Even without critical hits, the combined damage from these attackers would undoubtedly exceed his health pool. But he didn't believe all their skills dealt instant damage. Take Ning, for example. She was currently level 35, with an 8-second control duration, dealing 175 damage per second. The total damage output of a skill over 8 seconds is 1,400 points, which is already a very respectable figure for a first-tier skill. However, burst damage skills only deal 175 points. If interrupted, they won't inflict much damage at all. Lin Mo was gambling, betting that these opponents' burst damage couldn't instantly kill him. Clearly, Lin Mo's gamble paid off. As his health plummeted to just over 10,000 points, a single healing spell instantly restored him to full health. Yet every single masked assailant was sent flying by the beam of light. Yi Xian, let Bingwan fire freely. Focus on taking out that big guy. Lin Mo pointed at the masked leader and shouted to Yi Xian. In an instant, Bingwan's ice feathers ceased their area of effect coverage, instead firing with precision at the vertically moving aerial target. Its accuracy was, of course, impeccable. Nearly every shot hit its mark. Some still clung to life through skill-based survival tactics. At this point, they dared not hold back any longer, hastily unleashing skills for self-defense. Those like the masked leader, having exhausted all their skills, could only rely on their weapons to block attacks, or brace themselves against the damage with their bodies. The sky soon filled with cries of agony, the sound starting out piercingly loud before gradually fading. By the time these figures hit the ground, only a handful survived. Lin Mo had been lying in wait, unleashing a flurry of punches that pounded relentlessly into the masked leader. Only when he sensed the opponent's vitality had grown extremely weak did he cease his assault. He then grabbed a nearby masked man and asked with feigned kindness, "Now you can talk, right? Who sent you here?" "Damn. I'm just unlucky. Kill me if you must, but don't expect any information from me." The man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face twisted in contempt. "All you've got left is that stubborn mouth. Wanting to live isn't easy, but dying is simple enough, isn't it?" Lin Mo's smile remained benevolent. He waved toward the sky. Soon, Bingwan descended with the 4 passengers to the ground. Yi Xian, take Ning and step aside for now. Xiaolan, stay behind. What I'm about to do is going to get bloody. No, brother Lin, this is also a form of growth for me. Lin Mo glanced at Ning beside him. Both of them looked much better now. Only his god-tier skill could achieve such results. Had any other priest attempted to heal them, given the severity of their mental trauma? They wouldn't even be able to speak or stand. It was questionable whether they could even wake up. Seeing Ning's expression confirmed she felt the same. Lin Mo grinned mischievously. Then better stock up on tissues. The two looked at him, utterly confused. Lin Mo paid them no further mind, tossing the person in his arms before Bingwan. "This one's your meal. Take your time. Chewing slowly is how you show respect for fine cuisine." Lin Mo addressed Bingwan. "Ah. Brother Lin, what are you doing? How could you make Xiaolan eat a person?" Yi Xian stepped in front of Bingwan. She had prepared herself mentally, but Lin Mo actually intended to let Xiaolan eat a human. She couldn't accept this. She had come to regard Xiaolan as a friend, even family. The thought of Xiaolan consuming human flesh was utterly repulsive. Awakened beings are a powerful tonic for Xiaolan. "Are you sure you don't want to give her this nourishment?" Lin Mo remained as calm as ever. "No. You can torture these people however you like, but you absolutely cannot let Xiaolan eat them." Yi Xian answered firmly. The black-clad man lying on the ground turned deathly pale upon hearing their exchange. He wasn't that afraid of death. But the thought of being torn apart bite by bite by a demon beast was truly bone-chilling. Lin Mo glanced at the others out of the corner of his eye. Seeing their terrified expressions, he felt quite satisfied. It seemed they weren't as composed as they appeared. Especially their leader. His terror was no less than anyone else's. The reason Lin Mo hadn't interrogated him first was precisely because he feared the man might clam up, kill him and set an example for the others. Spare him? He wouldn't get a word out of him. Keep him around for the holidays? Too bad. Looks like you won't get that treat. Well, then, I'll have to do it myself. You're going to eat him? Yi Xin was startled by Lin Mo's words. What are you thinking? I'm borrowing the green-edged sword from a Ning. Oh, alright. And Ning Jie hurriedly pulled out the green-edged sword and tossed it to Lin Mo. Back home, we have a saying, 1,000 cuts and 10,000 slashes. Not sure if you have it here. I don't have a knife, but I have a sword. Make do with it. My sword skills aren't the best. If my blows aren't quite even, I hope you'll forgive me. Lin Mo grinned as he raised the sword and strode toward the figure before Bing Luan. But to the other party, his smile looked utterly terrifying. What do you want? Shoo. Lin Mo covered the other's mouth with his hand. Ah. The man immediately let out muffled cries of agony, especially that final one. Lin Mo released his hand, and the agonized scream sent chills down one's spine. It turned out Lin Mo was using his long sword to slice through the person's fingers. He advanced slowly, inch by inch, cutting one finger until the bone was exposed, then moving on to the next. How long has it been since you brushed your teeth? You have bad breath, you know? Lin Mo waved his hand in front of his nose, his expression utterly disgusted. You're a lunatic. Yeah, you're not the first to say that. To the onlookers, Lin Mo's actions didn't seem like torture, more like performing a mundane daily task. He even wore a smile on his face. This sickening behavior sent chills down the spines of those still clinging to life. Some even regretted not having died cleanly during the earlier attack. Even Yi Xin and Ning, whose faces had just regained some color, turned deathly pale once more. Even though Lin Mo was their teammate, they now felt genuine fear toward him. Kill me. I beg you, kill me. Isn't that exactly what I'm doing? What's the rush? First time killing someone, my technique's a bit rusty. But don't worry, practice makes perfect. Lin Mo maintained his gentle smile, speaking slowly and deliberately. His hands, however, showed no sign of stopping. The victim's screams had never ceased from start to finish. His throat grew hoarse from shouting, until finally, only heavy, guttural growls escaped him. After severing one arm, Lin Mo moved to the other. Once the arms were gone, he turned his attention to the legs. He's a demon. A demon. I can't take it anymore. One of the surviving masked figures standing nearby, unable to bear witness to his comrade's suffering, raised the dagger in his hand and plunged it into his own chest. Blood spurted instantly through the hollowed blade. Forgot what my profession is? Want a clean death? You'll need my permission first. What's the rush? Lin Mo chuckled as he leisurely cast a healing spell on the man. Chapter 91, 1,000 cuts and 10,000 slices. Demon Lin Mo. Don't rush. Once I've served him, you'll be next. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the surrounding crowd completely broke down. You're not human. What you're doing is no different from a demon beast. We're all awakened. Can't you just give us a quick death? You'll be cursed by heaven for this. Ignoring the incessant chatter around him, Lin Mo continued his mission, sword in hand. Then he noticed the person he'd been tormenting had fainted from the pain at some point. Sorry, your cries were just too faint for me to hear. If you'd said something sooner, I could have saved you earlier, right? Why so polite? Lin Mo wiped his sword across the man's body as he spoke, then paused. Energy surged through his body, instantly reviving the half-dead, unconscious man. Please, kill me. His voice was now nothing but a trembling sob. It was genuine trembling, for at that moment, his entire body from head to toe shuddered uncontrollably. I'm already doing it. Don't move. Don't move. This is my first time gouging out eyes with a sword. I wouldn't want to leave you without even an intact skull. That wouldn't be a dignified departure. No. Just stop torturing me. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything I know. As the sword tip neared his eyeball, the man's mental defenses finally collapsed. Why didn't you just say so earlier? Speak. Who are you? Who sent you? What's your purpose? Lin Mo circled the sword blade around the man's eyeball. We are the dark. The man uttered only the syllable shadow before suddenly dropping dead. Lin Mo frowned deeply, turning to face the others. He saw confusion etched on their faces, save for the leader, who remained relatively composed. Lin Mo instantly grasped the situation. It seemed these men had all been subjected to some sort of manipulation. And they themselves were unaware of it. The only one who might know was the leader. This was getting complicated. What do you say? Just answer my final question, and once you do, I'll let you go. Lin Mo scanned the remaining men, noticing some were already itching for a quick death. Who'd believe a devil like you? One of them shouted at Lin Mo. I can't prove my words are true, but you have a chance to survive. I don't need to tell you which choice to make. These men weren't desperate for death. Who among them hadn't fought hard to reach the first stage? Before, they had no choice. Now that a chance to live presented itself, they naturally didn't want to waste it. Their eyes turned to the masked leader. Seeing no response from their leader, a bold one spoke up first. We don't know why we were ordered to capture these two girls. We just followed orders. That's all we know. Lin Mo studied the man, his gaze fixed intently on the other's eyes. His composure held a hint of fear. After more than 10 seconds passed. You may go. Lin Mo said indifferently. You're really letting me go? If you wish to stay, I won't stop you. Seeing no sign of Lin Mo moving to stop him, the man dragged his heavily wounded body, attempting to turn and take a few steps. Seeing Lin Mo still showed no intention of attacking, he began to endure the pain and quicken his pace. He soon vanished into the mountain forest. Seeing this, the others hurriedly spoke up. But his message was essentially the same as the previous man's. Lin Mo kept his word and let them go as planned. Your turn. You're not going to claim you were just following orders and know nothing else, are you? Lin Mo smiled as he looked at the last remaining masked leader. Though his face bore a smile, his eyes held an unmistakable glint of murderous intent. The man felt uneasy under Lin Mo's gaze. Forcing himself to remain calm, he replied, "We are an organization you cannot afford to offend. The purpose of this operation wasn't these two girls, it was to use them to obtain information about others." After speaking, he began to study the changes in Lin Mo's expression. Though Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged, his inner shock was profound. If it were someone connected to only one of Yi Xin or Ning, it might be harder to deduce. But someone connected to both of them? That could only be himself. Oh, no, there was also that mysterious master who didn't exist. That was also himself. Were these people connected to the battle on the city walls? Lin Mo quickly arrived at a conclusion that astonished even himself. That's it? That's all I know. Lin Mo immediately cut off the man's impending lie. Oomph. You call that all you know? I've long since passed my 3rd birthday. Tell me about the events at the city walls. Lin Mo dared not give too many hints, lest he be easily deceived by the other's half-truths and lies. This was a lesson he'd learned from his business dealings. At the negotiating table, the more information you reveal, the easier it is for the other side to find your weak spot. When holding the upper hand, saying less was more valuable than saying more. The hooded leader was instantly taken aback, unable to hide his expression. Who exactly are you? This question only strengthened Lin Mo's conviction that these individuals were deeply connected to the battle unfolding atop the city walls. The only question was what exactly they were plotting. Lin Mo remained silent, his gaze fixed on the black-robed figure. The hooded figure simply gave up. Since you already know our identities, what difference does it make whether I speak or not? Come on then, kill me or strip me. Do as you please. Lin Mo was puzzled. How could this man assume he knew their identities? And even if he did know, why wouldn't he spare them? It seemed uncovering these men's identities wouldn't be too difficult after all. The next step was to extract more useful information from this man. But if what he said contradicted the absolutely opposing roles in the other's mind, it might ruin his chances of extracting more information later. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Which is more valuable, your life as a second-stage awakener, or the safety of an entire town? The stakes you're betting to save your life aren't low. Are you sure you want to give up this chance? Lin Mo stared intently at the other man after speaking, afraid to miss even the slightest facial twitch or subtle movement. The hooded figure visibly began to waver, and Lin Mo's heart finally settled. What do you want to know? Poof. What do you think? Spill everything you know. Don't even think about pulling a fast one. If I find even one thing you say doesn't match my intel, then you might as well start composing your last will and testament. As Lin Mo spoke, a murderous intent flared in his eyes. In truth, he possessed no concrete intelligence. The only thing Lin Mo could discern was that these people didn't want the defensive battle on the city walls to succeed. As for their purpose? How many schemes were at play? He knew nothing about any of this. Faced with their question, he dared not ask casually. So he could only continue to bluff them. If I tell you, will you really let me go? Facing the other's inquiry, Lin Mo merely replied, the others before didn't believe me either. The hooded figure closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and wrestled with his decision. In the end, he decided to take the gamble. Chapter 92, The Mysterious Organization, a Ticking Time Bomb. I'm one of the organization's sleeper agents planted in Tongling Town. My sole responsibility is gathering intelligence within the city. I was only activated when the demon beasts attacked. But I'm only authorized to gather specific information designated by higher-ups. As for why this is being done, I have no idea. My current mission is to investigate the mysterious expert on the city walls. You are also on the city walls, so you know why I targeted the two girls. That's all I know. Since you know about our organization, you should understand that none of us know our specific assignments until we're activated. And we only need to fulfill the tasks assigned to us. No one tells us why we do it. Of course, we don't ask and we dare not ask. Can I leave now? His eyes locked onto Lin Mo as he spoke, all trace of fear vanished from his gaze. Instead, there was resolve. The kind of resolve a beast summons when it has decided to fight to the death. He believed the odds of Lin Mo sparing him were slim. His willingness to speak at length was merely a gamble on a remote possibility. Yet the expected betrayal from the youth before him never materialized. Instead, the other made a gesture of invitation toward him. Now it was his turn to be astonished. Here was someone who knew his true nature yet was willing to spare him. Seeing that the other party showed no signs of suddenly attacking him, he swiftly turned and dashed into the woods behind him, vanishing from sight in moments. Brother Lin, what exactly were you two talking about? Who are these people? How did you know their identities? What connection do they have to the battle at the city walls? Why are they investigating the city's elite fighters and trying to capture us? Yi Xian and Ning looked at Lin Mo with confusion. They hadn't understood a word of his conversation with the masked man. I don't know who they are either, but their organization should be relatively easy to track down. The only thing I can say for certain is that these people don't want this battle to be won. Lin Mo had no clue which organization these people belonged to. His earlier feigned ignorance was merely a ploy to extract more information. Still, judging by what this man had revealed, this organization was no ordinary group. Their management of subordinates and execution of tasks were both too meticulous. What? Are these traitors from Tongling Town? The two women were horrified upon hearing this. Who knows? Calling them spies might be more accurate. Then why did you let them go? Because I'm a man of my word. Since they couldn't provide useful information, why keep them around? Lin Mo shrugged and grinned. Capture them and hand them over to the military? Maybe the military could find some clues from them. Yi Xian couldn't understand why Lin Mo would just let these despicable villains go. Earlier, she thought him somewhat ruthless, but now she found him overly sentimental. People like this should be killed outright, not handed over to the military. Yi Xian was right. Just moments ago, Lin Mo had secretly used his damage skill, leveraging the cloak's ability to mask his aura. Regardless of whether his information had been compromised, he would never let these men go. There were two main reasons for letting them go. His current damage range had reached a terrifying 8,000 meters. These men were all gravely wounded, and they were lost in this rugged, mountainous jungle. What difference would a few extra minutes of running make? Secondly, he remained uncertain whether these men, especially the leader, a second stage awaken being, still held hidden cards. Killing him with a trump card might prove difficult. But if they bypassed him and insisted on dragging Exin and the others along as hostages or human shields, he might not be able to stop them. In that case, let them run for a bit. He D-strike when they were most relaxed. With his attack power, he could instantly wipe out these low health dogs. He was confident he could pull it off. As for handing these people over to the military? If the leader hadn't revealed that information, he might have considered it. But now that he had a rough idea of the tight-knit organization these people belonged to, Lin Mo felt a chill run through his body. He had no idea how many more such dormant agents lurked in the town. Had the military been infiltrated as well? Handing these people over to the military without knowing the full picture? If the military truly harbored their accomplices, then he, Exin, and Ning would be targeted. The trouble would be endless. Though his own information might already be compromised. But according to the black-robed leader, the others in their organization were unaware of the mission he was carrying out. In other words, as long as these individuals were eliminated without anyone noticing, then at least in this small town, he wouldn't be targeted by others within the organization. Unless you've already caught the attention of their superiors. Some matters aren't as simple as you imagine. This isn't something that can be explained in a few words. Pretend you know nothing about the information we uncovered today. Don't tell anyone, or you'll bring death upon yourselves and your families. Hearing Lin Mo's words and seeing his stern expression, the two men were both puzzled and deeply shaken. Master Mu, is it really that serious? Extremely. I'm not exaggerating. Just do as I say, it won't hurt you. Lin Mo was now contemplating whether to let Exin and the others stay. The higher-ups of this mysterious organization hadn't uncovered any information about the city wall expert, so they were likely to send more people to attack the two. Alternatively, the masked leader might have already reported back to them. If they couldn't find what they wanted from the two women, they might simply give up. In that case, Exin and the others would be safe if they left alone. But gambling on that outcome carried too great a risk. Before his arrival, such a possibility seemed highly likely, but after he showed up, it was anyone's guess. It was highly probable that he himself had already been targeted. Seeing Lin Mo lost in thought, the two women dared not interrupt. We might already be on their radar, like walking around with a ticking time bomb strapped to us. Who knows when they'll pull the trigger? Leaving alone carries some risk, but I must return to the city walls to continue fighting. The danger on the city walls is no less than if you went alone, perhaps even greater. Whether to stay or go, I want to hear your own thoughts. After pondering, Lin Mo decided to lay out the situation for them, letting them choose for themselves. I'll return to the city walls with you, Brother Lin. You're right, only by becoming strong enough can we truly control our own fate. Battle is the fastest path to growth. I refuse to live in constant fear. Yi Xian declared decisively upon hearing Lin Mo's words. Lin Mo nodded. Yi Xian's mindset was sound, though she didn't grasp the scale of the battle awaiting the city walls. Survival comes first before strength. Therefore, regarding Yi Xian's choice, Lin Mo saw no room for judgment on right or wrong. What about you? Master Mu, I also want to return to the city walls and fight alongside you. I'm already level 35 now, and my skill range and damage have improved significantly. I won't be holding you back anymore. Like Sister Yi Xian said, I want to grow stronger too to fight for what I desire. Seeing both had made their decisions, Lin Mo spoke up. In that case, we'll turn back. Remember to report our encounter upon returning to the city walls. No matter who asks, just say you were ambushed and woke up with no memory of what happened. Don't say more than that. More words mean more mistakes. And Ning nodded. Got it. Brother Lin, what should we do with these two? Yi Xian pointed to the two men they had captured first, standing not far away. Kill one, spare the other. Lin Mo walked toward them, sword in hand. The first man they captured lay unconscious, his condition uncertain, dead or alive. The man who had shot Bing Luan was barely clinging to life but had regained consciousness. He watched as Lin Mo approached them, his long sword raised. He desperately wanted to flee, but his limbs felt as though they weren't his own, utterly immobilized. Chapter 93, Toiling like a beast of burden, conditions unmet. As Lin Mo drew near. Don't kill me. If you spare me, I'll sign a soul contract with you. I'll be your slave forever. Don't kill me, I beg you. Ah. Lin Mo thrust his long sword directly into the man's heart, twisting the hilt as he did so. Serving you faithfully? You fall short in every way. When you're reincarnated next time, remember to choose a species with better mobility. Then I might reconsider. Soon, the man ceased all movement and Lin Mo's spiritual power surged by 60 points. After eliminating this group, his mental power surged by a total of 1,800 points, reaching a terrifying level of approximately 15,000. This was precisely why he dared to bring the two women along. His skill's burst damage now reached 45,000 points. Barring encounters with heavily armored beasts, this damage was sufficient to instantly eliminate most general-level demonic beasts. Combined with the 5-second sustained damage, even commander-level demon beasts would tremble in fear. Energy surged through Lin Mo's body as he absorbed another individual into the demigod realm. And Ning watched in astonishment as a living person vanished in an instant. Yet despite her shock, she wisely refrained from asking questions. Let's go. I can have Xiaolan slow down a bit so I can treat your psychological trauma. Alright. Outside the city walls, the cloaked figure received his subordinate's report and seethed with rage. A bunch of useless fools, unable to handle even this minor task. He had sent them to investigate the city walls' elite fighters, yet all they brought back was information on a newly awakened SSS tier youth. Under normal circumstances, discovering an SSS-ranked awakened individual would be considered a major achievement. For an awakened with such exceptional talent, especially a newly awakened rookie, they would have gone to great lengths to recruit him into their organization. But now, the intelligence on an SSS-ranked awakened individual paled in significance compared to securing Tongling Town. Without uncovering the mysterious expert's details, this long-planned campaign faced too many variables. He continued to assign the task of investigating the mysterious expert's information to the other party, but after more than 10 minutes, there was still no reply. Have they been discovered? The cloaked figure gazed at the bustling city walls, lost in thought. Soon, his gaze hardened with resolve. He turned and vanished toward the demon beast army. Upon the city walls, soldiers labored with high spirits, working diligently. This was likely one of their happiest moments amidst the war. Moreover, this battle promised to be their most lucrative yet. Not only had they gained vast amounts of experience points in a short time, but now they could literally bend down and pick up Federation coins. Long Cohen dispatched his attendants. After confirming no immediate signs of demon beast attack, he lowered the rope ladder. He ordered the soldiers to exit the city and handle the demon beast carcasses. All collected demon beast carcasses must be submitted to the military. These could be exchanged for Federation currency at military-designated trading depots. Speaking of the military warehouses, they were quite an interesting system. Conditions varied across different regions and time periods. Therefore, for scientific and rational management, a local military supply depot is established as a unit under each garrison. The exchange of goods within these depots is jointly decided by officers from the local command headquarters. The price of the same commodity can vary wildly depending on location and timing. Take the current situation at the city walls, for example. Logically, a battle slave grade demon beast above level 60 should command an average market price of around 100 silver coins. Elite grade beasts command much wider price ranges, as their value varies greatly, typically falling between 800 and 5,000 silver coins. However, within Tongling Town's military supply depot, all battle slave grade beasts regardless of level or species are uniformly purchased at 10 silver coins per beast. Elite grade beasts were uniformly bought back at 20 silver coins each. This price was essentially less than 10% of the market rate. Yet the soldiers voiced no complaints. The reason was simple: the mountains of beast corpses piled on the ground were largely not their doing. Therefore, whatever price the military supply depot offered felt like free money to them. Of course, Long Cohen wasn't seeking kickbacks from this arrangement. These beast corpses were substantial in size. Hundreds of thousands piled outside the city walls if not dealt with swiftly. They would likely become stepping stones for the next demon beast assault on the city. Thus, once it was confirmed the beasts wouldn't attack immediately, the only option was to risk sending soldiers out to collect the corpses. But he knew these were actually the spoils of war from that elder. The value of these demon beast carcasses was equivalent to several years' worth of total income for a small town. Though to that veteran, they might be nothing special. Regardless of others' opinions, he could never claim them as military property. While clearing away defensive hazards, he might as well help the veteran collect his spoils. So he could only offer the soldiers a token of appreciation for their efforts. Truthfully, it wasn't much effort at all. The sheer number of beasts below the city walls meant these soldiers could practically bend over and pick up money. There was no need to worry about running out of backpack space once their inventory was full; they could simply trade it all to the military supply depot. Long Cohen, however, wore a troubled expression, far from the ease of these soldiers. He had contacted Zhao Yao, but there was still no word on reinforcements. The request to remove the instance from the Awaken Alliance Management Center also remained unanswered. Now that even the mysterious expert on the city walls had departed, he had no idea how to prepare for the next battle. After all, even the most skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. Half an hour later, Long Cohen received news. Dragonhead, the demon beasts are stirring. It looks like they're preparing to attack the city again. Long Cohen took a deep breath. It had finally come. Hear my command: all personnel withdraw to the city walls. Return to your respective positions, replenish supplies, and prepare for battle. Pre-charge the energy cannons already deployed on the ramparts. For any unmanned cannons, leave one gunner behind. Once their energy is depleted, they are to join the nearest defensive stronghold. Zhao Yao, how is the evacuation of the town's civilians progressing? Reporting to Dragonhead, about a quarter of the residents heard the demonic beasts had retreated. No matter how we tried to persuade them, they refused to leave the town. The rest have been evacuated in batches via energy flights. Long Cohen frowned upon seeing Zhao Yao's message. Broadcast an alert over the town speaker's warning of another demon beast attack. Order those still in the town to evacuate immediately, leaving only a small contingent to organize the evacuation. You and the others come to the city walls to join the defense. Let those who refuse to leave stay behind. Additionally, send an urgent distress report from the town to the support center at any moment. Urge them to send reinforcements. As Long Cohen made urgent preparations, the atmosphere on the city walls instantly grew tense. Soon, the demon beast horde came into view. The distant sky seemed shrouded in a thick, sky-piercing demonic aura. The flying demon beast army appeared first, resembling a vast black cloud rapidly advancing toward the city. When the defenders on the ramparts clearly saw the vast, surging horde of demon beasts, defenders at every outpost trembled in fear, their knees buckling. Chapter 94, The Overwhelming Assault. What is despair? The reason was simple. This demon beast assault featured advance units containing numerous beasts over 10 meters in size. Moreover, every 15 to 20 kilometers within the demon beast army, a colossal creature with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters would appear. Clearly, the attacking beasts intended this assault as a decisive battle. Order: attack any demon beast that enters skill range immediately. Those without skills should use energy cannons. Target those large beasts and prevent them from closing in. No sooner had Long Cohen's orders been issued. Skills began to activate along the city walls. These were all second transformation awakened warriors. Gong Jian was among them. Dragon Spear. Roar. As Gong Jian swung his spear, a colossal spear shadow, its tip spanning roughly 3 meters, shot toward a commander-level demon beast at blinding speed. The colossal spear shadow was coiled with a white energy dragon, its jaws wide open, revealing the broad, razor-sharp spearhead within its maw. As the energy spear flew through the air, its piercing dragon's roar mingled with the howling, whistling sound of wind being torn apart. The sheer sound of this skill alone sent the demon beasts in the sky into a frenzy. For within that dragon's roar lay a trace of the overwhelming pressure of an unparalleled ferocious beast. The broad spearhead in the dragon's jaws streaked through the air like a meteor, covering a distance of 2 or 3 kilometers in an instant. It slammed into the head of a bizarre demon beast, one with a 3-meter-long snout and half-meter-long bone spines running from head to tail. The commander-level monstrous bird instantly let out a wail like a siren, yet far more piercing, its body hurled backward nearly 100 meters by the force of the skill. The teachers defending alongside Gong Jian were stunned by his display. They rarely witnessed Gong Jian in action. The last time at school, his skills had seemed ordinary. Who would have thought that the usually gentle and non-confrontational principal possessed such formidable combat prowess? A shared realization dawned on everyone: the principal truly knew how to hide his abilities. In truth, Gong Jian wasn't hiding his abilities. He was always a martial arts fanatic. Even after developing a hidden ailment, he persisted in leveling up, never giving up on improving his strength. But his veins were blocked. Energy flowed poorly through his body, pooling and stagnating in various areas. Not only did this prevent him from advancing in rank, but it also made his life unbearably painful over the years. His combat effectiveness was reduced to barely 30 or 40% of his true potential. After Lin Mo's treatment, the long blocked veins showed significant improvement. Moreover, the accumulated energy over the years propelled his level directly to 218, placing him within striking distance of the third transformation threshold of 240. Already blessed with SS tier talent, the power of his skills now surpassed any other second transformation awakened warrior in the city. What these teachers didn't know was that half of Gong Jian's injuries hadn't even healed yet. Thanks to Gong Jian's extraordinary attack, the fierce onslaught of demonic beasts against their stronghold was halted. Combined with the skill attacks unleashed by over 30 teachers in quick succession, when the beasts collided with the protective light wall, they barely caused a ripple. Other sectors were not so fortunate. Despite having second transformation awakened individuals, none possessed damage output comparable to Gong Jian's. The attacking beasts charged at the light wall at high speed. Some war slave tier beasts were instantly killed upon impact. After the war slave and elite tier beasts finished their assault, the light wall faced skill attacks from general tier beasts. Fireballs, ice spikes, lightning bolts, bone arrows, corrosive venom. A deluge of bizarre skills poured toward the light wall. It was unclear whether these were solely the skills of general-level beasts, as many powerful attack skills from commander-level beasts were also mixed in. The 100-kilometer-long protective light wall billowed like an orange giant cloth in the wind, constantly undulating and swaying, as if it might shatter at any moment. By the time the aerial beast's first wave concluded, the protective light barrier on the city walls had faded noticeably. Clearly, this wave of attacks had taken a heavy toll on the defensive wall's energy reserves. This was only because the soldiers had unleashed their skills to block the onslaught. Had they allowed the beasts to ram and destroy the wall unchecked, the energy depletion would have been far more rapid. Energy cannons pivot to ground targets. Prepare to repel the ground-based demonic beast's assault. The aerial defense was still ongoing when the ground beasts surged forward in overwhelming numbers. As the demon beast army drew nearer, violent tremors shook the city walls and ground below. Many soldiers felt despair wash over them as they gazed upon the endless horde of beasts stretching as far as the eye could see. They felt utterly powerless, like grains of dust trying to stem the tide of a surging ocean. Most of their skills were on cooldown, leaving only the energy cannons for long-range attacks. All they could do was wait for the beasts to draw near and defend using pre-positioned oil drums. Boom! Bang! Boom! Wave after wave of thunderous explosions shook the city walls relentlessly. Demonic beasts on the ground had reached the base of the walls. Many slender-legged creatures, along with webbed beasts and those covered in dense, coarse fur, began scaling the ramparts. They sought to scale the ramparts and join the aerial beasts in shattering the protective light barrier. Those beasts with hard horns on their heads gathered together, taking turns to ram a single section of the wall, attempting to breach it. Others, equipped with long tentacles or vine-like appendages, linked together to form a living ladder upon the ramparts. This allowed beasts incapable of climbing to scale the walls and attack the light barrier. After all, the light barrier proved far easier to breach than the thick, solid walls. Prepare the oil drums for ignition. Fire them hard at the densest clusters of beasts. Instantly, the ground around the defensive positions erupted in flames. With the beasts packed so tightly together, evasion was virtually impossible. Hordes upon hordes of beasts perished in the sea of flames. Yet not a single person could muster a smile. The oil tank's success did nothing to ease their despair. The light barrier's color continued to fade. Once the shield vanished completely, everyone would become food for these beasts. There was no solution. Their numbers were simply too few. Over 5,000 defenders held a 100-kilometer-long defensive line. On average, only one person could defend every 200 meters of the line, and they faced formidable, overwhelming numbers of beasts. Was such a thinly spread force even effective? Even with nearly 50 defenders per stronghold now, it was still a drop in the bucket against the demonic beast's onslaught at each position. Let alone having one or two people guard a single position. In short, without reinforcements, their actions in this battle resembled moths flying into flames, utterly ridiculous. Everyone, including Long Kuan, grew more desperate with each passing moment. Zhao Yao, has the rescue center still not responded? Long Kuan's face flushed with fury. He truly wanted to lash out at those useless individuals who did nothing but eat their rations. But in reality, even contacting Zhao Yao, who was not far away, the sheer number of demon beasts created overwhelming noise. The sheer number of demonic beasts generated overwhelming interference. Lower tier first awakened beings were already bleeding from their ears, pale-faced and vomiting uncontrollably. Under these conditions, verbal communication was out of the question. Just now, the rescue center sent word, reinforcements will depart in an hour and are expected to arrive in half a day. We must hold our ground and await their arrival. Upon seeing Zhao Yao's reply, Long Kuan shouted, waiting for reinforcements. I'll be damned. But his voice in fury ultimately reached only his own ears. Just as Long Kuan prepared to order a retreat, he noticed several soldiers beside him pointing excitedly toward the rear, their faces aglow with anticipation. Chapter 95, Circling Flight terrifying beyond measure. Long Kuan followed their gaze. Despair gave way to hope. The man he rode, that blue giant bird resembling a fighter jet, had arrived. Xin have Xiaolan fly along the front lines at maximum speed without stopping at any outposts. If it spots any demon beasts it can instantly kill, it may fire its ice feathers at will. Xin, once your skill cools down, attack the demon beasts directly behind us. The two women nodded urgently upon hearing this. Got it. Following Xin's command, the Ice Phoenix reached the city walls and began circling the defensive line. Its speed was so swift that describing it as a roaring approach was no exaggeration. If there were a speedometer, it would show the Ice Phoenix was traveling at over 50 meters per second. Lin Mo had already activated the stealth hood on his body. He unleashed his damage skills the moment they cooled down. Lin Mo's current mental power hovered around 15,000 points. Combined with the 15% mental power boost from his Holy Spirit set and the 200-point mental power enhancement from his Cloak of Invisibility, his current spirit power had reached a terrifying 17,450 points. A single skill strike dealt 52,350 points of instant damage, not counting the 5% maximum health per second damage applied to the target over 5 seconds. Though the siege beasts were of considerable level, such damage output meant that even with defensive buffs, War Slave tier beasts were instantly obliterated, while elite tier beasts fell within 5 seconds. General level beasts would be dealt with on a case-by-case basis, depending on their specific tier. These beasts possess substantial health pools and defenses. Some even possess specialized defensive abilities. When they activate these skills, they can block a significant amount of damage. Level 80 is a watershed for demon beasts. Commander-level beasts below level 80 typically possess no more than 80,000 HP based on Lin Mo's skill damage output. Those with lower defenses can be killed within 5 seconds. However, for beasts above level 80, even without defense, Lin Mo's single skill couldn't kill them. But that's no big deal. If one skill can't finish them off, use 2. If 2 aren't enough, just use more. If the demon beast is too high level to kill outright, it can still be severely wounded. His current skill's damage range extended 7 kilometers. The skill cooldown was 10 seconds, yet the Ice Phoenix's flight speed was only 50 meters per second. In 10 seconds, it could only cover 500 meters. This meant that when the second skill was unleashed every 10 seconds, only the general level demon beasts within the 500-meter radius of the skill's edge could escape. Thus, many general level beasts were destined to endure Lin Mo's skill damage unless they voluntarily withdrew from the battlefield. What was terrifying was that whenever a general level demon beast was killed, Lin Mo could absorb their spiritual energy, further increasing his damage output. As for commander level beasts, Lin Mo naturally wouldn't force the issue. After all, these beasts possess not only high health and defense but also an endless array of tactics. Healing abilities, damage boosts, defense enhancements. There might even be peculiar beasts like the battle tiger low-level creatures that could unleash devastating skills through years of accumulating battle fluid. These beasts would have to wait until his own spiritual power grew stronger before he could deal with them. For Lin Mo, this kind of battlefield was the perfect breeding ground for his combat prowess. As Lin Mo unleashed a skill every 10 seconds, wherever the Ice Phoenix swept through, hordes of beasts fell dead. The defenders on the city walls were left utterly stunned. Even Long Kuan, who had been receiving a steady stream of victory reports, was now dumbfounded. Just how many transformations has this elder undergone? Is it possible to slaughter demons like this? His mental CPU was practically smoking. He couldn't possibly deduce this elder's level or innate talent from the combat data. Only one word remained in his mind: unfathomable. This one man was like an entire army. As he looked toward Gong Jian, his eyes held not just bewilderment, but also envy. Why didn't he have a friend like this? Half an hour later, Lin Mo had flown a full circuit along the defensive line, and the battlefield had grown significantly quieter. Where demonic energy once surged skyward and legions roamed, now within 10 kilometers of the city walls, the surviving demonic beasts had thinned considerably. The further back along the front lines, the fewer demonic beasts remained alive. Moreover, those that remained were now retreating with low growls, their eyes fixed on the blue monstrous bird perched atop the city walls, as if facing a formidable enemy. In their understanding, wherever that blue monstrous bird passed, their comrades met bizarre deaths. They themselves suffered immense damage, their health steadily draining away. At this moment, Lin Mo had completely abandoned his previous cautious demeanor. He even began to share the same thought as Xin earlier. Bring on the beasts with all your might. After a full circuit of slaughter, his psychic power had surged to a terrifying value just over 30,000. Even the orange tier armor set that had always accompanied him was now destroyed by the overwhelming psychic energy, having exceeded its enhancement limits. 30,000 points of psychic power, not to mention others, but even Lin Mo himself found it terrifying. He had no idea what level a normal awakened individual would need to reach his current psychic power level. Judging by the awakened beings he had slain before, it would undoubtedly require a high level. And that would be someone with an SSS tier talent, whose mental power was already formidable upon first awakening. The skill's instant damage had now reached 90,000 points, yet its range remained capped at 10 kilometers and refused to expand further. Lin Mo wondered if this was due to his lack of class advancement, but the current attack range was sufficient. More than sufficient. Within 10 kilometers lay his current domain. Within this radius, every 10 seconds, massive damage would be inflicted. Starting at 90,000 points of damage, the higher the opponent's health, the greater the damage inflicted. Now, aside from demon beasts of commander rank or higher, no general rank demon beast could stand a chance. Xin, have the Ice Phoenix fly to the center of the front lines. The two women had followed Lin Mo all the way here, witnessing the demon beast's demise with their own eyes. Their shock had never ceased along the way. Oh, got it. As the strange blue bird shifted course and flew toward the center of the city walls, the demon beasts, which had been growling and slowly retreating, were startled by the bird's movement and hurriedly turned to flee the city walls at full speed. The battlefield's atmosphere suddenly turned eerie. The Ice Phoenix seemed like the natural king among the demon beasts. Wherever it went, all surviving demon beasts were terrified into wailing and retreating at top speed. In their minds, the Ice Phoenix had already become a king-level demon beast. Lin. Brother Lin, is there only one mysterious expert on the city walls? Could it be you? This wasn't just her question, it was also Ning's. Only the three of them were by Bingwan's side. Wherever the Ice Phoenix went, demonic beasts perished. They knew their own limitations, while beauty alone couldn't slay those beasts. If this was the work of that mysterious expert, why would he follow them? Was it just to hitch a ride? But for such a master, would it be difficult to obtain a flying mount? But Lin Mo was merely a level 40 awakened one. Could a level 40 awakened one truly deal such devastating damage? The two of them were now completely baffled. Haha, do you really think I could do that? Hearing Lin Mo's question, both women shook their heads involuntarily. Then why ask? Watch more, finish off more. Ask less, talk less. And Ning and I are both already level 40. Last hits won't help us now. We can't level up further without advancing our class. Might as well just chill and let that senior handle the monsters. If it's okay, once the monsters retreat, I wouldn't mind helping the senior out a bit, picking up loot and stuff. If you're close with the senior, tell him no need for payment. Just stuff my backpack full with all these monster corpses. As Xin spoke, he deliberately raised his voice, as if there truly was some mysterious expert nearby and his words were meant to be overheard. And Ning still needed to cast her skills to snatch up the finishing blows. She was the most relaxed of them all. Bingwan hunted down low health beasts on its own for finishing blows, leaving her to sit back and wait for the experience points to roll in. Most were high-level general grade beasts, and the speed at which her experience points climbed shattered the age-old truth that leveling up was slow. Chapter 96, King Grade Demonic Beast Bluff First, Ask Later. Lin Mo found Xin's greedy expression rather amusing. It wasn't that he deliberately hid it from Xin, it was just that at his current level, possessing such devastating damage was already astonishing. Even if he told her, neither of them would believe it. And even if they did believe him, knowing he was this powerful might not be a good thing. If he ever let it slip, it could bring them unexpected trouble or even disaster. Soon, Lin Mo and his group reached the very center of the front lines. Lin Mo instructed Bingwan to ascend higher. The three humans and one bird soared high above, surveying all the demonic beasts. Facing the demon beast army from afar, the creatures were so terrified they dared not advance a single step. They dared only to stand far beyond the city walls, and some beasts trembled visibly at the sight of the strange bird. Without releasing any aura of power, relying solely on its path of slaughter to prove its worth, Bingwan had already become a king in their eyes. The city walls fell into an eerie silence. Everyone gazed upward at the blue giant bird in the sky with eyes full of reverence, regardless of whether they could see it clearly. Today's battle to defend the city had brought them more than enough terror, astonishment, and delight. Yet all that delight stemmed from the blue giant bird in the sky, or rather, from the mysterious master riding upon its back. Long Koan remained silent, issuing no further commands. He didn't know what to do next, nor did he feel any need to act. This standoff lasted for 10 minutes. Suddenly, directly in front of Lin Mo and the others, a silver giant ape over 10 meters tall appeared. Calling it a giant ape seemed somewhat inadequate. Though this silver ape walked upright, resembling a 4- or 5-story building on the move. But on the battlefield, there were easily more than 5 demon beasts towering above it. As the ape appeared, all the demon beasts scrambled to retreat to either side. Those that retreated too slowly were torn clean in half by the ape. Clearly, this king-level demon beast was enraged at this moment. Roar! Thud! Thud! Thud. It advanced to the very front, violently pounding the ground as it roared furiously at the ice phoenix. A colossal surge of energy erupted like a thunderbolt striking a tranquil lake, sweeping outward in all directions. Beasts taller than him were sent flying by the sheer force, while countless lower-ranked beasts were instantly killed by the shockwave. The shockwave rapidly spread to the city walls, causing the light barrier to undulate like a curtain beneath its force. The walls trembled for a long time before finally settling. King. King level? Why would a king-level demon beast appear on the outskirts of human-occupied territory? Those on the ramparts were filled with terror. Everyone knew the rank of this seemingly unremarkable demon beast king level. What astonished Lin Mo was that despite facing such overwhelming demonic beast pressure, it showed not a hint of fear, nor did it retreat even half a step. It simply stood there, staring intently at the king-level beast in the distance. It even displayed a hint of the greed one might see when eyeing prey. Those damned humans were lying to me after all. As a noble royal beast yourself, why would you choose to aid the lowly, cunning humans? They should be reduced to our sustenance. If you abandon your war against humanity, I will reveal a secret powerful enough to advance your revolution. I am willing to share this opportunity with you. The voice boomed across nearly 10 kilometers, leaving Lin Mo's ears ringing. The silver ape observed Bingwan's demeanor. Though the phoenix carried no trace of authority, the ape already regarded it as a sovereign-level beast equal to itself. Lin Mo was astonished that beasts in this world could speak human language. Amidst his surprise, he carefully noted the sheer volume of information packed into the giant ape's words. The human deceiver mentioned by this king beast was nowhere to be found among the demon beast factions. But they were most likely part of the same group that had ambushed Xin and the others earlier. The one capable of negotiating with a royal class beast was likely the superior of the group he had killed. Coexistence between beasts and humans was rare, except for cases like Xin, a beast tamer who had cultivated and contracted with her beast from the very beginning. Such individuals forge exceptionally strong contractual bonds, nurturing deep bonds of affection through shared growth. Judging by this king-level beast's attitude, it clearly hadn't formed a contract with the person it mentioned. This person, or rather, the organization behind them, possessed immense power. Powerful enough to drive a king-level demon beast to risk entering human territory and wage war on a small town. But what could their purpose be? And what exactly was this opportunity the demon beast spoke of? Could Tongling Town be hiding some great secret? Lin Mo's mind raced, constantly analyzing a habit ingrained before his transmigration. He always sought clues in others' words, piecing together the secrets they held. Unfortunately, he couldn't extract information from this royal-class demon beast the way he had from those masked figures before. The distance was too great. Lin Mo couldn't scan its information via his interface panel. But judging from its casual attack earlier, this king-level demon beast was far beyond what he could handle now. He remembered clearly that even a mere 68-level commander-grade symbiotic thunder bull possessed a staggering 300,000 HP. After reaching level 80, demon beasts underwent a transformation equivalent to a human's first-class change, gaining massive stat boosts. The beast before him was undoubtedly far stronger than the symbiotic Thunderox, as even the commander-level beasts near the city walls earlier had exceeded level 200. Their health pools were likely in the millions. As the leader of these commander-level beasts, this king-level beast couldn't possibly have a lower level or HP than them. Moreover, while symbiotic Thunderoxen possess formidable defensive and regenerative abilities, this giant ape, being a king-level beast, likely possessed even more astonishing capabilities. Xin, have Bingwan maintain a standoff with this beast, but do not make a sound. The two women, trembling violently at that moment, were startled by Lin Mo's words. Xin quickly recovered and nodded urgently. They dared not utter a word, terrified that speaking might draw the attention of that terrifying demon beast. Lin Mo had no desire to engage this massive creature in combat. Could he even take it down instantly? His current damage couldn't even one-shot a level 68 symbiotic Thunderox. How could he hope to take down this king-level demon beast? If he couldn't eliminate this beast swiftly, once its defenses broke, a single skill from it could wipe out everyone in the city, including himself. Since this beast now regarded Bingwan as an equal, he'd play along if he could bluff his way through, all the better. The only catch was that Bingwan couldn't give herself away. The intimidating pressure of a demon beast's roar was usually tied to its own energy. If the enemy unleashes a deafening roar with overwhelming pressure, and Bingwan's response sounds fainter than a fart, what the hell kind of bluff is that? If it really doesn't work, just run like hell. Anyone who hesitates isn't a hero. Fight my ass, wait till I hit level 100 before we settle this. That was Lin Mo's thinking at that moment. Yet even with retreat already planned, he couldn't show weakness now. After all, he still had a chance to fight back. The king-class giant ape saw the ice phoenix showing no reaction. After a moment's hesitation, its eyes turned fierce. It placed its forelimbs on the ground, fixed its gaze on Bingwan, and cautiously advanced forward. This gesture was highly provocative for a king-level demon beast. Chapter 97, The Human-Bird Duet Scare Off the King Beast. Lin Mo kept a close eye on the distance between them, silently calculating in his mind. The king-level giant ape had now entered the 10-kilometer range around him. Lin Mo waited for it to take a few more steps forward. Xin have Xiaolan perform the wind fury warning gesture but without making a sound. Got it. But moments later, Bingluan still showed no reaction. Lin Mo looked at her and a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. This was a bit of a predicament for the bird. How could it warn the enemy without making a sound? Fine, if you can't do it, you can't do it. When I'm strong enough, I'll treat you to a buffet of these beasts all you can eat. The ice phoenix seemed to understand Lin Mo's words. Was he inviting it to feast on a king beast? It began circling upward excitedly, its wings vibrating at high frequency. Its long, icy feathered tail instantly fanned out like an iron fan. That move works too. Pretty impressive. Watching the ice phoenix's movements, Lin Mo instantly unleashed his damage skill Demon Assault. The giant ape paused in surprise, then continued forward with a hint of disdain. But after taking just one step, its expression shifted to astonishment. Then came utter disbelief. It scrambled backward a dozen paces, halting only when the damage ceased. 90,000 damage points were but a drop in the bucket for it, but Lin Mo's 5% maximum health damage per second over 5 seconds was no small matter. Especially for a beast with such immense health reserves, 5% of maximum health per second was no joke. The giant ape was genuinely wary. This simple test revealed that the Blue King-class monster bird was no ordinary foe. From a distance of 10 kilometers, it had still managed to inflict considerable damage. If that were all, it wouldn't have been cause for concern. The crucial point was that the opponent had delivered this blow without releasing any aura of power whatsoever. This unknown method was what unsettled it most. He watched the city walls warily, or rather, he watched the ice phoenix. A human-like look of hesitation flickered in its eyes as it weighed the pros and cons. Breaching the town's defenses would pose little difficulty for it. But that black-robed man it had dismissed as mere fodder earlier since he had deceived it about the city walls, could it be that the opportunity he spoke of was also false? If the opportunity was genuine, then even if the opponent was formidable today, it would still have to take the risk and seize it. After all, a king-level demon beast had already established its dominance over this region. The opportunity needed to advance further might never come again in a lifetime. But what if this so-called opportunity was merely a lie concocted by the black-robed man to lure it into helping him seize the town? Seeing that his intimidation had achieved its purpose, Lin Mo felt no urgency. If the other party wanted to stall, then so be it. Lin Mo didn't know the true nature of a king-level demon beast, but judging by its cautious approach to attacking the town, this creature likely valued its life. As long as they didn't slip up, let it weigh its options. Let it ponder as long as it pleased. After over 10 minutes, Lin Mo was starting to feel the strain. Confronting such a massive demon beast took a heavy toll on his nerves. He prided himself on his patience, but even he was starting to lose his cool. Should he strike or not? Just give us a sign, for crying out loud. The giant ape's gaze shifted from hesitation to ferocity, then flared with rage. In the end, it chose to abandon the risk. Now it regretted devouring that human. It should have waited longer. After this battle with the strange bird, if it lost, it could devour the creature to vent its frustration. If it won, it would have a guide. Seeing the silver ape turn away, the other beasts breathed sighs of relief. They had no desire to clash with a king-tier beast and hurriedly followed suit. For if a battle erupted, they would inevitably be used as cannon fodder to weaken the opponent's strength. The sudden relaxation wasn't limited to the demon beasts. The heavy weight hanging over Lin Mo's heart finally lifted as well. This protracted battle to defend the city had finally come to an end. Only when all the beasts vanished from sight did he relax. Let Xiaolan go out to collect the spoils of war. Xin grew visibly excited at the suggestion. Did we really win? Will those beasts come back? If that king-level beast had any sense, it wouldn't have made a counterattack. Let's go. Yay, we're rich. Can we just pick up all these beasts? Xin jumped up from the ice phoenix, eyes sparkling as she surveyed the fallen beasts strewn across the ground. We held the line. We held the line. Yeah. The people on the city walls saw Bingluan leaving the city and knew the battle to defend the city had finally been won. Cheers erupted in waves. It was truly unimaginable that a single person could lead them to repel the million-strong army commanded by a king-tier beast. Many of these beasts are at the same level as Xiaolan now. They should be quite nourishing for her. Let Xiaolan freely choose the food it likes. If it can't finish everything, you pack it up for later. These nourishing delicacies, if we tried to find them normally, it would be risky, and we might not even succeed. Lin Mo said to Xin, who was bouncing excitedly on the ice phoenix's back. After landing, Lin Mo began his looting spree. This was money. This was the seed money for establishing his commercial empire on Blue Star. With combat strength now on the right track, what he needed next was to grasp the economic lifeline to gain sufficient capability to acquire the rare resources he required. Moreover, it was time to catch up on knowledge about Blue Star and the Awakened. This would not only provide crucial guidance for his business development, but also crucial for enhancing his combat strength. Take the Divine Set, for instance. Though it hadn't been with him for long, its assistance had been substantial. Then there's the orange gauntlet. It's time for an upgrade. Currently at level 40 with 320 strength, the knuckle dusters still barely hold up. But as my level continues to rise and my strength points increase, these knuckle dusters might not hold up to my, well, you know. The soldiers on the city walls, seeing the group already picking up coins, could no longer contain their impatience. With so many demon beast corpses lying around, who wouldn't want a piece of the action? Even working for low pay like before would be acceptable. No danger, no exhaustion, and the income came fast. Soon, Lin Mo received a message from Gong Jian. Brother Lin, do you know that elder? Lin Mo thought for a moment before deciding to keep it from Gong Jian. Yes, not only do I know him, but we share some history. Oh, no wonder, no wonder. Thanks to the senior's help this time, Tongling Town was able to avert disaster. Long Koan wants to thank the elder in person. Could you ask if it's convenient? It's not convenient. He doesn't like being disturbed. He only intervened this time because of my presence in Tongling Town. If there's anything, just talk to me. Lin Mo saw Gong Jian's message. This was a golden opportunity to build connections with the town's military heavyweight. Since the credit was his to begin with, he might as well reap the benefits. Don't underestimate these friends made intentionally or unintentionally. As long as he maintained his godlike abilities, whether these connections were genuine or superficial, they could help resolve countless troubles, big and small. More friends, more paths. For the insignificant, this saying might be a matter of survival. But for those with absolute mastery in their field, it is an absolute truth. Chapter 98, Where there's grain, there's worms. With Gong Jian acting as the intermediary. After some discussion, Lin Mo informed Gong Jian that when Long Koan reported the incident, he could attribute the suppression of the demon beast to the intervention of one of his friends. Long Koan proactively suggested collecting the beast's carcass and handing it over in full. He had only one small request: the transfer of the beasts might be delayed by a few days. He needed to use the corpses to make a point in his report. Lin Mo understood the intricate politics involved and readily agreed to Long Koan's seemingly demanding proposal. Long Koan expressed his deepest gratitude, for this time, Lin Mo had not only helped him defend the city but also gifted him a major achievement that would smooth his path to advancement. Moreover, once he reported this victory, anyone following the campaign would learn one crucial fact. Long Koan had powerful backing, and that backing was a formidable expert. Lin Mo sent word to Huang He and Wu Daozhong, informing them of Tongling Town's current situation. It was time to reshuffle the town's economy. Interesting. No one's around when it's time to plant crops, but suddenly everyone's eager to pick corn. Lin Mo had barely finished sending the message when he noticed several unfamiliar faces among the looters picking through the bodies. However, he chose not to intervene. This matter was up to Long Koan to handle. If that guy turned a blind eye and used the demon beast carcasses he'd worked so hard to obtain to win people over, then the favors he'd done earlier would turn into a hefty transaction. He hoped Long Koan would have the equivalent bargaining chips to offer. I spotted these general-grade demon beast carcasses first. What gives you the right to fight me for them? Just because you're military, does that put you above us common folk? Tongling City isn't just your Tongling. These demon beast carcasses belong to all of Tongling. Every citizen of Tongling has the right to share in the spoils. Do you military types really think you can cover the sky with one hand and swallow all these demon beast carcasses whole? If you intend to do so, you'll need the consent of Tongling's citizens. Everyone, is this not the fair thing to do? A man who hadn't been on the city walls earlier had clashed with the military over the corpses of several general-level demon beasts. He deliberately raised his voice to shout loudly. He deliberately made the situation known to everyone. He feared others might not see or hear, or pretend deafness and blindness. Others pointed and murmured, but none intervened. So now you can take what's mine. Does that mean the military can seize whatever belongs to any of us? Everyone, you know how vast the resources required for awakened individuals are. Ordinary awakened like us have almost nothing to begin with. Now that we finally have this chance, it's being monopolized by the military. Tell me, how are ordinary awakened supposed to survive like this? First they take the demon beast remains I painstakingly gathered. Next, they'll demand you hand over the valuable demon queen corpses too. Are you just going to let them run roughshod over us? Seeing his inflammatory words fall on deaf ears, the speaker cut straight to the chase. The others who had come hoping for a share understood exactly what he meant. Though reluctant to get involved, they knew he was right. If no one spoke up now, it would mean tacit agreement that the military would decide. Who gets what, and how much, would be decided by the military. If the military truly demanded they hand over the general-grade beasts, without the strength of the masses behind them, they'd be no match for the military's authority. Could the silver coins in their purses even be taken out? Exactly. Tongling belongs to all of us. With so many demon beast corpses here, what right does the military have to interfere with us making money? Once someone took the lead, more and more people quickly joined the verbal battle. Exactly. Aren't you guys taking this too far? Exactly. We pay so much in construction fees every year, isn't that all for building, tunneling and supporting you lot? Now you're trying to bully us ordinary awakened? Think being military makes you special? Well said. In my opinion, we should divide up these demon beast carcasses. The military takes 1/3, and the rest should be split evenly among us tunneling awakened. Lin Mo watched the entire exchange unfold. To be honest, he wasn't particularly surprised by their wolfish rhetoric. Before his transmigration, he'd seen far too many people in situations where those without reason clung to face, insisting they were in the right. Once numbers swelled, they felt entitled to say whatever they pleased. They spoke without hesitation, each harboring the same thought, with so many of us backing them up. Could they possibly kill or arrest all of us? There's a phrase they can wield without ever having read a book: the law doesn't punish the masses. The commotion outside the city walls grew louder and louder, finally catching the attention of Long Kuan, who was busy with tasks atop the ramparts. What's happening down there? Zhao Yao, standing nearby, reported. A group of ordinary awakened ones clashed with soldiers while collecting demon beast corpses. Ordinary awakened? Did you gather them during the earlier battle? Long Kuan was curious. There hadn't been this many people during the battle on the city walls earlier. Some were, but most were those who refused to leave earlier. Upon hearing the battle had ended and that demon beast corpses littered the ground, they rushed over to loot the remains. Hearing Zhao Yao's report, Long Kuan's temper flared. Damn it! How outrageous! These maggots! When we needed them most, not a single one was to be found. Now they've all crawled out of their cesspools. Were there no guards on the city walls? How did they get up there? Zhao Yao replied hesitantly. After the battle ended, everyone wanted to earn some extra cash. When they heard demon beast remains could be exchanged for silver coins at the military treasury, they all left the city. While the greatest credit for this battle goes to that veteran, the soldiers also risked their lives defending the city walls. So, I didn't stop them from doing what they did. Zhao Yao lowered her voice as she spoke. After all, soldiers abandoning their posts was already unjustifiable. Nonsense. Notify the guards refusing the siege ladders to return to their posts immediately. Drive these troublemakers away. Before they leave, make them surrender every demon beast they collected from their backpacks. Anyone who dares to cause further disturbances will have their innate abilities forcibly stripped. But, Dragonhead, isn't this going too far? It could spark a riot. Why not just drive them away? Excessive? Not killing them is proof I've tempered my temper over the years. Long Kuan knew Zhao Yao was too kind-hearted to carry out such orders. He turned away, energy surging around him. Soldiers below the city walls, listen up. Before the military network releases the list, Captain Zhao Yao will summon those who participated in the city defense. The list of awakened individuals outside the military ranks. Cease collecting beast corpses immediately. Begin screening non-military personnel. Anyone not participating in the city defense, all must return to the city immediately. Those who refuse to comply will be treated as disrupting the battlefield. Their awakened talents will be nullified, and they will be arrested and sent to military prison. This order is to be executed now. Long Kuan's words, enveloped in energy, echoed across the battlefield sky. Upon hearing this, chaos erupted outside the city walls. Chapter 99, Domineering action shockwaves across the field. Those awakened individuals who hadn't participated in the battle on the city walls were instantly displeased. They began spouting all manner of unreasonable arguments. The crowd grew heated in an instant. Long Kuan showed them no mercy. He unleashed his mountain-shattering skill, a powerful blade aura slicing through the battlefield sky, leaving a glowing trail stretching over a kilometer long, its thunderous roar shaking the air. Execute my orders immediately. Anyone who dares to resist will be executed on the spot. With Long Kuan's furious roar, the area outside the city walls fell silent. Of course, not everyone was intimidated. Some still believed Long Kuan wouldn't dare harm them. Those who refused to comply soon found themselves dragged up the ramparts by soldiers like dead dogs after 100 awakened had their veins severed. They finally understood the military meant business. Zhao Yao, notify the awakened who responded to the call earlier. They may collect as many demon beast corpses as their backpacks can hold, regardless of rank. However, trading is prohibited, and all collected beasts must be registered with the military headquarters. Consider it their reward for defending the city. Additionally, I will petition the military headquarters for extra financial and honorary benefits for them. As for the soldiers who defended the scaling ladders, once the battlefield cleanup is complete, they will receive bonuses based on the average silver coins earned by all soldiers. Hearing Long Kuan's arrangements, Zhao Yao felt a warm surge in her heart. Yes, sir. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Outside the city walls. Lin Mo approved of Long Kuan's earlier handling of those who sought to claim undeserved credit. He made no effort to conceal his presence. Though the soldiers recognized the unfamiliar youth, they wisely refrained from questioning him. After all, anyone seen alongside that blue giant bird must have the tacit approval of that mysterious elder to pick up the scraps. Even the most clueless among them understood that much. Lin Mo spotted Gong Jian approaching his direction. A mischievous grin spread across his face as energy surged within him. Angel heal. Gong Jian, who had spotted Lin Mo from afar and was about to wave in greeting, suddenly glowed green. A life-giving energy began nurturing his body. Stunned at first, he then beamed with delight. Truthfully, he hadn't sought Lin Mo out for urgent healing, but rather to discuss certain matters. Little did he know this kid was truly bored out of his mind. The battlefield affairs weren't even settled yet, and here he was pulling this stunt. Standing hundreds of meters away, Gong Jian couldn't shout across the distance. He could only send Lin Mo a message. Thanks, Lin Mo, bro. Well, he hadn't misjudged the situation. Lin Mo genuinely had nothing else to do at the moment. Someone was even helping him gather the gold scattered across the ground. If it weren't for Xin, that little money-grubbing brat, who didn't realize he was the rightful owner of these demon beast corpses, she was afraid of taking too little. She insisted on dragging him her high-capacity mobile backpack along to collect more monster corpses. Now he just wanted to find a place to lie down and rest. He instinctively thought of heading to the massage center for a full-body treatment. That feeling of complete physical and mental relaxation couldn't be matched by just drinking some energy-restoring potions on Blue Star. He wondered if Blue Star even offered such services. When he first awakened as a priest and realized pursuing a combat path was impossible, his first thought was to open a bathhouse and massage center. Even now, he pondered whether to establish a high-end bathhouse in Tongling Town. After all, the cost of such a venture on Blue Star was shockingly low. Lin Mo was deep in his own thoughts, keeping his healing skill locked onto Gong Jian, ready to cast it the moment it was available. Unexpectedly, Gong Jian suddenly erupted with energy, a colossal force he himself struggled to control. Lin Mo, stop immediately. Gong Jian shouted urgently, disregarding everything else. The commotion caused nearby soldiers, who had been focused on their tasks, to look up in alarm. Only then did Lin Mo notice that within the past 5 minutes, Gong Jian had sent him numerous messages. Initially, he mentioned feeling the pent-up energy in his body being released, straining his veins and urging Lin Mo to slow down his skill activation. Later, he sent 4 or 5 messages in rapid succession, pleading that he couldn't withstand the overwhelming energy and begging Lin Mo to stop. Lin Mo immediately stopped and rushed to Gong Jian's side. Sorry, Gong, I was lost in thought and didn't notice. How are you feeling now? Gong Jian struggled to speak. I feel like my veins are about to burst from the energy. I can't control it anymore. Lin Mo was intrigued. How had this man trained over the years to accumulate so much pent-up energy within his body? No wonder he looked both decrepit and obese. If they'd met any later, wouldn't he have been blown apart by the energy inside him? Lin Mo silently observed Gong Jian's condition. Gong Jian's current state seemed far more complicated than he had anticipated. Within just a minute or two, every exposed patch of skin on his face and neck began to turn crimson. His eyes were bloodshot and blood started trickling from his nose. Something was terribly wrong. Brother Gong, your body's chances of self-healing are slim right now. I'll keep treating you, hang in there. Gong Jian shook his head at first, but then his gaze hardened as he nodded firmly. Even before his nod, Lin Mo had already begun acting. As Lin Mo unleashed his skill, the energy emanating from Gong Jian grew increasingly colossal, even faintly approaching the might of the third transformation, level 302 Long Kuan. His body swelled larger and larger, stretching the pain-twisted expression on his face to the limit. Focus your mind. Hold on. Lin Mo channeled healing spells into Gong Jian while urging him onward. This sudden change quickly alarmed Long Kuan atop the city walls, who hurried down to investigate. Upon seeing Gong Jian's condition, he too was startled. He rushed forward and asked, "What's wrong with Senior Gong?" The energy within his body is chaotic and somewhat uncontrollable. It's not a major issue. Once stabilized, it will only benefit him, not harm him. Hearing Lin Mo's response, Long Kuan exclaimed anxiously, "You reckless kid! Why didn't you report this beforehand?" He immediately sent a message to Zhao Xin, ordering him to dispatch the army's finest priest to the scene without delay. Lin Mo paid no heed to Long Kuan's scolding, continuing his treatment. As long as Gong Jian wasn't instantly incinerated by the energy coursing through his body, it would be nearly impossible for the King of Hell to snatch the soul from his grasp. With 30,000 points of mental energy, when casting healing skills, it could provide healing equal to 5 times the mental energy. This means a single use could restore 150,000 health points to Gong Jian. Even if he had only a sliver of health left, it would be instantly restored to full. The crucial difference was that others' healing could only restore health points, it couldn't treat the hidden injuries within the body. To stabilize a patient with severely damaged internal organs, one must continuously cast healing spells to keep their health from plummeting after each brief recovery. But Lin Mo is different. His healing skill addresses both symptoms and root causes. As long as Gong Jian could hold on and prevent the energy from exploding. Once Lin Mo's skill healed the veins and organs within his body, there would be no further risk. Chapter 100, Healing Gong Jian Still a Youth. Long Kuan paced anxiously nearby. But soon, he noticed something astonishing. The youth was continuously applying healing skills to Gong Jian in rapid succession. Silently, he began to calculate. What he discovered left him stunned. 10 seconds. One healing skill every 10 seconds. Just how high was this youth's talent? For an average healer, even the best one in their team. With near S-tier talent, a healing skill's cooldown would still be around 15 minutes. Yet this youth could cast one every 10 seconds. One every 10 seconds? Long Kuan felt as though he had uncovered something else, a far more shocking possibility forming in his mind. Earlier, when replenishing the defensive center's energy, Gong Jian's friend had used a large area energy restoration skill every 5 minutes. Could it be that there were not one but two individuals assisting the city walls, and this youth was the one who had previously helped with the restoration? But the moment the thought arose, he dismissed it. Impossible. Judging by the youth's age, he was far too young, likely having only recently awakened his abilities. He had felt the terrifying power of the restoration skill wielded by the expert who had helped them before. A single skill had restored him nearly 50,000 energy points. A newly awakened priest, no matter how gifted, could never achieve that. It was only then that he noticed the youth's features. Wasn't this the very youth who had alerted them to the demon beast attack? This young man had performed a tremendous service during the siege. Had he not alerted them early, triggering the town's defenses in advance? They wouldn't have lasted even an hour relying solely on the protective light walls. His gaze toward Lin Mo softened. The young man showed great promise. If they could recruit and cultivate him locally, he would surely achieve considerable success in the future. Dragon Head, you sought me out. A crisp, pleasant voice interrupted Long Kuan's thoughts. Behind him, a young woman with remarkably imposing curves had appeared without warning. The term nursemaid seemed to embody this young woman. Senior Gong has fallen ill. Treat him immediately. Yes. This woman, whose curves bordered on excessive, felt energy surge through her body at Long Kuan's command, preparing to administer healing to Gong Jian. No need. Principal Gong has stabilized. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Long Kuan finally noticed Gong Jian, who had been slowly swelling up like a balloon. The swelling had ceased, and faint signs of contraction were beginning to appear. Young man, are you a healer too? This is the first time I've seen a male awaken as one. Step aside. Let me treat Senior Gong. Your healing skills can't compare to my sister's. As she spoke, she deliberately thrust out her ample bosom. Gong Jian's meridians were now largely protected, and he was out of immediate danger. Lin Mo obediently stepped aside, gesturing for her to proceed. All right, sister, please. Quite the gentleman. Charming. The pale green energy in her hand transformed into several slender threads, each shooting into different acupoints on Gong Jian's body. In mere moments, the energy in his hands was completely depleted. The energy within his body is incredibly potent. My energy was dispersed the moment it made contact, preventing me from entering to administer treatment. The busty woman in military attire reported to Long Kuan, her face filled with shock. Is there no other way? Unless a more powerful energy suppresses his energy, my energy won't have a chance to enter. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. Wasn't a priest's healing simply a matter of casting skills? What was this business of energy entering another person's body? He found himself intrigued. No energy suppression needed. Wait about 10 more minutes and his energy will naturally recede back into his body. Forcibly forcing the energy back now would damage the veins he just repaired. Lin Mo explained to the two. Young man, how do you know his veins are already repaired? His condition is precisely because his veins are damaged, preventing energy flow, which is why his body is distended. The busty woman was highly skeptical of Lin Mo's words. Even her second-tier priest couldn't diagnose Gong Jian's symptoms. How could this young man so confidently declare his injuries stabilized? Let's wait and see. Long Kuan chimed in at this moment. He knew Gong Jian's condition well. His body had been swelling continuously before, but now not only had the swelling stopped, it was beginning to show signs of retraction. Yes, Dragonhead. Upon hearing this, the woman saluted Long Kuan with a standard military salute before stepping aside. On her way, she winked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo watched the female soldier with keen interest. Her uniform hugged her tall, curvaceous figure, while her short hair swept sharply across her temples. Her wheat-colored skin glowed under the training ground sun, her features sharp as chiseled stone, yet her youthful edge softened when the gleam of her shoulder insignia caught the light. Though she teased Lin Mo, her face held both a girl's playful smile and a soldier's iron resolve, the boldness forged on the battlefield radiating effortlessly. Under Lin Mo's gaze, the female soldier felt slightly uneasy. He thought Lin Mo was just a kid, a boy, no less, yet he had awakened the same priest class as her. So she couldn't resist teasing him a little. But were kids these days really this composed? Not only did he show no shyness under her teasing, but he even boldly appraised her, leaving her feeling rather embarrassed instead. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Gong Jian's body gradually shrank, now a full size smaller than his previously bulky frame. The leaked energy had been fully reabsorbed, indicating that the energy flow was now functioning normally. Xianyu, please examine Senior Gong's condition. Yes. Lin Mo had been waiting for this moment, deeply intrigued by Qianyu's previous healing techniques. Energy gathered in Qian Yu's hands, and soon over a dozen pale green energy strands, each as thick as a pinky finger, appeared in her palms. One end of each thread entered Gong Jian's body, whereupon the energy strands gradually thinned, until all the energy vanished. Qian Yu spoke with profound astonishment. Dragonhead, Senior Gong's physical condition is now perfectly normal. His bodily functions are rapidly recovering. Even. His vitality is even more vibrant than that of an awakened individual in their 20s. The energy currently circulating normally within him is almost on par with your own state. Truthfully, Qian Yu had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. If Gong Jian's energy could rival Long Kuan's, it might be due to his exceptional talent. But the fact that his physical abilities were actually rejuvenating defied her understanding. Awakened individuals could extend their lifespans by advancing in rank, but reversing bodily functions? This phenomenon was truly beyond her current comprehension. Ha. For so many years, I've dreamed countless times of being a youth again. Today, I feel the dream has come true. As Qian Yu and Long Kuan stood in astonishment, Gong Jian clenched his fists, unleashing a surge of energy that swept through the surroundings. This formidable energy proved to be in no way inferior to that of Long Kuan, a triple transformed S-rank talent. Chapter 101, Healing Gong Jian, a Complex Past. Lin Mo was genuinely curious about Gong Jian's transformation. Unlike Qian Yu, he couldn't probe Gong Jian's physical condition. All his assessments were based on his understanding of Gong Jian and his own experience. He hadn't anticipated that Gong Jian, a man in his 50s or 60s, could possess vitality rivaling that of a young man. Could this be another effect of his skill? Senior Gong, do you feel any discomfort in your body now? Only after Gong Jian had withdrawn the energy back into his body did Long Kuan step forward to ask. The sheer number of shocks he'd endured in a single day was overwhelming. I've never felt more at ease than I do today. I'm sorry to have caused you concern, Commander Long. Senior Gong, you're too kind. As long as you're fine, that's all that matters. You're a great contributor to Tongling. If anything happened to you, I'd become Tongling's scapegoat. Nothing can go wrong. With Qian Yu here, it'd be hard for anything to go wrong. Gong Jian, caught up in his moment of joy, had initially wanted to say that with Lin Mo present, nothing could go wrong. But he suddenly realized it was inappropriate, especially since Qian Yu was standing nearby. He quickly changed his words. Qian Yu felt awkward at Gong Jian's remark, knowing she hadn't actually done anything. Senior Gong, during my examination just now, I discovered your bodily functions are remarkably vigorous, comparable to those of a young man. I've never encountered this before. Would you mind explaining why? Seeing Gong Jian shift the topic to her, Qian Yu hurriedly voiced her own confusion. How dare you pry into Senior Gong's affairs without permission? Every awakened one has their own secrets. Seeing Qian Yu's tactless inquiry, Long Kuan quickly stepped in to stop her. No need for such formality. For a priest, curiosity about such matters is only natural. Besides, it's hardly a secret. After my injuries back then, I took a resurrection pill. While it amplified every bodily function several times over compared to ordinary awakened ones. But it did nothing to cure the latent ailment within me. Today, the accumulated energy surged through my veins, finally clearing years of blockage. Only then could the resurrection pill truly manifest its full effect, leading to the rejuvenation of my bodily tissues. A revival pill? Are you referring to the legendary revival pill said to bring the dead back to life? Qian Yu gasped in shock. In truth, it wasn't just him. Long Kuan was equally incredulous. The value of a single resurrection pill, even measured in Federation currency, was astronomical. The crucial point was that even with the money, one might not necessarily be able to purchase it. Gong Jian, the Gong family? Could it be that Senior Gong hailed from that faction? If so, everything suddenly made sense. It made perfect sense that Senior Gong could command the services of that mysterious expert. No wonder his earlier investigations into Gong Senior's background only yielded information after his military service. His pre-enlistment history remained blank. It's not as exaggerated as the rumors suggest. The resurrection pill doesn't bring the dead back to life, but it does allow the decaying bodily tissues of those near death to be reborn. I hope Captain Long and Miss Qian Yu will keep the matter of my recovery confidential for now. Of course. Rest assured, Senior Gong. Rest assured, Senior Gong. Qian Yu won't mention this matter. Both hurriedly agreed to Gong Jian's request. Let me introduce you both. This is Lin Mo, a newly awakened student at our academy. Like Miss Qian Yu, he is also a priest. The main reason my friend agreed to sell this time is because of him. She wishes to take Lin Mo as her disciple. Upon hearing this, Long Kuan quickly interjected, young brother is a hero in his youth. Not only did he provide us with advance warning of the demon beast attack, he also saved Tongling from being overrun by demon beasts. I had even considered inviting brother Lin Mo to join my ranks after graduation. Now it seems I was overestimating my own standing. Seeing Gong Jian remain silent, Lin Mo spoke up. Senior Long, you flatter me. It would be an honor to earn your recognition, and I am genuinely interested in military service. But having only just awakened my abilities, joining the military now would not only prevent me from contributing but also make me a liability. After I graduate from Woda University, if Senior Long still has no objection, it won't be too late for me to seek your guidance. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Long Quan understood this was a polite refusal, yet one that offered him a way out. With Gong Jian's esteem, Lin Mo could secure any desirable posting. Why would he choose to follow me to a place like Tongling? Haha, no problem. After some casual conversation, they each went about their business. Once Long Quan and Xian Yu had walked far away. Lin Mo, what level are you in EXIN now? We're both level 40 now, meeting the requirements for the first transformation. Gong Jian wasn't surprised by Lin Mo's words. With so many demonic beasts, they'd been accompanying that mysterious expert the entire time. Reaching level 40 wasn't particularly difficult. Hold off on class change for now. To ensure fairness, the National Martial Arts High School League prohibits players who have undergone their first class change from competing. With your talent, you don't need to compete in the Martial Arts High School League to secure a spot at a top martial arts university. However, the Martial Arts High School League offers extremely generous rewards each year, including one particularly attractive prize. A chance to enter a level 100 dungeon. An ordinary dungeon wouldn't be particularly appealing. But this dungeon contains a hidden instance. Official sources state that within this hidden instance lies an SSS tier Awakener skill book. SSS tier skill awakening manuals are extremely rare. If you truly reach that stage, you should try to secure one. Regardless of the class it's for, if you can learn it during your second job advancement, your future path will be much smoother. Lin Mo perked up at this. Second class awakenings didn't grant new skills automatically basic knowledge from his martial arts academy days. He naturally wasn't coveting this SSS grade skill book, as he already had a better option. But if EXIN could learn an SSS tier skill during her second job advancement, it would undoubtedly boost her combat prowess significantly. Thanks for the heads up, Brother Gong. I'll pass it on to EXIN. Also, Brother Gong, might I ask you for a favor? Gong Jian smiled at the request. Brother Lin Mo, you saved my life. Don't call it a request, just tell me what you need. If it's within my power, I won't hesitate to help. Alright then, I won't stand on ceremony. And Ning, as an A-tier group control mage, would be an excellent addition to our competition roster. I'd like to request you make her an official team member. She's already level 40 now. Before I recovered, this might have been tricky. But now? With a quasi-SSS tier 3rd transition warrior on my team, those bigwigs wouldn't dare snub me too much. Gong Jian said with a hint of pride. SSS tier? 3rd class? Lin Mo looked puzzled. That's right. My combat strength is absolutely top tier among SSS rankers at my level. I can even hold my own against SSS rankers. My level has reached the maximum for a second transition warrior 240. In the past, for a small place like ours, the martial arts high school only had 1 or 2 spots decided by the school. The remaining spots would be snatched up by the privileged, who'd use their connections to force their family members into the program, all for the chance to get into a top martial arts university. They'd completely disregard the local principal's opinion. But now, they can't afford to ignore us. Chapter 102, Shareholders Meeting setting the course. Lin Mo had seen this kind of maneuvering countless times before and found it hardly surprising. Also, Long Quan inquired earlier about the massive number of demon beast carcasses. After he reports back, to whom should these carcasses be delivered, and how? Have the military deliver the demon beast carcasses to the Wu family in the small town? Gong Jian was somewhat surprised. The Wu family? The Wu family from the town's 3 major clans? These demon beast carcasses could fetch a very good price if sold outside the town. If you give them all to the Wu family, they won't be able to afford the price. If you don't have a buyer, I can help you find a good one. Lin Mo smiled. Brother Gong, the Wu family is now part of my holdings. Your property? That stubborn old man, Wu Daozhong, actually agreed to relinquish the business he spent his entire life building? Gong Jian had lived in the town for over 30 years and frequently dealt with Wu Daozhong. Though old-fashioned, Wu Daozhong was truly unmatched in business. Moreover, the Wu family's pharmaceuticals were the most reliable products on the town's market. That's why Tongling Martial Arts High sourced all its medicinal supplies from the Wus. Trade secrets. I hope you'll continue to support my business in the future, Brother Gong. You're right. Young and ambitious. If only I'd had your drive back in the day, I wouldn't have ended up as principal in some remote town after my injury. Seeing Lin Mo laugh it off, Gong Jian responded with a smile. Truthfully, Lin Mo was quite curious about Gong Jian's background, but since Gong Jian himself didn't wish to discuss it, he felt it inappropriate to pry. After Gong Jian left, Lin Mo didn't idle. He accompanied EXIN and Ning as they scavenged corpses on the battlefield. They specifically targeted general-level demon beasts until all 3 of their backpacks were filled to capacity. Only then did EXIN reluctantly call it quits. During this period, Lin Mo also traded several hundred high-grade demon beasts of superior quality to Lin Qingyu. He also signed a purchase agreement for 50,000 elite-grade demon beasts and 300,000 slave-grade demon beasts. Lin Mo retained only the majority of the general-grade beasts, along with one-third of the elite-grade and combat slave-grade beasts. There was no other way. The sheer volume of beast corpses was overwhelming. The Wu family simply couldn't process them all in such a short time. Lin Xingyu had been a great help to him, so he figured he'd support her business. Of course, he wouldn't sell them cheaply. Business was business, prices were what they were. Lin Mo wrapped up the conversation in a few terse sentences, leaving Lin Xingyu stunned, without engaging in further small talk. By the time Huang He and Wu Daozhong returned to the town, it was already late at night. Lin Mo immediately convened a meeting with the two at the Wu family residence that very night. Wu Daozhong had originally intended to convene a formal meeting with department heads at the Wu Enterprises office building. He also planned to introduce the company's new majority shareholder to everyone. But Lin Mo put a stop to it. Tongling Town was merely a starting point. Lin Mo didn't want to expend too much energy on it. Regarding Wu Daozhong's character, Lin Mo had already investigated it when deciding to collaborate with him. Though somewhat rigid, the man was exceptionally diligent and sincere in his work. Therefore, he planned to only provide the direction for the company's development, leaving the rest for Wu Daozhong to manage on his own. This would free up his own time for other pursuits. Compared to the Su family residence, the Wu family compound was relatively low-key, a cluster of traditional Chinese-style residences covering over 5,000 square meters. The main residence was a 3-story Chinese-style building covering 700 square meters. When Lin Mo arrived at the Wu residence, Wu Daozhong, Wang Yi, and a group of Wu family members were already waiting outside the gate. Seeing everyone dressed formally in suits, Lin Mo initially assumed Wu Daozhong had summoned all the company executives to his home. "Mr. Wu, why such a grand display? Today I simply wish to discuss the company's development path with you. Also, to examine the challenges the company faces and see if we can devise effective solutions given our current resources." Wu Daozhong, a man in his 40s, sported a neatly trimmed beard and a clean-cut crew cut. He wore a crisp, well-pressed suit, the standard attire for a professional man. Seeing Lin Mo step out of the car, he approached with a smile and said, "The very existence of Wu Enterprises today is entirely thanks to you, Mr. Lin. This is your first visit to my humble abode. How could I not give it my utmost attention?" After exchanging greetings and a handshake, Lin Mo acknowledged Huang Yi in the crowd. The two entered the Wu residence, surrounded by Wu Daozhong and his entourage. As Wu Daozhong introduced them, Lin Mo realized these individuals were not corporate executives. They were all members of Wu Daozhong's family. Wu Daozhong's 4 wives and 12 children. Lin Mo was taken aback by the introduction. 4 wives, all legally recognized. This was his first encounter with Blue Star's marriage laws. Most of Blue Star's land was dominated by demon beasts, and the human population was insignificant compared to them. To strengthen their ability to fight the demon beasts, they rarely interfered in personal marriages. As long as both parties consented, one could take as many wives as desired. After a hearty family feast, Wu Daozhong warmly invited them to the 3rd-floor balcony of the main residence. They finally stepped onto the balcony of the 3rd floor of the main residence. Once the servants serving tea and wine had departed, Lin Mo cut straight to the point. "The future development of the enterprise will remain under Mr. Wu's full authority. I have only a few requirements. First, restart the equipment production line. Run both potion and equipment production simultaneously to reclaim the town's market as quickly as possible. Second, launch the online store. Run more promotional activities to quickly change the consumption habits of the town's awakened individuals, thereby capturing the market faster. Third, once the market stabilizes, expand the company's business into areas like mounts and services. Mr. Wu, regarding my proposals, which issues do you consider most urgent to address?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, Wu Daozhong found himself genuinely perplexed. "Mr. Lin, launching the equipment production line alone presents significant challenges. Since the Wu family's equipment production line has been idle for years, restarting it now requires major equipment upgrades, which demand substantial investment. But that's not the most critical issue. The real problem is the lack of skilled smiths. Without them, our equipment will lose its competitive edge in the market. Moreover, the raw materials for equipment production, minerals, demon beast bones, energy-conducting materials, and so forth all require purchasing semi-finished products from other suppliers. This drastically increases manufacturing costs, eroding our product's price advantage in the market. Currently, the equipment trade in the town market is essentially monopolized by the Su family. Even the Huang family's equipment business survives only by sharing profits with the Su family. The backers supporting the Su family, I'm sure you're familiar with them, Mr. Lin. They're the largest family in the county seat now, the Wen family. Compared to the Wen family, our production line is practically a small workshop. You know that the smaller the production line, the higher the costs. Therefore, capturing the town's market will be extremely difficult for us. In fact, it's challenging for the equipment industry to even survive here." After finishing his explanation, Wu Daozhong wore a look of deep concern. His family's equipment business had been forced to shut down under similar circumstances. And these weren't even the only reasons. Chapter 103, I've got this boss Lin Mo. Lin Mo pondered for a moment upon hearing this. Huang He, you know him well. I intend to transfer 20% of Wu Enterprises shares to him. Ignoring their astonishment, Lin Mo continued his statement. He's a talented blacksmith with solid theoretical knowledge, though his current skill level is still low. Whether to upgrade or replace the production line equipment, discuss it with Huang He. Report the required investment directly to me, and I'll find a way to cover it. Regarding raw materials for equipment, this is another key topic today. I want you to restart the business of acquiring and processing demon beast carcasses. This way, we can source some materials for equipment and potion production ourselves, reducing manufacturing costs while generating additional income. For other materials needed in equipment and potion production, I've already reached an agreement with the Lin family in the county seat. Someone will coordinate with you on that front. They will supply any materials we lack, and we can sell them any byproducts from demon beast processing that our enterprise doesn't require. Regarding hiring blacksmiths, you'll need to discuss this with Huang He. It's not particularly difficult. As long as we can provide sufficient forging materials for the blacksmiths to craft equipment, they'll have the opportunity to gain experience and level up quickly. Huang He should understand this well. As for the operational details, I won't interfere, I'll leave that entirely to you. I have only one request: if you encounter promising blacksmiths, even if they are low level and their forging process wastes raw materials, we must recruit them for intensive training. This builds reserves for forging a high-quality, skilled forging force. Regarding the demon beast carcasses, the town military headquarters will coordinate with you in a few days. This batch alone is sufficient to sustain the enterprise's operations for a full year. When handing them over, make sure to create a big scene. To avoid trouble, you need to know how to leverage momentum. With the military headquarters backing you, you'll encounter far fewer complications when operating within the town. Any other questions? Hearing Lin Mo's words, both men fell silent in astonishment, especially Huang He. He knew Lin Mo well, a helpless orphan who'd left the orphanage with him. Now not only did he have such a wide social circle, but he also possessed power beyond the reach of ordinary people. How long had it been since his awakening? Lin Mo's transformation was nothing short of earth-shattering. The business dealings with the Lin family in the county seat were understandable. But for the military headquarters of this small town to willingly cooperate with him and even extend protection? That was beyond Huang He's comprehension. If there are no further issues, let's discuss the contract transfer. Hearing Lin Mo's prompt, the two men snapped out of their astonishment. Wu Daozhong pondered for a moment before asking, Mr. Lin, does this mean we can leverage the military's deterrence, or can we request their direct intervention when problems arise? As you know, the Wen family has always been notorious for their high-handed ways. While the Su family operates as an independent enterprise in name, they are essentially just the Wen family's representatives in Tongling Town. Following your plan, the Su family's room to maneuver will be severely restricted. I fear the Wen family might come looking for trouble. Ha ha ha, trouble? Lin Mo laughed at this. If they want to wage a price war, you can use the slogan of helping the town recover and fight them to the bitter end in that price war. As long as the Su family dares to drag this out, we can outlast them for a year or two without making a single penny. I've already paid for that batch of demon beasts from the military. Use that shipment as capital and play along with them. If the Wen family resorts to violence, feign weakness at first to gather evidence of their actions. Once you have sufficient proof, report it directly to the military. If I'm still in town, I'll handle this matter myself. If I've already departed for the Martial Arts High School League, others will naturally step in to manage it. As he spoke, a barely perceptible glint of bloodlust and murderous intent flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Wu Daozhong breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, with that assurance, I can rest easy. Now, about the contract transfer, my studies aren't finished yet, so I need to focus my energy on academics. That means I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Wu, with the business management side of things. As a forger, Huang He's personal advancement is directly tied to the company's growth. This presents an opportunity for him to assist you further. I hereby transfer 21% of my 51% equity stake to Huang He. If you have no objections, Mr. Wu, please witness this. We'll sign the transfer contract now. Regarding the transfer process, I'll provide you with a power of attorney. Please accompany Mr. Huang to complete the formalities. In truth, the procedures required for Blue Star Enterprises are remarkably straightforward. The primary reason major shareholders register with the Awakened Alliance Center. The primary reason is to facilitate accountability in case of product issues, nothing more. Moreover, whoever holds the majority stake effectively controls the company's major decisions without needing shareholder meetings. Now that Lin Mo had voluntarily diluted his shares, control of the company would return to Wu Daozhong. Far from bringing him joy, this development only deepened Wu Daozhong's unease. Regarding the company's development, if Lin Mo merely provided funding, once the company began generating profits, allocating a portion of those profits to him would suffice. But in the restructured company, everything from raw materials to the entire operational process was essentially tied to Lin Mo's connections. Now that Wu Daozhong held the reins, he felt profoundly uneasy. Mr. Lin, I also have something I'd like to discuss with you. I've worked tirelessly to build this company over the years. Now that I'm getting older, I'm feeling a bit worn out. It's time to step back and let the younger generation gain some experience. I also wish to distribute my shares to my children, allowing them to participate in the company's development. I'd appreciate your help in witnessing this. Lin Mo understood immediately that Wu Daozhong feared losing his influence over the company and becoming disengaged from its development. Once Wu Enterprises lost his support, all that talk about old age would be nonsense. How old was Wu Daozhong anyway? For an awakened one, his 40s marked the prime of life. No problem. Let's handle it together now. With Lin Mo's consent, Wu Daozhong informed Lin Mo and Huang Hadao before immediately rising to handle the matter. Are you certain you want to give me 21% of the shares for free? According to your plan, Wu Enterprises will eventually dominate the small-town market. The returns from a 21% stake aren't insignificant. After Wu Daozhong left, Wang Yi smiled and said to Lin Mo, "What? Do you think our relationship isn't worth 21% of a small-town company? Or do you think this small-town enterprise is our ultimate goal?" Lin Mo picked up a glass of red wine from beside the sofa, swirled it gently, and leaned back lazily on the couch with a smile. They say awakening is like rebuilding your life. Lin Mo, I feel like you've rebuilt yours pretty thoroughly. Huang Yi chuckled in admiration. Lin Mo's transformation was truly remarkable. Who says otherwise? Who doesn't want to be the helmsman of their own destiny? Who doesn't want to break free from being someone else's puppet? The only way is to keep growing stronger. Only with sufficient strength can you say no to things you don't want to do. Chapter 104, Corporate Arrangements. The Hands-Off Manager. As the two chatted casually, Wu Daozhong entered with two others. The woman wore a cheongsam, her figure curvaceous and well-proportioned. A wooden hairpin held back her beautiful hair, revealing a delicate and gentle face. Her demeanor was soft and mature, tinged with a hint of shyness. The man, dressed in a suit like Wu Daozhong, was tall and slender with sharply defined facial features. His neatly trimmed short hair hinted at meticulous grooming. Wu Daozhong had introduced them both earlier. They were Wu Daozhong's eldest daughter and son. Their names were Wu Ling and Wu Xin. We've kept Mr. Lin and Mr. Huang waiting. Allow me to introduce my two children, Wu Ling and Wu Xin, who have come to meet Mr. Lin and Mr. Huang. Huang Yi felt slightly uncomfortable at the formal address and instinctively rose to greet them. Lin Mo merely nodded, sitting up straight from his reclined position. We've met before. No need for such formality. Please sit down. Let's get started with the handover. It's best we begin immediately. Lin Mo now understood that on Blue Star, there was no such thing as working by day and resting by night. As long as one had the energy, any time was work time. Alright, I'll follow your lead, Mr. Lin. Please sit down, Mr. Huang. Mr. Lin, Mr. Huang, I intend to allocate 28% of my 49% shares to my children. 10 of them are still in school, they'll each get 2 shares. Wu Ling and Wu Xin, however, have awakened to practical professions, so they dropped out early to help at home. They each receive 4 shares and can assist with managing company affairs. What do you two think? Lin Mo took a small sip of wine, his expression suddenly becoming quite animated. He was no stranger to fine wines. This wine surpassed any he'd tasted before. Savoring the aftertaste, he smiled and spoke. Whatever Mr. Wu decides is fine. We're just here to witness it. Mr. Wu, where did you get this wine? It's truly exceptional. Actually, the wine industry could be a viable expansion for the company. A wine like this would surely find its market. Wu Ling's face lit up at Lin Mo's words, though she shifted her jaw slightly, looking a bit uncomfortable. Ha, if you like it, Mr. Lin, I'll have some bottled up for you before you leave. These are all brewed by my daughter herself. She awakened as a brewer with decent talent. Most of the liquor we drink at home and the liquid seasonings we use are her creations. As for the brewing industry, I've never really considered it. Right now, everyone's spending is focused on enhancing their abilities. Few people would buy this stuff. Lin Mo glanced at the poised and elegant Wu Ling beside him. I had no idea Miss Wu Ling possessed such skills. If you're willing, you could launch a new brewing venture. I'll handle all the initial investment and sales channels. This way, not only will you level up faster, but your business will also diversify. A delighted expression flashed across Wu Ling's exquisite features. But her expression quickly dimmed. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Lin. It depends on my father's decision. If he permits it, I would be delighted to do so. She offered Lin Mo an apologetic smile before turning to Wu Daozhong. Since Mr. Lin isn't joking, I certainly won't stand in the way. The brewing operation won't be included in the company's main business. Wu Ling and Mr. Lin will establish it separately. This will also avoid many management complications. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Wu Ling was thrilled to hear her father agree so readily. After all, whenever she dabbled in brewing at home, her father would scold her for neglecting her duties, urging her to learn management skills instead. To help him manage the company. Then it's settled. I'll provide the capital and handle sales channels, while Miss Wu Ling will oversee the technical aspects. We'll each hold a 50% stake in the company. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Wu Ling will certainly live up to your expectations. The two exchanged contact information. The real reason the Wu family's pharmaceutical business thrived in this small town was their formidable genetic legacy. Wu Daozhong himself was a pharmacist, and all four of his daughters-in-law were also pharmacists, each possessing talent rated at B level or higher. As the eldest daughter, Wu Ling had awakened as an S-grade brewer 4 years prior, much to Wu Daozhong's frustration at the time. Despite possessing such high talent, she couldn't inherit the family genes. Instead, she awakened as a brewer, a profession often deemed useless. Yet many life skills hold importance equal to combat professions. Notably, professions like blacksmith, alchemist, beastmaster, and architect stand out as prime examples. Though these professions leveled up slowly, those with strong aptitude often surpassed most combat classes in demand. Plus, they carry no combat risks. Wu Daozhong himself was an A-rank alchemist, having inherited his father's excellent genes, and he was passionate about potion research. Thus, when it came time to marry, despite his family's decent financial standing which would have easily allowed him to find a wife from a combat profession, instead, he sought out women with B rank or higher alchemist potential. His sole purpose was to ensure his children would awaken as alchemists like himself. When he learned Wu Ling had awakened as a brewer, Wu Daozhong neglected his eldest daughter for years, leaving her to fend for herself. It wasn't until 2 years ago, when Wu Xian awakened as a B-rank alchemist, that Wu Daozhong's mood finally improved. Unexpectedly, today he gained the approval of Lin Mo, a man of mysterious background. Amidst the joyful atmosphere, the share transfer procedures were finalized. Lin Mo transferred 1,000 Federation coins to Wu Ling, instructing her to expand the operation as much as possible. If funds fell short, she could seek reimbursement from him at any time. His generosity stunned Wu Ling. She had expected a few 100,000 silver coins at most for such a niche industry. Instead, he had immediately offered 10 million silver coins. It seemed Lin Mo's interest in the brewing industry was no passing fancy, which suddenly placed considerable pressure on her. After discussing the matter in detail, Lin Mo didn't linger and rose to take his leave. Huang Yi remained at the Wu residence. Wu Daozhong had arranged a separate apartment for him to facilitate their discussions. The following days passed in relative leisure for Lin Mo. His level was stuck at 40, making further progression impossible. Running dungeons offered him little benefit at this point. He and Yi Xin had also explored the wilderness. Within 70 or 80 kilometers of the city walls, they encountered some low-level war slave grade beasts, but no other demonic creatures were spotted. With Wu Daozhong and Huang He managing the enterprise, everything progressed smoothly. As a hands-off owner, he saw no need to interfere. Throughout the war, the Wu family sold all goods at regular prices without profiteering. This earned the Wu family enterprise considerable praise and new customers. Now, with the restart of equipment production, many people were eagerly anticipating it. During this period, the military also issued a commendation on the town's official website, praising the Wu family's entrepreneurial spirit. It stated that most of the demon beast carcasses from the siege would be sold to Wu Enterprises at a discounted price. Simultaneously, a 10-year contract for medicinal supplies was signed with the Wu Enterprises. Overnight, the Wu Corporation's reputation soared, its momentum hinting at a potential rise to surpass the Su and Huang families. Yet the two rivals remained surprisingly quiet. No price wars erupted, nor did they send agents to cause trouble. Brother Lin, didn't you say you wanted to go to the county town for some auction? I'm bored stiff these days. Can you take me along to the county seat to see the world? Lin Mo, who had been reclining and savoring his wine, received Yi Xian's message and suddenly remembered this matter. The journey from Tongling Town to Qianing County took 2 days by bus, and there were only 3 days left until the auction Lin Xingyu had mentioned. If they left today, they could still explore the county town upon arrival. Sure. We'll leave in an hour. Meet me at the school gate. Chapter 105, Taking the Girl to Town. Ferry meets the train. The two boarded an energy train. This train traveled at an incredible speed, averaging around 400 kilometers per hour, essentially skimming the ground. Even at such speed, reaching Qianing County still took about 2 days. Though not a direct route, it served as a testament to the vastness of Blue Star's territory. The 2 days passed quickly. Yi Xin showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever, chattering nonstop the entire journey. Along the route, aside from occasional temporary military outposts and energy stations, the landscape consisted mainly of mountains, rivers, and valleys. There wasn't much else to see. Lin Mo had brought some books from the school library and spent most of his time reading. It wasn't until the train began to slow down. The announcement that Qianing County was approaching and passengers should prepare to disembark finally prompted him to put his book away. Qianing County's station platform was impressively grand, especially one of its structures, a massive hemispherical building spanning thousands of square meters. It was constantly shielded by an energy dome. Tongling Town also had such structures, energy stations used to recharge trains and power the protective shields over the platforms. Compared to Qianing County, however, Tongling Town's energy station appeared decidedly shabby. A blue orb of light hovered above the energy platform. Every passenger disembarking from the train was scanned by the energy orb. Lin Mo had no idea what this thing was for. As the two stood observing with curiosity, "Lin Mo, over here." A sweet voice rang out. Intrigued, Lin Mo followed the sound. There stood a woman in a pristine white dress. Her jet black hair was loosely gathered into a low bun, with a few strands like ink black ribbons cascading down the side of her neck. A pearl tassel hairpin was slanted through her hair. Her skin glowed like porcelain touched by morning dew, translucent enough to reveal the faint blush at her ears. Her long eyelashes, delicate as butterfly wings, cast soft shadows across her eyelids with each blink. Her nose was gracefully straight, and her lips bore a natural cherry blossom hue. A smile played at the corners of her lips, like a newly bloomed camellia holding morning dew. Most captivating were her eyes' amber pupils that seemed to hold shards of diamonds. As she waved, her white dress billowed, shimmering with a faint silver glow, as if sunlight had been crushed and scattered across its hem. Amidst the crowd at the station entrance, she stood like a celestial being descended to earth. Onlookers had gathered for who knew how long, utterly captivated by her smile. Not just Lin Mo, even Yi Xin found herself mesmerized. Before this woman, she felt no trace of jealousy. Only pure enchantment. "What are you staring at? How much longer do you expect me to wait for you? Lin Qingyu?" Lin Mo snapped back to reality and walked over with Yi Xin to ask. It was only upon seeing those captivating eyes that he recognized this woman who could bring a nation to its knees. Though they'd stayed in touch, they'd only ever been online acquaintances. Back in the small town, Lin Qingyu had dressed very modestly, her face always covered by a veil. So seeing the stunning Lin Qingyu today, Lin Mo found it hard to believe. "Besides your sister, who else would wait for you under the scorching sun? I've waited so long for you, yet you didn't even recognize me. How heartbreaking. Oh my, who's this? Your new girlfriend? No wonder you stopped calling me sister, so you found a new flame now, huh?" The onlookers stared at the ethereal beauty who had stood there for ages, her expression as cold as ice. Now she was flirting and bantering with an ordinary-looking boy, their eyes filled with envy. Envy so intense it made them want to stab someone. Honestly, under normal circumstances, Lin Mo would have been speechless at such blatant favoritism. But now he understood. If they didn't have that look in their eyes, that would be the real anomaly. "Let me introduce you both. This is Yi Xin, my classmate and teammate in this year's martial arts high school league. And this is little Yi Xin, I'm Lin Qingyu, Lin Mo's godmother." Seeing Yi Xin's astonished expression, she raised her embroidered eyebrows at Lin Mo, who was squinting at her from the side. "Well, almost, haha. Little Yi Xin, you must be tired after such a long drive. Let me take you to soak in the hot springs to relax first, then we'll explore Qianing County later." With that, she grabbed Yi Xin's hand and turned to leave, paying no mind to Lin Mo. Some onlookers, hearing that this little fairy was heading to the hot springs, turned and followed at a distance, eager to see which hot spring she would visit. They hoped to catch a glimpse of the fairy bathing. Lin Mo was left speechless. The saying goes, a gentleman is charming, not vulgar. These fellows were lowering themselves by acting this way. Lin Mo followed the two women out of the station exit, where a clean and orderly scene immediately unfolded before his eyes. Instead of the towering skyscrapers she'd imagined, the 30 to 40 meter wide streets were lined with neatly arranged Western-style villas. As far as the eye could see, most were three-story villas, spaced apart without any sense of crowding. Greenery, lakes, and rivers were woven throughout the landscape, the air refreshingly crisp. The expansive views created an illusion that this county town had transformed into a leisure villa district. It seemed less bustling and prosperous than Tongling Town. As Lin Mo pulled his gaze back from the distance, his eyes suddenly sharpened. He spotted several individuals in the crowd dressed similarly to ordinary people, yet their movements betrayed professional training. Their gazes kept darting toward Lin Qingyu and Yi Xin, hard to notice unless you were paying close attention. "Brother Lin, what are you spacing out for? Come on over." Lin Mo looked over to see a 5-meter wide, ellipsoidal vehicle parked in front of them. It radiated a futuristic tech aesthetic, though Lin Mo found its design somewhat unappealing. However, stepping inside revealed a whole different world. The interior was neatly arranged with a dining table, sofa, and even a bed. From the outside, it was just a lump of metal shaped like a half-ellipsoid. Yet inside, dazzling gemstones and exquisite decorations adorned the space, with the ability to adjust the interior scenery. The ride was remarkably smooth, so much so that if not for the rapidly receding scenery outside the windows, Lin Mo would have thought their vehicle hadn't moved at all. "Lin Mo, could the scenery outside be more captivating than me and Yi Xin? Why have you been staring out the window in a daze ever since we got in?" Lin Qingyu, who seemed to have endless topics to discuss with Yi Xin, had actually been observing Lin Mo discreetly. Seeing him fixated on the window made her a bit annoyed. Even when chatting online, Lin Mo had never been this moody. "We might be under surveillance. Have you crossed any enemies lately? Targeted? What do you mean?" Lin Qingyu looked puzzled at the remark. "At the train station, I spotted several plainclothes officers who looked professionally trained. They were blending into the crowd, occasionally glancing in your direction. Right now, 2 cars are tailing us closely. Yi Xin pressed the armrest of the sofa she was sitting on. All scenes inside the car vanished instantly. The entire vehicle became transparent as clear glass. The view outside was completely unobstructed, yet from the outside looking in, nothing appeared different. The 3 looked out the window. Indeed, 2 vehicles, one on each side, were steadily sandwiching their car between them. Yi Xin's expression instantly turned wary. Chapter 106, Inside the Villa Relaxation Arrangements. Lin Qingyu glanced at the 2 vehicles. She shrugged indifferently. You mean these? They're probably bodyguards my father arranged for me. As long as I'm out of his sight, he always secretly arranges people to protect me. I have zero freedom. It's so annoying. With that, she shifted the scene inside the car. Lin Mo, however, felt uneasy. When those men scanned them, for a split second, he sensed a hint of hostility in their gaze. It wasn't just Lin Qingyu, Yi Xin and himself seemed to be within their surveillance range too. But that feeling vanished in an instant, and Lin Mo couldn't be certain. After all, he had no enemies in this county town. Perhaps his nerves were simply too frayed lately, making him overly sensitive. After over an hour's drive, the car finally arrived at a lavishly decorated villa. Enclosed by an energy barrier, it was clearly a private residence. Along the way, they had passed smaller villas displaying various signs and bustling with people coming and going, none of which had energy barriers. We're here. This is where I handle business matters. Let's rest here first. After we eat, I'll take you into town. Ha? This isn't Qianing County yet? Hearing Lin Qingyu's words, Yi Xin's mouth fell open in surprise. After driving at such high speed for over an hour, they still hadn't entered the city? Well, strictly speaking, it is. But this isn't the city center. These areas handle Qianing County's trade and commerce. If we want to reach the city center, it'll take another 3 or 4 hours. Let's rest here for now and head into town later. That way, we can catch the night view. Qianing County isn't much to look at during the day, but it's quite beautiful at night. Lin Mo, you guys sit tight for a bit. I'll go make arrangements so you can relax first. With that, she gave Lin Mo a big-eyed blink before heading out. Before long, 8 women dressed in light blue kipayos entered the room. They all shared one striking feature: ample curves. Young Master Lin, Miss Yi instructed us to help you to unwind. Please follow us. Yi Xin glanced at Lin Mo with a hint of confusion. Let's go. Today we'll experience the life of the city's wealthy young masters and mistresses. Seeing Lin Mo rise, Yi Xin hurriedly followed. They stepped outside. Master Lin, this way please. Miss Yi, this way. We have to go separate ways? Seeing the 2 heading in different directions, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and asked. Yes, the young lady mentioned she'd like to invite Miss Yi to join her for a bath. If young Master Lin and Miss Yi wish to bathe together, I'll inform the young lady. The lead attendant explained to Lin Mo in a gentle tone. Oh, that won't be necessary. Please lead the way. Lin Mo finally understood Miss Lin Qingyu had arranged for the 2 of them to bathe together. Yi Xin, her head bowed, followed the other 4 women as they turned toward the opposite direction. Lin Mo followed the 4 women in cheongsams through a series of twists and turns until they reached a spacious room. Inside, a rockery-style hot spring bath was set up, flanked by resting beds. The beds were draped with red gauze mosquito nets sprinkled with silver powder, allowing only a faint glimpse of the interior from outside. By the bath, 2 women dressed in light, airy garments stood waiting, holding bath supplies. Upon seeing the 4 women escorting Lin Mo inside, Young Master Lin, please change your clothes over here. The 2 women bowed slightly as they addressed Lin Mo, their faces radiating natural smiles throughout. Their presence felt like a gentle spring breeze. Besides these 2 attendants assisting Lin Mo with his bath, several musicians and dancers were also present in the room. Lin Mo couldn't help but inwardly marvel. This kind of setup back in the day, he would have asked outright. Hey, ladies, is this place legit? And if it is, how much do I need to pay to make it not legit? But this was Lin Qingyu's residence, so he could only swallow his words. He cursed inwardly. You little minx, are you toying with me, or is this just how your life is? Lin Mo wasn't one to make a fuss. Since he was here, he might as well enjoy it. After the 2 women helped Lin Mo change his clothes, they attended to his bath. The 4 women in light blue kipayos brought food and drinks, standing by to attend to his every need. Lin Mo reclined in the bath, listening to the soft music filling the room while admiring the graceful dance before him. He relished the perfectly measured kneading, feeling the tenderness and smoothness radiating through his body. His body and mind were deeply relaxed. This was the damn right way to unwind. Back in the small town, when their energy was nearly depleted, they'd just chug a bottle of energy potion haphazardly. They'd work themselves to the bone, then down a bottle of energy potion to get back to work. Is that relaxation? Pure, unadulterated drudgery. In such a soft and comfortable environment, Lin Mo drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Until a soft voice by his ear roused him. Young Master Lin, please lie down. We'll help clear the blockages in your body. For women in Cheongsams, carrying his bathrobes, smiled as they spoke to him in soft tones. How long have I been asleep? About an hour and a half, young Master Lin. Prolonged soaking isn't advisable, so we had to disturb your lovely dream. We hope you'll forgive us. Not at all. You've been so thoughtful, Mississippi. I'm grateful beyond words. How could I possibly blame you? Didn't Lin Qingyu and the others come to fetch me? No, Miss Lin had everything timed perfectly. Once young Master Lin was fully rested, she instructed us to escort you directly to the dining hall. Oh, that's quite thoughtful. Indeed. In all our years serving the young lady, this is the first time we've seen such meticulous arrangements for a guest. Lin Mo chuckled and teased, looks like this bed won't be getting used then. Oh, but we must. Clearing your blockages is the key to true relaxation. Alright then. I'll be in your care. Lin Mo rose from the bath, feeling fully rejuvenated. Needless to say, it was undoubtedly due to the bath and the nap. It had nothing to do with what he'd heard or imagined. Attended by several attendants, Lin Mo changed into pajamas and climbed into bed. For women in Cheongsams drew the bed curtains. Since entering this room, Lin Mo had barely lifted a finger. Bathing, soaking, eating, drinking, dressing, everything was attended to with meticulous care. The only thing missing was being carried around. Lin Mo had experienced such treatment before, but since his arrival in this world, he faced constant challenges. It was either leveling up or defending the city. Time pressed on relentlessly. It felt as though he'd been on Blue Star for years already. Today's arrangements by Lin Qingyu suddenly gave him the illusion of reliving his life before the transmigration. Lin Mo lay down as instructed by the girls. Closing his eyes, he prepared to enjoy the service to come. Moments later, it didn't disappoint Lin Mo. In fact, it even exceeded his expectations. Chapter 107, a new money-making venture training the priest. He had expected soft skin to glide over his body. Instead, several gentle streams of energy surged through his body, some coursing along his veins, others seeping beneath his skin. Under the precise guidance of the four women, they navigated areas prone to stagnation within his body. For ordinary practitioners, such blockages would either be forcibly cleared through powerful energy surges, or they would simply allow it to accumulate within, eventually forming hardened masses that left hidden ailments in the body. Lin Mo now felt the few remaining blockages within his body gradually dissolving under the gentle energy. Muscles and veins relaxed profoundly under the energy's kneading. This sensation was far more soothing than any external massage. He couldn't help but let out a moan of pleasure. Young Master Lin, this is the first time we sisters have seen your physical condition. Oh, What do you mean? Lin Mo was puzzled by the Cheongsam-clad girl's words. Under normal circumstances, anyone's internal tissues would accumulate significant blockages due to damage or natural aging. But your body is brimming with vitality and life force. Any blockages present are only temporary. Even without our intervention, it would improve naturally in no time. Truly astonishing. As priests, our bodies possess stronger restorative abilities than ordinary people. Yet compared to yours, that capacity is negligible. Lin Mo perked up at this. You're priests? A woman named Ningwei smiled and replied, yes, we sisters are both priests. Then why choose to work as masseuses? I don't mean to look down on this job. What I meant was that priests are combat classes, and projecting energy outward is a hallmark of second-class advancement. After second job advancement, priests play a role on the battlefield that's no weaker than any other combat class. Isn't it a waste of your talents to be working as masseuses? The leader of the group chuckled. When we awoke, our talents were all terrible. Not a single one of us reached C rank. With talents like that, no one would take us, not for battle, not even for dungeon runs to level up. Most priests below C rank, because their bodies heal faster than average, get bought and sold as breeding tools. They're often traded multiple times, stripped of any personal freedom. We sisters were incredibly fortunate. After the Lin family had purchased us, he not only invested resources to help us level up, he also trained us in service skills, and in daily life, he only had us perform basic domestic tasks. Lin Mo heard this and felt a bit puzzled. The government, doesn't the Awakened Alliance intervene in the trafficking of people? Young Master Lin, you jest. The Awakened Alliance has never restricted the trade of priests. They even encourage the buying and selling of low-talent priests. Why? It allows our nation's population to grow rapidly. With demonic beasts encircling us, other nations will even wage wars to plunder resources. Countless awakened perish annually in the nation's defense wars. For a nation to thrive, it requires a substantial influx of people. So naturally, the Awakened Alliance won't interfere. Hearing the woman's words, Lin Mo finally realized he was on Blue Star. He couldn't approach this with his old mindset. Ladies, your skills are truly unmatched. Is there a dedicated massage service center in Qianing County? Massage services? The Cheongsam-clad woman looked puzzled at the question, for no one had ever given a name to their line of work. Naturally, they had no idea that in Lin Mo's mind, their work had been defined as massage services. Oh, you mean the services you provide? The women couldn't help but chuckle at the remark. Heh, young Master Lin, you're joking. Dungeons are extremely scarce in every city. For low-talent awakened ones like us, leveling up is as hard as climbing to the heavens. If we were born into ordinary families, there'd be no way to level up on our own. Even for powerful families, nurturing someone like us means selectively abandoning many more promising awakened individuals. Besides, the services we provide can be replaced by better potions at a fraction of the cost. How should I put it? The massage services you mentioned, most people can't afford them, and those who can afford them don't need them. Lin Mo chuckled and steered the conversation toward lighter topics. He didn't see it that way. The greatest investment in cultivating these low-talent individuals was opportunity cost. The urgency of dungeon runs meant that dedicating time and effort to train them. This meant abandoning combat-oriented awakened individuals who could bring greater benefits to the clan. If the dungeon problem could be solved, the cost of training these individuals would be drastically reduced. In the market, potions wouldn't become competitive products. While they could achieve the same healing effects, they couldn't offer personalized service or provide much emotional value. The idea of training priests to open massage service centers on Blue Star holds great potential. Time passed quickly as Lin Mo and the others engaged in pleasant conversation. Young Master Lin, the young lady has sent word inviting you to dine. Please change your clothes and we'll escort you over. Lin Qingyu saw Lin Mo being led over by the others. She approached Lin Mo and whispered, "So, how about it? Satisfied with your sister's arrangements? Did you get any funny ideas with my maid?" Lin Mo gazed at her angelic beauty, his words immediately sparking wild imagination. His mind momentarily froze. "Sis Qingyu, seeing your true beauty like this, even the best service would pale in comparison. You're such a smart aleck." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Lin Qingyu felt a surge of quiet happiness. All her life, she'd heard so many compliments about herself. So many that they had started to feel nauseating to her ears. But coming from Lin Mo, it felt surprisingly good. However, Lin Mo's next words left her feeling a bit dissatisfied. The service was top-notch, but it wasn't quite satisfying. "Sister Qingyu, if you could send me a few of those maids from earlier, it would be perfect." "Nice try. I had to beg father relentlessly just to get these 8. If you want more, go train them yourself," Lin Qingyu said, feigning anger. "Fine. You have connections. Help me buy some priests with lower talent, and I'll train them myself. But you have to assign someone to coach me." Seeing Lin Mo wasn't joking, Lin Qingyu asked in confusion, "Seriously? You really want them?" "Of course. Do you have any idea how much it costs to train a second transition priest? For starters, they need to participate in battles to gain experience points for leveling up. Their skills have cooldowns, even the shortest ones take half a day. Second-class priests require level 120 to reach that stage. You haven't even reached your first advancement yet. You want to level them up? That's ridiculous. And do you even have dungeon resources? Without dungeons, where are you going to get them to level up?" Chapter 108, Being Targeted Bingwan's Unease. Lin Qingyu had assumed her demands would be enough to deter Lin Mo. "None of that is your concern. Just find me candidates, the more, the better. They need to be well-proportioned with attractive features. You're not buying them to start a harem, are you? That's confidential for now." Lin Qingyu shot Lin Mo a disapproving look, her impression of him dropping significantly. After the 3 finished eating, Lin Qingyu led them into the city. Lin Qingyu reapplied her veil and grew noticeably more reserved than before. Lin Mo naturally had no idea why, and even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. They were merely business partners, not a couple. Was he supposed to placate her if she was upset? Upon reaching the county town, Lin Qingyu briefly showed them around before arranging lodgings. Claiming she had matters to attend to, she departed ahead of schedule. "Brother Lin, Sister Qingyu seemed upset since dinner. Did you say something to offend her?" "Probably not. Maybe something came up. No need to worry about it." Lin Mo answered absent-mindedly, gazing out the hotel window. He couldn't spare a thought for whether Lin Qingyu was upset or not. The people who had been tailing Lin Qingyu and her group earlier. They were now lurking around the hotel, keeping tabs on them. Lin Qingyu had already left, and these men clearly weren't her bodyguards. He had initially thought they were after Lin Qingyu, but now it seemed their target was him. This was getting interesting. "Are you tired from all the walking?" "Ha! Not at all. It's my first time in the city, and there are so many things I've never seen before. After resting, I'd like to go out and explore some more." Lin Mo chuckled. "Ha, how about I offer you some relaxation services too?" "Oh my, Brother Lin, what are you saying?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, Xian's face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly covered her face with her hands. It was her first time bathing with someone else. Even though they were all girls, she still felt incredibly uncomfortable. Now, hearing Lin Mo offer to help her relax, she instantly recalled the earlier awkward scene. "What are you thinking? I don't have those lady skills. I meant to take you to the space I showed you earlier to recharge your energy." "Naughty Lin Mo, you should have made yourself clear. I thought you meant." Seeing Lin Mo grinning and staring at her, Exan's face, which had just begun to fade, flushed red again. "You're so naughty, I'm ignoring you." "Ha, stop sulking. That group that was tailing us earlier is still near the hotel. I want to go confront them. It's not safe to leave you alone in the room. You go rest in the demigod space first." "Ha? Didn't Sister Qingyu say they're her bodyguards? Why aren't they protecting her? What are they doing here?" Lin Mo shrugged. "Who knows? That's exactly why I want to meet them. Could it be dangerous? Well, that depends on what they're up to. You go into the space first." "Brother Lin, I'm a bit scared being alone in the demigod space. Can I skip going in?" "Scared? What do you mean?" Lin Mo was puzzled. Didn't this girl love the scenery of the demigod space before? Earlier in the demigod realm, I summoned Xiaolan while searching for an exit. But after she appeared, she became extremely restless. Xiaolan said there's a mysterious demon beast aura in the demigod space that makes her feel oppressed. Lin Mo was completely baffled by this. Demon beast aura? The demigod realm was the dwelling place of his mysterious master. How could a demon beast aura appear there? Given that master's cultivation level, wouldn't he have already discovered and subdued any demonic beasts long ago? "I'll go in with you to take a look," Lin Mo said, leading Exin into the demigod realm. Summon Xiaolan now and have it track the demon beast's scent. The demigod realm was vast, and Lin Mo hadn't had time to explore it yet. But on several previous visits, he hadn't found any traces of demonic beasts. He even began to suspect the place might be unsuitable for demonic beasts to survive. After Xiaolan was summoned, Exin instructed it to track the scent she had sensed earlier. Yet after 5 or 6 minutes of circling overhead, Xiaolan relayed news. The demon beast's aura had vanished. She hadn't sensed it at all since they entered. What's going on? Xiaolan definitely sensed a demon beast earlier. My mind is connected to hers, that kind of feeling never fails. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before speaking. Never mind that for now. One thing is certain, even if there is a demon beast, it poses no threat to us. After all, this is my own spatial equipment. I'll take you to the floating island first. Stay there until I've handled my business. When I have time, I'll bring Xiaolan back to explore it properly. He was certain of one thing, since the old man had taken him as a disciple and gifted him the 1,000-layer tower. He wouldn't put him in danger. Even if demonic beasts existed within this demigod space, they wouldn't pose a threat to him. Alright, I'll recall Xiaolan first. After settling Exin, Lin Mo exited the demigod space. He donned his invisibility cloak. He made his way to the hotel rooftop, scanning the surroundings to identify and eliminate every person monitoring them from the surrounding buildings. Ultimately, he identified 8 individuals. Lin Mo retrieved his knuckle dusters and slipped them on, then crept toward a figure positioned in a relatively concealed spot. Since even Lin Qingyu didn't know these people's identities, then these guys definitely meant trouble. Lin Mo had previously interrogated the mind control awakened who attacked Exin and the others, but the information he gleaned from their mental realms was limited. The most valuable insight was that both Lin Mo and Exin possessed exceptionally rare SSS tier combat class awakened talents. Lin Mo wondered if this was the reason they had been targeted by the mysterious organization. After all, combat class awakened individuals with SSS tier talent were exceedingly rare nationwide. Being targeted for this reason wasn't surprising at all. With about 10 meters left to cover, Lin Mo suddenly launched his attack. With 360 points in agility and 320 points in strength, launching a surprise attack at such close range, the opponent had no time to react before Lin Mo unleashed a barrage of punches to the head. Punch after punch landed squarely on the head. The man instantly collapsed to the ground, motionless. Lin Mo stepped forward to check. The man was already dead. So weak? Lin Mo stowed the body in his backpack and moved toward the next target. Of the 8 surveillance operatives he had targeted, Lin Mo had killed 5 and captured 3 alive. The dead were stowed in his backpack, while the living were tossed into the demigod realm. It wasn't that these people were weak. A single punch dealing 3,200 points of damage surpassed the skill damage of many others. These guys had never seen anything this insane. Among them, a level 76 warrior had a base health of only 16,200 points. If Lin Mo unleashed his full speed punches, he could land 30 blows per second, matching the damage output of his own skills. Such damage wasn't just unbearable for these first transition awakened ones. Few second transitioners could withstand it even with full gear. After dealing with these stragglers, he returned to the hotel. Lin Mo entered the demigod space. He began interrogating the captive he had just seized. Chapter 109, Eliminating the Tail Rival Stirring Trouble. When it came to interrogating prisoners, Lin Mo had plenty of methods at his disposal. Even without specialized tools, he could instill terror in these 3 with just his bare fists. Of course, these 3 weren't exactly tough nuts to crack. Were you sent by the Wen family? Lin Mo asked skeptically. One of them, seeing the suspicion in Lin Mo's eyes, feared the young man might lose his temper and start snapping fingers one by one again. He hurriedly spoke up. It was truly young Master Wen Buluo of the Wen family who ordered us to follow you. We're merely following orders. Please, spare us. Please, just let us go like a fart in the wind. The Wen family? Wen Buluo? What's Wen Buluo following me for? Hearing Lin Mo's questions, the three dared not conceal anything and immediately answered. Originally, Wen Buluo instructed us to follow Miss Lin. When we discovered Miss Lin went to the station to wait for you, we were ordered to keep an eye on you. Following Lin Qingyu? Yes. The Lin family's business in the county town has been declining, so they planned a marriage alliance with the Wen family. The betrothed couple were Miss Lin and Wen Buluo. Wen Buluo has coveted Miss Lin for quite some time, long regarding her as his exclusive possession. The head of the Wen family was initially strongly opposed to the alliance with the Lin family. It was only through Wen Buluo's relentless lobbying that the Wen patriarch relented. So you're saying I'm being treated as a romantic rival by your young master? Seeing Lin Mo clenching his fists, the three trembled in fear, nodding frantically. What level is Wen Buluo? What? Wen Buluo himself isn't very high level, just a level 93 B rank warrior. But he always has two second transition experts by his side. Second transition? What about their talent? Lin Mo had been cramming on extracurricular knowledge lately and had gained some understanding of second transitioners. For an A-rank second transition awakener, typically, fragile classes like mages or psychic controllers start with 20,000 HP, gaining an additional 1,000 HP per level. At max level 240, their HP can reach 140,000. Standard warriors start with 40,000 HP, gaining 2,000 HP per level, reaching 280,000 HP at level 240. Tank warriors start with 80,000 HP, gaining 3,000 HP per level, reaching 440,000 HP at level 240. Of course, these figures are merely historical averages compiled from records. Actual values may vary significantly, especially when factoring in equipment bonuses. We truly don't know. In Qianing County, few dare to cross Wen Buluo. These two have never shown their strength. We've told you everything we know. Please, sir, show mercy and spare us. Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. Ha! As if I'd let you off like a fart? Yes, we're nothing but farts. Killing us would dirty your hands. Just let us go like farts. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the three hurriedly chimed in. They had witnessed this youth's ruthlessness firsthand. It matched even the fiery-tempered Wen Buluo's. They didn't doubt for a moment that Lin Mo would kill them. I am indeed quite particular. Not only do I dislike getting dirty myself, but I also fear others might find me unclean. Hearing this, the three men felt hopeful. Hope springs eternal. It seemed they might just get off scot-free. That's why I always dig a hole before I fart. Afterward, I bury it right there. That way, I don't pollute the air. What the hell kind of logic is that? Does this mean he still intends to kill us? The three exchanged glances, their eyes suddenly hardening with resolve as they prepared for a desperate fight. But soon their pupils began to dilate. Obviously, their souls were already heading to the underworld. Lin Mo's current mental power exceeded 30,000 points, and his skill's burst damage could reach over 90,000. These three were merely first-tier cultivators, and they'd already been battered by Lin Mo's fists before. Even with gear buffs, what decent equipment could Wen Buluo's lackeys possibly afford? Surviving 90,000 points of instant damage was nothing short of a pipe dream. After disposing of the three, he stowed their corpses in his backpack. Only then did Lin Mo find Yi Xin and lead him out of the demigod realm. Brother Lin, what about those guys? Already taken care of. Hearing Lin Mo say taken care of, Yi Xin knew exactly what that meant. Were they from the organization that ambushed us earlier? It was the Wen family. Lin Mo recounted the information extracted from interrogation to Yi Xin. Instead of feeling tense, Yi Xin actually laughed. Brother Lin, looks like you've got a love rival on your hands. Why not just marry Sister Lin outright and put an end to that Wen Buluo schemes? Not only would you win the beauty, but you'd also solve the problem, killing two birds with one stone. I think Sister Lin has feelings for you too. Otherwise, why would she wait for you at the station under the scorching sun? Lin Mo flicked Yi Xin's forehead playfully and nodded. Yeah, well said. Just don't mention it next time. Aren't we going out? Come on, I'll accompany you for a stroll. Yay! Yi Xin, who had been holding her forehead, instantly beamed at the words. The buildings in Qianing County town were denser and taller than when they first arrived at the station. It somewhat resembled a modern metropolis from before the time travel, except the buildings were arranged with meticulous precision, as if carefully placed by someone. Lin Qingyu had chosen a hotel for them right in the heart of Qianing County. Stepping outside, they were immediately surrounded by all kinds of shops. The foot traffic was also quite heavy. Yi Xin was curious about everything, stopping to browse merchandise even if she had no use for it. Lin Mo didn't mind, content to wander aimlessly alongside Yi Xin. If they happened upon an equipment shop, he'd linger a bit longer. With his holy spirit set destroyed, Lin Mo was now in need of a new set of gear. He needed a backup weapon too. After all, as his strength increased, the knuckle dusters might fail to withstand the strain at any moment. The reason orange gear serves as a watershed in equipment is primarily because some high-quality orange gear provides percentage-based enhancements. This explains why orange gear remains highly sought after among second transition awakened warriors. In Tongling Town, orange gear is a rare commodity in any shop. Here, every shop stocks orange gear as standard, and many larger stores even have dedicated purple gear counters. Though quantities are limited, they also offer custom orders. After visiting over 10 equipment shops, Lin Mo still hadn't found anything to his liking. His goal, naturally, was purple gear. Ideally, something like the Holy Spirit set that could increase spiritual power by a percentage. He had previously shown the Holy Spirit set to Huang He. When Huang He saw the set, he was both delighted and furious. He gave it a very high appraisal. But his praise wasn't for the craftsmanship, it was for the materials. The primary material for each piece of the Holy Spirit set came from a single spirit-focused demon beast. Such materials, if obtained by a master craftsman, would not be used for orange tier gear. The priority would undoubtedly be purple tier equipment. What a waste of such prime materials. Huang Yi couldn't help but stomp his feet in frustration, cursing the blacksmith who crafted this gear as a complete fool. If his level were high enough, he would have saved up these materials to craft a superior purple grade set no matter what. Just as Lin Mo and Yi Xin were examining the gear. "You mud-legged bastard, you sure can run. You gave me hell trying to track you down." Chapter 110, The Underworld's Sixth Master, the sixth young master of the Wen family. The obese owner of the equipment shop spotted the newcomer. He hurried over with a forced smile plastered on his face. "Sixth Master. How fortunate you found time to visit our humble shop. What an honor, truly an honor. Quickly, please take a seat upstairs. Ali, bring out the fine tea and wine I've been saving for special occasions." His rotund frame swayed as he spoke, his grin stretching nearly to his ears. "You have no sense of propriety. Get out of my way. I'm here to wreck this place." Wan Buluo bellowed impatiently. "Right away, Sixth Master. Whatever makes you happy. If you're pleased to wreck my humble shop, it's my good fortune." Even after being treated so disrespectfully by Wan Buluo, the obese proprietor remained obsequiously smiling. The plump owner's attitude greatly pleased the visitor. The other patrons in the shop, upon seeing the youth with his fiery red hair and peculiar attire, as if they'd seen a wild beast, and hurriedly kept their distance. This man was Wan Buluo, the sixth son of the Wen family. In Qianing County, he was notorious as a scoundrel. Bullying men and oppressing women were daily occurrences for him. Leveraging his family's wealth, he had organized some of the town's awakened who hadn't joined any factions into a gang. Outsiders entering Qianing County without connections could be stripped down to their underwear by the time they left the town. That was considered a mercy from the sixth master. His actions were nothing short of brazen. He didn't even hold the awakened alliance in high regard. It wasn't that Wan Buluo needed the money, he did it purely for the thrill. So wherever Wan Buluo went, whether you liked it or not, young or old, you'd have to hold your nose and call him sixth master. Soon, only Lin Mo and Yi Xin remained daring enough to browse gear at the counter. "Brother Lin, is he targeting us?" Yi Xin watched the approaching crowd and asked Lin Mo with confusion. "I don't know. Sixth Master is calling you. You mud-legged peasant, don't you dare crawl over here and greet him." The few yellow-haired punks trailing behind Wan Buluo strode forward, pointing at Lin Mo from several meters away and bellowing at him with an air of arrogance. "Ha, Yi Xin, why don't you go entertain them?" Yi Xin, already simmering with anger, perked up at the suggestion. "Fine. But I don't hold back. If I beat someone to death or crippled them, would that cause trouble?" Lin Mo chuckled. "Don't hold back. If they die, it's on me." "Whoa, you talk a big game, huh? Think you're the sixth master? Don't you know who rules Qianing County?" The blonde punk chuckled at this. Wasn't that sixth signature line? Some outsider kid, daring to spout such nonsense here. But the only response he got was a long whip with a sharp blade attached slashing through the air toward him. The whip struck the blonde-haired man squarely across the mouth. He hadn't expected this girl to actually dare to attack him in front of Wan Buluo. Thinking she was all talk, he hadn't prepared any defense. The solid blow split his lips open, filling his mouth with blood and revealing fragments of shattered bone. Only a few teeth remained in his mouth. Woo, woo, woo. The man clutched his mouth with both hands, his body convulsing violently as only agonized whimpers escaped his lips. "If you can't speak like a human, you'll bark like a dog from now on." Yi Xin's eyes blazed with murderous intent as her words cut like a knife. She lashed the whip, sending sparks flying from the ground. She hadn't been idle during this time. She practiced the basic techniques for the Jiaoshi whip daily. While not yet mastered, her strokes were no longer as clumsy as before. This Jiaoshi whip was a purple-grade weapon, a formidable tool capable of adding up to 4,800 points of damage, significantly higher than the skill damage of the Ice Phoenix. "Heh, this little minx isn't half bad looking, and she's got a fiery temper just my type. Grab her. I'll train her properly later. Whoever captures this girl gets the purple weapon she's holding as a reward." At Wenbulyo's words, the minions with their dyed, colorful hair lit up with excitement. This was a purple weapon, damn it. A single purple weapon was worth at least 5 million silver coins to ordinary awakened like them. The temptation was overwhelming. Killing monsters in dungeons usually didn't bring in much money. After covering dungeon costs and living expenses, those who worked diligently and saved could scrape together 1,000 or so silver coins each month. The fastest way to make money was doing exactly what they were doing now, raiding and pillaging with 6th Master. If they could get their hands on this purple weapon today, their strength would skyrocket. Who wouldn't be envious? No sooner had Wenbulyo finished speaking than the group swarmed toward Yi Xin. Yi Xin visibly panicked. She swung her whip wildly, not caring who it struck. But it was quickly seized by a purple-haired man, blood streaming from a fresh lash wound, who gripped the whip tightly. She immediately channeled all her energy into the Jiao Shark whip. Ah! The man gripping the whip let out a piercing scream of agony. After the energy infusion, the whip suddenly sprouted rows of sharp barbs. As Yi Xin pulled the whip back, it tore through the flesh on his hand, leaving a deep gash that exposed bone. Seeing this, the others realized this girl was no pushover and drew their own weapons. Long blades and short swords of every variety appeared, yet not a single orange-tier weapon was among them. Moreover, when facing the whip, offensively, their weapons lacked sufficient reach. Defensively, they could block the whip's body but not its whipping blade. Though they outnumbered her and closed in, constantly squeezing the space for Yi Xin to wield her whip. Each fighter bore injuries of varying severity. Lin Mo showed no immediate intention to intervene. Experience in combat is forged through gradual tempering, and this was an excellent opportunity for Yi Xin to hone her skills. His attention shifted to the two short-haired, short-sleeved men behind Wenbulyo. Both stood around 1.8 meters tall. Their bodies were solidly built, and their eyes were exceptionally sharp. They stood with arms crossed behind Wenbulyo, showing no interest in the fight unfolding before them. It was actually upon seeing these two that Lin Mo confirmed Wenbulyo's identity. The main reason was that Wenbulyo's appearance was truly hard to describe, a rich second-generation kid sporting a punk rock style. At first, Lin Mo had assumed they were local thugs from the county town. Wenbulyo paid no attention to Lin Mo's scrutiny. He merely glanced at Lin Mo before shifting his focus entirely to Yi Xin. He watched the young girl with keen interest. Though she wasn't old, her skills were quite impressive. The more he watched, the more intriguing she became. She stood alone against so many first-turn awakened ones without showing the slightest fear. Though she mainly relied on the purple weapon. The energy she channeled when wielding the purple weapon was undeniably potent. Whether or not she was a first-tier awakened, possessing such formidable energy at her age was proof enough of her extraordinary talent. Soon, the group had surrounded Yi Xin and Lin Mo within a 6-meter diameter circle. Their eyes burned with fury and greed. They stared at Yi Xin like a pack of wild wolves fixated on a temperamental lamb. Suddenly, energy surged violently from Yi Xin's body. Shaolan, come out. Chapter 111, I'm still too young, I don't want to be a mom. Instantly, the space around them rippled violently as the temperature plummeted. A towering ice blue bird over 6 meters tall abruptly materialized within the equipment store. The moment the ice phoenix materialized, it sensed Yi Xin's fury. It spread its wings violently. A powerful force, carrying frost, instantly knocked back the crowd rushing toward it. Immediately, sharp ice feathers shot out with pinpoint accuracy toward the people being flung backward. Each person was pinned by 2 ice feathers. Frost began spreading across their bodies in an instant. None dared to delay any longer. Energy surged from their bodies, varying in intensity. Hold on, young lady. Have your contract beast stand down? How about we talk? Wenbulyo, seeing everyone preparing to unleash their energy, hurriedly intervened. He certainly didn't care about their lives. But he was quite interested in Yi Xin. This contract beast seemed quite extraordinary, capable of unleashing skills. It was undoubtedly a general-grade beast. To master a general-grade contract beast at such a young age. Such talent was extraordinary. It would be a shame if her skills were crippled or she was killed by this group. Better to try diplomacy first. If he could capture this young girl, not only could he savor the flavor of a fiery young maiden, but he might also gain a valuable ally. To inherit more family wealth, one must possess sufficient strength. Don't be fooled by his usual slacker act when it comes to securing family wealth. His ambition is anything but small. Seeing Yi Xin hadn't taken him in, and his contract beast showed no sign of retreating, he grinned and revealed his identity. I'm Wenbulyo, young master of the Wen family. In Xianing County, everyone calls me 6th Master. You're Wenbulyo? Upon hearing the introduction, Yi Xin shot a peculiar glance at the redhead nearby. Then she turned her gaze to Lin Mo. That's right. Young lady, you can put away your contract beast now. Shall we have a proper chat? Seeing Yi Xin's expression, Wenbulyo instinctively assumed his reputation had startled her. After all, his name was known to every man, woman, and child in Xianing County. Even outsiders entering the city would likely learn of Wenbulyo's fame within half a day. Yi Xian saw Lin Mo looking utterly relaxed, as if the man before him, whether he was called Wen Buluo or Lang Buluo, had nothing to do with him. First, call back your pack of mad dogs. This lady doesn't appreciate having to watch out for rabid biters while trying to have a conversation. Wen Buluo heard Yi Xian's blunt words and bent down to slap his thigh. Turning to the expressionless bodyguards behind him, he laughed maniacally. Ah, I like her. That attitude is right up my alley. You lot, get back here. Stop making fools of yourselves out there. His face seemed to perform magic tricks. One moment he was laughing wildly, the next he was stern and cold. Yes, yes. The henchmen with their hair dyed in vibrant colors retreated behind him at Wen Buluo's command. Little beauty, can we talk now? Wen Buluo smiled at Yi Xian. What do you want to talk about? Yi Xian didn't recall the ice phoenix, instead looking at Wen Buluo as she asked. You're a beast tamer, right? Anyone with eyes can see that. Yi Xian shot back irritably. Haha, it's common knowledge that the beastmaster profession is incredibly expensive. A beastmaster's combat power comes from their contracted beast. If the beast isn't strong enough, carrying it around is no different from having a pet. To make your contract beast powerful requires vast resources, rare materials that money alone can't always buy. My Wen family's business spans every township in Xianing County, and we even have considerable operations in Shilan City. Cultivating a powerful beastmaster? That's just a matter of speaking up. Wen Buluo paused deliberately at this point, observing Yi Xian's reaction. Yi Xian blinked her large eyes. I think what you're saying makes sense, but I don't quite get it. What does your family's wealth have to do with me? Wen Buluo chuckled. Once you choose to follow me, all of that becomes your concern. There are plenty of pretty women in Xianing County who'd love to follow this big shot, but I wouldn't give them a second glance. Little beauty, that beast of yours is a general-level demon beast, right? If you agree, I can start preparing the resources for it to advance to commander level right now. Wen Buluo spoke casually, his eyes gleaming with amusement. A commander-level demon beast? That's a force comparable to a third transformation awakened being. Even a commander-level beast with a powerful bloodline could hold its own against a perfectly coordinated third transformation squad. With such an offer on the table, any woman would be throwing herself at him. I'm still young. Ah, being young is no problem, we can train you slowly, no, nurture you slowly. Before Yi Xian could finish, Wen Buluo cut in with a hearty laugh. Yi Xian shot him a glare and continued, I'm still young. I have no plans to take on a son. You'd better ask someone else. Lin Mo listened to Yi Xian's words and suddenly realized this was the first feisty little tiger cub he'd ever met. It seemed he needed to let her toughen up on her own. When she was around him, Yi Xian often felt like a timid little sister next door. Wen Buluo was utterly speechless at this remark. His patience was completely exhausted at that moment. Damn it, you're asking for trouble. Just wait till I catch you, I'll show you what a real man is like. Go for it, no need to hold back. Just leave him breathing. With Wen Buluo's words, the punk rockers who had retreated earlier instantly felt energy surging through their bodies. No need to hold back meant no need for close combat. I'll handle this. You just let Xiaolan finish him off. Yi Xian was about to signal Bingluan to assist her when Lin Mo intercepted her. His figure vanished as he spoke. Bang, bang, bang. After Lin Mo vanished, the energy surging through all 11 punk-style thugs was abruptly severed. Each was sent flying through the air by Lin Mo's heavy punches. The crucial thing was that they hadn't even caught a glimpse of Lin Mo. They had no idea how he'd managed to send them flying. Bingluan seized the opportunity, showering each of them with several feathered arrows. Each of the 11 had taken countless punches. By the time they were sent flying, their vital energy was already severely depleted. Compounded by the ice arrows that pierced through the air, striking precisely at their body's vital points. By the time they hit the ground, they were already motionless. Lin Mo had returned to his original position before the attack without anyone noticing. The entire sequence had taken only 2 or 3 seconds. This sudden turn of events sent a wave of gasps through the crowd. The 2 bodyguards instantly shielded Wen Buluo behind them the moment the punk-style thugs were knocked flying. They stared at Lin Mo, who had returned to his original position, as if facing a formidable enemy. They hadn't even seen how he'd made his move. To inflict severe injuries on 11 first-turn awakened individuals in such a short span, without revealing any energy fluctuations. This youth was no ordinary opponent, his combat prowess might even surpass their own. When Buluo's words trailed off, his face instantly drained of color. The 2 bodyguards standing before him also froze in terror at that very moment. Chapter 112, Young Master Wen is dead? Interesting. It turned out that just moments ago, Lin Mo had activated his damage skill. Wen Buluo was only a level 93 first-class warrior. For now, consider him an average warrior with an A-tier talent. His base HP barely exceeded 20,000. Lin Mo's single skill now dealt 90,000 damage in an instant. If the opponent had low defense and no gear protection, they would be instantly killed. But as the sixth young master of the One family, he acted with such arrogance. If he didn't have some life-saving gear, he'd have died countless times already. Of course, none of this was within Lin Mo's considerations. If he truly killed someone with a single skill, so be it. If the Wen family wanted revenge, they could come and get it. If Lin Mo wanted to escape, the Wen family wouldn't be able to stop him. You, cough cough, you dare hurt me? As soon as Wen Buluo spoke, a suffocating pressure gripped his chest. He coughed twice, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood. The sudden turn of events startled everyone nearby. They hurriedly backed away to a greater distance, fearing that being too close might implicate them in the incident. The sixth young master of the Wen family. This youth may not speak much, but his courage is beyond measure. Kill him. When Buluo pointed at Lin Mo, his words coming out with great effort. Power surged from the two bodyguards. One of them projected his energy outward, forming a protective barrier about 10 meters in diameter. Everyone expected the youth to face a bloody slaughter at the hands of the two bodyguards. But what actually happened was this. The energy barrier halted just half a meter away from Lin Mo. It dared not advance another step. The other bodyguard unleashed a hemispherical protective skill, enveloping the three of them within its shield. Supporting Wen Buluo, the two began retreating toward the doorway. Their eyes remained fixed on the youth across from them, their gazes brimming with palpable wariness and fear. What are you doing? Kill him for me. Wen Buluo was so enraged by the two bodyguards' actions that he nearly spat blood, his already pallid face turning even paler. His facial muscles bulged as he gritted his teeth and roared. Young master, our duty from the family head is to protect you. We cannot allow any threat to your life. The enemy's strength is formidable. We cannot take risks. We hope for your understanding, young master. One of the bodyguards, seeing Wen Buluo's fury, stepped forward to explain. Forgive, go to hell with your forgiveness. But if you dare disobey my orders today, once we return to the Wen family, I'll have my father cripple both of you. Useless fools. What good are you to the Wen family if you can't even handle this little punk? Damn you. We apologize, young master. Before Wen Buluo could finish his rant, the other bodyguard struck him unconscious with the back of his hand. The two retreated to the doorway, seeing the youth still showed no intention of acting. Exchanging a glance, they swiftly carried Wen Buluo out of the door and vanished. The equipment store fell deathly silent, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Moments later, murmurs began to stir. Who exactly were this young man and woman? It wasn't until it became known that he was the young master of the Wen family, yet still acted so recklessly. Most eyes turned toward Lin Mo and his companions, not with admiration, but with pity and mockery. Any gear you like? Ignoring the whispers and pointed stares, Lin Mo turned to ask Xin. No, none of them are what I want, and the prices are ridiculously high. Xin stowed away the Jiao shark whip and replied nonchalantly. As long as Lin Mo was by her side, she wouldn't even flinch at the thought of him attacking the Wen family's stronghold, let alone beating up their young master. Oh my two little darlings. You still have the nerve to shop for gear? You have no idea what kind of trouble you've gotten yourselves into, do you? Before the Wen family issues a warrant, run for your lives as far as you can get. The obese shopkeeper was now itching to pack his bags and flee himself. All because he hadn't checked the almanac before opening shop today. How had he ended up tangled in this mess? Hey, boss, you're actually a pretty decent guy. Thank you for your kind words, young lady. No, madam. Please, just go. My humble shop is far too small to hold even a speck of your divine presence. Please, spare me. Just leave already. The obese shopkeeper pressed his palms together in a constant bow, his expression frantic. He was practically on his knees. We're the ones who killed them. If they seek revenge, it'll be on us. Why are you so worried? Xin asked, puzzled. Let's go. Don't make things hard for him. Lin Mo pulled the bewildered Xin toward the door. Ah, thank you, young man. Thank you, young man. Seeing the two troublemakers finally leaving, the obese owner breathed a sigh of relief. Why is he so afraid of the Wen family? It was Wen Buluo who provoked us first. Even if Wen Buluo had been killed, it would have been his own fault. Do you really think the Wen family would bother explaining such things to you? Doesn't the Awakened Alliance care? Xin heard Lin Mo's words and asked in confusion. Lin Mo shook his head, amused by Xin's naivety. Rules are made for those without power. If reason worked, why would these people bother fighting so hard for power? They barely have enough time to level up and boost their combat strength. Why would they waste energy on this? Sometimes power matters more than combat strength unless your strength is so overwhelming it makes everyone tremble. Xin still didn't understand. You'll understand later. Privilege? Lin Mo knew it all too well. Equality under the law is an aspiration to strive for. When spoken, it was merely a direction to strive toward, not the current reality. As for how much weight those words held, that depended entirely on the governance of the Awakened Alliance and the inherent flaws in its members' humanity. So where are we going now? Don't you want to keep looking around? After all that commotion with those people, I've lost my interest. Yi Xin still harbored some unease. Judging by those people's reactions, the trouble they'd stirred up was clearly no small matter. If you don't want to shop, let's head back to the hotel to rest. We'll attend the county auction tomorrow. Okay. The two had just returned to the hotel. Lin Mo immediately received a message from Lin Qingyu. Lin Mo, did you kill Wen Buluo? Lin Mo was stunned by Lin Qingyu's message. Dead? He was critically injured when they dragged him away. Surely the Wen family wouldn't have left him without life-saving gear. Where'd you hear that? It took a while before Lin Qingyu replied. You guys might be in big trouble now. Get Yi Xin out of the hotel first and take a taxi to Fengshan Park. Once you reach Fengshan Park, head straight to the summit. I'll have a plane waiting for you there. Board it immediately and leave Qianing County. Lin Mo frowned slightly. Is he really dead? Stop dwelling on that question. The news coming from the Wen family can't be false. Now. Immediately. Leave the hotel. Any delay will be too late. I can't talk to you now. I have things to handle here. Reading the string of terse messages from Lin Qingyu, Lin Mo knew she wasn't joking. Instead of rushing out, he sat on the sofa, deep in thought. Lin Mo was certain that Wen Buluo had been taken away in a critically injured state. Given the Wen family's resources, saving him would have been effortless. Yet now came the news that Wen Buluo was dead. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo snorted, yet an odd smile spread across his face. Interesting. Chapter 113, Lin Mo's arrest, the third young master of the Wen family. Brother Lin, what do you mean by interesting? Yi Xin watched Lin Mo frown and chuckle oddly, feeling baffled. Lin Mo rarely kept things from Yi Xin. Every experience was a step toward growth. She was already a sharp sword, all she needed was polishing. Dead? But he seemed perfectly fine when he left. Could this mean big trouble for us? After hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Yi Xin was also somewhat startled. Yeah, big trouble. Someone wants us to be the scapegoats. Huh? What do you mean, Brother Lin? Lin Mo's words only deepened Yi Xin's confusion. If you were Wen Buluo's enemy, wanting to kill him but not wanting to offend the Wen family, would you pass up such a perfect opportunity to frame someone? Lin Mo's explanation quickly cleared things up for Yi Xin. Doesn't that mean we've completely alienated the Wen family now? Brother Lin, maybe we should follow Sister Lin's lead and leave Qianing County immediately. She too felt a surge of panic. Qianing County was the Wen family's territory. Staying in Qianing County was like a lamb dancing in a wolf's den, pure suicide. Return to Tongling Town? That's pointless. The Su family in that small town are the Wen family's lackeys. Trouble would follow us back. And the biggest problem is, if the Awakened Alliance labels this as premeditated murder, then our household registrations would be revoked. Do you seriously think we could take on the entire Awakened Alliance? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Yi Xin panicked too. In Huagua, brawling isn't prohibited. As long as you provoke the fight, killing or injuring someone won't result in punishment. Although Wen Buluo had provoked them first, given the Wen family's influence in Qianing Town, twisting black into white is a simple matter for them. Once they're labeled as malicious killers and their identities are uploaded, the two of them wouldn't stand a chance in Huagua. She paused before speaking. We could ask the equipment shop owner to testify for us. They provoked us first, and Wen Buluo wasn't killed by us. Lin Mo chuckled. You think that owner would dare wade into this mess? So what do we do now? We can't just take the fall for this without knowing who's behind it. But we don't have a single clue. How can we investigate? And didn't Sister Lin tell you to leave Qianing County? Yi Xin was utterly confused. No clues? Someone will deliver them to us. We just need to wait at the hotel. Brother Lin, could you explain this more clearly? My brain can't keep up. Yi Xin was utterly lost. She was just a greenhorn new to the real world, facing this kind of situation for the first time. How could she compare to Lin Mo, a business tycoon with legendary experiences even before his time travel? Put yourself in their shoes. If you were the one framing someone, what would you do to the scapegoat? Before Yi Xin could answer, Lin Mo continued, to cover up the truth, your first priority would be to ensure the scapegoat could never speak again. Only a dead person makes the perfect scapegoat. So whoever comes to us first will be the prime suspect in Wen Buluo's murder. Then we can follow the trail and get to the bottom of things. As long as we clear ourselves of suspicion for malicious murder, the Wen family can come after me for revenge anytime. I'll be ready. Yi Xin chewed on Lin Mo's words before asking, are you saying the killer will come after us first? Exactly. Then aren't we in grave danger? Yi Xin didn't know Lin Mo's true combat strength. Seeing his calm demeanor without a trace of panic, she grew anxious first. It wasn't that she didn't trust Lin Mo. It was mainly because this matter involved too much. First, there was the assassination attempt by the real culprit. Then, the pursuit by the Wen family. And now, the Awakened Alliance was demanding accountability. Why could Brother Lin remain so calm? To extricate ourselves from this predicament, we must take certain risks. As long as we can prove we didn't commit murder with malicious intent and avoid being labeled criminals by the awakened, then dealing with the one family and the assassin's covert attacks will be much simpler. Lin Mo kept glancing out the window as he spoke, then suddenly twitched his mouth. Hey, look, the one delivering the clue is here already. Yi Xian followed Lin Mo's gaze to the window. Their hotel was now completely surrounded by a group of uniformed personnel. At the entrance, a young man in a dark blue suit was being escorted into the hotel by a group of henchmen dressed uniformly in black suits. Even the awakened alliance official who had led them was positioned behind this man. How fast? Yi Xian was taken aback. Quick? It's actually slower than expected. Let's open the doors and welcome them in. Moments later, a crowd burst into the two men's room, filling it to capacity. You are under arrest. Do not resist, or we will execute you on the spot. The lead officer had barely finished speaking. The crowd at the doorway parted to the left and right, clearing a path. Then a man stepped forward. He sported a neatly trimmed short haircut, with a heart-shaped face and sharply defined features, exuding a natural, rugged charm. The doorway stood over 2 meters tall, yet his head brushed the top by only 2 palms width as he entered. His muscular yet slender frame filled out the blue suit perfectly, giving it a sharp, tailored look. His every step radiated an air of commanding presence. The man twirled a ring on his finger, tilting his head as he studied Lin Mo with keen interest. You're quite something, getting Lin Xingyu, one of Qianing City's most beautiful women, to wait at the station for hours. And you dared to kill my 6th brother right in the heart of Qianing County. Should I call you a reckless young bull fearing no tigers, or just a hot-headed fool? His tone carried a deep, magnetic resonance, devoid of any sorrow or vengeance for the loss of a loved one. If any emotion could be detected, it was perhaps a hint of surprise at how young Lin Mo appeared. Lin Mo returned the man's gaze with equal calmness. Did you kill Wen Buluo? He suddenly asked the man in the suit. Hearing this, and observing Lin Mo's unflappable composure, the man in the suit found himself growing curious about him. Ha! I take back what I said earlier. You're an interesting fellow. Who killed old Six doesn't really matter. What matters is that everyone believes you're the murderer. As he spoke, his gaze toward Lin Mo held a hint of admiration. He turned to the lead officer behind him and said, I'll take him away first. The necessary paperwork will be submitted to your department later. Mr. Wen, as you wish. The officer smiled and gestured for the man in the suit to proceed. Come on, come visit me. As he spoke, a group of his men closed in around Lin Mo. Lead the way. Lin Mo remained unfazed, his tone calm. Seeing Lin Mo's cooperation, the men who had been poised to act all turned their gaze toward the man in the blue suit. The man in the blue suit twisted the corner of his left mouth into a smile. Just escort him over there. With that, he turned and walked out the door. Yi Xian followed behind Lin Mo, feeling a bit uneasy. In less than half an hour, Lin Mo and Yi Xian were brought to a villa. Every corner of the villa was guarded by bodyguards in black suits. They entered the villa's grand hall. A man in a blue suit sat on a large sofa. Introduce yourself, Wen Buyu. 3rd son of the Wen family. I'm a straightforward man. I find you rather interesting. I'm giving you a chance to live. Lin Mo felt a surge of curiosity at Wen Buyu's words. How so? Wen Buyu smiled. If you choose to pledge allegiance to me, not only will you live, but you'll also gain ample resources for advancement. What do you say? Don't you want to eliminate witnesses to solidify the false narrative that we killed Wen Buluo? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Wen Buyu's smile grew even broader. I have my own ways of handling this matter. If you choose to submit to me, resolving this matter while protecting you won't be difficult. Tell me your choice. Wen Buyu's words made Lin Mo want to laugh. True brothers indeed. First Wen Buluo tried to recruit Yi Xian, and now Wen Buyu wanted to recruit both of them. So, Wen Buluo wasn't killed by you. Keeping us alive allows you to observe whether we're worth cultivating. On the other hand, as long as we stay alive, you effectively hold leverage over the real killer. Might even prove useful when the time comes? From Wen Buyu's words and demeanor, Lin Mo's instincts told him the killer wasn't this man. A true murderer wouldn't leave behind a potential threat. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Wen Buyu's smile froze instantly. For the first time, his gaze toward Lin Mo flickered with murderous intent. Being clever isn't a bad thing, but being too clever isn't a good thing either. Her tone carried a chill not present before. What had been a mere test yielded the answer Lin Mo sought from Wen Buyu's reaction. He smiled as he spoke, his words brimming with audacity. Ha! I have a proposal, young Master One. Care to hear it? If my guess is correct, the real killer must pose a threat to you. You could hand us both over to that killer, and I'll take care of eliminating him for you. It'd save both of us time and effort. Wen Buyu heard this and shook his head, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, young man, you're the most arrogant person I've ever met, no contest. But arrogance requires real strength. First, get yourself out of this villa alive. He weighed his options for only a moment before making his choice. With a snap of his fingers, the surrounding bodyguards began closing in on the two. He knew exactly who had killed Wenbulyo, but Wenbulyo only sought an advantage at the negotiating table. He had never entertained such a reckless notion as Lin Mo's. At the same time, Lin Mo's words shattered any hope he had of winning him over. Enormous potential, considerable ambition, and outright madness. Keeping such a man close would make even sleep uneasy. It would be far simpler to eliminate him outright. Chapter 114, Taking on a Group Alone, Shocking Everyone. Lin Mo shot Yi Xin a peculiar glance. Yi Xin instantly understood, and the energy rippling around her body settled into stillness. Then both vanished simultaneously. Wenbulyo's expression changed drastically. For in that instant, he had sustained immense damage. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, the black-clad bodyguards were sent flying by powerful blows. Wenbulyo knew Lin Mo was responsible, yet he couldn't see him anywhere. He could only roughly gauge Lin Mo's location based on the positions where the guards had been sent flying. Frostbite freeze. With his furious roar, the room's temperature plummeted. Thick ice spread rapidly outward from him, covering the entire room in a layer over a foot thick within 2 breaths. His skill attacked indiscriminately. The thick ice froze all the bodyguards in the room solid, yet Lin Mo remained nowhere to be seen. Panic began to set in. In just those few seconds, his health had plummeted by nearly 30,000 points. It was important to note that Wenbulyo was clad in purple gear, significantly boosting both her health and defense. Yet under these circumstances, his health had still plummeted by 30,000 in a mere 5 seconds. The damage dealt by his opponent was at least over 100,000. The most crucial part was that Wenbulyo hadn't even spotted Lin Mo's figure. The thought that Wenbulyo, a level 93 warrior, equipped with a full set of purple gear, yet instantly gravely wounded by this youth, he grew even more unsettled. I know you're inside this room. This villa is swarming with my men, including numerous second-tier experts. You won't escape. Surrender peacefully, and you might suffer less torment. As Wenbulyo spoke, he relayed the message to his enforcers outside the villa through his interface. He ordered them to rush over immediately to protect him. Because in that very instant, his health points were plummeting again. His total health had plummeted by 60,000 points in just over 10 seconds. He urgently channeled energy into the ring on his finger. A blue energy armor instantly enveloped his body. This silver armor had been obtained with great effort, secured through the assistance of an elder. To purchase it, the esteemed third young master of the Wen family still carried significant debt. In the entire Qianing County, the number of people possessing silver armor could be counted on one hand. He never imagined his silver armor would make its debut against this extremely young boy. Wenbulyo was a level 135 second transition mage with an A-grade talent. His base health approached 40,000, and with his full set of purple gear, his total health reached 230,000. To have a quarter of his health drained in such a short span. He now suspected this youth was an exceptionally gifted second transformation awakened being. Though even he found the notion absurd. As a second transformation awakened being himself, he knew better than anyone how many demonic beasts were required to gain the experience needed for a second transformation. Yet the opponent's consecutive high damage skills forced him to entertain this possibility. To deal such devastating damage with just 2 skills meant the opponent's talent clearly surpassed his own. Add to that his unpredictable attacks. At that moment, he regretted provoking this guy. Fortunately, a group of bodyguards surged in through the doorway, allowing Wenbulyo's tense heart to relax slightly. Block the exits. He's already unleashed 2 skills. The moment he shows himself, take him down on the spot. Yes, sir. Among them were 6 others like himself, second-stage awakened beings, each at least his equal in rank. With just the second awakened, including himself, there were 7 of them. The first awakened numbered 14. The opponent had already used 2 skills. Even if they were truly a second-stage awakener, they could only have 1 skill left. That is, assuming his invisibility wasn't a skill effect. Clearly, from the current situation, in Wenbulyo's eyes, the youth was trapped with no escape. Yet what followed left Wenbulyo stunned. Ah! Ah! No sooner had his words fallen than the room echoed with continuous screams. Shock spread across Wenbulyo's entire face. He had inexplicably taken another hit. This time, protected by his blue armor, his health bar only dropped by 1,000 points. At the same time, the youth had materialized. But upon appearing, he fixed his gaze on Wenbulyo and unleashed a rapid barrage of punches. He was utterly defenseless against the barrage. Though most of the damage was absorbed by the blue armor. The sheer force of the blows left him reeling and dizzy. The 2 were too close for the bodyguards in the room to use their skills effectively, so they could only rush forward en masse. They aimed to engage Lin Mo in close combat. Their agility was already vastly inferior to Lin Mo's. Compounded by the massive damage they were taking, Lin Mo's passive skill further slowed their speed by 50%. Their movements felt as though someone had forcibly pressed the slow motion button on them. Their attacks simply couldn't keep up with Lin Mo's rhythm. Lin Mo circled Wenbuyu, constantly seeking openings to strike. He attacked whoever showed an opening. He held nothing back. The spacious room echoed with the sound of heavy punches landing, punctuated by figures occasionally flying backward through the crowd. Cast a defensive skill on me. At Wenbuyu's shout, 2 bodyguards hurriedly stepped back. As their energy surged, a spherical water curtain enveloped Wenbuyu, accompanied by a yellow, ring-shaped energy shield. The moment the defenses materialized, Lin vanished from sight. Hold down every exit of the room. Don't give him a chance to escape. If anyone gets attacked, the rest of you unleash your skills on whoever is under attack. He's already used up all 3 of his skills. As long as he doesn't get close, he won't last long. Wenbuyu's voice carried anger and murderous intent. The usually composed man had never lost his composure like this before. To be pushed to such a humiliating position by a mere youth. Seeing the opponent hadn't made a move, Wenbuyu ordered the others, stay alert. Keep your eyes peeled. Don't give him a chance to escape. The exit was already guarded. Even if Lin Mo remained unseen, he couldn't slip out of the room without a trace. As long as he remained within these walls, Wenbuyu refused to believe Lin Mo could remain invisible forever. After all, even invisibility gear required energy to sustain. After unleashing 3 skills of such devastating power, his energy expenditure must have been significant. Wenbuyu was certain that before the cooldown on his skills ended, his energy would run dry first. Impossible. Who the hell are you? Get out here. Stop playing these tricks. Barely seconds later, Wenbuyu suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Just moments ago, his own health had plummeted by 1,000 points in an instant, and it was still dropping by hundreds at a time. The sole remaining first transition bodyguard in the room, already in critical condition, had breathed his last in that instant. Even the second-tier bodyguard's face had turned pale. For skills? Third-tier powerhouses? Impossible. What he didn't know was that despair had only just begun. Chapter 115, Fingercuffs shatter a moment of dilemma. In the next half-minute, figures kept collapsing on the field. 2 bodyguards who finally reacted and tried to flee. They were already dead by the time they reached the doorway. Lin Mo's skill could deal over 100,000 damage within 5 seconds. These men took 4 full hits. How could they possibly survive? They weren't Wenbuyu, blessed with a full set of luxurious purple gear. After all the black-clad bodyguards fell, Lin Mo's figure materialized before Wenbuyu. Who are you? Gazing at Lin Mo's mocking smile, a chill ran down Wenbuyu's spine. This youth before him was utterly baffling. Well, young Master 1, do you still think my earlier proposal was arrogant? No sooner had Lin Mo finished speaking than he vanished from his spot. The energy surging through Wenbuyu's body was abruptly halted by a relentless barrage of punches. Once a mage was within Lin Mo's reach, casting spells became impossible. They could only endure the beating passively. His health plummeted at a rate of over 100 points per hit, dropping more than 1,000 points in a single second. In just over 10 seconds, his health plummeted by 20,000 points. Wenbuyu was utterly panicked. At this rate, he'd be hammered to death within 5 minutes. Brother, please stop. I can handle the matter of Wenbuyu's death and promise you'll leave Qianing County unscathed. Haha, young Master 1, I turned 3 over a decade ago. Lin Mo's hands never stopped moving as he laughed and spoke. Brother, I'm telling the truth. Dealing with Wenbuyu isn't difficult. But if I die by your hand, you won't walk out of Qianing County alive. Seeing Lin Mo show no sign of stopping, Wenbuyu hurriedly added. Are you threatening me? He heard Lin Mo's icy tone. He hastily explained, no, it's not a threat. Wenbuyu was born to my father's concubine outside the family. She holds little standing at home. He rarely gets involved in family affairs, but I'm different. I manage half of the Wen family's business. If anything happens to me, my father won't let it rest. Please don't let a moment of impulse leave no room for resolution. Lin Mo ignored Wenbuyu's words, his fists continuing to rain down on him. But after 100 blows, he abruptly stopped. It wasn't that Lin Mo feared the Wen family's retaliation. Rather, he noticed cracks forming in his knuckle dusters at that moment. If he kept going, the knuckle dusters would be ruined within 50 more punches. Seeing Lin Mo pause, Wenbuyu hastily staggered backward, creating distance between them. The relentless barrage of heavy blows had left his internal organs churning violently, especially his head, which had borne the brunt of the attacks. Had he not braced himself against the cabinet, he would have struggled to remain upright. Though his backpack contained plenty of potent medicines, Wenbuyu dared not take any now. Facing this madman, he was utterly terrified. This man truly feared nothing and no one, showing not the slightest regard for Wen's status as a young master of the Wen family. If he accidentally provoked the man, his life would be in grave danger today. Brother, every word I just said is true. If you're willing to let me go, I'll settle this matter for you quickly. Seeing that the other man showed no immediate intent to attack, Wenbuyu, thinking Lin Mo was considering his proposal, he hurriedly spoke up to express his determination. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, but he now believed Lin Mo was an exceptionally talented second-tier, or possibly even third-tier, awakened individual. Against such an opponent, his skills couldn't possibly kill him instantly. Launching a sneak attack that failed to finish him off would be nothing short of suicide. After all, silver-grade equipment demanded considerable energy. Wasting that energy without securing a kill would strip him of his armor's defense. His meager health wouldn't last a minute against this youth. Wenbuyu wasn't stupid. Negotiation was the best option. If he could stall until reinforcements from the Wen family arrived, he might survive today. What he didn't know was that Lin Mo was now contemplating how to subdue him. Truthfully, from the very start, Lin Mo had never intended to kill Wenbuyu. Offending the Wen family didn't scare Lin Mo. If he couldn't win, he could always run. With the demigod space, capturing him was no easy feat. But if he were branded with the crime of indiscriminate killing and targeted by the Awakened Alliance, he'd become an outcast. He'd be forced to live under an assumed name, hiding his identity while trying to survive and grow stronger. Judging by Wenbuyu's attitude, he must know the truth behind Wenbuyu's death. If he could gain control over Wenbuyu, he would not only gain leverage to negotiate with the Wen family, but also a chance to clear his own name. Regardless of whether it would be useful or not. The murkier the waters became, the more advantageous it was for him. It's far better than having all fingers pointed squarely at him. He had calculated that, relying solely on his skill damage, if Wenbuyu could sustain the defense of his energy armor, even without energy replenishment, it would take him at least half an hour to cripple him. This was in the heart of the county town, enough time for the Wen family to arrive. Since a direct confrontation was impossible, he had no choice but to risk exposing the demigod space and subdue Wenbuyu first. But the demigod space wasn't something he could simply pull someone into at will. For reasons unknown to Lin Mo, the demigod space didn't seem to fully belong to him yet. Only when the person pulled and completely suppressed all energy fluctuations and offered no resistance could he successfully bring them into the space. The slightest hint of energy resistance caused the space to automatically reject them. So, tell me, how exactly do you plan to help me deal with Wenbuyu? For now, he could only negotiate with the other party to lower Wenbuyu's guard. He needed to see if there was an opportunity to drag him into the demigod space when he was completely off guard. There are two options. The owner of the equipment shop where you fought Wenbuyu, along with some witnesses present at the time, are now in my custody. I can have them testify that Wenbuyu provoked the fight first, and you merely injured him in self-defense. But this approach will require more cleanup later. There's a simpler solution. I'll find two outsiders around your age to take the fall. As long as everyone present at the time keeps quiet. No one will notice the switch, and this matter will naturally have nothing to do with you. It's up to you, brother, which approach you prefer. As Wenbuyu spoke, his gaze constantly tracked Lin Mo's movements. Your plan is meticulous, but how can I trust your words? Facing Lin Mo's gaze, sharp as a blade, Wenbuyu's voice trembled slightly. In the Wen family, it's always been survival of the fittest. My siblings stopped at nothing to gain control over more of the family's corporate shares. Wenbuyu's death meant one less competitor for me. I did not kill him, so resolving this matter poses no difficulty for me, no matter how it unfolds. I see no reason to antagonize a formidable opponent like you over Wenbuyu. Seeing Wenbuyu constantly guarding against him, Lin Mo found himself momentarily at a loss. If I keep dragging my feet, it won't end well for me. The best course now was to slip away first. As for the unjust charges he'd been saddled with, he'd have to figure out a way to deal with them later. But before leaving, he must uncover who was framing him. Whether intentional or not, those who've crossed me won't be let off so easily. I'll trust you for now, but you must first tell me who framed me. You're a smart man. Killing you brings me no benefit. But if you want to gamble, I'll play along. As Lin Mo uttered the latter half of his sentence, his tone turned icy cold, and the murderous intent in his eyes was utterly unmasked. After a moment's thought, Wenbuyu spoke. It's the Lin family. Lin. Before she could finish, both men turned their gaze toward the window. A soaring eagle appeared midair, rapidly closing in on their position. Perched atop the eagle stood a middle-aged man. Before the man arrived, a powerful energy aura enveloped the villa. Upon recognizing the arrival, Wenbuyu finally exhaled in relief. Yet he dared not relax. His attention wavered only briefly before he cautiously shifted his gaze back to the youth across from him. Yet when he saw the other's face, he felt a twinge of confusion. The other was actually smiling at him. Chapter 116, Reinforcements arrive. Lin Mo escapes. Young Master Wen, remember what you just said. I don't think your luck at gambling is very good. It's best not to gamble. Lin Mo said, pointing two fingers at his own eyes, then gesturing toward Wenbuyu. He made a gesture that said, I'll be watching you at all times. Then, under Wenbuyu's gaze, his entire figure gradually faded away. Bang! Moments after Lin Mo vanished, the middle-aged man from Flying Eagle smashed through the window. What's going on? Though he moved through the room with ordinary steps, a powerful aura of lethal intent flowed naturally from his body. My nephew went to capture the murderer of my sixth brother, but the target was prepared. It was my nephew's oversight. Where is he now? He may have already left. The enemy possesses some means to become invisible at will. Boom! The moment when Buyu finished speaking, the energy surging from the middle-aged man instantly swept outward, enveloping the entire space within a 2-kilometer radius. 2 minutes later, the middle-aged man withdrew his energy, finding nothing. Are you okay? He turned to Buyu, whose aura was chaotic, asking sternly. Uncle C, I've only sustained minor injuries. It's nothing serious. While the middle-aged man examined her, Buyu had already taken recovery and healing potions, significantly improving her condition. He stood up straight and addressed the middle-aged man with utmost respect. The middle-aged man was named Xian, Buyu's fourth uncle. An S-tier talent, a level 387 third transformation warrior. His talent was the strongest in the history of the Wen family. He was also a complete martial arts fanatic. To enhance his own strength, at 57 years old, he still hadn't married and rarely interfered in family affairs. The younger generation of the Wen family deeply feared this reclusive fourth uncle. Only Buyu has been close to Wen Xiao since childhood. Xian has always regarded him as his own son. Though Buyu is the third son in the Wen family, he manages half of the family's business affairs. This was largely due to Uncle Wen's backing. Upon receiving Buyu's distress signal, Xian immediately mounted his flying mount and rushed to the scene. The opponent is also a third transformation awakened? When Xian asked this, a flicker of excitement and battle intent flared in his eyes. Originally, if Buyu were unharmed, he wouldn't have wanted to get involved in family affairs. But seeing the bodies strewn across the ground, Xiao knew the enemy was no ordinary foe. Xian had always yearned to test his mettle against an awakened of equal standing. A county town held few third transformation powerhouses, and none in Xianing County dare defend the Wen family's third transformation members. If the opponent was indeed a third transformation expert, then today's incident demanded his full attention. Fourth uncle, the enemy escaped not long ago. Even you couldn't detect his trail? Buyu didn't answer Xian's question directly. I scanned the area within 2 kilometers of the villa earlier and detected no human presence. Hearing Xian's words, Buyu fell deep in thought. He too was weighing the pros and cons. The time gap between Xian's appearance and the youth's disappearance was mere seconds. If even Xian had failed to detect the youth's trail, then facing such an elusive figure, he had to consider the consequences of making a mortal enemy. He knew Xiang's capabilities and temperament well. If he told the truth, Xiang would certainly not let this matter rest. Regardless of the other's age, he would not rest until he had fought them. That would make handling the situation far more troublesome. You still haven't answered my question. Fourth uncle, I'm unsure of his strength. His skills are highly unusual. He can become invisible at any moment during combat. His attacks leave no trace, but judging by the battle, he's likely just a second transformation awakened fighter. His only advantages are a weapon with devastating damage and that bizarre invisibility skill. As expected, Xiao's interest waned upon hearing Buyu's words. His own pride, coupled with his exceptional natural talent and a level nearing the peak of the third awakening. A second awakened opponent held little interest for him. As the two spoke, not far from Buyu's villa, 2 groups of people were rushing toward this location. One group was clearly the Wen family's entourage. You'll have to explain what happened here to your family yourself. If you run into any trouble, send me a message. Shang turned and headed toward the window. Since this wasn't the opponent he sought, he had no interest in dealing with such trivial matters. Understood. Thank you, fourth uncle. After Xian departed, Buyu stowed all the bodies into her backpack's storage space and tidied up the room. Shortly after, 3 figures entered the room, including Lin Xingyu. Brother 1, I hear you've captured the murderer who killed brother Buyuo. Third brother, where is the killer? Father is furious over this incident. 1 man and 1 woman rushed in, urgently inquiring about the killer's whereabouts. Only Lin Xingyu looked around anxiously without speaking. The man was Lin Lei, a member of the Lin family's branch lineage who had been particularly close to Wen Buyuo. The woman was Wen Bulu's elder sister, Wen Linqi, the eldest daughter of the Wen family. When Buyu glanced at the trio, a cold smile curling his lips. He knew exactly what each of them was scheming. Facing the trio, each harboring their own ulterior motives, when Buyu smiled and said, the murderer escaped. My men are currently pursuing him. Escaped? How is that possible? Anyone caught by you, young Master One, could possibly get away? Lin Lei found it hard to believe. Wen Buyu was notorious for his cunning and meticulous approach to everything. Third brother, this is no laughing matter. Father heard you captured someone and sent me to inform you to bring them back to the Wen residence. If you don't believe me, you can search for yourselves. Or you could ask fourth uncle, he was here just now too. At the mention of uncle Wen Linqi immediately fell silent. She didn't have the nerve to ask that cold-faced fourth uncle about anything. Young Master One, how long ago did they escape? And in which direction did they flee? Lin Xingyu finally spoke up, but Wen Buyu merely smiled at the question. Miss Lin, how would I know where they fled? My men are currently searching the entire city. No news yet. Should any come in, I'll notify Miss Lin immediately. How does that sound? Wen Buyu simply sat down on the sofa. He lit a cigarette. Let those three make a fuss if they want to. He was only thinking about how to resolve this matter perfectly. Seeing this, when Lin Chi spoke up, third brother, since the person isn't here, I'll head back first. If you catch them, bring them back to the clan immediately. Alright, big sis, take care on your way back. I'm feeling a bit drained, so I won't see you off. Lin Lei and Lin Xingyu exchanged a glance. Lin Lei said, Young Master One, should you uncover any information about the killer, please do inform us. After all, brother Boluo and Xingyu share a verbal betrothal. This matter also concerns the Lin family. We won't disturb young Master Wen's rest any longer. As you wish. The two then exited the room. Shortly after they left, when Boluo suddenly looked as though he'd seen a ghost, his expression filled with terror. Chapter 117, Familiar Words. I have a proposal. Young Master Wen, how do you intend to handle this matter? It turned out Lin Mo had never left the room. Only after everyone had dispersed did he reveal his presence. You're still here? Wen Buyu was utterly terrified. This man was incredibly bold. When you had assumed Wen Xian's appearance would scare him off, but instead, he had been hiding within the room all along. The crucial point was that even a formidable figure like Wen Xian hadn't detected the man's presence. Young Master Wen still owes me answers to 2 questions. Perhaps you should consider addressing them first? As Lin Mo spoke, he walked straight over and sat down opposite Wen Buyu. Wen Buyu struggled to steady his emotions, staring at the youth across from him. After a moment's thought, he forced a faint smile. I suspect the real killer of Wen Buyu is Lin Lei. Since you were in the room, you must have noticed the man who just entered. That was Lin Lei. Lin Lei is from a branch of the Lin family. He's always had feelings for Lin Xingyu. After the Wen and Lin families reached a mutual understanding about the marriage alliance, Lin Lei grew very close to Wen Buyu, and the two were often inseparable. They appeared to be inseparable friends, but I know he was constantly looking for an opportunity to strike at Wen Buyu. Your severe injury to Wen Buyu presented him with the perfect opportunity, one he wouldn't let slip away. Hearing this, Lin Mo tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa. Do you have any evidence? He's extremely cautious. Even the 2-second transition experts guarding Wen Buyu were taken out. I haven't found definitive proof of his involvement yet. Lin Mo pressed further. How likely do you think it is that he did it? 90%. I've actually had people monitoring Wen Buyu all along. At the time of his death, only Lin Lei had contact with him. But my people didn't witness the actual killing. Still, finding evidence of his murder isn't too difficult. It just takes time. Lin Mo nodded. As long as Lin Lei's involvement could be confirmed, the evidence itself would only matter during legal proceedings. And the second question? Upon hearing Lin Mo's question, Wen Buyu paused briefly before revealing his plan. Regarding this matter, I've essentially secured control over all the key witnesses. The best approach is to find 2 people to take the blame for you. This will spare us a lot of trouble down the line. Lin Mo shook his head. Mr. Wen, I have another suggestion. Hear me out. Wen Buyu tensed at the familiar tone, genuinely worried this madman might do something reckless. This whole affair had originally had nothing to do with him. He'd only intended to find dirt on Lin Lei, but unexpectedly got himself dragged into it. In his view, finding a scapegoat was the most direct and simplest solution. Besides the eyewitnesses at the scene, Wen Buyu and his 2 bodyguards, no one knew what the person who had clashed with Wen Buyu looked like. Wen Buyu and his 2 bodyguards were already dead. Most witnesses were under his control, and the few who slipped through dared not speak out. Just find 2 strangers to kill, then have the witnesses under your control identify them as the perpetrators. That would settle the matter. Could this madman really be so dense he couldn't grasp something this simple? All you need to do is have the witnesses recount the entire incident truthfully and have them identify my portrait. Then issue a citywide manhunt for me. You won't need to worry about anything else. It'll save time and effort. It leaves no loose ends for you, young Master Wen. What do you think? Sure enough, not a single nerve in this lunatic's brain functions normally. He stared at Lin Mo in confusion. I don't understand what you mean. It's exactly what it says. Such a simple suggestion, could young Master Wen really not grasp it? Wen Buyu fell silent upon hearing this. Judging by the other's tone and demeanor, it didn't sound like a joke. But if he did this, wouldn't he fear retaliation from the Wen family? Even if he wasn't the one who killed the man, given the Wen family's style of handling matters, would they really let him off so easily? Or was this person simply not afraid of the Wen family at all? Are you certain you want me to do this? Unable to make sense of it, Wen Buyu could only see confirmation from the other party. Do you think I'm joking? Receiving the affirmative response, Wen Buyu rose and hesitated for a moment before saying, then I'll go make the arrangements now? Lin Mo nodded. Just do as I say. Get this sorted quickly, I want to sleep well before tomorrow's auction. Before you go handle it, get me some drinks and food. After all the trouble you've put me through, I still haven't gotten a bite to eat. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Wenbuyu was utterly speechless. Frowning, he asked, right here? I'm feeling a bit tired and can't be bothered to move. Right here, then? Wasn't that exactly what he just said? You're a complete lunatic. With that, Wenbuyu walked out the door. As soon as Wenbuyu left, Lin Mo released Yi Xin from the demigod realm. Brother Lin, what's going on? Yi Xin emerged to find them still in the second-floor living room of Wenbuyu's villa, but now completely empty. Everything's taken care of. Wenbuyu invited us to stay for dinner, and I couldn't refuse. You must be hungry too, right? Sit down first. The meal might take a little while. Yi Xin had no appetite for food. She hurried over to Lin Mo to ask about the situation. Lin Mo recounted the arrangements he and Wenbuyu had discussed. What? So the Wen family will let us off? Brother Lin, why don't we take advantage of the fact that no one's around and make a run for it? Yi Xin panicked at the suggestion. What kind of solution was that? According to what Lin Mo said, even if they could prove Wenbuyu wasn't killed by them, they'd still be implicated. Don't worry. I have a plan. Sit down and eat your fill first. Yi Xin didn't understand what Lin Mo was really up to, but she chose to trust him anyway. Soon, a waiter pushed a cart into the living room, delivering dozens of delicacies and 2 bottles of Wenbuyu's treasured red wine. Honored guests, young Master Wen instructed that should you require anything, please feel free to ask me directly. Lin Mo skillfully uncorked a bottle of red wine and took a sniff. Fine wine. Young Master Wen has been very thoughtful. You may step back for now. I'll call for you if anything arises. Certainly. Please enjoy your meal. After the waiter withdrew, Lin Mo poured himself a glass and looked at Yi Xin. Care for some? Yi Xin shot him a disapproving look. What was he thinking, acting like nothing was wrong at a time like this? I'm underage. I can't drink. She replied casually. Haha, true enough. Underage drinking is harmful to your health. We'll talk about it when you're older. Saying this, he picked up his glass and took a sip. Yi Xin watched Lin Mo's actions and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha! As if you're already an adult. The playful banter lightened her mood considerably, and she picked up her chopsticks to start eating. To be honest, she was actually quite hungry. They had eaten about half of their meal. Wenbuyu, having finished his business, approached them. Chapter 118, Wenyu's Raging Fury rescuing prisoners. I've already relayed your instructions. What should we do next? Lin Mo chewed on the braised beef, tapping the tip of his chopsticks twice at the empty rosewood chair. Sit down and eat. There's too much food for just the 2 of us. Wenbuyu and Yi Xin both shot Lin Mo strange looks. Lin Mo continued serving himself while asking, why are you all staring at me like that? Wenbuyu couldn't hold back any longer and asked, aren't you worried at all? Worried about what? Impressive. I'd love to see how you'll handle this. Wenbuyu gave a cold laugh, ultimately subdued by his composure. She pulled out a chair and sat down. Lin Mo swallowed his food and suddenly looked up. Young Master Wen, may I ask you a question? His chopsticks pointed toward the purple ring set with black jade on Wenbuyu's ring finger. With your Wen family's extensive business connections, you should be able to get your hands on some decent silver weapons, right? At Lin Mo's question, Wenbuyu hastily withdrew his ring-adorned hand beneath the table. Thinking Lin Mo intended to extort him, his Adam's apple bobbed as he growled, what do you mean, brother? Lin Mo caught every subtle movement. A faint smile touched his lips. Don't be nervous. I noticed some larger shops in the county town offer custom silver armor services. I imagine quite a few of those shops belong to your Wen family, so I was wondering if you could arrange for a custom silver weapon. Don't worry, I'll pay. Wenbuyu felt half his heart sink back into place. To be perfectly honest, that's just a gimmick. Forget silver weapons, even silver armor isn't something you can easily get your hands on. It's not something money alone can solve. The conditions for crafting silver armor are extremely stringent. On one hand, it demands exceptional talent and high rank from the blacksmith. At the very least, a smith must be at least a 4th-tier master to even qualify for the forging process of silver armor. The materials for silver armor are not only scarce, but most are guarded by powerful demonic beasts. Finding these materials relies entirely on luck. Even when encountered, one must take considerable risks to wrest them from the monster's jaws. Countless awakened ones have perished in the search for silver armor materials. To commission silver armor at Qianing, you must first deposit a primary silver armor material as a down payment. Do you think merchants are short on money? These words made Lin Mo pause, his hand holding the chopstick still. It seemed his desire to exchange for silver weapons was impossible for now. He did possess the material needed to craft silver weapons, soul-gathering jade. But he felt uneasy about handing them over to these merchants. For the next half hour, Lin Mo inquired in detail about Xianning's trade routes and the distribution of its market districts. As the two exchanged words, Yi Xian held her celadone soup spoon, her gaze shifting between them. They didn't look like mortal enemies at all, but rather old business partners discussing deals in a tea house. That's enough. The food was excellent. Thank you for your hospitality, young Master Wen. Lin Mo dabbed his fingertips with a napkin and suddenly stood up. Young Master Wen, I must trouble you with one more request, hand us over to the Awaken Alliance. Yi Xian hurriedly set down her chopsticks. Brother Lin. Yi Xian slammed her spoon down, the bone china clattering against the tabletop. How can we trust the Awakened Alliance? They're probably in cahoots with the Wen family. Her gaze fixed on Wen Buyu as she spoke, the silver hairpin in her hair glinting with tiny flashes of light with each movement. Once we're in their prison, we won't be able to escape even if we grew wings. Lin Mo smiled instead, turning his gaze to Wen Buyu. No need to guess. There must be someone from the Wen family within the Awaken Alliance, right? Wen Buyu's fingers unconsciously rubbed the black jade ring on his finger. A flicker of awkwardness crossed his face. Brother Lin Mo, you're sharp. He paused, his voice lowering slightly. To be honest, Miss Yi has a point. If you seek protection, you'd be better off taking her away now. At least it's better than ending up in the Alliance's dungeon. Lin Mo smiled. Thank you for the kind warning, young Master Wen. Just do as I say. Once you deliver us to the Awaken Alliance's prison, your business with us is settled. All debts between us are cleared. Lin Mo tossed his handkerchief onto the table and rose from his seat. Wen Buyu stared at the youth before him, suddenly feeling like a greenhorn just starting out in the business. Though trapped behind bars, the other always seemed to hold the situation firmly in his grasp. This composure left him unable to muster any hostility, instead earning him a measure of respect. He was merely curious how exactly would Lin Mo break this deadlock? While they dined, Xianning County had already erupted into chaos. First, news of the slaying of Xianning's local bully Wen Buyu, the sixth young master of the Wen family, spread like wildfire through every street and alley. Then, Wen Buyu, the third young master of the Wen family, brought eyewitnesses to the Awakened Alliance to file a report and posted a wanted notice. The notice featured photographs of Lin Mo and Yi Xian. The content stated that these two had severely injured Wen Buyu before his death, and now a bounty was offered for their capture to investigate the true cause of Wen Buyu's death. This version differed from what everyone had heard. Yet the author was Wen Buyu. No one dared question his word. After Lin Mo and Yi Xian were escorted through the iron gates of the Awakened Alliance, Wen Buyu disseminated the news of their capture as per Lin Mo's instructions. After posting the announcement, his communicator vibrated. The screen flashed the name Wen Linshi. He pressed the answer button, and his sister's voice exploded with fury. What was that announcement you just made? You didn't even respond to my messages or calls. Now that the killer's been caught, instead of sending him back to the family, you sent him to the Awakened Alliance. Where are you? Father demands to see you immediately. Wen Buyu stared at the towering stone walls of the Alliance prison, the setting sun casting long shadows through the brick crevices. Got it. After hanging up, he leaned against the car door, his fingertips tapping the window unconsciously. Today's events felt like a thorn, pricking at the confidence he'd once held so firmly. That youth named Lin Mo had, with an almost eerie composure, thrown his meticulously laid plans into utter disarray. Lin Mo's coolness and sharp wit left him unable to muster even a shred of hatred. Wen Buyu was a man of immense ambition. If Lin Mo truly managed to turn this crisis into an opportunity, he would seek to befriend such a man, never make him an enemy. Half an hour later. Within the Wen family mansion. Wen Buyu, what exactly is going on with this matter? In the spacious living room, Wen Yu, the head of the Wen family, sat on the sofa, his expression stern as he questioned Wen Buyu, who had just entered. Father, I've been investigating the murderer of my sixth brother. According to eyewitnesses at the scene, he was only injured in a fight with that young couple at the equipment store. My sixth brother's death was not caused by those two. I am currently pursuing the real killer, but there are no leads yet. No sooner had Wen Buyu finished speaking than a cry of grief and fury erupted. Do you think you can just beat up members of the Wen family? When you slammed his fist on the armrest, the jade knuckle ring striking the wood with a dull thud. Even if they didn't kill Luor, you should have brought them back to the Wen family instead of sending them to the Awaken Alliance. If clues can be found on them, that's best. If not, at least use their heads to appease the spirit of the tragically murdered Luor. Lin Mo had anticipated Wen Yu's fury. Father, these two individuals may have complex backgrounds. My actions were merely to uncover their true identities. When I first apprehended them at the villa, these two managed to escape from the crowd's encirclement. Both my eldest sister and fourth uncle know about this. Chapter 119, Alliance Prison Cell 2 Women Face Off. When you grip the rosewood armrest so tightly his knuckles turned white. Background? Even if they have the most powerful connections in the world, no one in the Wen family can be beaten at his whim. His voice carried unchecked fury, echoing through the empty hall and rattling the glass pendants hanging from the beams. Wen Buyu, go now. Take the family guard and drag those men out of the Alliance dungeon. I will personally flay them to avenge Luor. Wen Buyu stood rigidly at his side, watching his father's face contorted with rage. His Adam's apple bobbed, but he did not respond immediately. He had thought invoking Uncle C might calm his father. But the memory of Lin Mo's eyes when he was sent to the Alliance, those calm, unruffled eyes, was not the gaze of a prisoner. He still wanted Wen Yu to calm down first, lest the situation escalate beyond repair. Father, retrieving someone from the Alliance prison requires proper procedures. Forcibly breaking him could damage our relations. Perhaps. Procedure? Wen Yu snapped his head up, bloodshot veins visible in the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. What do you think the millions in tribute silver my Wen family pays every month is for? Even if it means breaking in, you must retrieve my son. My son is dead, what harmony is there to speak of now? He grabbed the teacup from the table and hurled it violently onto the floor. Shards of blue porcelain splattered onto Wen Buyu's boots. Don't forget, Luor is your own flesh and blood. You sent him into the Alliance. If you don't bring him back today, I'll skin you alive. Seeing his father's uncontrollable rage, Wen Buyu could only accept the order and withdraw. Meanwhile, deep within the Awakened Alliance's dungeon in western Xianing County, a damp, musty stench mingled with the tang of rust filled the corridor. Yi Xian curled up in a corner, hugging her knees as she whispered, Brother Lin, do you think the Wen family might order the guards to attack us directly? Don't worry. Lin Mo's fingertips traced the faint claw marks etched into the stone wall, remnants left by those who came before. They don't have the guts for that yet. Before he could finish, the iron door at the end of the corridor creaked open. The sound was accompanied by hurried footsteps and the guards' startled cries. Move aside. I demand to see Lin Mo. The melodious female voice carried an air of undeniable authority, jarringly out of place in the stench-filled dungeon. Lin Mo lifted his gaze to see a young woman in a moon-white robe standing beyond the iron bars, a warm jade pendant gleaming at her waist. It was none other than Lin Xingyu, the daughter of the Lin family, one of the three great clans of Qianing. The pearl hairpin in her bun swayed gently with her movements, her eyes filled with anxiety as she clutched the food box tightly in her hands. The guard captain rubbed his hands uneasily. Miss, according to the rules. The rules? Lin Xingyu's almond-shaped eyes widened as she drew a cloud-patterned token from her sleeve and waved it before the guard. The Lin family has made significant contributions to the Alliance. Surely we're entitled to visit a friend in prison? The token's edges glowed faintly gold, a contribution privilege token issued internally by the Awakened Alliance. The captain's expression shifted instantly. He bowed deeply. Miss Lin. My apologies for the oversight. Please. The prison door clanged open. Lin Xingyu hurried inside carrying the food box. Seeing Lin Mo unharmed, her tense shoulders finally relaxed slightly. How are you both? Are you hurt? She placed the food box on the stone table and asked with concern. We're fine. Lin Mo finished his sentence, adding a playful jab. Miss Lin, as the Wen family's future daughter-in-law, you've come all the way to prison to visit us two criminals who've offended the Wen family. Aren't you afraid they'll take it out on you? Lin Xingyu felt a twinge of irritation seeing them still joking around despite being locked up. Didn't I tell you to take Sister Yi Xin and escape? If you'd fled the moment you got the message, the Wen family wouldn't have been able to catch up. Seeing her anger, Lin Mo dropped the playful tone. Why should I flee? That would make me a fugitive. The Wen family's influence permeates the entire Qianing County. Where could I possibly run? Besides, if we're branded with the charge of unjustified murder, how could we possibly live on the run for the rest of our lives? Lin Xingyu was rendered speechless by Lin Mo's words. After a moment, she said, I never expected Wen Buyu to step forward and vouch for your innocence. But this means your crimes aren't as severe now. You'll have to endure staying in the cell for a while longer. I'll go find my father right now. I'll ask him to help get you out. Just as Lin Mo was about to speak, a commotion erupted outside the cell. Officer, without a transfer order, you can't take them away. Transfer order? What a joke. Does the Wen family need a transfer order to take two ordinary prisoners out of jail? Get out of the way, or you'll lose your job. The guard's words had barely faded when a woman's shrill voice cut through the air, followed by a powerful surge of energy. Boom! Immediately followed by the sound of impact. You blind fool. The sound of high heels clicking against stone approached. A woman in a red dress came into view. Behind her followed an alliance officer and several security personnel. Wen Linchi, what do you think you're doing? Lin Xingyu instantly recognized the woman who had nearly become her sister-in-law. Well, Miss Lin herself has graced this filthy place? His gaze shifted to Lin Mo inside the cell. Oh, I almost forgot this fellow is Miss Lin's lover, after all. The whole of Qianing City is abuzz with it. But don't forget you're still betrothed to my Wen family. And your fiancé died at the hands of this pretty boy. Her tone turned icy as she spoke the last words. Or could it be that my sixth brother was murdered by you two adulterous scum? Lin Xingyu flushed crimson with rage at the accusation. Wen Linchi, I advise you to produce evidence before speaking. Don't just make baseless accusations. Lin Mo and I are nothing but pure friends. Wen Linchi sneered coldly. Poof. If that's the case, then get out of my way. Don't interfere with the Wen family's affairs. Lin Qingyu stepped in front of Wen Linqi and demanded again, what do you think you're doing? I don't need to explain my actions to you. Guards, take her away. Lin Qingyu roared, you dare? Guards. Outside the cell, the Lin family's guards rushed in at Lin Qingyu's shout, swiftly forming a protective circle around her. Wen Linqi, it was Wen Buyuo who provoked this first. Moreover, Lin Mo isn't the one who killed him. Wen Buyu already made that clear earlier. What right do you have to take someone from the Alliance's prison? Wen Linqi's gaze turned icy. Qualification? In Qianing County, my Wen family is qualification. You little, are you determined to oppose my Wen family today? With me, Lin Qingyu, here, you won't be taking them out of the cell today. Lin Mo gazed into her sparkling eyes, a flicker of warmth crossing his heart. Fine. Move out. Anyone who obstructs me beat them to death. Just as tensions reached a boiling point. Hold it. Since when did the Alliance's cells become your training grounds? The two women turned toward the hurried footsteps echoing down the corridor, both startled stiff. They hastily ordered their men to sheath their weapons and politely stepped aside. Chapter 120, a high command has arrived, still won't release the prisoner. Leading the group was a middle-aged police officer, whose shoulder insignia glimmered faintly in the dim light. Neither Lin Qingyu nor Wen Linqi had ever seen this man before. But the entourage following him they had been fortunate enough to encounter several times at the county's most significant events. These were the core figures whose words alone could determine the developmental trajectory of Qianing County. Seeing this group of bigwigs in the musty cell block, their pupils contracted in shock. Wasn't this supposed to be where ordinary criminals were held? What kind of major criminal could possibly stir up the entire hierarchy of power at the top of the county? As the group approached them, the two women assumed they were being called out for causing trouble in their cell. Both stood with heads bowed against the wall, like children caught in the act. The officer beside Wen Linqi fidgeted nervously, trembling visibly. For the man behind the middle-aged officer, smiling apologetically as he led the way, was none other than the warden in charge of the prison. Not only had he failed to stop Wen Linqi's prison disturbance, but he'd actually facilitated a special exemption for her. If this matter were investigated, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. Yet as the group of important figures hurried into the cell, they passed right by them, merely glancing at the prisoners before ignoring them entirely. The warden respectfully pointed toward Lin Mo and Yi Xin behind the iron bars. Commander, these are the men you sought. What are you standing around for? Release them immediately. The lead officer barked in a deep voice, his authority freezing the air around them. Yes, yes. Quickly, remove the handcuffs from young Master Lin and Miss Yi. The warden hurriedly signaled the guards to approach and remove the cold handcuffs from their wrists. The next moment, the middle-aged officer turned to Lin Mo. The earlier coldness and sternness vanished completely, replaced by a forced smile. Young Master Lin, it was my subordinate who failed to recognize a mountain when he saw one. He has offended you. We humbly ask for your magnanimity and forgiveness. With that, he bowed deeply in apology to the youth. This scene left the county officials accompanying them speechless. They hurriedly followed suit, bending their own waists. They simply couldn't fathom it. What kind of extraordinary figure was this seemingly ordinary youth that the city's highest-ranking police officer would personally come to the prison to bail him out and even perform such a profound gesture? Lin Mo, too, was puzzled. He raised an eyebrow at the middle-aged officer before him. May we leave now? Of course. If young Master Lin doesn't mind, I've prepared a modest banquet at the Alliance Center to apologize for my subordinate's offense. The officer's tone was humble, devoid of any trace of superiority. The banquet is unnecessary. It's getting late, I wouldn't want to disturb your rest. Lin Mo paused. May I ask who instructed you to handle this matter? Lin Mo now wanted to clarify the situation. Judging by the officer's shoulder insignia, his rank was clearly no small matter. Yet he was being so courteous toward him. Could Long Kuan or Gong Jian have such powerful connections? He had merely asked Gong Jian to pass along a message, inquiring whether Long Kuan had any connections in the county seat. To make a friendly inquiry. He'd intended to prevent the Wen family from taking the law into their own hands, but hadn't expected such a commotion. The officer's eyes flickered slightly as he apologized. My deepest apologies, young Master Lin. I cannot disclose the details. I received urgent orders and rushed here immediately. The words exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. Wen Linqi's heart trembled violently. Having spent years immersed in the business world alongside her father, she understood all too well the unfathomable power behind the phrase urgent orders from higher-ups. Then I shan't press you further, sir. Lin Mo chuckled lightly. Ha, but I'd still appreciate your help clearing things up. I'd hate to be hunted down forever as a child murderer. Using someone else's authority as a shield was second nature to Lin Mo. Regardless of who sent them to bail him out, this presented a golden opportunity to finally resolve the mess involving the Wen family. These words sent a shiver through Wen Linqi. She desperately wanted to explain immediately. But before these figures whose authority even her father had to respect, she didn't even have the right to speak. Besides, one wrong word now could bring even greater trouble upon the family. She could only frantically relay the prison incident to her father through the communication panel, urging him to prepare accordingly. Rest assured, young Master Lin. I will give you a satisfactory resolution. The officer hastily assured her. Thank you for your efforts. Lin Mo clasped his fists in gratitude, then led Yi Xin and Lin Qingyu out as the assembled officers stood at attention and saluted. By the time the trio stepped out of the Awaken Alliance prison gates, night had deepened. Yet at that moment, Qianing County shone brightly with lights. Perched on high ground, the prison offered a sweeping view of half the county's nightscape. The densely packed buildings outlined neat silhouettes in the glow of the lights. The buildings stood in a pleasingly staggered arrangement, as if meticulously laid out by a chess player. Breathing in the crisp air outside the prison walls, Lin Mo couldn't help but recall the saying, the heavens as the chessboard, the stars as the pieces. Lin Mo, why don't we go to my place to rest first? Lin Qingyu gazed at the youth beside her, her heart filled with confusion. This boy from the small town had repeatedly shattered her expectations since they met. Tonight, however, had left her utterly stunned, at a loss for how to react. The fact that county officials had bowed an apology to him in a prison cell spoke to a background that was truly terrifying. She found herself increasingly unable to see through Lin Mo. Even the affection she felt seemed blocked by an invisible wall. No, let's head back to the hotel to freshen up. We need to wash away the prison aura. Lin Mo paused, looking at her. Sis Qingyu, didn't you say you'd show us the county town's night view? If you're free tonight, we could take a stroll. After all, it's a rare visit. Lin Qingyu felt both amused and exasperated. The Wen family had lost their son, the Lin family their son-in-law, both prominent clans, were reeling from the tragedy. And he still had the mind to sightsee? Then I'll take you back to the hotel first. Once I've handled matters at home, I'll contact you if I have time. If it weren't for her concern that Lin Mo might be in danger in prison, she would have had plenty of other matters to attend to right now. Seeing Lin Qingyu's troubled expression, Lin Mo realized he'd been a bit careless and simply agreed, all right. Lin Qingyu led them to a luxury car adorned with a green bamboo emblem. Lin Mo had noticed the emblem earlier. Much like the Wen family's flying eagle flag, it symbolized familial status. The vehicle had barely entered the county's main thoroughfare. Several luxury cars bearing the flying eagle emblem roared past. Lin Qingyu finally couldn't contain her curiosity. Lin Mo, can you tell me your true identity? Identity? Lin Mo paused, taken aback. I'm just a student at the town's martial arts high school. What special identity could I possibly have? Hearing this, the light in Lin Qingyu's eyes dimmed. Disappointment mingled with a hint of sadness. His refusal to reveal it meant that, in his heart, she was still an outsider. This subtle shift in expression did not escape Lin Mo's notice. Lin Mo knew Lin Qingyu would never believe his answer. He even felt like he was brushing her off. But how could he explain? He hadn't even figured out for himself whether this helping hand came from Gong Jian's connections or Long Kuan's influence. His gut instinct leaned toward the latter. Chapter 121, Wen Xiao's Apology, a Banquet of Redemption. Qianing County's neon lights streaked across the car window like flowing colors. Lin Mo's fingertips tapped lightly on the leather seat as his gaze swept over the rapidly receding street scenes outside. Yet in his mind, the scenes from earlier replayed like a film. He too wanted to understand who had come to his aid. Gong Jian possessed SS-tier talent, yet his martial arts journey had been halted by an incurable ailment. During their time together, Lin Mo hadn't detected anything extraordinary about him. But Long Kuan was different. Don't be fooled by Tongling Town being merely the lowest administrative unit. It was an emerging town, unlike those that had existed for centuries. Newly established towns, constantly facing the threat of demon beast attacks, are guarded by elite soldiers from the Awaken Alliance. Take Long Kuan, for instance. He's an S-rank triple transition powerhouse. Such a formidable figure isn't just a force to be reckoned with in a small town. Even in a county seat, he would rank among the highest level commanders. Long Kuan owes me a major favor regarding the town's defense, and he'll leverage his connections to assist me. This is hardly surprising. Therefore, the likelihood that Long Kuan is the one assisting me this time is significantly higher. But if Long Kuan possessed such formidable connections, why would he be assigned to guard a small town? Could it be related to the purpose of the demon beast siege? Could Tongling Town truly hold some undisclosed secrets? As Lin Mo pondered this, a sudden bump struck his foot. Lin Mo followed Yi Xin's gaze. Lin Qingyu propped her delicate chin with her slender jade-like hand. Her gaze out the window was filled with desolation. Recalling Lin Qingyu's assistance and the resolute look in her eyes when she protected him in the prison cell, Lin Mo decided to explain anyway. Don't overthink it. Lin Mo suddenly spoke, breaking the silence in the car. I am indeed just a student at the small-town martial arts high school, but... He paused, watching Lin Qingyu's eyes light up instantly. The person who helped me has a special status. I didn't mean to hide it. It's genuinely inconvenient to reveal. His words were like stones tossed into a lake, sending ripples across Lin Xingyu's heart. She didn't care about Lin Mo's vague explanation. Instead, she lingered on the care hidden between the lines. It's fine. If you can't talk about it, then don't. I was just curious. As Lin Mo broke the silence, the oppressive atmosphere inside the car lightened considerably. Soon, the car pulled up outside the hotel entrance. Lin Xingyu caught sight of a luxury car bearing the Flying Eagle emblem parked in the corner of the lot. Her heart sank abruptly. Why were the Wen family here? Wen Buyu stood beside the hotel's revolving doors. His moon-white robe accentuated his tall, straight posture, though the usual arrogance in his brow had faded, replaced by a barely perceptible unease. As soon as Lin Mo stepped out of the car, Wen Buyu approached with a bow. His movements were precise, almost rigid. Brother Lin Mo, Miss Lin, Miss Yi. Lin Xingyu was somewhat surprised. The one-third young master she remembered was a ruthless tycoon in the business world, possessing both cunning and power. Even her father had praised him at the county banquet. When had third young master Wen ever spoken to anyone with such humility? Her keen eyes noticed the dampness at Wen Buyu's temples and traces of night dew clinging to his sleeve hem. He had clearly been waiting here for quite some time. Young Master Wen, what brings you here? Lin Mo asked with a smile. Seeing Lin Mo's attitude, Wen Buyu breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, Wen Yu had sent him to the prison to retrieve Lin Mo back to the Wen family. But when Lin Chi had unexpectedly volunteered to lead the team to the prison to claim the credit for himself. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't know how to complete the urgent task his father had assigned him. When Buyu stepped forward, bowing deeply to Lin Mo. His voice was solemn as he said, Brother Lin Mo, my earlier offense against you was due to my own ignorance. I failed to recognize your true worth. I hope Brother Lin Mo will forgive a petty man's transgression and not hold it against me. I have prepared a banquet at the Yueli Inn in the western part of the city. I humbly request Brother Lin Mo to grace me with your presence and grant me the chance to make amends. When Buyu's words were spoken with profound humility. The wisdom and iron-fisted approach of the third young master of the Wen family were renowned throughout the county. Often, Lin Xingyu felt Wen Buyu belonged in the same league as her father and his peers. Until today, she could never have imagined the third young master Wen would ever bow his head so low in apology. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, glanced at him, and uttered only one word, agreed. Hearing Lin Mo's reply, Wen Buyu felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. Thank you for your consideration, Brother Lin Mo. I'll wait for you downstairs and escort you directly over shortly. No need. I still need to take a shower. You go ahead and handle your business. I can make my own way over. Alright, Brother Lin Mo. I'll head over there and wait for you. Wen Buyu didn't press the issue. Lin Mo's willingness to attend the banquet was already enough. Lin Xingyu had arranged a luxurious suite for Lin Mo and his companions. After Lin Mo and Yi Xian freshened up and got dressed, the three of them gathered around the coffee table in the living room. Yi Xian gripped the celadone teacup so tightly her knuckles turned white. Brother Lin, are you really going to attend? Could the Wen family's banquet be a trap? I've already promised Wen Buyu. Of course I'll go. It's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. Turning swords into plowshares is a good thing. She knew Lin Mo's decisions were rarely changed. Then I'll go with you. Don't worry. This banquet is perfectly safe. Besides, with your half-baked skills, what good would you be if someone really meant me harm? Just wait for me at the hotel. I should be back soon. Lin Mo said with a smile. Lin Xingyu sat quietly beside him, not uttering a single word. Yi Xian came from a small town, a genuine country girl who didn't understand the pretentious niceties between wealthy families. But Lin Xingyu was different. Judging by the situation in the prison cell, if Lin Mo kept pursuing the Wen family relentlessly, the Wen family could be in serious trouble. As for moving against Lin Mo at this moment? How foolish and audacious would the Wen family have to be to do such a thing? In fact, just moments ago, while waiting for Lin Mo and the others to bathe, she had received a letter from her clan. Every word was filled with earnest concern. They insisted she must retain young Master Lin, and if possible, invite him to stay at their home so they could extend their hospitality. Lin Xingyu, moreover, was hailed as a great asset to the family. This was a world apart from the scene in the family shrine earlier, where the elders had scolded her. The family had been filled with criticism and blame over her decision to pick up a small-town youth from the station. She faced a barrage of criticism and blame. When Lin Xingyu went to visit Lin Mo in prison, she faced relentless scolding and obstruction. They were practically ready to place her under house arrest. Seeing Lin Mo rise, Lin Xingyu offered, "Let me drive you there." "No need. Just send a car to take me there. You go handle your own affairs first." "All right." As the moon reached its zenith, Wen Buyu waited at the table in the secluded bamboo listening pavilion room of the Yueli Inn in the western part of the city. The large round table was laden with renowned dishes from Qianing. The most eye-catching item was the jar of drunken glow wine at the center. The moment the seal was broken, the wine's fragrance filled the air. A soft knock sounded at the door. Wen Buyu looked up abruptly to see Lin Mo standing in the doorway, clad in a blue robe. "Brother Lin Mo, please sit down." Wen Buyu hurriedly rose to his feet and arranged a chair for Lin Mo. He also fetched the wine flask and filled Lin Mo's cup. Lin Mo sat down, watching the swaying reflections in his cup. "Young Master Wen, inviting me at this hour, may I ask what brings you here?" Wen Buyu paused briefly before speaking. "To be perfectly honest, this meeting with Brother Lin Mo wasn't my idea. It was my father's instruction. However, he is unable to attend in person at this time. He has asked me to convey his apologies to Brother Lin Mo on his behalf. The matter with Wen Buyu was a misunderstanding. My father has ordered a thorough investigation and will certainly provide Brother Lin Mo with a satisfactory explanation. I apologize to Brother Lin Mo for my previous rashness." With that, he downed the remaining half-full glass of wine in one gulp. He then retrieved an exquisitely crafted sandalwood box and gently pushed it toward Lin Mo. "This is the Wen family's compensation for the trouble we've caused Brother Lin Mo. We hope you won't hold our abruptness against us." Judging by the box itself, its contents must be of considerable value. Lin Mo, however, did not touch it. He continued, "The black jade purple ring inside is a silver ornament I acquired with great difficulty. It is my personal apology to Brother Lin Mo. Of course, if Brother Lin Mo has any further requests, feel free to voice them. Whatever the Wen family can manage, we shall not refuse." Chapter 122, Ambition Runs Deep. Cession of territory is the only solution. Lin Mo sat composedly at the table, his expression as calm as a bottomless lake. His fingers tapped the tabletop rhythmically, producing a crisp tap-tap sound. The sound echoed distinctly in the quiet private room. The apology list Wen Buyu had handed over lay before him. He didn't even glance at it, nor did he take the bait of the others' overtures. The advantage was his. He was waiting for the perfect moment. Ambition? For Lin Mo, it was the most fiery flame in his life. Before his transmigration, he had been nothing more than a struggling pauper at the bottom of society. He had clawed his way through the brutal realities of life. It was precisely that unyielding spirit and ambition far exceeding ordinary men. He remained unyielding, shattering layer upon layer of class barriers. Swimming against the current, he rose to become a world-class business titan. Now seated at this negotiation table, his eyes radiated confidence and command. For he understood clearly, the greater the pressure Wen Yu faced from the alliance, the higher the compensation the Wen family would be compelled to offer. Wen Buyu appeared flustered on the surface, but his heart remained unruffled. He had long sensed that Lin Mo's background was no ordinary affair. He just hadn't figured out Lin Mo's true capabilities yet. Wen Yu had only instructed him to apologize to Lin Mo and keep him calm for now. As for the specifics of how to proceed, Wen Yu hadn't provided clear instructions. Wen Buyu believed his attitude was already sufficiently humble. After all, the Wen family was the undisputed leading clan in Xianing County. Usually, others would be begging for cooperation, yet now he was lowering himself. He was negotiating with such deference that he couldn't have given more face. Just as the atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly oppressive with each passing moment, Wen Buyu's phone suddenly vibrated. He pulled it out, and the instant he saw the message, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. The message was from Wen Yu. "Buyu, whatever terms that youth demands, agree to them all as long as he drops all claims against the Wen family." What did this mean? It was tantamount to declaring to him. The youth standing before him actually held the power to decide the Wen family's very survival. Wen Buyu's heart skipped a beat. He forced himself to calm down, putting on a nonchalant facade. But the panic that flashed in his eyes and the subtle shifts in his expression were all keenly noticed by Lin Mo. Lin Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. The moment was ripe. He reached for the wine glass before him, swirled it gently, and took a small sip. He spoke slowly, "Mr. Wen, I've been thinking about starting a business. But I have absolutely no experience in business. So I was thinking of seeking your guidance?" At these words, Wen Buyu felt his heart sink to the bottom of a lake. Lin Mo's words struck directly at the heart of the Wen family's livelihood. A smile forced onto his face looked worse than crying. "Young Master Lin, you jest. You're a dragon among men, how could such a trifling matter be worthy of your attention?" "Ha!" Lin Mo chuckled lightly, unmoved. He replied, "Young Master Wen has overstepped. A towering edifice rises from a foundation of earth, how much more so for a business novice like myself? Starting by testing the waters in a county town is already a solid beginning." When Buyu confirmed that Lin Mo truly intended to get involved in Xianing County's business scene. Frowning, he pondered the matter for a long moment. He tentatively suggested, if young Master Lin is genuinely interested, the Wen family still has some standing in Xianing County. If there's any venture you deem worthwhile, feel free to take it on as practice. Lin Mo had been waiting for precisely this response, yet he showed no sign of urgency. He merely raised his wine cup and gestured toward Wen Buyu. "Young Master Wen is indeed straightforward. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Just tell me what kind of work would suit a complete novice like me? Just assign me anything." The cup was already at his lips when Wen Buyu heard this. His movements suddenly froze. The wine that had seemed so mellow moments ago now smelled pungent. If the other party had simply stated their requirements, he could have weighed the options accordingly. Just assign me anything? How could that be arbitrary? If he inadvertently angered Lin Mo, the consequences were truly unpredictable. But if he demanded too much, the Wen family's years of hard work might be handed over to someone else. Ever since he was old enough to understand, his mother had taught him how to strategize to secure a greater share of the inheritance. Now, the wealth he'd pursued for years was about to be handed over to someone else. How could he possibly accept that? But striking the right balance was incredibly difficult. With the very survival of the Wen family at stake, he dared not make a decision on his own. He hurriedly sent a secret message to Wen Yu. The reply came swiftly. Upon reading it, Wen Buyu steadied himself. Young Master Lin, I'm unsure which type of business you're interested in. How about this, the Wen family will allocate half of all its holdings in Qianing County to you. You can manage them while observing the situation. Should adjustments be needed later, simply give the order. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head. No. I have a proposal. Young Master 1, hear me out. That line again. A shadow of dread fell over Wen Buyu's heart. Forget the rest of the Wen family's businesses, they hold little interest for me. Just leave the raw material processing to me. What? Wen Buyu almost thought he'd misheard. He'd braced himself for Lin Mo to demand an exorbitant price. Core operations, high margin segments, all within his expectations. But who could have imagined the other party would choose the lowest margin raw material processing segment? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow with a smile. What? Does young Master Wen find this difficult? No. Not at all difficult. Wen Buyu hastily waved his hands. His tension eased, his relief nearly visible on his face. The heavy pressure from moments ago vanished completely. It's just, young Master Lin's actions are truly beyond my comprehension. A weight lifted from his heart. Wen Yu's reply still rings in my ears, do as you see fit. As long as they don't pursue it, give them everything, even the entire estate. Lin Mo set down his wineglass with a smile. Since young Master Wen has no objection, it's settled then. However, I'm currently too busy to manage it myself. I'll need to trouble you to find someone to handle it on my behalf. Wen Buyu hastily agreed, rest assured, young Master Lin. I'll personally oversee it for you. For him, today's crisis had not only been perfectly resolved. If he could use this opportunity to climb aboard the mighty tree that was Lin Mo, it would be nothing short of ideal. Lin Mo remained non-committal to the proposal. Was a Wen family enterprise large? It was indeed substantial, but Lin Mo's ambitions were far greater. Naturally, he would weigh the pros and cons carefully. With Wen Buyu's assistance, the subsequent arrangements became straightforward and clear. Lin Mo relinquished all control over the transfer of the Wen family's assets, entrusting Wen Buyu to handle every detail. Back at the hotel, Lin Mo noticed several luxury cars adorned with green bamboo patterns parked at the hotel entrance. He paused briefly, his thoughts already turning to the matter. Inside the prison walls, a county leader bowed deeply before a mere teenager. Such an incident would send shockwaves through the county's business elite. The Wen family's past experiences offered a glimpse into the potential repercussions. Entering the suite arranged by Lin Qingyu. Brother Lin, you're back. Are you all right? Yi Xian was overjoyed to see Lin Mo return. She circled around him, relieved to see no signs of injury. Ha! What could possibly be wrong? Where's Sister Qingyu? Hearing Lin Mo's question, Yi Xian's lips twisted into an oddly exaggerated smile. Her eyebrows twitched as she gave him a strange, knowing smile. As if she'd uncovered some shameful secret of his. Chapter 123, Auction Storm Black Wind Ridge's Whirlwind. Why are you hitting me? Lin Mo felt goosebumps rise under Yi Xian's piercing gaze. He smacked her on the head. What was that look on your face? He. Hearing Lin Mo's question, Yi Xian rubbed her forehead and gave a silly grin. Brother Lin, you wouldn't believe it, not long after you left the hotel. Sister Lin's father arrived with a whole entourage. Once inside, he was all smiles and politeness, insisting we come to his place as guests. He kept asking me for your details, being so eager. TSK, the whole scene was just like a father-in-law back home vetting his son-in-law's background. Brother Lin, I'm certain that if you'd been there, they'd have practically pushed Sister Lin into your lap. Seeing Lin Mo raise his hand. Whoa. Trying to hit me again? Yi Xian quickly covered her head and dodged. Speak properly and answer my question. Oh, I'm just telling the truth. She muttered under her breath. Then she added, Sister Lin couldn't stand their attentions, so she took me out. Before leaving, she told me to let him know if you came back. Whether to tell Sister Lin is up to you. Don't worry, once Sister Lin arrives, I'll stay in my own room and won't wander off. She shot Lin Mo a mischievous glance. Lin Mo was at a loss for words. He sent a message to Lin Qingyu. Not long after, there was a knock on their door. Lin Mo got up to answer the door, while Yi Xian also rose and headed toward her own room. Sit down. Okay. The door opened, revealing only Lin Qingyu. Her face flushed when she saw Lin Mo. After the three exchanged pleasantries while seated, Lin Qingyu spoke, feeling a bit uneasy. Lin Mo. At today's auction. Could I stay by your side? Her voice trailed off as she spoke. Given his previous personality, he wouldn't even consider such a request. He would have simply made arrangements and stayed by Lin Mo's side. That was the natural way friends interacted. But what Yi Xian had just said reflected the Lin family's current stance. For the sake of their family's advancement, they'd initially used her as a bargaining chip in their alliance with the Wen family. Now, they were scheming to use her as a beauty trap to curry favor with Lin Mo. This has changed the nature of her relationship with Lin Mo. Sister Qingyu, you're being too formal with that remark. Lin Mo laughed heartily. Ha, to have two such beauties by my side. I couldn't ask for more. Besides, given our relationship, there's no need to ask about such things. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Lin Qingyu felt a warm glow in her heart. Her earlier awkwardness vanished instantly. It seemed like being used by the family this time might actually turn out to be a good thing. During their conversation, Lin Mo mentioned that matters with the Wen family had been completely resolved. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly cheerful and joyful. Dawn was breaking. Lin Qingyu led the two of them to breakfast. After a brief stroll through the county town, they headed toward the building where the auction was to be held. She removed her veil once more, and Yi Xian changed into a beautiful dress. Two stunning beauties, one on either side. One radiant and vivacious, the other mature and breathtaking. Along the way, Lin Mo attracted sharp, piercing stares from many men. The auction commenced at 9 a.m. Lin Qingyu hadn't reserved a private room. Instead, she led the two to a highly conspicuous outdoor seating area. This was actually the family's intention to make their relationship with Lin Mo known. Lin Mo didn't object to this arrangement. Leveraging influence. He often did the same. Especially when the other party was Lin Qingyu. Esteemed guests, welcome to Qianing Auction House. The gavel strikes and treasures shine. Today's auction table has gathered the most coveted pieces from collectors far and wide. Without further ado, let us serve our distinguished guests a few appetizers to whet your appetite. The auctioneer's voice, passionate and melodious, filled the room. The auction officially commenced. The opening auction featured over a dozen items, all high-performance gear and potions. Among the Wen family's compensation, there was also the black jade purple ring that Wen Buyu had privately compensated with. However, there were two silver-trimmed outfits, a purple-colored ensemble, and an S-grade skill book. Their sincerity could hardly be called lacking. Consider that previously, a single silver-grade equipment material and an A-grade skill book had fetched astronomical prices of 5 million silver coins and 200 million silver coins respectively. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is exceptionally rare. As the auctioneer spoke, an exquisitely crafted small jade bottle encased in a specially designed glass box was rolled onto the stage. The moment the glass lid was lifted, the temperature in the entire auction hall began to plummet rapidly. This item is called Mystic Ice Liquid. This Xian ice liquid is extracted from the depths of a 1,000-meter deep frozen abyss. It remains unfrozen even within the icy abyss. It is not merely a silver-hued forging aid. It can also be used as a feeding solution for ice attribute contract beasts. However, typically only demon beasts of commander rank or higher can tolerate it. Thus, quantities are limited. Otherwise, this substance could even offer command-level beasts an opportunity for advancement. Yi Xian's eyes lit up upon hearing the description, and she was about to bid. But she was quickly intimidated by the surging bids. The price shot up to over 19 million in a flash. Few could keep up at such a price. Only the major families of Qianing County were engaged in a bidding war among themselves. The Wen family was among them. Lin Qingyu clearly saw Yi Xian's expression shift from hopeful anticipation to utter dismay. Just as she was about to bid to help Yi Xian secure it. 20 million silver coins. Damn it, today's mystic ice elixir belongs to me, little whirlwind of Blackwind Ridge. If you keep bidding, you're not giving this young master any face. A heavily tattooed youth with a nose ring, speaking with the brashness of a bandit, rose and bellowed. His silver teeth gleamed brightly beneath his flamboyant expression. His eyes, filled with savage intent, swept across the entire crowd. An unmistakable threat. Representatives from the major families all looked grim. 20 million wasn't beyond their means. But the name Blackwind Ridge carried an undeniable aura of bloodshed. It made them hesitate, wary of getting burned. The auctioneer surveyed the room. Young Master Whirlwind of Blackwind Ridge bids 20 million silver coins. Any higher bids? 20 million going once. 25 million. The crowd turned toward the voice. The bitter war robes embroidered with a soaring eagle on the shoulder. The Wen family? Are you sure you don't want to give Blackwind Ridge some face? The young whirlwind's arrogant grin froze abruptly. His eyes flashed with a warning glare. It's an auction. The highest bidder wins, of course. At these words, little whirlwind's gaze shifted from warning to murderous intent. In the oppressive silence that followed, a calm voice rang out clearly. Not loud, yet like a pebble dropped into a lake, it instantly shattered the frozen air. 25 million. Whoosh. All eyes instantly turned to him. Lin Mo sat casually reclined in his comfortable chair. His right index finger tapped lightly on the armrest, a faint trace of leisurely ease playing across his face. As if he'd merely stated an insignificant figure. Yi Xian abruptly covered her mouth, her wide eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief. Lin Xingyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Xiao Xian whipped her head around, her gaze sharp as a poisoned blade. It pierced fiercely toward the source of the voice, Lin Mo's direction. When he saw that the bidder was merely an ordinarily dressed young man, accompanied by two beautiful women, a surge of jealousy and insulted fury instantly boiled over. Kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I just said? Xiao Xuanfeng's voice shot up, brimming with hostility. You dare compete with me for an item? Have you grown tired of living? The auction hall's atmosphere instantly tensed to breaking point. Everyone held their breath. They wanted to watch the spectacle unfold, yet feared getting burned in the process. Chapter 124, Casting the Bait, the Fish Takes the Hook. Lin Mo, Blackwind Ridge is full of desperados. You need to be careful. They roam the major routes year-round, raiding supply convoys. These are men who value money above their own lives. Lin Mo's knuckles tapped lightly on the table as his gaze fixed on the crystal display stand at the auction hall's center. The prominent families of Qianing County, do they truly fear a few bandits? Fear? Not exactly. Lin Xingyu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, the pearl stud glinting faintly under the lights. But merchants value harmony for prosperity. Blackwind Ridge controls the western trade route. Every family needs goods transported. It's not worth making mortal enemies over a single auction item. After all, every merchant in Qianing County needs goods transported. Seeing that the other party had no intention of responding, Little Whirlwind felt a surge of irritation. Poof. 2,501 silver dollar. He planted his foot on the tea table before him, glaring defiantly at Lin Mo. Two burly men stood behind him, blades pressed against their hips. The red cloth wrapped around their knife handles fluttered with each movement, reflecting a cold gleam, a menacing aura forged by years of bloodshed. After Little Whirlwind announced his bid, only the top 10 families in Qianing County remained willing to compete. 2,501 silver dollars. Any higher bids? As the auctioneer called out the bid, he scanned the other prominent families of Qianing County and Lin Mo's position. He wasn't worried about the Xianbing liquid failing to fetch a price. But after the Blackwind Ridge incident, far fewer dared to bid. The Wen family had already considered withdrawing when they saw Lin Mo participating in the bidding. If Lin Mo continued bidding, they certainly wouldn't drive up the price. Several other prominent families were about to bid. 30 million. Lin Mo continued to shout out the high price, his expression still as casual as ever. This left the families who had intended to bid stunned. All eyes turned toward Lin Mo, only then noticing Lin Xingyu standing beside him. Everyone was puzzled. Who is this young man? Whose young master is he, that the Lin family's heiress would personally accompany him? Aren't the Lin and Wen families connected by marriage? Even though Wen Buluo is dead, the alliance still stands. What's going on here? Shoo! Keep your voices down, the Wens are here. Whispers washed over the auction hall like a tide. As someone whispered a warning, all eyes turned toward the Wen family once more. Yet the scene before them left them astonished and bewildered. The Wen family's representative at the auction. Upon seeing Lin Mo and Lin Xingyu together, not only did he show no sign of displeasure, but he rose to his feet and bowed respectfully toward Lin Mo. His demeanor was exceedingly humble. Since young Master Lin has shown interest in this item, the Wen family shall not dampen your enthusiasm. Lin Mo merely gave a casual nod in response. The auction hall instantly erupted with buzz, everyone discussing the young man's origins. Many prominent families hurriedly relayed the news back to their clans. They certainly didn't want to inadvertently offend someone the Wen family dared not provoke over an auction item. Upon hearing Lin Mo's bid, Xiao Xuanfeng's expression darkened abruptly. He grabbed the strong liquor from the tea table and downed it in one gulp, the liquid dripping down his chin onto his bare chest. Kid? I don't care who you are. You dare snatch something Blackwind Ridge has set its sights on? You're asking for trouble. With that, he ceased bidding and sat back down, muttering to those beside him. A peculiar phenomenon then emerged with the subsequent auction items. Whenever Lin Mo placed a bid, the Wen family withdrew theirs. At first, some major clans still followed suit with their bids. But gradually, after Lin Mo made his bid, the number of major families continuing to bid began to dwindle. The whirlwind of Blackwind Ridge, after competing with Lin Mo for that bottle of mystic ice liquid, never bid again. For later items, the moment bidding commenced, all eyes turned to Lin Mo. Only when Lin Mo remained silent would others bid. The few items Lin Mo secured all sold at their reserve prices. Among them were the final two items featured as the grand finale. One was a plump-looking woman dressed in simple attire. She was young, a B-tier talent priestess. When the auctioneer revealed her talent, everyone gasped in astonishment. A B-tier talent among priests was already considered quite exceptional, let alone appearing at an auction. The other grand finale item left many hearts aching. It was a contract for a beast mount, encased within a purple energy cocoon. The purple energy cocoon radiated powerful energy fluctuations, clearly no ordinary object. The moment this item was brought to the stage, Little Whirlwind's eyes widened in awe. Seeing Lin Mo secure it at a low bid, his eyes brimmed with delight, as if the item had landed in his own hands. Beast taming differs from Yi Xin's contract beast. Beast tamers only establish a simple psychic bond with their masters. As long as the beast tamer's psychic power is stronger than their masters. Or when facing mortal danger, beasts could easily betray their masters. The risk of betrayal was especially high for powerful tamed beasts. Unless the beast was tamed immediately after birth. Lin Qingyu led the group through the transaction procedures and exited the auction house. Dusk had already fallen. The group rode in the Lin family's luxury car toward the starry hotel where they would be staying. Lin Mo leaned against the car window, his gaze fixed on the rearview mirror. A car had been tailing them for several blocks now. Lin Mo had actually noticed something amiss long ago. His mental acuity far surpassed that of others. Ever since leaving the auction house, 3 faint yet persistent auras had clung to their trail like a stubborn infection. Lin Mo sneered inwardly. They really couldn't keep their cool. The vehicle came to a stop before the hotel entrance. As Lin Qingyu stepped out, she specifically instructed the Lin family guards, increase the numbers tonight. Ensure young Master Lin is protected at all costs. Lin Mo raised his hand to stop her. No, proceed as usual. Lin Qingyu said anxiously, we offended the Blackwind rich people at the auction. They won't let it go. Send more men, just in case. Lin Mo smiled. After all the effort to set the bait, do you think the fish will dare take the hook if you send men over? Just do as I say. You two head back first. Lin Qingyu didn't know what Lin Mo had planned, but seeing his confident expression, she could only nod. All right. If anything happens, notify me immediately. After bidding farewell to Lin Qingyu, Lin Mo entered the hotel with Yi Xin and the priestess he had just acquired. Once inside the room, the woman stood awkwardly by the doorway. Lin Mo smiled and said, no need to be so formal. Come sit down. I have some questions for you. Yes, sir. Her voice was gentle and soft. She walked to the sofa with her head bowed but hesitated to sit down. Lin Mo didn't insist. What's your name? Nyen. Nenchu. Nenchu. It's a beautiful name. You're a B-tier talent as a priest. That's considered quite high for this talent level. Then why were you put up for auction? Nianchu's eyes instantly welled up with tears as she buried her head even lower. Yi Xin looked at the woman dressed in simple clothes, roughly her own age, and felt a pang of pity. She stood up and pulled the woman to sit beside her. Brother Lin is a very decent man. If you're facing any difficulties, you can talk to him. We might even be able to help. Under Yi Xin's comforting words, Nianchu's mood gradually lifted. She spoke softly and timidly, my father is a compulsive gambler. He's gambled away everything of value in our home. He even gambled away my mother, and now he's set his sights on me. I went to the auction house myself and asked them to auction me off. I had no money to improve my abilities, so I had to auction myself off. At least I'd get some money that way. Then I could buy my mother back. Her words came slowly, her voice barely audible, yet she forced herself to speak with measured composure. Yet tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Yi Xin, take her to wash up first. Let her rest tonight. Lin Mo had intended to discuss his plans for her with Nianchu. But seeing her state, now was clearly not the time for that. Besides, a storm was brewing tonight. Chapter 125, Going Solo to the Meeting Equipment Update. The moon had climbed high in the sky. Lin Mo lay fully clothed on the bed, eyes closed in quiet meditation. Outside, the night wind swept past, rustling the curtains in his room. 3 dark figures leaped onto the balcony like night owls, peering through the glass window into the room. The youth on the bed breathed deeply, clearly fast asleep. The leader, a man with a scarred face, gave a signal. The 3 drew short blades and pried open the window latch. The cold gleam of steel reflected the ruthlessness in their eyes. Squeak! The window latch had barely opened an inch when a bone-chilling cold suddenly shot up from the man's feet. The scarred leader felt a sudden, intense pain shoot through his body. We've fallen into a trap. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Mo had already materialized before them. Out walking the dog this late? The trio had just planned to launch a surprise attack to create an opportunity for retreat. Scarface suddenly realized his limbs felt as if they were filled with lead, and the hand holding his knife rose far slower than usual. Spare me. Scarface's knees took a sudden, heavy blow, sending him crashing to his knees. Thud, thud, thud. Each man then took a solid punch to the head. The blows left all 3 reeling. Spare us, sir. We were only following Little Whirlwind's orders when we showed disrespect. Oh? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Though he was smiling, his expression carried a demonic, oppressive aura. Where is little whirlwind? Lin Mo gripped one man's throat, his grip tightening relentlessly. The man's face flushed crimson, then turned purple. He's in the outskirts of the city. Lin Mo's voice was icy. Go tell him. If he wants to settle this, meet me at 10 Mile Hill, west of the city, at noon tomorrow. Lin Mo tossed the man aside. The scarred man scrambled to his feet, dragging his comrade into the night. Leaning against the window, he watched their disheveled retreating figures, a cold smile curling his lips. The next day, Lin Mo sent a farewell message to Lin Xingyu. He entrusted her with redeeming Nianshu's mother and arranging her accommodations. Then he left the hotel with Yi Xin and Nianshu. Noon, 10 Mile Hill, west of the city. When Lin Mo arrived at this location, 13 figures stood in a row, steel blades in hand. They had been waiting here for quite some time. At the front, a burly man sat cross-legged on a weathered boulder. A ghost head blade lay across his legs. Big brother, the kid's here. Little Whirlwind spotted Lin Mo's arrival and hurriedly whispered the report to the seated man. Lin Mo walked forward at a measured pace. Kid, you've got some guts. The seated man spoke, his voice booming like a temple bell. It carried no energy whatsoever. Yet it still sent shivers down one's spine. You come alone. Are you here to beg for mercy, or to meet your end? He rose to his feet, towering well over 6 feet tall, his thick hair casually bound back with a headband. His eyebrows were thick, and his eyes bore naturally vertical pupils. His square jawline was sharply defined, his features rugged and angular. Broad shoulders and a powerful build, accentuated by a thick fur coat. Standing tall, he resembled a fierce ancient general, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lin Mo remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the hills behind the crowd. Amidst the shrubbery on the hill, faint energy rippled. Clearly, more men lay in ambush. Lin Mo chuckled. I've come today to discuss only one matter. He stepped forward half a pace, suddenly enveloped in a set of pale blue energy armor. His gaze sharpened instantly. Blackwind Ridge will cease to exist. His voice was not loud, yet everyone across from him heard it clearly. Ha ha ha. You greenhorn, your mouth's bigger than your ass. I just wonder if your skills match your big talk. The leader suddenly lunged forward, his ghost head blade slicing through the air toward Lin Mo's face. Lin Mo met the blade head-on with a single punch. A pair of gauntlets had materialized on his hands at some point. The gloves were deep purple, shaped like the head of a Taotai beast. The back featured the Taotia's wide-open eyes, their pupils inlaid with dark red gems. As light danced across them, the pupils seemed to hold swirling flames. A full set of dark golden fangs clenched around a half-exposed gear. When he swung his fist, air rushed through the gears into the Taotia's mouth, producing a low, rumbling hum. Like the roar of a beast. Clang! The two weapons clashed midair, sparks flying as the ghost-headed blade was instantly knocked upward again. A large gash had already appeared along the blade's edge. This. The crowd watched in stunned silence. Their leader had never been bested in strength before, yet now he was being humiliated by this young boy. But the most shocked of all was the man fighting Lin Mo. Blood was already flowing from his palm, soaking through the oily yellow cloth wrapped around his hands. Before the crowd could fully process their astonishment, the crowd suddenly suffered immense damage, and some of the lower-level individuals were instantly killed. Roar! 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 The deafening roars of beasts echoed relentlessly in their ears. Lin Mo's fists rained down like a storm. His speed was extreme, weaving relentlessly through the crowd. Quick, use your skills to attack. At the leader's furious shout, everyone capable of unleashing skills hurriedly channeled their energy. Skill after skill slammed toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo neither dodged nor evaded, channeling energy from his body into the ring on his hand. The pale blue energy armor instantly transformed into a solid silver suit of armor. The energy strikes left no mark on the armor. It merely knocked Lin Mo back several dozen meters. Glancing at the panel showing his health points drop by 1800. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Ha, this is truly impressive. Following Wen Buyu has been like a pearl hidden in dust. How could that be? The leader's pupils suddenly contracted. What, exactly are you? Lin Mo smiled without answering, his figure vanishing from the spot. Then, the group was met with a storm of punches. This time, no one needed to remind them. Whenever an opportunity arose to unleash a skill, they seized Lin Mo's fleeting form and unleashed it without hesitation. Angel Heal. Suddenly, 7 or 8 opponents were sent flying by a blue beam of light. Lin Mo charged toward the leader. He unleashed a flurry of punches against the man's body. The sound of cracking bones echoed alongside the man's muffled groans. Lin Mo seamlessly switched between skill attacks and bare-knuckle strikes. He gave the leader no chance to counter or catch his breath. When he saw the burly leader's eyes begin to glaze over, he halted his assault. Cough, cough, cough. After Lin Mo stopped, the man could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground. He propped himself up with both hands to avoid lying flat on the ground. With every cough, he coughed up a large amount of blood. Yet his vertical pupils fixed intently on Lin Mo. Cough. The victor writes history. Kill, or torture, as you please. Lin Mo looked down at him from above, suddenly letting out a light chuckle. I said I wanted Blackwind Ridge to vanish. I never said I wanted to kill every last one of you. His gaze swept across the battlefield strewn with chaos. From now on, Blackwind Ridge falls under my command. This youth actually intends to incorporate Blackwind Ridge? The leader was utterly astonished, and the expressions of the other survivors were equally vivid. Some even felt a flicker of excitement at the words. Did this mean they wouldn't die? But Lin Mo's next words sent their newly settled hearts racing back up to their throats. But I won't take everyone. Chapter 126, Recruiting Bandits Mind Control. What do you think of my proposal, military officer? The leader, hearing his name spoken directly. He looked at Lin Mo with extreme confusion. It had been far too long since he'd used that name. So long ago it felt like another century. Military lieutenant, an S-tier talent warrior, once the elite bodyguard of a prominent family. Yet entangled in a wealthy family feud due to a tragic love affair. Not only did his martial cultivation stagnate at the third transformation, but he also lost all vision for his life. From then on, he harbored intense hostility toward the wealthy. He then turned to banditry, preying specifically on the transport convoys of wealthy merchants. Lin Mo slowly walked over to a large rock nearby and leaned his body against it. The military officer listened to Lin Mo's words, his face twisted with contempt as he looked at him. Poof. So you too wish to cloak yourself in righteousness, waving the banner of ridding the land of bandits? Lin Mo dug his fingers into his ear. I don't have that kind of leisure. Military officer, if I gave you another chance at life, what would you choose? The military officer tilted his head, looking at Lin Mo with confusion. What do you mean? I have a way to revive your martial prowess, but from this day forward, you'll answer only to me. Junho struggled to sit up, his voice trembling with excitement. Are you serious? Lin Mo countered, do you think I have any reason to deceive you? Now he held the knife, and these men were the fish. Taking their lives would be as easy as lifting a finger. Agreed. I accept your terms. After a moment's thought, the military officer replied with unwavering resolve. Don't agree so readily. There's a method to how I take men under my command. I will implant a mental imprint within those I select. Should they betray me, they will suffer mental assault. But you know that if they aren't awakened with mental control abilities, implanting a mental imprint into their psyche carries significant risk. During the imprinting process, even the slightest resistance, the target may suffer severe mental damage. Before Lin Mo could finish, the military officer interrupted. If you can repair the mental trauma, what harm is there in planting a mental imprint? Lin Mo nodded with a smile. As he activated his skill, a green glow enveloped the military officer's body. Junho's eyes instantly widened. The changes occurring within his body left him utterly shocked. Not only was his depleted vitality rapidly replenishing, the damaged mental wounds were partially healed. Even the energy-locking spikes implanted within him years ago began to loosen. With Lin Mo's healing skill from earlier, the military officer managed to struggle to his feet. Your level is quite high. Healing will still take time. Before that, do me a favor. The Blackwind Ridge I wish to recruit isn't a motley crew of misfits. You should know the Blackwind Ridge men best. Those who slaughter the innocent kill. Those who betray their oaths execute. Those who grow arrogant and tyrannical kill. Proceed. Purge my ranks first. Lin Mo spoke calmly, his voice utterly composed. Yet to the ears of those present, his words thundered like a clap of lightning. Many eyes widened with terror at his words. The tattooed whirlwind was among them. Upon hearing Lin Mo's order, the military officer wasted no time, striding toward his scattered subordinates. No, no, no. Big brother, you can't kill us. We're brothers who fought alongside you through thick and thin. Don't listen to this kid, don't kill us. No. Ah. With a swift swing of his blade, the military officer severed the head of a bandit who had been begging for mercy. Ah. Amidst cries of supplication, curses, and agonized screams. Of the 30-plus men and horses, including those slain by Lin Mo, only 9 remained standing on the field. Apart from the military officer, the remaining 8 men's eyes held not only terror, but also a hint of resignation and relief. Very well. It seems these are your choices. No sooner had Lin Mo finished speaking than a green light enveloped the remaining men. Then, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Lin Mo pointed his finger at the one who appeared to be in the best condition. We'll start with you. Remember, any resistance will be at your own peril. The one singled out by Lin Mo's finger was a thin young man. The young man took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly hardening with resolve. He strode toward Lin Mo. Then he knelt on one knee. Please grant me your seal, young master. Lin Mo nodded, thoroughly satisfied with this display of resolve. Relax. If you don't resist or feel fear, there will be no danger. Yes. Lin Mo carefully directed his mental energy into the other's mind. He then directed his psychic energy. Above the target's mental lake, he began to condense a massive psychic rune. This was a mind control technique Lin Mo had acquired at the auction house. It was a method of controlling others at the cost of permanently sacrificing one's own psychic energy. If someone else obtained this technique, it likely wouldn't be of much use. After all, who would willingly sacrifice their own mental energy to control others? However, after slaying several cultivators recently, Lin Mo's own spiritual power had surged to 31,000 points. For him, this mind control technique was no less valuable than an SSS grade skill book. He trained all night last night, and today marks his first attempt to wield it. Carving the mental control runes was an extremely difficult task. Not only did it demand immense mental power from the caster, but also required the target's cooperation. They must not allow their mental world to reject the influence. Fortunately, this person never intended to resist. After over 10 minutes, the mental control rune was finally engraved. Upon its formation, it instantly enveloped the opponent's mental lake before vanishing into its depths. Lin Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead. The target was a second awakening adept with B-grade talent, consuming a full 500 spirit points from Lin Missouri before the rune was successfully implanted. He shifted his focus slightly. Ah! The person under Lin Mo's mental control instantly clutched his head, wailing in agony. Sorry, I just wanted to test the rune's effect. Lin Mo said awkwardly as he observed the other's condition. Just as everyone was gripped by terror, a green glow flared once more across their bodies. Their condition improved once more. The man who had been harmed by the mental rune. His complexion regained its healthy flush under this fresh wave of healing. But when Lin Mo's gaze swept over the others, dodging and panic began to appear in their eyes. Earlier, they had been clinging to life by a thread. Refusing Lin Mo meant certain death. Now, many had already recovered to their peak condition. The feeling of having their very lives controlled by another was deeply unsettling. Thus, their thoughts began to shift. Next one, I'll handle it. Amidst the puzzled stares of the others, the military officer strode forward and stood before Lin Mo. He then knelt on one knee. Please grant me the seal, young master. Chapter 127, Mysterious Demonic Beast Faction Consolidation. Very well. Prepare yourselves, and I shall begin. Remember, there must be no resistance. Lin Mo's voice was steady, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Otherwise, you will suffer severe mental backlash. Previously, when Buyu had recounted the military officer's past and deeds in detail. In this world teeming with powerful individuals, someone like Junho possessing both formidable strength and unwavering resolve was truly a rare find. Lin Mo himself was merely a youth who had yet to complete his first-class change. To bridge a gap of hundreds of levels and implant a mental imprint upon the military commander was a task of unimaginable difficulty. The slightest misstep could plunge him into an abyss of no return. The military commander stood tall, his gaze as unwavering as iron. I am ready. Begin, young master. His words were decisive, without a trace of hesitation, as if he had already cast aside all thoughts of life and death. The process of engraving the spiritual imprint was long and arduous. Beads of sweat gradually formed on Lin Mo's forehead. Over 2 hours passed, and he had already expended 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Throughout this ordeal, he keenly sensed that the military officer's spiritual energy possessed an extraordinary quality. Not only was it powerful, but it also carried a strange, corrosive quality. Whenever he attempted to engrave the spiritual imprint, this corrosive force would interfere. At several critical junctures, this interference nearly disrupted his efforts, threatening to undo all his progress. Fortunately, the military officer reacted swiftly, exerting every ounce of effort to suppress this strange force, allowing Lin Mo to complete the rune engraving with a narrow escape. Phew, done. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, leaning wearily against a nearby boulder. The military officer's mind was now churning with shock. He had clearly seen the vast network of rune curses covering his mental ocean. Its intricate complexity defied imagination. What immense mental power must have been required to construct it? The depth of the youth's spiritual power before him was utterly unfathomable. With the military officer leading the way, the others followed suit. Once the mental imprint had been planted in every individual, Lin Mo's mental energy plummeted from 31,000 points to 22,000 points. Such a massive depletion would be impossible for an ordinary person to endure. Yet he merely panted lightly, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. After a brief rest, the military officer approached Lin Mo with respect. He bowed slightly. Young master, I heard you acquired that tamed beast cub at the auction. Lin Mo nodded, and a flash of light erupted from his palm. A purple energy cocoon, half a person's height, materialized before the crowd. A mysterious and dangerous aura permeated the air. What's the story with this tamed beast cub? Lin Mo recalled the strange expression on Little Whirlwind's face during the auction, his mind filled with questions. The moment the military officer saw the purple energy mass, a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. This beast is indeed quite unusual. 2 years ago, a secret realm suddenly appeared within Xianing County. I participated in that breathtaking expedition myself. This beast was brought out of the secret realm at the cost of a third transformation expert's life. At the time, this energy cocoon was guarded by a royal great demon snake. Only after hundreds of third transformation experts fought relentlessly did they manage to seize it by sheer luck. Initially, everyone believed it to be a rare treasure and scrambled to seize it. But who could have imagined that those who possessed the energy cocoon would die one after another under inexplicable circumstances? Every single one of those fallen awakened warriors had their blood completely drained, a horrifying sight. Only then did everyone realize this energy mass was far from benign. Later, seasoned companions deduced it might be a demon beast of immense bloodline power. Specializing in curses or psychic attacks, carrying it would corrupt one's mind, compelling them to willingly offer their own blood. Lin Mo suddenly understood. No wonder the auction house had been so vague in its description of this item during the bidding. He furrowed his brow slightly and asked curiously, others not knowing is one thing. But since you knew it was a vicious beast, why did you send Little Whirlwind to bid for it? The military officer bowed again, his demeanor humble. I heard that the essence blood of a demon beast with powerful psychic energy might heal mental trauma. Upon learning this beast would appear at the auction, I sought to acquire it, a desperate attempt at a last-ditch remedy. However, thanks to your intervention today, the mental trauma that has plagued me for years shows signs of improvement. Therefore, I specifically remind you, young master, that this ferocious beast is extremely dangerous. It would be best not to keep it, lest accidents occur. Lin Mo stared intently at the energy cocoon before him, which stood nearly half a person tall, his gaze deep and unfathomable. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the mount contract he had acquired alongside the energy cluster. The military attendant's expression abruptly changed upon seeing this, and he hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Young master, you intend to forge a mount contract with this demon beast? Please reconsider, young master. Though I know not your current strength. But this demon beast is beyond the control of even a third transformation awakener. Master, do not risk it. Lin Mo's lips curved into a confident smile. Rest assured, I have my own plans. As he spoke, he channeled his spiritual energy into the contract like a trickling stream. This mount contract shares similarities with mental control. But it was far simpler. Merely infusing mental energy established a basic psychic link with the beast. Though not as robust as the bond between a beast master and their contracted beast, it was sufficient for basic communication. The instant the contract's psychic energy gauge filled to capacity, a high-pitched, babyish voice suddenly echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Hungry, blood, need blood. The voice was soft and childlike, though the words carried an unsettling, spine-chilling undertone. Yet inexplicably, it stirred a sense of pity within one's heart. As if it were one's own child whining for food. It made one want to sacrifice blood for him. Lin Mo's gaze faltered for a moment, but it was only a fleeting distraction. He swiftly channeled his spiritual energy, blocking out the sound. This is rather mysterious. I'd like to see what kind of demonic beast this truly is. With that, he swept his hand, drawing the energy cocoon into his demigod realm. Military commander, how many others besides you are left at Blackwind Ridge? Lin Mo's expression sharpened, his gaze piercing. The military officer hurriedly replied, there are over 600 in total. Over the years, I've neglected its management. It's been overseen by my 13 subordinates, though only 8 generals remain now. Lin Mo nodded and continued, that's quite a force. Where are they stationed now? In response to your question, young master, they are usually scattered throughout Xianing County. The military officer paused, his expression turning slightly awkward. They make their living through robbery, extortion, and other such activities. He cautiously observed Lin Mo's expression, relieved to see no anger. He hastily added, but Blackwind Ridge has always strictly adhered to the rules I established, never oppressing ordinary citizens. Lin Mo glanced at his watch. I'm giving you half a day to gather all Blackwind Ridge members. Inform them the headquarters is relocating. I'll be waiting for you at the train station. 4 o'clock this afternoon. Be punctual. Yes, sir. Junho immediately turned and began assigning tasks to the 8 commanders behind him. Blackwind Ridge, this ready-made force. Though the details of its members remained unclear. The 8 commanders possessed decent talent, and the military officer held boundless potential. With proper cultivation, they would surely become a formidable force supporting his foothold on Blue Star in the future. Chapter 128, Return to Tongling Town. Farewell at the station. Xianing County Train Station. Brother Lin, have you resolved the matter? Yi Xin saw Lin Mo approaching and hurried forward with concern. Yeah, what brings you here? As Lin Mo greeted Yi Xin, he caught sight of a familiar figure standing beside a platform pillar out of the corner of his eye. I came to see you off. Don't you welcome your big sister? Her voice was crisp, the trailing notes slightly raised, carrying a hint of allure. Lin Xingyu, dressed in a moon-white qipao, walked slowly toward Lin Mo. The snow-white skin glimpsed through the slit of her qipao stood out strikingly in the twilight. Her smile was warm and inviting, like a gentle spring breeze. Those around them who had been discreetly watching Lin Xingyu couldn't help but swallow hard. You're welcome, but I suggest you wear your veil when you go out, just like before. Otherwise, I fear I'll gain a few more unwelcome enemies. Her gaze swept over the crowd, whose eyes held no good intentions. The saying beauty brings misfortune seemed to materialize before her eyes. Hee, I'll take that as a compliment. Lin Xingyu covered her lips with her hand, her gentle expression tinged with a hint of coquettish charm. Even Lin Mo, who had seen countless women, found this scene hard to resist. He quickly changed the subject. How's that favor I asked you to do earlier? Lin Mo was referring to the matter concerning Nianchu's mother. How could I not take care of something brother Lin Mo asked me to do? It's already taken care of. After speaking, Lin Xingyu paused briefly, her teasing expression fading. I don't quite understand why spend so much money on a B-tier talent priest. What she truly cared about was whether Lin Mo had set his sights on this woman. On Blue Star, men having multiple wives and concubines was perfectly normal. But how could one ever feel at ease sharing something they truly cherished with another? Now that you mention it, you've reminded me. Could Sister Qingyu gift me a maid? Lin Qingyu's smile vanished at his words, replaced by a hint of disappointment. What was Lin Mo thinking? With such a beauty standing right beside him, he didn't try to win her over. Instead, he was fixated on her personal maid. Seeing Lin Qingyu's silence, Lin Mo pressed on, don't be so stingy. If you can't give her away, just lend her to me for a while. I'll return her when I'm done. You. Lin Qingyu turned away angrily. Lin Mo glanced at Gxan, who was standing nearby with a look of schadenfreude, and asked in confusion, why is she so upset? If she doesn't want to lend it, she doesn't have to. Brother Lin, you're so smart, are you genuinely clueless or just pretending? What do you mean? Sis Lin's jealous. Can't you tell she likes you? Ha? Lin Mo was taken aback. He hadn't spent much time with Lin Qingyu, had he? Could she really have fallen for him already? That seemed unlikely. If that were true, it wouldn't be strange for her to be upset. Yi Xin nudged Lin Mo with her elbow and whispered, go comfort her already. You're not usually this clueless. Ugh, this is such a hassle. After a moment's thought, Lin Mo decided to go explain things to Lin Qingyu. Developing massage services through priest training was one of his business channels. If she refused to coach him, he genuinely didn't know where else to find one. After his explanation, a smile returned to Lin Qingyu's face. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought. Her gaze suddenly shifted away as she spoke, but soon a mischievous glint returned to her eyes. I can give you a ride, but you have to agree to one condition. Lin Qingyu tucked her jade-like hands behind her back, leaned forward slightly, and tilted her head up to look at Lin Mo. Her eyebrows arched slightly, her star-like eyes fixed on Lin Mo. A faint, refreshing fragrance wafted toward him, and this movement perfectly showcased her flawless figure. Lin Mo felt slightly overwhelmed and took a discreet step back. What condition? First tell me if you'll agree. I'll agree, but let's be clear, don't ask me to do anything illegal. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Lin Qingyu was visibly moved. Fine, you said it. A man's word is his bond. Can you tell me now? Lin Mo glanced sideways at Lin Qingyu, who was bouncing around excitedly as if she'd just pulled off some clever scheme. I haven't figured it out yet. I'll tell you when I do. With the misunderstanding cleared up, the atmosphere among the group grew lively again. In truth, only Lin Qingyu and Yi Xin chattered nonstop, discussing topics that interested young girls. Nianchu remained reserved, while Lin Mo found it difficult to join their conversation. Lin Mo glanced at her watch. It was past 3 in the afternoon, almost time for her meeting with Junho. They actually dared to chase us all the way here. Lin Qingyu's voice suddenly turned serious. Everyone followed Lin Qingyu's gaze. A large group of people marched toward them in force. At the head was none other than Junho, the leader of Blackwind Ridge. Those waiting nearby, seeing these hundreds of men with fierce expressions and unruly attire, hurriedly made way. Don't worry, I asked them to come over. Lin Mo patted Lin Qingyu's shoulder reassuringly. Did you let them come over? Lin Qingyu asked, utterly bewildered. She knew well who the leader of Blackwind Ridge was. Many prominent families in Qianing County dared not cross Blackwind Ridge. They feared its leader, Junho. Would these people actually listen to Lin Mo? Lin Mo offered no explanation, merely pulling her close beside him. Before she could ponder further, the group had already approached them. Junho led them all in, kneeling on one knee before Lin Mo. Young master! The voice rang out in perfect unison, echoing through the empty waiting hall. All eyes turned toward them with curiosity. This sudden display left Lin Mo feeling rather awkward. While the spectacle was perfect for showing off on Earth, such behavior was downright cheesy. Military attendant, have them all rise. Find any seats available. First, send someone to buy tickets. Destination, Tongling Town. Get tickets for the 4:30 departure. Yes, sir. The attendant turned and announced in a deep, resonant voice, the young master requests you all take your seats. Yes, sir. The response was uniformly crisp. Clearly the military attendant had briefed them beforehand, but their movements were uneven and uncoordinated. The military attendant turned to a man beside him dressed in a blue cotton robe and leather pants, relatively normal attire. Number 2, take them to buy tickets. Make sure you get the right station. Understood. The man bowed respectfully to Lin Mo and the military officer before setting off to carry out the orders. The military officer bowed to report to Lin Mo, young master, Blackwind Ridge originally had 635 people. Some couldn't be contacted, and others refused to relocate. Time is tight, and I dared not delay, so I brought the 514 we managed to gather. Lin Mo nodded. Well done. That's already a significant number. Don't force those unwilling to come. Rest for now. I'll make arrangements for you once we reach Tonling County. Yes, sir. The military officer acknowledged the order and instinctively fell into position behind Lin Mo, assuming the role of his personal bodyguard. Lin Mo made no objection to his actions, merely casually casting a healing spell upon him. Thank you, young master. The military attendant's broad frame trembled slightly, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he hastily bowed in thanks to Lin Mo. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities in the future. It's too conspicuous, I'm not used to it. Understood, military officer will heed your guidance, young master. Lin Xingyu watched in astonishment. She walked over to Lin Mo's side. Leaning in, she whispered her question. Chapter 129, Growing Power Personnel Arrangements. How did you manage to tame this pack of wild beasts? Lin Mo grinned mischievously. Personal charm. They saw my graceful bearing and innate regal presence. Overwhelmed by my aura, they decided to follow me and conquer the world. Lin Xingyu delivered a playful punch to Lin Mo's shoulder. Forget it. Not a single word of truth. Though she spoke harshly, her eyes sparkled with joy and admiration. She had been worried that Lin Mo might get into trouble with the Blackwind Ridge after the auction. Instead, not only did he resolve the issue, but he'd won over the entire Blackwind Ridge. What young girl wouldn't admire strength, especially when Lin Mo was even younger than her? Soon, the maidservants sent by Lin Xingyu to accompany Lin Mo arrived at the station. Lin Mo noticed they were two of the older maids among the 8 who had served them earlier. That little brat. Lin Mo was somewhat speechless at Lin Xingyu's arrangement. The 8 had been carefully selected for their looks to begin with, and they were all priests. Being a year or two older wouldn't affect their appearance at all. Did this little brat really have to nitpick over something like this? Soon, the group boarded the train under Lin Xingyu's reluctant gaze. The train featured 6-person compartments, each exceptionally spacious. Not only were there sofas, but there were also beds for resting. Originally, Lin Mo had planned to take the 4 girls in one compartment. But Junho insisted on sharing a compartment with Lin Mo to protect his safety. Unable to persuade him otherwise, Lin Mo had no choice but to agree. Nianchu, have you made up your mind? With a great talent, you can pursue the combat path. If you choose the combat path, I can assist you. After everyone had taken their seats, Lin Mo reiterated his offer to Nianchu. Young master, I've made up my mind. I still wish to pursue the service industry as you suggested. Nianchu's voice was soft and gentle. After washing up, she changed into the dress Xin had prepared for her and pulled her hair into a bun. Her already striking features appeared even more ethereal. Her slightly slender frame, however, boasted a pair of impressive curves. This was practically standard equipment for Blue Star priests. Lin Mo finally understood why everyone referred to priests as healers. The term was remarkably apt. Alright then, let me introduce you to the 2 ladies. He gestured toward 2 women dressed in light blue kepeos, radiating mature charm. Chuanha and Xiaozhu. Though they're both D-rank priests, they've already reached their second job advancement. The 2 women stood up. First, they bowed to Lin Mo, then smiled and greeted Nianchu, little Nianchu. Lin Mo continued, they'll be your coaches from now on. Before your second advancement, you'll learn the fundamentals of service work from them. Lin Mo paused briefly before adding, the service industry is no simple matter. It involves understanding the energy circulation principles of awakened ones, general medical knowledge, communication techniques, professional etiquette, and overall competence. There's a lot to learn, and mastering it won't be easy. After Lin Mo finished speaking, Nianchu replied with a determined tone, young master, rest assured. I will succeed. Lin Mo nodded. Once we return, I'll guide you through the leveling process. My goal is to get you to 2nd class before I compete in the league. Hearing this, everyone except Xin shot Lin Mo a strange look. Second job advancement? There was only half a month left until the National League. Even though Nianchu only possessed B-tier talent, reaching level 120 in such a short time frame. Wasn't that a bit of a tall order? Lin Mo ignored the incredulous expressions around him. Turning to the military attendant standing behind him, he said, take a seat, military attendant. I need to discuss troop arrangements for Blackwind Ridge with you. The military attendant approached Lin Mo but remained standing, respectfully replying, young master, please give your orders. Seeing this, Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. The Blackwind Ridge men are numerous, but their actions are far too disorganized. Once we reach Tonling Town, we must change their previous style of operation. Lin Mo tapped his fingers on the tea table, pondering briefly before continuing, I have some business interests in the town. Once these men arrive in the town, they will be responsible for corporate security. But before that, they must first understand my rules. If anyone dares to break my rules or cause trouble without cause. Lin Mo's tone turned sharp as he spoke. You needn't hold back, just cripple them outright. Yes. Seeing Lin Mo's decisive and ruthless manner, the military officer was thoroughly impressed. The chance to earn a new lease on life was undoubtedly the primary reason he chose to submit to Lin Mo. But if he were to follow a leader who was indecisive and overly compassionate, he would never truly submit from the heart. Even the strong possess their own pride. Lin Mo's arrangements did not stop there. The journey from Qianing County to Tongling Town took 2 days by carriage. Apart from rest periods, Lin Mo spent every waking moment discussing the town's development plans with Nianchu, Xuanhe, Xiaozhu, and Junho. On one hand, there was indeed much to manage, and Lin Mo lacked the time to oversee every detail personally. On the other hand, his own business operations would now be overseen by the Black Wind Ridge crew. Training, security operations, and enhancing the combat capabilities of these personnel. Each task demanded attention. Soon, Lin Mo and his group arrived at Tongling Town. Huang He, Wu Daozhong, and Wu Ling were already waiting at the station. Ha, you're back. This trip of yours felt like you were off to kidnap people. Huang He greeted Lin Mo with a laugh. Pretty much. It's a long story, I'll explain it to you in detail when we have time. Lin Mo chuckled, slinging his arm around Huang He's shoulder. His eyes twinkled mischievously as he whispered, later, I'll let you experience the ultimate earthly pleasure. Mr. Lin, these are the people you mentioned in your message? Wu Daozhong asked in astonishment, surveying the hundreds of people in the line. They'll be our company's security personnel from now on. How's the progress on the houses you were told to purchase? Wu Daozhong's gaze swept over the large group, growing increasingly uneasy with each passing moment. Most of them bore a fierce intensity in their eyes, clearly no ordinary individuals. Lin Mo's question snapped him back to reality. Oh, right. I had Wu Ling handle that matter. Please get in the car first. I'll have Wu Ling brief you on the way. Lin Mo nodded. Make arrangements for these brothers. Rest assured, Mr. Lin. Leave it to me. Wu Daozhong acknowledged the request and led the group toward the station exit. Lin Mo hadn't mentioned there'd be so many people in his message. That's why he'd only prepared 3 vehicles. Thankfully, finding cars at the station was easy. Mr. Lin, is now a convenient time for your briefing? After getting into the car, Wu Ling looked at the others inside and asked hesitantly. We're all on the same team. Go ahead. With Lin Mo's permission, Wu Ling nodded. All right. The Su family's behavior has been highly unusual lately. Logically, our business expansion should be squeezing their market space. They should be seething with hatred toward us, yet not only have they not retaliated. When they heard we were looking to buy property, they even offered to sell us one of their best secured properties at a discount. And they've made a peculiar proposal. Chapter 130, Cultivating Influence. Black-Scaled Guards. The Su family intends to withdraw from the town's business operations. If we need it, they're willing to sell their holdings to us at 30% below market value. Father and I suspect there might be a catch, so we're waiting for your return before making a decision. Listening to Wu Ling's report, Lin Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. Wen Buyu truly had thought of everything. He had only mentioned the idea of collaborating with the Wu family to him. Originally, he'd only intended for one to give the Su family a gentle nudge, to prevent them from causing trouble. But Wen Buyu had gone ahead and cleared the roadblocks for him. He said with a smile, since you're handling this matter, then once we return, you can coordinate with the Su family to acquire all their businesses in the town. Our enterprise is just getting started. Taking over the Su family's market will save us at least 2 or 3 years of development time. Wu Ling, who had been somewhat worried, instantly relaxed upon hearing Lin Mo's words. Understood, Mr. Lin. I'll schedule a meeting with the Su family immediately. Once we return, I'll discuss the handover arrangements with them. She couldn't quite explain why, but she felt an innate trust in Lin Mo. Huang He, how's your leveling progressing? Huang He's eyes lit up at the question. Finally, a chance to show off. I was just waiting for you to ask. I'm already at level 13 now. The success rate for crafting green gear has climbed to 65%. A lot of the high-quality gear in the company came from my hands. Such progress was already quite impressive for a blacksmith. But to his surprise, Lin Mo shook his head with a smile. Too slow. You should hand over all guild affairs to Wu Daozhong. For building the forging team, you only need to oversee the process and select personnel for management. Focus on refining equipment to level up faster. Start practicing with green gear right away. Well, you could also practice directly with blue equipment materials. I don't know what the fastest way is for you blacksmiths to level up. In short, do whatever works fastest for you. If you run low on stamina, just use potions to replenish it. Lin Mo turned to Xuanhe and Xiaozhu. Sisters, while Nianchu levels up, you two take care of Huang He. Yes, give him 2 massages a day to relax and prevent any physical issues from developing. You'll also be responsible for his meals and daily routine to ensure his body gets the energy it needs to improve. Any funds needed, just have Wu Ling allocate them. He pointed to Wu Ling as he introduced the two women. Lin Mo had quite a few matters to attend to upon returning to Tonling Town. The company's plans needed re-evaluation, and the Blackwind Ridge personnel required training and relocation. It took a full day of work to get everything organized. After the military officer arrived in Tonling Town, he largely ceased to concern himself with Blackwind Ridge affairs. He left it entirely to the second-in-command. He himself remained by Lin Mo's side, serving as his bodyguard. Lin Mo tried persuading him several times to no avail, so he could only let it be. Lin Mo went to the school but couldn't find Gong Jian. He had no chance to uncover who in Xianing County had actually aided him. He could only suppress the lingering doubts in his heart. The security team, the personnel I had you select, how are they progressing? The military attendant following behind Lin Mo heard his question. He gave an awkward smile. Young master, please wait a moment while I check with Zhang Sun. He hurriedly sent a message to Zhang Sun. Military attendant, your injuries should heal within a week. Once you're recovered, you should return to managing the Black Scale Guard. The Black Scale Guard is the security backbone of our enterprise. Without capable personnel to protect it, riots could easily break out. The military officer grew anxious upon hearing this. Young master, back in Blackwind Ridge, these troops were also under the command of Zhang Sun, the second-in-command. He's a second transition mage with an A-grade talent rating of 167, the most gifted individual here besides myself. His standing among the Blackwind Ridge group even surpasses mine. It makes no sense that just because they've been given the title of Black Scale Guard, these men would dare disobey Zhang Sun's orders. You are the core of our team. It makes no sense that you have no one at your side who can be summoned at a moment's notice. Please allow me to remain by your side, young master. The military officer finished speaking at breakneck speed before kneeling on one knee before Lin Mo. Lin Mo felt somewhat helpless. Yet he began to ponder seriously the military officer's reasoning held merit. Lin Mo was confident he could reach the pinnacle of combat prowess. This journey would shatter many class boundaries, disrupting the established distribution of interests. Encountering formidable adversaries along the way was inevitable. This was precisely why Lin Mo had proactively laid the groundwork for commercial development. The military officer possessed remarkable talent. If nurtured properly, he could resolve numerous issues. This would allow him to conceal his trump cards and confront even greater crises. With this thought, Lin Mo looked at the military officer still kneeling before him. Rise. You will serve by my side henceforth. The Black Scale Guard shall be placed under Zhang Sun's command for now. Finally receiving Lin Mo's affirmative response, the military officer rose to his feet. His face beamed with excitement and joy, his voice growing noticeably louder. Yes, young master. Faced with this military officer who looked as imposing as an ancient warlord, Lin Mo found himself somewhat speechless. The military officer wasn't the type to be simple-minded. In fact, he often thought things through meticulously, though he was overly concerned about his own safety. Have you gotten any results on the matter I asked you to look into? The military officer hurriedly glanced at the panel. Zhang Sun has been selected. There are 47 combat-oriented individuals with B-grade talent, and 223 with C-grade talent. Only Zhang Sun possesses an A-grade talent. The rest are all D-grade. Lin Mo nodded. This talent distribution exceeded his expectations. Considering the school's thousands of students, only about 400 had awakened B-grade talents or higher. Assemble all personnel with C-grade talent or higher at Huayu Garden Plaza. Yes, sir. Huayu Garden, located in the heart of the town, was a residential complex Lin Mo had purchased in Tonling Town. It featured comprehensive facilities including housing and training grounds. Lin Mo established his command center for the town here. After arranging the Black Scale Guard, Lin Mo sent a message to Wu Daozhong. He instructed him to allocate 272 sets of orange-grade equipment from the company's inventory. By the time Lin Mo arrived at Huaxi Garden Square, personnel were already lined up in neat formation, awaiting his arrival. Yi Xian and Ning and Yan Shu, having received Lin Mo's notification, had also arrived early to wait. All three women wore form-fitting combat suits, presenting a distinctive look. Greetings, young master. Zhang Sun led the greeting as Lin Mo approached. The group of subordinates behind him echoed the shout in unison. Lin Mo suddenly felt as though he were an ancient general inspecting his troops. He couldn't help but feel like laughing. But seeing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, he quickly composed himself. He ascended the platform in the square. Everyone here is an elite member of the Black Scale Guard. In the past, you may have been forced into banditry due to various circumstances. But from this day forward, you have found your true home and your name Black Scales. While talent may be beyond your control, you can still strive for your own glory. Within Black Scale, I can offer you that opportunity. Whatever you desire can be earned through your contributions to Black Scale. This includes top-tier gear, opportunities to level up, and even precious potions to enhance your physical constitution and boost your base attributes. His gaze swept swiftly across the faces below the stage. His voice suddenly turned icy. Chapter 131, Wilderness Training Pre-Battle Arrangements. However, the Black Scales have their own rules. Should anyone dare violate the regulations of the Black Scales Guard, they will face Black Scales punishment. All standing here today are brothers. I do not wish to see brothers turning against each other within the Black Scales. As for whether my words are empty promises, you'll soon find out. Lin Mo finished speaking and nodded to the military officer. The young master will personally lead you into the wilderness to slay demons and level up. Once outside the safety zone, anyone who acts without permission does so at their own peril. The word sent ripples of commotion through the crowd, fear flickering in many eyes. They knew the dangers beyond the safe zone, and many among them were below level 30. With low talent and low levels, taking them outside the safe zone to level up was practically sending them to their deaths. The military officer frowned at their reactions, his vertical pupils revealing a terrifying glint. He said nothing, but the square's clamor soon died down. Seeing the military officer's expression, they even held their breath cautiously. For when the military officer wore such an expression, it often signaled his rage and murderous intent. Jiang Sun, these are the leveling supplies prepared by the young master. You are responsible for distributing them. After the training session, the equipment is to be stored in the Black Scale Guard's warehouse under your custody. These items will henceforth be among the goods exchangeable for performance contribution points. The military officer swept a gaze filled with murderous intent across the group. This was the first warning, there would absolutely be no third. When Jiang Sun accepted the trade notification sent by the military officer on his interface, he was stunned. A full 270 sets of orange gear. In their 4 years as bandits, aside from purchasing a purple weapon for the military officer, they had only managed to gather one orange set for each of their 13 commanders. 270 was precisely the number of people assembled at the scene, including himself. Every person present could now equip a full orange set. Beyond that, there were thousands of mid-grade potions. On average, each person could receive 12 bottles of mid-grade stamina potions. Such potions would easily start at 800 silver coins on the market. The total value of the potions alone was around 2.6 million silver coins. What a lavish gesture. Such conditions were truly beyond comparison to their days as bandits. Is this an equal distribution per person? Jiang Sun's voice trembled with excitement as he spoke. The military officer replied coldly, each soldier receives one set of equipment and other potions. Distribute them according to their talent level. Yes, sir. As the equipment was distributed, excitement and joy spread through the crowd. The square erupted in a cacophony of noise. The military officer roared angrily, quiet. Not a shred of discipline. His commanding voice instantly silenced the square. Lin Mo stepped forward. Your talents aren't particularly exceptional. If you persist in leveling up through dungeons alone, even if you have the financial means to rent dungeons, your leveling speed will inevitably be slow. For some, even reaching second-class transformation would be a lifelong dream. But Tongling Town is different. Bordering a demon beast habitat, the creatures within the safe zone are our greatest resource. But I must warn you, if you maintain this careless attitude outside the safe zone, whether you'll make it back alive is anyone's guess. Lin Mo's words poured cold water on the warrior's newly ignited enthusiasm, dousing it instantly. Still, Lin Mo paid no heed to their morale. For these men, establishing discipline was now the paramount task. Alright, let's move out. This time leaving the safe zone, Lin Mo was extremely generous, directly arranging for 30 armed fighter jets. All of them were borrowed from Long Kuan. In Tongling County, only Lin Mo could command such treatment. The fighter jets flew nearly 200 kilometers out from Tongling Town. Young Master Lin, a group of demon beasts of unknown level has been detected below. Should we land? After a moment's consideration, Lin Mo replied to the military pilot's report, continue forward. As the fighter jets advanced, reports from pilots on each aircraft grew increasingly frequent. Until they reached a point a full 700 kilometers from the safety zone. Young Master Lin, I'm afraid we can't proceed further. We've encountered some powerful flying demon beasts. If we proceed, we'll enter the beast's airspace. The pilot of the fighter jet carrying Lin Mo circled in the air, unwilling to proceed further. Thank you for your efforts. Find a relatively safe landing spot and drop us off. Lin Mo transferred 150,000 silver coins to the pilot. A small token of appreciation. Treat yourselves to a meal, brothers. The pilot was momentarily stunned by the large sum of silver coins. After some hesitation, he gladly accepted them. Young Master Lin is generous. As long as the dragon head approves, you may call on us anytime. All right. I may need your help again in the coming days. After landing, the group instinctively huddled together. They scanned their surroundings warily. The howls of mountain beasts echoed intermittently through the forest, causing some timid awaken to tremble uncontrollably. In truth, it wasn't just them, even Long Kuan felt a twinge of tension. Before becoming a bodyguard for the wealthy, he had ventured outside the safe zone several times to take on bounty missions posted by the Awaken Alliance. Each time they ventured outside the safety zone, significant casualties were incurred. The inherent danger was self-evident. The only ones in the group who remained calm were Lin Mo and Yi Xin. 700 or 800 kilometers meant little across Blue Star's vast expanse. This area was essentially just a neighboring district of Tongling Town. Yi Xin sent Xiaolan ahead to scout the nearest demon beast pack. Got it. Yi Xin acknowledged with a nod, channeling energy to summon the Ice Phoenix. Zhang Sun. Present. Organize the battle formation according to the deployment I gave you earlier. Yes. As Lin Mo issued his command, Zhang Sun and the other 7 commanders swiftly began organizing their formations. And Ning, Nian Chu, equip these 2 sets of gear. Lin Mo said, transferring 2 sets of orange gear relatively stronger in attributes to them via the interface. He continued, and Ning brought you along this time primarily to hone your combat awareness. Therefore, I won't interfere with your actions during this battle. Stay with the main force and release your skills to maintain control based on the battlefield situation. And Ning quickly responded, got it, boss. Nianchu, your 20-minute skill cooldown is too long. To maximize your experience gain in combat, you must lock your skills onto the highest damage military officers. Upon hearing Lin Mo's instructions, Nianchu replied in a soft, sweet voice, Nianchu will follow the young master's arrangements. Lin Mo nodded at her and turned to the military officer beside him. When the battle begins, charge forward freely. If a commander-level demon beast appears, you will be the one to distract it. After Lin Mo finished speaking, the military officer's brow furrowed slightly. He asked in a deep voice, young master, if I go to kill the beasts, who will be responsible for your safety? Lin Mo chuckled at the man's concern. Ha! Do I need your protection to slay a few demon beasts? Have you forgotten how you swore allegiance to me? Besides, if you won't lead the charge, do you expect me to do it? Chapter 132, First Battle Beyond the District. A mob of riffraff. The military officer felt thoroughly embarrassed by Lin Mo's words. Only now did he realize Lin Mo was actually only level 40. Yet he, a triple transformation powerhouse leading a band of underlings, had been utterly annihilated in less than half an hour before Lin Mo. You're absolutely right, young master. I obey your command. Lin Mo settled the matter and led the military officer to stand before the Black Scale Guard. The guard squad had already formed into 4 distinct formations. Mages, ranged attackers, tanks, and warriors. Gentlemen, the glory you seek must be earned with your own hands. The path has been laid before you. Rise from adversity and seize control of your destiny. Or spend your entire lives cowering in fear. The choice is yours. Though fear still gripped them, a resolute light began to flicker in many eyes. Just then, Yi Xin spoke up, Brother Lin. 5 kilometers north of here should be the territory of the red-tailed demon jackals. Xiaolan relayed intelligence. Numerous red-tailed demon jackals were spotted in that area, many of them quite high level. Lin Mo turned to Zhang Sun. Maintain formation and advance north. Yes. During the advance, Lin Mo noticed that the group's movement was chaotic and disorganized due to panic. Often, stray low-level beasts could disrupt their formation. They even unleashed skills uncontrollably in their panic, despite Zhang Sun's repeated reprimands. Such incidents still occurred frequently. Soon, the beasts they encountered grew increasingly numerous, with red-tailed demon jackals being the most common. Most red-tailed demon jackals measured between 3 and 6 meters in length, with shoulder heights exceeding 1.5 meters. Their overall shape resembled that of hunting dogs, but most dripped black venomous saliva from their mouths. The most striking feature was their long, iron whip-like crimson tails. The group now faced off against a dozen crimson-tailed demon jackals. Lin Mo scanned the leader, a 6-meter-long beast, with his interface. Red-tailed demon jackal elite grade demon beast, level 135, HP 156,000, agility 56. Attack damage, 500-870 per hit. Attacks inflict corrosive poison, dealing 15 damage per second. Damage increases as poison accumulates. Such stats might seem insignificant to Lin Mo. But for these awakened with low talent levels, it was nothing short of terrifying. Zhang Sun, a level 128 A-tier talent second-class mage. Without equipment bonuses, his health barely reached 28,000 points. Such a meager health pool for this demonic beast would be gone in 40 or 50 hits. For the others, the formation began to involuntarily contract. Many trembled, clutching their skills without daring to unleash them. Like a flock of sheep facing a fierce tiger. Just as tension reached its peak, a loud voice rang out. Zhang Sun, stick to the plan. Mages control the field first, tanks push forward. Lin Mo stood behind the crowd, issuing his commands. His command instantly shattered the tense standoff. The 10 crimson-tailed demon jackals seemed to understand Lin Mo's words. Just as the 2-legged beasts prepared to resist, they bared terrifying fangs and lunged toward the crowd. The beasts hadn't reached them yet, but the choking stench of decay emanating from their mouths already filled the air. The front ranks of the meat shield formation began retreating in panic toward the rear. Many dropped their shields to the ground, too frantic to retrieve them. Once the front ranks fled, the entire formation descended into chaos. All of you calm down and hold your positions, you bunch of cowards. Hold your ground. Don't retreat. Yang Fei, you're the frontline commander, can't you even control your own men? Zhang Sun bellowed at the top of his lungs, but at that moment everyone was too preoccupied with self-preservation to hear a word. Fear spread through the ranks. Even those whose eyes had once burned with resolve now flickered with doubt. Over a dozen crimson-tailed demon wolves charged side by side toward the crowd. The military officer couldn't bear to watch these cowards any longer and prepared to intervene. Vines entangle. Xiaolan, ice feather attack. A slightly mature voice and a silvery bell-like voice rang out in succession. The dozen crimson-tailed demon wolves lunging at the crowd were suddenly restrained mid-air by vine tendrils as thick as arms. And Ning, already a level 40A ranked talent mage, possessed a control range extending to 420 meters. The control effect lasted 8 seconds, dealing 200 damage per second. Ice Phoenix, like EXIN, was also level 40. After advancing to a reward-tiered demon beast, her basic attack inflicted 5% frost delay per hit. Skill attacks dealt 1400 damage per feathered arrow, and enemies hit also suffered 5% frost delay. Additionally, targets suffered 20 damage per second for the next 10 seconds. The two worked in perfect sync, instantly trapping over a dozen demon beasts mid-air. However, the level disparity was simply too great. The thick vines had barely wrapped around the crimson-tailed demon jackal's body when they snapped under its immense strength. Within Ning's control range, new vines continuously surged forth, replacing those that had been destroyed. Fortunately, Bingwan's ice arrows arrived in time. Yi Xin directed Xiaolan to continuously unleash the icy projectiles, delaying the crimson-tailed demon jackal's movements. Even so, the level 135 elite crimson-tailed demon jackal Lin Mo had targeted earlier still showed signs of breaking free from its bonds. Quick! Other mages, reinforce the control. My skill only lasts 8 seconds. And Ning shouted to the group while maintaining the energy supply for her skill. You bunch of useless jerks. You're worse than those two girls. Get your damn formations organized and start firing. Zhang Sun scolded the group with exasperation. Suddenly, energy began to surge around his body. Hold off on casting your skill. Let these beasts serve as practice for them. In the wild, a mage with powerful control abilities prematurely unleashing their skills poses an extreme danger to the team. Zhang Sun heard Lin Mo's guidance and hurriedly bowed to him. He began directing the mage formation to unleash skills in seamless succession. Seeing the beasts barely held in check by the relentless barrage of spells, Zhang Sun bellowed, ranged attackers. What the hell are you doing? Incubating eggs? Tanks, what the hell are you waiting for? Charge in now. Warriors, are your blades bleeding? Amid Zhang Sun's frantic commands, the ranged attackers finally fired. Damn it, their skill damage was mediocre, but their basic attacks were ranged somewhat similar to the Ice Phoenix. Yet not a single tank or warrior dared to advance. Some were itching to act, but seeing their comrades cowering nearby, none dared to be the first to step forward. Zhang Sun was furious. He wished he could unleash an AoE skill on this bunch. Usually spoiled and arrogant, they all turned into cowards the moment they hit the battlefield. But before he could erupt, two figures darted forward. As they passed before him, a faint, refreshing fragrance lingered in their wake. Chapter 133, The First Battle Against the Black Scales, the Sharp Edge of the Twin Beauties. The crowd recognized them as the two young women who had just unleashed the skill EXIN and in Ning. Weren't these two girls a mage and a beast master? Logically, both should have relatively low health pools. How could they fight with more ferocity than warriors? EXIN drew her long whip, which whipped through the air with a sharp crackling sound. Each strike landed with deadly precision on the same vulnerable spot of the beast. Her movements were crisp and decisive. The whip, wielded like an extension of her arm, transformed the flexible weapon into a spear in her hands. And Ning's swordplay appeared somewhat awkward and gentle, yet her offensive awareness matched EXIN's. Seeing the two women fight with such ferocity, some of the more spirited warriors in the group and began charging toward the red-tailed demon jackal. With leaders taking the initiative, Zhang Sun didn't need to shout orders. Others followed suit, especially when they were struck by the demon beast's desperate struggles. They discovered that the intimidating attack damage numbers displayed on the monster's panel were reduced to only about 50% damage after being mitigated by their orange tier armor. Morale soared even higher. True to his reputation as the Black Scale Guard's mastermind, Zhang Sun began meticulously analyzing the battle dynamics between both sides. He directed the control mages to extend their effects in staggered waves. At times, he even deliberately created gaps in the control effects. This forced the tanks to sacrifice their own health pools to buy damage windows for their allies. Lin Mo watched from the sidelines, nodding approvingly at Zhang Sun's command. Though Zhang Sun lacked S-tier talent, Lin Mo felt utterly confident in his ability to manage the security team. He planned to share some of the warfare knowledge and soldier training methods he had learned before his transmigration. He believed Zhang Sun would grow into a capable commander. The battle raged on for a full 5 minutes, with nearly half the team having exhausted their skills. The defensive skills of the tank formation were being activated one after another. Lin Mo estimated that few members of the tank formation had any skills left. When the last crimson-tailed demon jackal fell, the battlefield erupted in frenzied cheers. Damn it, shut the hell up, everyone! Are you all out of your minds? We're outside the safe zone here. Think you're immortal or something? Zhang Sun's words acted like a remote control, instantly silencing the crowd. Though doused with cold water, excited smiles still spread across their faces. The Black Scale Guard operated as a group for demon slaying, with experience points calculated through a complex system. Factors like damage dealt, damage taken, and effective crowd control were distributed among team members based on their contribution values through the group system. Many gained experience rapidly in this battle. Some even leaped directly to the next level. A total of 270 Black Scale Guardians participated in this sortie. Among them, 189 awakened below level 40. 73 were first transformation awakened between levels 40 and 120. The 8 commanders were all second transition awakened ones just over level 120. Lin Mo's goal was for everyone to reach beyond the first transformation. Most possessed talents rated only BC, meaning the experience required for leveling up wasn't overwhelming. Reaching level 40 to qualify for the first awakening was not overly difficult. The primary reason these individuals struggled to level up was the excessively long skill cooldowns. Awakened ones with B-tier talent generally have skill cooldowns ranging from 50 to 80 minutes. The more powerful the skill, the longer the cooldown. C-tier awakened ones usually have skill cooldowns between 80 and 120 minutes. Imagine such a C-tier talent awakener who would be willing to take them into a dungeon without spending a fortune? For a normal difficulty dungeon, a 10-person party typically takes 4 hours to clear. A C-tier talent can only cast 2 or 3 skills throughout the entire run. Tanks and warriors might manage, but if they awaken as mages or priests, their contribution to the team becomes severely limited. As for going outside the safe zone alone like this, it's like a puppy wandering into a toilet asking for trouble. Zhang Sun, clean up the battlefield and eliminate the bloodstain. Take the escort team to a secluded spot and rest for 2 hours. Advance only once everyone's skills have cooled down sufficiently. Upon hearing Lin Mo's orders, Zhang Sun bowed respectfully toward him. He then began organizing the team to clean up the battlefield. He ordered several agile warriors to form 4-man scouting teams to scout for safe routes. After Zhang Sun finished his tasks, Lin Mo walked over to him. Zhang Sun, you are a capable commander. From now on, you will serve as my military aide. The Black Scale Guard will be placed under your command. You've surely seen the Black Scale's current shortcomings. With unity, we can still fight. The crucial issue is that they still lack teamwork. Their coordination is chaotic. The upcoming battles are straightforward. Focus on honing their coordination and teamwork. I will control the number of beasts. Begin with 10 elite level beasts as the foundation for their training. When you feel ready to increase the intensity, report back to me. This training expedition lasts only 13 days. How much they gain depends entirely on your training results. Zhang Sun, who had been listening attentively with a bowed posture, quickly grasped Lin Mo's meaning. Kneeling on one knee, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your trust, young master. Zhang Sun will not disappoint. Go ahead with your duties. You take Black Scale and follow behind. We'll scout ahead first. Zhang Sun paused for a moment. Though Lin Mo had not intervened, he remained the anchor in Zhang Sun's heart. His weight carried even more significance than that of the military officer. But now, with both Lin Mo and the military officer departing, a flicker of unease stirred within him. Yet after a brief moment of contemplation, his gaze hardened with resolve. Young master, brother, please be safe. Lin Mo grew increasingly fond of Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun had yet to learn his second-tier innate skill. If he could pass his assessment, Lin Mo could find him a decent skill book to enhance his overall combat effectiveness. As for the high energy cost required for powerful skills, that could be fully compensated for through equipment. Yi Xin, Junho, and Ning, Nianchu, follow me. The group quickly vanished from Zhang Sun's sight. Yi Xin, in which direction did Xiaolan detect the demon beast pack? Yi Xin had privately messaged Lin Mo earlier, reporting that Xiaolan had discovered a pack of red-tailed demon jackals during patrol. Numbering no fewer than 400, this demon beast pack was undoubtedly led by 1 or 2 general-level demon beasts. Brother Lin, they're about 6 or 7 kilometers directly ahead of us. Lin Mo kept the group moving without pause. Military officer, team up with Nianchu. Hold nothing back during combat. I'll demonstrate how to draw them together. Once the beasts are clustered, eliminate them instantly if possible. Before Junho could respond, Lin Mo continued, Nianchu, the moment I signal Junho to strike, you immediately cast your healing skill on him. Both Junho and Nianchu were intelligent individuals. They understood this was primarily to help Junho level up with Nianchu. Yes, young master. Understood, young master. The 5 of them walked for over 20 minutes. Lin Mo suddenly halted his steps. Chapter 134, Gathering Monsters, Slaying Demons Battle Against the General. What's wrong, young master? Seeing Lin Mo's movement, the military officer instantly grew alert. Lin Mo smiled and said, "There are a few red-tailed demon jackals out for a stroll nearby. You protect them and keep moving forward. I'll draw the monsters." The military officer hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Stay safe, young master." Before his words had fully faded, Lin Mo had already vanished. Lin Mo donned his invisibility cloak. Using his powerful psychic senses, he quickly located the crimson-tailed demon jackals. His form suddenly materialized about 30 meters away from the beasts. The demon jackals startled in fright. Upon recognizing the sudden apparition as a two-legged sheep, they grew perplexed. Were these two-legged sheep out of their minds? Seeing that they neither fled nor ambushed them. Instead, as they approached, they leisurely pulled out a pair of boxing gloves and slowly slipped them on. The provocation was palpable. Roar! The 8 crimson-tailed demon jackals turned on their heels. Lowering their heads, they growled menacingly at Lin Mo in warning. But unexpectedly, this growl not only failed to intimidate their opponent. Instead, the two sheep suddenly accelerated, charging toward them. Their speed was astonishing. The lead demon jackal, over 3 meters long, was sent flying by Lin Mo's single punch. The one standing behind it was also knocked back several meters. Each demon jackal weighed at least 1,000 jin. Yet under Lin Mo's iron fists, they seemed as helpless as puppies. He raised his right hand, blew on his iron fist, and surveyed the combat results with great satisfaction. Tao Tai Gauntlet's purple equipment. Each punch deals 10-30 times the wearer's strength and damage. Damage increases with the force of the punch. During attacks, it unleashes the roar of the Tao Tai beast, inflicting mental shock on opponents. The greater the strength, the more pronounced the intimidation effect, particularly effective against demonic beasts. Lin Mo currently possessed 320 strength points, yet under normal circumstances, he could only unleash half the damage potential of the Tao Tai gauntlets. Seeing their comrade attacked, the other 5 demonic beasts suddenly lunged at Lin Mo. A faint smile curved the left corner of Lin Mo's mouth. He spun and charged deep into the forest, several crimson-tailed demon jackals hot on his heels. When they discerned the direction of the two-legged sheep, the crimson-tailed beasts flashed cunning glances. For the rest of the journey, Lin Mo seemed to have a built-in demon detection radar. During his escape, he kept encountering red-tailed demon jackals blocking his path. Soon, the number of beasts trailing him exceeded 100. The military commander, unable to shake his concern for Lin Mo's safety, spurred his horse forward relentlessly with the 3 women in tow. When they finally caught up with Lin Mo, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. There stood Lin Mo, his small frame locked in a fierce struggle with the massive, 8-meter-long body of a demon jackal. Circles of crimson-tailed demon jackals densely surrounded them. They had formed a circular combat zone over 100 meters in diameter, enclosing the lone human and the demonic jackal. It had taken the military commander and his group roughly 30 minutes to reach this location. Neither side knew how long they had been fighting, both covered in bloodstains. Yet both pairs of eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. Lin Mo keenly spotted the group hiding in the distance. He remained outwardly composed, but secretly channeled his body's energy. Suddenly, Lin Mo's legs pushed off the ground, propelling him like a cannonball toward the massive demon jackal. Though the demon jackal began dodging, Lin Mo landed a heavy punch on its head with an unorthodox striking technique. Demon assault. Roar! 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 The demon jackal's agonized screams echoed relentlessly through the valley. Lin Mo's figure had already vanished. Roar! The massive crimson-tailed demon jackal's head slammed into the ground, creating a huge crater. It rose from the ground, violently shaking its head. It let out a furious roar, its head thrown back toward the sky. The surrounding crimson-tailed demon jackals, hearing this furious roar, hastily lowered their heads. The elite-grade crimson-tailed demon jackal was both shocked and enraged. It never imagined that in its battle with this human, it wouldn't gain the slightest advantage. Its own level had reached 234, boasting nearly 600,000 health points. Yet in just 5 seconds, it had lost a staggering 100,000 HP points. After controlling Junho and the others, Lin Mo's psychic energy had dropped to 22,000 points. Yet a single skill could still deal 66,000 points of damage instantly. Combined with the passive damage of 5% of the opponent's maximum health per second over 5 seconds. And his charged heavy punch. Within those 5 seconds, he unleashed a terrifying 220,000 points of damage. It was only because this general-grade demon beast possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Otherwise, its 600,000 HP wouldn't have withstood Lin Mo's assault. The general-grade crimson-tailed demon jackal scanned its surroundings, finding no trace of Lin Mo. Furious, it swatted aside a subordinate blocking its path. Just as it was about to command its minions to scatter and search for that despicable two-legged sheep, a deep, resonant voice filled with piercing power echoed. Blazing slash. The moment the words left his mouth, a massive fan-shaped sea of flames surged toward them from the distance, skimming the ground. The fiery wave carried a vicious blade aura. Roar! The red-tailed demon jackal, sensing the blade's threat, spun in fury and panic. A tail as thick as an iron whip lashed out horizontally, its mass continuously swelling under the infusion of energy. Any demon jackal struck by this colossal tail was flung backward into the fiery blade's path. After unleashing its tail sweep skill, the general-level red-tailed demon jackal fled at top speed, heedless of whether it could block the onrushing blade's shadow. It fled at breakneck speed. Bang! The moment the two attacks collided, the whiptail was sliced cleanly in two, like a round bamboo stalk meeting a sharp blade. Wherever the blade's shadows passed, the crimson-tailed demon jackals were either cleaved in two or knocked flying by the blade's energy, their bodies bearing deep gashes. Even the fleeing general-grade crimson-tailed demon jackal was caught by the blade's shadow in the blink of an eye. The blade's shadow swept through, severing the thick muscle on its thigh. As the general-grade beast fled in agonized howls, the deep wound exposed glimpses of white bone. The blade's aura faded, but the flames continued to spread. Soon, the area where the crimson-tailed beasts roamed became a sea of fire. Those beasts that had narrowly escaped the blade's energy now burned with flames clinging to their bodies, scattering in all directions. After unleashing his skill, the military officer charged forward, delivering finishing blows to the wounded beasts. And Ning, Xin, and Bing Luan followed the military officer into the fray. Young master, is this how you all level up? Nian Chu stood beside Lin Mo at that moment. Watching the battlefield from afar, where vastly outnumbered forces were achieving a one-sided slaughter. She was so astonished she could barely form coherent words. Just moments ago, her own level had skyrocketed. Now she had reached level 17. She had merely followed Lin Mo's instructions and teamed up with Jun Ho. The moment the military officer struck, she cast a healing spell on him, causing her experience bar to surge rapidly. And with each kill the military officer landed, her experience points kept climbing. Had she not experienced it herself, she would never have believed that leveling up as a healer could be this effortless. Almost there. Make the most of this chance. Not every B-tier talent priest gets the opportunity to level up with a third transformation powerhouse. Lin Mo glanced at the battlefield and replied with a smile. He had witnessed Junho's skills when subduing him and his men, but with the defense provided by the silver-trimmed black jade purple ring, he hadn't truly felt the full terror of the damage. This particular skill of Junho's was the first time he'd seen it, and it left him quite shaken. Such an AoE skill would be incredibly powerful for grinding monsters. Chapter 135, Third Tier Power Leveling. Leveling up is so simple. Phantom Blade. In the blink of an eye, the military officer charged into the heart of the fiery inferno. Leaping into the air, he swung his heavily notched greatsword with blinding speed. The military officer and his blade transformed into countless phantoms, striking out at the scattered demonic beasts. At a glance, it was impossible to tell which was the phantom and which was the real body. Good heavens! Nian Chu couldn't help but cover her mouth. Lin Mo also sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from her. What level are you now? Lin Mo asked with a smile. Sir, I'm level 26 now. Nian Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. In just an instant, her level had jumped 9 levels from 17 straight to 26. Is this all from the base stats? This skill is quite interesting. Whether fighting multiple opponents or in one-on-one duels, this skill proves incredibly powerful. Though it cost him 10,000 points of spirit energy to subdue this military officer, it was well worth the sacrifice. Lin Mo scanned the battlefield, now engulfed in flames, making it difficult to see clearly. Yet judging by Nian Chu's sudden level surge just now, in that instant, numerous high-level elite demon beasts had fallen beneath the military officer's phantom frenzy blade. This assumption stemmed from the fact that the war slave tier and lower-level elite crimson-tailed demon jackals had already been slaughtered by the military commander's earlier blazing slash. Through the haze, Lin Mo glimpsed one of the military commander's clones closing in on the general-level red-tailed demon jackal. Soon, the flames erupted with the sound of fierce combat. The demon jackal's roars mingled with the clang of metal echoing through the valley. After over 10 minutes, the sounds of battle finally ceased. Level 30. Young master, I just leveled up to 30 in one go. Nian Chu excitedly reported his level to Lin Mo. Lin Mo needed only a moment's thought to understand what had happened. It had to be that bastard Jun Ho who had transferred all the experience from slaying the demon beast to Nian Chu. Otherwise, even though Nian Chu was only a B-tier talent awakener, wouldn't require that much experience to level up and wouldn't have gained levels that quickly. The squad leader had the authority to redistribute the experience points earned collectively that belonged to them. Soon, Jun Ho finished clearing the battlefield with Xin and Ning and approached the two. Young master, the demon beasts have been dealt with. The military officer approached Lin Mo, bowing respectfully as he reported. Brother Lin, we've gathered quite a few demon beast bones, they're worth a lot of silver coins. Xin was also delighted, but her expression suddenly turned regretful as she said, it's a pity the military officer's skill is so overpowered. You burned all the demon beast's flesh and blood. Otherwise, that flesh and blood could have fetched a good price too. The military officer felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. Lin Mo raised his hand as if to tap Xin on the forehead. Xin quickly ducked behind Ning. Why do you want to hit me again? Lin Mo looked at this little money-grubbing brat and shook his head helplessly. Are you blinded by greed? You can't afford to worry about such things during battle. Or is it because you're cold and hungry following me? Yi Xian pouted and muttered playfully, well, I can't keep using yours forever. I still need to save up for my dowry. And Ning watched the two of them bickering so affectionately and couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Lin Mo paid no mind to Yi Xian's penny-pinching ways. He turned to the military attendant and asked, what are your requirements for weapons? The military attendant was momentarily flustered by Lin Mo's sudden question. Look at how battered that weapon is. As my personal bodyguard, you can't be carrying around a tattered old broadsword all the time. The military attendant felt deeply embarrassed. Reporting to the young master, my skills are related to blade energy. Any blade will do, no special requirements. Skills that awaken spontaneously usually follow a consistent theme. For instance, Gong Jian awakened as a spear-wielding warrior, and most of his subsequent active skills were spear-related. As long as he wielded a spear, Gong Jian's basic attacks gained additional damage beyond equipment bonuses. This granted him additional damage bonuses. This military officer sure has no particular weapon preferences. Lin Mo scrutinized the military officer from head to toe. His imposing stature instantly reminded Lin Mo of the legendary warlord Xiang Yu from history. If he were wielding Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade, he'd look even more formidable and imposing on the battlefield. Lin Mo opened his interface and messaged Lin Qingyu, asking her to purchase a purple grade weapon for him. He detailed the weapon specifications for her. Upon receiving her reply, Lin Mo turned to the others and said, let's go back and find Zhang Sun and the others. We'll rest up first and wait for Nianchu's skill cooldown. After reuniting with Zhang Sun and the others, Lin Mo instructed Ning and Nianchu to follow the main group as they slowly advanced toward the direction the Ice Phoenix had been scouting. He, along with Junho and Yi Xian, began clearing the surrounding demon beasts. Along the way, he taught the two how to pull mobs. Yi Xian possessed SSS tier talent, while Junho held S tier talent. Both boasted exceptional agility. With skillful terrain utilization and precise execution, they could lure monsters without taking damage while simultaneously depleting the beast's health. Once a large number of beasts were gathered, they could unleash powerful area of effect skills to wipe them out in an instant. This method was something he'd learned from watching competitive gaming before his transmigration. It was the fastest way to farm monsters. Lin Mo demonstrated personally, teaching them step by step. After over 2 hours, both had gained some insight. However, significant issues persisted during monster pulling, either moving too slowly and getting surrounded by beasts, or moving too fast and pulling the beasts away, or simply reducing a single beast's health to critically low levels. However, most monsters remained at full health. Still, considering the limited number of monsters they'd drawn, their performance was just barely satisfactory to Lin Mo. That's enough. Yi Xian and I will catch up with the main group first. Military officer, you go lure 10 red-tailed demon jackals over here. Yes, sir. Lin Mo led Yi Xian to catch up with the main force, instructing them to prepare for battle in advance. A little over 10 minutes later, the military officer appeared, followed by over 10 crimson-tailed demon jackals. Zhang Sun immediately commanded the troops. Long-range units, prepare. Once the beasts enter range, initiate ranged attacks to wear them down. Try to draw the beasts together with your attacks. Control mages, stand by. When the beasts are within 200 meters, initiate crowd control immediately. Once the beasts are restrained, the tanks and warriors will seize the opportunity for close combat, following the tactics I previously explained. Restrict their combat space as needed, or divide the battlefield to defeat them one by one. Execute. As Zhang Sun's forces closed in with their tight formations, the distance to the enemy commanders steadily narrowed. When they were still over 500 meters away, the military officers suddenly accelerated, leaving the demon beasts far behind. Zhang Sun and the others fixed their gaze on the rapidly approaching demon beast. This time, everyone maintained their formation exceptionally well, and the fear in the team members' eyes had diminished considerably compared to before. Initiate ranged attacks. Zhang Sun called out urgently as the distance closed. The ranged attack formation immediately unleashed their attacks upon hearing the command, while the other formations stood ready for battle. But what unfolded next left everyone utterly stunned. Chapter 136, Tempering Blades, Sharpening Formations. Iron-blooded training. Over a dozen demon beasts of considerable rank had been slaughtered by the ranged attack formation within just 2 rounds of assault. Lin Mo's heart filled with suspicion at the sight. He scanned the remaining beasts with his interface. Sure enough, when the military officer drew the monsters, he deliberately kept their health at critically low levels. He felt both amused and exasperated. His original plan had been to first hone this group's coordination and teamwork awareness. But the military officer's actions had robbed the escort team of any chance to coordinate their efforts. The battle concluded swiftly. Members of the ranged attack formation cheered wildly, their experience points having surged significantly. Those who hadn't gotten a chance to fight watched with envy, and many even voiced complaints. They blamed Zhang Sun's tactical deployment for depriving them of combat opportunities, hindering their experience gains in leveling. Lin Mo remained silent on the matter. He had witnessed the complexity and shamelessness of human nature many times before. That was precisely why, despite being able to lead this group to rapid leveling, instead, he was expending considerable effort to first hone their teamwork. The military officer, however, could no longer stand by. "Young master, I propose throwing those whining dogs into the demon beast horde. Let them see their place in the world." He bowed to seek permission, his words tinged with anger. Lin Mo remained silent, deep in thought. On Blue Star, strength was revered, and life held far less value than it did on Earth. In truth, he could easily adopt a far more brutal training method. Go lure more beasts over. This time, try to bring a larger group. He then lowered his voice and whispered instructions to the military officer. Upon hearing Lin Mo's orders, the military officer acknowledged with a nod and turned to head into the forest. Lin Mo stepped before the ranks. "Quiet. The next wave of beasts will arrive soon. Prepare for battle. I'll remind you all of one thing. Outside the safety zone, demon beasts are everywhere. If you want to level up, you'll have plenty of chances. But if you rush recklessly and disobey orders, you'll bear the consequences." Lin Mo noticed that even after his warning, some eyes in the group still gleamed with greed and restlessness. Turning to Zhang Sun, he instructed, "Zhang Sun, prepare for battle according to your combat plan. During the fight, prioritize the safety of our team members above all else. As for those who act on their own initiative, there's no need to rescue them." Zhang Sun instantly grasped Lin Mo's intent. He bowed and clasped his fists. "Understood, young master." Soon, the military officer reappeared before them, leading a pack of demon beasts. This time, a full 27 beasts followed in his wake. Zhang Sun immediately organized the battle upon seeing this. Sure enough, some awakened within the black-scaled guard, seeing the demon beast charging at the forefront killed by the ranged attack formation. They could no longer contain themselves. Disregarding Zhang Sun's orders, they broke ranks and charged forward, eager to claim the experience points from slaying the beasts. Unexpectedly, the beasts arriving later all possessed relatively healthy health bars. These individuals clashed with the beasts and soon found themselves severely wounded. Zhang Sun paid no heed to this and continued directing the battle as usual. Noticing some restlessness in the formation, Zhang Sun immediately barked an order: "Those who wish to live will maintain formation and follow my previous instructions." His gaze turned icy as he pointed at those under attack by the beasts. "Of course, if anyone wants to throw their lives away, I won't stop them." Watching his former comrades in arms, who had charged out recklessly, being torn apart and devoured by the beasts, the second-in-command showed no intention of rescuing them. The ranks fell silent. The ensuing battle saw everyone fall into line. After eliminating all the beasts, the 270-strong force had lost 34 members. All were awakened who had acted recklessly and sealed their own fates. The rest suffered injuries of varying severity, but with prompt medical attention after the battle, none were seriously harmed. After this battle, Zhang Sun's command became much smoother. Lin Mo couldn't help but sneer coldly. The methods were a bit ruthless, but they worked. There was truth to the saying: for most people, it wasn't reason that taught them a lesson, but hitting a brick wall. "Young master, the Black Scales and most of the others still have skills left. I believe we can still handle another wave of beasts." Upon hearing Zhang Sun's report, Lin Mo said, "The Black Scale Guard is now under your command. Contact me immediately if any unexpected situations arise. Focus on training them for close combat. I'll have the military officer lead about 10 demon beasts over first. After that, release 2 beasts every 10 minutes. Send me a message if you need adjustments. Notify me if casualties exceed 50. I'll come to treat and heal them. Additionally, if 10 members reach the job advancement level, report it to me immediately." Lin Mo finished briefing Zhang Sun on the upcoming combat arrangements. "Understood, sir. Go ahead, military officer. Proceed with normal monster pulling this time. Reduce the demon beast's health to around 10%. After the military officer finished luring the beasts, Lin Mo led the military officer, Xin, and Ning, Nian and a few others on a separate mission. They searched for relatively dense clusters of beasts within the red-tailed demon jackal's territory. Over the next day, the Black Scale Guard's coordination grew increasingly seamless. Their teamwork showed a night and day difference compared to before. Even without specialized skills, they gradually learned to handle close-quarters combat. 50 men facing a single demon beast. Nianchu and 9 other Black Scale Guard members had also reached level 40. Lin Mo sent a message to the military pilots, requesting they first transport several members for class change. The town lacked the necessary equipment for class change guidance, so they had to travel to the Awaken Class Change Center in Xianing County. Fortunately, Long Cohen had given Lin Mo the green light, granting him access to 30 armed fighter jets whenever needed. Otherwise, a single round trip to Xianing County would take 4 days. With the fighter jets, the journey took only a day and a half, saving considerable time. Lin Mo led his team in leveling up in the wilderness. Little did he know that an operation targeting him had already begun in secret. In a shadowy corner of Qianing County, 3 black-clad, masked figures were meeting. One man wore a black 3-star circular emblem shaped like a skull hanging from his chest. "How is the investigation into the matter I assigned you?" The 2 masked figures kneeling before him immediately reported, "We have completed the investigation, sir." The 2 girls who appeared on the city walls earlier are both students who recently awakened their abilities at Tonglingtown Martial Arts High School. They come from ordinary families and show no remarkable traits. But the boy who kept following that girl named Xin is a bit suspicious. The lead masked man's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Something peculiar?" Hearing the man's icy tone, the 2 hastily continued, "That youth is named Lin Mo. We've gathered intelligence from multiple sources. Lin Mo is also a newly awakened martial arts student at Tongling Martial Arts High School. It was Lin Mo and Xin who alerted us when the beast tide attacked Tonglingtown. We followed the leads to investigate Lin Mo, and the results were utterly baffling." Chapter 137, Malevolent Presence Lurks. Battle against the commander. His awakened profession is priest. But this fellow caused quite a stir in Qianing County a few days ago. As a newly awakened priest, he single-handedly fought a group led by the 6th young master of the Wen family. Not only did he hold his own, but he swiftly slew over a dozen first-tier awakeners and wounded 2 second-tier awakeners. Such a situation is truly hard to comprehend. And what happened afterward was equally astonishing. The 2 paused, exchanging a glance. One of them continued the report. "After Lin Mo was captured by the Wen family, they didn't subject him to private punishment. Instead, they sent him to the prison in Qianing County. The high-ranking officials in charge of Qianing County personally went to the prison to release him and apologize to Lin Mo. Similar incidents occurred during the investigation in Tonglingtown. After successfully defending Tonglingtown, Lin Mo appeared on the battlefield, where the town's commander, Long Kuan, treated him with utmost respect." The masked leader frowned upon hearing this. After a moment of deep thought, he spoke, "Continue monitoring this youth named Lin Mo. The failure of the Tonglingtown operation may hinge on this boy. I will now report this situation to the organization. Do not take any unauthorized action until you receive further instructions from me. The next time I appear in Qianing County, I need to know every crucial detail about Lin Mo from his birth to the present." Both men immediately bowed in acknowledgement. This organization was peculiar. They could have simply used the interface for instant messaging, which would have been far more efficient. Yet members never casually added each other as panel contacts. They still relied on verbal communication to pass information. Only when undertaking significant missions, such as the recent joint demon beast assault on Tonglingtown, would the task executors use the interface to relay messages. Take the current situation, for instance. Given his position within the organization, he would not normally appear in the county town. However, to investigate the reasons behind the failure in Tonglingtown, he had come to Qianing County Town, temporarily activating the pawns the organization had planted in advance. Outside Tonglingtown's safe zone, within the territory of the red-tailed demon jackals, the military commander was engaged in combat with a colossal red-tailed demon jackal standing roughly 6 meters tall at the shoulder. This crimson-tailed demon jackal. Its ear tips were a vivid crimson, like blood-tempered blades, while its red pupils held a cold, savage glint. Its entire body was covered in dark green fur that appeared soft and fluffy. Crimson patterns flowed through it like living currents. Even without wind, the dark green fur rippled like waves. The military officer's attack struck the crimson-tailed demon jackal, yet its force seemed largely dissipated by the strange undulations of its fur. Its tail had undergone a mutation. It resembled a fiery serpent 4 or 5 meters long. Crimson flames fused with its serpentine body, tons of fire lapping at the void. The coiling form flickered its tongue, its twisted movements radiating an unnatural malevolence. This was the red-tailed demon jackal's domain. Lord, a commander-level red-tailed demon jackal. Lin Mo did not join the battle, instead watching from the sidelines with the Xin and An Ning. This commander-level crimson-tailed demon jackal was level 237. Junho was already a 3rd transformation powerhouse at level 251. Under normal circumstances, when the level difference is not significant, a commander-level demon beast requires at least 3 3rd transformation powerhouses to defeat. To slay one outright requires at least 5 3rd transformation powerhouses. Yet judging by their battle, the military commander held his own against this commander-level demon beast. This was already no small feat. After observing for 10 minutes, Lin Mo saw that the military commander was struggling to break through the beast's defenses. He casually cast a damage spell at the commander-level crimson-tailed demon jackal. Roar! The crimson-tailed demon jackal let out a wail, its eyes flashing with terror for the first time. The military officer sensed the creature's disturbance and knew Lin Mo had struck. Seizing the offensive opportunity, he kept a close watch on the demon beast's condition. But when his gaze swept over the crimson-tailed demon jackal's status panel, he was utterly stunned by what he saw. In just a brief moment, the red-tailed demon jackal's health had steadily declined, totaling nearly 140,000 points. He had been tracking the damage his attacks inflicted on this commander-level beast. From this, he deduced its actual defensive capabilities. He had already calculated and reached a conclusion. This commander-level red-tailed demon jackal possessed defenses capable of reducing attack damage by threefold. This meant Lin Mo had just dealt nearly 400,000 damage points directly. How could he not be shot? Don't lose focus. Its weak point should be its abdomen. Prepare to break through its defenses. Lin Mo reminded the military officer as he cast a healing spell upon him. Boom! As a green glow erupted from the military officer's body, a massive beam of light sent the crimson-tailed demon jackal flying vertically through the air. Mountain-shattering strike. Prompted by Lin Mo's warning, the military officer seized the moment the red-tailed demon jackal was knocked back, exposing its belly. Gripping the freshly replaced purple greatsword, its blade nearly 2 meters long, he lashed out toward the demon jackal. A massive blade aura erupted from the sword's edge, striking the demon jackal's abdomen with pinpoint accuracy as it soared skyward. Roar, roar. The crimson-tailed demon jackal thrashed and wailed in agony mid-air. The situation unfolded exactly as Lin Mo had anticipated. The demon jackal's belly had sparse fur, allowing the blade's energy to carve a long, deep gash straight through its flesh. Bright red blood poured down like a waterfall. But soon, as crimson light swirled along the scarlet patterns across its body, the gushing blood from the wound began to slow. Lin Mo found nothing unusual about the crimson-tailed demon jackal's condition. The reason why commander-level demon beasts were so difficult to kill was not merely due to their immense health pools and formidable defenses, but primarily due to their bizarre regenerative and survival abilities. Take this crimson-tailed demon jackal, for instance. Its health pool exceeded 1.4 million. It could also deflect nearly 2/3 of an enemy's attack damage. Yet without its healing abilities, it would have been slain by Lin Mo within 5 minutes of combat. The true terror of Lin Mo's abilities lies in its passive damage. Over 5 seconds, it deals 5% of the target's maximum health per second. The thicker the demon beast's health pool, the greater the damage his skill can inflict. Even if the enemy has strong defenses, it only buys more time to unleash more skills. In the past, Lin Mo wouldn't have dared to confront a full-strength commander-level demon beast so boldly, especially one of this high rank. But now, he possessed 2 pieces of silver armor. The energy armor formed by infusing power into the inked jade purple ring one Buyu had personally apologized with. That alone was enough to withstand a commander-level demon beast's attacks. To kill him, they'd have to force him to exhaust his energy while maintaining the armor. This was precisely why he dared bring so many people to train outside the safety zone. Military officer, hold nothing back. Strike while it's airborne and cripple it first. Yes. Hearing Lin Mo's command, the military officer mobilized his energy without hesitation. Ash-shattering cross. Blazing slash. Phantom blade rage. Chapter 138, The Royal Seal imprint. Lin Mo tests his blade. 4 powerful skills unleashed in succession. Sweat beaded on the military officer's forehead. Young master, my energy bar is depleted. After the second transformation, energy could be projected outward, and even basic attacks could be infused with energy to deal significant damage. This is one reason why, after the second transformation, awakened ones typically avoid initiating combat with powerful skills. Don't worry, just wait a few more seconds and I'll restore it for you. Xin, summon Shaolan. Have her carry me to slay the demon. Lin Mo slipped on the Taodai gloves and channeled energy into the inked jade purple ring. His body was instantly enveloped in deep blue energy armor. Got it. Chirp. With a piercing cry, the Ice Phoenix was summoned forth by Xin. Lin Mo leapt onto the Ice Phoenix's back. Little Blue, see that big dog over there? Take me over to slaughter it. Tonight, I'll treat you to dog meat. The Ice Phoenix heard Lin Mo's call. Its sharp claws dug into the ground as its wings flapped, propelling it toward the crimson-tailed demon jackal soaring in the sky. But what happened next left everyone stunned and bewildered. The crimson-tailed demon jackal in the sky, spotting the Ice Phoenix charging toward it. Its soft, dark green fur instantly bristled. Its eyes filled with terror and dread as its limbs flailed frantically in the air, a wail escaping its throat. Its state resembled encountering something utterly terrifying, desperate to flee. Even its fiery serpent tail, held high, now drooped limply. Only when Lin Mo's iron fist slammed into its abdomen did the terror in the crimson-tailed demon jackal's eyes gradually give way to savagery. Yet it still dared not attack Lin Mo or the Ice Phoenix. It could only emit a low, guttural howl from its nostrils. It recognized this strange bird. It was the same one that had appeared on the city walls earlier, the one that had faced off against the Silver Ape King who had led their assault on the city. Though Bingwan carried none of the imposing aura typical of a king-level demon beast, the scene of the Silver Ape King being driven back was still vivid in its memory. It simply couldn't comprehend why the king before it now stood among the humans. The crowd stared at this bizarre scene, momentarily frozen in shock. But Lin Mo quickly grasped the reason behind it. He urgently relayed to the military commander, "Commander, be vigilant against the crimson-tailed demon jackal escaping." The military officer was puzzled. Didn't the crimson-tailed demon jackal still have over 800,000 health points? Its health bar hadn't been depleted at all, why would it flee? Though puzzled, he focused intently on the creature. Sure enough, the moment it touched the ground, the red-tailed demon jackal began sprinting away at breakneck speed. The military officer blocked its path, but the beast, abandoning its earlier ferocity. It didn't engage the military officer in combat, instead scrambling to change direction and flee. Xin, recall Shaolan. You all retreat to a safe location. Lin Mo leapt off Bingluan and immediately gave chase after the crimson-tailed demon jackal. As long as Bingluan remained on the battlefield, the crimson-tailed demon jackal dared not pause to fight. The terror of a king-level demon beast was seared into their very souls. It would even flee into other demon beasts' territories to evade the Ice Phoenix. That would make slaying this commander-level red-tailed demon jackal far more troublesome. Shaolan, come back. Upon hearing this, Xin activated a silver summoning formation, recalling Shaolan. Lin Mo had already positioned himself in front of the crimson-tailed demon jackal. The crimson-tailed demon jackal scanned its surroundings warily, detecting no trace of the king. Its gaze instantly turned furious and vicious. As if all the humiliation he had endured before had been brought upon him by Lin Mo. Its front legs sank as it opened its gaping maw. Roar! A cone of flame shot toward Lin Mo. Young master! Brother Lin! Master Mu! The flame's attack area was simply too vast, instantly engulfing Lin Mo's position. But what truly alarmed everyone wasn't the flame skill's damage output. Rather, it was the fact that the moment the flames erupted, Lin Mo charged straight toward the crimson-tailed demon jackal. Ladies, retreat immediately. The military officer swiftly grabbed Xin and Ning, pulling them backward. His original position was within the mid-range of the flames. The flames dealt 8,000 damage per second. The damage intensified the deeper one ventured into it. Lin Mo's actions were reckless, but he knew Lin Mo was no ordinary awakened. But if Xin and Ning charged deeper, the flames could instantly reduce them both to ashes. Lin Mo frantically channeled energy into the black jade purple ring, pushing its energy armor defense to its absolute limit. This directly consumed 7,500 points of his energy per second. The effect was undeniable. Combined with the defense from his purple armor set, an 8,000-point damage strike only inflicted 80 points of damage upon him, reducing the damage by 100-fold. As he neared the blood-red maw of the crimson-tailed demon jackal, which was as large as a small house, the flames and toxic mist from the red-tailed demon jackal's mouth inflicted a staggering 1,100 points of damage upon him. Lin Mo darted toward the demon jackal's neck. He roughly estimated the position, leaped up, and delivered a fierce punch to the demon jackal's neck. Roar, roar, roar. The beast's thunderous roar exploded in Lin Mo's ears. The attacked red-tailed demon jackal abruptly snapped its jaws shut. It violently shook its head. Its sharp front claws clawed wildly at its own neck. But that damned human was in its blind spot. It could only roughly gauge the opponent's position based on the attacks it received. The military officer placed the two women at a distance, observing that the crimson-tailed demon jackal's high-temperature flames had vanished. It was now violently shaking its head, a muffled growl emanating from its nostrils. He assumed Lin Mo had charged straight into its mouth. If the attacker had been one of his subordinates, he would have cursed them as useless teammates. Without hesitation, he hoisted his great sword and charged toward the red-tailed demon jackal. Yet before he could reach it, a green glow erupted from his body, instantly refilling his depleted energy gauge to full. Oh no! The military officer recognized this as Lin Mo's healing skill. He realized that Lin Mo's healing skill had a passive effect, knockback. He hurriedly accelerated toward the crimson-tailed demon jackal. But he was still a step too late. The crimson-tailed demon jackal had already been knocked back by the blue beam. Fortunately, Lin Mo's body tumbled off the red-tailed demon jackal at that moment. After landing, Lin Mo rolled swiftly to evade the incoming attacks. He had intended to cling to the red-tailed demon jackal and unleash his attacks. Unexpectedly, the demon jackal's fiery serpent tail suddenly elongated, attempting to coil around him. He only held his ground against the serpentine tail for a moment before decisively abandoning any notion of a direct confrontation. Lin Mo had only been struck by a single purple poison dart fired from the fire serpent's tail. The energy in his armor rapidly depleted. His health plummeted by 500 points the instant the arrow struck. This meant the fire serpent tail's single skill attack could inflict at least 50,000 points of instant damage. If the poison dart pierced his body, the damage could be even more staggering. Lin Mo's 40,000 energy points were insufficient to sustain the energy armor's defense indefinitely. If the energy armor vanished and he took a skill attack from the fire serpent's long tail, or if he were hit by the crimson-tailed demon jackal's fiery charge, wouldn't he be instantly killed? While such a powerful skill couldn't be unleashed at will. But Lin Mo refused to gamble on the unlikely. Slaying this commander-level crimson-tailed demon jackal wasn't difficult. The reason he was taking such risks was primarily to gauge the actual combat strength of commander-level demon beasts above level 100. At the same time, he wanted to test his new equipment. Chapter 139, 10 Days of Field Training. The League approaches. The military officer hurried over to Lin Mo. Seeing Lin Mo was unharmed, the tension in his chest finally eased. Young master, your skills are truly formidable, but you shouldn't take such risks. Leave matters concerning the crimson-tailed demon jackal to your subordinate. Lin Mo didn't insist on his own way. He said, you take over the next battle. Be careful, its skill damage can reach tens of thousands. Pay special attention to the serpent head at the tip of its long tail. The poison darts it spits are exceptionally deadly. The military officer's eyes flashed with battle fervor upon hearing this. Rest assured, young master. I'm no pushover either. Lin Mo nodded. Leave it to you. I'll support you from the sidelines. As Lin Mo spoke, he withdrew from the battlefield and retreated to the two women's side to observe the fight. The moment the red-tailed demon jackal landed, the military officer charged forward, locking horns with it in a fierce battle. As a level 251 S-tier talent 3rd transformation warrior, his base HP alone reached a staggering 930,000. With his equipment's bonuses, his health pool was comparable to that of the commander-level demon beast. The commander-level demon beast, weakened by its earlier injuries, gradually showed signs of exhaustion in its battle against the military officer, with Lin Mo providing support from the sidelines. In less than 10 minutes, the military commander had safely and decisively slain the copper-ranked demon beast. Young master. Excitement and confusion mingled in the military commander's eyes as he hesitated to speak. He had slain many commander-level beasts before, but never with such effortless ease as today. He simply couldn't fathom it. Lin Mo hadn't even reached the 1st tier level, yet he possessed not only powerful recovery skills but also extremely high damage skills. But this was Lin Mo's secret, and he couldn't just blurt out the question. Lost in thought, Lin Mo failed to notice the military officer's unease. He casually asked, how much did my experience increase? Upon hearing the inquiry, the military attendant immediately composed himself. He respectfully replied, reporting to the young master, my experience increased by 5 bars, approximately 1/4%. Upon hearing the military attendant's report, immediately abandoned his plan to level up the military attendant in the short term. Even if taking down commander-level beasts was a breeze, you'd still need that many commander-level beasts to kill. No wonder there are so few powerhouses beyond the 3rd transformation. The commander-level crimson-tailed demon jackal is dead. The beasts in this territory will scatter soon. Before they react, go lure the beasts to help Zhang Sun train his troops. Yes, sir. Lin Mo glanced at the corpse of the crimson-tailed demon jackal before him. Suddenly, a purple energy cocoon materialized in his hand. The moment it materialized, it emitted intense energy fluctuations. So picky? Lin Mo impatiently tapped the energy cocoon, which stood nearly half a person tall. Ever since acquiring this energy cocoon at the auction in Qianing County, Lin Mo had fed it the blood of numerous demon beasts. Yet the thing proved extremely picky about the blood of beasts below the commander-level bloodline. This piqued Lin Mo's curiosity. He wondered what kind of being would emerge once it successfully hatched. He hoped it wouldn't turn out to be some savage beast that recognized no kinship. Lin Mo placed the energy cocoon upon the wound of the commander-level demon beast's corpse. The blood, which had been trickling like a stream, was suddenly drawn by the energy cocoon. It surged into a torrent, rushing toward the energy cocoon. Soon, the body of the commander-level crimson-tailed demon jackal shrank significantly, its entire corpse drained of every trace of blood. Not even a drop of the demon beast's blood on the ground was left behind. After absorbing every last drop of the red-tailed demon jackal's blood, the energy cocoon returned to stillness. Lin. Big brother Lin, this thing is way too sinister. Yi Xin and Ning, watching from the side, couldn't help but shiver at the sight. Why not feed it to Xiaolan? She practically tried to bite into that energy cocoon earlier. If I hadn't acted fast, this thing would have ended up in Little Blue's belly already. Lin Mo held the energy cocoon up for closer inspection, teasing Yi Xin as he did so. Yi Xin felt a bit awkward and absent-mindedly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Lin Mo stowed away the energy cocoon and the corpse of the crimson-tailed demon jackal. He led Yi Xin and Ning to find the Black Scale Guardians. For the time being, Lin Mo proceeded to clear out the territories of other demon beasts, leading the team to sweep through the territories of other demon beasts. Under such intense combat, the Black Scale Guard's teamwork gradually grew seamless. On the 10th day after leaving the safe zone, Gong Jian finally sent Lin Mo a message. Brother Lin, I had some matters to attend to earlier and couldn't reply to your message. Where are you now? Come to the school. The National Martial Arts High School League is about to begin. Eliminatory rounds start in 3 days across all county seats. There are new adjustments to this year's competition. Come to the school first, and I'll explain everything in detail. Lin Mo didn't rush to reply upon seeing the message. He was currently engaged in battle alongside Junho against a commander-level demon beast. Over the past 10 days, Lin Mo and his group had fought almost non-stop. Including the one before them now, they had swept through the territories of 15 commander-level demon beasts. They had slain roughly 40 to 50,000 demon beasts. Among them were numerous elite-level beasts. When the Black Scale Guards set out, 189 members were below level 40. They suffered 36 casualties in combat. The remaining 153 members all achieved their first transformation. Among those who underwent the first transformation was a tank warrior who had originally been at level 117. He now reached level 120. Once their class change was complete, they would embark on their second class journey. Among them, Nianchu was the fastest to level up. Receiving special attention from Lin Mo, he leveled up while teaming up with the military officers. After returning from his job change, his level had already reached 118. By defeating this commander-level demon beast. With one more sweep through a commander-level demon beast's territory, Nianchu would meet the requirements for his second job advancement level 120. As the commander-level demon beast fell, Zhang Sun organized the team. We're heading to the next demon beast's territory now. Lin Mo instructed Zhang Sun while deftly storing the commander-level beast's corpse into the demigod space to nourish the purple energy cocoon. Zhang Sun hesitated slightly before speaking up. Young master, shouldn't we rest? Most of the brothers' skills are still on cooldown. No need. This time, I'll have the military commander control the number of beasts summoned. You lead the close combat unit. We'll finish this quickly. Zhang Sun immediately acknowledged the order and turned to organize the troops. During the march toward the next demon beast territory, Lin Mo briefed everyone on the tactical deployment in advance. 15 hours later, including travel time, Lin Mo led the group back to Tongling Town. He awarded each military pilot 50,000 silver coins as compensation for their efforts. He instructed Zhang Sun to hand over the demon beast carcasses collected during this period to Wu Daozhong. After briefly discussing matters related to the Black Scale Guards expansion, he set off for the station with Junho, Yi Xin, and Ning. Gong Jian and the others had been waiting at the station for quite some time. Principal, who are we waiting for? The train is almost here. Should we go inside the station first? Yes, Principal. We've already changed our tickets twice. This is the last train today. If we miss this train, we won't make it to the qualifying tournament in 2 days. A group of young boys and girls behind Gong Jian anxiously asked. Lei Yin, the medical office teacher accompanying Gong Jian's group, also suggested, Principal, perhaps we should enter the platform first. She too was curious who could possibly be worth the principal of Tongling Martial Arts High School changing tickets twice to wait for? Don't worry. If we miss it, I'll figure something out. Ah, here they come. Chapter 140, Station Controversy League Regulations. Everyone followed Gong Jian's gaze. They saw a man around 175 centimeters tall with a lean build, followed by an imposing middle-aged man nearly 2 meters tall. Flanking them on either side were 2 girls, each with their own unique charm. Who else could it be? Isn't that Lin Mo, the top student in our class? As the group approached, one male student remarked with a hint of envy. His eyes darted toward the 2 girls beside Lin Mo as he spoke. His gaze swept over Ning's fiery figure before he crossed his arms and turned his head away, feigning indifference. Lin Mo? Who's Lin Mo? Someone in the group asked in confusion. You guys went back to your clans to level up after awakening, so you might not know. He's the legendary shepherd god of Tongling Martial High School. The fighter among priests. He just awakened not long ago but already scored 500 damage points on the testing equipment. TSK, you guys have no idea. That feat dominated the campus network rankings for about a week. Talk about being in the spotlight. Otherwise, how could an orphan rise so quickly to become such a big shot? And made us prodigies wait this long for him. As the man spoke, his lips curled in a sneer. Disdain and jealousy weren't just in his words, they were plastered all over his face. Gong Jian frowned slightly at the remark, about to rebuke him. Principal Gong, sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Mo recognized the speaker. It was Lu Renjia, the only warrior in their class to have awakened an A-grade talent. However, he ignored Lu Renjia, instead scanning the team members briefly. Then he smiled and greeted Gong Jian. Ha, I understand you're busy, Lin Mo. The train hasn't even arrived yet. Hearing the title principal, everyone was taken aback. Even Lu Renjia, who disliked Lin Mo the most, fell silent. The principal was usually kind but strict with them, so why was he being so friendly toward Lin Mo? Brother? Lin Mo had intended to address the principal formally in front of the students, but unexpectedly, Gong Jian showed no hesitation whatsoever. Let's head to the waiting room first. We can talk as we walk and I'll go over the competition arrangements with you. Gong Jian said to Lin Mo. He then turned to Wei Wuhanzi behind Lin Mo, nodding cheerfully in greeting. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, following behind Gong Jian without paying attention to the astonished looks from the others trailing behind. Upon entering the waiting room, Gong Jian introduced them. Everyone, this is Lin Mo, your team captain. Upon arriving in Xianing County, all team operations will be under Lin Mo's command. Gong Jian pointed at Yi Xin and Ning as he spoke. Yi Xin and Ning are also members of your selection team this time. Please welcome them. The crowd offered perfunctory applause, their expressions betraying discontent and disdain. Principal, Lin Mo hasn't spent much time interacting with the rest of us. Isn't it a bit hasty to put him in charge of command right away? A male team member voiced his discontent. Others quickly chimed in. Have any of you reached level 40? Lin Mo, Xin, and Ning have all reached level 40 and participated in the defense of Tongling Town. You lot don't even talk about combat. When facing a beast tide assaulting the city, how many of you would dare confront hundreds of thousands of high-level demon beasts head-on? At Gong Jian's words, the group fell silent. You didn't just level up by randomly casting skills on the city walls, did you? Lu Rinjia muttered under his breath, still unwilling to concede. Gong Jian ignored them. Comparing them to Lin Mo made him feel inexplicably embarrassed. That settles it. The qualifiers will end soon, and whether you'll still be teammates then is anyone's guess. Gong Jian led Lin Mo aside to explain the competition rules privately. In previous years, the National Martial Arts High School League had teams selected by their respective schools. But this year, the Awakened Alliance has adjusted the competition rules. The original elimination format has been replaced with a selection tournament organized by county. From the teams competing in each township, outstanding Awakened individuals will be selected to form 5 teams representing their county in the National League. Qianing County has a total of 48 townships. Each township will field a starting lineup plus reserves, totaling 10 players. This selection tournament will choose 50 individuals from these 480 participants to form new teams. The selection process includes 2 categories, individual skill and team combat. With your and Xian's talents, I have no worries about you being eliminated. Gong Jian paused here, his gaze drifting toward Ning, who was waiting for the bus nearby. But for Ning to succeed in this competition, it might be a bit of a struggle. His expression grew slightly awkward at this point, having previously promised Ning a spot on the official team. It's fine. If Ning fails in the competition, she won't go far even if she joins the team. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Gong Jian nodded with relief. That's exactly how I see it too. Gong Jian then began introducing the members of Tongling Martial Arts High School's competition team to Lin Mo. When he learned that only 2 of the other 7 possessed a tier talent, and the highest level among them was only 29, Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. Our school can't even muster 7 A-tier awakened individuals? Gong Jian chuckled, ha! Do you think A-tier awakened talents grow like cabbages on the street? Your class is already considered exceptionally talented, especially you and Xin. Most of the time, Tongling Martial Arts High sends A-tier talent teams to competitions. At this point, a hint of resignation flickered across Gong Jian's face. The school does have one more A-tier talent, but their spot got snatched by some privileged kid. Lin Mo looked at Gong Jian with confusion. As the principal, aren't you going to do anything about it? If the school offends those influential families, we'll face constant obstacles in our future development. Tongling Martial Arts High is a new school. We'll need to deal with them a lot in the future. I don't want to bring trouble upon Tongling Martial Arts High before my term ends. Resign? Are you leaving Tongling Town? Lin Mo asked, puzzled. Yes. Before, I couldn't treat my injuries, so I just gave up. I didn't want to fight for much. But now? I think it's worth fighting for. His tone visibly brightened as he spoke. After escorting you to Qianing County to complete the competition registration, I'll depart. Lin will accompany you to the event. With that, Gong Jian suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Mo. Gong, what are you doing? Lin Mo hurriedly stood up to help Gong Jian to his feet. Young brother Lin, your kindness is like a second life to me. Should you ever encounter trouble in the future, remember to send me a message. After Lin Mo's gentle persuasion, the 2 men sat back down. From their conversation, Lin Mo learned that it was Gong Jian who had assisted him in the matter involving the Wen family of Qianing. Knowing Gong Jian's background was no simple matter, Lin Mo didn't pry further into what he was about to undertake. Before long, their train pulled into the station. Chapter 141, Selection Begins Individual Test. The selection trials were held at Qianing Martial Arts High School. By the time they reached Qianing County, registration had already concluded. Gong Jian leveraged some connections to get the team registered at Qianing Martial Arts High School. After giving Lin Mo and Lin some instructions, he departed. Guided by Qianing Martial Arts High School instructors, they entered the plaza. By then, the principal of Qianing's speech was nearing its conclusion. I trust everyone is now familiar with the rules. We will now proceed with the individual assessments. I hope every student achieves their desired results in the upcoming assessments. After the principal finished speaking, Lin was completely confused. She hurriedly asked the teacher who had brought them over, Teacher Jiang, what exactly does the principal mean by individual assessment? Due to Gong Jian's influence, this male teacher surnamed Jiang spoke with great politeness. The individual assessment categorizes students by profession and evaluates each person's comprehensive data. The evaluators will score students' performance based on the selection criteria for each profession. This selection uses a 100-point scoring system, with the individual test results accounting for 40% of the total score. Teacher Lei, I've already sent you the layout map showing the testing rooms for each profession. Please lead the students to line up first. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me anytime. Upon hearing this, Lei hurriedly opened her phone to check the message. The layout map of the testing rooms was clearly laid out. Her anxiety eased considerably. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. I'm sorry for the trouble. Once the selection is over, I'll treat you to a meal. The male teacher smiled faintly at her words. No need to thank me, Teacher Lei. This is simply our duty as the organizers. Now, you all go ahead with your work. I have other matters to attend to. After parting ways with the team leader, Lei swiftly guided the 10 students to their respective testing rooms according to the layout map. After Gong Jian left, the Tongling Martial Arts High School contestants, including Lei, gave Lin Mo nothing but cold stares. They made veiled criticisms, blaming Lin Mo and his group for delaying the selection process. Lin Mo didn't bother to argue with them. It was uncertain how many of them would remain after the selection ended, so there was no point in getting worked up over it. The priest test station had significantly fewer participants compared to the mage and warrior stations. Though Lin Mo was last in line, only a dozen or so candidates were ahead of him. It wasn't that there were few awakened priests, rather, for a priest to be effective in the National Martial Arts High School League, their talent level had to be at least A grade or higher. Compounded by this year's tournament format changes, many schools have replaced their priest slots. When Lin Mo arrived, students had already entered the testing room. Students entering the testing room were required to remove all equipment. Monitoring instructors issued each test subject a life-saving bracelet. After the test concluded, the results for each metric would appear on the testing room's screen. Notably, Lin Mo's arrival immediately stirred commotion among the waiting students. The reason was simple: all the students waiting in the priest candidate area were tall, well-built girls. Lin Mo was the only male among them, and what's more, he appeared somewhat thin. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Is he a priest too? No idea. This is the first time I've seen a male priest. How's he supposed to heal the team looking like that? A girl laughed as she spoke, not forgetting to push out her ample chest as she did so. Quiet, young lady. Did you get lost on your way here? As the monitoring instructor spoke, the waiting area instantly fell silent. Lin Mo smiled and replied, if this is the priest testing area, then I haven't come to the wrong place. A fleeting look of surprise crossed the monitor's eyes as she said, since you're here for the test too, find a seat for now. After Lin Mo sat down, students kept shooting him peculiar glances. Even with his strong mental fortitude, Lin Mo felt a bit awkward under their unabashed stares. Fortunately, the first student to enter the testing room emerged 7 minutes later, looking thoroughly flustered. Her exit drew everyone's attention. As she stepped through the monitoring room door, her results appeared on the screen. Participating student, Zhao Jia. Energy level test, 10.8 points. Skill test, 16 points. Survival ability test, 12 points. Total score, 38 points. Wow, she's so impressive. Which school does she attend? Seems like she's from Qianing Martial Arts High. I spotted her in the Qianing squad formation at the square earlier. This Zhao Jia must be level 30 or above. Probably. The girl named Zhao Jia, seeing her score, shook off her earlier embarrassment. She stood with her fists clenched before her chest, as if she'd just won a battle. The female monitor nodded approvingly at Zhao Jia's test results. Lin Mo was baffled. Wasn't it a percentage-based system? How come Zhao Jia scored 38 points but seemed as pleased as if she'd gotten over 90? Had he misunderstood something? The next test. None of the 16 students tested spent more than 6 minutes in the testing room. Only 3 students, including Zhao Jia, scored above 30 points. When it was Lin Mo's turn, all the test takers' eyes turned to him. But most of their gazes held amusement and relief. It was as if they were finally seeing someone worse than the bottom-ranked student. Lin Mo found these looks utterly baffling. Student Lin Mo, please store all your equipment in your backpack space. We will temporarily seal your backpack space using our instruments. If any personal equipment is detected during the test, your eligibility will be revoked. Hearing the female monitor's warning, Lin Mo couldn't help but recall how important exams on Earth always involved security checks. Out of habit, he raised his hand to respond, I've already removed all my gear. Realizing he was on Blue Star, he quickly lowered his hand. This is a life-saving bracelet. If your health drops to critical levels during the test, you can transfer energy into it. The bracelet will then generate a protective light barrier to shield you from danger. However, activating the protective aura signifies your voluntary termination of the test. The monitoring instructor handed Lin Mo an off-white bracelet and mechanically recited the test rules as usual. Thank you, teacher. The female instructor nodded. Enter when you're ready. After entering the testing area, Lin Mo looked around the empty testing room, momentarily unsure of what to do. He hadn't been present when the principal explained the rules, and Gong Jian hadn't covered the specifics either. Fortunately, the test room sounded the examination prompt. First test. Candidate, please channel your energy into the energy tester to measure your energy level. The energy value test is scored out of 100 points, accounting for 20% of the individual test score. The energy tester can measure up to 5,000 points. Test duration, 20 seconds. First test score equals personal energy reading 5,120%. Chapter 142, Survival Test Eerie Ambush. After hearing the explanation, Lin Mo did a rough calculation. This meant that Zhao Jia, the top performer, had recorded an energy value of approximately 2,500 points in this test. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. On Earth, Lin Mo had learned this lesson the hard way. This had ingrained in him a habitual tendency to conceal his abilities. He approached the energy tester and carefully controlled his energy output, gradually slowing it down. When the energy reading on the device hit 3,500 points, Lin Mo stopped channeling energy. Perfect. Watching his precise control, Lin Mo couldn't help but clap his hands in self-admiration. First test complete, score, 14 points. Shortly after the first result was announced, the test room's alert sounded again. Second test commencing. Please cast skills on the priest skill test target to evaluate your priest abilities. Skill assessment is scored out of 100 points, accounting for 40% of the individual test score. Full marks are achieved when either health points restored reach 5,000 or mana points restored reach 5,000. Test duration, 3 minutes. Second test score equals total restoration 5,140%. Note, if a skill restores both health and energy simultaneously, the restored amounts may be combined. If the combined value exceeds 5,000 points, only 5,000 points will be counted. Lin Mo listened to the test instructions and felt utterly speechless. What kind of trick is this? Regardless of whether his skill restored health points or energy points, each skill activation could restore a value equal to 5 times his current mental energy. His current mental power stood at 22,000 points. Lin Mo casually activated a skill and hurled it toward the test target. The health restoration value on the display beside the test target instantly maxed out. A prompt sounded throughout the room. Second test complete. Score, 40 points. Shortly after, the alert sounded again. Third test commencing. Test subject, prepare for simulated defensive combat. The survival capability test is scored out of 100 points, accounting for 40% of the individual test score. Full marks are awarded if the test subject maintains defense for 10 minutes. The test subject may activate the energy defense bracelet upon detecting a lethal attack. Activation of the defense bracelet terminates the test. The testee's score will be calculated based on the proportion of defense time. Test score equals defense duration 10 minutes 140%. Test subject, prepare. The assault will commence in 1 minute. As the countdown reached 0, one of the doors in the test chamber swung open. A masked awakened individual suddenly bursts out of the room, dagger in hand. Moving with blinding speed, he appeared before Lin Mo in an instant. So fast? Lin Mo dodged swiftly, but the dagger still managed to slice a thin line across his neck. Before surprise could register, Lin Mo focused his energy on evasion. The attacker's speed was simply too overwhelming. Had it not been for his extraordinary 360 agility points, far surpassing the average, Lin Mo would have been killed by that single strike. The moment Lin Mo vanished from his original position, the opponent's sharp strike landed squarely on his afterimage. For the next 2 minutes, Lin Mo had no chance to rest. He was constantly dodging the opponent's strikes. Suddenly, 3 more doors opened in the testing chamber. 4. Lin Mo stared at the 3 figures that had suddenly appeared, an ominous feeling rising in his mind. One of the new arrivals immediately reprimanded the masked man who had appeared first. "What are you doing? You still haven't finished him off?" The first masked figure fixed his gaze on Lin Mo and said, "This kid's strange. His reaction speed is incredibly fast. My attacks always lag a step behind him. Useless. You couldn't even hold off a priest below the first transformation. Cut the crap, both of you. Finish this quickly. We don't have much time. If we delay the task the boss assigned us, we'll all die." Lin Mo listened to their exchange, his gaze sharpening instantly. No wonder he'd sensed something off from the start. Their attacks were lethal and lightning fast, definitely not from an awakened below level 40. If everyone faced such a test, Lin Mo was certain that among the 18 test subjects, no one but himself could last even a minute. Clenching his fists, the instant the 4 opponents began their attack, he began shifting his position rapidly. Seizing the opening, Lin Mo delivered a powerful punch aimed squarely at the eye of one of the masked figures. Currently, he wore no equipment besides his defensive bracelet. All his gear had been stored in his backpack's spatial pocket before entering the test chamber, and the monitoring instructor had sealed the pocket with a device, making it impossible to retrieve anything. His basic attack damage relied solely on his 320 strength stat. Even at full power, he could only deal damage equivalent to 3 or 4 times his strength value. The opponents dared not unleash skills within the testing room, lest they alert the school instructors. Lin Mo, likewise, didn't want to reveal his damage skills lightly. Without equipment to conceal him, if his damage skill failed to instantly eliminate these 4 opponents, Then his trump card possessing damage skills would be completely exposed. These opponents' attacks weren't weak. During his earlier assault, Lin Mo had inadvertently exposed a weakness and was struck by one of their iron rods. His health plummeted from 40,000 to around 36,000. For most awakened ones, basic attack damage nearing 4,000 requires at least a second-tier transformation. Unless the opponent wielded a purple-tier weapon. If they were wielding purple weapons, Lin Mo wouldn't have been concerned about the damage they inflicted. If wielding a purple weapon only yielded over 4,000 damage, it meant these four were at most a group of newly ascended awakened beings. First transformation awakened with an A-grade talent. Even a max level 120 tank warrior only boasts a little over 50,000 HP. Even with equipment buffs, Lin Mo was confident he could eliminate all four within 1 or 2 damage skills. But judging by their combat patterns, these individuals were more likely to be second transition awakened. With his psychic energy severely depleted, Lin Mo couldn't instantly kill equipped second transition awakened beings now. The chase and evasion unfolded within the confines of the test chamber, which was hardly spacious. Time slipped away silently amidst the struggle. After 6 minutes, the four panted to a halt, their faces now covered in bruises. Huff, huff, huff. Damn it, kid, are you made of eel? How the hell do you keep wriggling around like that? Lin Mo rubbed his fists together, glaring warily at the four opponents across from him. Poof. Why stop now? One masked man, his face swollen and eyes bruised, blood trickling from the corners of his eyes and nose. His left eye twitched uncontrollably as he managed to speak. No time. If we keep dragging this out, we won't make it out alive. Let's go. His words came out with a whistling sound through gaps in his teeth. Clearly, Lin Mo had knocked out more than a few. Retreat. The group exchanged glances and decisively abandoned their confrontation with Lin Mo. You bastard. You hit me in the face. I'll remember this. Chapter 143, The Great Exams Terror. The twin proud ones of Tongling. One of them snarled furiously at Lin Mo before retreating. The force of his words tugged at his bruised and swollen face, sending sharp pain shooting through it. He turned, hastily rubbing his swollen cheek. Seeing the four flee, Lin Mo shot out of the testing room like an arrow released from its string. Almost simultaneously, his results appeared on the screen. Participating student, Lin Mo. Energy level test, 14 points. Healing effect test, 40 points. Survival ability test, 24 points. Total score, 78 points. In the vast waiting room, both students and teachers stood stunned. Teacher, I have an urgent matter to report. Amidst the stunned gazes of the competing students, he pulled the monitoring teacher aside. He quickly and concisely recounted his ordeal. You mean, your survival test was rigged? You actually held out for 6 minutes against 4 second-stage awakened individuals? After hearing Lin Mo's account, the female monitor's expression turned strangely peculiar. This wasn't a matter of doubt. It was pure fantasy. Even a tank warrior, even one who had reached level 40. Going up against 4 fully armed second awakened warriors without any gear? There's no way he could have lasted 6 minutes. Student, your grades are already outstanding. Why fabricate such ridiculous lies? It only makes people look down on you. The female teacher's tone suddenly turned sharp, her impression of this genius student plummeting to rock bottom. Report my words truthfully to the school leadership. If even a fraction of what I've said is false, I'll bear the consequences myself. Lin Mo met her gaze, his tone hardening. But if your negligence delays important matters, you'd better think carefully about what consequences you'll face. The teacher's expression flickered for a moment before she finally picked up her communicator to report the incident. Soon, Lin Mo was taken away by school staff who had rushed over upon hearing the news. In the reception room, an elderly man with a flat-top haircut and a touch of gray at his temples strode forward, extending his hand. Lin Mo? I'm Principal Chen Ningwu of Qianing Martial Arts Academy. Regarding today's incident, I need to gather some details from you. Principal, hello. Lin Mo cut straight to the point. Have those 4 been apprehended? A flicker of admiration crossed the old man's eyes. Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, this youth remained remarkably composed. We mobilized immediately upon receiving the report, but they had vanished. Also missing are the 4 level 20 students assigned to test you. Seeing Lin Mo frown in thought, the old principal patted his shoulder reassuringly. Rest assured, I've dispatched additional personnel to pursue them with full force. Lin Mo proactively recounted the entire scene in detail to the old man. After listening, the old man fell deep in thought. Principal. Lin Mo suddenly asked, is there a powerful dark organization operating within Hua Nation? Caught off guard by the abrupt question, the old principal paused. Though he didn't know why Lin Mo would ask such a question. He replied solemnly, martial arts are practiced worldwide, and dark forces follow like shadows. They exist in every nation. But China is vast. He shook his head slightly, a hint of regret in his voice. I must confess, I've spent most of my life in Xilan. I've never ventured beyond these lands. I truly know nothing of the specific circumstances of dark forces within China. Receiving no answer, Lin Mo rose to take his leave. Student Lin, I have one more request to make. The principal urged solemnly, until the truth is uncovered, I implore you to keep this matter confidential for now, lest it cause panic among the other participating students. Lin Mo bowed respectfully, clasping his fists before his chest. Rest assured, Principal. I understand the importance of discretion. The individual tests lasted from 9 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon. The warrior tests were particularly lengthy and complex due to the large number of participants and the variety of assessments. When the final results were announced, Lin Mo's team sent shockwaves through Qianing Martial Arts High. The reason was simple: Tonling Martial Arts High School claimed 2 of the top 3 spots on the individual test leaderboard. First place, Xin, 89 points. Second place, Lin Mo, 78 points. Third place, 64 points, a stark contrast to the top 2. Teacher Lin, the team leader, was overjoyed upon seeing the results. As a newly established school, Tonling Jinwu High had consistently finished at the bottom of the elimination rounds in previous years. This year, however, it shone brightly thanks to Xin and Lin Mo. The team competition was scheduled for the following day. Lin led the participating students to rest in the suite prepared by Qianing Martial Arts High School. After the results were announced, delegations from other schools came to congratulate them and attempt to forge alliances, arriving in a steady stream. Lin knew full well these people were after Xin and Lin Mo, yet she still received them warmly. Lin Mo, preoccupied with his own concerns, had little interest in navigating these social obligations. After informing Lin, he quietly departed with Jun Ho. Lu Rinjia stared at Lin Mo's receding figure. He pursed his lips and spat out indignantly, "Pfft. It's just a 78. Anyone watching would think he got first place. What a big shot. This is just an individual test, the score only accounts for 40% of the total. Who knows who'll come out on top in the end? Look at him acting like he's already a lock for the league starting lineup. So damn immature. Who knows what the principal was thinking, making him team captain for the tournament. Xin was being dragged around by Lin for socializing, but Ning beside them couldn't stand it anymore. Lu Rinjia, shut your mouth. What gives you the right to badmouth Master Mu when you didn't even make the top 200? Master Mu? Put. Lu Rinjia jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He's just some lucky bastard orphan. A nobody who got lucky and now thinks he's hot. After saying this, his expression suddenly shifted as if he'd grasped something. Oh. I get it now. A venomous glint flashed in his eyes. Did Lin Mo collude with you guys all along? Deliberately delaying our schedule so we wouldn't have time to prepare and couldn't get good results. So you'd have fewer competitors, right? Otherwise, how come we all have a level talent, yet you and Ning can squeeze into the top 50 while the rest of us can't even crack the top 200? And Ning was so enraged by his twisted logic and vicious accusations that she was momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushing crimson. You're lying. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? Seeing Ning at a loss for words, Lu Rinjia felt his assumptions were confirmed. His arrogance swelled, his words growing increasingly vile. Sneaky. Despicable. Plotting against your own teammates. You're lower than sewer rats. You 3 scoundrels. In my opinion, people like you should be disqualified from the competition. Huff. And Ning took a deep breath, calming the rage surging through her mind. Since you want to know, I'll show you. Why the hell we made it into the top 50. And Ning's words were as cold as ice. Before she finished speaking, energy surged violently around her. Her right hand shot forward, pointing, vines entangle. Chapter 144, Fighting Amongst Ourselves, Fishing Outside Campus. As green light erupted from Ning's palm, space abruptly warped. Lu Rinjia's classmates reacted like lightning, instantly retreating several steps. His face drained of color. Just as he tried to dodge, thick, gnarled vines as thick as arms wrapped tightly around him. The thorny bark dug into his flesh while the tight grip made his bones creak. And Ning's eyes turned icy cold as a long sword, radiating a cold glint, abruptly materialized in her hand. She spun the blade in a flurry of swordplay, moving with the weapon. As her toes touched the ground, the gleaming tip of the blade darted like a venomous snake, striking straight for Lu Rinjia's shoulder blade. Stop! What are you doing? Lei Yin's thunderous roar split the air, arriving just as the blade was about to make contact. Oomph! Consider yourself lucky. And Ning flickered her wrist, and the long sword vanished into her storage space like a streak of light. The vines. The icy glint in her eyes remained unwavering. Now you understand why we made it into the top 50? Keep that foul mouth of yours shut. You won't be so lucky next time. Lei rushed in, his expression as still as water. Ning. Lu Rinjia. The election isn't over yet, and you two are already fighting amongst yourselves. Do you have any respect left for me as your teacher? And Ning met Lei Yin's gaze, which held both urgency and a hint of anger. Recalling how his attitude had shifted like night and day before and after the test, her irritation deepened. Lu Rinjia ate something rotten himself. His mouth stinks. I was just cleaning him up. You. Lei Yin was furious but couldn't vent his anger. She forced down her anger and turned to the still-shaken student to ask for an explanation. After learning the full story, she looked at Lu Renjia's face, purple and cyanotic, struggling to breathe beneath the vine's grip. Turning to Ning, her tone softened slightly yet carried an unmistakable authority. Lu Renjia spoke out of turn, and I will reprimand him. But as fellow students, how could you resort to violence? Remove your skill immediately. And Ning glanced at the barely conscious Lu Renjia and snorted coldly. The vines finally dissolved inch by inch, scattering into green specks of light that vanished into the air. Lei Yin immediately stepped forward, her hands glowing with a soft green light as she began urgently healing Lu Renjia. Amidst the turmoil unfolding in the courtyard, Lin Mo remained utterly oblivious. Accompanied by his military attendant, he strolled alone along the quiet, tree-lined paths of Qianing Martial Arts Academy. His thoughts tangled like a web of spider silk, repeatedly sifting through the sudden attack. Lin Mo sensed this matter might not be as straightforward as it seemed. He couldn't shake the feeling that the attack he endured might be connected to the group that colluded with demonic beasts to attack Tongling Town. Yet such conjecture rested solely on intuition, with no evidence to substantiate it. If it really is the same group. A cold smile curved Lin Mo's lips as he murmured to himself. If one attempt fails, they'll surely have a backup plan. Then let me see your true faces. Young master? The military attendant had been observing Lin Mo's state ever since they left the room. Seeing Lin Mo frowning in deep thought, he hesitated to interrupt. He stepped forward half a pace, his imposing frame leaning slightly forward. Are you in trouble? Lin Mo halted. There is trouble, but the adversary remains hidden. To catch fish, one must first cast bait. His gaze swept over the distant mountain ridges beyond the academy grounds, his eyes sharp as blades. Come. Accompany me outside, to fish. Qianing County Town, a deep, narrow alley. Walls were mottled with age, moss-damp and slippery in the corners. For figures clad in black knelt trembling on the ground, their bodies shaking like sieve flour. Before them stood a figure cloaked in deep green robes, its face concealed by a deathly pale skull mask. Frightening blue sparks danced between his fingers. For second transitioners. And you can't take down a single first transitioner student? A raspy, distorted voice cut through the deathly silence, carrying a chill of murderous intent. Useless. Spare me, sir. The leader of the black-robed figures pressed his forehead against the cold stone tiles. His voice twisted with terror. Spare us, master. Spare us. It's not that we failed in our duty, the boy is simply too bizarre. His reactions were lightning fast. Within the school grounds, there were too many constraints to act freely, and we dared not unleash our skills. Please grant us another chance to redeem ourselves, my lord. Before he could finish, shadows rippled at the alley entrance. Another cloaked figure knelt ghostly on one knee, reporting to the master. The target has departed Qianing Martial Arts High with his guards. A faint arc of light flickered within the skull mask's deep, hollow eyes. The dancing electric arcs between his fingers extinguished silently. How many guards? One. Oomph. You've got some nerve. A cold snort escaped his nostrils, its meaning unclear. I was going to cripple you to teach you a lesson. Ha, now I have my chance. His icy gaze pierced the four men cowering on the ground. I'll give you one more chance. Go. Bring Lin Mo back. Remember alive. If you fail again. Though he didn't finish his sentence, an invisible pressure crushed down on the four like a mountain. Thank you, Your Excellency. Rest assured, we'll bring him back without fail. The four men scrambled to their feet as if granted a pardon, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the alley. The setting sun sank low, and dusk thickened like ink. Lin Mo, accompanied by the military officer, appeared to wander aimlessly. Yet unseen, their path steered them toward the desolate wilderness on the outskirts of Qianing County. Could my judgment have been wrong? With no movement for so long, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. But at that very moment, young master! Someone's coming! The military officer's deep warning echoed like a muffled thunderclap. Lin Mo also spotted the approaching figures, his gaze instantly sharpening like a hawk's. Spare one or two to interrogate. As Lin Mo spoke, he nonchalantly retrieved his Taotai gauntlets and slipped them on. Aye, sir. The military officer saluted with clasped fists, his powerful muscles suddenly tensing. He drew back his hand and clenched it in the air. A 2-meter-long broadsword, its entire body cast like molten bronze and its hilt coiled with a dragon, descended with a heavy wind pressure into his fan-like palm. The blade hummed, as if sensing its master's battle intent. The faint crimson energy swirling around the military officer surged like a living thing up the blade's spine, and the ferocious coiled dragon seemed to come alive in an instant. He thrust his feet into the ground, leaving deep footprints in the earth. His towering form transformed into a furious bolt of thunder. He met the enemy with a sweeping blade. The edge dragged across the earth, sparks flying as it carved a deep furrow. Ha! What a commanding presence! All it needs now is a divine steed. Lin Mo watched the towering figure retreating, laughing in admiration. From the wilderness ahead, four masked figures charged forward, their murderous intent utterly unmasked. Both sides charged toward each other, closing to about 100 meters apart. Skill control. Test their limits first. A fierce glint flashed in the central masked figure's eyes as he flicked his fingers in a swift gesture. Beside him, his silent companion, dragging a massive hammer, obeyed the command. Energy erupted from his body like a volcano, muscles bulging and taut. With terrifying speed, he swung the heavy hammer overhead. 1,000-ton earthshaker. The roar thundered like a clap of thunder. The hammer in his hand, smashing rapidly toward the ground, suddenly formed a gigantic hammer shadow over 20 meters long. The hammer's trajectory mirrored that of the masked man's solid, heavy hammer. With the force of a mountain collapse and a tidal wave, it crashed down with brutal force. Boom hum. A bizarre resonance echoed. A terrifying force field abruptly descended. The military officer felt the air instantly transform into viscous liquid, his legs heavy as if filled with lead. Chapter 145, Luring the Tiger Away from the Mountain Teleportation Assassination. He clenched his teeth, arched his body backward to the limit, and stomped violently on the ground, sending gravel flying. The colossal shadow grazed the military officer's body as it narrowly missed him, crashing thunderously into the earth. In that instant, the earth shook violently. A massive shockwave rippled out like a fan, tearing through the ground. It swept up sand and debris, transforming into a terrifying rockstorm that surged toward them. Juwonho's pupils contracted. With a roar, his Guandao blade whirled at lightning speed. Clang! 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 The dense clangs of impact pounded the blade like a downpour. Sparks flew in continuous bursts. Under the storm's immense force, the military officer's feet plowed like plowshares, carving 2 gullies over a foot deep into the ground. He was violently pushed back over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. His coarse outer robe was riddled with holes. Beneath the tattered strips of cloth, the cold gleam of his close-fitting scale armor flickered faintly, covered in a dense layer of gray marks from the impact of flying debris. Amidst the swirling dust, the military officer slowly raised his head, shaking the grit from his body. A fierce curve spread across his lips as his broadsword pointed menacingly forward. Poof! Is that all you've got? Before the words faded, he charged like an arrow released from its string. The 4 men, seeing the fierce onslaught, sought to evade the initial blow. But it was too late. Less than 10 meters apart, the military officer swung his broadsword in a sweeping arc as he turned, the powerful blade energy slicing through the air like a white crescent moon. The wind howled in the blade's wake, accompanied by the agonized scream of one of the attackers. Of the 3, only the dagger-wielding man managed to dodge the blade's path at the last moment with a bizarre skill. As the other 3 flew backward, the clean, precise gashes in their waist garments were clearly visible. Had they not been clad in protective gear, that single strike would undoubtedly have cleaved them clean in two. A triple transformation powerhouse. The man who had been commanding from the center cried out in shock upon landing. Before they could flee, the great sword swung toward each of their heads. Fortunately, the military officer had received Lin Mo's orders in advance and merely used the flat edge of his broadsword to stun the 3. The masked assassin who had used a skill to flee reappeared hundreds of meters away. He merely glanced at the distant battlefield. He decisively abandoned his comrade and fled. Surveying the area and finding no other enemies, the military officer swung his broadsword and charged swiftly toward the fleeing man. Seeing the battle was nearly over, Lin Mo strolled toward the 3 masked figures lying on the ground. Suddenly, an attack struck Lin Mo from behind without warning. Clang! Divine Descent heal. As the clanging sound of his armor colliding with the attacker's strike echoed, Lin Mo instinctively unleashed his healing skill. Boom! Turning around, Lin Mo saw a dark figure being sent flying over a kilometer away. Young master! Hearing the commotion behind him, the military attendant spun around and charged toward Lin Mo, energy rippling between his feet faster than a cheetah's stride. Reaching Lin Mo's side, the military attendant urgently asked, "Young master, are you all right?" Lin Mo stared at the fallen figure in the distance, his eyes burning with murderous intent. He replied calmly, "I'm fine." The opponent was also a third-stage awakened warrior. The memory of that attack still sent a chill down Lin Mo's spine. The Shadow's attack had been utterly bizarre. The instant it struck him, he felt as if pulled by some strange force. It was the same dizzying sensation he felt when entering a teleportation array. "It was my negligence that put you in danger, young master. Please punish me as you see fit." The military officer felt profoundly guilty for his carelessness, falling victim to the enemy's diversion tactic. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. "For the time being, you will remain by Xin and in Ning's sides. Ensure their safety. These people act without restraint. I fear they may target those close to me if they can't get to me." The military officer defied Lin Mo's order for the first time. "No, young master. My duty is to protect your safety. If I leave your side, what if they launch another ambush? Ha! You're a triple awakened cultivator yourself, an S-rank talent chosen from millions. Do you truly believe they could harm me?" Lin Mo laughed as he spoke, already sealing the 3 bodies on the ground into his demigod space. Truth be told, his trump cards were formidable, it was just that he didn't know their identities or where their lair was. Otherwise, after repeatedly causing trouble for him, Lin Mo would have made them witness the wrath of a level 40 powerhouse. The military officer watched Lin Mo's maneuver with some confusion. The structure of an awakened one's backpack space was truly peculiar. They could hold many items, but living creatures struggled to survive within them. However, this confusion quickly vanished from his eyes. The fate of these men held no significance to him. His sole concern was Lin Mo's safety. Seeing that Lin Mo hadn't changed his mind and had already turned to walk toward the school, Junho shot a sharp glance toward the direction where the shadow had fallen, then turned and hurried to catch up with Lin Mo's pace. Before he could speak, Lin Mo's words cut off the military attendant's insistence. Xin and Ning are my close friends. If these people harm them, I will be held hostage. The military attendant acknowledged Lin Mo's words, bowing and clasping his fists in respect. Understood, young master. I will ensure the safety of the two young ladies without fail. Lin Mo nodded. Let's return to the school first. It's a pity we scared off that big fish. Luring it out again will be difficult. Back in the suite arranged by the school. The moment Lin Mo entered the room, he sensed something was off. Before he left, everyone had been filled with joy. Now, each of them wore such solemn expressions, and when they looked at Lin Mo, there was even a hint of resentment in their gazes. He scanned the room and noticed Lei Yin, Xin, and Ning, and Lu Rinjia were all missing. A sense of unease washed over Lin Mo as he asked the group, "What's going on? Where are Teacher Lei and Xin?" At his question, everyone shifted their gaze away, showing no intention of answering. Boom! Suddenly, a violent surge of energy swept through the room. Startled by the sudden blast, everyone hurriedly looked toward Lin Mo. Behind Lin Mo, a formidable man stepped forward, his gaze icy as he surveyed the group. Can't speak, or are you deaf? His deep voice carried an irresistible aura of authority. Ning, she. They had an argument with Lu Rinjia. Teacher Lei. Teacher Lei took them outside to mediate. One timid girl trembled as she answered Lin Mo's question. Argument? Hearing it wasn't the worst outcome he'd feared, Lin Mo instantly felt a weight lift from his chest, his expression relaxing considerably. He patted Junho on the back. He meant to pat his shoulder, but reaching out was a struggle. Junho's initial reaction mirrored Lin Mo's, relief to hear it wasn't what he'd feared. With Lin Mo's pat, he reined in his own energy. He stepped back behind Lin Mo. Afterward, the group recounted everything that had happened after Lin Mo left. Lin Mo frowned. There were already plenty of issues to deal with, and the team competition was fast approaching, though he didn't hold high expectations for these teammates. Since Gong Jian had appointed him captain, he felt he should at least handle the situation, especially since it had been sparked by his own actions. Chapter 146, Team Competition. Lin Mo's Promise. Shortly after sending a message to Xin, Lei Yin returned to their lodgings with the other three. Lin Mo politely stepped forward to greet them. He didn't expect much from her attitude. After all, from their first meeting to the start of the tests, the medical office teacher's gaze toward him had always carried disdain and resentment. Yet, unexpectedly, Lei Yin responded warmly. Lin Mo, when Principal Gong left, he specifically designated you to lead the team competition. I was just about to ask you to brief everyone on the team competition arrangements. Let's connect on social media so I can send you the competition rules. Her face was lit with a smile, her voice warm and gentle, completely erasing the previous coldness. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Mo's mind. He nodded. Let's connect on the platform. Teacher Lei. Alright, I'll add you. She scanned Lin Mo's profile on the interface and sent a friend request. Lin Mo carefully reviewed the team competition specifications Lei Yin sent him, his brow furrowing slightly as his expression turned slightly peculiar. He motioned for everyone to sit down and got straight to the point. Before we discuss tomorrow's team competition, there's something I need to apologize for first. His gaze swept over every person present. Each of them had made it here by excelling in the martial arts exams and qualifying through the league selections. They were all elite. Their performance in this selection would significantly impact their admission to martial arts university. So it was only natural they harbored resentment toward Lin Mo and the others for delaying their schedule. Because of the delay caused by Xin, and Ning, and myself, you've lost valuable preparation time. For this, I am deeply sorry. He bowed solemnly before adding, this delay was absolutely not intentional on our part. Lin Mo looked directly at Lu Rinjia, who sat in the corner with purple bruises still visible on his face and hands. He continued, the individual test is final and irreversible, but for tomorrow's team competition, I have a way to boost our overall performance. The moment the words left his mouth, the previously scattered expressions among the group lifted in unison. Lu Rinjia, who had been muttering under his breath, blurted out instinctively, who can't talk big? At least bragging isn't illegal. The words had barely left his mouth when he nervously glanced toward Xin and Ning. Sure enough, their icy stares immediately locked onto him. Lu Rinjia quickly averted his gaze, cursing inwardly. These two tiger girls clearly didn't regard warriors as real men. Lin Mo ignored Lu Renjia's provocation and continued. The team competition will be split into 2 rounds. First round, all teams will enter the same dungeon sequentially. The final team score will be based on completion time. Additionally, each member's performance score will be determined by the number of monsters they defeat within the dungeon. The top 3 teams with the fastest clear times will receive additional performance bonuses for all members. And I am confident I can lead us into the top 3, boosting your final rankings. While Exin and Ning's gazes remained unwavering, skepticism clouded the faces of the others. Lu Renjia couldn't help but retort. What a joke. Just you, a healer? How are you supposed to get us into the top 3? Can you heal the monsters to death? Hearing this, Lin Mo almost laughed. He finally understood why this guy had been beaten up. Lin Mo raised his hand to signal the 2 women to calm down. I never make promises I can't keep. As for how we'll reach the top 3, you'll understand tomorrow. Consider the first team match our compensation to you all. Lin Mo's tone was unwavering. Then, shifting gears, he continued. Now, let's focus on the second team match. Ignoring the clouds of doubt on everyone's faces, he methodically laid out detailed plans for the second team draw match. Lin Mo had thoroughly assessed the 10 members' class characteristics, including skill inclinations and combat habits, from positioning choices to skill timing, from enemy enticement strategies to burst damage control. He explained everything with crystal clarity. He even simulated several potential enemy compositions and provided corresponding countermeasures. Lin Mo concluded emphatically, before the first team match concludes, everyone should familiarize themselves with the team battle strategy. If you have any good suggestions, let me know promptly. Perhaps it was the professionalism and logical structure Lin Mo demonstrated in his second match strategy that proved convincing. The team's attitude shifted subtly. The looks directed at Lin Mo transformed from skepticism to cautious belief, even tinged with a hint of anticipation. The next day, on the meticulously arranged plaza of Qianing Martial Arts High School, participating students holding their randomly drawn assessment order tickets formed a long queue, the atmosphere tense yet exhilarated. Lin Mo stood within the queue, his gaze sweeping across the vast trial plaza before him. Lavishly decorated shops lined the perimeter, weapon shops gleamed with the cold steel of arms, potion shops wafted the peculiar scent of rare elixirs, huge containers piled high at the entrance of shops buying demon beast carcasses, specialty stores selling rare herbs and ores with dazzling displays in their windows. The dazzling array of sights was overwhelming. A total of 31 spatial portal gates were scattered across the square. One gate, clearly summoned temporarily, stood out awkwardly among the 30 others arranged in neat rows. Holy crap! This place is lavish. Lu Renjia smacked his lips in awe, murmuring under his breath. No wonder our rural school always gets eliminated in the first round. Zhao Yu, grade A talent, under level 20, beside him shared the sentiment. Resentment was written all over his face. Exactly. It's so unfair. We're lucky if we can squeeze into a dungeon once or twice a day for leveling. Look at their setup. The other 5 wealthy students remained much quieter. Though only B-tier talents, they were all around level 30. They leveled exclusively in dedicated dungeons and were rarely seen in class, maintaining their enrollment in Tongling solely to avoid the crowded martial arts exams. Their strategy was to bypass the fiercely competitive martial arts entrance exams and instead enter prestigious martial arts universities through league-selected member status. Most harbored little hope of making the official league roster. Lu Dingfeng, the slightly overweight young master, seemed impatient with Lu Renjia and Zhao Yu's complaints. He spoke up, interrupting their conversation. It'd be great if this team competition had real-time projections. We could see what's going on inside and get a better sense of the situation. What's there to worry about? And Ning rested her hands on the armrests, her tone light yet assured. With Mu Yi and Yi Xin on the team, you two just focus on securing a top 3 finish. And Ning's melodious voice rang out, instantly perking up Lu Dingfeng. A smile spread across his face as he turned to look at her, particularly drawn to the beauty that carried a hint of maturity beyond her years. MS. And Ning is absolutely right. He agreed, his body unconsciously shifting closer to her as he sat. With a powerhouse like Yi Xin on our team, we're bound to achieve a great result. For him, chatting with a beauty was far more enjoyable than stressing over scores. And Ning noticed his slightly eager approach. Her slender eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly, and she subtly adjusted her posture, her response growing more casual. Time slipped away quietly as they waited. They're out. The first team is out. Suddenly, a shout rang out across the square, instantly stirring the crowd. People craned their necks to look. Quick, check the time. How long did it take? Chapter 147, Dungeon Competition, Sandstorm Plains. 47 minutes. Someone gasped in disbelief. Which monster team is this? 47 minutes for a level 20 elite dungeon? How are the rest of us supposed to survive? Check the school crest. It's Qianing Martial Arts Academy's team. No wonder. Their core 5 are all top 10 in solo trials. Lu Dingfeng shrugged indifferently upon hearing this. Alright, that knocks one spot off the top 3. And Ning was about to say something, but caught Lu Dingfeng's gaze fixed on her. He looked ready to strike up a conversation at any moment. She immediately swallowed her words. She really didn't want to deal with his boring pickup lines again. Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the figure draped in light gauze among the team emerging from the dungeon, locking eyes with Lin Qingyu. A look of hesitation flickered in Lin Qingyu's clear, phoenix-like eyes. Unfortunately, private communication was strictly prohibited during the first team test. The successful team was immediately escorted by guides to the isolation zone to prevent any information leaks. Qianning Martial Arts High School's 47-minute record crashed like a boulder into the lake, instantly setting the previously subdued plaza ablaze with commotion. This was especially true when, an hour and a half later, the second team's disastrous outcome only served to highlight the sheer terror of that achievement. Members of the second team were successively ejected from the instance, each bearing a white aura and looking utterly drained. Some were even carried out on stretchers and rushed straight into the isolation zone's emergency medical room. Witnessing this, the murmurs of discussion on the square rose several decibels higher. As the decimated second team staggered off the field, the nearly 2-hour wait finally concluded. Team 2's test concluded. Failed clearance. Tonling Martial Arts High. Proceed. The monitor teacher's icy announcement finally rang out. Lin Mo led his team to the soul-glowing portal of the instance. The monitor blocked the entrance. Scanning the group. Immediately stow all non-issued equipment in your backpack space. Only Academy-issued gear may be used for this challenge. Backpack storage will be temporarily locked. Any team member found using personal gear will result in immediate disqualification for the entire team. If you sustain critical injuries or face life-threatening danger within the instance, activate your defensive bracelet immediately. Are you the team leader? The proctor looked at Lin Mo standing in the front row. Lin Mo nodded. Follow me to register and collect your gear. Everyone else, wait here. Green? The group stared at the gear handed to them, their expressions sour. How much better is this than running around naked? The Blue Star equipment system was straightforward and brutal, ranked from lowest to highest: white, green, blue, orange, purple, black, silver, gold. The low-tier green gear they now held offered negligible stat bonuses, barely better than the worst white-tier items. Once fully equipped, you may proceed. Final reminder, prioritize survival. If things go south, press the bracelet. The monitoring instructor remained expressionless. Thank you, instructor. We're ready. The monitor waved his hand to activate the light gate. Lin Mo gestured for the team to step through. After a dizzying whirl, the scene before them abruptly shifted. Endless sand dunes stretched before them, heat waves distorting the air as fine grains whipped their cheeks. Strangely, not a single demon beast was in sight as far as the eye could see. Dead silence reigned, broken only by the rustling of sand grains shifting beneath their feet and oppressive stillness that sent shivers down their spines. Lin Mo opened the interface to examine the dungeon description. Sandstorm Plains Elite Level Dungeon. Contains 300 Scorching Sand Pythons and 1 Scorching Sand Python King. Scorching Sand Python, Elite Grade Bloodline. Level 15 to 25. HP 2500 to 4000. Agility 5 to 6. Basic attack damage 95 to 150 points /hit. Blazing Sand Python King, General Tier Bloodline. Level 40. HP 18,000. Agility 17. Basic attack 550 damage /hit. Sandstorm attack skill deals 600 to 720 damage /second. Skill includes control and blind effects. 300? A girl suddenly gasped in shock. How are we supposed to fight this? Level 32. B-tier talent tank warrior Lu Dingfeng served as the team's main tank. But seeing his pitiful 2100 HP on the interface even with green gear, his face turned green. With this pitiful health pool, I can't even take a single hit for you lot. It wouldn't even fill their teeth. Don't forget that level 40 Python King. A mage trainee beside him stammered, his teeth chattering. Over 600 damage per second from Sandstorm? Are you kidding me? How did that bunch of beasts in Qianning clear it in 47 minutes? They must have cheated. Panic spread rapidly. This was their first time facing such a high-intensity dungeon with such meager gear. The group exchanged frantic whispers, stunned by the school's unexpectedly brutal test difficulty. They weren't strangers to elite-level dungeons, but they'd always been geared in orange-tier gear and leveled up under the guidance of others. Now, as under-leveled newbies below level 40, they were expected to tackle it alone. Fear crept into their hearts. Pastor, how do we fight this? And Ning gripped her standard-issue longsword tightly, her voice betraying no trace of fear. Her gaze was as sharp as Yi Xion's, her confidence rooted in the presence of Lin Mo and Yi Xion. Fight my ass. Lu Renjia, wielding a sword identical to a Ning's, was seething with resentment. Let's just run for our lives. With so many blazing sand pythons, charging in is suicide. He glared at his pitiful level, barely 20, and felt a surge of frustration. Just as the group was locked in heated debate. Whoosh! Puff! 2 meters from Lin Mo's feet, the yellow sand erupted without warning. A monstrous serpent, thick as a bowl and blending almost seamlessly with the sand, shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Its gaping maw, filled with gleaming fangs, lunged straight for Lin Mo's throat. Ah! A piercing scream erupted almost simultaneously from several teammates. Only Xin steadied herself with a flash of focus, while Ning instinctively assumed a fighting stance. The rest stumbled backward in panic. In the blink of an eye, as if anticipating the attack, Lin Mo's body slid sideways half a step. Thud! Crack! A dull, bone-chilling thud echoed through the air. His seemingly casual punch struck with precision and ferocity, landing squarely on the vital point of the striking python's body. The bone-crunching, scale-shattering sound made teeth grind. The seemingly indestructible serpentine body was pierced clean through by this single punch, infused with a terrifying 320 points of force. His arm swung with explosive force. Whoosh! A blazing sand python over 6 meters long and as thick as an adult's thigh was yanked entirely out of the shifting sands by Lin Mo, then slammed violently onto the scorching sand. Hiss, hiss! The giant serpent writhed in agony, its body slapping the ground with dull thuds. Only now did the crowd clearly see its true form. Its sand-colored scales provided perfect camouflage, while its triangular head was unusually flattened for burrowing underground. Its vertical pupils, flashing a faint crimson glint, were filled with savage ferocity. A long, purplish-red forked tongue flared wildly in its mouth, densely lined with fangs, exuding a sickly sweet scent of death. And Ning, finish it! Lin Mo shook the blood-stained fist and barked the order. Without hesitation, and Ning lunged forward, her green-hilted sword, gleaming with a resolute light, slashed viciously at the writhing, struggling serpent's body. Clang! SSSSH! The blade collided violently with the serpent's resilient scales, sparks flying in a trail. The edge struggled to cut just an inch before seizing up. Stab at the wound! Lin Mo shouted the warning, and Ning immediately changed her technique. Her wrist flipped, and the sword darted like a venomous snake striking, piercing with pinpoint accuracy through the wound Lin Mo's fist had gouged. Gurgle! Put! Gushing blood. The struggle ceased instantly. Simultaneously, the white defensive bracelet on Ning's wrist flashed with light, displaying a clear number. 1. Chapter 148, The Mad Serpent's Curse, Yellow Sand Ice Dance. The crimson-tinged blood of the scorching sand serpent rapidly congealed into viscous patches upon the scorching sand. The pungent, rusty stench erupted like water droplets sizzling in a hot oil pan, instantly stirring the dead silence of the sandy sea. Before the others could react to Lin Mo's astonishing move, rustle, rustle, countless faint rustling sounds echoed from all directions, as if the entire desert were breathing slowly. The sand beneath their feet began to flow and undulate unnaturally, forming eerie streamlined ripples that rapidly converged toward their position. Underground. It's all underground. Mage Zhang Yuqing, grade B talent, level 31, shrieked, her face as pale as paper, the tip of her staff trembling like reeds in a bitter wind. A staggering number of blazing sand serpents, perfectly camouflaged by their scales and the sandy terrain, were stealthily closing in. Lu Dingfeng, Huangshan, you two tank warriors, take turns casting defensive spells to buy time. Everyone else, await further orders. Lin Mo's voice boomed like a great bell, instantly drowning out all other sounds. He lunged forward, seizing the tail of the still bleeding giant serpent's corpse with one hand. Frenzied power surged through his arm, muscles bulging. Crash! A single punch shattered the blazing sand python's corpse. Blood sprayed through the air, drenching everyone present, including himself. Damn you to hell, Lin Mo. Lu Rinjia was utterly enraged by Lin Mo's actions. Do as I say if you don't want to die. Lin Mo had no time for explanations. He darted away from the crowd, his body drenched in the most blood, the scent of gore thickest around him. As Lin Mo left the group, the swollen sand surface followed him en masse. Quick! Quick! Defend! They, Zhang Yuqing's trembling voice was barely intelligible. Lu Dingfeng, Huang Shan, what are you dawdling for? Yi Xian roared angrily. Stone skin barrier. Lu Dingfeng suppressed his fear and roared, plunging the tower shield emitting only a faint green glow into the sand before him. Boom! An energy stone tower over 3 meters tall instantly formed from the ground. Thud! 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 The successive impacts shook the energy stone tower violently. With each collision, the translucent tower gradually faded in color. I can only hold out for 5 minutes at most. Lu Dingfeng stared at the fiery sand python swarming ever closer outside the tower. How about we give up the match? Zhang Yuqing was utterly petrified. her face frozen stiff, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. In truth, she was so overcome by fear and tension that she couldn't even activate her defensive bracelet. The others weren't faring much better, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Shut up, I have no idea how you guys even reached level 30-something. Lu Dingfeng, if you can't hold out, say so now. Huang Shan, be ready to take over the defense at any moment. Yi Xin barked sharply. With Lin Mo absent, she had to step up as temporary commander. My limbs feel weak, I can't summon my energy properly. Smack! Yi Xin walked over and delivered a resounding slap across his face. How about now? Still weak? She was genuinely furious with this bunch of cowards, even prepared to abandon these teammates. If they wanted to quit, let them. Much better. 2 more slaps should do the trick. Yi Xin looked at Huang Shan, who had been unusually quiet. His gaze was genuinely clear, not the least bit teasing. Smack! Smack! The heavy slaps echoed abruptly within the stone tower. Ouch! That's enough! That's enough! I think that's about right. Huang Shan turned sideways, one hand covering her reddened and bruised face, the other hastily shielding her eyes. Does it really work? What kind of weird fetish is this? Yi Xin knew these slaps could treat fear, and her eyes suddenly gleamed with amusement as she glanced at the others. No, we feel much better now. The others hastily covered their faces and waved their hands, snapped back to reality by Yi Xin's earlier brutal ear slaps. Enough, just follow Brother Lin's plan. His promises have never failed. If you want good results, get your act together now. Yi Xin's tone was firm, brooking no argument. Lin Mo sprinted across the sand dunes, reeking of blood, with dense threads trailing behind him. Minutes passed without a trace of the blazing sand python. Reluctantly, they had to detour back. Too many. I can't hold them off. Huang Shan grunted as the burning sand serpent struck, causing the defensive aura of his ring shield to flicker wildly. His face flushed crimson. Yi Xin and Ning also watched the swarm of burning sand serpents beyond the shield with grave expressions. The others instinctively began channeling energy, ready to activate their defenses at any moment. Suddenly, all the burning sand serpents abruptly changed direction, surging toward a single point. Moments later, a familiar, resounding voice rang out. Ning, control! Lin Mo's voice cut through the chaos. He dragged a 5 to 6 meter long python carcass behind him, wildly lashing it at the dense swarm of burning sands pythons. His entire body moved at high speed, stepping on the heads and bodies of pyrophilic sand pythons scattered across the sand surface. Wherever he passed, the pungent, bloody stench spread like the song of a sea demon, luring hidden hunters to burst from the sand and chase madly. Vines, entangle! And Ning's sharp command echoed as her dull staff erupted with emerald green brilliance. Buzz! Centered on Lin Mo. Within a 420-meter radius, countless spiked, dark green vines erupted from the ground with a thunderous roar, like the tentacles of an abyssal demon. They precisely entangled and immobilized every blazing sand python that had burst from the sand, was charging, or had just twisted to attack Lin Mo. Sparks flew from the snake's scales as they clashed against the spikes. Yi Xin, bring out Little Blue. Lin Mo commanded the battle while sprinting toward his companions, stepping over the writhing bodies of the serpents. Yi Xin's gaze sharpened like starlight as her fingers traced an arcane rune. A crisp voice pierced the sandstorm. Lord of the frozen realm, Ice Phoenix descends. Screech! A piercing cry echoed across the entire sandstorm plain. Pure ice blue light tore through the dusky sky. Out of nowhere, a colossal ice bird with a wingspan nearing 10 meters appeared. Every feather radiated frigid cold, its eyes blazing with pure white ice flames. The scorching air temperature plummeted instantly, and the bone-chilling cold made every team member shiver involuntarily. Little Blue! Yi Xin pointed toward the swarm of fiery sand pythons entangled by vines below, her voice carrying the authority of winter's might. Ice feather, scatter! The ice phoenix raised its head proudly, its massive ice wings suddenly trembling. Countless razor-sharp ice arrows, each a meter long and forged from pure frigid energy, materialized from thin air. Each one radiated a deadly chill. The sheer scale of the attack engulfed the entire core of the battlefield. Their numbers were sufficient to blanket every single blazing sand serpent locked in combat. Fall! Yi Xin pressed down with her fingertip. Whoosh! 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 Icy feathers poured down like a torrential storm. Their speed left behind a sky filled with icy blue afterimages. Not a single one missed its mark. Thud! 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 The ice arrows pierced the sand python's hard scales with ease. Blood blossoms froze instantly before they could even spatter. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Hundreds of fiery sand serpents, which had been raging with fury moments before, saw their health bars plummet like receding tides as the ice feathers swept across the ground. Everyone seemed frozen by the icy arrows themselves. The entire team fell into a stunned vacuum. Lu Renjia's hand froze on his defensive bracelet, while Zhang Yuqing's mouth hung open in shock. Don't just stand there. Lin Mo's voice snapped everyone out of their stupor. Charge. Finish them off. Reap the rewards. Kill as many as you can, it's up to your own skill. No further orders were needed. And Ning was the first to charge toward the nearest giant python, pierced by an ice arrow and on the brink of death. Her long sword plunged deep into its vital spot. The numbers on her bracelet surged rapidly with each flick of her blade. Chapter 149, Sword Shadows and Blood Pearls, the Serpent King's sudden arrival. A bead of blood splattered onto the sand beneath Ning's sword tip, sending up a puff of white vapor with a hiss. She swiftly swung her sword toward another blazing sand python beside her. The tip aimed directly at the wound pierced by the ice feather. In a mere 2 seconds, her blade never paused. The off-white bracelet on her wrist flashed a conspicuous red number, jumping from 36 to 37, the instant the sword drew a spray of blood. It wasn't that Ning's swordsmanship had reached such heights that she could slay so many burning sand serpents in just 2 seconds. Rather, her control skill now dealt 208 damage per second. The lower-level burning sand serpents, already reduced to mere scraps of health after being bombarded by the Ice Phoenix's icy feathers, naturally provided Ning with opportunities to capitalize on her skill's sustained damage. The faint red glow pulsing on his bracelet seemed like a torch cast into the darkness. This easy? Lu Renjia stared at the fluctuating numbers, the fear in his eyes gradually replaced by greed and fervor. Damn it! He gripped his longsword tightly and charged into the swarm of blazing sands pythons, restrained by vines and ice arrows. Clutching the hilt with both hands, he plunged the blade like a savage beast into the eye socket of a giant python whose jaw had been pierced by an ice feather. Splatter! Warm blood splattered across his face. A ghostly red light flickered on his wrist. 1. Lu Renjia froze. A warm current surged through the sword hilt into his body. Experience points. A torrent far exceeding the meager gains from low-level dungeons he usually paid others to lead him through. His eyes, still flickering with fear moments before, instantly burned crimson. He yanked the long sword from its sheath and thrust it with all his might into the wound of the other blazing sand python. This spark ignited the entire party, especially Zhao Yu, the ranged attacker with similarly modest means and still under level 20, possessing A-tier talent. Die! Zhao Yu roared as energy surged into his mobile crossbow. Energy arrows whizzed toward the demon beast's vital points. As the red numbers flashed on their wristbands, these two youths, the lowest level yet most talented among their respective teams, became utterly frenzied. Like savage beasts whose ferocity had been unleashed. Every opportunity in life has the potential to alter one's destiny. They had already faced few such chances. This league selection was a major turning point in their lives. How could they not be exhilarated and thrilled? Perhaps their frenzied intensity ignited the fighting spirit of the other awakened ones. Even the trembling body of Zhang Yuqing, the timidest mage, began to steady, though she still dared not charge into battle like fellow mage and Ning. At least her consciousness had finally broken free from the cage of fear. As the entire team's fighting spirit ignited, time flew by. Lin Mo, though constantly tracking the fiery sand python king, kept his mind divided, always monitoring the battlefield. Zhang Yuqing, unleash your skill and extend the control. As Ning's control effect neared its end, Lin Mo's commanding voice rang out. Wind, muddy swamp, came a soft yet resolute command. A circular white energy vortex, over 100 meters in diameter, appeared at the densest cluster of beasts. As the vines retreated, the remaining blazing sand python, just about to escape its helpless predicament and burrow into the sand, was sucked into this bizarre vortex. It worked. I controlled it. Zhang Yuqing touched her cheek, a bittersweet smile spreading across her face as the red digit, 1, on her bracelet glowed brightly. The carnage resumed. And Ning, a level 40 A-tier talent mage, possessed control skills these burning sand serpents found nearly impossible to escape. Yet, in theory, elite-level burning sands python should be capable of breaking free from the control skills of a level 31 B-tier talent like Zhang Yuqing. Yet after enduring Bingwan's icy barrage, the surviving beasts were not only weakened but also slowed considerably by the frost binding their movements. In this state, breaking free from control was out of the question. Even escaping without being restrained would be no easy feat. Little Blue, hunt down those uncontrolled burning sands pythons. Don't let a single one escape. A fleeting, almost imperceptible gleam of cunning flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as she watched the demon beasts that Zhang Yuqing had overlooked in her control attempt. Trying to flee, she barked the order at the ice phoenix. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Blue feathers pierced the air, carrying icy coldness, precisely sending one demon snake after another to meet their end. After nearly 20 fleeing demon snakes were struck down by the arrows, the frost energy within Bingwan's body seemed to be nearing depletion. It could no longer form more icy arrows, and even its form began to waver. Yi Xian called out to the Ice Phoenix with concern. Little Blue, land and rest for a moment. But just as the Ice Phoenix touched down, A massive sand dune several meters tall surged up behind them. Gravel cascaded down like a waterfall of shifting sands. They spun around in alarm. As the yellow sand settled, a serpentine body as thick as a water barrel and as tall as a 3-story building filled their vision. Its millstone-like head hung down from the sky like a grim reaper's scythe. Its vertical pupils, each the size of a grown man's fist, glowing a faint earthy yellow as it surveyed the group. The terrifying serpentine eyes held a hint of human-like mockery. As if everything on the ground, this swarm of ants, lay entirely within its control. Longshin was struck by bullets in the triangular maw. Fierce yellow scales, the size of a baby's palm, spread from its head down its body, gleaming in the sunlight. Under the serpent's gaze, the crowd felt as if plunged into a sea of blood, while above the gloomy sky, the terrifying vertical pupils hung like sun and moon. They froze in place, limbs numb with cold. Lin Mo, too, was startled by this sudden turn of events. It wasn't that he feared this terrifying giant serpent. Rather, he was stunned by its concealment technique. After all, his current mental power exceeded 20,000 points. Despite concentrating intensely on his search, yet it had lain dormant right under his nose without him noticing a thing. Before the others could recover, the serpent's gaping maw opened, and a foul stench instantly assaulted their senses. The group was looking up, and the gaping maw rapidly enlarged in their field of vision. One could imagine how terrifying the scene must have been. The testing ground square erupted in chaos. Shening Marshall High's 47-minute clear time stood in stark contrast to the second team's complete annihilation. The crowd was momentarily thrown into confusion, unable to gauge the dungeon's true nature. How long do you think Tongling Martial Arts High's team can hold out? I reckon 30 minutes is the absolute limit. Come on, they've got Xin, ranked first in solo trials, and Lin Mo, ranked second. Maybe they can actually clear it. But that's too simplistic. Team battles don't depend on just one or two strong players. Tongling Martial Arts High hasn't even been around a century. Every time we draw them in the league playoffs, everyone cheers, right? Haven't you seen their roster? 5 B-tier talents. And among the 3 A-tier talents, 2 aren't even level 20 yet. Their second team has 9 A-tier talents, all over level 30. Even if Xin and Lin Mo are strong, how could they clear it with these guys? What a ridiculous idea. Besides, Lin Mo's a healer with no combat ability. Honestly, if they can hold out for 20 minutes, Tongling will consider it a victory. Haha, now that you mention it, you're probably right. Just as the crowd was buzzing with debate, the dungeon announcement sounded. Tongling Martial Arts High School test concluded. See, my prediction was way too optimistic. The student who had been analyzing the situation so eloquently fell silent as his gaze fixed on the silver screen suspended high above the instance. Chapter 150, Outsmarting the Python King Dungeon Log. Dead silence. Every sound ceased in that instant, including the teacher announcing the results. He shared the same thought as most trainees. Just as he was about to announce that Tongling Martial Arts High had abandoned the test entirely, seeing their team emerge from the dungeon intact in 14 minutes and 37 seconds, the words "new record, 14 minutes 37 seconds" flashed brightly on the dungeon status bar. Each character felt like a spellbound slap, stunning everyone on the spot, their minds buzzing. Lin Mo led his team from the high platform to the isolation room, moving like divine soldiers passing through, oblivious to the stunned and reverent gazes below. It turned out that the instant the gaping maw descended, an ice arrow had struck the Python King's windpipe with pinpoint accuracy. Before it could react, a barrage of ice arrows followed, like a miniature ice cannon bombarding its gaping maw before it could close. The sheer number, speed, and precision of the ice arrows left the long-plodding Python King utterly perplexed. Buried beneath the sand, its powerful senses had already mapped out the team's attack patterns with crystal clarity. It had remained hidden, biding its time until the other blazing sand pythons exhausted the awakened one's skills. When it saw the 2 defensive tanks had exhausted their skills and the last control mage had just unleashed his ability, and the ice phoenix of equal rank was also running on fumes, it finally emerged with utter confidence. Little did it know that Lin Mo had been unable to detect the Python King's whereabouts all along. He had already alerted Xin, instructing Shaolan to stage a diversion to lure this cunning beast into the open. That explained why the ice phoenix had appeared so weakened earlier. Resting on the ground, Lin Mo's surprise was genuine. He truly hadn't anticipated the blazing sand Python King's profound harmony with the yellow sands. Hidden right under their noses, it had managed to conceal every trace of its demonic aura. Slaughtering the blazing sand Python King proved quicker than eliminating the entire Python horde. Bingwan's arrows dealt 400 damage each, piercing through the Python King's upper jaw to inflict fatal wounds. The added frost damage made the King's 18,000 HP vanish like water poured into boiling lava, instantly evaporating. As the millstone-sized serpent's head slammed into the ground, the bewilderment in its vertical pupils faded along with the ochre glow. Lost in the swirling sand it had stirred up, its meticulous plan had earned it nothing but a single strike before meeting its bitter end. The ensuing battle became effortless. Lin Mo made no move to seize the spoils, he had no need for such things. Yi Xin didn't deliberately seize the demon head either, but Xiaolan's ice feathers pushed the red numbers on her bracelet to a terrifying 187+1. At Lin Mo's signal, and Ning slaughtered demons with the most ferocity, her sword nearly sparking as it swung, its blade now pockmarked with gouges large and small. The blazing red number 78 on her bracelet seemed to declare to the entire sandy plain what the Ironblood Rose truly was. The most frenzied were Lu Rinjia and Zhao Yu. Though their levels were low, their demon-slaying ferocity knew no bounds, the bloodthirsty red glow in their eyes never fading. If words could kill, there was no doubt these two would use both fists and tongues, they'd slaughter two rather than one. Though below level 20, the vivid red numbers 11 and 12 on their bracelets alone were proof enough of their frenzied intensity. Truth be told, if they could overpower Yi Xin and Ning, they'd beat the crap out of those two tigresses who dared to snatch prey from their jaws. The other team members were all children of wealthy families. Their current achievements had already given them more options for university admission. There was simply no need to brave fear and fight over demon beasts. Crucially, they were also intimidated by the wild, dog-like glare Lu and Zhao shot at anyone who dared encroach on their prey. Lin Mo led the group into the isolation room, where they were immediately stopped by the registration teacher at the entrance. State your school, report your time spent in the dungeon, and place your wristbands on the scanner. The teacher's tone dripped with contempt. He was unaware of the situation outside the isolation room, but judging from the time elapsed since the previous team was carried in, and this group was intact with minimal injuries, obviously a hopeless bunch. Lin Mo replied calmly. Tonling Martial Arts High School cleared the instance in 14 minutes and 37 seconds. The words struck like thunder. The isolation room fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. After a long silence, a weak voice broke the stillness. Teacher, could you heal me a couple more times? Not only do my legs hurt, but now my head is buzzing too. The teacher in charge of statistics snapped awake at the sudden sound, about to scold Lin Mo and the others for their mockery. But then he saw the data staring back at him on the statistics screen. Captain Lin Mo, Elite Grade Demon Beasts *4. Member Yi Xin, Elite Grade Demon Beasts *187. General Grade Demon Beast *1. Member Ning, Elite Grade Demon Beasts *78. Tonling Martial Arts High School, Elite Grade Demon Beasts *300. General Grade Demon Beast *1. As his gaze reached the final tally of Tonling Martial Arts High School's slain beasts, the teacher's rebuke, already on the tip of his tongue, was abruptly swallowed back. His hand, poised to record the figures, froze mid-air, as if immobilized by some skill. Teacher, can we go in now? Lin Mo's question broke the spell. Why yes, you can. Just leave your wristbands here. Teachers at the lounge entrance will unlock your spatial backpacks. The isolation room was spacious. After the spatial backpacks were unlocked, Lin Mo led the group toward the lounge marked Tonling Martial Arts High School. Upon entering the lounge, the team fell into an unusual silence. Even Lu Rinjia, usually quick with a sarcastic remark, now looked at Lin Mo, Yi Xin, and Ning with nothing but admiration. Soon, a slender figure appeared, leading three people to knock on their lounge door. Lu Dingfeng, upon receiving Lin Mo's nod, eagerly rushed to open the door. The moment the door swung open, Lu Dingfeng's expression was nothing short of spectacular. A man of 8 feet tall nearly melted into a puppy-eyed state. The woman before him was breathtakingly beautiful, especially when meeting her amber eyes, filled with the light of the sun, moon, and stars. It felt as if those eyes held not reflections, but a gentle cage. And Lu Dingfeng? He would gladly be imprisoned within that cage, for all eternity. Move aside, we're here for Lin Mo, boomed a brusque, unapologetic voice, shattering Lu Dingfeng's puppy dog fantasy. Yes, 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 please come in, miss. He hurriedly swung the door open, stepping aside and bowing in invitation. Lin Qingyu, her veil now removed, gave him a polite nod before leading the three others into the room. Lin Mo watched the four approach. Among the three behind Lin Qingyu, two were familiar faces. The dandy who always wore casual clothes was called Qin Ming. The burly man who never used his backpack space but perpetually carried a massive sword on his back was called Qian Long. He had met them both at the entrance to the Gale Valley instance when they first awoke. Lin Mo, you truly baffle me. It's fortunate we met now, otherwise, it would have become a regret in the future. Qin Ming spoke, his tone seemingly teasing, yet his expression was dead serious. Only Lin Qingyu and Qian Long understood the deeper meaning behind his words. Chapter 151, Li Hao's Provocation. The battle curtain rises. Lin Mo had never revealed his class, and the others tacitly refrained from asking. But to break the long-standing raid record of Stormwind Valley single-handedly so soon after awakening? Anyone would naturally assume Lin Mo was a powerful mage or warrior. Yet yesterday's test revealed Lin Mo's priest class, leaving all three wondering if Tongling Town had produced two exceptionally gifted Lin Mos. Ha ha, long time no see. Sit down and chat. And who might this be? Lin Mo rose to greet the group, his gaze fixed on the unfamiliar man who had stood aloof since entering. Humph. The man crossed his arms, letting out a cold snort, showing no regard for Lin Mo. Yet his gaze swept over the group, as if searching for the one who truly surprised him. Seeing her companion's demeanor, Lin Xingyu offered an awkward smile. This is our team's deputy captain, Li Hao. Li Hao. The name sounded familiar, but Lin Mo couldn't quite place it. Lu Rinjia leaned close to Lin Mo and whispered, he's the third-place finisher in the solo trials, an S-tier talent beastmaster already at level 40. He was now thoroughly impressed with Lin Mo, though Xin had slain the most demons in the dungeon. He wasn't blind, he could clearly see who the team's true core was. Lu Rinjia's voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear him clearly. Upon hearing Lu Rinjia's introduction, Li Hao shot Lin Mo a disdainful glance. His eyes held not only smugness but also a hint of hostility. This attitude stirred a surge of anger within Lin Mo. Oh, Lu Dingfeng, clutching that defensive skill to prevent the ceiling from piercing his nostrils, that third-place county ranking isn't something to mess with. Lin Mo's voice was flat, but everyone heard it loud and clear. Put. Hearing this, several people couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Kid, say that again if you dare. Does a worthless priest even have the right to challenge me? Li Hao stepped forward, finger pointed at Lin Mo, his voice booming with fury. TSK, TSK, TSK. How impressive. I'm so terrified I can't even speak now. We're catching up with friends. Third boss, if you have no business here, please leave. Lin Mo pursed his lips, spread his hands, and clicked his tongue in mock disdain, promptly issuing a dismissal to this unwelcome guest who was increasingly grating on his nerves. Hoof. A stray dog with a shred of talent dares to bark? Best not to provoke me, or else you'll lose your dog's life. He let out a cold snort after spitting out his threatening words, his gaze shifting away from Lin Mo and sweeping toward the girl in the group. Who's Xin? Xin's temper flared at being singled out by this irritating man. Li Hao, I advise you to stop now. This isn't the place for you to show off. Before Xin could speak, Lin Qingru frowned and snapped sharply, casting an apologetic glance at Lin Mo. Sensing the tense atmosphere, she abandoned her plans to catch up. Turning to Lin Mo and Xin, she said, I'm sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I won't disturb your rest now. Once the selection is over, I'll find you both to catch up properly. When she brought Qianlong and Qin Ming over, Li Hao insisted on tagging along. Given his status, Lin Xingyu couldn't bring herself to stop him. She hadn't expected the guy to speak so recklessly, leaving the three of them utterly embarrassed. Lin Xingyu finished speaking and was about to turn to lead everyone away. Xin suddenly stood up. I am. What of it? Her tone was icy, and the chill in her eyes instantly lowered the room's temperature. Though provoked by that defiant gaze, Li Hao surprisingly refrained from threats. Instead, he extended an olive branch to Xin. You've got talent. If you want to join a faction in Shilan City after the league ends, I can put in a good word for you. His tone was arrogant and condescending, as if offering charity. To an outsider, it might seem as though he was the one with the SSS tier talent. Ha, I thought you wanted to fight. Since you don't, you can get lost. Xin scoffed, showing no tolerance for this self-important fool. A backwater breeds troublemakers proves the saying true. Think a bit of talent makes you untouchable? Want to fight? I'll oblige. Team battles are your chance. Lin Xingyu had already braced herself to break up the fight, but unexpectedly, Li Hao acted out of character, just spouting trash talk without immediately throwing punches. This was somewhat unexpected. She apologized to the crowd, then turned and led her group away. Qianlong and Qinming deliberately slowed their pace, casually warning Lin Mo before leaving, don't mess with him. The originally cheerful atmosphere was sullied by that piece of Li Hao, leaving the team members seething with indignation. Only Lin Mo felt little anger. He had witnessed far worse situations in his past life, scenes where the sea seemed like nothing compared to the turmoil he had endured. 3 days later, Tongling Martial Arts High School predictably clinched first place in the opening round of the team competition. As the crowd cheered their soaring rankings, Leiyin delivered bad news. Tomorrow we face Qianing Martial Arts High. They have 4 S-tier talents, all at level 40. She glanced at Lin Mo hesitantly. Should we adjust our tactics? Leiyin didn't spell it out. She didn't want her words to dampen the team's fighting spirit. The gap in overall talent and level between the two teams was undeniably significant. Only Lin Mo, Xin, and Ning from Tongling Martial Arts High were level 40. Beyond them, The two highest tier talents, Lu Renjia and Zhao Yu, were barely above level 20. Although Tongling Martial Arts High had broken records to claim first place in the first instance team battle, defeating demons in instances required skill. As long as EXIN, the SSS tier top tier damage dealer, was given the opportunity, she could single-handedly lead the entire team to victory. The published results confirmed this, with EXIN's monster-slaying stats proving her dominance. Lin Mo frowned slightly. His concern wasn't about the upcoming battle, but that Li Hao's words had come true. The two teams were indeed facing off. Could this be a coincidence? The next day, the atmosphere at the second team battle arena was ignited by the first matchup. This battle took place within a special combat space. The combat space resembled a dungeon, though its dimensions were considerably smaller, roughly the size of 10 football fields. The battles within could be projected for everyone to watch, drawing a much larger crowd than the first team dungeon match. Lin Mo's team was scheduled later in the lineup, so he didn't join the crowd at the venue. Instead, he had EXIN take the team members to observe other teams' matches. They could learn from others' combat techniques. It wasn't that Lin Mo was deliberately acting like a diva. The one who plays the finale is always the last to appear. The main reason was the three masked individuals he had apprehended last night before entering the demigod realm for inspection. When he inquired about their affiliations, they suddenly died violently, just like the group that ambushed EXIN and the others in Tongling Town. Evidently, they had been implanted with mental suppression spells. Still, it wasn't a complete loss. From their mouths, he learned that the person tasked with gathering intelligence on him was someone he actually knew, a member of the Lin family from Channing County. This matter weighed heavily on Lin Mo's mind, robbing him of sleep and appetite. Early the next morning, he bid farewell to everyone and set out with his military attendant. Chapter 152, outnumbered in the team fight, 9 men to battle. Has Lin Mo not replied yet? Lei paced the square, clenching and unclenching her fists. Not yet. EXIN was also growing anxious. Not about the match itself, but about Lin Mo. The previous match had concluded, and it was now their turn to enter the arena. Yet Lin Mo remained unreachable. Given his personality, he wouldn't forget the time for such an important match. Yet she'd sent over 10 messages with no reply. What should we do? Lei was utterly anxious. As the team's coach, she was now at a loss. Lin Mo was the team captain for the group match. Most of the tactics he devised revolved around him as the core, with EXIN as the ace. But the match had already begun, and Lin Mo remained unreachable. If he didn't enter the arena soon, it would be considered an intentional forfeit. If they forfeited the final test, EXIN's current solid first place standing in the overall rankings might be salvageable, but Lin Mo and Ning would inevitably fall out of the top 10, thereby missing out on their spots as official league members. Tongling Martial Arts High, please take the field. The announcement urging them to enter echoed like thunderclaps in Lei Yin's ears once more. All eyes turned toward Tongling Martial Arts High's direction, the murmurs growing louder with each successive announcement. What's going on? Why isn't Tongling Martial Arts High entering the competition space? Could they be scared? Trying to forfeit? That seems unlikely. They broke the record and took first place in the last dungeon competition, finishing over 30 minutes faster than Channing Martial Arts High. Dungeons are dungeons, completely different from PvP. Didn't you see how the 19th ranked team got beaten by the 35th ranked one in the dungeon rankings? True. What a shame. What's so unfortunate about it? If Tongling Martial Arts High withdraws, won't our ranking go up? The final match only counts for 30% of the total score. Even if they forfeit, their ranking stays high. What does that have to do with you? Final warning, Tongling Martial Arts High must enter the arena immediately. Failure to do so will be considered forfeiture. The chilling announcement echoed once more. Teacher Lei, I'll lead the team into the competition first. EXIN didn't know Lin Mo had encountered something important, though she worried about him. But considering Lin Mo had not only a military escort for protection but also numerous hidden cards up his sleeve, she could only set aside her worries for now and focus on the competition. Their biggest rival now was Channing Martial Arts High. Lin Mo's current overall ranking remained within the top 5. To secure Lin Mo's spot in the league, they had to defeat Channing Martial Arts High, earn bonus points for the entire team, and simultaneously suppress Channing's score. Lei halted in her tracks, drawing a deep breath. This is our only option. Go forth and give it your all. When Channing High's team, who had been waiting in the battle space for some time, saw Tongling High's 9 players enter, they were filled with confusion. Hey, where's that overconfident priest on your team? I said I'd give you a chance to fight, and I did. Did he get scared and hide? Li Hao stepped past their captain, Lin Qingru, speaking arrogantly, his words making no secret that he had manipulated the outcome of this match. His purpose wasn't merely to show off. In EXIN's profile, the columns for profession and talent rating were filled with SSS tier Beastmaster. He intended to manipulate the match rules to demonstrate his influence, compelling EXIN to reconsider his proposal. His clan was a lineage of beast tamers. EXIN's SSS tier talent was truly 1 in a million, making her a prime candidate to be recruited into the family. If she proved obedient, taking her as a concubine wasn't out of the question. The only problem was that the dungeon only displayed projections, no sound. Otherwise, Li Hao's words would have sparked an absolute firestorm of controversy. If you can't speak properly, shut your filthy mouth. 9 of us are more than enough to deal with you lot. No need to bother brother Lin. EXIN was in a foul mood, and in his outburst, he carelessly dragged the entire Qianing Martial Arts High School into the matter without sparing a thought for Lin Qingru. She shot Lin Qingru an apologetic glance. Lin Qingru didn't seem to mind. She was more concerned about why Lin Mo hadn't shown up, and she shot EXIN a questioning look. Seeing EXIN shake her head only deepened her confusion. Ha 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 ha, fine. Looks like you won't understand that a beastmaster isn't just about talent until you've been properly trained. Li Hao laughed bitterly in rage. Just then, the dungeon battle commencement alert sounded. Shadow Wolf King, your time to hunt has come. With Li Hao's fierce shout, a purple aura formed a strange array pattern beneath his feet. A bone-chilling howl echoed through the void, as claws gleaming with poisonous green light tore through the air. A demonic wolf, entirely black with eyes blazing with ghostly blue flames, leapt from beside Li Hao. Standing at about 1.8 meters tall, Li Hao barely reached the belly of this black demon wolf. Its sleek, glossy black fur billowed through the air as it leapt. Li Hao, pay attention to team coordination. Lin Qingyu snapped angrily, seeing Li Hao summon his contract beast right at the start, completely disregarding their pre-battle plan. She was furious. Leave EXIN to me, she's the most troublesome one on their team. You handle the rest. And one thing, don't interfere with me. Hearing his captain's angry reprimand, Li Hao not only refused to back down but proceeded to dictate the battle plan, his tone laced with undisguised threat. Though furious, Lin Qingyu suppressed her anger. Mindful of their clan's situation, she refrained from further confrontation with Li Hao and instead directed the others to form their battle formation. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Summon your contract beast. Standing beside the Shadow Wolf King, a beast nearly twice his height, Li Hao looked at EXIN with unshakable confidence, his eyes filled with triumph and amusement. The moment Qianing Martial Arts High's team saw the Shadow Wolf King appear, thoughts of forfeiting the match began to surface in their minds. Even Ning started to waver. It wasn't that she doubted EXIN, it was mainly that the disparity between the two teams was already vast. Now, with the appearance of a 40th level general grade demon beast, even if EXIN could defeat Li Hao, it wouldn't change the overall situation. And Ning, I'm leaving the rest of the team under your command. I'll have Xiaolon fight alongside you while I hold off that general grade summon beast. EXIN's gaze was unwavering, showing no sign of retreat. How exactly will you hold it off? And Ning asked in confusion upon hearing EXIN's plan. That's none of your concern. Just make sure you don't get quickly eliminated by the other opponents. As she spoke, silver light flickered at her feet. Chirp! A clear, resonant cry pierced the air as icy blue light sliced through the sky. A glacial phoenix, its wingspan stretching over 10 meters and its body covered in shimmering ice blue scales, burst forth from the void. It's a general grade 2? No wonder it's so arrogant. Li Hao's eyes darkened with gravity at the sight of the colossal bird dominating the sky, yet his mouth remained as stubborn as a duck's. But the next second, a sneer spread across his face. Arrogant! After Bingwan appeared, she flew straight past the Shadow Wolf King toward the team members behind him. Meanwhile, EXIN charged toward her contract beast, whip in hand. Add me on WeChat, MMY66618. More book recommendations in my moments. Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various platforms.